When you awaken the strongest S-class martial spirit in the world, a rich second-generation heir actually claims this is his and demands you return it to him. However, the Academy elders did not speak up for you. Instead, they joined forces with your girlfriend, whom you pursued for 2.5 years. They forcibly stripped your S-class talent and transferred it to the rich heir, just when you thought you would become a waste and endure a lifetime of humiliation. Fortuitously, you gained a hidden divine talent, allowing for infinite evolution. You can earn an evolution point every second. However, you did not rush back for revenge. Instead, you chose to accumulate evolution points to enhance your strength. With only 20 spirit power left, you had no choice but to come to the Dancers Guild to take on some commissions. Otherwise, you would really have to sleep on the streets tonight. After you submitted your identity token, the receptionist showed an indifferent expression, clearly underestimating you, especially since you hadn't awakened your martial spirit yet. With your current strength, you cannot fight against star beasts, otherwise, it would be dangerous. However, he quickly matched you with a suitable task. There has been a detection of demonic energy on a hillside in Dongshan. Please investigate and report back for a reward of 50 spirit coins and 50 guild points. Although it's not much, it would be enough to rent a cheap place for the night. Just as you finished taking the task and were leaving the guild. At that moment, a mocking voice reached your ears. I never expected to see you here, a waste of a martial spirit daring to come and take on a task. You turned to look, and as soon as you saw him, your brows furrowed. You saw a chubby young man in red, looking at you with a cold smirk. He was Qin Chuan's top lackey, a level 9 dancer, and his martial spirit was a C-class giant bear. Seeing him, you clenched your fists. He had stolen your martial spirit and sent his underlings to insult you. The system extracted all the evolution points you had accumulated. 5,000 evolution points had arrived. You took a deep breath and chose to start the evolution directly. The martial spirit consumed a total of 3,600 evolution points, evolving into a C-class diamond element. At the same time, a meditating monkey appeared within you. After several evolutions, it grew larger and ultimately transformed into a diamond element radiating golden light. With your martial spirit, you felt a surge of confidence and now looked at Chen Fay with cold eyes. Chen Fay could not tolerate being treated this way by a waste. He immediately shouted angrily and swung a punch at you. With the giant bear martial spirit's enhancement, his fist grew to the size of a tree, enveloped in fur, resembling a massive bear paw. In an instant, it was upon you. If an ordinary adult were to take this punch, they would be severely injured if not killed. Yet, facing Chen Fay's powerful strike, you remained completely unfazed. Just as Chen Fay's fist was about to hit you, you calmly extended your finger and gently flicked it. In the next moment, Chen Fay's fist seemed to hit an iron wall, producing a dull thud. Then, like a kite with its string cut, he flew through the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then fell straight to the ground. After this battle, the look in his eyes was filled with fear. It was impossible. You had clearly awakened, yet a waste could defeat him with just a finger. Next time I see you, I'll beat you again, he threatened, and then you walked straight towards Dongshan. Once you reached the hilltop, you took out the evolution points you had accumulated along the way and evolved your martial spirit into a B-class diamond element for emergencies. At that moment, a colorful shadow suddenly flashed past you. Its speed was incredible, and it vanished into the distance in an instant. At the same time, there were traces of blood on the ground. The century-old star beast, the 5-colored deer, was injured. Seeing this, you decided to follow it. The 5-colored deer was gentle and usually non-aggressive, so you weren't worried about encountering danger. You quickly caught up to it. At that moment, it was lying on the ground, gently licking its wounds, and you noticed a long, narrow cut on its lower abdomen. Blood was dripping continuously, and it was on the brink of death. When it sensed a human approaching, it did not panic but looked at you with calm eyes. Seeing this scene, you thought you needed to treat it quickly. The 5-colored deer is rare and a protected star beast. If you return the injured deer to the guild, you could receive a considerable reward. Just as you were about to take the 5-colored deer away, you suddenly raised your eyebrows. Behind you, a massive black shadow suddenly leaped out from the bushes. It was a giant bear, entirely brown. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity. It was a 100-year-old fierce bear, level 11. Although this fierce bear was not as high in rank as the 5-colored deer, it was still a carnivore and posed a threat to warriors. You then let out a cold snort, and a massive golden phantom appeared. Immediately, a giant ape over 3 meters tall appeared behind you. At the same time, your entire body was empowered by the martial spirit. At this moment, the fierce bear seemed to sense the threat and opened its massive mouth, charging at you. You swiftly dodged its attack and, with the enhancement of the powerful diamond ape, delivered a heavy punch towards it. With a loud crash, you were instantly knocked back several steps, while the fierce bear was also pushed back a few steps before stabilizing itself. What a powerful physique! this guy is incredibly tough. At that moment, you heard a noise behind you, and the five-colored deer began to fade, as if it could no longer hold on and was about to perish. The five-colored deer looked at you peacefully, as if to thank you, and the next moment, its body gradually transformed into a stream of 5 colors. In addition to hunting, star rings can also be actively sacrificed by star beasts. Now, this 5-colored deer is sacrificing itself for the star ring. After the sacrifice, all its energy will be preserved and become a star ring exclusive to you. At this moment, you wanted to stop it but felt powerless, only able to watch as its soul transformed into a memory, forever existing with you in another way. Seeing this, the fierce bear would not just stand by and watch, it roared and charged at you again. At this moment, the 5-colored deer's sacrifice was nearing its end. A yellow star ring descended from the sky, enveloping your entire being. A sacred radiance directly knocked the fierce bear away from the tree, and at the same time, you felt your entire aura continuously elevate. In the next moment, it felt as if your body had broken through some barrier, directly stepping into the warrior realm. Then, a yellow ring appeared behind you, and you also gained a protective ability from the 5-colored deer. After casting, it forms a protective domain, within which one gains 5% damage immunity. Then you are surprised to discover that there is an evolution button next to the 5-colored roadstar ring. This means that consuming evolution points can also evolve the star ring, which implies that if there are no limits, it could potentially evolve to 1,000,000 years, or even billions of years. During this time, you have accumulated 5,000 evolution points, and now you withdraw them all to directly evolve the star ring. By consuming 4,000 evolution points, your first star ring evolves from a century to a millennium, increasing the damage immunity of the protective domain to 10%, with a significant boost in all attributes. Seeing this, your eyes glimmer with shock. This is indeed a millennium star ring. Millennium star beasts are not only extremely rare but also possess terrifying strength, comparable to that of a master level. Without the assistance of family experts, it would be very difficult for a dancer to obtain a millennium level star ring as their first. Additionally, there is a risk of failure when absorbing the millennium star ring, which could lead to backlash. Therefore, generally speaking, the vast majority of dancers have their first star ring at the 10-year level. A century is considered exceptionally rare. And your first soul ring is actually a millennium, and it can continue to evolve. Just then, the fierce emperor bear has reacted again. Wielding claws larger than a human head, it lunges at you with terrifying force. Now that the 5-colored deer has sacrificed its spirit to you, you naturally must avenge it. Then you summon the Great Strength Vajra spirit, greatly enhancing your power. At this moment, your eyes flash, and you throw a punch instantly. With a loud bang, the massive body of the ground-shattering bear is sent flying like a cannonball. It crashes into 3 or 4 trees before finally coming to a halt. However, the battle is not over. You leap onto the back of the fierce emperor bear. Clenching your fists tightly, you continue to strike mercilessly. Your fists are as hard as steel, and each blow carries the force of thunder. After several blows, the fierce emperor bear is beaten to a pulp, and its soul transforms into a spirit, appearing in your hands. After a star beast dies, its soul can generally exist for 12 hours, during which it can be absorbed to coalesce a star ring, or sold for a substantial reward. You can no longer absorb a second star ring, so you are forced to choose the latter. The fur and teeth of the ground-shattering bear can also be sold as refining materials. Before long, you arrive at the Dancers Guild and quickly report everything that happened in Dongshan to the receptionist. The century-old 5-colored deer was killed by the ground-shattering bear, and then its soul was sacrificed to you. Finally, you killed the ground-shattering bear. The receptionist reorganizes her words. You feel a bit overwhelmed. This matter is too significant, and you need to report it to your superiors. With a somewhat flustered expression, you hurriedly run to the office of your superiors. You're not in a hurry. After all, to sell the new model of the ground-shattering bear, you need to find the guild leader for assistance. Otherwise, relying solely on your own abilities, it would be difficult to find a buyer in a short time. Soon, the president of the East Extreme Branch Guild, Tang Chen, comes out. He is an elderly man in his 50s wearing a Tang suit. You say you want to sell the soul of the ground-shattering bear, right? We do have the ability to quickly match you with a buyer, with an estimated price between 50,000 and 70,000. However, according to our guild's regulations, we will take a 10% management fee. Do you have any other questions? The elderly man gets straight to the point. As for what you mentioned earlier, he applied for permission before coming out to retrieve the satellite footage and found it to be basically true. You ponder for a moment. The price is indeed the market rate, though the management fee is relatively high. However, given the power of the Dancers Guild, it is indeed worth this price, and even elsewhere, the fees would not be less. After thinking it over, you nod and agree to the guild's terms. After signing the contract, you receive the commission and report 50 spirit pens. As for the profits from the ground-shattering bear's soul, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to collect them. You'll just have to deal with it for the night, and you can't help but sigh. At this moment, the receptionist, Tanya, seems to notice your awkwardness and approaches you with a kind demeanor. I heard earlier that you seem to have been expelled from the Winter Academy. She originally wanted to say that you were expelled, but seemed to fear it might hurt you, so she quickly changed the subject. I heard that your place seems to have been taken away. Coincidentally, my roommate in the rented villa has gone home and probably won't be back for 10 days. Since the room is empty, why not stay with me? Shaya explains, and upon hearing this, you turn your gaze to Tanya. I have to say, her beauty is stunning, at least school flower level, and she is far more beautiful than your ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. It's fine, that villa is very spacious, and two people living there won't disturb each other. Plus, you brought back the soul of the ground-shattering bear, and the president rewarded me for it, so I should thank you. Seeing that Tanya insists, you can only nod. After all, with a luxurious, clean villa available, who would want to squeeze into a cheap, dingy hotel? Before long, you arrive at her rented villa in Tanya's champagne-colored BMW. Tanya leads you to a room, and you are immediately greeted by a fresh scent. Since Tanya's roommate is also a girl, the room is decorated with a feminine touch, the curtains are pink, and the bedside is piled with. However, since you are only temporarily staying, it doesn't matter. You lie down on the pristine white bed, exhausted, ready to rest. At this moment, you hear a gentle knock on the door, and Tanya's soft voice calls out that dinner is ready. Hearing this, you quickly get up and head downstairs, where you see Tanya wearing an apron, looking every bit the perfect housewife. This dinner is especially lavish, a world apart from the takeout you usually eat. However, Tanya doesn't hurry to eat. Instead, she steals glances at you, seemingly focused entirely on you. Tanya quietly sits at the dining table, watching you eat ravenously, her lips curving slightly upwards. By evening, the dishes on the table have all been cleared, most of which have gone into your stomach. After satisfying your hunger, you help Tanya clean up the kitchen, and then you return to your room. In your room, you access the system and find that you have accumulated 30,000 evolution points in just half a day. Without hesitation, you spend it all, evolving your martial spirit into an S-level great strength god ape. Seeing this, your eyes flash. An S-level martial spirit is considered top tier and exceedingly rare, with each appearance likely causing a stir. From what you understand, ordinary awakened Earth-level martial spirits typically reach a spirit power value of 6,000 around level 18. However, you have already reached 5,000 at level 11. Even S-level spiritual warriors wouldn't possess such a high spirit power at level 11. Of course, this is also related to your fusion with the Millennium Star Ring, as such aged rings are quite rare and contain immense power. At this moment, you are very excited. By midnight tomorrow, you'll be able to accumulate 100,000 points for another evolution. By then, you will possess power exceeding S-level, surpassing nearly all dancers on the continent. Just as you are about to turn off the lights and rest, a sudden scream from Tanya's room catches your attention. You are momentarily stunned but quickly spring into action, rushing towards Tanya's room. At this time, her door is locked, and you worry for Tanya's safety. You gather all your strength and slam the door open with a bang, and the scene before you leaves you in shock, mouth agape. You see Tanya lying on the floor, completely unclothed except for a towel wrapped around her. She has clearly just come out of the bathroom. You never expected Tanya's petite figure to be so voluptuous. Upon seeing this, you quickly avert your gaze, eager to leave. But at this moment, Tanya calls out, "Wait, I think I've sprained my ankle and can't move." Hearing Tanya's words, you close your eyes tightly and walk over to her. You silently chant to clear your mind, then pick her up. But since your eyes are closed, you accidentally brush against something. You carefully carry Tanya to the bed. Once she is changed into her pajamas, you finally breathe a sigh of relief and open your eyes. At this moment, Tanya is wearing pink teddy bear pajamas. The oversized, fluffy outfit cannot conceal her impressive features. Her waist is extremely slender, resembling a resin jar. How can you resist this? Instantly, your blood rushes throughout your body. However, you do not act inappropriately. You simply check her over, apply some ointment for her injury, and then return to sleep. After a good night's sleep, you quickly arrive at the Dancers Guild, where President Tang has already completed the paperwork and is waiting for you. Looking at the 70,000 spirit coins in your card, you can't help but gasp. You didn't expect the soul of the ground-shattering bear to sell for such a high price. You thought it would be around 50,000 spirit coins. After all, as a combat-type spirit, the market price for the new model of the ground-shattering bear is always somewhat higher. As for the management fee, I've taken the liberty to waive it for you, Tang explains with a smile. I see a connection with you, little guy. By the way, I represent the Dancers Guild and inviting you to become a VIP. From now on, anywhere in the country within the Dancers Guild, whether purchasing items or trading, the management fee will be discounted by 10%. This inner ring will serve as a meeting gift. With that, Tang Chen hands you a silver ring. Seeing this, your eyes light up. The so-called inner ring is a storage item with spatial properties. Although this inner ring is the lowest Earth level, it possesses a space of 100 cubic meters. Thank you, President Tang. Feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future. You don't hesitate but directly accept the inner ring, otherwise, it would lower his impression of you. You know that whether it's the villa provided by the East Extreme Academy or the gift from Tang Chen, they are merely based on recognizing your potential. I plan to purchase 2 Earth-level blessings, you then state your needs. You originally intended to buy just one, but unexpectedly, with 70,000 spirit coins, you have enough to buy 2 Earth-level martial outfits. Alright, I'll take you to choose. Soon, you arrive at a display booth. You plan to choose 1 skill martial outfit, and 1 attribute martial outfit. As for the skills of the martial outfits, they are unrelated to anything, they just need to fit your martial spirit type. At this moment, your hand brushes against a cold martial outfit, and the next second, a surge of thunderous power flashes. I'll choose this one. It's the thunder symbol Earth level, summoning lightning every 30 seconds, adding 35 spirit power. Thunder symbol. You really know your stuff. The Tang Chen laughs as he takes out the thunder symbol. However, the thunder symbol is quite rare, and its price is slightly higher than other blessings, 40,000 spirit coins discounted to 36,000. You nod, and after purchasing the 5 blessings, you select one more from the attributes. There's not much choice in attributes. The top 3 attribute blessings are naturally strength and speed. Each of the 3 types of these blessings can only be equipped once permanently. Additionally, the blessings are the only ones with percentage attributes. All the others are additive attributes, while special blessings are obtained later based on luck. Ultimately, you choose the strength blessing. The strength blessing costs 50,000 spirit coins, discounted to 45,000, totaling 81,000, rounding it up, it's 80,000, Tang Chen says with a smile. Generally speaking, attribute blessings tend to be priced higher than skill blessings, as skill blessings are produced in much higher quantities, while attribute blessings are comparatively rare luxury items. This causes a hint of hesitation in your eyes. You underestimated the price of the blessings. After selling the ground-shattering bear's soul, you only received 70,000 spirit coins, leaving you short by 10,000. If that's not enough, it's fine, you have our guild's VIP card, which comes with a 10,000 credit limit that can be used in advance and repaid within a month without interest. As you spend, the VIP card level will also increase, along with the credit limit. Tang Chen chuckles, looking like a shrewd businessman. Wow, so it's pay later, huh? However, you have no other choice but to use the credit limit to buy the 2 blessings, and you can pay it back next month. After finishing everything, you return home to begin evolving. The total cost for the blessings is 8,000 evolution points, evolving your thunder outfit to level 9. Skill 1, summon a 99 thunder body every 10 minutes, dealing 5 times damage. Skill 2, instantly summon a lightning pillar with no cooldown, dealing double damage. You still have some evolution points left. After all, it's not the right time to spend too much, as you need to save for the midnight evolution of 50. Soon, in the late night, you keep your eyes fixed, and the clock finally strikes. By consuming 100,000 evolution points, your martial spirit evolves to Ultra S level, 9 Heavens Divine Element, significantly enhancing all attributes. At the same time, above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds roil, and the entire East Extreme City is now shrouded in dark clouds. Ultra S-level martial spirits are something you've only seen in books. They are legendary spirits, each immensely powerful. Historically, their owners were all supreme figures who ruled over regions and safeguarded the fate of humanity for centuries. Once you evolve beyond S-level, further evolution will require 1 million evolution points, which will take about 10 days. With your current strength, you are capable of instantly defeating all martial masters below 2 stars. Martial master levels increase by 1 star for every 10 levels. 2-star martial masters are already among the elite, mostly middle-aged individuals around 30 years old. When they reach level 30, they can fuse a 2nd star ring and step into the master level. As for master level experts, excluding certain exceptionally gifted individuals, the rest are mostly elderly people over 60, who are extremely rare in East Extreme City, existing only after a night. You arrive alone at the Dongshan Silver Moon Wolves training area. It's time to grind and level up. Every 12 hours, this area randomly refreshes a batch of dungeons. After entering the portal, you can grind and level up. At this moment, there are already quite a few people gathered around the portal. At this moment, you see a swaying figure approaching you. Heavens, just as you thought, Chen Fay laughs. Ever since you gave him a beating, he has been staying in the Dongshan training area for the past few days, training frantically to seek revenge on you. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Today, he has reached level 10 and fused a 100-year ground-shattering bear star ring, perfectly matching his martial spirit. Seeing Chen Fay blocking your path, you look at him calmly and coldly utter the word, "Kid." Last time, it was only because my uncle didn't have time to summon his martial spirit that you were able to ambush him. Moreover, this time I am not alone. What do you have to fight against me? Chen Fay says, as 3 martial masters follow behind him. Among these 3, the priest is a woman wearing a small yellow hat, the mage is a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, and the assassin is a short man. At this moment, the 3 stand resolutely beside Chen Fay, clearly his regular teammates, accompanying him. I don't mind taking down a whole team alone, you say calmly, your eyes glinting with cold light. These words seem to carry boundless authority, exploding in the minds of the 4, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, Chen Fay quickly regains his composure, looks at you with a cold grin, and says, "Talk big after you take my attack first." With that, he suddenly erupts with tremendous momentum. With a thunderous sound, a massive brown bear figure manifests behind him. His muscles swell instantly, making him appear extremely robust. "When I beat you to your knees begging for mercy, let's see how you keep talking tough." With that, he slams a massive palm towards you. At this moment, his hand is enormous, covered in fur like a bear's paw. In the next instant, the gigantic hand reaches your level. At the same time, a massive yellow halo appears behind Chen Fay, instantly enveloping his entire figure. It's the 100-year star ring of the fierce Emperor Bear. Seeing the star ring behind Chen Fay, you narrow your eyes. It turns out that the ground-shattering bear soul you had acquired has been bought by this guy. So to speak, he counts as your benefactor. Without him, he couldn't have bought it himself, the first martial outfit. In this new environment, the mountains tremble and the earth quakes as Chen Fay roars, with black destructive flames erupting from his palm, as if he intends to annihilate everything. Faced with the immense power of the bear's roar behind Chen Fay and the dual enhancement of the ground-shattering bear star ring, you simply stand calmly to the side, remaining composed and unfazed. What's going on? Why isn't he dodging? This kid isn't even blocking. Could he be scared silly? Seeing you remain completely still, not dodging or avoiding, the onlookers around believe you've been scared senseless. However, just as Chen Fay's massive palm is about to strike you, you calmly extend your palm and steadily grip his enormous furry bear paw. At this moment, Chen Fay tries to exert all his strength to escape but finds that his hand is clamped like a vice, unable to move at all. How is this possible? Chen Fay's eyes widen in shock, a look of disbelief on his face, and cold sweat pours down his back. An indescribable fear wells up inside him. Power has always been his greatest pride, yet his strongest attack is so easily blocked by you. At this moment, you apply slight pressure with your palm, producing a crisp crack, and Chen Fay's wrist snaps instantly, a wave of excruciating pain hitting him. "Let go of me! How dare you lay a hand on me? Young Master Qin Xuan will never let you go!" Chen Fay roars, his eyes bloodshot. "Get lost!" You coldly kick out, sending Chen Fay's massive body flying. He rolls in the air 4 or 5 times before spitting out a mouthful of blood, eventually crashing heavily to the ground, gasping weakly. If you had exerted a bit more force, he might have been sent to the afterlife. In East Extreme, there are rules. While you can fight, you cannot kill indiscriminately, except in self-defense. Otherwise, you wouldn't mind executing him on the spot. Tell Qin Xuan that whatever tricks he has, I'm always ready to face him. You haven't had the chance to seek revenge on Qin Xuan yet, but if he comes to you himself, you wouldn't mind collecting some interest first. You kick Chen Fay away with a single kick. This guy has incredible strength, it's terrifying. You didn't even use your martial spirit's power, and he was nearly incapacitated. Seeing you easily defeat Chen Fay, the crowd erupts in an uproar, and his 3 lackeys stand frozen in place, not daring to move. At this moment, the dungeon opens, the countdown ends, and 10 portals materialize in the air, glowing brilliantly. The teleportation array has appeared, everyone rush in. Hearing this, you move without regard for others, heading straight for the nearest teleportation array. You have entered the dungeon operations department. The objective is to slay 100 silver moon wolves, with a B-grade rating, and earn a special B-grade reward. Slay 500 silver moon wolves, with a B-grade rating, and earn exclusive rewards, within a time limit of 10 hours. At this moment, you are standing in a dark valley. The next second, you hear a wolf howl in the distance, accompanied by a sharp and piercing cry. A massive, majestic giant wolf appears before you. It is a 100-year silver moon wolf, level 11. In terms of individual strength, the silver moon wolf is actually weaker than the ground-shattering bear, but they are pack animals and always hunt in groups. Thus, the threat they pose is far greater than that of a single ground-shattering bear. As a result, every year, many dancers are injured or even killed in Silver Moon Valley. This silver moon wolf is incredibly fast. In an instant, it lunges at you, clawing towards your throat with astonishing speed. In response to the wolf's attack, you casually swipe your hand, and the silver moon wolf before you explodes into a mist of blood, killed in a single punch. Others might be shocked, but your face shows no change. After all, before your martial spirit evolved to Ultra S level, you could easily kill stronger ground-shattering bears. A few more silver moon wolves charge out from the mountains. You gaze coldly and casually throw a few punches. All the silver moon wolves fall into a pool of blood. In just a few moments, you earn 50 experience points. At this rate, killing 100 will level you up to 12, but with 100 kills, you could also complete the dungeon. Time slips by quietly. After 2 hours, you successfully slay 100 silver moon wolves, meeting the minimum dungeon completion requirement. Now, as long as you leave the dungeon, you will be listed on the completion leaderboard, and you'll be the first on the secret list. Killing 100 in 2 hours is unprecedented. At this point, you have also reached level 12, and your spirit power has increased significantly. Meanwhile, a pack of larger wolves with slightly golden fur on their foreheads appears. These are golden moon wolves, 180 years old, level 15, with a spirit power of 3,500. These attributes are enough to shred even the ground-shattering bear, and as soon as the golden moon wolves appear, there are more than 50 of them, all baring their teeth and glaring fiercely. With so many of them glaring at you, even killing one with a punch will require considerable effort. In the next second, you stop hesitating and directly use the martial 9 thunder symbol. With a thunderous boom, dozens of lightning bolts crash down from the sky. All the golden moon wolves below are instantly struck down, and slaying 50 level 15 star beasts grants you 750 experience points. This 9 thunder symbol skill is incredibly useful. Not only is it powerful, but with a single strike, it can summon 81 thunders. It causes immense area damage, making it a monster-slaying artifact. After that, you continue to battle in the dungeon for 5 hours, and you have reached level 14. You have slain 500 golden moon wolves in 4 hours and 50 minutes, currently completing the dungeon and achieving your challenge. The Silver Moon Guardian Pendant is a special item that requires identification at the Dancers Guild before it can be used. Generally, equipment that requires identification comes with a skill. You are very curious about the skill of this pendant. However, it's about time to leave the dungeon. Now that you've accumulated 40,000 evolution points, you can take the opportunity to enhance your abilities before leaving. By consuming a total of 30,000 evolution points, your first soul ring evolves into a 10,000-year 7-colored deer, increasing the damage immunity of the protective domain to 20% and significantly enhancing all attributes. By consuming 10,000 evolution points, your thunder evolves into an S-level heavenly thunder symbol, summoning lightning every 10 minutes and causing 10 times the damage, while maintaining the 9 thunder method, adding 2,000 spirit power. At this moment, your spirit power has also increased to 15,000, and each of the 5 blessings you possess is top tier in this world. However, that's not your primary concern. With the first star ring upgraded to 10,000 years, you can now additionally equip another attribute blessing. Unfortunately, the existence of star beasts in the dungeon is quite special. They disappear upon death, leaving no soul and cannot be coalesced into a star ring. Otherwise, if the souls of the 500 golden moon wolves you killed could be sold, you'd be rich. At this moment, a furious wolf howl suddenly echoes, and you look up. In the distance, on the cliff, an enormous figure appears in the moonlight, gradually becoming clear. It is the Silver Moon Wolf King, a 300-year-old normal boss at level 21. Seeing this, you are astonished. Is this still a level 15 dungeon? A star beast of 300 years possesses extremely powerful skills. Even a team of 100 level 15 martial lions would be easily crushed by a 300-year-old star beast, capable of killing them all in an instant. However, entering the dungeon is not mandatory. You can exit at any time before the battle begins. Determine whether to challenge the currently triggered hidden S-level objective. At this moment, a prompt sounds near you. You feel a flash in your eyes. With your current strength, you can fight, and you accept the challenge. As you accept the challenge, you hear the Silver Moon Wolf King roar angrily and, in the blink of an eye, lunges at you. You react quickly, jumping back to evade. The massive body of the Silver Moon Wolf King crashes heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then you continuously unleash the heavenly thunder symbol, and dozens of lightning bolts crash down simultaneously upon the Silver Moon Wolf King. No matter how fast he is, he can't evade such a dense barrage. In just moments, he is severely injured, his health dropping by half. The next second, you hear a wolf howl, and the dense dark clouds in the night sky disperse, revealing a full moon. At the same time, a dazzling glow erupts from his body, continuously rising, and his spirit power fluctuates. It eventually stabilizes at 15,000 points, but while his spirit power rises, his health drops, quickly falling to 2,800 points. He actually goes into a fury. After becoming enraged, the Silver Moon Wolf King's speed and strength are enhanced, making his attacks even more threatening. Seeing this, you no longer hesitate and directly summon the protective domain using the 7-colored deer star ring, followed by a serene light enveloping you. After evolving, the protective domain grants 20% damage immunity. Within this domain, the Silver Moon Wolf King's attacks and fury are no different from before. After going berserk, the Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes reveal a bloodthirsty gaze. He leaps into the domain and strikes at you with a single paw. However, before he can even touch you, you send him flying with a punch, minus 200 damage. He actually managed to neutralize your full force punch. As a result, at the moment of impact, the Silver Moon Wolf King evades with extreme speed, leading him to only suffer a slight injury. The next second, you strike again, engaging in battle with the Silver Moon Wolf King. Both you and the wolf are incredibly fast, exchanging blows in the blink of an eye. During the fight, you seize an opportunity while the Silver Moon Wolf King gasps and unleash the Heavenly Thunder Axe again. A massive surge of thunder strikes towards him, piercing through his heart and reducing his remaining health to 0. The power of the Heavenly Thunder symbol far exceeds that of the Nine Thunder, but its drawback is its smaller range, making it possible to be blocked. That's why you saved it for last, waiting for the Silver Moon Wolf King to show an opening before using it. You have slain the level 21 star beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King, earning 2,000 experience points. At this moment, you have also reached level 15, completing the S-level challenge of slaying the hidden boss, Music Wolf King. You receive the exclusive S-level reward from Silver Moon Valley. The special 5-piece moonlight allows you to move with incredible lightness, enhancing your speed. Using the power of moonlight, you can also walk in the air and possess the ability to automatically evade by sensing movements. This type of 5-piece outfit is extremely rare, obtainable only through special means, and it is bound to the recipient, making it non-tradable. Special blessings have no rank and cannot be evolved, but just the passive abilities described above are enough to make anyone go crazy. Without hesitation, you directly embed it into the 7-colored deer star ring, making it your third blessing. The moment you wear it, you feel significantly lighter. Then you directly use the power of moonlight, and with just a gentle leap, you begin to walk in the air. Oh wow! You can't help but show a look of surprise. Generally, one needs to reach the master level to hover briefly in the air, yet you are only at the martial master level. As the dungeon closes, you are teleported back to Dongshan. When you look up, you find that the area is crowded with people, almost blocking the entire training ground. At this moment, a man in red walks straight up to you. He pats your shoulder, appearing quite familiar. Good kid, Xiaoyan, surely didn't misjudge you. This is the leader of the Flame Alliance. At this time, Xiaoyan only heard Tang Chen introducing Li Wenyan. Suddenly enlightened, I quickly cupped my hands and bowed to him. Senior Xiao, I have long admired your great name. The Great Summer Dynasty, in addition to the Warrior Guild, is also occupied by various forces such as the War God Temple, Yen Meng, and the Five Elements sect, throughout the entire Great Hero. They all belong to the official heroes, but their disciples are relatively free, which can be considered a place to cultivate spirit masters. In general, only the military will ask for the help of experts from third-party forces when they encounter tricky situations. Old Yen, you old rascal, do you also want to compete with me for people? I tell you, he must join our military. Suddenly, another sound of a high crane came, and a middle-aged man in a military officer's uniform walked over. The commander of the Dongji City Watch Army, Xiao Yan, saw this. His expression changed, and he suddenly turned to look at the middle-aged man, a hint of dissatisfaction and anger flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yanzi, what do you mean? If you're going to snatch someone, at least follow the order of arrival. Besides, what's wrong with your military? Last time you encountered moisture, didn't you come to me, Yen Meng, for help? Lu Yanwen listened to this and also had a face full of anger, responding to old Ghost Yen without backing down. Don't go too far. Last time you just snatched someone right under my nose. Our military needs talent, and I must take this child away today. At this moment, the two people are arguing incessantly, completely disregarding their image, with flushed faces and thick necks, neither side giving in. As their arguing grew louder, the people around also cast curious glances. This makes you feel a bit amused and helpless, not expecting that someone who was advised to withdraw from the academy would unexpectedly become a sought-after treasure, even being personally contested by two master-level big shots. Just when the two were arguing fiercely, Tang Chen gently coughed and said, "You two are competing for someone, shouldn't you also consider the child's opinion first?" After listening to Tang Chen's words, the two of them barely stopped. Once they stopped, you finally spoke to thank the two seniors for their appreciation. However, I am a graduate who was expelled from Dongji Academy, and my only goal now is to participate in this year's exam to prove myself. so I currently have no intention of joining any organization. Xia Yanwen immediately snorted coldly, looking like she was sharing the same hatred with you. Expelled from Dongji Academy, that old beast must be blind. Don't worry, I'll take charge for you. As long as you join my alliance, I'll immediately take you to his office and pull out all his beard. At this moment, Lu Yan also put forward his conditions. To join my watchman army, I directly ordered to shell his office. You are thinking about how these two big shots are so unreliable, but you can only explain. I appreciate the goodwill of the two seniors, but right now, I just want to go to the prestigious academy in the capital for further studies. After I graduate, I will consider my options for alliances. At this moment, they also calmed down and considered your identity. At this age, you are just a student. As a student, of course, academics are the most important. Well, after you graduate, I hope you will prioritize us, the King of Hell, and our watchman. After you thanked them one by one, you finally saw the two of them off. Then, under Tang Cheng's leadership, they arrived at the Dancers Guild, and he began to speak, saying that the test was imminent. I happen to know a big shot in the capital who is coming for an inspection soon. I can help introduce you, and if possible, let him secure a spot for you. After all, that is also my alma mater, and I sincerely hope to have outstanding students like you. Qin Xuan is an internally designated disciple of the 4 major academies in the imperial capital. Those who are internally designated also need to participate in the national examination in the imperial capital, but they are naturally endowed with resurrection armor. Even if eliminated in the national examination, one can still enter the 4 universities to study, just with less preferential treatment in rankings, so this reserved quota is equivalent to a form of protection. To prevent some geniuses from being eliminated due to bad luck and missing the opportunity to enter the 4 major academies, generally speaking, anyone who hears this condition will not refuse. However, you shook your head. If I fail the national exam, then I am not worthy of entering the 4 major academies. So confident, you little guy really surprised me. Tang Chen laughed after hearing this. Also, you broke the S-level record. According to the rules, as the representative of the Dancers Guild, I will award you 100,000 official rewards. After deducting the 10,000 for credit overdraft, you now have 90,000 spirit coins in your card. Thank you, Tang Lao. After you finished thanking, you immediately went to the front desk to get it appraised. Equip Music Guardian Greatest Skill, when worn, gain 10% damage immunity. This immunity is stackable. With the protective domain, I can gain a total of 30% rice damage, which is almost close to 1/3. 6 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, you have been in other dungeons. At this point, you have leveled up to level 17, and it is also time to register for the trial exam. After you finished filling out the registration information, you returned to the villa, and when you got home, you found that Tanya was not at home. The lights in the hall were still on, and you thought to yourself about Tanya's carelessness, then pushed open your own door and walked in. The scene that comes into view is unexpectedly a stunningly beautiful woman sitting on the bed changing clothes. When she saw you for a moment, she was like a startled rabbit, quickly hugging her clothes in front of herself. Seeing this, you can't help but exclaim how truly white it is. Immediately, a slipper flew into his face. Whoosh! The moonlight talisman flickered, and before Su Feng could react, he automatically turned his head to dodge. What a great automatic evasion! Su Feng thought to himself, his sensitivity was at its peak. Whoosh! The next moment, he saw a woman wielding a long sword rushing towards him. Su Feng's eyelids twitched wildly. She was coming at him with a lethal move. Did she take him for a lecture? Are you even going to be reasonable? Facing the woman's swift strike, Su Feng barely managed to evade using the moonlight talisman, his expression now filled with anger. He had already guessed that the woman was Tang, his roommate. However, Su Feng hadn't expected her to return so suddenly today, and besides, she hadn't locked the door while changing clothes. Could he really be blamed for that? Humph. You were caught red-handed. How do you plan to deny it? The woman sneered, showing no signs of backing down. Yet, she was secretly astonished. During their confrontation, she had assessed that this person before her was probably only at a level of a dozen or so. As a master herself, she was surprised that she couldn't take him down with a single strike, realizing that Su Feng was not simple. Generally, someone with such strength wouldn't act like a petty thief, and since she had just returned to Dongji City, such a coincidence seemed unlikely. This was also why she hadn't continued her attack. She wanted to see how Su Feng would explain himself. Just then, the front door downstairs suddenly opened, and Tanya walked in, looking up to see the scene before her. Oh, you two have met. Ah, what's going on here? My bad, I should have given you a heads up. After Tanya's explanation, Su Feng and the woman finally understood that it was a misunderstanding. This is my best friend, Lin Aoshue, a student from the Star Academy, one of the 4 major academies in the capital. This is Su Feng, a student from Dongji Academy, but he has dropped out. By the way, he is also the record holder for the S-level clearance. Tanya introduced them to each other. The one who achieved the S-level clearance is him? Lin Aoshue was slightly surprised. After returning to Dongji City, she had received a recommendation from Tang Chen, wanting her to give Su Feng a reserved spot. An S-level clearance record naturally warranted a reserved spot, but she hadn't expected that Su Feng would actually refuse it. This piqued her curiosity about the young man, though she hadn't anticipated that they would meet in such a way. Alright, to clear up this misunderstanding, let me treat you both to a big dinner at a Western restaurant tonight, Tanya mediated. After receiving nods from both, she drove them to the largest 5-star restaurant in the city center of Dongji. Just as Su Feng left the VIP room to go downstairs to the restroom, he noticed Wangu was ordering food with her friend. Wangu naturally saw Su Feng and immediately scoffed, walking over with a look of disdain in her eyes. Su Feng, you country bumpkin think you deserve to be here? Did you sneak in? Waiter, where's the waiter? I suspect there's a thief mixed in here. What is your security doing? Wangu shouted, her voice sharp and grating, drawing the attention of the entire restaurant. At that moment, Wang Hui's loud outburst caused the surrounding guests to look over and point at Su Feng. Seeing Wang Hui throwing a tantrum, Su Feng didn't get angry immediately. Instead, he squinted his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, as if he were watching a show. At this time, a waiter jogged over with a professional smile on his face. Ma'am, how can I assist you? I suspect this person is a thief. Just look at his shabby appearance. He can't possibly afford to eat here, Wang Hui said, pointing at Su Feng, her tone filled with disdain and mockery. Well, I just checked, and this gentleman indeed has a reservation. You say he's a thief. May I ask what evidence you have to prove that? Wang Hui sneered. Evidence? Why don't you ask him if he has any money on him? As far as I know, he doesn't even have a place to stay right now. You can check his wallet to see if he can afford the minimum consumption at this restaurant. Upon hearing this, Su Feng calmly replied, she's not wrong. I really don't have a single cent on me. Seeing Su Feng admit it voluntarily, the waiter couldn't help but scratch his face, revealing an awkward expression. This meant that Wang Hui was right. The young man in front of them truly couldn't afford the minimum consumption. However, at this moment, Su Feng changed his tone and smiled. Although I don't have a single cent, someone is treating me. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She pointed at Su Feng and mocked, You? Look in the mirror and see what you look like. Who would invite a useless person like you to dinner? Wang Hui crossed her arms, adopting a condescending posture, her face full of disdain and contempt. During this time, she had been immersed in the joy of awakening her A-level martial spirit and being earmarked by the Provincial Elite Academy, spending Qin Xuan's money everywhere, so she hadn't paid much attention to outside news. Naturally, she didn't know about Su Feng clearing the S-level dungeon. At this moment, she still thought Su Feng was a useless person who hadn't even awakened his martial spirit, unworthy of her attention. Just then, Wang Hui's best friend also walked over. She was also a student from Dongji Academy and recognized Su Feng. She spoke up, Su Feng, you should leave quickly and stop bothering Wang Hui. She's already been noticed by the Provincial Elite Academy. You're no longer in the same world as her. Don't think about a toad wanting to eat swan meat. As she spoke, a commotion erupted in the restaurant. He's actually been earmarked by the Provincial Academy. He must be a top genius. Daring to offend such a genius, does this restaurant want to go out of business? Hearing these exclamations, Wang Hui wore a proud expression and then looked at the trembling waiter, coldly commanding, Did you hear that? If you want to keep your job, call your manager. Yes. The waiter, upon hearing this, hurriedly took out his phone. In less than 5 minutes, a man in a suit pushed the door open and entered. Hello, esteemed guests. I am the manager of this restaurant. I apologize for the disturbance to your meal. It's our oversight. I will have him thrown out immediately. As soon as the man entered, he kept bowing to Wang Hui and her friend. At this moment, he was secretly cursing Su Feng, having already cursed him 800 times. Before coming over, he had a rough understanding of the situation. This kid was really unlucky. Why did he have to provoke these two ladies? They were both high-achieving students earmarked by the Provincial Academy. People of this caliber had countless forces wanting to curry favor with them. If he really angered them, his own restaurant might suffer the consequences. Are you sure you want to throw me out? Looking at the other party's indiscriminate attitude, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. A mere spot at the Provincial Academy could make this guy so sycophantic? If he knew that Su Feng had just rejected an earmarked spot from one of the 4 top academies in the capital, he wouldn't know what to think. It's you I want to throw out. If you're smart, you'll bow 10 times to this lady and then immediately get out of my hotel. Who do you plan to throw out? Just then, a cold voice came over. The hotel manager turned to see Lin Aoshue walking over with Tanya. Lin Aoshue was dressed in a black leather dress, exuding a cold and stunning aura. They had waited in the private room for over 10 minutes without seeing Su Feng return, and the two realized something might have happened, so they decided to go downstairs to check. To their surprise, they witnessed the scene before them. Lin, Miss Lin, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Aoshue, the hotel manager's expression instantly turned flustered. As the hotel manager, he had seen many things and immediately recognized Lin Aoshue as the one from the capital. However, he never expected Lin Aoshue to stand up for Su Feng, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Who is this vixen? What business do you have with Su Feng? Wangu scoffed while sizing up Lin Aoshue. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a beautiful woman, with an exquisitely shaped oval face and an ethereal presence. She looked like a fairy stepped out of a painting. Wangu couldn't help but feel inferior the moment she laid eyes on Lin Aoshue. Judging by Lin Aoshue's attire, she must be from a wealthy family. A twinge of jealousy rose in Wang Hui's heart. She couldn't accept that such a perfect woman stood beside Su Feng. She had thought Su Feng would be downcast after leaving her, but unexpectedly, he had found someone even better in no time. Slap! Before Lin Aoshue could speak, the hotel manager stepped forward and slapped Wang Hui across the face. You dare hit me? Who do you think you are? Suddenly struck, Wang Hui covered her swollen cheek, her expression one of disbelief, her eyes filled with resentment. She never expected the person before her would dare to lay a hand on her, especially in front of so many people. After all, she was an awakened A-level martial spirit, a genius favored by the Provincial Academy, an incredibly dazzling presence. Yet now, a mere manager had the audacity to strike her. How could he dare? Was he not afraid? I'm hitting you. However, in response to Wang Hui's question, the hotel manager was quite resolute. He then walked over to Lin Aoshue with a fawning expression, carefully saying, Miss Lin, we didn't know this lady was your friend. I apologize to your friend and will have them thrown out immediately. What do you plan to do? At this moment, Lin Aoshue looked at Su Feng. Just have them thrown out. Su Feng waved his hand, feeling that even looking at them was bad luck. It can't be that simple. They caused a ruckus in the hotel, which is a disturbance to public order. I suspect there are unsavory connections behind her. Lin Aoshue narrowed her eyes and lightly clapped her hands. In the next moment, a group of security personnel armed with batons rushed in, numbering over 10, surrounding the entire hotel tightly. Seeing this scene, Wang Hui understood that the hotel manager's complete change in attitude was due to Lin Aoshue. Who exactly was this woman? At that moment, her face showed a hint of panic as she shouted sharply, No, you can't arrest me. I'm Qin Chuan's woman. Let's see who dares to touch me. At this point, she still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that as long as she mentioned Qin Chuan's name, these people would surely not dare to touch her and would have to treat her with utmost respect. After all, Qin Chuan was the young master of the Eastern Extreme Academy, and just that identity placed him at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in the entire Eastern Extreme City. However, what she never expected was that these security personnel completely ignored her threat, not even acknowledging her, and directly pulled out cold handcuffs to tightly restrain her. The hotel manager looked at her with eyes full of indifference and disdain, as if he were looking at a dead person. Qin Chuan? At that moment, Lin Aoshue slightly raised her gaze and calmly instructed, The Eastern Extreme Academy is suspected of harboring and shielding students. I suggest a thorough investigation. Yes. With a crisp and decisive response, Wang Hui immediately took a few steps back in shock. She never expected that moving away from the support of Dongji Academy would be of no help. Not only that, but even Qin Chuan would be implicated in the investigation. Who exactly was this woman? However, Wang Hui was destined to never find out, as she and her best friend were taken away by the police car as soon as they stepped outside. What awaited her next was intense interrogation. After this commotion, the group lost their appetite and hurried home. Su Feng went to bed early, preparing for the martial arts exam the next day. Late at night, when Wang Hui and her friend were brought out from behind the iron bars, the homeroom teacher wore a grim expression. You two really don't make things easy. With the entrance exam approaching, you've left a criminal record, and the provincial authorities have already started an investigation on you. How could this happen? Wang Hui's face immediately showed panic upon hearing this. She never thought that her attempt to trip Su Feng would affect her future. What is her true identity? The homeroom teacher fell silent for a moment, then sighed, It's very sensitive. You two should avoid provoking Su Feng. He's not simple. We just received news that he has awakened his martial spirit for the second time and cleared the Silver Moon Valley with an S rank, breaking the record that has stood for 100 years. Even the 4 major academies in the imperial capital have extended olive branches to him. S rank clearance? How is that possible? Wang Hui's eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew very well how difficult it was to achieve an S-rank clearance. In the entire history of Dongji City, there had only been a handful of S-rank records, and they were all for level 5 to 10 dungeons, not to mention a level 15 dungeon like Silver Moon Valley. This was the first time someone had achieved an S-rank clearance for a dungeon above level 10. She wasn't shocked by the news of Su Feng's second awakening, but she couldn't believe the S-rank clearance. This was S-rank. Only Qin Xuan could possibly achieve that, right? Has he already become a designated disciple of the 4 major academies in the imperial capital? Wang Hui's face was filled with despair. She never expected that the frog in the well she had spoken of would sprout wings and soar out of the valley, even leaving her behind. He refused. The homeroom teacher shook his head, and that was what surprised him. After all, the 4 major academies in the imperial capital were the top institutions in the entire Great Xia. No one had the courage to turn down their invitation, but Su Feng did. Refused? Wang Hui sneered, truly a fool. At this moment, her eyes flickered. As long as Qin Xuan eliminated him in the national exam, he would lose the chance to enter the 4 major academies, and he would still be that bug, unable to rise for the rest of his life. The next day, early in the morning, Su Feng arrived at the examination site, the martial arts playground of Dongji Academy. Local candidates from Dongji City, whether from Dongji Academy or social candidates, all had their assessment points at the martial arts playground. Because there were simply too many candidates each year, with nearly 100,000 just from Dongji City, no venue could accommodate so many martial artists competing at the same time. Therefore, the city exam used a simulated examination environment, meaning everyone would be transported to an artificial virtual space for assessment. This virtual world was also created by simulating dungeons, essentially replicating them 1:1. This way, candidates from various towns could take the exam locally. At this moment, Su Feng was assigned a simulation helmet, and once he put it on, the world before him became blurry. Ding! Detecting candidates' martial spirit, star ring, and martial talisman. Simulating candidates' abilities, in the next moment, his virtual form appeared on a vast grassland. As the simulation completed, Su Feng felt his body. The Super S giant ape was simulated, but he wasn't sure if it was because the level was too high or if the Academy's simulation helmet equipment was too poor. It seemed to be slightly smaller in size. At this moment, his 18,000 spiritual power value was displayed as being compressed to 10,000 points. This simulation helmet is a bit lacking, Su Feng thought to himself, but it didn't matter. Even if his strength was halved, he could still dominate the city exam. He didn't realize that all of this was because his intensity was too high, surpassing the limits that the simulation helmet could bear. In fact, Dongji Academy used a low-grade simulation helmet, with a maximum limit of 10,000 spiritual power. Even if a deity wore it, it wouldn't change the vehicle's limit. At this time, in a corner of the playground, 2 young men shot a fierce glare in Su Feng's direction before putting on their helmets. These 2 were Qin Xuan's trusted subordinates, Zhang Feiyan and Han Fei. Before setting off, they had received a special message from Qin Xuan, ordering them to ambush Su Feng during the city exam and ensure he was eliminated, losing his chance to enter a higher academy. Ding! There are a total of 4,500 candidates in this examination hall, and 10 examination halls have been automatically generated. You have been assigned to Hall No. 10. A reminder sounded in Su Feng's ears. For 1,500 people, 10 examination halls, which meant there were over 400 people in each hall. As for the examination hall maps, each was generated according to a template, with no differences, only the 400-plus candidates on each map being different. Ding! The duration of this assessment is 48 hours. During the assessment, you may use personal items. Current objectives: 1. Hunt 10 star beasts of level 5 or above, score recorded as D grade, no results. 2. Hunt 20 star beasts of level 8 or above, score recorded as C grade, no results. 3. Hunt 50 star beasts of level 10 or above, score recorded as B grade, with ranking determining the quota for higher academies. 4. Hunt 100 star beasts of level 15 or above, score recorded as a grade, obtain a provincial higher academy quota. Special, for star beasts above level 15, each one hunted earns 10 points. The top 1,000 in the province with 5,000 points will qualify for the national exam. Note, candidates can form teams, points will be shared equally, and defeating other candidates allows you to plunder half their points. The loser is eliminated. At this moment, the regional channel was filled with team recruitment messages. Level 15 warrior, the team already has a healer, assassin, and mage, looking for a warrior to lead. Level 16 mage, aiming for 10,000 points, seeking team members. Su Feng noticed that those posting recruitment were mostly social candidates. This was quite normal, as academy students had already found their teammates before the exam. 5,000 points. That means I need to kill at least 500 level 15 star beasts to make the list. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he immediately began searching for targets. The outskirts of the map were mostly low-level star beasts, and Su Feng didn't linger, heading straight into the depths. At this moment, Su Feng used the moonstep, walking through the air, ignoring the mountainous terrain, and in just a short while, he arrived deep inside. Su Feng looked at the more than 20 star beasts and smiled faintly, still a bit lacking. After saying that, he decided to add a little more fire. Bang! He clasped his hands together, instantly unleashing a bolt of thunder that exploded among the star beasts. This action naturally enraged the star beasts, and they immediately roared and chased after Su Feng. 13. Still not enough, Su Feng thought to himself, maintaining a distance while gliding through the air, evading the star beasts behind him, while also searching for other targets. 10 minutes later, Su Feng had already attracted around 70 to 80 star beasts behind him. Such a massive number, with dozens of star beasts charging, caused the entire valley to tremble, and the surrounding trees were knocked down. What happened? Whoa! Who is it in front that attracted so many star beasts? Are they crazy? This guy probably doesn't want to live anymore. At this moment, the spiritual warriors near the valley also discovered the large army of star beasts, and as they watched the scene of hundreds of beasts charging, their eyelids began to twitch. Almost there, Su Feng thought to himself, suddenly stopping in his tracks. At the same time, the group of star beasts behind him also halted, baring their teeth at Su Feng. However, the next moment, as over 100 bolts of lightning crashed down, the group of star beasts instantly turned into a puff of white smoke. What a pity, in the simulation map, killing star beasts doesn't grant experience. Su Feng shook his head, otherwise, with his efficiency, he could have leveled up several times in 2 days. In an instant, after killing 80 star beasts, Su Feng's points soared to 800. He continued to search for his next target. He could use the moonstep, giving him a significant advantage in finding star beasts. However, even so, the speed of gathering monsters couldn't keep up with the cooldown of his 9 Thunder Talisman. At this moment, Su Feng was like a locust, leaving no star beast behind in his wake. An hour later, in Dongji City, the leaderboard finally displayed the first name. Look, there's a name. So fast? It's only been an hour, and someone already has 5,000 points? I remember in the last competition, it was the second day before anyone made the list. This is too exaggerated. Is he even human? Quick, see whose name it is. Soon, the first line of names appeared on the list. Su Feng, social exam candidate, points 5,300. It's actually Su Feng. The moment they saw the name, an uproar erupted on the playground. Most of them were students from Dongji Academy, and of course, they had heard of Su Feng's name. After all, he was previously known as a top talent, a once-in-a-century genius, overshadowing his peers. Who would have thought that on the day of his martial spirit awakening, he would awaken a useless martial soul, falling from grace overnight and being expelled from the academy, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. His villa was confiscated, his ex-girlfriend broke up with him, and he was trampled by Qin Xuan. Everything seemed to tell everyone that he was a waste. Who would have guessed that today, he would make a stunning comeback, directly appearing at the top of the leaderboard? Dongji City is probably going to change. Not just Dongji City, it seems we produced a monster in Dongyun Province. At this moment, someone sighed. He wasn't wrong. If Su Feng could maintain this rate of point increase, becoming the provincial champion would be a piece of cake. If only they knew that Su Feng's current strength was still suppressed by half. In his prime, he was far more terrifying than this. Great! Xiao Chen made the list. In the crowd, Tanya looked at the name on the leaderboard with joy, her eyes sparkling. This guy is surprisingly strong. Lin Aoshua thought to herself. Su Feng's strength once again exceeded her expectations. She just hoped that on the day of the national exam, he could bring her a surprise and at least make it into the top 1,000. It wasn't that Lin Aoshua looked down on Su Feng, it was just that she knew how terrifying the monsters in the imperial capital were. Look, it's moving again. At this moment, the onlookers outside exclaimed once more. Everyone turned to see that Su Feng's points had increased again, directly adding 810 points. Hiss! An increase of 800 points at once. Did this guy just instantaneously kill over 80 level 15 star beasts? How is that possible? Not to mention killing those star beasts in such a short time, just gathering them wouldn't be that fast. I also don't believe anyone can instantaneously kill over 80 star beasts. Is he cheating? Report! I want to report cheating. Just then, a wave of protests suddenly erupted in the examination hall. Countless onlookers expressed their dissatisfaction, unanimously believing that Su Feng was a tech player, using hacks to rack up points. The protests in the examination hall surged one after another, and it seemed the situation was about to spiral out of control. Even the teachers from Dongji Academy responsible for maintaining order couldn't help but furrow their brows. In their eyes, it appeared that Su Feng was indeed engaging in cheating. One of them said, "Let's apply for broadcasting permission from above. If the situation is true, this could calm everyone's anger. If it's false, then we can just stop his assessment and nullify his scores." Since this exam was being monitored by officials sent from the province, only the provincial authorities had the broadcasting rights. Upon receiving the request, the invigilators quickly responded, projecting the footage from the examination room onto the large screen on the playground. The screen clearly displayed Su Feng's figure, leisurely walking in the low air, wearing a calm expression. What is that? Holy crap! Air walking? Impossible! This kid is just a martial master. How could he be doing something only a Grandmaster can do? You seem to have forgotten, he recently achieved the S-rank first clear of Silver Moon Valley. According to the rules, the first clear of each dungeon grants a unique reward, and this is probably it. So envious. I wonder if he can take a girl flying. If he can, that would be so cool. At this moment, Lin Aoshua stared blankly at Su Feng on the screen, honestly wishing she could experience the feeling of walking in the air. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Hiss! You guys look, that guy behind him." Everyone turned their heads, their eyes glued to the screen. As the footage switched, the scene behind Su Feng was clearly revealed. To everyone's shock, there were actually 60 or 70 star beasts tightly chasing after him. These star beasts were enormous, and each step they took caused the ground to tremble. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass was left untrampled. Hiss! Am I dreaming? Someone murmured in astonishment. Who brings dozens of star beasts at once? Others are hunting, he's going to stock up. A wave of gasps erupted in the hall, as everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Su Feng walked alone in front, his slender figure contrasting sharply with the dozens of raging beasts behind him, creating an incredibly powerful visual impact. I don't believe he can kill so many star beasts by himself. If he can kill these star beasts alone, I'll eat my words. Little glutton. Soon, a wave of skepticism arose from the crowd. Although Su Feng demonstrated his monster drawing technique, no one believed he could defeat so many star beasts alone. However, in the next moment, Su Feng slowly turned around, looking at the camera drone, revealing a calm smile. Then, a sky full of lightning streaked across the heavens, like fierce dragons with bared fangs and claws pouncing toward the ground. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, dense as raindrops, instantly obliterating the star beasts on the field. The sight immediately drew gasps of amazement. Holy crap! Nani? Omega? Am I dreaming? 80 level 15 star beasts, just like that? Is this still human? If we compare it with a different metric, doesn't it mean he can casually kill 1/5 of the candidates in the examination hall with a single strike? What kind of comparison is that? Other candidates struggled for minutes to kill a single level 15 star beast. In contrast, Su Feng merely raised his hand, and 80 of them turned to dust. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, Su Feng's score had already accumulated to 50,000 points, and by now, no other candidate had made it onto the leaderboard. This meant that Su Feng's monster-killing efficiency exceeded everyone else's by 10 times. At this moment, the spectators below had become numb, as Su Feng was simply too monstrous. Wherever he passed, not a single star beast was left. He was practically a humanoid beast harvesting machine. The dean's office. At this moment, the provincial supervisor in charge of the exam was also shocked. He emotionally pointed at Su Feng and said, "Old Qin, which class is this? Your academy actually has such a genius hidden away? Thanks to him, after this exam, Dongji Academy's ranking will surely rise." However, upon hearing his words, Dean Qin Shou's face darkened. Humph, just a clever trick. This kid is not worthy of being a student at Dongji Academy. Hearing this, the provincial supervisor immediately understood. It seemed that Qin Shou had some grudge against the genius youth on the screen. This old man was truly shallow and short-sighted. However, he only thought this in his heart and did not say it out loud, as it was not his concern, and he had to give some face on Qin Shou's territory. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and by midnight, Su Feng's score had already surpassed 100,000. Finally, the second person to make the leaderboard appeared, Zheng Feiyang. Finally broke through 5,000 points. I should be on the list now. Zheng Feiyang stood on the hillside, with a level 15 Earthshatter bear lying at his feet. After a hard day of battling fierce beasts, he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath. Now that he had reached 5,000 points, he confidently opened the leaderboard. However, 2 names appeared at once, causing him to pause slightly. What the hell? Someone is faster than me? Let me see who it is. Zheng Feiyang focused his gaze, and the name became increasingly familiar, clearly reading Su Feng. And behind him, the score column displayed a long string of numbers, forming a stark contrast with his 4-digit score. Impossible. I don't believe it. This kid must be cheating. Zhang Feiyang's face showed anger. He naturally did not believe that Su Feng could hunt star beasts faster than he could. During this time, he had consumed a large number of experience pills to raise his level to 18, while Su Feng, after being expelled, had problems even with food and lodging. Where would he get the money to buy experience pills? He could only rely on grinding dungeons day and night to level up, and in Zhang Feiyang's understanding, relying solely on dungeon experience could not possibly be faster than his own. So in his view, Su Feng was definitely cheating. No, I need to contact Han Fei quickly and crush this kid, Zhang Feiyang thought to himself. The urgent matter was still to complete the task assigned by Qin Xuan. Early morning, Su Feng stretched and jumped down from the tree. While everyone else had been battling all night, Su Feng had simply lain in the tree and enjoyed a good sleep. The teachers monitoring the exam had nothing to say about this. After all, with Su Feng's current score, he had already crushed the competition beyond meaning. Not just crushing Dongji City, but the entire Dongyun province's 100 cities. Even if his score no longer increased, the provincial champion was already reserved for him. At this moment, Su Feng's first action was to open the leaderboard and check it out. Oh, not bad, 3 more names have appeared. Su Feng thought to himself, noticing that Zhang Feiyang, in second place, had reached 10,000 points. If it weren't for him, Zhang Feiyang would definitely have taken first place in the city this year, but unfortunately, he had encountered Su Feng. Run! Not good. It's an 18-level boss, Abyssal Tree Demon. At that moment, a cry for help came from the distance. It's actually a boss. Su Feng thought to himself. Because this was a simulated world, there were naturally bosses present, and bosses could be said to be the highlights of the simulated world. Killing ordinary monsters only yielded points, but killing a boss could grant random rewards. After exiting the virtual world, the creator of the simulated world, the main god system, would automatically distribute the items to reality. However, the boss's health had increased tenfold, making it nearly impossible to kill a boss with just one person's strength. To enhance competitiveness, a mechanism for boss finishing blows was added to allocate ownership. Generally speaking, if a boss appears in the exam room, everyone will work together to deal with it, ultimately competing for the final blow. Lucky me. A smile crept onto Su Feng's lips. The probability of a boss appearing was extremely low, and he never expected to encounter one himself. An 18-level Abyssal Tree Demon, the looted dropped would definitely be of high quality, perhaps even rare treasures. Look, this guy actually encountered a boss. On the playground, a crowd of spectators saw the scene through the screen broadcast. Quick, look, they're heading towards the boss. He doesn't plan to take it on solo, does he? The boss's health is 10 times the normal. Do you think it would be strange for him to solo a boss? That's true, I've gotten used to it. At this moment, they were completely convinced by Su Feng's strength. Whatever he did now would not surprise them. Xiao Chen, go for it. Tanya's eyes sparkled softly as she silently clasped her hands together, praying for Su Feng. Abyssal Tree Demon normal BOSS level, LV 18 240 years health points, 30,000 spirit points, 6000. Su Feng looked up, and a 5-meter tall demon tree, its entire body entwined with demonic energy and its branches and leaves withered, loomed before him. Its roots writhed on the ground like octopus tentacles, each as thick as an adult's arm, looking particularly menacing. Its massive canopy resembled a dark cloud hovering above, exuding a rich demonic aura. As it approached step by step, the ground trembled slightly, as if an earthquake were occurring. Su Feng compared it to the Silver Moon Wolf King and found that although its health points were high, its spirit points were only half that of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Just a moving wooden stake, Su Feng thought to himself, leaping into the air and throwing a punch at the Abyssal Tree Demon. Minus 800. With one punch, Su Feng's fist smashed into the trunk, creating a deep pit the size of his fist. With the spirit points limited, my strength has weakened significantly. I can't kill it in one hit. Su Feng shook his head. That punch fell short of his expectations. If the spectators heard Su Feng's thoughts, they would probably go crazy. Killing a normal monster was one thing, but this guy actually wanted to kill a boss? What they didn't know was that if Su Feng were at full power, the Abyssal Tree Demon's 30,000 health points wouldn't withstand a few of his punches. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he formed a hand seal, summoning a bolt of lightning that appeared out of thin air, carrying a terrifying aura as it struck the Abyssal Tree Demon. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the Abyssal Tree Demon lost a third of its health instantly. Whoosh! Immediately after, Su Feng's figure flickered as he continued to strike the Abyssal Tree Demon. As time passed, half an hour later, the Abyssal Tree Demon finally swayed unsteadily, and its massive trunk crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Slain 18-level boss Abyssal Tree Demon. The system notification sounded. At this moment, Su Feng noticed 2 clusters of white light appearing above the abyssal tree demon's corpse. It really dropped something. Su Feng's face lit up with joy as he flashed to the 2 glowing items. With a wave of his hand, the 2 items immediately fell into his grasp. Su Feng examined them closely. One was a golden long staff, adorned with 9 true dragons, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. The other was a star technique. The so-called star technique was a form of magic derived from high-quality star beasts after their death, possessing considerable power, second only to martial talismans. Some special star techniques were even more powerful than martial talismans. As he obtained the 2 items, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Now what he needed was precisely a handy exotic treasure and other means of attack. Otherwise, relying solely on the lightning talisman that could be used once every 10 minutes, his own offensive capabilities were too lacking. Ding! Obtained exotic treasure, 9 dragon staff, star technique, purple extreme demon vine. At this moment, he checked the specific attributes. 9 dragon staff exotic treasure grade, S spirit power, 3000 ability. When used, it can double the attack power. Skill, 9 dragon staff technique, can strike once every half an hour, transforming into 9 golden dragons to attack the opponent, causing 9 times the staff damage. A doubling of staff technique, and the 9 dragon staff technique inflicts 9 times the damage, which means nearly 20 times the damage. Su Feng's eyes flashed. This 9 dragon staff technique was even more ferocious than his thunder talisman. Purple extreme demon vine star technique grade, a spirit power, 1000 skill, can launch a demon vine attack once every hour, sprouting from the ground to bind and restrain the opponent, while also delivering paralyzing toxins. 1 offensive skill and 1 control skill. Su Feng's gaze flickered. These 2 perfectly filled the gaps in his current abilities. With the help of the exotic treasure and star technique, his strength had once again increased. I wasted quite a bit of time just now. I should go hunt some monsters. Su Feng glanced at the leaderboard and couldn't help but frown. After this delay, Zhang Feiyang's score had already reached 11,000, surpassing his own by more than 1/10. This was unacceptable. Unfortunately, I can't let him surpass me by 2 digits. Su Feng shook his head. 11,000 plus 2 digits would mean 100,000, and with only 1 day left, there was simply no time. If Zhang Feiyang knew Su Feng's current thoughts, he would surely be furious. After all his efforts to catch up, this guy still wanted to leave him behind by 2 digits, treating him like he was nothing. Just as Su Feng was about to set off, his gaze suddenly flickered, and he focused on the distance. He saw 2 figures rapidly approaching him. One was tall and the other short. The shorter one was hunched over, resembling a rat, half of his body burrowing into the ground as he rushed towards Su Feng at an incredible speed. The other tall figure was a bald man, standing upright with clearly defined muscles, each step exuding a heavy sense of power, as if the earth itself trembled. The black diamond shield in his hand shimmered with a mysterious light, giving an unshakable feeling of solidity. Su Feng recognized at a glance that the 2 were the silver lightning rat Zhang Feiyang and the black demon shield Chen Fay, and their target was unmistakably him. Su Feng, we come on the orders of young Master Qin to deal with you. Although your score is high, as long as we eliminate you, you will still lose your qualification for the national exam. At this moment, the 2 directly stated their purpose. Qin Chuan? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even sought trouble with him, yet he was already targeting him. Zhang Feiyan, Chen Fay, right? I won't make it difficult for you. If you kneel and bow to me a few times, I can pretend I didn't see you. Otherwise, just self-destruct. Su Feng said coldly. Looking for death. Seeing Su Feng dare to speak disrespectfully, Zhang Feiyan's face immediately showed anger. He flashed, and the short figure instantly appeared behind Su Feng. Not bad speed, Su Feng thought to himself. As expected of the silver lightning rat, he darted like a rat in a sewer. However, this speed was nothing in front of Su Feng, whose agility was as high as 200 points. Even the speed he prided himself on seemed to Su Feng like it was in slow motion at this moment. Bang! Su Feng turned around at lightning speed, leaving only an afterimage. The next moment, Zhang Feiyang flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. What the hell? How did you hit me? Zhang Feiyang got up from the ground, his expression dazed. Just now, he hadn't even seen what Su Feng did, yet he felt as if his body had been hit by a cannonball, directly blasted away. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to dissipate some of the force, otherwise, that blow might have sent him straight to his demise. Chen Fay, come help me, Zhang Feiyang shouted. Chen Fay understood, leaping to stand in front of Zhang Feiyang. He raised his massive black gold shield, and as a yellow star ring lit up behind him, a solid magical shield instantly formed in front of them, tightly protecting the two. The skill he used was granted by the century-old star ring. Black magic shield value, 20,000 shield points. Su Feng thought to himself. Han Fei's star ring skill was quite impressive, nearly matching the health bar of an 18th level abyssal tree demon. Humph, so what if you're faster? I have an invincible shield. I don't believe you can break through my defense and attack me. Zhang Feiyang sneered from behind the shield. At that moment, a yellow halo appeared behind him. First star ring skill, silver lightning chains. With a loud shout from Zhang Feiyang, several silver chains entwined with lightning shot directly at Su Feng. These chains were covered in thunder, filled with a sense of destruction. Playing with thunder in front of me? Su Feng raised an eyebrow and summoned the 9 thunder talismans. Boom! In the next moment, endless thunder descended from the sky, instantly engulfing Zhang Feiyang and Han Fei. The deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, and Zhang Feiyang and Han Fei struggled beneath the shield. At that moment, they were horrified to discover that the black magic shield's value was depleting at an astonishing rate. What the hell is this thunder? Is it a heavenly tribulation? Zhang Feiyang was stunned. He had thought his silver lightning chains were invincible, having shown their might repeatedly since he started, almost undefeated. But now, in the face of the torrential thunder summoned by Su Feng, he felt like a toddler just learning to walk. Is this guy a monster? Zhang Feiyang thought to himself, now completely devoid of the desire to fight, only wanting to escape. What a joke, take him down. Just the two of them? That's enough, let's move on. Su Feng said quietly, losing patience with their game. He pulled out the 9 dragon staff and swung it lightly, the terrifying force crashing down on the black magic shield. The already dwindling shield value shattered instantly. Puff! The two of them flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. In the next moment, they transformed into a white light and were teleported away. Ding! Defeated opponent Zhang Feiyang gained 8,000 points. Ding! Defeated opponent Han Fei gained 5,000 points. At this moment, Su Feng's points surged to 120,000, while Zhang Feiyang and his companion were directly eliminated, losing their chance at the national exam. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the second day was about to end. At this moment, Su Feng's points had reached 290,000. Is this guy planning to break 30,000? So terrifying. I remember since this rule was introduced, no one has ever broken 10,000 points. This guy is about to break 30,000. Ultimately, Su Feng's points stopped at 299,900. In the next moment, as the end time arrived, everyone remaining in the examination hall was teleported out. Phew, great. I made the leaderboard. Ha ha ha. In the last second, I just killed 115 level star beasts. I've qualified for provincial college admission. At this moment, the playground was in chaos, with some celebrating their good results, while others lamented, sighs echoing throughout. Did you see that? Someone's points are about to break 30,000. I saw it, it's too exaggerated. I feel like he just doesn't want to break it. He's been stuck at that number for a long time. Do you think? Is it possible that it's not that he doesn't want to break it, but that the leaderboard limit is just that number? After the exam ended, Su Feng quickly received the news that the results had been recorded, and the results would be announced the next day across the province. Those who qualified for the national exam had 3 days to travel to the capital and wait for the national exam. Back at his residence, Tanya could hardly contain her excitement, cooking in the kitchen while humming a tune, clearly in a great mood. Su Feng also received a congratulatory text from the president of the Spirit Warrior Association, Tang Chen, who expressed his early congratulations on Su Feng becoming the provincial champion. Su Feng naturally exchanged pleasantries with him. At this moment, his bet of 90,000 spirit coins also came through. With a 50-fold payout, his account directly increased by 4.5 million. This was no small amount. For most ordinary people, just saving it to earn interest would be enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, for spirit warriors, the resources needed for cultivation were almost limitless. Over 4 million was merely a drop in the bucket. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, the day of the announcement. On this day, 4 void ships arrived above Dongji City. On these ships were 4 different emblems, representing the 4 major academies of the capital. Xiao Chen, hurry, the results are out. Tanya, wearing slippers and pajamas, was sitting on the sofa, staring at the television. At that moment, the announcement screen appeared. Unsurprisingly, the first name was Su Feng. First place, Su Feng, Dongji City, 299,990 points. Second place, Zhao Wudi, Provincial City, 99,000 points. Third place, Muxiu, Provincial City, 96,000 points. The second and third places are really close, Tanya remarked, her eyes glued to the TV. In fact, if it weren't for Su Feng's sudden emergence, the provincial champion would have been a contest between these two. Provincial City. In a luxurious courtyard, a young man dressed in a black and gold python robe sat in the hall, his muscular chest exposed, his entire physique incredibly intimidating. If one were from Provincial City, they would instantly recognize him as Zhao Wudi, the top genius known as the first among his peers in the province, an S-class Frost Dragon Spirit Warrior. Crack! At this moment, he gripped the cup in his hand, and a terrifying chill suddenly erupted from within him. In an instant, the room's temperature plummeted below zero, and the walls of the empty villa were covered in frost. His eyes blazed with cold flames. In his anger, the cup in his hand shattered, and the water inside had already turned to ice. Su Feng, on the day of the national exam, I want to see for myself how you dare take the provincial champion from me. The champion being taken by someone else made him extremely furious. By the seaside of Provincial City, a man in a floral shirt and sunglasses, with juice in his mouth, was lying on the beach soaking up the sun. Upon seeing the news about the provincial exam, a smug smile appeared on his face. Zhao Wudi, oh Zhao Wudi, we've been competing for 3 whole years, and I've always been just a hair's breadth behind you. I never expected that today you would be taken down by some unknown kid from the city. This young man in the floral shirt was Mu Xiao, who, like Zhao Wudi, was a prodigy from Provincial City. They had been rivals since childhood, with Zhao Wudi always having the upper hand. Now, seeing Zhao Wudi fail to secure the champion title made him happier than if he had won it himself. Su Feng, interesting. On the day of the national exam, if there's a chance, I might just meet you. With that, he tossed the empty juice bottle aside, and immediately several figures riding celestial steeds flew down from the sky. These individuals were all dressed in black uniforms, wearing sunglasses, looking like they were well-trained. Young master, shall we set off for the capital now? Set off. East Extreme Academy, the place where Qin Xuan is in seclusion. At this moment, a sinister aura envelopes the area, and suddenly, a torrent of demonic energy bursts forth from the cave. Wherever the demonic energy passes, all objects decay, and not a blade of grass grows. Run! The guards responsible for the area, upon seeing this, hurriedly fled. However, their speed was no match for the spreading demonic energy, which quickly caught up to them. In an instant, their bodies began to rot rapidly. Terror filled their eyes, and before they could take a few steps, their bodies turned into eerie white bones. Boom! At this moment, as the cave door opened, a man dressed in black with flowing long hair appeared, his figure ghostly. Each time he flickered, he appeared dozens of meters away. At the same time, a shadow of a dark, devouring python emerged behind him. As it inhaled and exhaled, the martial spirits still lingering on the corpses were drawn into the belly of the devouring python. After consuming these people's martial spirits, it was evident that the python's glow brightened slightly. At this time, in Qin Xuan's hand was the provincial examination list, and his gaze was fixed on the name at the top, Su Feng. Su Feng, oh Su Feng, you truly have a strong will. Qin Xuan's eyes flickered. I wonder if my devouring python can evolve to Super S level after I swallow your martial spirit again. The outside world rumored that he was breaking through to level 20. In reality, only he knew that East Extreme Academy had paid such a high price to ensure he reached level 30 before the national examination. I have reserved the title of national champion. A dark light flickered in Qin Xuan's eyes. Bang bang bang! Su Feng was drinking yogurt in his room when a knock came at the door. Xiao Chen, President Tang Chen wants you to go to the guild. He said there are 4 seniors from the capital who wish to see you. Seniors from the capital. Su Feng's eyes flashed. Could it be the 4 major academies? Soon, he arrived at the Spirit Martial Artist Guild, and at this moment, in the president's office, 4 figures exuded immense power. Among these 4 were 3 elderly men and a middle-aged woman. At this moment, even President Tang Chen showed a respectful expression in front of the 4. What kind of strength do these 4 possess? Could they be Grandmasters? Su Feng thought to himself. Grandmasters are beings who stand at the pinnacle of humanity. There are only 1 or 2 in the entire East Extreme City. However, in the 4 major academies of the capital, every mentor is at the Grandmaster level. Xiao Chen, these 4 are from Star Academy, Spirit Deer Academy, Heavenly Path Academy, and Proud Sword Academy, said Tang Chen. Su Feng nodded, greetings to the 4 seniors. At this moment, the woman spoke, no need for excessive courtesy, I believe you have already guessed our purpose. I come from Star Academy, and the one beside you, Lin Aoshue, is an outstanding disciple of our academy. I hope you can become an internal disciple of Star Academy, and as a reward, I can give you an S-level basic set to prepare for the national examination in 2 days. An S-level set. Upon hearing the woman's words, Su Feng's heart trembled. In this world, there are only 2 sources of equipment. One is from dungeon runs or wild boss drops, and the other is from finding a blacksmith to forge them. The drop rate from monsters is extremely low, requiring both time and luck. Moreover, in general level dungeons, the highest drop is A-level equipment, and gathering a full set is even harder than climbing to the sky. As for the second option, The market price for S-level equipment is currently 2 million spirit coins for a single piece, and a full set is even higher. Similar to special part equipment, S-level sets also have set skills, and once activated, one's strength will increase significantly. The value of an S-level equipment set is at least 10 million. This huge sum could buy a house on the outskirts of the capital. Such a generous offer left Su Feng in shock. Isn't it just an S-level equipment set? Our Spirit Deer Academy can also provide one. At this moment, several people were exchanging words, all caught up in a scramble. Seeing this scene, Su Feng quickly spoke up. I appreciate the good intentions of the seniors, but I still hope to rely on my own abilities to enter my desired school, rather than depend on so-called reserved spots. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, one of the red-faced, white-haired elders immediately frowned. Unappreciative. It seemed he was displeased that a junior dared to defy him. After saying this, he did not waste any more words and turned to leave the Spirit Warrior Association. He was an elder of the Tiandao Academy, and his primary purpose this time was to support Qin Chuan, who had already secured a reserved spot. As for Su Feng, he was merely here to gather some information. In his view, a mere Su Feng was not worthy of being compared to Qin Chuan. Seeing Su Feng's insistence, the others felt it was a pity and could only leave one after another. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chen couldn't help but sigh. You shouldn't have rejected it. He shook his head. The enhancement that equipment brings to strength is significant. Those strong competitors in the top 10 of the national exam each have an S-level, or even super S-level equipment. If you don't have suitable gear, the gap between you and them will be too great. Su Feng's gaze flickered. He certainly understood the importance of equipment, but in a place like Dongji City, the dungeon levels were too low to yield usable gear. However, he had already made plans for this. At this moment, Su Feng said, in the imperial capital, there are many high-level dungeons, right? That's true. What do you want to do? Tang Chen raised an eyebrow. There were indeed many high-level dungeons in the imperial capital, but even geniuses who had been training in the 4 major academies for a year did not dare to step in lightly. What did he want to do? I want to conquer dungeons. Su Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. There were 3 days left until the national exam. In these days, he planned to rush to the imperial capital and speedrun the dungeons. The imperial capital, the throat of the Daxia dynasty, only 400 kilometers from the border of the Star Beast territory. Every emperor of Daxia had settled here, maintaining the tradition of the emperor guarding the national gate. Su Feng did not want to disturb others, so he came to the imperial capital alone. At this moment, he arrived early at the national exam registration point to wait. Quick, look at the imperial capital chat group. The Beishitong has new news. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. Su Feng's heart stirred, and he joined the imperial capital chat group, discovering an administrator named Beishitong was posting messages in the group. Extra, extra, fresh out of the oven from the imperial capital Beishitong. What the hell, Beishitong? What news do we have today? Beishitong, there's a lot of news, involving many talents of Daxia, all first-hand information. First piece, the so-called reincarnation of the god of war, Shenpengzi, emerged yesterday, and in his first battle, he traveled far to the Tianshan Mountains and killed a level 70 great demon. What the hell, Shenpengzi? Which Shenpengzi? You're not talking about the one from the Shinho mansion, are you? Of course, who else could it be? It's rumored that his mother conceived him in a dream, and he is the reincarnation of the golden-winged Great Pang, even more terrifying than Super S-level. He was born with a pair of golden wings and eyes that shot out golden light, possessing level 30 cultivation at birth. I remember he has been in seclusion for 10 years. How did he emerge? Is it for this national exam? Damn! With such a divine child emerging, what do we have to compete with him? Are you all stupid? He's already 30, he's not from our generation, and besides, he won't join the human academy for training, right? That's true, he killed a level 70 grade demon as soon as he was born. Who from the same generation can compete with him? Old Tong, can you share some news related to the national exam? Beishitong, what's the rush? The second piece of news is that Shinhozi is preparing to participate in this national exam and aims for the national top scholar. I know, it's the second son of the god Marquis. Because the first child was conceived by the divine Pang, some of the essence and blood remained in the body. When this second son was born, he also benefited from it, absorbing some divine aura, resulting in his birth not being an ordinary fleshly body. His entire body is covered in golden fur, but due to his thin bloodline, his strength is considerably weaker than that of his elder brother, the divine Pang's son. Wow, both of them have fur? Then this god Marquis must be green. What do you know? This is a divine gift. To allow one's descendants to inherit a trace of divine blood is something to be grateful for. God Marquis' son, Divine Pang's son. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Finally, some strong opponents had appeared. At this moment, he exited the chat group and browsed the forum, where a post titled National Exam Candidates Heavenly Rankings caught his attention. Curiously, he clicked in, and at the top of the list was none other than the God Marquis's son. God Marquis's son, this year's top candidate, the second son of the God Marquis, the younger brother of the Divine Pang, a man who has been referred to as So-and-so's younger brother since birth. But one must not underestimate his own strength. Level prediction above 39, Master Realm, and he may even have broken through level 40. Su Feng knew that after reaching level 30 and merging with the Star Ring, one could advance to level 31 Master Realm. The Master Realm is divided into levels 31 to 60, with every 10 levels corresponding to a star rank from 1-star to 3-star Master. This means the God Marquis's son's strength is already very close to 2-star Master. Little Dragon Girl, from Dragon Island, a princess of the demon race, candidate T0 level above 35. Su Feng kept scrolling down and finally saw a familiar name in the 11th position, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, son of the president of East Extreme Academy in East Extreme City, candidate T0, 5 around level 30. Finally, until the 25th position, he saw the second name from Dongyun Province. Su Feng, top scholar of East Extreme City, Dongyun Province, T1 level prediction around 20. 15 places apart? Su Feng couldn't help but squint. It seems these people don't think highly of him, and the comments below his name were filled with skepticism. Who is the Su Feng in 25th place? I've never heard of him. They say he's the top scholar of Dongyun Province. He should have some strength. Ha, Qin Chuan has long been noticed by the Heavenly Dao Academy and didn't participate in the provincial exam. He's just a top scholar without much value. Indeed, this time there's a good show to watch. I bet a second-tier martial talisman that this kid will be beaten to the ground by Qin Chuan. After registering, Su Feng went to the Spirit Warrior Association to obtain the dungeon information. The distribution of dungeons in the Imperial Capital is indeed dense. There are more than 50 monster zones for levels 20 to 30. Su Feng looked at the vast expanse of dungeons and wasn't in a hurry. At worst, he could line up to strategize one by one according to the refresh time. Thinking of this, he directly went to the leveling point with the nearest refresh time, the giant city leveling area. At this moment, in this area, over 100 people had already gathered, all waiting for the dungeon to refresh. The moment Su Feng arrived, he sensed countless eyes fixated on him. Clearly, in a situation where there were many wolves and little meat, they were all selecting soft persimmons, preparing to drive him out. Giant city level 21-25 level restriction, 25 number restriction, 8 people refresh countdown, 09:58 refresh quantity, 10 teleportation portals, accommodating a maximum of 10 teams to enter. Su Feng scanned the crowd. It seemed at least half of the people were not qualified to enter. However, he didn't care at all, because he had never considered whether he could enter the teleportation portal. The time is still early, let's improve my strength first. Su Feng took out the evolution points, which had now accumulated to 700,000. He prepared to use a little bit first. Consume 100,000 evolution points. Your Thunder Talisman evolves into Super S-Class, Divine Thunder Talisman, which can summon thousands of Divine Thunders every 10 minutes, each Divine Thunder dealing 10 times damage. Each target can be hit a maximum of 3 times, Spirit Power plus 10,000. Consume 1,000 evolution points. Your Strength Talisman evolves into C-Class, Great Strength Talisman, Strength increase 5%. Consume 2,000 evolution points. Your Strength Talisman evolves into B-Class, Giant Strength Talisman, Strength increase 10%. Consume 5,000 evolution points. Your Strength Talisman evolves into A-Class, Divine Strength Talisman, Strength increase 20%. Consume 10,000 evolution points. Your Strength Talisman evolves into S-Class, Great Strength God Talisman, Strength increase 40%. Consume 100,000 evolution points. Your Strength Talisman evolves into Super S-Class, Divine Bravery Talisman, Strength increase 80%. At this moment, Su Feng checked the panel again. Su Feng, 1-star Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Super S-Class 9 Heavens Divine Ape, Level, LV17, Experience, 500/7000, Star Ring, 7 Colored Deer, 10,000 Years, First Star Ring Martial Talismans, Super S-Class Divine Thunder Talisman, Skill, Super S-Class Divine Bravery Talisman, Attribute, Moonlight, Special, Exotic Treasure, 9 Dragon Staff, Star Technique, Purple Extreme Demon Vine, Strength, 900, Constitution, 500, Agility, 200, Strength Talisman Increase, 720, Strength, Spirit Power, 29,000, with the increase from the Strength Talisman, my strength has already exceeded 1,500. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Compared to the time of the first kill of the Silver Moon Wolf King, his strength had multiplied several times. As time passed, Only 5 minutes remained until the teleportation array opened. At this moment, a burly man holding a giant axe slowly spoke, "Everyone, we are few and the meat is scarce. It is inevitable that some will take advantage of the chaos. Why don't we first clear out the low-level ones here?" As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over Su Feng. "Attack!" With his command, 4 or 5 figures immediately rushed towards Su Feng. These people had cold expressions, already considering the unfamiliar Su Feng as their primary target. "Since I started my journey, you are the first to dare to make a move against me." Su Feng's voice was indifferent, showing no ripple on his face in the face of the Five's attack. "What's with the act? Kid, you may be a king in your countryside, but here in the imperial capital, where talents abound, you are just a slightly stronger ant. Put away your arrogance." The words of these imperial capital geniuses carried a natural sense of superiority, directly lecturing Su Feng. These talents had an innate arrogance ingrained in them, looking down on those from other provinces. Annoying. Su Feng frowned slightly, his figure like a phantom, instantly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared beside the closest person, and with a casual punch, the man was sent flying like a cannonball. However, before he could regain his senses, Su Feng was already at his side, following up with another punch, carrying a tremendous force towards him. At this moment, the burly man quickly raised his giant axe to block. This giant axe weighed at least 5,000 pounds, and dazzling patterns appeared on its surface. Clearly, this was an exotic treasure. Su Feng's gaze was indifferent, as if he hadn't seen it, and he still punched down on the giant axe. Crack! An astonishing scene unfolded. The incredibly hard exotic treasure giant axe exploded under Su Feng's punch, shattering into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Poof! The punch passed through the giant axe, the force undiminished, and the burly man was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Feng was filled with fear. He could hardly believe that with the extraordinary giant axe in his hand, he couldn't even fend off this kid who was empty-handed? What kind of monster was this kid? In the next 2 days, I, Su Feng, will take a share of the Imperial City dungeon. Does anyone have any objections? His cold gaze swept over the faces of those present, and upon meeting his eyes, they quickly stepped back. The power he had just displayed had instilled fear in them. Su Feng? So he is Su Feng. Ranked 25, indeed a prodigy, we are no match for him. Upon hearing his name, the group of spiritual warriors gasped in shock, no one daring to provoke him. Buzz, at that moment, the teleportation array began to appear one by one, and Su Feng slowly walked in. It wasn't until he disappeared that the people here finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! You have entered the dungeon, Giant City. Maximum team limit for this dungeon, 8 people. Clear objective, slay 100 star beasts, rating A. Obtain exclusive A-level rewards. Clear objective, slay the Giant King, rating S. Obtain exclusive S-level rewards. Dungeon time limit, 6 hours. The scene shifted, and Su Feng found himself in a ruin. Is this Giant City? Su Feng looked around at the environment, where collapsed skyscrapers were everywhere, and the ground was littered with the severed limbs of giants, clearly indicating that a brutal battle had taken place here. Whoosh! Just then, a red shadow suddenly sprang out from the ruins, lunging straight at Su Feng. It was a crawling red monster, currently sticking out its long tongue, revealing a sinister look. Skin Monkey, level, LV 21, 300 years, health, 3000, spirit power, 7000. The Skin Monkey was incredibly fast, darting towards Su Feng like lightning. Facing the rapid attack of the Skin Monkey, Su Feng remained still, but his movements were anything but slow. He swiftly drew the 9-dragon staff and then swung it forward with force. Go! With a cold shout, the 9-dragon staff transformed into a golden light, flying towards the Skin Monkey at an astonishing speed. Bang! Minus 3,777. The 9-dragon staff accurately struck the Skin Monkey, and with a dazzling flash of golden light, the Skin Monkey exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Although the Skin Monkey was fast, its defense and health were extremely low, unable to withstand the power of Su Feng's strike. Slayed a level 21 star beast Skin Monkey, experience plus 20. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, several more figures appeared, each one being struck down by Su Feng wielding the 9-dragon staff, while his experience rapidly climbed. Roar! At that moment, a roar suddenly echoed from a distance. The sound was deafening, like thunder, shaking everyone to their core. Su Feng focused his gaze, and in the ruins, a massive creature was slowly approaching. It was a titan giant, at least 5 meters tall, with terrifying muscles. Its skin was a dark gray, covered with a layer of hard scales, resembling a sturdy armor. The titan giant had a huge head, with eyes the size of copper bells, flashing with a fierce light. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs that sent chills down one's spine. Titan giant ape, level, LV23, 340 years, health, 10,000, spirit power, 10,000. Su Feng leaped into action, wielding the 9 dragon staff to fight the Titan giant ape. Although its strength was formidable, it was no match for Su Feng, and after a few exchanges, it was struck down with a single blow. Slayed a level 23 star beast Titan giant ape, experience plus 23. Su Feng then continued forward, slaying every Titan giant ape he encountered. Slayed a level 23 star beast Titan giant ape, experience plus 23. Slayed a level 23 star beast Titan giant ape, experience plus 23. His experience was rising at an astonishing speed. In just 1 hour, after slaying over 200 star beasts, his level directly broke through to level 18. At that moment, he had reached the end of Giant City. Before him stood a massive giant, entirely crimson in color. This giant was exceptionally tall and had a fierce appearance, with 2 sharp horns on its head and eyes that shot out blazing red flames. Giant King level, LV25 normal BOSS 380 years health points, 20,000 spirit points, 20,000 spirit points. Su Feng's eyes flashed. The boss before him was stronger than any star beast he had encountered. Boom! In the next instant, the flames spewing from the Giant King's eyes surged like a scorching torrent, swiftly piercing through the air and charging directly at Su Feng. Guardian Domain. Faced with this sudden attack, Su Feng did not hesitate to unleash the power of the first star ring, forming a solid defensive field around himself. At this moment, the damage immunity of the Guardian Domain, combined with the immunity from his accessories, reached an astonishing 30%. The flames shot out by the Giant King crashed against the impenetrable wall of defense, having no effect on Su Feng whatsoever. Whoosh! Seeing this, the Giant King quickly retracted the flames, leaping into the air with unparalleled momentum, swinging its fist down towards Su Feng with great force. Just in time, Su Feng's gaze lifted, a slight smile on his lips, as he swung the 9 dragon staff in his hand. 9 dragon staff technique. With a low roar, the 9 dragon staff instantly coalesced into 9 golden dragons, each exuding a powerful and majestic aura. Minus 3,545, minus 3,576, minus 3,626, minus 3,604, minus 3,573, minus 3,585, minus 3,638, minus 3,793, minus 3,795. The 9 golden dragons charged fiercely at the Giant King, colliding with it and producing a deafening roar. Boom! The 9 golden dragons continuously struck the Giant King, each impact triggering earth-shattering explosions. The power of the golden dragons penetrated the Giant King's body, causing cracks to appear in its skin, with countless dazzling golden lights shining through the fissures. Boom! In the next moment, its massive body shattered into pieces, transforming into a rain of blood. Slayed level 25 boss Giant King, experience plus 2,500. Outside. Look, someone cleared the level. Impossible, right? The teleportation array just opened an hour ago, and someone cleared it already? If it's A level, it doesn't seem impossible. Don't forget that Su Feng, who just went in earlier, had an astonishing monster-slaying speed and was the top scorer in the province. Then it must be him. At that moment, there was a sudden commotion on the S-level clearance leaderboard for Giant City. Look at the S-level clearance leaderboard, someone exclaimed. On the S-level clearance leaderboard, a golden light rose from the bottom, surpassing countless names, and finally shot to the very top. It brightly lit up. No one. Su Feng, 1 hour 15 minutes. In second place, Han Tianfei had a clearance time of 2 hours 30 minutes. Su Feng's speed exceeded his by a full measure. Oh my! He actually surpassed Han Tianfei, who ranked 20th on the candidate leaderboard, known as the T05 goalkeeper. Only those like Qin Xuan, T05 level experts, could surpass him. Does this Su Feng have such strength? At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Their basis for this was the forum post titled Review of the Candidate Leaderboard, which had now become a hot topic, with over 100 million views, widely circulated among candidates. The top 10 were rated as T0 level, while the top 20 were T05 level. Han Tianfei ranked 20th, naturally being referred to as a T05 goalkeeper. Not necessarily, after all, the speed of clearing dungeons only represents the speed of monster farming, and don't forget, this leaderboard was left by Han Tianfei a month ago. A month ago, he was already a level 25 powerhouse, and now, a month later, who knows what level he has reached. Although Su Feng is strong, there must still be a considerable gap compared to him. Sigh, looking at it this way, the gold content of the candidate leaderboard has increased again. I wonder which genius compiled it, as the assessment of the strengths of various geniuses is so accurate. Su Feng, who was in the Giant City dungeon, was completely unaware of the commotion caused by his dungeon clearance. At this moment, he was receiving his clearance rewards. Ding! You have slain the boss Giant King. You have currently cleared the S-level challenge. Would you like to claim your S-level reward? Just then, a system prompt sounded in Su Feng's ear. Claim. Ding! Since you are not the first S-level clearer, you can only receive a random reward. Drawing now. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained S-level equipment, Giant Gauntlets. Giant Gauntlets level, 2nd tier grade, S-base attributes, strength plus 200 spirit value, 2000 an S-level piece of equipment increased his strength by a full 200 points. Su Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. The boost from the equipment was even greater than he had imagined. The 2nd tier level refers to the equipment tier, requiring at least martial artist cultivation to equip, while a Grandmaster can equip 3rd tier equipment, which has even stronger attributes. The equipment slots are divided into gauntlets, armor, leg guards, and shoes. Once I gather them all, my spirit value will break 30,000. Su Feng thought to himself, time waits for no one. At this moment, he exited the dungeon and immediately headed to the next one. Where is he going? Let's follow and see. Seeing Su Feng leave, the onlookers lost interest in farming and all followed behind, wanting to see what he was up to. To 125 level dungeon, Dragon Abyss Secret Cave. The moment the teleportation array appeared, Su Feng rushed in. Various star beasts in the cave immediately swarmed towards him. Slain 21 level star beast, Hermit Crab Demon, experience plus 20. Slain 23 level star beast, Fierce Tiger Monster, experience plus 23. Slain 25 level star beast, Rampaging Wolf, experience plus 25. An hour later, in the 21 to 25 level dungeon Dragon Abyss Secret Cave, golden light rose on the S leaderboard. Ding! You have slain the boss Dragon Abyss Water Monster. You have currently cleared the S-level challenge. Would you like to claim your S-level reward? Just then, a system prompt sounded in Su Feng's ear again. Claim. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained S-level equipment, Dragon Abyss Armor. Dragon Abyss Armor level, 2nd tier grade, S-base attributes, Constitution plus 200 spirit value, 2000. After claiming the reward, Su Feng continued to tackle other dungeons. 45 minutes later, golden light rose in the Land of Flames. Ding! You have slain the boss Lord of Flames. You have currently cleared the S-level challenge. Would you like to claim your S-level reward? Just then, a system prompt sounded in Su Feng's ear again. Claim. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained S-level equipment, Flame Leg Guards. Flame Leg Guards level, 2nd tier grade, S-base attributes, strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100 spirit value, 2000. 30 minutes later, in the 30 level Dark Knight Abyss, the hidden boss was first cleared, and the first name appeared on the S leaderboard. Dark Knight Flying Boots Shoes level, Tier 2 grade, S-base attributes, agility plus 100 spirit value, 1000. Additionally, after defeating the hidden boss in the Dark Abyss, Su Feng also received an exclusive first clear reward. Dark Knight approaches Star Technique grade, S spirit value, 5000 skill, chant a spell to randomly summon an undead from hell to fight. The strength of the undead depends on your spirit value. It's actually a summoning type star technique. Su Feng thought to himself, this is a good thing. Without hesitation, he immediately learned it. At this moment, his level had already surpassed level 20, and he had gathered a full set of S-grade golden equipment. Su Feng 1-star martial artist martial spirit, super S-grade 9 heavens divine ape level, LV20 experience, 1000/10,000 star ring, 7 colored deer, 10,000 years, 1st star ring martial talisman, super S-grade divine thunder talisman, skill, super S-grade divine valor talisman, attribute, moonlight, special, exotic treasure, 9 dragon staff star techniques, purple extreme demon vine, Dark Knight approaches equipment, giant gauntlets, dragon abyss armor, flame, prison leggings, Dark Knight flying boots, silver moon guardian strength, 1600 constitution, 1000 agility, 400 strength talisman amplification, 1280 strength spirit value, 55,000. Seeing his latest attributes, Su Feng's eyelids twitched wildly. The enhancement from S-grade equipment was indeed terrifying. In just half a day, his spirit value had doubled, and his strength had surpassed 2,000. Su Feng was busy tackling dungeons, while the outside world was already in an uproar. In less than 5 hours, Su Feng had already broken 3 dungeon records. The top position on the S leaderboard for 3 dungeons all bore the same name, Su Feng. For a moment, the entire imperial capital was buzzing with Su Feng's name. Clearing S-grade dungeons was not difficult for these geniuses, but breaking a record with each clear was astonishing. In the following 2 days, Su Feng remained in the dark abyss. Time passed quickly, and when Su Feng emerged from the dungeon again, he had gathered a full set of Dark Knight equipment, his equipment bar shimmering with dazzling golden light. Dark Knight set S grade parts, Dark Knight gauntlets, Dark Knight armor, Dark Knight leggings, Dark Knight flying boots set skill, Eternal Knight summon undead during the night, which can increase the summon undead's level by 5. It's about time, Su Feng thought to himself, planning to go home and rest for the night, waiting for the national exam tomorrow. His level had risen to 26, and his spirit value reached 70,000. He could easily kill a level 30 boss. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the day of the national exam to arrive. The next morning, the location of the national exam, 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. At this moment, surrounding the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, the 4 major academies had set up 100 teleportation points, dividing the 100,000 candidates for individual entry. At the foot of the mountain, countless media had gathered, various cameras and drones filming around the clock. The national exam was the biggest event of the year in the Great Xia, with the entire examination process being live-streamed. From the elderly to children, every household was glued to their television, waiting to watch this grand event. Su Feng had already drawn lots on his phone and was assigned to teleportation point number 18. When he arrived at the teleportation point, he found it was already a sea of people. In the center of this crowd stood a towering stone monument, surrounded by people. This is the Battle Power Monument. There is one at every teleportation point. By demonstrating the strongest skill in actual combat, you can leave your name on the monument. All the geniuses participating in the national exam will choose to leave their names here. At this moment, a man dressed in white, elegantly fanning himself, spoke up. I am Mu Xiu, and I have long admired your great name, Brother Su. I wonder if you have any plans to form a team for this trial. The man introduced himself, and upon hearing his name, Su Feng's eyes flickered. He had naturally heard of Mu Xiu, a prodigy from Dongyun province, the flower of this provincial examination, and for over a decade, he had been known alongside Zhao Wudi as the twin heroes of Dongyun, a figure well known to all. Unfortunately, such a person had no place on the candidate leaderboard, while Zhao Wudi, although listed, was only in the 99th position. This clearly illustrated the intensity of this national examination. Thank you for your kind offer, but I am used to going solo and have no plans to team up. Su Feng politely declined his invitation. Mu Xiu nodded. He understood that geniuses like this often had pride and would not easily choose to band together with others. Brother Su, would you like to give it a try? Mu Xiu pointed to the stone tablet ahead. The 100 stone tablets were all interconnected, and anyone under 20 could test their combat power. Those who ranked in the top 1,000 in history could have their names inscribed on it. Unfortunately, he had just tried and was still quite far from the last place, unable to leave his name. As far as he knew, only 13 people had left their names this year, and only 4 had made it into the top 100. They were the son of the Divine Marquis from the Divine Marquis Mansion, with a combat power of 170,000, ranked 19th in history. The little dragon girl from Dragon Island, with a combat power of 160,000, ranked 23rd in history. The one-armed sword immortal of the Great Xia, Chen Zizai, with a combat power of 130,000, ranked 45th in history. The most shocking was Qin Chuan, who was ranked 11th on the candidate leaderboard, initially underestimated but forcefully squeezed into the top 100, with exactly 100,000 combat power, placing him at the 100th position. Given his background and accumulation, it was already quite impressive. After all, while Dongji Academy was renowned in Dongji City, it was merely a speck in the vast sea compared to the clans in the imperial capital. Currently, Qin Chuan was highly regarded and had become one of the top 5 favorites for this national examination. Su Feng had not intended to take action, but upon hearing Qin Chuan's name, his gaze flickered. Alright, let our competition begin from this moment. Whoosh! Su Feng's figure flashed, directly sweeping through the crowd, stepping through the void, and flying straight towards the stone tablet. Look, someone is challenging the stone tablet, wanting to leave their name. Truly overestimating oneself. So far, only 13 have left their names on this stone tablet. If such a genius fails to leave their name, it will instead shatter their resolve and plunge them into self-doubt. Their remarks were not without merit. In fact, many of those in the top 20 had chosen not to attempt to leave their names. They were worried about failing to do so, which would affect their relentless spirit. But in reality, only a few strong individuals like Su Feng understood. Once fear had taken root, how could there be any resolve? How could one move forward without hesitation? Look, he's going up. At that moment, Su Feng's figure streaked across the sky like lightning, racing towards the stone tablet at an astonishing speed. As he approached, dazzling lightning flickered around him, as if he had merged with the thunder in the sky, emanating a powerful aura. Divine Thunder Talisman, he whispered, and the Super S-level Divine Thunder Talisman in his hand instantly activated. In an instant, the sky rumbled with thunder, and thick bolts of lightning slithered like silver snakes, illuminating the entire sky. This world seemed to be engulfed by endless lightning, leaving people in awe. What's happening? What is going on? What level of skill is this? How can it cause such a phenomenon? Everyone looked up at the sky, their faces filled with astonishment. The next moment, the sky was filled with intertwining lightning, forming a brilliant curtain of thunder, crashing down towards the stone tablet. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, deafening the ears, as the entire space was filled with violent energy fluctuations. Time passed second by second, and as the thunder gradually dissipated, people eagerly looked towards the stone tablet. There, an astonishing number appeared, 190,000. 190,000. It actually ranks first, surpassing the Divine Marquis. That can't be said. He, the Divine Marquis, and the little dragon girl have not summoned their martial spirits to enhance their power. The Divine Marquis's martial spirit has reached Super S level, with a 50% attribute boost. If they use their martial spirits, no one can compete. At this moment, someone remarked, "Don't forget, these people have all attempted this after breaking through to the master level. He only has the cultivation of a martial master, yet his strength is so terrifying. He must have an extraordinary martial spirit." Whoosh! Su Feng slowly descended to the ground. In fact, apart from the first time he killed the earth-splitting bear, when he faced a life-and-death threat and summoned his martial spirit, he had never been forced to reveal his martial spirit at other times. At this moment, he looked up at the stone tablet, and his name had surpassed Qin Xuan, the Divine Marquis, and others, reaching the 10th place in history. And at this moment, the name at the top was prominently engraved in golden letters, Divine Pingzi. His battle power had reached 1 million points, while the second place was even less than 300,000. Shocking both ancient and modern times, invincible among his peers. I won't need 2 years, once I enter the master realm, I can surpass. Su Feng thought to himself. Everyone could leave their name on the list before the age of 20. Divine Pingzi was not of his generation, but now Su Feng regarded him as a suppressed rival. Brother Su was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect that 2 people from our Dongyun province would leave their names. Truly admirable. Mu Xiu quickly came to Su Feng's side to congratulate him. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the entrance of the teleportation array ahead. In the next moment, a voice filled with authority rang out. "Students, the teleportation array is about to open. Please come to the entrance and wait. Before it opens, I will reiterate the rules of this examination. First, this assessment will last for 7 days, during which 5 days will be open for all activities. Before entering the array, each of you must receive a teleportation jade talisman. If you encounter danger during the exam, you can crush the talisman to escape safely, but you will be eliminated at the same time. Second, opponents can rob each other of points. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner can seize all of the opponent's points. Third, after 5 days, the core area will open, and the top 10,000 in points will qualify to enter the core area. At that time, the activity area will be reduced by 90%, and if defeated during this period, half of the points will be retained, and you will not be directly eliminated. Fourth, the top 10,000 will all have the opportunity to draw lots for training in the 4 major academies, while the top 100 can choose their academy. Additionally, those who do not make it into the top 10,000 need not be disheartened. Apart from the 4 major academies in the imperial capital, they can still qualify for training in other higher academies. Buzz, as the teleportation array opened, thousands of people rushed into the array like locusts. Brother Su, see you in the Beast Mountain range. After Mu Xiu said this, he stepped into the teleportation array first. I just need 200,000 points to gather enough for 1,000,000 evolution points. Su Feng thought to himself, in 3 days, his martial spirit could evolve again. He was very curious about what level the Super S level 9 Heaven's Divine Ape would reach after evolution. SS? Su Feng was not too sure, but he felt that merely a level increase could not surpass 900,000 evolution points. He vaguely sensed that this evolution would be extraordinary. At this moment, nearly all the thousands of people had entered, and the array began to shrink. Su Feng took slow steps, entering the array before it completely contracted. Soon, Su Feng appeared in an open valley. Ding! You have entered the outer area, Moonset Valley. The jade pendant in Su Feng's hand emitted a prompt sound. His eyes flashed. He hadn't expected the jade pendant to have this function. Oh no! Before entering, I forgot to ask Mu Xiutua for a map. Su Feng only remembered after entering. It was said that the Wanqiu mountain range was filled with many opportunities, yet he had no knowledge of it at all. At this moment, he was like a headless fly, bumping around aimlessly, relying entirely on luck. Well, I might as well sweep through every place first, Su Feng thought to himself. As for the opportunities, he would surely encounter other candidates while sweeping through, and at that time, he could friendly ask for a copy. Su Feng made his way through the Moonset Valley, where the surrounding jungle was so dense that it nearly obscured the sky, with only the occasional dappled light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. The sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled his ears, occasionally accompanied by the low growls of wild beasts echoing through the valley. Not long after, Su Feng suddenly heard a fierce sound of fighting coming from a distance. Whoosh! Su Feng's figure flickered and he appeared in the jungle 100 meters away. At this moment, in the valley, a small team of 3 men and 1 woman was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 20 star beast. This star beast was a black cloud leopard, entirely black, its size comparable to a small car, exuding an astonishing aura. Black cloud leopard, level, LV20, 280 years, health, 2877/3000, spirit power, 5000. Su Feng noticed that the highest level in this team was a dark-skinned man at level 19, who was currently holding an A-grade black gold shield, confronting the black cloud leopard. Su Feng observed their battle without rushing to reveal himself. In fact, he didn't believe this team was a match for the black cloud leopard. Clearly, they had been fighting the leopard for a while, and each of them bore injuries, while the black cloud leopard had only lost a bit of health and was hardly wounded. Everyone, don't let your guard down. We represent Dongyue Town. We can't bring shame to our hometown. The dark-skinned man shouted loudly to encourage the others. However, their attacks were almost entirely evaded by the agile black cloud leopard, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Dongyue Town. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Dongyue Town was a small town under Dongji City. He hadn't expected to encounter a fellow townsman here. Bang! Just then, the black cloud leopard suddenly charged, its terrifying force akin to a speeding truck, instantly knocking the 4 of them down. As it pounced on a woman, about to bite down, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. At the same time, a long staff adorned with 9 golden dragons struck the black cloud leopard. Sizzled, -4347. The once ferocious black cloud leopard was blasted into a mist of blood by the 9 golden dragons. Whoosh! Su Feng waved his hand, and the 9 dragon staff flew steadily back into his grasp. Thank you for your help, brother. I am Tang Long, from Dongyue Town, the man with the shield said as he got up and approached Su Feng to express his gratitude. No need for formalities, we are both from Dongji City. It was just a small effort, Su Feng replied. So we are fellow townsmen. Tang Long's face broke into a silly grin upon seeing Su Feng. Brother, look, doesn't he resemble our province's top scholar? At that moment, the girl in a white shirt got up, looking at Su Feng in surprise. Hey, it really does seem like it. Tang Long took a closer look and laughed. Speaking of which, my little sister is your idol. She's your fan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Feng stated his purpose. Copying a map? Tang Long scratched his head and then said, before we came, we did pool money to buy a map, but it's just a street version, not very detailed. That's fine, I can make several copies later to verify with each other. Su Feng said. He never intended to rely on just one map. If the opportunity arose, he planned to ask the God Prince and the Dragon Maiden for a few spare copies when he encountered them. After obtaining the map, Su Feng continued on his own, exploring the valley. Silver Lightning Mouse. Su Feng's gaze flickered as he caught sight of a rapidly moving figure. This figure was incredibly fast, carrying a spark of electricity. Bang! With a swing of his staff, Su Feng directly smashed the Silver Lightning Mouse into a mist of blood. Slayed a level 21 star beast, Silver Lightning Mouse, experience +20. As Su Feng continued to slay star beasts, he had now reached the depths of the Moonfall Valley. Ding! A notification sounded, and Su Feng's level increased to 27. I'm getting closer to becoming a master. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. He was preparing to find a suitable star beast in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to break through to the Master Realm. Run! Not good, everyone hurry and leave here. Just as Su Feng continued forward, a sudden cry of alarm came from ahead. At the same time, dozens of figures burst out from the depths of the valley, fleeing like birds and beasts. What happened? Su Feng reached out to stop one person, who was now pale with fear. Hurry and run, someone triggered a restriction here, and a disaster is about to occur. If we're late, we won't be able to get out. Accompanying his words, a violent tremor indeed came from the depths of the valley. At the same time, rocks continuously rolled down from the mountains on both sides. There's actually a ruin emerging. Sensing the aura coming from the valley, Su Feng couldn't help but raise his gaze. Such a huge commotion would likely attract many powerful individuals. Whoosh! At that moment, 3 golden figures flew across the sky, riding flying treasures. They left behind an undeniable voice. The May Mountain 3 brothers have arrived. This ruin is now under our control. Those who do not wish to die, leave immediately. the May Mountain Three Brothers. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Su Feng's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard of these three, ranked 35th on the heavenly ranking. They were from May Mountain Province, incredibly strong, even surpassing most experts from the imperial capital. Su Feng himself was not interested in them, but their flying treasure was somewhat intriguing. Looking at the open ruin in the distance, Su Feng moved and immediately headed forward. Moonfall Valley Ruin. At this moment, as the ruin revealed itself, not only did the nearby candidates flee, but some star beasts were also startled and scattered in all directions. Several figures landed in front of the ruin. The May Mountain Three Brothers looked at a man in black with a stern expression, immediately showing signs of wariness. Han Tianfei, you're here too. What? If you three can come, can't I, Han Tianfei? Han Tianfei glanced at them indifferently. With his strength, he didn't take them seriously at all. After all, the gap in strength couldn't be compensated for by numbers. Then we'll see the truth in the ruin. The May Mountain Three Brothers did not want to engage Han Tianfei right now. Their priority was to enter the ruin and seize opportunities. Buzz, as the entrance to the ruin opened, the four immediately transformed into streaks of light and rushed inside. Moments later, Su Feng also arrived at the entrance of the ruin, following closely behind them. Ding! Entered the ruin instance, Moonfall Ruin. Public instance. Instance time limit, no time limit. It's actually a public instance. Su Feng thought to himself. The so-called public instance means that everyone enters the same instance, sharing the progress, while rewards are explored individually. Since everyone is in the same space, in addition to being cautious of the star beasts in the instance, one must also guard against attacks from others. Moreover, public instances and rewards only appear once. After being cleared, they will disappear. Su Feng moved forward, occasionally encountering some star beasts. Slayed a level 25 star beast, Stone Monster, experience plus 25. Slaying a level 30 star beast, the saber-toothed tiger, experience plus 30. The star beasts in this area are all below level 30, unable to withstand a single basic attack from Su Feng. Half an hour later, Su Feng had already reached the depths of the ruins. Here, there were several hidden chambers, but the boxes inside all showed signs of having been opened. They've been searched. Su Feng thought to himself. This door hasn't been opened. At that moment, he noticed a room plastered with yellow seals. From within the room, he felt an immense aura. So there's a star beast sealed inside. Su Feng mused. The talismans stuck to the door were of high grade, possessing strong defensive power. It would be difficult to break through with ordinary attacks. The talismans bore several sword marks, exuding the aura of martial spirits, indicating that someone had previously attempted to break in but had failed. Su Feng took out the 9-dragon staff and struck the stone door. Boom! A terrifying golden light erupted from the 9-dragon staff, colliding with the talismans. Minus 354. I only dealt 300 points of damage. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Demon Suppression Talisman Shield Value, 2588/3000. When he had used the 9-dragon staff to instantly kill the Black Cloud Leopard, he had easily dealt over 4,000 points of damage. It seemed this defensive talisman was indeed formidable. 9-dragon staff technique. At that moment, he shouted, unleashing 9 golden dragons that spiraled toward the demon suppression talisman. Boom! The golden dragons crashed into the stone door, unleashing terrifying power that instantly caused cracks to appear on the talismans. Minus 339, minus 334, minus 338, minus 347, minus 348, minus 334, minus 331, minus 342, minus 350. Bang! As the 9 numbers appeared, the next moment, the stone door shattered. Roar! The moment the door opened, a roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire ruins to tremble. Su Feng also saw the star beast sealed by the demon suppression talisman, a giant dog that was blood red all over and 10 meters long. 2-headed hellhound level, LV31 normal BOSS 500 years health points, 60,000 spirit points, 60,000 a 500-year boss. Su Feng frowned, surprised to find such a massive creature sealed behind the door. Roar! The 2-headed hellhound let out an angry roar, then opened its gaping maw and charged directly at Su Feng. Boom! With a single step, the ground instantly caved in. Its speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Su Feng, its open mouth exuding a foul stench that was nauseating. At that moment, its massive form and fierce aura loomed over Su Feng, resembling a celestial dog devouring the moon, as if it intended to swallow him whole. Facing the ferocious attack of the 2-headed hellhound, Su Feng remained unfazed, calmly swinging the 9-dragon staff. This strike seemed ordinary, but when it made contact with the hound's forehead, it unleashed astonishing power. Bang! Minus 4,333. With a loud crash, the two-headed hellhound's forehead was pierced by Su Feng's strike, blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, the hound's massive body, 7 to 8 meters long, was sent flying back, dragging a long mark on the ground. The two-headed hellhound howled in pain, unable to contain its cries. But Su Feng did not give it a chance to breathe. Instead, he seized the moment to pursue, his figure flashing to the side of the two-headed hellhound. Divine Thunder Talisman. He activated the Divine Thunder Talisman, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless bolts of terrifying lightning descended together. Minus 25,540. Minus 22,230. The lightning instantly engulfed the two-headed hellhound, striking it continuously with 10 times the power, and in just a moment, it was reduced to charred remains. Slayed the level 31 boss, the two-headed hellhound, experience plus 30,000. Dropped items, special weapon talisman, Hell's Gate, S-grade star technique, Eye of Hell. A flash of light passed, and Su Feng leveled up to level 28. So many good things dropped. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. He never expected to obtain 2 S-grade rewards at once. Hell's Gate Special Weapon Talisman passive. Special Weapon Talisman, when equipped, can open Hell's Gate to collect the undead for training, enhancing their levels. Eye of Hell Star Technique Grade, S Spirit Power, 10000 Skill. The Reincarnation Eye from Hell, when activated, directly summons the knight to the surrounding area, increasing one's own power, physique, and agility by 20% during the night. Includes a reconnaissance effect, able to see through the panels of opponents no more than 20 levels below oneself. Hell's Gate can contain the undead, which means I can summon the undead and then store them in Hell's Gate? I just wonder if there are any other restrictions. Su Feng thought to himself. And the reincarnation I can directly summon the knight in a certain area. This means that whenever he needs it, he can summon an army of undead at any time. However, this weapon talisman requires his 7-colored deer star ring to evolve to 100,000 years to unlock the 4th weapon talisman slot, or he must wait until he merges with the 2nd star ring to equip it. There's also a treasure chest. Su Feng noticed a silver treasure chest entwined with thorns behind the two-headed hellhound. Boom! Su Feng set the thorns ablaze, and the silver chest was immediately exposed to the air. Treasure chest opening. 0, 1%, 0, 5%. Moments later, treasure chest opening. 99, 9%. With a click, the chest lid popped open, revealing, obtained item, Hell's Key. Obtained S-grade bracelet, Hell Summon. Hell Summon bracelet grade, S skill, Hell Summon, when equipped, uses dark type attacks, power plus 50%. Another special piece of equipment. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. Now he only needed a ring to complete his special equipment set. Increasing power by half is quite good, but this equipment only targets dark type skills, including skills related to the undead. It's getting late. Su Feng noticed that the dungeon progress had reached 80%, clearly indicating that those who entered earlier had reached the final stage. In the depths of the scene, the atmosphere was tense. At this moment, in front of a transparent crystal coffin, the May Mountain brothers were confronting Han Tianfei. Inside the crystal coffin before them, a completely crimson stone talisman was radiating intense flames, making it hard to look directly at. Flame Skill Talisman. Han Tianfei's eyes flashed. He had just awakened the S-grade martial spirit, Fire Cloud Jiao, and at this moment, he had just broken through to the master level, lacking a suitable skill talisman. The Flame Skill Talisman before him was something he must have. Han Tianfei, we arrived here first. It's not appropriate for you to snatch it from us, is it? The eldest May Mountain brother raised his brow, revealing a cold expression. Not long ago, the three of them had been the first to break through layers of obstacles to reach the final place. They originally intended to forcibly take the skill talisman inside. However, the crystal coffin was sealed and lacked the key to open it. During their anxious wait, Han Tianfei arrived and unceremoniously demanded that the skill talisman be handed over to him, which infuriated the May Mountain brothers. Yet, wary of Han Tianfei's strength, they did not act immediately. All rare treasures in the world are unowned. Naturally, the strong will possess them. If you can't keep it, it shows that this item is not destined for you, Han Tianfei sneered. No matter what, he had to obtain this skill talisman. Since you are forcing us so hard, don't blame us for going all out. The three brothers of Meishan glared with bloodshot eyes, their faces filled with anger. Although all three were at levels 28 to 29, far from being a match for Han Tianfei, at this moment they were determined to fight to the death. You think you can take me down with that? In the face of their threat, Han Tianfei merely smiled coldly. They were not worthy of dragging him down with them. Meishan's three absolute swords. At that moment, the three let out a furious roar, and behind them, three phantoms of plum blossoms appeared. This was their A-grade martial spirit, Tianshan Snow Plum. Although it was just a plant, it was no weaker than those exotic beasts or divine weapon spirits. Buzz, as the three plum blossoms appeared simultaneously, it was as if they were in sync, and an overwhelming aura erupted from their bodies. At the same time, their levels surged, breaking through to level 30. This was the power of Tianshan Snow Plum. If they fought individually, their strength was not impressive. But at this moment, triggering their synergy allowed them to temporarily enhance their cultivation. Interesting, but unfortunately useless to me. Han Tianfei struck out with a palm, and a torrent of flames surged from his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic hand that reached for the three. The destructive heat rapidly spread, making the entire space unbearably hot. Not good. At that moment, the three changed their expressions. From that fiery hand, they sensed an unprecedented crisis. If they did not react immediately, they would likely perish on the spot. Thus, without hesitation, they crushed the jade talismans in their hands. In the next instant, a green light enveloped them, transporting them out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This meant they were now out of the running for the 4 major academies. Come out! At this time, Han Tianfei turned his gaze behind him, a flash of killing intent crossing his face. In fact, he had sensed the hidden presence before he attacked the Meishan brothers. However, he had not rushed to reveal it, to avoid the two sides joining forces. Su Feng slowly walked out of the cave, his eyes fixed on the flame martial talisman in the crystal coffin, his gaze flickering. Soon, he would merge the second star ring, and this martial talisman arrived just in time. It's you! The moment he saw Su Feng, Han Tianfei's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized Su Feng, as Su Feng had previously broken his dungeon record. Originally, Han Tianfei did not care about being first on the leaderboard, but during that time, the entire imperial capital frequently compared Su Feng to him. This made him extremely angry, feeling it was an insult. I'll make you understand that the gap between us is not something a dungeon record can reflect. Han Tianfei looked at Su Feng, his face darkening. In response, Su Feng remained calm. In fact, he had not taken breaking Han Tianfei's record to heart at all. Just yesterday, he had broken the records of more than 10 dungeons. Fire Cloud Palm. Han Tianfei growled softly, and behind him, a massive phantom of a fire cloud dragon emerged. The dragon's eyes shot out blazing flames, exuding a terrifying aura. At the same time, a purple star ring appeared behind him. 1,000-year Fire Cloud Fox Star Ring, Su Feng thought to himself. The first star ring was 1,000 years old. This Han Tianfei had some strength. Eye of Hell. Su Feng directly summoned the Eye of Hell, instantly shrouding the cave in darkness. At the same time, the Eye of Hell's probing effect activated, revealing Han Tianfei's information. Han Tianfei, 1-star master, martial spirit, S-class Fire Cloud Dragon, level, LV31, star ring, Fire Cloud Fox, 1,000-year, martial talisman, exotic treasure, star technique, equipment, spirit power, 55,000 spirit power, comparable to that two-headed hellhound. Su Feng secretly thought to himself that with just one Thunderbolt talisman, he would probably be done for. However, since he had just released his Thunderbolt talisman, he still had to wait for more than half an hour for it to cool down. Just right, he could use this opportunity to test his ability to summon the undead. Su Feng cast the star technique, Night Approaches, and as he chanted the incantation, the ground suddenly shook, and a blood-red barrier appeared. At the same time, a dark power, seemingly coming from hell, emanated from the barrier. What is this? Han Tianfei looked at the barrier, his face filled with astonishment. From within the barrier, he vaguely sensed a power that filled him with dread. Roar! At that moment, a roar suddenly came from underground. Following that, a massive two-headed hellhound, standing 10 meters tall, appeared within the formation. Old acquaintance? Seeing the two-headed hellhound, Su Feng's eyes lit up. Ding! The Eternal Night buff is now active, level +5. Two-headed hellhound level, LV36 normal BOSS health points, 90,000 spirit points, 90,000 after the level increase. The hellhound's spirit points shot up to 90,000, even slightly higher than Su Feng's. At that moment, feeling the aura of the two-headed hellhound, Han Tianfei's face turned pale. A level 36 boss? This thing could be summoned? What a joke! It should be noted that the strongest candidate in this assessment, the God Marquis, was only level 35. With this two-headed hellhound out, wouldn't the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain be able to run rampant? When the two-headed hellhound first appeared, it was incredibly arrogant, looking haughty and domineering. It was thinking about who was summoning it, but upon seeing it was Su Feng, its legs went weak, nearly causing it to sit down on the ground. Goodness, just became an undead and already summoned by this Grim Reaper? The two-headed hellhound's expression turned cold. How could it not be left alone after becoming an undead? No, it had to serve him well, or it might end up being destroyed by him again. In reality, Su Feng was also quite innocent. After all, this kind of summoning was purely random and not something he could control. After receiving Su Feng's command, the two-headed hellhound immediately perked up and let out a mighty roar directed at Han Tianfei. Roar! Its bell-like eyes shot out flames, and the terrifying heat made Han Tianfei take 2 steps back in fright. Whoosh! At that moment, Su Feng noticed a splashing sound, and then he looked at Han Tianfei's crotch, discovering it was soaked in a large patch. Scared him to the point of wetting himself? Su Feng clicked his tongue in secret. It should be noted that this was a live broadcast, especially for these seed contestants, where there were quite a few viewers watching the live stream. He couldn't help but wonder if anyone had seen this scene. Outside, at this moment, many people were paying attention to this battle. Among them, in Han Tianfei's live stream, there were even 200,000 viewers. After all, Han Tianfei was not only handsome but also had an impressive strength and background, naturally attracting many female fans. Just a second ago, they were gushing over him in the live stream, attacking Su Feng. Who is this Su Feng? How dare he provoke our Tianfei brother? Humph. He should take a look in the mirror and see how much he weighs before challenging Tianfei. Didn't he see how the Mei Mountain 3 brothers were just rolling in fear? Humph. I hope he doesn't chicken out and use the teleportation jade talisman, letting Han Tianfei break his 3 legs to teach him a lesson. At this moment, countless bullet comments flooded the livestream, and Su Feng's stream was completely dominated by 100,000 female fans, all sending greetings, showing just how obsessed these fans were. However, the next moment, as the two-headed hellhound appeared, these female fans were instantly scared pale, cursing at the hellhound, telling it not to lay a hand on their Gigi. The audience in Su Feng's livestream was dumbfounded, witnessing someone being cyberbullied by a spirit for the first time. This group of people, are they insane? Han Tianfei's face was as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Just a moment ago, the two-headed hellhound had merely exhaled a breath, and he had suffered serious injuries. If he were to engage it in battle, he would undoubtedly die. Humph, I'm feeling unwell right now, so I'll let you go this time. We'll meet again, and I will surely defeat you. After saying this, Han Tianfei pulled out a scroll from his hand, then crushed it, instantly transforming his body into a streak of light and darting out of the ruins. This series of actions was fluid and swift, so quick that even Su Feng didn't react in time. He actually prepared a 1,000-mile teleportation map. It seems he spent quite a price for this. Su Feng thought to himself. The 1,000-mile teleportation map was also a creation of the Spirit Martial Artists Guild. It sold for 10 million apiece, and once used, it could randomly transport the user to a location within 100 miles, even surpassing the speed of a Grandmaster, making it a perfect escape tool, though most people couldn't afford it. 100 miles away. At this moment, after using the 1,000-mile teleportation map, Han Tianfei's face was filled with pain. After all, 10 million apiece was not pocket change. For this assessment, his family had only prepared one, intending for him to uphold the Han family's reputation. Yet, he never expected that upon entering the Beast Mountain range, he would be so frightened that he fled in a panic, leaving him utterly humiliated. Su Feng, leave the Beast Mountain range, and I will make you pay. Han Tianfei's eyes glinted with hatred. Just then, a rope suddenly flew towards him, and in the next moment, it tightly bound him. You're here? Just in time, I happen to need a mount. Han Tianfei tried to struggle, but found the rope to be quite strange. The more he struggled, the tighter it became, and he couldn't break free at all. Binding immortal rope? Han Tianfei was shocked, recalling the owner of this extraordinary treasure. At this moment, a short boy with a face full of golden hair, resembling a monkey, was holding one end of the binding immortal rope, grinning at him. After scaring Han Tianfei away, Su Feng approached the crystal coffin without any hindrance. At this moment, the flame skill talisman was continuously emitting intense, filling the entire crystal coffin with rich flames. Su Feng could tell at a glance that this martial talisman was definitely not an ordinary one. He took out the hell key he had obtained from the silver treasure chest, estimating that it was the key to open the crystal coffin. Crystal coffin opening. 0, 1%, 0, 5%. Sure enough, after inserting the key, the progress bar appeared immediately. Bang! As the progress reached 100%, the crystal coffin opened instantly. Buzz! At the same time, the flame skill talisman began to tremble violently. Just as the lid opened, it suddenly transformed into a dazzling firelight, shooting away at an astonishing speed. This firelight was incredibly hot, leaving a clearly visible trail in its wake, as if a burning meteor was streaking across the sky. Trying to escape? Su Feng's gaze flickered. He had been keeping an eye on the flame martial talisman, so he naturally couldn't let it get away. At that moment, he flashed forward, chasing after the flame martial talisman. Although the flame martial talisman flew quickly, Su Feng was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing flame martial talisman and grabbed it in his hand. At this moment, the intense heat radiating from the flame martial talisman made his skin feel a burning sensation. However, Su Feng did not let go. After a moment, the flame martial talisman gradually stabilized under the suppression of his cultivation. At the same time, Su Feng also checked its attributes. D0 to devour. Su Feng's eyes flickered. In this world, there are 100 types of innate, all at least A level, with immense power. Now, obtaining this innate spirit talisman surprised Su Feng. Although he possessed an infinite evolution system, he still lacked evolution points for An. If he fused the second, he would still need to wait for evolution points for the new skill talisman. This would undoubtedly hinder his strength improvement. However, this undoubtedly solved his urgent problem. This surprise, truly unexpected, Su Feng thought to himself, unable to hide his inner joy. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, he had stayed in the valley for a whole day, and during this time, he had hunted very few prey, causing his score to drop outside the top 10,000. Time was pressing, and he needed to quickly hunt for points. Su Feng thought to himself and immediately turned to leave the ruins. At this moment, in front of the phone screen, Wangu was guarding Qin Chuan's live broadcast room, scrolling through the leaderboard with one hand while tapping little hearts. She had flipped through the list so many times, from the first place down to the last 10,000, yet she still hadn't seen Su Feng's name. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan stood in fourth place, shining brightly. Humph, what a waste, not even making it into the top 10,000. I thought he had turned things around. Wang Hui sneered. She realized that Su Feng was not worth her effort to pay attention to. Such a waste was not even worthy of carrying Qin Chuan's shoes. Above the Beast Mountain range, 4 figures stood in midair. If Su Feng were here, he would immediately recognize that these 4 were the elders from the 4 major academies who had previously come to Dongji City to seize him. At this moment, the white-haired elder from the Tiandao Academy looked at Qin Chuan's name with a satisfied expression. He then turned to the beautiful woman beside him and asked, Elder Qingyi, do you have anyone in mind for this national examination? Even though Qingyi was over 40, she showed no signs of age on her face. Instead, she had a voluptuous figure, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Su Feng. Qingyi blinked her beautiful eyes, and a name slipped out. She had first heard this name from Lin Aoxue, and after meeting Su Feng once, she felt his extraordinary nature. Unfortunately, he had not accepted her conditions to become a designated disciple of the Xingqian Academy. However, at this moment, Qingyi still held on to her determination to recruit him into the Xingqian Academy, not for any other reason, but because she believed in Lin Aoxue's judgment. Oh, a kid who hasn't even made it into the top 10,000. Elder Qingyi, you must be mistaken, the Tiandao Academy elder's words had just fallen. However, the next second, the leaderboard suddenly changed, a name radiating dazzling golden light, soaring up from the 10,000th position. Not only did the several elders notice, but all the viewers watching the leaderboard also saw this scene, holding their breath in astonishment. This golden light ascended rapidly, almost sweeping past hundreds of names every second, making it impossible to see the name's owner. Until after several hundred breaths, the ascent speed of this name gradually slowed down. However, by this time, it had already approached the top 10. Who is this person? The elders from the 4 major academies, without exception, looked at this name with curiosity. After several more leaps, this name finally settled in 4th place, directly kicking Qin Chuan down. Ultimately, the name finally revealed itself, clearly showing the 2 characters Su Feng. How could this be? The Tiandao Academy elders' dragon-like eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that Su Feng had made the list and was even above Qin Chuan. This, impossible. Wan Hui also saw this scene, her face instantly turning pale. It must be cheating. At this moment, she gritted her teeth, unable to believe that Su Feng had such potential, surpassing Qin Chuan. In the Beast Mountain range, to the north. At this moment, a black figure knocked down a level 35 giant bear with a single punch, then checked the leaderboard. Upon seeing the name above his, Qin Chuan's expression changed dramatically. Interesting. Your growth rate far exceeds my expectations. A flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. This person must be eliminated quickly. Su Feng was unaware of the commotion caused by his rise in the rankings. At this moment, he was in a certain valley, smashing through star beasts with his staff. Such a terrifying speed of monster hunting made his experience soar like a rocket. Level 29. Su Feng retracted the 9 Dragon's staff and quietly glanced at his status panel. His leveling efficiency could only be described as terrifying. Su Feng, 2-star Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Super S-Class 9 Heavens Divine Ape, level, LV29, experience, 500/90,000, star ring, 7 colored deer, 10,000 years, first star ring martial talismans, Super S-Class Divine Thunder Talisman, skill, Super S-Class Divine Valor Talisman, attribute, Moonlight, special, exotic treasure, 9 dragon staff, star techniques, Purple Extreme Demon Vine, Night Approaches, Hell's Eye, Equipment, Night Set, Silver Moon Guardian, Pendant, Hell Summon, Bracelet, Strength, 2,800, Constitution, 1,800, Agility, 900, Strength Talisman Amplification, 2240 Strength, Mana Value, 90,000 mana. The 100,000 threshold is just around the corner. Su Feng thought to himself. Those geniuses who awaken S-Class martial spirits rarely reached 100,000 mana even after breaking through to the master level. Yet he was still at the martial master realm and was about to break 100,000. It's a pity there are too few star beasts in this area, not enough to support my breakthrough to level 30. Su Feng frowned. He still needed 90,000 experience to reach level 30. If the star beasts that had died here knew Su Feng's thoughts, they would probably be so angry they could come back to life. He had killed them all and was still complaining about their numbers being too few? If this were a restaurant, he could have made thousands of family buckets. Boom! Just then, a thunderous sound suddenly came from a valley to the north of Su Feng. It seemed that a star beast capable of controlling lightning had appeared. There's movement ahead. Could there be an exotic treasure emerging? Su Feng's eyes flashed as he immediately headed north. To the north. In the Thunder Pit, 15 talented individuals had gathered, each radiating fluctuations of cultivation above level 29. These people were almost all candidates on the leaderboard. Normally, encountering even one of these experts would be difficult, but here, 15 had gathered at once. At this moment, they were working together to deal with a white deer with lightning antlers. This white deer was a rare species, the thunder deer. The thunder deer itself was not particularly fierce, but it could summon thunder. At this moment, it occasionally unleashed thunder as thick as a bowl, filled with destructive power, causing no one to dare approach, only able to surround it. Young master, this isn't a solution, this beast is too fierce to approach. At this time, a man in a black cloak spoke to the crowd. It was hard to imagine that 14 geniuses from the leaderboard would refer to one person as their master. The cloaked man, with skin as white as snow, spoke in a soft voice. No worries, draw it into the sword formation, I have my ways to deal with it. Yes. Soon, this group led the thunder deer into the sword formation. Bang! The cloaked man stepped into the air, and with a single hand gesture, hundreds of sword lights gathered before him. The methods of the evil repelling sword manner. Su Feng saw the cloaked man make his move from a distance, and his gaze flickered. He immediately recognized that this cloaked man was Lin Chongji, the genius ranked 5th on the heavenly list, and also the young master of the evil-slaying sword manner. However, it was rumored that the techniques of the evil-slaying sword manner were extremely sinister, and every successor had to undergo a cleansing ritual upon reaching adulthood, resulting in them being neither male nor female. You all go and stop him for me. Lin Chongji naturally noticed Su Feng at this moment and immediately dispatched people to deal with him, while he himself used a sword formation to strangle the thunder deer. Su Feng, it's not too late to surrender now. A figure dressed in a black and gold python robe appeared. It was Zhao Wudi. Upon seeing Zhao Wudi, Su Feng said lightly, I didn't expect the dignified runner-up of Dongyun province to come here to be someone else's dog. Humph, what do you know? Teaming up with young Master Lin can bring countless opportunities and benefits. Fighting alone is ultimately too weak to achieve greatness. Originally, Zhao Wudi had come to the imperial capital with the ambition to claim the top spot and to defeat Su Feng, hoping to smooth over the regrets of the provincial examination. But when he realized he couldn't even rank among the national geniuses, his mindset completely changed. In the end, he chose to band together, becoming a subordinate under Lin Chongji, a mere lackey. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the rewards he received were also immense. In just 2 days, they had cleared numerous ruins, and his strength was rapidly increasing. He had now reached level 30, just one suitable star ring away from breaking through to the master level. This made him firmly believe that his choice was correct. In this national examination filled with geniuses, without forming a group, one would find it nearly impossible to advance. One can achieve the Tao alone, why must one band together? Su Feng raised an eyebrow and directly extended his palm towards Zhao Wudi. Bang! From dozens of meters away, under the terrifying wind of Su Feng's palm, Zhao Wudi felt his body trapped by an immense pressure, unable to move. Su Feng pointed a finger at Zhao Wudi. Instantly, all of his S-rank equipment exploded, shattering and falling to the ground. Zhao Wudi's eyes widened in terror. He never expected to be utterly powerless before Su Feng, being directly obliterated by just a single finger. Put! With all his equipment shattered, Zhao Wudi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying sideways, lying on the ground unable to move. You lot, come at me together. Su Feng then shifted his gaze to the other 13 geniuses. At this moment, these people exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged towards Su Feng together. We have the numbers. What are we afraid of? Everyone, don't hold back. Use your strongest techniques. I don't believe he can withstand it. As they made their move, a myriad of treasures and star techniques surged towards Su Feng. The sheer volume of attacks gathered together unleashed an astonishing power. However, Su Feng did not even raise an eyelid, his voice indifferent as he said, "Nine Thunder Curse." As the Thunder Talisman evolved into the Divine Thunder Talisman, the abilities of the Nine Thunder Talisman were preserved, becoming the Nine Thunder Curse, which could be chanted casually. Boom! As 81 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, the expressions of the more than 10 people changed drastically. At this moment, they had no time to spare. In order to save their lives, they hurriedly crushed their jade talismans to teleport outside the realm. On the field, apart from the heavily injured Zhao Wudi lying on the ground, only Lin Chongji remained to confront the Thunder Deer. Interesting. A flash of killing intent flickered in Lin Chongji's eyes. He had thought that these people would not be able to stop Su Feng, but he never expected them to be defeated so quickly. Truly a bunch of useless trash. Evil Slaying Sword Formation, rise. Lin Chongji's eyes sparkled with a cold light as he unhesitatingly activated the Evil Slaying Sword Formation, temporarily trapping the Thunder Deer. Immediately afterward, he turned sharply to look at Su Feng, his gaze filled with killing intent and determination. Since you are so oblivious to your own death and insist on coming to deliver your life, then I will deal with you first, and then kill this beast. His voice was cold and ruthless, as if he had already regarded Su Feng as his prey. However, Su Feng showed no fear, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up to reveal a mocking smile. I suggest you better put away your sword formation first, or else you won't have the chance later. His tone was calm, but the confidence and disdain within it made Lin Chongji feel extremely angry. Humph, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? Lin Chongji snorted coldly, too lazy to waste more words with Su Feng. His figure flashed, instantly summoning dozens of sharp swords, which flew rapidly in the air, forming a dazzling sword net. Evil Slaying Sword Technique. Lin Chongji roared softly, his hands forming a spell, and the flying swords spun in the air like a kaleidoscope, emitting sharp whistling sounds. Each sword flickered with brilliant sword light, intertwining into a splendid curtain of swords that was blinding. Put! With a point forward, the myriad flying swords roared and slashed towards Su Feng. Divine Thunder Talisman, go! Facing the incoming sword light, Su Feng's expression remained calm as he directly activated the Divine Thunder Talisman. Boom! Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the heavens and earth, and torrents of thunder light poured down, immediately engulfing Lin Chongji along with the Thunder Deer in the sword formation. In the next moment, Lin Chongji was teleported away in a flash of green light amidst his resentful roar. The Thunder Deer, however, was not so fortunate. Under the devouring of the Divine Thunder, it perished in an instant, leaving behind a colorful stone. Slayed level 35 boss Thunder Deer, experience plus 35,000. Dropped, Super S level evolution material, colorful stone. It actually dropped an evolution material. Su Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this colorful stone, the Nine Dragon Staff could evolve into Super S level. At this moment, he directly used it. Nine Dragon Staff evolved into Super S level, Heavenly Dragon Staff, Exotic Treasure, Grade, Super S, Spirit Power, 20,000, Ability, when used, it can double the attack power. Skill, Nine Dragon Staff Technique, can strike once every half an hour, transforming into 9 golden dragons to attack the opponent, dealing 9 times the staff damage. Not bad. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. With this exotic treasure, his strength had increased another level. You defeated Lin Chongji? Zhao Wudi's voice trembled. He never expected that Su Feng would defeat Lin Chongji right before his eyes. The man he regarded as a deity. Hand over the map, and I can let you go, Su Feng said. At this moment, there was lightning flickering in his palm. If Zhao Wudi refused, he wouldn't mind testing whether his mouth was tougher or his bones. Hearing this, Zhao Wudi showed no hesitation and immediately handed over the map. After all, he had already witnessed Su Feng's methods. Opposing him was tantamount to courting death. After receiving the map, Su Feng took a glance. Zhao Wudi's map was indeed more detailed, especially regarding the core area. It seems that there are no opportunities in the periphery. I still have to wait for 3 days for the core area to open. Su Feng thought to himself. Now his points had reached 350,000, ranking 3rd. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl and the divine marquis had 390,000 and 570,000 respectively. He was not far behind them. For now, I'll focus on hunting star beasts and quickly raise my cultivation to level 30. Su Feng's eyes flickered. After reaching level 30, he could merge the star ring and break through to the Master Realm. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, as thousands of gathered star beasts were struck down by divine thunder, a white light flashed, and Su Feng broke through to level 30. The evolution points are just right at 1 million. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. At this moment, he could finally evolve his martial spirit. Do you want to consume 1 million evolution points to evolve the martial spirit 9 Heavens Divine Ape? Yes. Consuming 1 million evolution points, your martial spirit evolves into the Great Sage level, Undying Divine Ape, Strength plus 2500, Constitution plus 1000, Agility plus 500, Spiritual Power plus 40,000. Gained the original divine ability, Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Gained the original talent, Undying Body. It actually breaks through with 10 times the attributes of the Super S level. Su Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Not only that, he also learned the original divine ability and original talent. Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger can be used after summoning the martial spirit, imprisoning the sky, the earth, and all living beings. After casting, it unleashes a destructive force multiplied by the level within a certain range, lasting for 30 minutes, during which it annihilates all living beings. This method can be used once a day. Undying Body comes with 50% damage immunity, and the body cannot be destroyed by any attack. Level Multiplier. I currently have 30 times the sustained damage, with 50% damage immunity. Su Feng's eyelids twitched again. Is this the Great Sage level martial spirit? Isn't it a bit too terrifying? Su Feng 2-star Martial Master Martial Spirit, Great Sage Undying Ape God level, LV30 experience, 100000/100000 star ring, 7 colored deer, 10,000 years, first star ring martial symbol, Super S level Divine Thunder symbol, skill, Super S level Divine Courage symbol, attribute, Moonlight, special, exotic treasure. Heavenly Dragon Staff Star Techniques, Purple Extreme Demon Vine, Nightfall, Hell's Eye Equipment, Night Set, Silver Moon Guardian, Pendant, Hell Summon, Bracelet, Strength, 5500 Constitution, 3000 Agility, 1500 Strength Symbol Amplification, 4400 Strength Spiritual Power, 140000. I haven't even broken through to Master, and my spiritual power has already exceeded 100,000. Su Feng clicked his tongue secretly. No wonder it's a Great Sage level martial spirit, so terrifying. Currently activating Mythical Descent. After 100 days, gather 5 million evolution points to evolve into a mythical martial spirit equal to Heaven Great Sage. At the same time, the speed of obtaining evolution points increases tenfold. Goal achieved, bonus exclusive artifact Rui Jingu Bang, equal to Heaven Great Sage? Su Feng's eyelids twitched. The speed of obtaining evolution points also increases tenfold. How much is that? 10 evolution points per second? In just a few days, he could evolve the star ring to 1 billion years? As for the martial spirit, if the Great Sage level is already this terrifying, what level will the mythical martial spirit reach? However, he didn't expect that the final evolution of his martial spirit would be the well-known Sun Wukong. Could it be that after the evolution, the fire eyes and golden eyes, and the somersault cloud would also become his means? Su Feng shook his head, realizing he was thinking too far ahead. At his current speed of over 80,000 points a day, it would still take 60 days to gather 5 million. Moreover, the evolution could only be activated after 100 days, which meant he had about 40 more days, with over 3 million evolution points available for other uses. It's a pity that I'm live streaming. I can't test the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger right now. Su Feng thought to himself. From the description, the power of the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger seemed a bit too terrifying. It was only suitable for use in uninhabited areas. He feared that if he unleashed it, the scene would be too shocking and cause some ripples. After all, Chen Fay, ranked 20th on the heavenly list, was a cautionary tale. But I can try the power of other skills after evolving into the Undying Ape God. Su Feng flew low, and any star beasts above level 35 he encountered could be killed instantly with a single strike of thunder, even without using skills. Now, my full strength strike can deal over 20,000 damage, comparable to the total damage of the previous 9 Dragon Staff technique. Su Feng secretly clicked his tongue. Previously, when the 9 dragons were unleashed together, the total damage barely reached 30,000 points. But now, with his own 9 dragons unleashed, the damage value would reach a terrifying 200,000. Su Feng estimated that for bosses below level 40, there probably wasn't one that could withstand his heavenly dragon strike. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day of the national exam. On the leaderboard, Su Feng, as a dark horse, had leaped to second place with 980,000 points, just a mere 10,000 points behind the God Marquis. this guy is too monstrous. At that moment, some viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but exclaim, it seems he almost has the strength to rival the God Marquis. Could it be that the national champion will be a surprise? Are you kidding? Is that even a surprise? It wouldn't be surprising at all if either of them won. Not only were the national audience's attention on Su Feng rising, but the elders of the 4 major academies in the sky above the Beast Mountain range were also closely watching Su Feng's every move. This Su Feng is truly unexpected. At this moment, an elder from the Spirit Deer Academy couldn't help but sigh. It seems the national champion will emerge from either him or the God Marquis, said an elder from the Proud Sword Academy. Humph, it's too early to say that. At that moment, an elder from the Heavenly Path Academy let out a cold snort. Oh, if that's the case, Elder Chen, how about we make a bet? Seeing this, Elder Chingy's lips curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. What shall we bet on? Chen Hai raised his eyebrows, his eyes gleaming. Let's each pick one person and bet on who can become the national champion. The wager will be an Ultra S-grade accessory. Upon hearing Elder Chingy's words, Chen Hai's gaze sharpened. An Ultra S-grade accessory. Its value was over 10 million. This woman is really ruthless. Alright, I bet. Chen Hai gritted his teeth. He understood Qin Xuan's trump card well enough to know he wouldn't lose. Little guy, I trust you so much, you mustn't let me down. Qingyi looked at Su Feng on the screen, her eyes flickering. Everyone, the 5-day period has ended, and the core area is about to open. Those who have not entered the top 10 in points will be teleported out. As the words fell, countless candidates in the Beast Mountain range transformed into green light and were directly teleported away. At the same time, a gentle light surrounded Su Feng, carrying him deep into the mountains. I'm about to enter the core area, Su Feng thought to himself, and soon he arrived deep within the mountains. Here, as the core area, there was a transparent barrier in front of him. Before the national exam ended, they could only teleport in and not out. The area of the core zone has been reduced by 90%. It seems an intense battle is inevitable. Su Feng's eyes flickered as Qin Xuan's figure appeared in his mind. The grudge over the base was also timed to settle. Buzz, just as Su Feng entered the core area, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from a certain valley ahead. The Treasure Division Cliff has appeared. Su Feng checked the map. That was indeed the direction of the Treasure Division Cliff. It was said that the Treasure Division Cliff appeared once every 10 years, and he happened to stumble upon it. Countless innate treasures, refining materials, and even rumored to have strange flames were buried within the Treasure Division Cliff. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. His luck was quite good. He was still pondering how to obtain the strange flames when someone delivered a pillow while he was dozing off. At the Treasure Division Cliff, hundreds of figures gathered at this location, divided into several major factions, now facing each other. Tang Yan, ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking, represented the Tang family, one of the 4 major clans of the imperial capital, surrounded by more than 10 followers. The God Marquis rode on Han Tianfei, who was ranked 20th on the heavenly ranking, with several capable subordinates behind him giving him shoulder and leg massages. Wangu, ranked 7th, Zhang Hao, ranked 8th, and Chen Xian, ranked 9th, chose to team up at this moment. The combined strength of 3 top 10 experts on the heavenly ranking is not to be underestimated. Among the crowd, 2 figures stand alone, appearing out of place. Chen Zizai, Little Monkey and Chen Chang'an have both found helpers. How about you and I team up? At this moment, the lonely little dragon girl looked at the equally solitary swordsman beside her. She had a delicate face, a pair of crystal dragon horns atop her head, wore a bright silver long dress, had a slender waist, and her watery eyes gave her a quirky appearance. Who called me Little Monkey? Upon hearing this title, Shinhozi's eyes immediately burst with golden light, showing a look of anger. However, upon realizing it was Little Dragon Girl, he had no choice but to let it go. Although he was very combative, he had fought with Little Dragon Girl several times before entering the core area and had never gained the upper hand. It wasn't that he was weak, rather, the opponent was simply too cunning, and he had been outsmarted every time. Thus, unable to outwit her, he chose not to provoke this woman. After all, with his strength, Little Dragon Girl couldn't do much to him. I wonder where Lin Changji has gone. Now that the treasure divide is open, he hasn't shown up. At this moment, someone voiced their confusion. Indeed, this guy has a nose sharper than a dog's. He has occupied half of the opportunities in the outer area, yet he hasn't come this time. Could he have been killed by someone? As soon as this was said, their gazes immediately turned to Shinhozi. Although Lin Changji ranked 5th, as the heir of the evil repelling sword manor, he naturally had many trump cards, and the only one capable of defeating him was probably Shinhozi. Seeing them all looking at him, Shinhozi shrugged. To be fair, he had never even seen that person. That's strange. Everyone wore puzzled expressions. Since they had never seen him, Why had he suddenly disappeared? Could it be that he was fighting a boss and got counter-killed? Just then, Tanya spoke up, "Everyone, there is still a quarter of an hour until noon. At that time, we will enter the treasure divide, and everyone can rely on their own means." That's exactly what I mean. Just as they were speaking, a figure in white suddenly flew in from the distant sky. Su Feng used the moon step, moving as fast as lightning, and in a few flashes, landed right in the center of the group in the valley. How could a martial master appear here? The crowd frowned upon seeing Su Feng's cultivation level. A mere martial master didn't even qualify to be their underling, yet he managed to come here alone? Interesting, just when I need a lackey. Kid, what do you think? Shinhozi said lazily, hands behind his head. Chen Fay also spotted Su Feng and immediately cracked his knuckles, revealing a look of hatred in his eyes. If it weren't for Su Feng forcing him to use the 1,000-mile transmission map, he wouldn't have ended up right in front of Shinhozi, becoming his mount. At this moment, hearing Han Tianfei's transmission, Shinhozi turned to Su Feng. "Since my mount has spoken, I should at least give him some face. How about this? You can be my mount's mount, and this matter will be settled." Shinhozi thought for a moment and finally proposed a reasonable solution. Ha ha ha! As soon as he said this, the scene erupted in laughter. Everyone looked at Su Feng with a teasing expression. Clearly, in their eyes, once Shinhozi had set his sights on Su Feng, there was no escaping the fate of becoming a mount. "Not interested, but I happen to want to raise a monkey. You seem just right for the job." Find death. Upon hearing Su Feng refer to himself as a monkey, Shinhozi's face immediately flushed with anger. This kid actually dares to provoke Shinhozi. I don't know whether to call him bold or ignorant. Now that Shinhozi is angry, his journey in the core area is likely to come to an end. Whoosh! Shinhozi's figure flashed, and he swung his fist towards Su Feng. At this moment, golden light wrapped around his fist. Even without summoning a martial spirit, the momentum he unleashed was incredibly shocking, causing trees within a radius of several miles to be directly shattered by the force of his punch. Even the top experts in this place could not summon their life-saving treasures and star techniques to counter this punch wind. As for Su Feng, who was at the very center of the punch wind, no one dared to imagine the pressure he was experiencing. Divine Monkey Fist. The God Marquis Sun shouted lowly, his eyes filled with ferocity. Usually, once he unleashed this punch, battles among his peers would immediately come to an end. Today would be no exception. Such a slow punch speed. However, at that moment, Su Feng's voice of sarcasm rang out. Instantly, the surrounding talents showed shock in their eyes. He can still speak under such pressure? In fact, Su Feng possessed a 50% immunity due to his indestructible body, plus an additional 10% from the Silver Moon Guardian. Even without using his protective domain, his damage immunity had already reached 60%. Therefore, the God Marquis Sun's Divine Monkey Fist had no lethality in front of him. Bang! Su Feng calmly extended his hand, as if parting clouds to see the sun, directly breaking through the punch wind, and then with an unremarkable palm, he sent the God Marquis Sun flying back. How is this possible? The God Marquis Sun's expression stiffened. Since his debut, this was the first time someone had blocked his Divine Monkey Fist. Moreover, it was not a case of being heavily injured or spitting blood, but rather being pushed back with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, the God Marquis Sun began to doubt himself. Could it be? Am I this weak? Rumble. Just then, a colorful light shot out from above the treasure division cliff, and the barrier opened. Others transformed into streaks of light, rushing to enter. Humph! The treasure division cliff has appeared. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. We will fight again after we come out. The God Marquis Sun's gaze flickered, abandoning the battle with Su Feng. At this moment, he transformed into a beam of golden light and joined the group, flying into the treasure division cliff. Treasure division cliff. At this moment, Su Feng used the moon step to walk through the air. Inside the treasure division cliff, the entire sky was pitch black, giving a sense of oppression and eeriness. It was said that this place was once the main battlefield where human powers fiercely clashed with extraterrestrial races. The war back then was exceptionally brutal, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing, which is why the Yin energy was so thick, reaching the heavens. At the same time, due to the special magnetic field of the treasure division cliff, live broadcast signals would be severely disrupted, so the scenes here could not be broadcasted. Naturally, what was obtained here would not be known to the outside world. As Su Feng moved forward, the short swords, long knives, and other weapons buried in the ground began to hum, as if communicating with him. These treasures were all above the Super S grade, already possessing a certain level of spirituality. Su Feng could clearly feel the signals they emitted, all expressing their desire to acknowledge him as their master. Super S grade treasures, even if they were damaged, still held considerable power. However, Su Feng already possessed the Heavenly Dragon Staff, and the swords and knives did not resonate with his martial spirit. So in the end, he rejected these treasures. There are indeed quite a few treasures here. Su Feng saw that Tang Yan and others nearby were already prepared, currently opening their Qianquan bags and frantically collecting treasures. I wonder where the exotic fire is. As a devourer of symbols, you should have some sense of it. Su Feng thought to himself, summoning the exotic fire devouring symbol. The moment the exotic fire devouring symbol appeared, it emitted a blazing light, resembling a roaring fireball, rapidly flying towards a certain location in the east. Whoosh! Su Feng's figure flashed, following behind the devouring symbol, also flying towards that place. After a full incense stick's time, Su Feng finally arrived at his destination. A massive lava cavern appeared before him, with extremely high temperatures nearby, flames splashing everywhere, and fire columns occasionally erupting. Such a high temperature. Su Feng frowned. The temperature of this magma probably reached 1000 degrees Celsius. Even a master would not be able to endure for long before being roasted to a crisp. However, Su Feng possessed an indestructible body, and his physical form would never be destroyed, so he didn't have to worry about being scalded to death. In the case of activating the Guardian Domain, my immunity can reach 80% within 30 minutes, so I can hold on for a while. With this thought, he directly activated the Guardian Domain and then leaped into the lava. Gurgle! As Su Feng submerged, a series of bubbles erupted from the magma, the sound of bubbling continuously resonating. Moments later, Su Feng passed through the lava and arrived at the cave floor below. At this moment, right in front of him, there was a spacious passage leading to an unknown place. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the passage, the swallowing talisman began to cheerfully bounce. What a scorching aura there must be inside. Su Feng's eyes flashed as he walked straight into the passage. Whoosh! As he gradually approached the passage, the scorching aura grew stronger, hitting him like a heat wave. At the same time, a powerful sense of intimidation emanated from deep within the passage. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout the cave. Following that, a monster with huge bull horns, a fierce visage, and spewing flames, wrapped in fire, charged out. Its skin was a fiery red, surrounded by flames, radiating a heart-pounding heat. Su Feng recognized at a glance that the monster before him was indeed transformed from. It seemed that capturing it would inevitably require a fierce battle. Transformed from, level, LV 40 health points, 120,000 spirit points, 120,000 at this moment. The before him had already reached a spirit point value of 120,000. 9 Dragon Staff Technique, go! Su Feng's eyes flashed as he directly swung the heavenly dragon staff in his hand. At the same time, 9 golden dragons swam forward, charging at boom, minus 20,371, minus 21,857, minus 21,845, minus 21,514, minus 20,259, minus 20,959, minus 20,807, minus 21,823, minus 20,171. The 9 golden dragons collided with, instantly revealing a series of numbers. In the next moment, the level 40 was directly killed by Su Feng, transforming into a pillar of fire and fleeing outward. Want to run? Su Feng's eyes flashed as he released the swallowing talisman. He had known that it was extremely fast when chasing it earlier. Now, facing that wanted to escape, the swallowing talisman instantly flew in front of it and directly devoured it. Devoured S, evolved to S. Innate Spirit Talisman level, S ability, Infinite Devouring, can absorb and fuse with other, skill, Ultimate Flame, all fire damage doubled spirit points. 10,000 devouring S directly evolved to S. Su Feng's eyes flickered. This growth rate was somewhat beyond his expectations, but it was reasonable to be only one level lower after devouring. At this rate, I estimate that devouring 10S will allow me to evolve to S. Su Feng thought to himself. Of course, directly devouring an above S would also be possible. It's time to leave. Just as Su Feng was about to set off, he suddenly paused. He noticed that the lava below was now spreading outward, as if something in the center was driving it away. What was going on? Su Feng was puzzled, his gaze fixed on the lava below. As time passed, the lava gradually receded, revealing the ground that had originally been covered by it. After a while, the lava finally retreated completely, exposing a clear area. In this open space, a gourd wrapped in purple and gold light sat quietly, exuding a mysterious aura. What kind of treasure is this? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. The gourd was enormous, at least the size of a 2-story building. Buzz! Just as Su Feng was pondering, the gourd emitted a violent wave, then gradually shrank to the size of a fingernail, directly hanging onto his hair. Su Feng? Su Feng couldn't discern the function of this gourd, but he could sense the presence of spiritual awareness from it, indicating that the gourd had its own spirit. Since it posed no harm by staying close, Su Feng decided to ignore it. After obtaining the, Su Feng activated the, and upon sensing that there was no present, he immediately left the. The urgent task now is to find a relatively powerful star beast to fuse with the star ring and break through to the master realm. Su Feng thought to himself. Although he hoped to encounter a rare star beast to serve as a star ring, the probability was too low. Just then, his eyes suddenly flashed. Just moments ago, he felt a disturbance within him. On the day his martial spirit awakened, the remnants of his wasted martial spirit suddenly stirred at that moment. Qin Chuan. A murderous intent filled Su Feng's eyes. Because Qin Chuan had devoured his martial spirit with the, there was a certain resonance in the dark. Now that the remnants of his martial spirit were reacting, it clearly indicated that Qin Chuan was nearby. In the nine-nethered demon abyss, a figure in black stood on a giant rock, calmly standing there, his entire being filled with a sense of destruction. At this moment, it seemed that some kind of resonance was coming from within the man. His eyes, with their three whites, revealed a sinister color. Oh, found this place? Qin Chuan's gaze flickered, his expression indifferent. Before him, in the unfathomable abyss, a violent surge of dark energy erupted. Screech! A cry came from the bottom of the valley. Immediately after, a vast purple airflow burst forth, like a volcanic eruption, carrying an unparalleled might. Seeing this, Qin Chuan formed a seal with his hands, and a crystal-clear jade pendant appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, he held the pendant in front of him, and it instantly radiated a brilliant light, forming a solid shield that isolated the surging purple energy. Fortunately, this nine-nethered demon abyss is extremely special, capable of isolating all external information, allowing me this opportunity. Qin Chuan's gaze flickered. The timing was ripe. That existence below must be on the verge of going berserk, right? The intel was indeed correct. It is currently in its weakened state. If I devour it, my martial spirit will become the first SS level in the history of the Great Xia. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled, revealing a frenzied look. Just then, his expression suddenly changed, and he flashed up to the cave's entrance. Before him stood a figure in white. Su Feng, I didn't expect you to find this place, Qin Chuan said, his tone laced with surprise. Qin Chuan, on the day of awakening, my martial spirit turned to waste. Was it your doing? Su Feng asked coldly. Ha ha ha. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan burst into laughter. He then approached Su Feng and whispered, to be honest, your martial spirit is what I devoured. You must be very curious about what your martial spirit is, right? That's right. I sensed it long ago through an S-level dark dragon. If it weren't for your martial spirit's assistance, I wouldn't have mutated into an S-level dark. Hearing Qin Chuan's triumphant words, Su Feng's eyes couldn't hide his murderous intent. By the way, let me tell you, today I will fuse with the nine nether. When you see me then, it will be like seeing a deity. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a screech echoed from the depths of the abyss. Immediately, an endless purple aura erupted, as if some existence was about to break free from its restraints and rush out, causing the entire valley to tremble. What happened? In the Funbao Cliff, a group of prodigies felt the vibrations beneath their feet, unable to contain their confusion. Above the Wan Beast mountain range, the elders of the four academies, except for Chen Hai who remained calm, had drastically changed expressions. Not good. Someone is about to break the seal of the nine-nether devouring heaven sparrow. Once the nine-nether devouring heaven sparrow is born, anyone below the king realm will undoubtedly die. We must evacuate all disciples first. As they took action, at that moment in the Wan Beast mountain range, the jade talismans in the hands of each candidate emitted a glow, swiftly carrying them away. Shinhozi and the little dragon girl were no exception. Two people cannot be sensed. At that moment, the elder of the Spirit Deer Academy's expression changed. At this moment, the names of the disciples being teleported on the leaderboard turned green one by one. Finally, only the second and fourth places remained. They were Su Feng and Qin Chuan. They must be trapped in the nine-nether demon suppression abyss. We must go save them. At this moment, Xing Yi's face showed urgency. However, Chen Hai directly used his cultivation to block her, his voice cold, "Don't go. With our strength, it would be a death sentence. I believe Chuan will find a way to cope." Seeing this, Xing Yi's face immediately turned angry. "Chen Hai, you have been planning all of this, haven't you?" Clearly, the Heavenly Tao Academy had long been scheming about all of this, and Su Feng was merely a sacrificial pawn. Chen Hai did not respond but summoned a treasure to stop her. Caw! At that moment, a crisp bird call echoed through the sky from the nine-nether demon suppression abyss. A massive purple figure leaped up from the abyss. This giant bird was over 100 meters long, its wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. It suddenly flapped its enormous wings, and countless black flames erupted, transforming into thick black pillars shooting into the sky. Nine-nether devouring heaven sparrow. Seeing this giant bird, Su Feng's expression changed. Long ago, he had heard rumors about the nine-nethered demon suppression abyss, said to be suppressing a mutated holy beast for decades. He had thought it was just a legend, but it turned out to be true. However, as soon as the nine-nethered devouring heaven sparrow appeared, its body was suddenly bound tightly by countless black chains. These chains were covered in sharp thorns that pierced deeply into its flesh, even penetrating into its blood. More terrifyingly, these thorns were infused with dense demonic energy. Under the erosion of this energy, the nine-nethered devouring heaven sparrow's body gradually became weak and powerless, ultimately falling to the ground, unable to muster even a trace of strength. At this moment, its aura became extremely feeble, and no matter how it struggled, it could not stop the flow of life. Ha ha ha, my plan is about to succeed. Qin Chuan's face showed madness. At this moment, behind him, the phantom of the devouring python appeared, continuously devouring the energy of the nine-nethered devouring heaven sparrow. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Feng stood in front of the nine-nethered devouring heaven sparrow, swinging the heavenly dragon staff, trying to chop the chains binding it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not destroy the chains. Su Feng's gaze was cold. Upon seeing Qin Chuan devouring the soul of the nine-nethered devouring heaven sparrow, he felt as if he were witnessing the scene of the dark dragon within him being consumed. No matter what, he would not allow this scene to happen again. Watching this, the nine-nethered devouring heaven sparrow's pupils trembled, and her eyes even became moist. She had originally been the guardian holy beast of the Great Xia, but decades ago, due to cultivation reasons, she had undergone a mutation and sealed herself in the demon suppression abyss to avoid harming the innocent. She never expected that after so many years, she would be regarded as a demon by the world, and today, a human would go to such lengths to protect her. Don't waste your effort. Once the link is established, it cannot be stopped. Even if I die, its soul will dissipate into the world. Qin Chuan sneered. Once he fused with the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow, the first thing he would do is swallow his martial spirit in front of Su Feng again. Little guy, I can help you. At that moment, the purple gourd at the root of Su Feng's hair suddenly trembled and transmitted a voice to him. But I won't act for no reason. Moreover, this nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow has an extraordinary background. Recklessly saving her might instead provoke a disaster. Senior, is there a way? Hearing the gourd speak, Su Feng's eyes lit up. There is a way. Let me communicate with her first. Then, the gourd released a transmission and began to converse with the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow. After a moment, it spoke again. Little guy, your opportunity has come. I will communicate with her, and with my credibility as a guarantee, she will transform into your second star ring through a soul sacrifice. At the same time, I can ensure her soul exists within you in a special way. When you become a god in the future, you can naturally reshape her physical body. Become a god. Su Feng grinned. In the entire Great Xia, there had been no mention of the existence of true gods. This was indeed a bit too grand a promise. What are you afraid of? If there's a benefit, don't be a fool. As for the promise, whether it can be fulfilled is a matter for later. The little gourd continued to urge. Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This guy really has deep schemes. But he wasn't wrong. As a holy beast, he would be the first to have a star ring, right? Such an opportunity is rare. Boom! The nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow spread its wings, and purple gas erupted from its body, which was gradually becoming transparent. Rather than waiting to die, it decided to trust Su Feng. Want to sacrifice? Dream on! Qin Chuan instantly sensed the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow's thoughts, but there was not a hint of panic on his face. His chains had the property of binding souls. It was impossible for her to sacrifice herself. Buzz, however, at that moment, the little gourd above Su Feng's head suddenly released a purple light. Immediately, the chains binding the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow retreated directly, shrinking back into Qin Chuan's body. What's going on? Qin Chuan was stunned. Not only was Qin Chuan bewildered, but Su Feng was also dumbfounded. It turned out that this gourd had a way to directly take back the chains. However, it had first tricked the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow into sacrificing herself before taking back the chains. Both he and the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow had been deceived. This guy is truly cunning. However, the gourd's actions were clearly to allow him to obtain the second star ring. After all, this was a holy beast. A holy beast. The so-called holy beast refers to bloodlines, not something that can be represented by age. Even a million-year star beast must bow down before a 100,000-year holy beast. Buzz, the nine-nethered devouring sky sparrow soared, performing its final dance in the sky. It then transformed into a black star ring and fused with Su Feng. 10,000-year star ring. Su Feng thought to himself. After the fusion, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, directly breaking through the limits of a martial artist and stepping into the realm of a master. Human, I am going to sleep. Don't let me down. The The soul of the nine nether-devouring sky sparrow left one last voice before falling into a deep slumber within Su Feng. At this moment, Su Feng felt a stir in his heart, and two black star rings appeared behind him. The second one was the 9 nether-devouring sky sparrow star ring, and it also came with an ability. 9 nether inferno, hell-type star ring technique, upon activation, can release a flame shockwave, causing 10 times burn damage to targets within range, CD, 10 minutes, strength plus 500, constitution plus 300, agility plus 200, spirit value plus 10,000. 9 nether flame, holy beast talent, generates a pillar of fire, inflicting 10 times burn damage, instant cast with no CD. 10 times damage, plus burn. And there is also an instant trigger divine beast talent, the 9 nether flame. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Although the damage was not high, it came with a burning effect, and the lethality of the burn was related to his control over the flame's temperature. At this moment, he directly fused the fire-devouring talisman. As he devoured the unevolved, the temperature of the flames would also rise higher and higher. At the same time, the cooldown for this skill was very short, and if used properly, it would definitely be a powerful tool for farming. After breaking through to the master level, his overall attributes had greatly increased. Su Feng 1-star Master Martial Spirit, Great Saint level Indestructible 8 God level, LV31 experience, 1000/110000 star rings, 10,000 years 7 colored deer, 10,000 year 9 nether devouring sky sparrow 1st star ring martial talisman, Super S-class divine thunder talisman, Super S-class divine courage talisman, Moonlight 2nd star ring martial talisman, S-class devouring talisman, Hell's Gate exotic treasure, Super S-class heavenly dragon staff star. Techniques: S-class purple extreme demon vine, S-class dark knight approaches, S-class Hell's Eye equipment, S-class dark knight set, A-class silver moon guardian, S-class hell summon strength, 8,000 constitution, 5,000 agility, 2,000 strength talisman amplification, 6,400 strength spirit power, 200,000 his strength over 10,000. Su Feng gasped. Just breaking through to master, and his strength exceeded 10,000, what does that mean? If he summoned the indestructible ape god spirit, it might even double. 20,000 points of strength were probably comparable to a peak master at level 60. Damn it! Seeing Su Feng fuse the star ring, all of Qin Xuan's calculations went to waste, and a deep hatred appeared in his eyes. Successful? In the distance, Chen Fay, who was engaged in battle with Qing Yi, noticed the disappearance of the 9 nether-devouring sky sparrow's aura and immediately showed a hint of joy. He then ignored Qing Yi and flew directly towards the 9 nether demon suppression cave on his sword. Chen Fay, I warn you, if anything happens to Su Feng, you and Qin Xuan will definitely pay the price. Qing Yi's tone was sharp as she followed closely behind him towards the 9 nether demon suppression cave. Humph, Chen Fay snorted coldly, too busy to pay her any mind. Qin Xuan, the grudge over the foundation is also time to settle. Su Feng said, his gaze icy. Heh, utterly arrogant. Do you think that just because you've stepped into master, you can fight me? My strength will make you feel despair. With each step Qin Xuan took, thick black gas spread out, releasing an astonishing aura. Additionally, I might as well tell you that this area is isolated from the outside world. Even if you have a teleportation jade talisman, you cannot use it. Today, you will die. Your martial spirit will be devoured by me once again. Black flames flickered in Qin Xuan's eyes. At the same time, he clapped his palm, and a gust of wind surged forth, carrying the momentum of shattering space. Feeling the momentum erupting from Qin Xuan's palm, Su Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. The aura emanating from Qin Xuan was actually much stronger than that of the Divine Marquis. This guy had clearly been hiding his true strength from the very beginning. Now, you can die. Qin Xuan's gaze was sinister as he coldly looked at Su Feng, his voice filled with killing intent. In an instant, dozens of venomous snakes materialized from his large hand, baring their fangs and writhing as they lunged towards Su Feng. In the face of this scene, golden light erupted from Su Feng's body, and he appeared like a war god, exuding an overwhelming aura. He then leaped into the air, swinging the long staff in his hand, unleashing the 9 dragon staff technique. In an instant, 9 massive golden dragons appeared out of thin air, soaring in the sky, their roars deafening. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the 9 golden dragons crashed into that large hand like an unstoppable torrent. The collision of immense power triggered a shocking explosion. The massive hand was instantly torn apart, shattering into countless fragments, while the venomous snakes were reduced to ashes in the explosion, disappearing without a trace. Interesting, it seems you've grown quite a bit during this time. Qin Xuan observed this scene, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su Feng to break through his attack. 2nd star ring, Dark Dragon. Accompanied by the roar of a giant dragon shrouded in black mist emerged into the air. The dragon was enormous, its body as black as ink, exuding a terrifying aura. Its eyes glimmered with a strange red light, as if it were a demon from hell. Gazing at the colossal dragon before him, Su Feng's eyes widened, fixating on the creature with a look of hatred. Through the sensations within him, he immediately recognized that this was indeed the martial spirit that had devoured him. Now, it not only mutated Qin Chuan's martial spirit but also became his second star ring. With the appearance of the dark dragon, a crimson star ring representing 100,000 years also manifested. How about that? This is your martial spirit, and now it is merely my servant. Seeing the hatred in Su Feng's eyes, Qin Chuan burst into laughter. The angrier Su Feng became, the more Qin Chuan reveled in it. Now, I will use your martial spirit to kill you. Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with malice as he made his move, the dark dragon unable to resist, gathering a black vortex in its mouth. At that moment, Su Feng saw tears streaming from the dark dragon's eyes, which pierced his heart like a knife. You deserve to die. The fury within Su Feng erupted completely at that moment. Boom! At this time, a giant ape spirit slowly materialized behind him. As the giant ape took form, its length reached 100 meters, causing the ground to shake violently, even more so than when the 9 nether swallowing sparrow appeared. How is this possible? Qin Chuan trembled. From this giant ape, he sensed an aura that filled him with dread. Whoosh! At that moment, he hesitated not at all, directly unleashing all his cultivation to retreat. Want to escape? Too late. Su Feng's eyes turned crimson, his killing intent solidifying. Bang! He reached out, and the enormous hand of the immortal ape god instantly grasped Qin Chuan in its grip. Just as Su Feng was about to crush him, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the horizon, enveloping him entirely. Bastard, how dare you! This aura was laced with astonishing killing intent. It seemed that as soon as Su Feng made a move, he would be immediately executed. Elder, save me! Qin Chuan's voice was filled with fear. Threatening me? Su Feng's gaze flickered. The thing he hated most in his life was being threatened. Do you think I dare not? Su Feng raised his head, locking eyes with Chen Hai in the distance, his hand ready to exert force. Stop! Seeing this, Chen Hai's killing intent erupted, and he struck out with a palm. A hand of spiritual power, as large as a mountain, shot towards Su Feng at an astonishing speed. Chen Hai, how dare you! In response, Cheng Yi disregarded everything, unleashing her killing move, transforming her green sword into thousands of blades, slashing towards Chen Hai. Facing Chen Hai's incoming earth-shattering palm, Su Feng showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, he extended his hand and squeezed hard. Ah! Accompanied by Qin Chuan's agonized scream, his physical body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. At the same time, the giant ape spirit behind Su Feng was struck heavily by the spiritual hand, violently shaking before retracting back into his body. Su Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Su Feng's eyes flickered with killing intent. After all, Chen Hai was over 60, and compared to this old monster, he was temporarily at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, the seeds of hatred had already been sown in his heart. Chen Hai sheltered Qin Chuan, disregarding the hierarchy and striking at himself. One day he would surely slay him. Xing Yi, he dares to kill the beloved disciple of the president of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Are you really going to protect him, even at the cost of offending us at the Heavenly Tao Academy? Seeing Su Feng survive his attack, Chen Hai still wanted to strike again. But at this moment, he was blocked by Qing Yi. Every sword from her carried a murderous intent, and he could no longer attack Su Feng. Protect him? You condone Qin Chuan and persecute the 9 nether devouring sky sparrow. I will report this truthfully to the king. The 9 nether saintess has protected the great Xia for 10,000 years, and you at the Heavenly Tao Academy are committing a great offense. Just wait to bear the wrath of the great Xia royal family. Qing Yi coldly snorted. Chen Hai could not refute Qing Yi's words. At this moment, he took out a device resembling a bottleneck, waved it gently, and soon saw Qin Chuan's soul being sucked into it. Now that his physical body was destroyed, he could only take his soul back to report. Chen Hai, don't forget our bet. Now that Su Feng has defeated Qin Chuan, his score has jumped to first place, Cheng Yi reminded him. Hearing this, Chen Hai gritted his teeth and had no choice but to throw down an Ultra S-grade accessory. Then with a flick of his sleeve, he left in a huff. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Su Feng. This boy was decisive in killing, ruthless and resolute, willing to exchange injury for death, and he must not be left alive. After Chen Hai left, the tension in Su Feng finally eased. At this moment, he was panting heavily. The previous battle had drained him greatly. Are you okay? Xing Yi floated down to the ground and immediately hugged Su Feng. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit, Su Feng replied. Thank you for protecting me just now, he said, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had seen it all. If Qing Yi hadn't intervened, Chen Hai would definitely have attacked him. But he didn't understand why Qing Yi was helping him so much. Was it because of Lin Ao Shui? What was her identity, that she had such power even in the Star Academy? You should adjust yourself first, I will protect you. Su Feng nodded at her words and began to sit cross-legged to recover. In the live broadcast, the scene of Su Feng crushing Qin Chuan appeared. At this moment, a woman looked at the screen on her phone, her expression one of despair. Impossible, this can't be happening. Looking at the scene on the screen, Wangu was filled with disbelief. The Qin Chuan she had bet on had actually died, and the Su Feng she had abandoned had now made a stunning rise, becoming the top scholar in the nation, enjoying supreme honor. This contrast was something she couldn't accept for a moment. No, I treated him this way, if he grows stronger, he will definitely seek revenge on me. Wang Hui's eyes revealed a look of resentment. Rather than sit and wait for death, she might as well take action first and eliminate him while he was still weak. A genius that dies young, can they still be considered a genius? Hundreds of miles away, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Heavenly Tao Academy, a man dressed in white like snow, with brows and eyes like a painting, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a manifestation of the power of laws in his gaze. Qin Chuan is dead? Time passed, and after an hour, Su Feng's strength gradually recovered. At this time, Changyi and two other elders from different academies brought him to the teleportation array. At this moment, the national draw had already assigned 100 to 10,000 students to their academies. Only the top 100 remained, needing to choose for themselves. And at this moment, all eyes were on Su Feng, waiting for this top scholar's choice. Young friend, my Proud Sword Academy is full of talent. Would you be willing to join my Proud Sword Academy? Young friend, don't rush your choice. My Spirit Deer Academy not only has a beautiful environment, but every person is assigned a cultivation cave, and there are many female disciples. Think about it. Faced with the competition between the two elders, Su Feng's gaze was resolute. I choose the Star Academy. In fact, he had already thought it through. The Star Academy not only had Lin Aoshua, but Elder Chingyi had also shown him kindness. In his view, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Chingyi's face. Since you've chosen the Star Academy, then this ring will be a gift to welcome you. Chingyi handed the ring that Chen Fay lost in a bet to Su Feng. Heavenly Fire Ring grade, Super S skill, doubles the power of fire skills. All multipliers are additive. Super S grade. Seeing the ring, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. A Super S accessory was worth over 10 million. At that moment, the other candidates around him looked on with envy. The news of the National College Entrance Examination champion spread like a tide, sweeping through every street and alley. Throughout the Great Xia, almost every household knew one name, Su Feng. At this moment, even if Su Feng wanted to keep a low profile, it was impossible. Just as he followed Chingyi's team to the entrance of the Star Academy, Su Feng received a call from Tanya. Ha, Lilia, I've missed you so much these past few days. Humph, did you really miss me? Are you lying to me? On the other end of the line, Tanya's sticky voice came through. Faced with Tanya's plaintive tone, Su Feng felt a bit flustered and hurriedly said, I'll come back to see you after the monthly exam at the academy. Humph, you're the national champion now. There must be a lot of girls chasing you at the academy. Hearing this, Su Feng's heart jolted. Goodness, this was practically a death sentence. We need to sign in. Let's talk when I get back to Dongji City. Su Feng quickly hung up the phone, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I have to say, women are just too sensitive. He could knock the God Prince away with a single punch, crush Qin Chuan with a palm, and suppress the nation's top talents, being invincible among his peers. Yet, it was only when facing a genuinely caring girl like Tanya that he felt so flustered. Su Feng shook his head. He should enter the academy first and return to Dongji City to see Lilia after the monthly exam. After hanging up, he immediately received a congratulatory call from Tang Chen. Ha, you really kept it under wraps, huh? The national champion, who would have thought it would come from Dongji City? The mayor is very pleased and has entrusted me to reward you with a scholarship of 1 million. Ha, thank you, President Tang and the mayor. After receiving congratulatory calls from the president of the Flame Alliance, Xiao Yan, and the commander of the Watcher Army, Lu Yan, Su Feng's phone finally quieted down. At this moment, they had entered the dojo of the Outer Academy. Looking at the magnificent building before them, the students couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Su Feng's gaze turned to the God Prince and the little dragon girl beside him. After he chose the Star Academy, these two immediately followed his choice, especially the God Prince, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Su Feng. Clearly, he was still unconvinced about Su Feng taking the national champion title and wanted to compete. To this, Su Feng didn't care at all. Having lived 2 lives, why would he bother with a kid? At this moment, Chingy, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and then spoke, "Everyone, welcome to the Star Academy. We are now assigning classes. Due to the outstanding performance of some students, special rewards are being given." Saying this, Chingy looked up at the crowd. God Prince and Little Dragon Girl, ranked 2nd and 3rd in the nation, will receive an S-grade star technique, allowing them to advance to the 2nd year of the Outer Academy for training, along with a candidate spot for the Immortal Seed. Su Feng, the national champion this time, will receive a Super S-grade star technique, allowing him to advance to the 3rd year of the Outer Academy for training, along with a formal spot for the Immortal Seed. Su Feng's Super S-grade ring was merely a personal gift from Chingy, not a reward for the national champion. So for him, it was equivalent to receiving double rewards. Immortal Seed quota. Su Feng's gaze flickered. He had vaguely heard of the so-called Immortal Seed. It seemed that besides the outer court and inner court, the 4 great academies also had the existence of the core hall. Each member of the core hall was a rare genius, 1 in 10,000. Note that this 10,000 does not refer to ordinary people, but each one is a genius from the 4 great academies. From 10,000 geniuses in each academy, 1 is selected to enter the core hall. The value of this is self-evident. After all, this year's total enrollment in the 4 great academies is only 10,000, and distributed among each academy. It takes an average of 4 years to produce a quota for the core hall. The Immortal Seed quota is the qualification to enter the core hall. Every year when the core hall opens, those with candidate quotas can compete for formal quotas, and the winner can seize the opponent's formal quota. Conversely, if the holder of a formal quota successfully defends, they can enter the core hall. However, there are still 3 months until the next opening of the core hall, so this feels a bit distant for Su Feng. The most important thing right now is to pass the monthly exam and obtain the qualification to enter the inner court. After others went to report to their respective classes, Chingy specifically kept Su Feng behind. "You are the top scholar, qualified to skip 2 grades, and will enter class 1 of the 3rd year as a transfer student. If you feel any discomfort, you can tell me." Additionally, students in the outer court do not have caves, but there are independent villas, usually shared by 2 people. Su Feng nodded. After understanding all this, he went to report to class 1 of the 3rd year. At this moment, news of the transfer student also reached class 1 of the 3rd year. After all, in the outer court, class 1 of the 3rd year is considered the elite class, with only those who have already entered the inner court being stronger than them. Hearing that someone jumped directly from the 1st year to the 3rd year, even if the person is the top scholar, they felt a sense of injustice. Everyone is a genius, rising year by year through hard study and exams. Why should you appear here right away? What does their 3 years of hard work count for? They are not worried about having too few but about the unfairness. At this moment, these people almost all showed signs of jealousy, especially when they heard that Su Feng was just a bumpkin from the countryside. These aristocratic youths from the imperial capital were filled with 1,000 grievances. Bang! Just then, the classroom door opened, and the homeroom teacher of class 1 of the 3rd year, Wang Wan, walked in with Su Feng. Wang Wan was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with slight wrinkles on her face, but still retaining some charm. Once she entered, she spoke, "Classmates, we have a new student in our class. This student is remarkable. He is the national top scholar of this college entrance examination. I wonder if anyone wants to meet him." Upon hearing Wang Wan's words, Su Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. This woman, he couldn't tell if she was doing it on purpose, was drawing hatred towards him right from the start. Did he offend her somehow? Everyone was already emotional, and with her words, it completely erupted. "I'll do it. I'll teach him a lesson." In an instant, many people raised their hands, eager to teach Su Feng a lesson. "Chun-Li, you come." Wang Wan squinted her eyes and adjusted her glasses. "This is our outer court's 9th-ranked expert. Be gentle when you make your move." Wang Wan continued to fan the flames from the side. Chun-Li initially wanted to teach Su Feng a lesson, but upon seeing how the teacher looked down on him, his face turned red, and he decided to be a bit harsher to make Su Feng remember. "I am Chun-Li, a level 35 master, with an A-grade martial spirit, the Sky Drilling Rat. You better be careful, I like to hit people in the face." As soon as Chun-Li finished speaking, he was about to make his move. However, at that moment, Su Feng suddenly spoke up, "I concede." In his eyes, Chun-Li was just a fly, not worth his attention. If he had to contend with every fly, wouldn't he drive himself crazy every day? However, as soon as he spoke, the entire classroom fell silent. All the students present looked at Su Feng with astonishment, as if they couldn't believe their ears. After all, in their eyes, a true genius should cherish their reputation and standing. Such a cowardly act was truly disgraceful. "Are you scared?" a boy provocatively asked. "Yeah, don't be a turtle. Let's see what this national champion is really capable of," another girl chimed in. "Right, Why should you be able to skip 2 grades just because you just took the college entrance exam? Others echoed. The classroom was filled with various voices of doubt and discontent. Everyone demanded that Su Feng step up and demonstrate his abilities to prove he deserved this special treatment. Seeing her plan successfully stir up discontent among the crowd, Wangu felt secretly pleased. Originally, she had promised someone to help him secure a spot in the external college, but unexpectedly, Su Feng appeared and snatched that opportunity away. Thus, she harbored resentment towards him. Admit defeat? Impossible, unless you step over my face, otherwise, I'll stick to you, Chen Li snorted coldly. All the girls in the class were watching, and he certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to perform. Alright. To everyone's surprise, the Su Feng who had just tried to back out suddenly made a complete turnaround, nodding lightly in response to the challenge. This left them all dumbfounded, wondering how Su Feng could change his attitude so quickly. Was he trying to save face? In that case, let's battle at the training ground, Chen Li said, bouncing on the spot, eager to try. No need for that. This space is enough to deal with you, Su Feng replied. Arrogant. Seeing Su Feng's indifferent demeanor, Chen Li's face immediately showed anger. He had planned to fight Su Feng for 30 rounds, but he never expected this guy to act as if he didn't take him seriously from the start. Just this little space is enough? Was he trying to end it quickly? At that moment, Su Feng looked at Wangu and asked, if I break something in the classroom, I won't need to compensate, right? Wangu shook her head. Anything broken will be counted under me. She thought Su Feng was referring to the desks. Little did she know, Su Feng pointed at the wall and ceiling, saying, what I mean is, this classroom. Upon seeing this, Wangu sneered, this classroom is reinforced by formations. Even someone at level 40 wouldn't dare to say they could break the walls. If you really have the ability to make it pockmarked, then it's all on me. With Wangu's assurance, Su Feng nodded. Since the other party had said so, he naturally had nothing more to say. You better be careful, I'm about to strike. Chen Li's eyes flickered as he prepared to summon his martial spirit. However, in the next moment, Su Feng lightly flicked his fingers. Immediately, his figure seemed to be struck by some terrifying force, crashing like a cannonball directly into the back wall of the classroom. A layer of formation power appeared on the back wall. Yet in an instant, the formation was shattered by this terrifying impact. Boom! Chen Li crashed through the wall, creating a hole, and then fell directly from the 3rd floor. The students in the classroom exchanged glances. They had expected a fierce battle, but they never anticipated such a dramatic scene. Su Feng just flicked a finger, and Chen Li flew away? Holy crap, did Chen Li just sign up for the Great Xia Best Actor? That's too exaggerated. Am I dreaming? Holy crap, the new student is so cool, I want to have your babies. Su Feng paid no attention to the voices below. He looked at Wangu and said, can I take my seat now? At this moment, Wangu was still lost in thought. Unfortunately, the few experts in the class had gone out to grind dungeons and break through their realms, and the strongest among them was only Chen Li, who ranked 9th. It seemed she would have to wait a while before targeting him. With this in mind, she adjusted her glasses and said, sit down. Looking at Su Feng's back, a look of resentment appeared in her eyes. Su Feng glanced at the empty seat in the back row, preparing to walk over. Seeing where he was heading, the students in the classroom broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, someone mustered the courage to tug at his sleeve. What's wrong? Is someone sitting here? Su Feng asked, puzzled. He noticed some books on his deskmate's spot, but the empty seat looked completely unoccupied. No. The person who had grabbed him shook their head, just about to explain. However, upon seeing Su Feng approach the seat, Wangu's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly said, you can sit there. Sigh. The person trying to stop Su Feng could only sigh and say nothing more. Once seated, Su Feng realized that his deskmate was a girl, but he didn't know where she was. Her name was also quite lovely, Zhang Wanyu. Throughout the afternoon, Wangu explained various important matters regarding the academy. The management at Star Academy was relatively loose. Aside from the monthly exams and a required monthly meeting, the rest of the time was free to allocate. However, this month was special because they had just admitted some new students, and the principal wanted the seniors to give them a demonstration. Tomorrow, third-year students would accompany their class mentors into the Beast Forest for a week of practical training, along with competitions and rewards. After class, Su Feng left his seat and headed to the library to collect his college entrance examination reward. He had achieved the top score in the nation, earning an Ultra S-level star technique as a direct reward. To be honest, Su Feng had never seen a star technique of this level. Even the Divine Monkey Fist used by the Divine Marquis was only an S-level star technique. It was said that Ultra S-level star techniques, when cultivated to the extreme, could possess the power to move mountains and drain seas, and he was very much looking forward to it. The library. Since there was only one library in the entire school, there was no distinction between outer and inner courtyards, and one could also encounter seniors from the inner courtyard here. After presenting his identity token, Su Feng went straight to the top floor. Here, there were hundreds of Ultra S-level star techniques. Each one was worth its weight in gold. At this moment, the top floor was empty, and Su Feng carefully scanned each star technique jade slip. The top floor of the library had its own set of rules. Not only did you need to study the star technique, but you also had to gain the technique's recognition to break the restrictions and obtain the cultivation method. As Su Feng's gaze passed over each star technique, he found that every one of them was formidable, something that would be fiercely contested by powerful beings in the outside world. He looked on, somewhat dazzled. Iron cloth shirt increases the resistance of the cloth shirt through taking hits. Wow, so it's a real cloth shirt? Su Feng casually picked up a star technique and twitched his mouth after reading the introduction. Mountain punching technique. Mountain moving sea draining technique. Su Feng's gaze swept over the star techniques, and just as he was about to look at the next one, he suddenly paused. Shrink the earth to an inch. A top-tier body technique star technique allows you to shrink the earth to an inch, with 1 step equivalent to 100 steps. 1 step equivalent to 100 steps, which means an increase of nearly 100 times in movement speed. If combined with the moonlight martial symbol, it would be outrageous. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. He didn't lack offensive skills. However, body techniques were extremely rare in themselves, and their value was significantly higher than that of attack and defense skills. Never learned it after all. Su Feng saw from the records of this star technique that so far more than 20 people had attempted to break this technique's restrictions, yet all had failed, and no one had gained recognition. Hiss, looks like it's a bit tricky, Su Feng thought to himself, but he had no intention of giving up. After all, a bit of challenge makes it interesting. Buzz, as he touched the jade slip's restriction, the slip immediately erupted with a buzzing sound, and then with a flash, it appeared directly in the high sky 100 meters away. It should be noted that the library was built very spaciously. Although this was the top floor, the ceiling height was still around 40 to 50 meters. Flying up so high, and with flying artifacts prohibited in the library, most people would indeed retreat in the face of difficulty. However, Su Feng possessed the Moonlight Martial Talisman, so this height was naturally not a challenge for him. At this moment, he stepped into the air and instantly rushed towards the jade slip in the sky. Whoosh, as if sensing Su Feng's presence, the jade slip flashed again and appeared behind him. Purple Extreme Demon Vine. Su Feng directly cast the star technique, and immediately several demon vines surged towards the jade slip, compressing the space every time it dodged. Seeing the opportunity, Su Feng's figure flashed, and he grabbed the jade slip in his hand. Crack! The restriction was instantly broken, and at the same time, it transformed into a golden light that surged into Su Feng's brow. In the blink of an eye, Su Feng learned the cultivation method. At this moment, he felt a stir in his heart and directly appeared 100 meters away. Bang! Su Feng's head collided with the wall. If it weren't for the space being too narrow here, he could have crossed at least a kilometer in one move. After selecting the Super S-level star technique, Su Feng was teleported outside by the local restrictions. It's getting dark, I should find a place to eat first. Su Feng glanced at the sky. On his first day at the academy, he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Not long after Su Feng left, Xingyi's figure appeared on the top floor of the library. She picked up the jade slip for the earth shrinking technique and murmured, "I didn't expect this little guy could obtain the earth shrinking technique. This is the first time this technique has appeared here in 100 years, right?" Outside the Star Academy, it was unusually quiet today, with not a single person on the road. However, for some reason, Su Feng faintly smelled a bloody scent. At this moment, he found a ramen shop, ordered a bowl of Lansao beef noodles, and sat down to wait. Just then, he noticed a stunningly beautiful woman squatting under his pants. As Su Feng was about to speak, she immediately placed her finger on her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Nani? Omega? Su Feng was a bit confused. However, he had to admit that the girl in front of him was truly exquisite. She wore a white spaghetti strap top that revealed her fair skin and delicate collarbone, her waist was slender, and it was delicate enough to grasp. Below her black ultra-short shorts, a pair of long legs full of elasticity made her figure simply off the charts. At this moment, she wore a wig of dark plum color and large-frame sunglasses, as if she were cosplaying a character. Su Feng thought to himself, could she be a cosplayer? No way! Just then, Su Feng's gaze sharpened. He noticed that the girl had an injury on her shoulder, a clear knife wound, and blood was continuously oozing out. It turned out that the bloody smell on the road was emanating from her. Soon, the owner brought over a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Seeing that the girl had no intention of coming out, Su Feng directly began to eat heartily, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Although this posture was a bit strange, aside from the occasional rush of warm air from below, it didn't affect him much. Creak! Just then, the shop door was suddenly pushed open, and several burly men with faces full of flesh walked in, carrying large knives, and as they entered, the bloody smell filled the entire room. At the forefront was a stout, bald man wearing an eye patch, clearly blind in one eye. At that moment, he glared at the shop owner, his eyes wide and his mouth revealing a row of large yellow teeth. "Boss, have you seen a woman with a wig?" Seeing the murderous intent in his gaze, the owner immediately felt his legs go weak and uncontrollably glanced towards Su Feng's position. At that moment, Su Feng was focused on his meal, seemingly oblivious to the situation. The big man immediately understood, walking up to Su Feng and pressing a hand on his shoulder, coldly saying, "You need to come with us." Hearing this, Su Feng took another sip of soup, about to stand up when he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking closely, he saw that the woman was trying to prevent him from leaving, clearly aware of these people's nature and fearing for Su Feng's safety. Su Feng gave her a reassuring look and then followed the group of burly men outside. Once they were a bit away from the shop door, they shoved Su Feng against the wall. The bald man glared at him with a fierce expression. "Kid, we are from the Black Dragon Gang. You should know why we're looking for you, right? Hurry up and tell me where that woman is, and I might leave you with a whole corpse." "Black Dragon Gang? Is there going to be a gang fight?" Upon hearing this name, Su Feng's eyes flickered. In the capital, there were two well-known gang organizations, the Black Dragon Gang and the Phoenix Hall. However, he found it strange that the girl was somehow connected to a gang. "If you don't say, it doesn't matter. I'll make you talk." The bald man was about to make a move on Su Feng when a burst of scorching black flames suddenly surged towards him, and in the next moment, he was reduced to ashes. The surrounding lackeys' faces changed drastically, and they all tried to flee. However, before they could make a move, Su Feng immediately unleashed two more flames, sending them to their demise. Back in the shop, the girl saw Su Feng unharmed and couldn't help but cover her mouth, asking in confusion, "Where are they?" "The people? Taken care of," Su Feng replied nonchalantly. "Oh." The girl nodded numbly. She, of course, had no idea that when Su Feng said taken care of, he meant they were burned to ashes. After she stood up, Su Feng noticed the Fire Phoenix tattoo on her shoulder. This woman was actually the daughter of the Phoenix Hall, the Fire Phoenix. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Wanyu," the girl said, tilting her head slightly and extending her hand towards Su Feng. "Jiang Wanyu?" Upon hearing this name, Su Feng's pupils contracted. His classmate, whom he had never met, seemed to have the same name. No wonder everyone had looked at him strangely when choosing seats. It turned out his classmate was the daughter of a gang leader. "Do you know me?" Jiang Wanyu asked, her face showing confusion. "No, just sounds a bit familiar." "Oh." Jiang Wanyu didn't doubt this, as her name, while not exactly household, was known in the underworld, and it was normal to hear some gossip on the street. "Are you also a student at Xingchen Academy?" Jiang Wanyu asked. These days, she hadn't been paying attention to the National College entrance examination due to some matters, so she naturally didn't recognize that Su Feng was the current national champion. "Let's talk later, we should head back to the academy first." Su Feng frowned, sensing several auras approaching from a distance. Judging by the strength of these auras, their owners were likely all masters. He didn't know what was happening, but the daughter of a gang leader was being hunted, and the other side had sent a group of masters right away. Clearly, they were determined to kill. "Okay." Jiang Wanyu nodded, choosing to trust Su Feng. After all, without him, she would have been captured by the Black Dragon Gang long ago, and the outcome would have been unimaginable. "Is your leg injured?" Su Feng frowned, noticing that Jiang Wanyu was walking very slowly. He lowered his head to take a closer look and discovered a long knife wound on Jiang Wanyu's thigh, the injury deep and blood continuously dripping down. Without any unnecessary words, Su Feng directly picked her up. It must be said that although Jiang Wanyu was 1.7 meters tall, her figure was slender and her body very light, especially the delicate waist that seemed to be able to be embraced by just one hand. Jiang Wanyu lay in Su Feng's arms, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, looking closely at his resolute and handsome face, a blush involuntarily rising on her cheeks. As a daughter of the underworld, she had been forced to be independent since childhood, rarely relying on others. However, today was the first time she felt a man's chest so closely, a sensation that made her heart race, as if a little deer was bumping around in her chest. Su Feng was unaware of these feelings. At this moment, his expression was stern as he activated the Eye of Hell, having already detected that the direction back to the academy was filled with ambushes, with at least a dozen master teams lying in wait, ready to catch their prey. Su Feng did not want to expose his identity and attract trouble from these gangs. Of course, if the other party provoked him first, he wouldn't mind helping them disappear. Therefore, he decisively changed direction. The further he was from the city center, the safer he would be. Boom! Just then, several luxury cars approached him head-on. In the next moment, several men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses got out of the cars, each holding a machete. All masters. Seeing this group, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. With so many masters arriving, the Black Dragon Gang must have mobilized their entire force. Kid, hand her over to us, and we'll leave you with your whole corpse. As soon as these men got out of the car, they surrounded Su Feng in layers, tightly encircling him. The level of severity was such that not even a mouse could slip through. However, the next moment, Su Feng's figure flashed and he appeared a kilometer away. Shrink the earth to an inch? Seeing this scene, the men were stunned. Just as they were about to get back in the car to chase, they found that Su Feng had completely vanished from their sight. What a marvelous movement technique! Could it be the shrink the earth to an inch star technique from the Academy Library? Zhang Wanyu was also astonished by Su Feng's shrink the earth to an inch. It was said that no one had ever learned this star technique, yet it turned out that Su Feng had mastered it. Although using shrink the earth to an inch to escape was extremely exaggerated, it was after all an Ultra S-level star technique, consuming a tremendous amount of energy. After moving a few times, Su Feng began to show signs of fatigue. This way of escaping won't work. Su Feng frowned. There were simply too many people from the Black Dragon Gang. Almost every intersection had someone on watch. Unless he had infinite spiritual power, he would eventually run out. Ding-dling! Just then, Su Feng suddenly received a phone call. Upon opening it, he saw it was Lin Aoshua. "Hello, where are you now?" Lin Aoshua asked directly. Seeing this, Su Feng's gaze flickered, and he sent her his location. Moments later, Lin Aoshua sent a location for the nearest Lin's hotel. Su Feng was secretly surprised by Lin Aoshua's identity. It seemed that as long as she wanted to know, he had nowhere to hide. This woman was too terrifying. Fortunately, she was not his enemy. "Have you heard of any Lin family in the capital?" Su Feng asked Zhang Wanyu, hoping to glean something about Lin Aoshua's identity from her. Lin family. Zhang Wanyu shook her head. She had never heard of any Lin family, but the ruler of the Great Xia seemed to have the surname Lin. Following the location, Su Feng soon arrived at Lin's hotel. The hotel spanned 3 floors, with floors made of white jade. Clearly, the staff had already been notified. As soon as Su Feng entered, an elderly man in uniform and white gloves greeted him and led him to a suite on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the entire Lin's hotel was empty, with only Su Feng and a dozen or so staff members present. Because the Lin Family Hotel nationwide only accommodates Lin family members and their esteemed guests, generally speaking, there are no guests on ordinary days. Creak, the door opened, revealing a luxurious suite of over 1,000 square meters, complete with an esports room, study, dining room, and bathroom, and even a circle of garden inside. Wow, this is too luxurious. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Such a hotel must cost at least tens of millions, right? Rumbling, at that moment, a roar of cars came from outside. By the sound of it, there were at least a dozen vehicles. Clearly, they had already tracked Su Feng's approximate location. However, the Black Dragon Gang's thugs dared not linger for a moment as they passed the Lin family hotel, quickly leaving. It seemed that this place was a kind of forbidden zone for them. No one dared to cause trouble here. Watching the Black Dragon Gang members leave, Zhang Wanyu let out a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. There was a clear look of fatigue on her face. She had been hiding every day for the past few days, evading the Black Dragon Gang's pursuit. At this moment, she felt a strong curiosity about Su Feng's identity. Not only did he cultivate powerful Super S-level star techniques, but he could also bring himself to the Lin family hotel. Did he have some connection to the Lin family? So, what's going on? Su Feng changed into a golden dragon bathrobe and sat at the head of the bed, looking down at Zhang Wanyu as he asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the young lady of Phoenix Hall, the Fire Phoenix, right? Tell me, what happened to your Phoenix Hall? Why are you hiding, and what's with your outfit?" Su Feng glanced at her tank top, his gaze passing over her flat abdomen. This outfit clearly looked like cosplay. It didn't resemble that of a gang princess at all. Phoenix Hall is no more. Zhang Wanyu shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she fell into painful memories. After a brief conversation, Su Feng learned that about a week ago, her father, the patriarch of Phoenix Hall, suddenly went missing. Subsequently, Phoenix Hall fell into internal strife and external troubles. Zhang Wanyu, who had already decided to distance herself from the gang and was attending a comic convention in cosplay, was shocked by the sudden turn of events. However, before she could react, the Black Dragon Gang's assassins arrived, and she was plunged into 7 days of hiding. They had sealed off the academy in every street. If it weren't for Su Feng, she would have surely fallen into the hands of the Black Dragon Gang. I see. Su Feng's gaze flickered. He never expected that the once glorious Phoenix Hall could be nearly eradicated overnight. Go wash yourself up, otherwise, I'll throw you out. Su Feng tossed a towel at Jiang Wanyue. He had no intention of spending the night with a woman covered in bloodstains. Aren't you being too domineering? Jiang Wanyue pouted, but seeing Su Feng's indifferent gaze, she had no choice but to obediently head to the bathroom. How infuriating. She was a dignified gang princess. How could she be so thoroughly subdued by him? Soon, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Su Feng, feeling somewhat tired, turned off the lights and went to sleep. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Jiang Wanyue, wrapped in a towel and steaming, emerged from the bathroom. Through the dim light of the corridor, a figure could be vaguely seen standing there, even wrapped in a towel. It couldn't hide the slender waist beneath the shadow. Unfortunately, Su Feng had already fallen asleep and naturally missed this scene. Discovering that Su Feng was already asleep, Jiang Wanyue tiptoed to the bedside, but just then, she suddenly tripped over something. Ouch! Jiang Wanyue lost control of her body and fell onto Su Feng. Suddenly pressed by something soft, Su Feng thought it was a wild cat and instinctively pinched it. At that moment, Jiang Wanyue's pretty face flushed red, and as Su Feng opened his eyes, she quickly covered her face with both hands. This is so embarrassing. Click. Su Feng turned on the bedside lamp, and in the dim light, he realized that the figure on him was not a wildcat, but Jiang Wanyue. At this moment, Jiang Wanyue was practically naked, with only a towel wrapped around her key areas. Her jade-like shoulders were exposed to the air, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. This woman. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Forget it. He really didn't have the energy today, so he decided to ignore Jiang Wanyue lying on him and went back to sleep. That night, Su Feng had a very special dream, one that involved Jiang Wanyue. Morning. Su Feng woke up early, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself feeling soft and warm. Looking down, he saw that Jiang Wanyue was still lying on him, and the towel had slipped off her shoulder, revealing her alluring shoulder blades and sexy waist. Ah, it's dawn. After Su Feng got dressed, Jiang Wanyue was startled awake and quickly got up to change her clothes. As they went downstairs, the hotel butler had already prepared the vintage car, waiting outside. The two of them sat in the back seat and returned to the academy smoothly. As they walked through the academy gates, Su Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were at Star Academy, no one dared to touch them. At the Star Academy dojo, all the third-year students, numbering over 1,000, had gathered there. The heads of their respective classes were also standing at the front, waiting. When they saw Su Feng and Jiang Wanyue walking together, Wang Wan's wrinkled face couldn't help but frown. How did they end up together? You two are late. Hurry up and return to your teams, Wang Wan said sternly. By the designated time, except for a few privileged students from the outer academy who were out training, all the other disciples had arrived. At this moment, a dozen classes set off together towards the Beast Mountain Range. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the Beast Mountain Range. At this moment, Wang Wan turned around, her gaze sweeping over the students of Class 1. I will repeat the rules once more. This trial lasts for 1 week. Each pair of deskmates will form a group and can freely choose a dungeon to enter. Points will be calculated based on the cumulative level of completion. In the end, the group that ranks first in the entire school will each receive 10 third-tier experience pills. The top 3 groups in the school will each receive 5 third-tier experience pills. The top 10 groups in the school will each receive 2 third-tier experience pills. Third-tier experience pills. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Su Feng's eyes lit up. Third-tier experience pills are suitable for spiritual martial artists above level 30, with a maximum of 10 pills that each increase 5,000 experience. After 10, the effect drops by 90%. 10 experience pills mean 500,000 experience, enough for him to level up 4 times. Each third-tier experience pill has a market price of 500,000, so 10 is quite a sum. Upon hearing about the experience pills, Jiang Wanyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Su Feng with a greedy expression. My goal is to be in the top 10 of the school, so don't hold me back later. In fact, up until now, she had never seen Su Feng in action, only knowing that he was good at running away. Those who run fast usually can't fight, so they must focus on escaping, right? That's what Jiang Wanyue thought. Su Feng naturally had no idea that Jiang Wanyue thought he was incapable, otherwise, he would definitely show her what he could do if given the chance. As the groupings were completed, over 1,000 students scattered, pairing up to search for the dungeon teleportation array. Get out of the way. This teleportation array has been claimed by my Class 2 brother Chen Mang. Anyone who disagrees can come and fight. At this moment, a small group of over 10 people occupied a dungeon teleportation point. This was a level 35 dungeon, the Land of Flames, with only 6 teleportation points in total. At this moment, this group was huddled together, occupying the spot, and ordinary people really didn't dare to provoke them, so they could only shake their heads and look for other teleportation points. Seeing this scene, Chen Mang and his group of followers also showed a smug expression. A bunch of spineless cowards. Chen Mang spat on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, Su Feng and Jiang Wanyue walked over. Upon seeing Jiang Wanyue, Chen Mang's eyes lit up, and with a lewd grin, he said, "Sister, kick this kid aside and team up with your brother. How about I take you flying?" Bang! The next moment, Jiang Wanyue kicked him in the face. With a dull thud, Chen Mang's burly body flew out like a dead pig, crashing to the ground several meters away, unconscious. Jiang Wanyue slightly parted her red lips, her tone as cold as ice. "Get lost." As soon as her words fell, the nearby students seemed to wake from a dream, rushing forward to help the unconscious Chen Mang, then fleeing the scene in terror. Hiss! So fierce! Watching everything unfold, Su Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He never expected that the seemingly delicate Jiang Wanyue had such a violent side. No wonder the students in class seemed a bit afraid of her. "Don't worry, at Star Academy, I'll protect you." Jiang Wanyue turned her head, backlit by the glaring sun, and reached out her hand to Su Feng. Hearing Jiang Wanyue's words, Su Feng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl really seemed to think of him as her little brother. Should he control his strength later so he wouldn't scare her into tears? Buzz! Just then, the teleportation array to the Land of Flames appeared, and both Su Feng and Jiang Wanyue entered simultaneously. Ding! You have entered the instance, Land of Flames. Maximum team size for this instance, 5 people. Please select instance difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Instances after level 30 unlock the hard and nightmare difficulties. In hard mode, the boss's attributes and experience points double, while in nightmare, they quintuple. Most geniuses choose hard mode to enhance their monster farming efficiency. As for nightmare, as far as Su Feng knew, aside from grandmasters above level 60 who might choose nightmare difficulty, he had never heard of anyone at his level clearing a nightmare instance. 5 times experience. Su Feng's eyes flickered. If given a choice, he would naturally choose the fastest way. The moment the prompt sounded, he pressed the nightmare difficulty button. "Hey, where did it go? Did you choose hard?" Jiang Wanyue was about to make her selection when she realized they had already been teleported to a valley filled with flames, and monsters had begun to spawn around them. Clear objective, slay 100 star beasts, rating A. Obtain nightmare difficulty exclusive A-level reward. Clear objective, slay the final boss, rating S. Obtain nightmare difficulty exclusive S-level reward. Instance time limit, 10 hours. Nightmare? Hearing the prompt, Jiang Wanyue was instantly stunned. Nightmare difficulty meant all attributes were quintupled. Even a level 30 monster would have attributes comparable to a level 40 monster in a normal instance, and her level was only 39. "Oh no, we must leave the instance quickly," Jiang Wanyue said. If the battle started, they wouldn't be able to leave. Whoosh! However, Su Feng seemed to have not heard her at all. He suddenly flashed forward like a ghost, rapidly charging toward a monkey engulfed in flames. "Don't go!" Jiang Wanyue hurriedly called out. Flame Monkey, level, LV 35, 700 years, health, 300,000, spirit power, 300,000, 300,000 spirit power. Su Feng's eyes gleamed. After the 5-fold increase, even an ordinary level 35 monster was so terrifying. However, Su Feng didn't mind, as spirit power didn't equate to strength. Even if his spirit power was only 200,000, with various enhancements, he could easily overcome the challenge. Whoosh! The monkey moved with extreme agility, darting past Su Feng and charging fiercely towards Jiang Wanyue. Ah! The flames on the fire monkey erupted with terrifying heat, causing Jiang Wanyue to pale in fear, covering her eyes. If it were a fire monkey with double attributes, she could handle it easily, but now, the fire monkey's strength far exceeded her limits. Whoosh! Just at that critical moment, a surging wave of overwhelming fiery aura rushed past her, followed by Su Feng's calm voice, "Are you okay? Stay behind me, don't stray too far." Jiang Wanyue cautiously opened her eyes and was pleasantly surprised to find Su Feng's tall and sturdy figure standing firmly in front of her, while the clawing fire monkey had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a blazing, dark purple flame danced joyfully in Su Feng's hand, emanating a chillingly terrifying aura. "Is this a fire martial talisman?" Looking at the flames in Su Feng's hand, her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying flame. This fire martial talisman must be at least S rank, right? Could it be that the fire monkey just now perished in this flame? Before she could recover from her shock, several fire monkeys lunged at them like lightning. Faced with such peril, Su Feng remained calm and unafraid. The flames in his hand instantly leaped into the air, transforming into several blazing infernos that charged head-on towards the fire monkeys with the force of thunder. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying flames instantly melted their bodies. With the defense strength of a level 35 monster, even a 5-fold increase wouldn't be enough to withstand the 1000-degree heat of the 9 nether flame. Moreover, with the dual enhancements of the Heavenly Fire Ring and Hell's Summon targeting the Dark attribute, his flame's power had increased by a full 2.5 times. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huanyue was stunned. Instantly killing several nightmare dungeon creatures, this efficiency was a bit exaggerated. Slayed a level 35 Nightmare Star Beast Fire Monkey, experience plus 875. Slayed a level 35 Nightmare Star Beast Fire Monkey, experience plus 875. Slayed a level 35 Nightmare Star Beast Fire Monkey, experience plus 875. Slayed a level 35 Nightmare Star Beast Fire Monkey, experience plus 875. For Nightmare Star Beasts directly granted Su Feng 3500 experience points. This was still in a duo team, with Zhang Huanyue taking half. The Nightmare Dungeon is really exhilarating. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. At this rate, he would level up in no time. Zhang Huanyue closely followed behind Su Feng, her expression extremely tense, as if something would leap out from the darkness to devour her at any moment. Her steps became slow and heavy, as if each step required all her strength. Su Feng even felt his clothes were about to be pulled off by Zhang Huanyue. He sighed helplessly, thinking, this woman is a big shot from the underworld, how can she be so timid? Zhang Huanyue felt wrong too. Who would send a monster with 2 or 3 times the spirit power to deal with a good person? Roar! At that moment, a low growl broke the silence, and suddenly, a tiger wrapped in flames slowly emerged. Its eyes emitted dazzling golden light, and with each step it took, it exuded a terrifying aura that shook the entire valley. Fire Cloud Tiger, Nightmare Boss, Level, LV 40, 950 years, Health, 500,000, Spirit Power, 500,000, a Level 40 Fire Cloud Tiger? Upon seeing the Fire Cloud Tiger before her, Zhang Huanyue's face instantly turned as pale as paper, filled with tension and fear. An ordinary Level 40 Star Beast was already terrifying enough, and what stood before her was a Fire Cloud Tiger with 5 times the attribute increase. She tightly grasped the corner of Su Feng's clothing, her voice trembling slightly as she said, shouldn't we withdraw from the instance first? Faced with such a ferocious star beast, Zhang Huanyue's heart was on the verge of collapse, tears welling in her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. The nightmare-level instance that Su Feng had chosen was simply too terrifying. There wasn't a single creature she could defeat. Even a random cat or dog had hundreds of thousands of spiritual power. Just looking at them was frightening. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly felt a soft, elastic object pressing against his back, causing his heart to skip a beat. He turned around and found that it was Zhang Huanyue, who had pressed herself tightly against him out of sheer fear. Su Feng shook his head helplessly, swinging the heavenly dragon staff in his hand, and 9 golden dragons spiraled out, charging towards the Fire Cloud Tiger with a devastating momentum. At that moment, the 9 nether flame directly attached itself to the golden dragons, amplifying their power and making them even more terrifying. The Fire Cloud Tiger widened its eyes in terror, but it was too late to dodge, and it could only watch helplessly as the 9 golden dragons crashed into it. Minus 55,571, minus 57,484, minus 56,216, minus 57,406, minus 57,286, minus 56,713, minus 56,473, minus 59,665, minus 55,424. With a series of violent explosions, the Fire Cloud Tiger's health bar of 500,000 dropped to 0, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it died, it couldn't help but curse in its heart. Damn, why the hell are you hitting me with that stick when I'm not even the one attacking you? Kill the 40-level Nightmare Boss Fire Cloud Tiger, experience plus 200,000. A flash of light appeared, and Su Feng directly leveled up to 33. This 5 times experience is awesome. Su Feng thought to himself. Even Zhang Huanyue had now leveled up to 40. Ding! You have killed the Nightmare-level boss Fire Cloud Tiger. You have completed the S-level challenge for Nightmare difficulty and can claim the S-level reward. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Ding! You have received the exclusive S-level reward from the Land of Flames, Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Dragon Technique Star Technique Grade, S Spiritual Power, 5000 Skill, Summon a Fire Dragon, unleashing 5 times fire damage, 30 minutes cooldown. S-level Star Technique, but unfortunately the multiplier is too low. Su Feng shook his head. With only a 5 times damage multiplier, his 9 Nether Flames Fire Pillars dealt 10 times damage with a 30-minute cooldown, making it quite useless for him. With his current strength, S-level items offered him almost no enhancement. Only Super S-level items could boost his power. However, Super S-level items couldn't be obtained from instances below level 60. If he wanted to get one, he would have to wait for those unique relics to appear and then compete with other prodigies for ownership, or auction them off. Forget it, I'll just throw it to Tang Chen to auction later. An S-level star technique can easily fetch 1 million. Outside, others were still scrambling for the instance when a golden light shot straight into the sky. What's going on? Did someone clear it at S-level? Golden Pillar. It seems like a golden pillar only appears when clearing nightmare difficulty, right? Damn! No one has ever cleared nightmare difficulty at the master level. Are we witnessing history? Who did it? Looking at the position, it seems to be Chen Mang and the others. The clearing of the nightmare level instance immediately drew attention from the outside world. Even the teachers from various classes who were gathered together snacking were stirred up, boasting about it. No need to look, it must be a student from our class 1 who set the record. Wangu adjusted her glasses, a cold smile on her face. Since class 1 had the strongest students, she was sure it was one of her own. Who would have thought that the Mediterranean class teacher of class 2, Tang Hada, would directly deny it? At this moment, he was puffing out his round belly, looking quite pleased as he said, I've already received the news. That position has been taken by our class's Chen Mang. It must be our class that broke the record. Teacher Tang, it's not good. At that moment, an anxious voice came from afar. A few students from class 2 were jogging over, carrying a fainted fat boy, who was none other than the Chen Mang he had just mentioned. Who did this? Seeing this scene, Tang Hada's face turned ashen. It was class 1. The students glanced at Wang Wan and whispered, ha, old Tang, how about that? I told you this historic record would definitely be created by my class 1. When they become the big shots, they'll remember my kindness and repay me. Saying this, she opened the clearance leaderboard to see who it was. However, when she flipped to the nightmare leaderboard and saw the only row with the names Su Feng, Zhang Wanyue, she nearly fainted. How could it be those two? Wang Wan's face turned pale. Of all people, it had to be Su Feng. Seeing Su Feng break the record was even more unbearable than watching Tang Hada's smug face. But it wasn't over yet. Just as she closed the clearance leaderboard, another golden beam of light rose from a different direction. Look! Someone has broken the nightmare clearance record again. It's the Thunder Bamboo Forest in the south. 2 teams broke the nightmare dungeon record on the same day? My god, is there a bug? At this moment, the forest was filled with the astonished voices of students. Wang Wan took a deep breath, thinking it had only been 5 minutes. It couldn't possibly be Su Feng. After all, even for a normal difficulty dungeon, clearing it in 5 minutes wasn't that easy, let alone a nightmare. Yet for some reason, Su Feng's name kept popping up in her mind, driving her crazy. So annoying. Wang Wan shook her head, trying to cast aside these unpleasant thoughts. At this moment, she solemnly opened the nightmare leaderboard for the Thunder Bamboo Forest. As a golden light flickered on the nightmare leaderboard, the names of the clearers appeared before her. Su Feng, Zhang Wanyue. Impossible. This leaderboard must be malfunctioning. Wang Wan sat down on the ground, looking dazed and shaking her head furiously. She couldn't believe it. She refused to accept that this historical genius was the Su Feng she despised. Buzz, however, in that instant, 3 dazzling golden lights suddenly soared from 3 completely different directions, shining brilliantly alongside the previous 2 beams. 5 golden lights cutting through the sky like a giant dragon, resplendent and divine. Witnessing this scene, Wang Wan's body trembled involuntarily, especially as she heard other students nearby shouting Su Feng. Could it be that she was wrong? If a genius like Su Feng had not been pushed aside for her own short-term interests, and if she had shown him goodwill and nurtured him earlier, wouldn't she also benefit when he entered the core hall? No, I was right. Wang Wan's eyes revealed a determined look. What was wrong with climbing the social ladder? It was just breaking the nightmare dungeon record, a level 35 dungeon. His cultivation level wasn't that high. As long as Wang Hailong returns, with his strength as the top of the outer academy, he will definitely defeat Su Feng in the monthly exam and take the seat of immortality. A cold glint appeared in Wang Wan's eyes. Wang Hailong, the mastermind behind the scenes, was also the second young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 great clans in the imperial capital. Although he had temporarily left to prepare for the monthly exam, the day he returned would surely be the day he stepped on Su Feng. As the 5 golden lights appeared together. At this moment, in the core area of Star Academy, Tianqian Academy, the old president, who had been in seclusion for several years, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the only 5 level 35 nightmare dungeons all displayed the names of Su Feng and Zhang Wanyue. The students who were grinding through the normal dungeons looked utterly bewildered. Hey, are you two getting a marriage certificate here? After clearing the dungeons, Su Feng was counting his spoils when a notification sound rang out. Heavenly Certification, you have accumulated 5 S-rank clearances of nightmare dungeons within 1 minute, achieving the title, the fastest man. Reward, permanent increase of 50% in agility. I actually got an achievement? Su Feng was taken aback. In this world, achievements were very hard to come by, and obtaining one meant gaining the recognition of heaven and earth. Since this notification was broadcasted in the vicinity, everyone nearby could hear it. Upon hearing this peculiar achievement title, Jiang Wanyu covered her mouth and chuckled, her gaze on Su Feng filled with pity. Seeing this, Su Feng was instantly furious. Do you want me to prove it to you? To his surprise, Jiang Wanyu shook her head and said, forget it, I don't want to get bitten by mosquitoes. The 5 nightmare dungeons here had all been cleared, with a cooldown period of 30 days, meaning they could not challenge the nightmare dungeons again within that time. What a pity, I could have reached level 40 in just a few minutes if there were no restrictions. Su Feng's eyes flickered, his level had already reached 35, and he was not far from advancing to a 2-star master. By then, his stats would increase significantly. Look, we are already in first place. At that moment, Jiang Wanyue's excited voice rang out. Su Feng opened the academy's leaderboard. Due to the different difficulties of the dungeons, the points earned for each clearance varied. Clearing a normal dungeon earned 1 point, clearing a hard dungeon earned 5 points, and clearing a nightmare dungeon earned 100 points. After clearing 5 nightmare-level dungeons, their points had already reached 500. Meanwhile, the teams behind them all had 5 points each. This was already considered a fast clearance, as even in hard mode, the monster's health had doubled. Those who could clear it within 30 minutes were basically geniuses among geniuses. It seems the 5 experience pills are secured, Su Feng thought to himself. At this moment, all nightmare dungeons were on cooldown, so they could only grind through the hard ones for now. Moments later, the S-rank leaderboard for all the hard dungeons in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range refreshed completely. Almost simultaneously, people in the imperial capital noticed this scene, and the entire capital was shaken. People were discussing fervently, utterly shocked. My goodness, what is going on? Why are there suddenly so many new dungeon leaders? And it's the same person. Isn't this Su Feng the national champion? He just entered the 4 major academies and is already causing such a stir. His strength is far superior to the champions of previous years. In past years, after the National College entrance examination, those champions and runners-up would also choose to climb the rankings. They would challenge the records of their predecessors, declaring that the coming era belonged to them. A freshman, breaking so many records right after enrollment, the imperial capital is going to be lively now. I just wonder if those older geniuses can still hold their ground. If only a few dungeons had been refreshed, it wouldn't have caused such a huge uproar. But this time, dozens of dungeon leaders had changed hands simultaneously, and each dungeon's clearance time was under 1 minute. Such achievements were truly astonishing, even moving the major powers. In no time, the higher-ups of various factions could no longer sit still. They began to investigate Su Feng's identity and background. Meanwhile, Su Feng, the protagonist of this incident, was completely unaware of the uproar he had caused. Tian Dao Academy. Chen Fay paced back and forth outside the dean's hall, his face showing signs of nervousness and unease. After bringing back Qin Chuan's soul, the director had not shown himself. At that moment, a mass of black mist appeared before him. The black mist slowly transformed into a dark figure, which spoke in a hoarse voice. The director has gone to report to the master. You have no business here. Yes, what about Qin Chuan? Chen Fay asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the dark figure's eyes flickered, and it warned, you need to recognize your own identity. Whether it's you, the director, or Qin Chuan, you are all just serving the master. A mere Qin Chuan is not worthy of the master's concern. Yes. Hearing the figure's words, Chen Fay trembled all over until he watched it disappear. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and at this moment, Su Feng's level had already reached 37. Evolution points, I've saved up 500,000. Su Feng glanced at the system. It had been 6 or 7 days since he evolved his martial soul to the Great Saint level, and he had accumulated 590,000 evolution points. With 500,000 points, he could upgrade the star ring to 100,000 years. Let's upgrade the 9 nether star ring first, Su Feng thought to himself. He had long silently arranged the order. The optimal way was to upgrade the 9 nether star ring to 1,000,000 years in one go, maximizing his output capabilities. As for the first star ring's protective domain, although its defensive capabilities were terrifying, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. As long as his damage was high enough, he wouldn't need defense. The second priority was the Thunder Talisman and Power Talisman, as he had not yet equipped other attribute talismans to his second star ring. so the only ones available for upgrade were these two martial talismans. He would push them to the limit first and then consider defensive measures later. Consuming 500,000 evolution points, your second star ring evolves to 100,000 years. 9 Nether Inferno's release range increases, damage increases to 15 times, passive 9 Nether Flame damage increases to 15 times, strength plus 1000, Constitution plus 600, Agility plus 400, Spiritual Power plus 20,000. As Su Feng consumed the evolution points, his second star ring turned bright red, and the phantom of the 9 Nether devouring Sky Sparrow appeared, erupting with destructive ghostly flames. This was 100,000 years Saint Beast star ring, stronger than an ordinary star beast by more than a notch. Another 20,000 points of spiritual power. Su Feng checked his panel. Su Feng, 1-star master, martial spirit, great saint level indestructible ape god, level, LV37, experience, 50,000/170,000, star ring, 10,000 year 7-colored deer, 100,000 year 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow, first star ring martial talismans, super S-level divine thunder talisman, super S-level divine courage talisman, moonlight, second star ring martial talismans, S-level, Hell's Gate, exotic treasure, super S-level heavenly dragon staff, star techniques, S-level purple extreme demon vine, S-level dark knight approaches, S-level Hell's Eye, super S-level shrink the earth to an inch, equipment, S-level dark knight set, A-level silver moon guardian, S-level hell summon, super S-level heavenly fire ring, strength, 11,000, constitution, 6,000, agility, 3,000, power talisman enhancement, 8,800 strength, achievement enhancement, 1,500 agility, spiritual power, 260,000, not bad, another big boost. Su Feng exclaimed. Now, with the indestructible ape god spirit activated, his strength would reach nearly 30,000 points. With the 9 Nether star ring upgraded to 100,000 years, its power increased to 15 times, under the multiple enhancements of the heavenly fire ring and the regional bracelet. Even without using his martial soul spirit, a single pillar of flame would deal a terrifying 500,000 points of damage. It could be said that below level 50, almost no creature could withstand a single pillar of fire from him. In the following days, Su Feng focused on leveling up in dungeons. Su Feng dashed ahead, and the one enjoying it the most was Jiang Wanyu. After all, she had to do nothing, gaining countless experience while breaking various dungeon records. As they continued deeper into the wilderness, Su Feng and Jiang Wanyu had already distanced themselves from the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Wanyu had reached level 43, while Su Feng was not far from level 40. It's getting late. Let's head back to the camp tonight. We'll return to the academy tomorrow morning, Su Feng said, glancing at the darkening sky. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had already turned dim. They had been out for a week. After resting for a night, they would need to return to the academy the next day. All right, Jiang Wanyu nodded. Just as they were about to head back, Su Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of danger washing over him. Eye of Hell. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Hell, and the scene before him instantly turned a deep crimson. At the same time, a black soul needle was hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. The Soul Destroyer Needle. Su Feng furrowed his brow. It was indeed a vicious artifact. If struck by the Soul Destroyer Needle, not only would he be killed, but his soul would also be obliterated. Bang! Su Feng leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. At that moment, the Soul Destroyer Needle flew past him, immediately turning to strike again. The Lingering Soul. Su Feng's eyes glinted coldly as he unleashed a pillar of flame. In the next instant, the Soul Destroyer Needle was incinerated into a wisp of black smoke. So it was the Soul Destroyer Needle. Who is using such a sinister method? Jiang Wanyu frowned at the scene. I don't know. The enemy is hiding in the shadows. Be careful, Su Feng replied, his eyes flickering. He wasn't sure if the attack was aimed at him or Jiang Wanyu. After all, both of them seemed to have quite a few enemies. Whoosh! Just then, a shadow suddenly flew out, swinging a scythe towards Su Feng. 2-star master. Su Feng instantly scanned the opponent's information. 2-star master, weapon spirit, A-class death scythe, level, LV49, star ring, weapon talisman, artifact, star technique, equipment, spirit power, 185800. Although the opponent's cultivation was not low, 180,000 points of spirit power was still weaker than a small monster in a dungeon for Su Feng. Moreover, at level 49, the spirit power hadn't even surpassed 200,000. This indicated that his overall configuration was extremely poor, that 200,000 was merely a result of leveling up. Facing the opponent's fierce assault, Su Feng's expression remained calm. He slowly extended a finger and gently tapped. In an instant, a pillar of flame roared past like a fire dragon, instantly engulfing the assassin. In the blink of an eye, the assassin was reduced to ashes, scattering with the wind. Meanwhile, a silver token fell from the sky. Ghost Kill Order. Su Feng picked up the token and examined it closely. The token was made of pure silver, with a blood-red kill character engraved on it, exuding an astonishing aura of death. This unique token came from the top assassin organization in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Ghost Kill Group. The silver token indicated that the assassin belonged to the Earth-level category. Once such an assassin was killed, they would leave behind a Ghost Kill Order symbolizing their murderous intent. The person who obtained the Ghost Kill Order would then face 100 days of pursuit from the Ghost Kill Group. As for what would happen after those 100 days, no one knew. To date, all who had received a Ghost Kill Order had failed to survive the 100 days. If subsequent assassination missions failed, the Ghost Kill Group would even dispatch heaven-level gold medal assassins. These gold medal assassins were true Grandmasters, the top existence within the entire Great Xia Kingdom. When a Grandmaster made a move, it basically signified the end of a life. It seems the opponent is targeting me. Su Feng's eyes glinted coldly. The Ghost Kill Group's rule was simple: kill for money. As long as the price was right, even a Grandmaster would take the job. They did not inquire about the identities of the buyer or the target. At this moment, Su Feng's gaze flickered. He did not know who was behind the scenes, willing to spend a fortune to hire a killer to eliminate him. He closed his eyes and pondered. The figures of Chen Hai, Shinhozi, and others flashed through his mind. He immediately shook his head. Although these people had enmity with him, given their status, they wouldn't need to rely on a killer to deal with him. At this moment, he focused his attention on Dongji City. Dongji City had its own share of enemies, and these people, lacking strength, would have to resort to hiring a killer to kill him. His gaze flickered. No matter who it was, as long as they set their sights on him, he would not spare them. A night passed without incident. After returning to the academy, Su Feng quickly received his ranking reward, 10 third-tier experience pills. 10 experience pills equated to 500,000 experience points, enough for him to break through to level 41 and advance to a 2-star master. After obtaining the pills, Su Feng immediately entered seclusion to begin his cultivation. The medicinal power contained in the experience pills was incredibly potent. To refine 10 at once would take at least 5 days. However, overall, it was faster than grinding dungeons, as the Nightmare Dungeon itself required a month to clear once. Time passed swiftly. During the time Su Feng was in seclusion, various factions began to grow restless, especially the other 3 major academies. The older external disciples, upon hearing that a new student from the Star Academy had emerged and continuously broken dungeon records, could no longer sit still. They clamored to come to the Star Academy to witness Su Feng's strength. This sentiment perfectly aligned with the intentions of the teachers from the various academies. Over the years, they had produced many talents themselves, and now that the Star Academy was so flourishing, they naturally wanted to suppress their momentum. Thus, on the second day of Su Feng's seclusion, the representative teams sent by the 3 major academies began to arrive at the Star Academy one after another. Upon learning that Su Feng was still in seclusion, Cheng Yi took the various representative teams on a tour of the external academy, under the pretext of showcasing the academy. The representatives from the 4 major academies had nothing to say about this and could only endure for the time being. However, after 3 consecutive days, no one could sit still any longer. Elder Cheng Yi, we have been here for so many days, isn't it time to let the students spar a bit? Chen Hai spoke up. That's right, we came to train our disciples, yet you keep delaying. Could it be that your Star Academy has no capable students to show? Sigh. Cheng Yi knew there was no reason to refuse, so she gathered the external academy teachers and brought the selected students over. The representatives sent by the 3 major academies were all strong senior students. On the other hand, as the host, the Star Academy, due to the upcoming monthly exam, had most of its top 10 experts either challenging dungeons or in seclusion. The strength of those sent out was indeed somewhat uneven, and there were even a few new students from this session just to make up the numbers. First, the Aojian Academy sent a level 49 master named Qin Liang, said to be the strongest from Aojian Academy. After a few exchanges, the Star Academy's people were beaten to the ground. I see the Star Academy is nothing special. Qin Liang sneered. At that moment, a short figure covered in golden fur stepped forward, his expression cold, and spoke word by word. Try saying that again. How the Star Academy does not require your judgment. You are Shinhozi? Qin Liang raised his head, still wearing a proud expression, completely disregarding Shinhozi. Let your academy Su Feng come out. No one else is worthy to fight me. To deal with you, I don't need anyone else. Shinhozi's gaze was indifferent. During the national exam, he had already reached level 39, and now, more than 10 days later, he had naturally broken through to level 41. Humph. Then let's see. S-rank 7 star sword, appear. Qin Liang shouted coldly, and 7 flying swords burst forth from behind him, radiating brilliant light. At the same time, 2 purple star rings rose behind him, with the second one reaching an astonishing 5,000 years. This Qin Liang is impressive. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but erupt in a wave of astonishment. Setting aside the S-rank martial spirit and the full set of S-rank equipment, just the first star ring reaching 1,000 years and the second one at 5,000 years is almost a top-tier genius configuration. It is evident that Qin Liang can be considered a top genius at the Proud Sword Academy. Oh, 5,000 years, huh? The God Marquis's expression was calm as he saw a golden stone monkey phantom appear behind him, followed by 2 black star rings materializing. 10,000 years? Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. No wonder he was known as the number one among his peers. This star ring configuration was simply outrageous. Divine Monkey Fist. The God Marquis shouted angrily, his body leaping like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight at Qin Liang. As he moved his hands, streams of golden light quickly converged, carrying immense power as they struck towards Qin Liang. Bang! In the next moment, what seemed to be an ordinary punch from the God Marquis contained astonishing strength, directly sending Qin Liang flying. Instantly, the crowd erupted in an uproar. I'm starting to doubt the credibility of Su Feng's top scholar title. His level is lower than the God Marquis, and his combat power is even less. He must have gotten the title because Qin Chuan gifted him half the points. That's right, the top scholar title of the God Marquis was stolen by Su Feng. What Su Feng? I think it should be called Su Thief instead. Among the 3 academies, people began to denounce Su Feng, seemingly seeking justice for the God Marquis. Soon, this momentum escalated, portraying Su Feng as a villain of the highest order. Wanwan watched all of this with secret delight. Su Feng, oh Su Feng, I never thought you would have today. I want to see how you prove yourself when everyone doubts you. At this moment, the God Marquis's gaze flickered, and he coldly spoke, I will have a battle with Su Feng in the future. As for whether I am worthy or not, it is not for you to judge. As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent. After all, even the person involved said so. What reason did they have to speak? I will meet you. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a figure stepping through the air from the direction of the Heavenly Tao Academy. This person had his hands behind his back, exuding an elegant demeanor and a powerful aura. Behind him, 2 star rings slowly rose, 1 purple and 1 black, like 2 mysterious moons hanging in the sky. Look, it's the 3rd young master of the Tang family, Tang Feng. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but exclaim. It is said that he has already broken through to the 3-star master level. Is he really making an appearance? Tang Feng's arrival caused a stir, and people began to discuss among themselves. After Tang Feng appeared, he did not immediately take action but looked at the God Marquis and slowly said, God Marquis, although your talent is strong, you are still too young. Admit defeat and step back. Divine Monkey Fist. The God Marquis didn't waste words with him and directly unleashed his strongest star technique to attack. Seeing this, Tang Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He gently raised his right hand, his fingers tracing the air, and suddenly a sharp sword aura whistled out, heading straight for the God Marquis. Bang! Before the God Marquis could get close, he was directly sent flying by this sword aura. He was defeated in one strike? This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The God Marquis, who had just been incredibly valiant, was so easily overwhelmed in front of him. This Tang Feng entered the Heavenly Tao Academy 3 years ago. Although he didn't take the top scholar title at that time, he was still among the top 3, and his strength should not be underestimated. Ha, this Star Academy is really pathetic. They don't even have a capable fighter. Sigh, they said there was a peerless genius who just broke dozens of dungeon records, but when he saw senior brother Tang Feng, he was so scared he shrank back and didn't dare to come out. At this moment, the 3 major academies were filled with continuous laughter. If it weren't for senior brother Su Feng in seclusion, how could they run wild on our territory? A student said angrily. Him? I think he's clearly scared and hiding away. Another student snorted coldly, resentment in his tone. Such questioning voices caused a stir in the Star Academy, and many began to doubt Su Feng's strength. Could it be that he was just seeking fame? Xing Yi's expression fell, and even her heart began to waver. A 3-star master, could Su Feng really be a match? It seems. The Star Academy really has no one left, Tang Feng said with disdain, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of the Star Academy, his expression indifferent. Just then, a clear and cold voice came from deep within the Star Academy. Who dares to bully my Star Academy as if it were unguarded? This voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. The students of the Star Academy looked up, their eyes flashing with surprise and anticipation. It's Senior Brother Su. It really is Senior Brother Su. That's great. Senior Brother Su is here to take revenge for us. Some had already spotted Su Feng's figure approaching through the air, and at that moment, Qingyi's beautiful eyes blinked, filled with hope. As Su Feng's figure appeared, all eyes in the vicinity instantly focused on him. Chen Hai's brows furrowed, hatred evident in his eyes. If it weren't for Su Feng, their plans wouldn't have been disrupted, and so many troubles wouldn't have arisen. You are Su Feng? Tang Feng, upon seeing that Su Feng was only at the 2-star master level, immediately revealed a look of disdain. Master level, 1 star, 1 layer of heaven. A difference of 1 star was like the difference between clouds and mud. Even a genius like Shin Hozi, with a 1-star difference, couldn't withstand even a single sword strike. What could Su Feng do? Wouldn't he still be trampled underfoot? Whoosh! Tang Feng's figure flashed, and he charged straight at Su Feng with his sword. Behind him, a phantom of a sword immortal appeared. Tang family's ancestral S-rank martial spirit, white-clad sword immortal. With the appearance of the sword immortal behind Tang Feng, gasps erupted from the crowd. An S-rank martial spirit, fully equipped with an ultra S-rank set, plus 2 star rings, 1 purple and 1 black. As soon as Tang Feng made his move, he unleashed all his strength. Clearly, he intended to crush this battle, making Su Feng understand the gap between them. Senior brother Tang is serious, such speed. He's even summoned the sword immortal. This is a one-hit kill. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 major academies were cheering for Tang Feng. Feeling the momentum from Tang Feng, the students of the Star Academy couldn't help but sweat for Su Feng. Qingyi also closed her eyes, silently praying for Su Feng, hoping he could withstand this blow and restore the already dwindling dignity of the Star Academy. Whoosh! Tang Feng, a true genius nurtured by the Tang family, struck with incredible speed, instantly reaching Su Feng. At this moment, he wore a cold smile, believing Su Feng was merely a newly promoted 2-star master. There was a gap even among masters. His 3-star master cultivation could easily crush him. However, what he didn't expect was that, facing the sword slashing toward him, Su Feng remained calm, his hands hanging down, showing no sign of panic. He didn't even summon his star rings. What does this mean? Tang Feng felt a bit confused, but instead, anger took its place. This kid dared to be so arrogant in the face of danger, simply not taking him seriously. Thinking this, Tang Feng decided to hold nothing back and prepared to strike down Su Feng's head with a single blow. Just as he thought, the speed of this sword was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it had already sliced through Su Feng's neck. Ah! Seeing this scene, gasps erupted from the crowd. At the Star Academy, Jiang Wanyu covered her mouth, tears rolling down her cheeks. At this moment, no one could believe what was happening before their eyes. Su Feng had actually been struck down by a single sword. Who would have thought that at that moment, the place where Su Feng was struck transformed into a shadow and then vanished? The next moment, he appeared right beside Jiang Wanyu, greeting her. Don't worry, sis, I'm fine. Who's worried about you, you bad egg? Seeing Su Feng appear unscathed beside her, Jiang Wanyu couldn't help but glare at him. However, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That earlier scene had been too terrifying. Anyone would have thought Su Feng had been killed. Still in the mood for flirting? Tang Feng's eyes burned with anger. He never expected that his full-force strike would be toyed with by Su Feng. Not only that, but he was also flirting while fighting him, which was simply too disrespectful. First star ring technique, white robe sword formation. Tang Feng stood in mid-air, sword light swirling around him, his entire being filled with overwhelming power. Heavens, what a strong aura. This aura is terrifying. Is this the strength of senior brother Tang? As Tang Feng summoned the sword formation, a fierce wind swept through the arena, as if it would tear everything apart. Tang Feng's power was truly terrifying. Facing such a strong storm, everyone present had to summon various treasures to resist it, barely managing to stabilize themselves. Oh no! I didn't expect Tang Feng to hide such powerful strength, only now revealing his true strongest technique. What should we do now? Can senior brother Su withstand it? Faced with Tang Feng's terrifying sword energy, many disciples of the Star Academy struggled to resist while feeling anxious about Su Feng's safety. At this moment, Su Feng was at the center of the sword formation, yet his expression remained as calm as water. It had to be admitted that Tang Feng was indeed capable. The pressure he exerted was even several times stronger than the bosses in a level 40 nightmare dungeon. Of course, this kind of pressure was almost negligible for Su Feng. Just then, the black second star ring behind Tang Feng suddenly flickered, and a massive phantom of a frost giant elephant quietly emerged. Second star ring technique, frost sword dance. With the enhancement of the sword formation, Tang Feng's aura became sharp and fierce, and the sword in his hand radiated a terrifying energy. At this moment, Tang Feng's sword intent had reached its peak. As he swung his sword, the sky was filled with sword energy that surged like a torrential flood, transforming into a blizzard that swept toward Su Feng with overwhelming force. This scene left everyone in shock. Has he fused it with frost power? Interesting. Su Feng's gaze flickered, facing Tang Feng's violent strike. He slowly extended a hand, and a black flame rapidly condensed in his palm, resembling a beating heart, radiating a hot and mysterious glow. Looking at the flame in Su Feng's hand, the watching disciples were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Such a small flame? What can this little flame do? Everyone shook their heads, secretly muttering. They simply couldn't understand how such a weak flame could withstand Tang Feng's powerful blizzard. However, just as everyone was questioning, a sudden change occurred. In the next moment, the black flame in Su Feng's hand suddenly expanded violently, like a volcanic eruption, forming a massive pillar of flame akin to a nuclear explosion. Boom! With a loud roar, the sky full of frost instantly vaporized, and a mushroom cloud rose at the scene. The entire dojo seemed to be destroyed, shaken by a powerful force. At this moment, even the academy's mountain gate trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Thick smoke billowed in the dojo, obscuring the sky and sun, making it difficult to see the situation within. As for the scene at the center of the battle, it was completely shrouded in fog, and no one could see what was happening inside. After a full half of an incense stick's time, the smoke began to dissipate somewhat. At the same time, a figure gradually emerged on the battlefield. Su Feng still stood in the center, not even a wrinkle in his sleeves. Beneath his feet, the entire ground had sunk in, creating a large pit with a radius of 1 kilometer. At this moment, Tang Feng lay at the edge of the pit, his face pale, with a puddle of yellow liquid remaining beneath him. Tang Feng, actually lost? This, a 2-star master was defeated by a 3-star in an instant? Impossible. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Looking at this scene, an uproar erupted in the arena. No one expected that Tang Feng, the strongest from the outer academy of the Heavenly Dao Academy, couldn't even withstand a single move from Su Feng. To be humiliated in front of so many disciples from the 4 major academies was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. You all, come at me together. At this moment, Su Feng stood in the center of the battlefield, hands on his hips, casting a disdainful gaze at the disciples of the 3 academies. Fight? What a joke! After witnessing Su Feng's strength, the disciples from the 3 major academies avoided him like the plague, wishing they could hide in a crack in the ground. Did they want to fight him? As if they were tired of living? Su Feng stood with his hands behind his back, and the crowd fell silent. The Starry Sky Academy was also stunned by the scene before them. At this moment, the Divine Prince clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Su Feng's unparalleled back. He had become this strong. Brother Su! Brother Su! The students from the Starry Sky Academy erupted in cheers, all shouting Su Feng's name. Xingyi looked at Su Feng, her face adorned with a gratified smile. Damn, this kid's progress is astonishingly fast. Chen Hai looked at Su Feng, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. If given the chance, he must eliminate this kid as soon as possible. He couldn't let him continue to grow. After witnessing Su Feng's strength, naturally, no one dared to make a move. As a result, the 3 major academies could only leave with their tails between their legs. This trip was indeed a loss of face and a disgrace. Su Feng returned to his villa and immediately opened the panel. Su Feng 2-star Master Martial Spirit, Great Sage level Immortal Ape God level, LV41 experience, 1000/410000 star rings, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, 100,000 year 9 nether devouring sparrow 1st star ring martial talismans, Super S level Divine Thunder Talisman, Super S level Divine Valor Talisman, Moonlight 2nd star ring martial talismans, S level, Hell's Gate exotic treasure, Super S level Heavenly Dragon Staff star techniques, S level Purple, Extreme Demon Vine, S level Dark Knight approaches, S level Hell's Eye, Super S level Shrink the Earth to an inch equipment, S level Dark Knight set, A level Silver Moon Guardian, S level Hell Summon, Super S level Heavenly Fire Ring Strength, 17,000 Physique, 9,000 Agility, 4,000 Strength Talisman Amplification, 13600 Strength Achievement Amplification, 2,000 Agility Spirit Power, 360000 breaking through to 2 stars. My spirit power has directly increased by 100,000. Su Feng's eyes flashed. Tang Feng, a 3-star master, only had a spirit power of 290,000, and that was with a full set of Super S level equipment. Otherwise, it would be even lower. With my current strength, I'm already not far from a Grandmaster. Su Feng thought to himself. According to statistics, the vast majority of Grandmasters had spirit power just over 500,000. If he used his Great Sage level martial spirit, he would be stronger than a Grandmaster. It's a pity I don't have the opportunity to test the damage right now, Su Feng said, already feeling eager to try. However, there were only 10 days left until the monthly exam, and he still needed to seize the time to improve further. Su Feng's heart stirred as he took out the evolution points he had accumulated over the past few days. In just over 10 days, he had gathered another 1,000,000 points. The 9 Nether Star Ring can evolve for 1,000,000 years now. Su Feng directly chose to evolve. Consuming 1,000,000 evolution points, your second star ring evolves into 1,000,000 years. 9 Nether Inferno's release range is greatly enhanced, damage increased to 25 times, passive 9 Nether Flame damage increased to 20 times, strength plus 5,000, constitution plus 3,000, agility plus 2,000, spiritual power plus 100,000. Buzz! At this moment, Su Feng's second star ring trembled, the crimson halo gradually transforming into a bright golden color, while faint starlight surrounded him. Is this the 1,000,000-year star ring? Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from this golden star ring, Su Feng felt his blood tremble. This power was truly frightening. Su Feng's gaze pierced through, as if he could see the universe being restructured. The power of the great Tao erupted from the star ring. If a star beast cultivates to 1,000,000 years, it's almost godlike. Su Feng clicked his tongue. With just one evolution, his spiritual power directly increased by 100,000, infinitely approaching the 500,000 mark. At this moment, he even felt the urge to evolve the star ring to 10,000,000 years, wanting to see how much improvement that would bring. However, when he saw that the next evolution required 5,000,000 points, he held back. It seems I still have to wait until the martial spirit evolves to the mythic level, then I can gain 10 evolution points per second. Su Feng shook his head, but the next step could be to evolve the Thunder Talisman first. Currently, the Thunder Talisman was only Super S level, its power too low, and it had become his weakest means of combat, so he rarely used it. However, its potential for improvement was vast. After evolution, it would definitely become his tool for dungeon runs. Buzz! Just then, a tremendous fiery aura suddenly erupted from within Su Feng. The soul of the 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow awakened abruptly and shot into the sky, engulfed in black flames. What's going on? Su Feng's expression changed. The 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow had been doing well within him. How could it suddenly undergo such a transformation? Don't worry, little guy, she's about to undergo nirvana. The voice of the little gourd echoed in Su Feng's mind. Nirvana? Su Feng was puzzled. That's right, the 9 Nether clan is like this. This 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow is quite extraordinary, with a bloodline returning to its ancestors. Now that her cultivation has directly evolved to 1,000,000 years, it naturally triggers the ancestral return. After hearing the little gourd's words, Su Feng immediately understood. After the soul of the 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow made a sacrifice, his evolution of her age would automatically enhance her soul's cultivation. Goodness, was he directly helping her become a god in an instant? Of course, now the 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow only had her soul left. Unless he became a god and helped her reshape her body, having god-level cultivation would be meaningless. Just as the 9 Nether devouring sky sparrow underwent nirvana, a black flame erupted around her, instantly spreading within Su Feng's body. Su Feng's face contorted in pain. This black flame was filled with destructive power, rampaging through him. Although he possessed an indestructible body, the pain radiating from within was still clearly perceptible. At this moment, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. 9 Nether Inferno. Kid, you're in luck. This is the accompanying of the 9 Nether clan. Although it's just a seedling, it can reach SS level. If you absorb it, that talisman of yours can directly evolve to Super S level. The little gourd spoke from the side. It had been present when Su Feng absorbed the Red Lotus Heavenly Fire, so it naturally knew about his absorption talisman. Forget about that talisman for now, I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Su Feng's face was flushed red, his body felt like a furnace, and hot air was escaping from his ears and nostrils. He didn't know how much longer the 9 Nether Sparrow's rebirth would take, but with the 9 Nether Inferno continuously overflowing, his body had already reached its limit. Alright, I'll help you out for free this time, but next time there will be a charge, said the little gourd. After all, he was the one who brought the soul of the 9 Nether devouring sparrow in, so he had to provide some aftercare. Moreover, he was the ancestor of playing with fire. It was a bit foolish to play with fire in front of it. As the little gourd made its move, the 9 Nether Inferno within Su Feng was instantly suppressed. He immediately crossed his legs and began to meditate, summoning the to devour and absorb it. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by, with the day of the monthly exam gradually approaching. At the gate of the Star Academy, a figure in black arrived. Welcome back, senior brother Wang Hailong. It worked! When the 9 Nether's complete rebirth ended, a hint of joy appeared on Su Feng's face. Thank you. At that moment, a gentle voice of a woman reached Su Feng's ears. You're awake? Su Feng felt a surge of happiness. Yes, but my breath is still a bit unstable and needs to be solidified for a while longer, said the 9 Nether. Devouring SS level 9 Nether Inferno, evolved into S level. Innate Spirit Symbol Level, S ability, Infinite Devouring, can absorb and fuse with other. Skill 1, Ultimate Flame, all flame damage increased by 5 times. Skill 2, Rebirth Flame, using the Rebirth Flame can attach to any attack, doubling its total damage. Cooldown, can be activated once a day. Spirit Power, 50,000. With a wave of Su Feng's hand, a violent flame leaped in his palm, distorting even the air as it moved. His gaze flickered. This was the S-level Ultimate Flame. In addition to the Ultimate Flame, he also gained a second skill, the Rebirth Flame, which could be added to any of his attacks, allowing them to contain double damage. My spirit power has broken through 500,000. After the evolve, Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened his panel. Su Feng 2-star Master Martial Spirit, Great Saint level Immortal Ape God level, LV41 experience, 1000/410000 star ring, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, million year 9 nether devouring sparrow 1st star ring martial symbol, S-level divine thunder symbol, S-level divine courage symbol, moonlight 2nd star ring martial symbol, S-level Hell's Gate exotic treasure, S-level heavenly dragon staff star techniques, S-level purple extreme demon vine, S-level dark knight approaches, S-level Hell's Eye, S-level shrink to inch equipment, S-level dark knight set, A-level silver moon guardian, S-level hell summon, S-level heavenly fire ring strength, 22,000 physique, 12,000 agility, 6,000 strength symbol amplification, 17600 strength achievement amplification, 3,000 agility spirit power, 500000 ding. At that moment, Su Feng received a notice from the academy that tomorrow was the day of the monthly exam, and he needed to arrive at the back mountain before 8 in the morning to participate in the assessment. At the Tiandao Academy, in a forbidden area on the back mountain, in the pavilion at the center of the lake, Chen Fay was trembling and crawling on the ground, not daring to breathe. In front of him stood a thin, white-haired old man, his entire body enveloped in a mysterious glow, with the air around him distorting. This fluctuation was that of the divine sect realm, above the Grandmaster but below the king realm. The white-haired old man before him was none other than the president of the Tiandao Academy, a 100-level powerhouse. Yet at this moment, he stood respectfully to the side. In the pavilion before the two, sat a man dressed in white, as pure as snow, with a face like jade, who was currently fishing with a hook, wearing a calm expression. You mean to say that the one who killed Qin Xuan has already awakened an Ultra S-level martial spirit? Upon hearing the words of the two, the man couldn't help but turn his head, his eyes flashing with brilliance. That's right, my lord, Chen Fay stammered. After returning from the Star Academy, he immediately sought an audience with his lord. However, at that time, his lord was refining Qin Xuan's soul, so he didn't meet him until 10 days later. At that moment, a painful cry from Qin Xuan echoed within the white-clad man. Kill him for me. This voice was laced with a frenzied plea. Clearly, even after death, Qin Xuan's soul still harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Feng. Hearing Qin Xuan's agonizing voice, both the president of the Heavenly Dao Academy and Chen Fay broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, their martial spirits were too weak to attract their lord's attention, otherwise, they would likely share the same fate as Qin Xuan. The white-clad man seemed to ignore Qin Xuan's voice, speaking indifferently. I am currently at a critical stage of soul fusion. No matter what means you use, you must bring that Su Feng's soul back to me. Yes. After the two left, the white-clad man's gaze flickered, and Qin Xuan's half-formed remnant soul suddenly appeared. As soon as Qin Xuan's soul emerged, it let out a chilling scream. Shut up! The man shot a glare, directly pointing a finger that emitted a beam of light, piercing through Qin Xuan's soul, causing him to cry out in pain. Su Feng! This is all you're doing. Qin Xuan's face gradually twisted, revealing a mad expression. He hated Su Feng, and he also hated the man before him who was tormenting him. He hated everything in this world. Back then, when he awakened the A-level martial spirit, the devouring python, and was noticed by the Heavenly Dao Academy, it was a stroke of unexpected fortune. But the man before him gave him a technique, tricking him into practicing some devouring technique, claiming it could fuse with others' martial spirits and defy fate. Following his plan step by step, he devoured Su Feng's dark dragon under his scheme, and was about to successfully evolve into an Ultra S level when Su Feng disrupted it, severing his physical body. Now, his soul was about to be devoured by the man, suffering the torment of soul extraction. He was nothing but a puppet. All his efforts were merely to make a wedding dress for the man before him. He hated. Don't worry, to thank you for your two great gifts, the dark devouring python and the 100,000-year dark dragon, I will leave you a wisp of remnant soul, so you can witness how I devour Su Feng's martial spirit and take revenge for you. The white-clad man said, laughing heartily. What Qin Xuan didn't know was that the devouring technique he passed on was merely a flawed technique. From the moment he began to cultivate it, his soul was already under the man's control. Even if he successfully fused with the 9 nether devouring sparrow and evolved to Ultra S level, the fate that awaited him would only be to be devoured by the man. The next day, early in the morning, Su Feng arrived at the back mountain. He was unaware of what Qin Chuan had experienced. If he knew that Qin Chuan was still being tormented after his death, Su Feng would surely laugh out loud and say, "Serves him right." At this moment, thousands of disciples had gathered at the back mountain, all of whom were third-year students. Today, they were to participate in the monthly exam, and the top 3 of each monthly exam would gain the qualification to advance to the inner academy. While Su Feng was waiting, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. Then he heard someone shout, "It's senior brother Wang Hailong! Senior brother Wang is back. His goal must be to take first place in this month's exam. With senior brother Wang around, who can take the first place? You know, Tang Feng lost in the national exam to senior brother Wang." As Wang Hailong appeared, the scene erupted in cheers. Su Feng was also drawn in by the noise, looking up to see a tall man striding forward. A powerful yet restrained aura of cultivation erupted from him, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Peak Master," Su Feng thought to himself. According to the rules, if a cultivator reaches the Grandmaster level, they cannot participate in the monthly exam and will directly enter the inner court. Clearly, Wang Hailong had deliberately capped his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, just to step away from becoming a Grandmaster, in order to secure the top spot in the monthly exam and the seat of immortality. Such strength was enough to make him stand out among the younger generation, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Upon seeing Wang Hailong, a smile of joy appeared on Wang Wan's face. She had exchanged words with him when he returned yesterday. Learning that the seat of immortality had been snatched away filled Wang Hailong with rage, and now that they were facing each other, she was in for a good show. "You are Su Feng?" As soon as Wang Hailong appeared, he walked straight to Su Feng's side, his gaze as cold as ice, showing no concealment of his hostility. "Everyone, quiet." At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. Immediately after, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Qing Yi was on one side, while on the other stood a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, exuding the fierce aura of a Grandmaster. In the center of the two was an elderly man with graying hair. "It's the Grand Elder." Upon seeing the old man, someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. The Grand Elder of the Star Academy, a peak Grandmaster at level 99. Esteemed talents and fellow disciples, today is the day of the Star Academy's monthly exam. I now announce the rules for this month's exam. This month's exam is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, everyone will test their output at the Tongtian Stone Tablet. An output of 5,000 points is required to qualify for the second round. The second round will be a dungeon assessment, where everyone will be randomly teleported to 3 different dungeons. The top 8 based on total completion time will advance. The final round will be a tournament to determine the top 3. As for the rewards, aside from the top 3 receiving inner court spots, the first place in this assessment will receive an additional 10 4th-tier experience pills. 10 4th-tier experience pills. As soon as this was announced, an uproar erupted in the crowd. 1 4th-tier experience pill can increase experience by 100,000 points. 10 pills mean 1,000,000 experience. It was impossible not to be attracted. Alright, I now declare the Star Academy's monthly exam officially begins. With the Grand Elder's words, a rumbling sound came from the direction of the back mountain, and the ground shook violently. In the next moment, a massive stone tablet rose before them. The tablet exuded an ancient aura, clearly having existed for a very long time. "It's the Tongtian Stone Tablet." Upon seeing the tablet, someone exclaimed. Su Feng's gaze flickered as well. The so-called Tongtian Stone Tablet is a means of testing raw output. Raw output means testing your damage limit without any defenses. Chan Xin. With the Grand Elder calling out a name, a student stepped forward to the stone tablet. A fluctuation of level 35 cultivation erupted from him, which was above average for his grade. He summoned his martial spirit in Star Ring, and after using his strongest technique to strike the tablet, a wisp of white smoke appeared. Immediately after, the smoke dissipated, and the tablet displayed the number 2333. Sigh. Seeing his output, Chen Xin couldn't help but let out a sigh. Not qualified, the Grand Elder shook his head. Witnessing this scene, the disciples' expressions changed. This disciple named Chen Xin was already considered strong among them, having even ranked on the S-level completion list. Yet, even he could only produce over 2,000 in output. Was the threshold for the first round already this high? Next, with the Grand Elder's words, the second student stepped forward. With his full force strike, the stone tablet finally displayed 1777. Upon seeing this scene, the noise in the arena suddenly ceased. Clearly, this was not Chen Xian's issue, but rather the standard of 5,000 was simply too high. Soon, 1,000 students had completed the test, yet only 6 managed to meet the 5,000 standard. Just a few. Could it be that by the time everyone finishes testing, we won't even have 8? Yeah, this standard is way too high. Up until now, the highest has just barely crossed 7,000, and 5,000 damage can even solo the hard mode. Time passed, and before long, it was already afternoon. At this point, most students had completed the test, leaving only Wang Hailong and Su Feng on the field, and only 18 had passed the test in total. Wang Hailong, the Grand Elder, spoke. Look, it's senior brother Wang. As Wang Hailong took the stage, a wave of excitement erupted in the arena. Wang Hailong was the only 3-star master in their 3rd year and was also a peak master. With his strength, he was sure to produce an astonishing number. Buzz, at that moment, behind Wang Hailong, a thunder-wrapped Tyrannosaurus Rex phantom appeared. This was the ancestral S-class martial spirit of the Wang family from the imperial capital, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, a rare martial spirit, skilled in offense. The Wang family had relied on this powerful martial spirit to establish themselves in the imperial capital for hundreds of years. Buzz, Wang Hailong was now gathering power, and behind him, 2 star rings, 1 purple and 1 black, rose up, a perfect combination of 5,000 years and 10,000 years. Thunder Tyrant Hammer. Wang Hailong roared, as thunderclouds rolled above him, countless bolts of lightning intertwined, slowly condensing into a giant hammer. What a terrifying momentum. Feeling the phenomenon in the sky, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wang Hailong's strength had already surpassed their imagination. This disciple's strength is extremely close to that of a Grand Master, isn't it? The Grand Elder nodded in appreciation upon seeing this. Grand Elder, this is the 3rd young master of the Wang family, exceptionally talented and outstanding, originally a good seed for the immortal type, but unfortunately. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the Grand Elder slowly spoke. Unfortunately what? I remember there is still an immortal type quota in the Outer Academy. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, looking puzzled. Unfortunately, someone just entered the academy and took that immortal type quota, causing discontent among other students. The middle-aged man's tone was filled with regret. That person is now among the crowd. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Qingyi's face immediately showed anger. She glared at him and said loudly, Wang Xiu, just because you are a guest elder of the Wang family, you can't distort the facts. According to the academy's rules, he earned that immortal type quota by being the national champion. Her voice was firm and undeniable, making it impossible to ignore. Faced with Qingyi's public rebuke, the middle-aged man did not retreat or show fear. On the contrary, he straightened his back and responded defiantly, Humph. Elder Qingyi, since that student entered the academy, you've been overly protective of him. He wouldn't happen to be your lover, would he? His words were filled with sarcasm and provocation, making the atmosphere tense. Upon hearing this, Qingyi's face instantly turned furious, but she quickly controlled her emotions and coldly replied, Wang Xiu, watch your words. At this moment, the Grand Elder furrowed his brows, his expression serious and displeased. He looked at the two with a stern gaze and said in a deep voice, You two, as elders, arguing in public, what kind of decorum is this? His voice carried an authority that made those around feel a sense of awe. Grand Elder, I just feel it's unfair. Wang Xiu sighed, his face showing helplessness and grievance. In response, the Grand Elder also felt somewhat troubled. He knew that both were elders, and he could not favor either side. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, How about this? Since you say the one who will obtain the immortal seed quota is among the crowd, we will decide the ownership of this immortal seed based on the results of this month's examination. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Wang Xiu's face immediately brightened. Grand Elder, your insight is commendable. Although Qingyi was dissatisfied with this, the Grand Elder had already made a definitive decision, and she could only sigh. She hoped that Su Feng could defeat Wang Hailong and secure the quota. Boom! At that moment, the thunder above Wang Hailong had already reached its peak, fatally carrying a destructive force. As he swung his arms, a massive thunder hammer shot directly towards the stone tablet. Boom! The hammer struck the stone tablet, and instantly countless bolts of lightning spiraled wildly, while an astonishing number slowly emerged. 135,475. Looking at this terrifying number, the crowd erupted in exclamations. A full-force strike with 130,000 points of damage. Such high damage, it could easily take on a level 60 boss, right? This is too terrifying. Such horrific damage, a level 60 boss probably couldn't withstand a few hits. With Wang Hailong delivering this terrifying blow, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. After doing all this, Wang Hailong looked at the number above with a satisfied expression. 130,000 was already his limit, and it should be enough to crush all the students present. As he stepped down, his gaze swept over Su Feng, his eyes filled with provocation. He was very curious about how much damage Su Feng would deal. It couldn't possibly be less than his own, could it? Next, Su Feng. At that moment, the Grand Elder called out Su Feng's name. Su Feng. As Su Feng's name was called, all eyes in the arena turned towards him. After all, in recent days, Su Feng had been quite the sensation, at least in the outer courtyard. Everyone had heard of his name. They were all curious about how much damage Su Feng could inflict. Given his earlier performance, dealing 10 to 20,000 should be no problem, right? If he couldn't even hit 10,000, that would be quite embarrassing. Su Feng slowly walked onto the stage, his expression calm. This is the celestial stone tablet. He raised his head, gazing at the towering stone tablet. He had no idea how much damage he could deal with a casual strike. Su Feng silently thought to himself as flames began to gather in his palm. What is he doing? Someone questioned. No way, is he really going to test it like this without summoning his martial spirit and star rings? Su Feng's actions immediately stirred the crowd. After all, before him, everyone had summoned their martial spirits and all their star rings, delivering their strongest strikes to test their output. It was indeed rare for someone like Su Feng to come up without any enhancements and just go for it. It seems Brother Su was confident, even without using enhancements, he should be able to reach the qualifying line. Humph. Seeing this scene, Wang Hailong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. In his view, Su Feng must know he was inferior and was afraid of losing face, so he deliberately held back. This way, even if he lost to him, he could claim he hadn't used his full strength. Junior sister Ching-yi, it seems you're going to lose in the first round. I didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant. If he can't even deal 5,000 damage, it will be quite the spectacle. Wang Xiu laughed, as if victory was already in his grasp. Seeing this, Ching-yi also showed a worried expression. She didn't think Su Feng was inferior to Wang Hailong. She just felt that since he wasn't using his martial spirit and star rings now, he was likely to lose. What is this guy doing? Unaware of the doubts from the outside world, Su Feng was focused. At this moment, a dark flame had gathered in his palm. It looked ordinary but contained an endless aura of destruction. Then, he showed a detached expression and directly threw the flame away. The flame struck the stone wall and, in an instant, erupted into a terrifying black fire, filled with destructive power, engulfing everything in its path. Boom! Accompanied by a horrific explosion, the black fire spread out as if it intended to devour all the students present. What happened? At that moment, they stood in the midst of blinding daylight, their eyes filled with astonishment. What a terrifying blow! This is even stronger than when I fought Tang Feng before. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the numbers on the stone wall were rapidly fluctuating. Minus 10,000, minus 13,579, minus 28,666. These values jumped countless times in an instant, breaking through 300,000 in the blink of an eye. Are you kidding me? 300,000? That could instantly kill a nightmare-level boss. I can't imagine that such damage could come from a master. Many grandmasters probably couldn't achieve such high output. As the numbers continued to rise, gasps erupted from the crowd. Even Wang Hailong was gritting his teeth, staring in disbelief at the scene. No, it's impossible. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was a peak master. He couldn't believe that Su Feng was that much stronger than him. What left them breathless was that the number was still climbing. 375,000, 390,000, 460,000. Boom! Finally, when the damage value reached 500,000, the number finally stabilized. A large 500,000 appeared before everyone's eyes. But at the same time, the entire stone tablet began to crack, with countless scorching rays piercing through it. Boom! In the next moment, the stone tablet, over 50 meters high, exploded, shattering into pieces. What just happened? Looking at the sudden scene before them, the students were all dumbfounded. The stone tablet was blown up? This had never happened since the establishment of the Star Academy. This stone tablet is used for testing masters. According to common knowledge, 500,000 is already the limit for a master. Therefore, exceeding this number means the restrictions within the stone tablet cannot withstand it and will explode. The elder slowly spoke, providing an explanation for everyone's confusion. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock. That's terrifying. That means the strongest blow Su Shixiang just released exceeded 500,000 damage. Oh my god, no wonder he could easily clear the nightmare. This move could probably kill a nightmare-level boss in an instant. If they knew this was just a casual strike from Su Feng, they couldn't imagine what their feelings would be. Meanwhile, Su Feng stood there with an indifferent expression, as if the person who had just blown up the stone tablet was not him. Alright, the first round of testing is over. I will now call out the names of those who passed. Step forward and follow me to participate in the second round of assessment. Su Feng, Wang Hailong. As the elder called out the names one by one, all 20 passing students stepped forward. However, there was not a trace of pride on their faces. Instead, the looks they cast at Su Feng were filled with fear. They knew that the damage they dealt was mostly just over 5,000, and Su Feng's was a full 100 times that. In other words, facing Su Feng, even the aura from his casual strike could instantly kill them. What was there to compare? Nevertheless, they still steeled themselves and followed the elder to the second assessment location. In front of them, there were 20 copies of the teleportation portal. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke. This is a copy simulated by our academy, at level 60. Once you enter, try to last as long as possible in the copy. Ultimately, the ranking will be based on survival time, with the top 8 advancing to the 3rd round. Of course, if you are strong enough, you can also clear the copy in the shortest time. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's gaze swept over Su Feng and Wang Hailong. In his view, both had a chance to clear it. In terms of survival, I don't see how your high output is useful, Wang Hailong sneered, looking at Su Feng. It should be noted that this round was a test of survival time. Even if Su Feng had high output, it didn't mean his defense was strong. The opponent was just a 2-star master, and his defense would certainly not compare to that of a peak master. In this second round, he was sure he could turn the tables. Alright, then now, the second round of assessment officially begins. With the Grand Elder's words, everyone rushed into the teleportation entrance. Everyone hurriedly teleported into the copy. Su Feng stood at the back, curious about how strong a level 60 copy would be. According to monster attributes, a level 60 copy should be similar to a level 50 nightmare copy. Just right, he could use this to test his strength after breaking through to a 2-star master. Buzz, the scene before him flashed, and Su Feng found himself in a ruin. It's actually a replica of the giant city. Su Feng was secretly astonished. He didn't expect to return to the place where the dream began after more than a month. However, this time the giant city had been upgraded to level 60. After just a few steps, Su Feng spotted an old friend among the ruins, a fiery red-skinned monkey. Skin monkey level, LV 55 1700 years health, 300,000 spirit power, 300,000 boom. Minus 625,700. With a casual wave, a pillar of intense flame erupted from Su Feng's hand, the terrifying heat instantly turning the skin monkey to ashes. However, at that moment, more skin monkeys surged in like a tide, numbering over 100. These skin monkeys were level 55 monsters, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Even a peak master would find it tricky to face such a multitude of enemies. 9 Nether Inferno! Su Feng shouted, and suddenly a dark flame ignited in his eyes, as if it came from hellish fire. Immediately, he leaped into the air, and a pair of enormous black flame wings sprouted from his back, blocking out the sun and nearly covering half of the giant city. Go! Su Feng pointed forward. Instantly, countless fiery meteors rained down from the sky, crashing to the ground like they were devouring the earth, creating powerful shockwaves. Each meteor contained immense power, dealing significant damage to the skin monkeys. Minus 758,600. Minus 796,300. A series of high damage numbers continuously appeared on the ground, and in just a moment, over 100 skin monkeys were eliminated. As the smoke cleared, the ground where the bombardment occurred had caved in, leaving behind signs of burning, and for miles around, there was no sign of life. Just then, over 10 meters tall, titanic giants surged out from deep within the giant city, numbering a full 50. With the level increase, the attributes of these Titan apes were terrifying. Titan ape level, LV 58 1850 years health, 500,000 spirit power, 500,000. Seeing their stats, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. These Titan apes were comparable to the level 40 nightmare bosses he had fought. However, Su Feng had no intention of getting entangled with them for too long. At this moment, he blinked, and a golden phantom appeared behind him. Immediately, a giant ape over 100 meters tall rose from the ground, standing tall and exuding a terrifying aura. With the appearance of the immortal ape god, Su Feng's power level surged from the initial 27,500 points to 55,000 points. Roar! Accompanied by the emergence of the immortal ape god, it let out a deafening roar, causing the entire landscape to tremble violently. Even the portal connecting the outside world to the instance was affected, showing signs of spatial distortion, as if it could collapse at any moment. What happened in this guy's instance? Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder couldn't help but furrow his brows. Spatial collapse? He hadn't seen that since the simulated instance came into existence. This kid really is a cause for concern. Fortunately, he acted quickly, using spiritual power to stabilize the instance that was on the verge of collapse. What's going on? In the instance, Su Feng frowned. Just a moment ago, he felt a tremor from the instance world. However, seeing that it had stabilized again, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a bug. At this moment, summoning the immortal ape god, Su Feng showed no hesitation and directly summoned the first star ring to enhance his attributes. As the black star ring appeared, a 7-colored deer phantom emerged. First star ring, 7-colored deer. Su Feng's eyes flashed, and with the enhancement of the 10,000-year star ring, his power level increased to 60,500. Following that, he summoned the second star ring. Boom, the space twisted, and then a completely golden star ring, radiating an immortal aura, appeared behind him. Million-year, 9 nether-devouring heaven sparrow star ring. With the enhancement of the million-year star ring, Su Feng's internal power surged, experiencing a significant increase, and in the blink of an eye, it rose to 77,000 points. Compared to the beginning, it had nearly tripled. At this moment, the burning fighting spirit in Su Feng's eyes was about to burst forth. He wanted to know how far he could go if he gave it his all. Great Wilderness, Prison Skyfinger. With a low shout from Su Feng, the enormous giant ape, towering over the mountains and rivers, shouldering the sun and moon, suddenly extended a finger and pressed down hard towards the ground. Just a single finger, yet it was almost the size of a mountain peak. At this moment, the finger was enveloped in endless aura and power, like a meteor shining with golden light, crashing down to the ground. Boom! As the ape god's finger struck, the entire mountain began to tremble violently, and a destructive force spread rapidly in all directions like a tidal wave. In an instant, dozens of titan giant apes turned to flee, but were engulfed by this destructive force, their bodies disappearing bit by bit, ultimately turning into nothingness. Hundreds of meters away, the giant king sat leisurely on his throne, waiting for his cue according to the script he had obtained in the instance. However, when he looked up, he saw a massive finger carrying dazzling golden light pointing at him. In that moment, he seemed to see the sun. 2333333. In the next instant, he was completely erased. Boom! At the same time, the ground beneath Su Feng's feet shook violently, and he looked up to see the entire world collapsing. Meanwhile, in the outside world, damn it, the instance collapsed. The Grand Elder couldn't help but curse. Seeing his expression, Shengyi and Wang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. Just a moment ago, he was warning them about the impact, and now he was cursing. Buzz! In the next moment, Su Feng's figure appeared in the outside world. Ding! Congratulations to student Su Feng for successfully clearing the instance. Time taken, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Cough cough. Seeing Su Feng's innocent demeanor, the Grand Elder's face darkened, and he was filled with anger. However, he wasn't really angry. After all, it was a joy to see such a genius emerge from the outer academy. At this moment, as Su Feng exited the instance, students were soon being teleported out one after another. When they saw Su Feng, who had come out before them, the group was momentarily stunned. Brother Su, you were eliminated too? Ha! Su Feng was taken aback by their words. He then felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. It turned out they thought he had been eliminated as well. Su Feng simply smiled and didn't elaborate further. Before long, the 18 students who had entered were consecutively teleported out, leaving only Wang Hailong still inside the instance. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had gone by. At this moment, the students waiting outside the instance were growing anxious. Brother Wang is still holding on? Holding on? Brother Wang is clearing the instance, you know? Speaking of which, if Brother Wang succeeds, he should be the only student in the past 3 years to set a record for clearing the instance, right? The crowd of disciples was buzzing with discussion, but their gazes occasionally flickered towards Su Feng, their confusion evident. Strange, Brother Su's output was so high, how could he be teleported out so quickly? It might have something to do with his martial spirit. Maybe his martial spirit is all about extreme offense, with no defensive capabilities. It's normal for him to be taken out at light speed after challenging a high-level instance. Do you think there's a possibility that Brother Su cleared it too quickly? Someone proposed their guess, but it was quickly met with laughter from the others. Brother Wang took over 30 minutes. Do you think he cleared it in 3 minutes? Can you use your brain? Clearly, they all believed that Su Feng couldn't have cleared the instance in such a short time. Most likely, he was just another failed contestant like them. Another 10 minutes passed, and at that moment, the teleportation portal for Wang Hailong's instance emitted a wave of energy. The next moment, he appeared on the ground. As he landed, others rushed over, bombarding him with questions. Brother Wang, did you clear it? In response to their inquiries, Wang Hailong shook his head, a look of regret in his eyes. Unfortunately, I had the giant king almost defeated. I just needed a few more strikes to kill it, but it went berserk, and its firepower was too strong, so I had to give up. It's okay, Brother Wang, that's normal. Soloing an instance of the same level is very difficult. Generally, it's only possible to clear it with an 8-person team. You did great to get it to berserk. Yeah, holding on for 40 minutes is already impressive. Someone was openly praising Wang Hailong. The giant king can still go berserk? Su Feng asked, puzzled. At this moment, Wang Hailong turned his gaze towards Su Feng, initially worried that Su Feng had cleared it. Hearing his words now, he couldn't help but sneer. You don't even know that? How long did you last in there? You didn't even see the boss go berserk, did you? Su Feng truly didn't know, he had killed it instantly. Ahem. At this moment, the Grand Elder slowly spoke. I announced that the first place in the second round of assessments is Su Feng. The top 8, step forward and follow me to the third assessment venue. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, Wang Hailong's face was filled with confusion and unwillingness. Why is he first? He didn't even see the boss go berserk before coming out. Faced with the doubt, the Grand Elder shot him a glance, his tone indifferent. That's because the boss didn't last long enough to go berserk in front of him. Soon, they arrived at the third assessment point, the Outer Academy's dojo. After Su Feng had destroyed the dojo during the last inter-academy competition, more than 10 days had passed, and the dojo had now been completely rebuilt and just finished. Wang Hailong stood in the dojo, looking at Su Feng with eyes full of hostility. Having suffered 2 defeats in a row, a deep sense of unwillingness brewed in his heart. I am the senior brother of the outer court, the second young master of the Wang family from the 4 great clans, and a peak expert of the 3-star masters. If the elders of my clan find out that I was trampled underfoot by a mere 2-star master, what face would I have left? It would probably bring shame to the Wang family and turn us into a laughingstock in the imperial capital. Soon, everyone began to draw lots for their groups. Su Feng drew the number 1. This meant he was in group 1 along with 3 others. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wang Hailong flipped over his card, which displayed 2. At that moment, he initiated a silent communication with Su Feng through lip movements, which clearly conveyed, let you live a little longer. Each group ranking was based on a point system. Winning a match earned 1 point, and the highest scores would advance to the finals. In the event of a tie, the outcome would be determined by the head-to-head results. Senior brother Su, please give me guidance. After stepping onto the stage, a refined young man wearing glasses cupped his hands in greeting. Su Feng nodded. Faced with an opponent like Su Feng, the young man showed a determined look in his eyes, not backing down in the slightest. At that moment, a giant tiger spirit appeared behind him. A-level martial spirit, earth-shaking tiger. Su Feng thought to himself, an A-level martial spirit reaching this stage indicated that this person had extraordinary perseverance. Buzz, in the next instant, 2 star rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose behind him. Swish, as his star rings emerged, laughter erupted in the arena. Such a star ring configuration might be considered genius in the eyes of ordinary people, but here, it seemed out of place. In other words, it was a configuration of the impoverished. Most of those present came from prestigious families, having their paths paved by their parents since birth, merely needing to follow the steps to become what others called peerless geniuses. They, of course, had no idea how difficult it was to reach this point without a strong background. Su Feng stood there without any intention of making a move. The resolute young man before him had earned his respect. Thank you. The refined young man politely cupped his hands again towards Su Feng. Suddenly, he leaped into action, charging at Su Feng like an arrow released from a bow. Shatter the heavens and shake the earth. Accompanied by a roar, his body instantly became fierce as a tiger, like a ferocious beast, and he slammed a powerful palm onto Su Feng's chest. Faced with such a ferocious strike, Su Feng did not dodge or evade. Instead, he stood his ground, allowing the opponent's attack to land on him. Boom! In an instant, a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed, as if the entire space was trembling. The terrifying force even caused the ground to shake violently. What a terrifying strike! Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress their intake of breath. If they were in such a situation, they would probably be unable to withstand such a powerful and fierce blow. However, in the next moment, something shocking occurred. Amidst the swirling dust, Su Feng's expression remained calm and composed, showing no signs of change, and not a speck of dust clung to him. In stark contrast, the young man who had attacked was sent flying by the intense recoil, crashing heavily to the ground. Did that not break through his defense? Seeing this unbelievable scene, everyone widened their eyes, their astonishment evident. According to common sense, they were all 2-star masters, with power levels around 10,000, yet the opponent's attack could not inflict any damage on Su Feng. Could it be that his physique exceeded 10,000? I admit defeat. The bespectacled young man got up, his expression now gloomy. He never expected the gap to be so vast. What is your name? Su Feng asked. Zhang Heng. Su Feng nodded, silently remembering this name in his heart. With his perseverance, his future achievements will definitely be remarkable. Next, when the remaining two faced off against Su Feng, they immediately admitted defeat. Are you kidding? They couldn't even break through his defenses, so what was the point? In the blink of an eye, the elimination round for Group 1 was completely over, and as expected, Su Feng won all his matches and smoothly advanced. Soon after, the matches in Group 2 also concluded quickly, with Wang Hailong advancing to the finals. Wang Hailong looked at Su Feng, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. All eyes in the arena were focused on the two of them, curious about who would come out on top in their direct confrontation. As Wang Hailong appeared on the field, Su Feng immediately activated the Eye of Hell. The level difference between them was within 20 levels, so Su Feng directly assessed his strength. Wang Hailong 3-star Master Martial Spirit, S-Class Thunder Tyrannosaurus level, LV 60 Star Ring, Martial Talisman, Exotic Treasure, Star Technique, Equipment, Spirit Power, for 460,000. Su Feng thought to himself, this strength was about the same as the previous Giant King, slightly inferior. However, among martial artists of the same level, it could be considered top tier. Two-headed hellhound, come out, Su Feng thought to himself. Roar! At the same time, a roar echoed from underground. Immediately, a massive 20-meter-tall two-headed hound appeared directly in the formation. The two-headed hound stood right in front of Su Feng. Ding! Night Eternal buff activated, level +5. Two-headed hellhound level, LV 60 health points, 600,000 spirit power, 600,000 goodness, its spirit power has already surpassed mine. Su Feng thought to himself. After equipping the Hellgate Martial Talisman, he had placed the summoned two-headed hellhound into the Hellgate for upgrades. Now, a month later, its strength had greatly increased. Oh whoa, as soon as the two-headed hellhound appeared, the demonic aura from hell erupted, combined with its terrifying level 60 pressure, nearly scared the observing students to the ground. Even the elders like Qing Yi became vigilant upon seeing this hellish creature. Although it could be summoned through a contract, it was still a creature from hell, and if the summoner couldn't control it, incidents of it devouring its master had occurred throughout history. However, just when everyone was on edge, the hellhound saw Su Feng and immediately stuck out its tongue, wagging its tail like a helicopter as it crazily licked his shoes, looking like a complete sycophant. This display of being a loyal dog left everyone present utterly astonished. Was this really a terrifying hellish creature? How had it been tamed into a licking dog? Enough! Are you disgusting? Seeing his shoes covered in saliva, Su Feng looked at it with disdain, holding back the urge to kick it away. This little calamity called me out again, it must be for something bad. The two-headed hellhound wagged its tail at Su Feng while secretly bad-mouthing him in its heart. Go, a dog, but don't kill him. Su Feng pointed at Wang Hailong across from him. Since he had summoned the demonic creature, he hadn't had the chance to use it, and now with a similarly strong opponent like Wang Hailong, it was just right for some practice. What the hell? Did you summon this? Wang Hailong's mouth twitched at the sight of the massive two-headed hellhound. Its spirit power was significantly higher than his. Moreover, Su Feng wasn't even a beast master, yet he could summon a demon stronger than himself to fight. This was just too blatant. Roar! After receiving the command, the two-headed hellhound let out a roar and charged towards Wang Hailong. The 20-meter-tall figure loomed like a small mountain, and when Wang Hailong saw this scene, his scalp went numb. Even the summoned beast was this strong. How could he possibly fight? No, capture the king first. Summoners generally have weak defenses, and besides, he is only a 2-star master. As long as I strike with all my might, he definitely won't be able to withstand it. Wang Hailong thought to himself. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, and a massive S-Class Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex Phantom appeared behind him. At the same time, a powerful aura radiated from him, with a 5,000-year and a 10,000-year star ring manifesting behind him. As the star rings appeared, Wang Hailong's spiritual power began to surge wildly, skyrocketing from over 400,000 points to 550,000 points. This astonishing rate of increase left everyone dumbfounded, and his momentum grew even stronger, as if he were an unshakable mountain. In the next moment, Wang Hailong's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting past the two-headed hellhound at an incredible speed, heading straight for Su Feng. He swung the thunder giant hammer in his hand, carrying an endless might, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Su Feng. Seeing Wang Hailong pass by him and head towards the little scourge, the two-headed hellhound immediately stopped, giving him a look of pity. Pity? Wang Hailong caught a glimpse of the two-headed hellhound and instantly showed disdain. How could I not be able to defeat this hellish creature, yet fail against its master? At this moment, Su Feng stood quietly, facing the oncoming Wang Hailong with an unusual calmness. As Wang Hailong drew closer, Su Feng slowly extended a finger. In an instant, a terrifying black flame erupted from his fingertip, like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing Wang Hailong. This black flame was extraordinarily hot, as if it could burn everything. Looking at the terrifying flame at 2000 degrees, Wang Hailong's face turned pale, and he quickly shouted, "I concede." Concede! As these words left his mouth, an uproar erupted in the arena. Everyone stared in astonishment at Wang Hailong on the stage, unable to believe he would choose to concede voluntarily. Was Su Feng's pressure really that great? Of course. Wang Hailong's face was still somewhat pale with fear. He was gasping for breath, his face ashen, and his back soaked through. Only when truly facing this nine-nether flame did he realize how terrifying it was. Wang Hailong was certain that if he had delayed even a moment longer in conceding, he would have been in grave danger. Defeated. Seeing this scene, Wang Wan's face stiffened. The Wang Hailong she had hoped for had unexpectedly lost to Su Feng. At this moment, her gaze flickered. Su Feng had entered the inner courtyard with the top score. His future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless, and she should try to mend her relationship with him. Once he entered the core hall, wouldn't she be able to rise to prominence through this connection? After all, I am his teacher. If I show him a bit of kindness, he will surely come to curry favor. With this thought, Wang Wan, not knowing where her confidence came from, walked up to Su Feng, put on a stern face, and said, "Your talent is indeed impressive, having defeated Wang Hailong, but as my disciple, I still hope you won't become arrogant. After all, the higher you stand, the harder you fall." Hearing Wang Wan's words, Su Feng raised his head and glanced at her, his eyes filled with a murderous aura sweeping across her face. Instantly, Wang Wan shivered at the sight of those eyes. "Get lost. Before I make a move on you," Su Feng said with a dark expression. What was this? Coming up to lecture him? Su Feng felt that if he won the national championship, she would probably post on her social media, calling herself Su Feng's mentor. "You." Wang Wan was about to reprimand him, but seeing Su Feng's fierce gaze, she was so frightened that she took a few steps back, swallowing the words she was about to say. With the monthly exam concluded, Su Feng received his reward for coming in first, 10 fourth-tier experience pills. Each one can increase by 100,000 experience points, for a total of 1 million experience points. After obtaining them, Su Feng directly consumed them all, and his level instantly rose to level 43. Since the inner courtyard was currently on summer break, Su Feng not only advanced to the inner courtyard but also received a half-month vacation, returning to the inner courtyard in half a month. Where is Jiang Wanyue? During this month's exam, Su Feng had not seen Jiang Wanyue's figure. Logically, as a third-year student, she should have participated, and given her strength, getting third place should have been no problem. Jiang Wanyue's disappearance gave him a bad premonition. Senior Jiang received a call before coming today, saying she was going to the western suburbs. At this moment, Zhang Hong walked over. He was the class monitor, so he was quite aware of the students' movements. Western suburbs. Su Feng frowned. The western suburbs were the most remote area in the imperial capital, very desolate, and not far from Dongji City. Suddenly running off to such a wild place, one could easily guess it was related to a gang. Black Dragon Gang. A flash of killing intent crossed Su Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he directly used the moonlight martial symbol, stepping into the air and soaring towards the western suburbs at an astonishing speed. Su Feng's character drove him to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble, but if someone reached out to those close to him, he would never let it go. In the western suburbs, Jiang Wanyue rode her motorcycle to an abandoned building. She looked up at the dim building and couldn't help but frown. At that moment, several figures dressed in mercenary attire approached. They all held weapons, and as they stepped forward, they tightly surrounded Jiang Wanyue to prevent her from escaping. Put away your little schemes. You know that if you show even the slightest hint of non-cooperation, not only will you not be able to retrieve your father's body, but your lover will also die because of you, sneered the bald man at the front. He held a pair of golden hammers, each weighing at least 800 pounds. Jiang Wanyue recognized him as one of the 3 great generals of the Black Dragon Gang, Huqi Suhu, a peak master. With him present, Jiang Wanyue naturally had no chance of resistance. At this moment, a trace of despair flashed in her eyes. Before coming, she had already planned to perish together with the leader of the Black Dragon Gang and the other strong ones. In that case, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Feng. Seeing this scene, Su Feng sighed. This fool, why did she need to protect him? Fortunately, he arrived quickly, otherwise, he might have felt guilty for a lifetime. What a foolish woman. Su Feng shook his head, and with a single step, a circle of golden runes rose beneath his feet. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of Jiang Wanyue. At this moment, Su Feng stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Wanyue, facing the 3 who had surrounded them. Who are you? Seeing Su Feng appear out of nowhere, Suhu couldn't help but frown. He sensed a powerful aura from Su Feng, which made him wary. The two beside him also felt this aura, exchanging glances with a hint of caution in their eyes. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Su Feng, Jiang Wanyu was completely stunned. She widened her eyes, looking at Su Feng in disbelief. Originally, she had deliberately not informed him for his safety, but she didn't expect him to come looking for her. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanyu sighed helplessly. Now we're both going to die here. What she didn't know was that after Su Feng appeared, she should have been worried about others. Ha ha, so you are Jiang Wanyue's lover, huh? You really are deeply in love, even wanting to die together. After recognizing Su Feng's identity, the stone that had been hanging in Suhu's heart finally fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. His gaze towards Su Feng was filled with disdain and contempt, as if Su Feng were nothing more than an insignificant ant. According to their investigation, Su Feng was only a 2-star master, which was nothing in the eyes of a peak master like him. Are you done with your nonsense? You can hit the road now, Su Feng said. Upon hearing this, Suhu's brows shot up. What a big mouth. Have you heard of Tiger Fool? Is that what you call yourself? However, in the next moment, Su Feng delivered a punch that landed heavily on Suhu's head. Bang! In the next instant, Suhu's burly body flew backward like a cannonball. Ouch! Suhu fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful groan. He felt dizzy, stars flashing before his eyes, and his head buzzing. When he reached up to touch his face, he found that his entire face was cracked, blood gushing out like a fountain. Seeing this scene, the two helpers beside him couldn't help but gasp, a chill rising in their hearts. However, they quickly snapped back to reality, realizing the situation was dire. One of them shouted, "Let's all attack together and take this kid down." The two acted without hesitation, launching an attack on Su Feng. At this moment, Suhu stood up again, his arms shaking violently, a massive tiger shadow appearing behind him. Tiger Slaughter Palm. Suhu exuded a terrifying aura, like a fierce tiger, pouncing towards Su Feng. Facing the onslaught, a cold glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes. 9 Nether Flame, go! As Su Feng spoke, a black flame erupted from his body, swirling around him. In the next moment, the two helpers who tried to get close didn't even have time to touch the flames before their bodies melted instantly in the 2000-degree heat, dissipating into white mist in the air. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Suhu looked at the scene before him, his face turning as pale as paper, and he plopped down on the ground. In just an instant, Su Feng had effortlessly killed 2 3-star masters, a display of power that made Suhu realize Su Feng was no ordinary person. I can take you to find the Black Dragon, please don't kill me, Suhu said, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with a plea for mercy. He knelt on the ground without hesitation, repeatedly bowing to Su Feng. Lead the way. Su Feng replied coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing Su Feng's words, Suhu lowered his head, a cold smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. He felt a surge of joy. This kid was still a naive fool, completely unaware of the true strength of the Black Dragon's leader. It should be known that the Black Dragon's leader was a genuine Grandmaster, and bringing the two of them before him would allow Suhu to report back without issue. With this thought, Suhu's mood relaxed slightly, but he still dared not show any signs of negligence. Suhu respectfully stood up and carefully led Su Feng to the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters. Sir, up ahead is the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters, Suhu said, bowing and speaking in a low voice. Su Feng glanced ahead. The Black Dragon Gang's construction had quite the atmosphere of the Magic City, with a modern building towering dozens of stories high. At this moment, there were 2 armed guards on duty in the courtyard. Lord Su, you are bringing them back? The 2 guards on duty, seeing Suhu's subservient demeanor, couldn't help but scratch their heads. What was Suhu doing? Playing cosplay with a prisoner? However, at that moment, taking advantage of Su Feng's inattention, Suhu suddenly rushed into the courtyard and shouted loudly, "You guys stop him, I'm going to report to the Black Dragon's leader." Seeing this, Su Feng raised his eyebrows and unleashed a pillar of flame. In the next moment, Suhu was engulfed by black flames, struggling as he turned to dust. Enemy attack! Witnessing this scene, the 2 guards were so frightened that their legs went weak, hurriedly pressing the alarm. Soon, several figures rushed out from the building. Over 100 masters completely blocked the front door, making it impossible for water to leak through. Let the Black Dragon come out! Su Feng's voice was powerful, shaking the entire building, causing the windows to creak as if they would shatter at any moment. Humph, arrogant little thief, you have some nerve to invade my Black Dragon Gang's territory. At that moment, a cold snort came from within the building. Immediately, the group of thugs blocking the entrance parted to make way. Just then, 3 figures slowly walked out. 2 men stood on either side. The one on the left wore a black vest, revealing his muscular build, with a vividly detailed dragon tattooed on his chest. The one on the right was tall, with a tortoise tattooed on his arm, holding a heavy shield. These two were the other two legendary generals of the three great warriors, Flying Dragon Hanli and Undying Tortoise Chen Wu. The leader, with graying hair but sharp eyes, wore a leather coat and had a stern expression. He exuded the aura of a Grand Master. He is the Black Dragon, a one-star Grand Master. Zhang Wanyu whispered in Su Feng's ear. Oh, you're all here. That saves me some trouble, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, you might as well all come at me together. What a big mouth. Before Su Feng's words could finish, Undying Tortoise Chen Wu shouted angrily. He suddenly stepped forward and forcefully threw his giant shield. The shield rapidly enlarged in the air, eventually transforming into a massive tortoise shell. In the next moment, the tortoise shell crashed down, trapping Su Feng inside. The shell was covered in purple runes that flickered with mysterious light, intertwining to form a complex magic array that firmly ensnared Su Feng, rendering his strength useless. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with mockery and pride, as if victory was already in their grasp. Fire Phoenix, is this the helper you found? Now you have two choices. First, join our Tang family and become Tang Airshao's woman. Second, go to the underworld with your little lover. The Black Dragon said, revealing a sinister smile. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. The tortoise shell shield that trapped Su Feng began to show signs of cracking. Its once incredibly hard surface now resembled fragile porcelain, covered in fine cracks. Then, beams of purple light began to escape from the fissures of the tortoise shell shield, twinkling like stars in the night sky. These lights grew stronger, gradually converging into a dazzling sea of purple light. In the next moment, the tortoise shell shield could no longer withstand this powerful force and exploded. Countless fragments flew apart, dazzling like fireworks. Meanwhile, Su Feng stood quietly in place, still spotless. How is this possible? Chen Wu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the scene before him, filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe his eyes. His extraordinary treasure had been so easily destroyed by Su Feng. It should be noted that this tortoise shell shield was an Ultra S-level defensive treasure, its quality astonishingly strong. How could it be destroyed? If this is all you can do, then you can head on your way. Su Feng's tone was cold as he stepped forward, instantly standing in front of Chen Wu. Not good. Chen Wu's expression changed, and he immediately summoned a massive tortoise martial spirit. In an instant, his skin became incredibly hard, unbreakable. Bang! However, in the next moment, Su Feng struck him with a stick, directly piercing through his body. Thud! Chen Wu's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this scene, both Hei Long and Han Li displayed a look of terror on their faces. A single strike to kill a peak master. Such power was something even a one-star Grandmaster could not achieve. Friend, my Black Dragon gang has no enmity with you. Why not take this woman and we part ways from here? Hei Long squinted his eyes and said. At the same time, his right hand quietly moved behind him. In his palm, a blade of black energy slowly coalesced. However, Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he coldly said, "It's too late to say that now. Since you insist on forcing me, then die," Hei Long declared, slamming his palm forward, and the blade of black energy shot rapidly towards Su Feng. The speed of this blade was so fast it was almost unreactable. Seeing this, Su Feng's gaze remained calm, and at the moment the blade touched his body, runes appeared beneath his feet. In the next instant, he appeared behind Hei Long. How is this possible? Hei Long's face turned pale. He had not anticipated Su Feng's movement technique to be so bizarre. In the next moment, Su Feng gathered black flames in his palm and struck fiercely at Hei Long's back. Buzz! The terrifying flames spread out from his body, and in the next instant, Hei Long was engulfed in black fire. Hei Long let out a cry of pain. At the same time, his eyes turned completely black, and behind him, a massive shadow of a black dragon coiled upward. Simultaneously, his aura continued to rise. Black Dragon 1-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, S-Class Dark Earth Dragon Level, LV60 Spirit Power, 990,000. In an instant, his spirit power directly broke through to 990,000 points, surpassing 1 million. At this moment, black energy radiated from his eyes as he looked down at Su Feng, his voice cold. "Kid, you have completely angered me." Dongji City. It's raining. Tanya, dressed in a purple dress and holding food, walked along the road. It was nearing dusk, but suddenly the sky flashed with lightning several times. Immediately, the entire sky darkened rapidly, and dark clouds gathered, pouring down a torrential rain. With a few hundred meters left to the villa, Tanya got drenched in the rain, quickly returned home, wiped herself down, changed into a clean outfit, and immediately went to the kitchen. Tanya hummed a tune while washing vegetables and cooking. Although she was soaked, a smile still appeared on her face. According to their agreement, Su Feng would return today after the monthly exam. she had to wait for him. Is this the power of a Grandmaster? Su Feng's gaze flickered. The aura emanating from He Long at this moment was far stronger than any opponent he had ever encountered. And this was merely the weakest one-star Grandmaster. Figures like Qing Yi, Chen Hai, and other elders from the academy were all two-star Grandmasters, even more powerful. Indeed, the Grandmaster level is a watershed in the realm of cultivation. Once entered, the gap between 1-star and 2-star becomes pronounced, and it cannot be bridged by external means. Su Feng thought to himself. Right now, he was still a master, and the level gap was quite evident. But as he stepped into the Grandmaster realm, that gap would widen even further. Even top talents capable of fighting above their level were rare. Now, have you thought about how to die? He Long exhaled white breath, his dragon eyes looking at Su Feng as if gazing down at an ant. Rumble! As He Long appeared, thunder roared in the sky, and in an instant, heavy rain poured down. Roar! This black dragon, over 10 meters long, let out a furious roar and then twisted its body, diving down. It opened its massive mouth, seemingly intending to swallow Su Feng whole. Indestructible divine ape, appear! Su Feng's eyes flashed, and a destructive aura erupted from within him. In the next moment, a giant ape towering over 100 meters directly rose from the ground, blocking out the sun and covering the entire sky. What kind of martial spirit is this? The black dragon revealed a look of terror upon seeing the colossal creature before it. At this moment, its own 10-meter body seemed like a mere worm in comparison to the giant ape. Then, Su Feng slowly extended his hand. The giant ape also reached out, grabbing the black dragon entirely in its palm. No, please let me go. The black dragon cried out in a voice that sounded like a plea for help. At the same time, a cold voice echoed from above. Su Feng, let the black dragon go, and my Tang family will spare your life. How about that? The voice came from a position of superiority, as if offering charity. Su Feng looked up and saw the dark clouds parting, revealing a figure shining with golden light. This figure was dozens of feet tall, its eyes radiating a blazing glow, resembling a deity. Second young master, save me. The black dragon leader knelt on the ground, pleading towards the towering figure. The figure that appeared above was none other than the second young master of the Tang family, Tang Yin, whom the black dragon had mentioned earlier. Divine Sovereign. Su Feng's gaze flickered. The golden figure before him was clearly a manifestation of a divine sovereign's condensed divine thought. However, this powerful being was not nearby and could only project its divine thought from a distance. In other words, although his cultivation was strong, relying solely on a projection of divine thought was not enough to match the true power of a divine sovereign. What if I refuse? Su Feng said coldly. Faced with the threat of a divine sovereign, there was still no trace of fear in his eyes. If pushed to the brink, he would slay a god. Oh, upon hearing Su Feng's words, the man couldn't help but blink, not responding. Since achieving the status of divine sovereign, no one had ever dared to question him like this. Because, to humans, seeing him was like seeing a god. He was a deity. There's no possibility. If you refuse, you will die immediately. Tang Yin's tone was indifferent, as if stating a fact. Boom! In the next moment, without saying a word, Su Feng clenched his hands, and the black dragon in his grasp instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! The black dragon leader below let out a cry of pain, his entire body also bursting apart. Desecrating the divine. You seek death. Seeing this scene, second young master Tang's eyes sparkled with dazzling golden light, like two golden suns hanging in the sky, radiating endless majesty. He extended a finger, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, and pressed down towards Su Feng. Rumbled, second young master Tang's golden finger swept forward with an unstoppable force, shattering the clouds layer by layer. Flames blazed in the air, as if carrying a torrent of heavenly fire descending from above. The divine sovereign's casual gesture was akin to a natural disaster. The power contained in that finger was terrifying. Even a mere projection of divine thought was not something an ordinary grandmaster could contend with. Facing this sky-blocking finger, Su Feng's eyes burned with fierce fire, showing no signs of fear. It's just a projection of divine thought, not even a pseudo-god, yet you dare to call yourself a god? At the same time, Su Feng activated his protective domain, instantly boosting his damage resistance to an astonishing 80%. He positioned Jiang Wanyue entirely behind him, glaring angrily as he also extended a finger. Behind him, 2 star rings appeared, one black and one gold, with the 7-colored deer and the 9 nether devouring sparrow manifesting together. Great Wilderness, Prison Skyfinger. As Su Feng's voice fell, the ape god behind him extended its massive finger towards second young master Tang. Simultaneously, he activated the second skill of the Nirvana Fire. With the double enhancement of the Nirvana Flames, its power was even greater. Holy Beast 9 Nether Devouring Sparrow? Seeing the 9 Nether Devouring Sparrow star ring behind Su Feng, second young Master Tang couldn't help but narrow his pupils. There was only one holy beast on the entire continent, and this kid had obtained it? Even as a divine sovereign, having condensed divine thought, there was a hint of sourness in his gaze as he looked at Su Feng. This child must die. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, two attacks collided, and in an instant, golden light exploded like ripples, resembling an atomic bomb explosion. The nearby skyscrapers instantly collapsed under this powerful shockwave, turning into a pile of ruins. Impossible! Young Master Tang shouted. The destructive force unleashed by the great wilderness prison heaven finger directly tore apart his golden finger, crashing into him in an instant. In the next moment, his spiritual projection was shattered, dissipating between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the center of the explosion where Su Feng was located suffered a devastating blow, the entire ground instantly caving in, forming a massive pit, and the land within several miles turned into charred wasteland, devoid of any vegetation. At this moment, the explosion center raised a sky full of dust and smoke, obscuring the situation within. Tens of thousands of miles away, at the human border, Tian Shan, on the vast snowy mountain peak, a handsome figure slowly opened his eyes. Cough! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, disbelief filling his eyes. A mere mortal, dared to slaughter a god? Su Feng, my Tang family will never allow you to live. Young Master Tang's eyes burned with intense killing intent. Dongji City. Ah! Tanya suddenly let out a sharp scream, holding a kitchen knife in her hand as she was cutting potatoes, a cut appearing on her left hand, blood flowing profusely. Tanya quickly bandaged it, but for some reason, she felt restless today. He hasn't come back yet. Tanya walked outside, the thunder and lightning continued, and the rain poured down. In the sky, a shadow of a black dragon faintly appeared. Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a water snake twisted down and exploded not far away, a blinding beam of light illuminating the entire Dongji city in an instant, as if it were dawn. The terrifying thunder made Tanya shiver, and she couldn't help but close her eyes and crouch by the wall. It wasn't until a moment later that the sky finally calmed down. She closed her eyes, hands clasped together, praying slowly towards the direction of the imperial capital, hoping he would be safe. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock. The living room was dark, and the lightning outside occasionally illuminated the dim room through the windows. Tanya curled up on the sofa, the food on the table covered, but it had long since gone cold. To celebrate Su Feng's admission to the inner academy, Tanya had been busy since 4 in the afternoon, not finishing until after 7 in the evening. He probably has a lot to handle now that he's in the inner academy, Tanya thought quietly, deleting the number she had just input, then turning off the screen, hugging her knees. She should not disturb him. Boom! At 1 o'clock in the morning, a sudden thunderclap outside shook the windows, buzzing. Tanya suddenly opened her eyes, waking from her dreams. She rubbed her eyes and vaguely saw the door slowly opening, a tall figure appearing at the doorway. A surprised smile blossomed on Tanya's face as she hurriedly jumped up from the sofa, rushing barefoot to the door. However, when the lightning flashed, the door remained tightly closed as before. Everything just now was merely an illusion. Tanya's expression fell, silently turning around to walk back to the sofa. Yes, it was already late at night. How could he possibly return at this time? Just as she turned, a slightly hoarse, breathless voice sounded. Sister Xiaoya, I am back. The moment she recognized the voice's owner, Tanya's pupils instantly dilated. She nervously turned around. At this moment, the door was wide open, and Su Feng stood at the entrance. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, with some wounds on his legs and arms, blood dripping continuously. Beside him, a woman leaned against his shoulder, her eyes tightly closed, seemingly unconscious. At the moment she saw the woman, a hint of surprise flashed in Tanya's eyes. This woman was truly beautiful. Ah, Tanya suddenly exclaimed. Before she could react, she was swept up in Su Feng's arms. At that moment, she nestled against him and caught a strong whiff of blood. Clearly, Su Feng had come through a path of slaughter. Tanya was greatly shocked. She had never imagined that someone would go through such dangers, crossing mountains and rivers, just to see her. You're hurt. Put me down quickly. As soon as Tanya was on the ground, she anxiously began rummaging through the cabinet. Just a scratch, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. With his indestructible body, no attack could harm him. He had no time to worry about his injuries. He was simply too tired and just wanted to rest. At that moment, Su Feng watched Tanya's silhouette, feeling as if her figure was spinning before his eyes. He reached out, as if trying to grasp something. Thud! Just as Tanya found the medicine and walked towards Su Feng, she saw him suddenly collapse to the ground. Su Feng looked exhausted and slowly closed his eyes. In Tanya's room, she had changed Su Feng into a fresh set of pajamas, and the scratches on his body had been treated with medicine. Of course, during this process, Tanya couldn't help but touch his abs a few times. After everything was done, she quietly lay beside Su Feng, her eyes blinking as she gazed at his masculine face. At that moment, it seemed Su Feng was murmuring in his sleep, then he turned over and reached out towards Tanya. Seeing this, Tanya also reached out her hand, and when their fingers intertwined, Su Feng finally calmed down, a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth, before he continued to sleep soundly. That night was very warm, and Su Feng slept exceptionally peacefully. Morning. When the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Su Feng opened his eyes and couldn't help but gasp in cold air. At that moment, he was wrapped in some bandages, although with his physical strength, these injuries were not serious. However, the pain and fatigue from yesterday's experiences hit him all at once, and it was quite a sensation. Whoa, due to his physical condition, Su Feng's vitality was abundant. So, just a moment later, he leaped out of bed, his spirit restored to its peak. You're awake? Tanya, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the sound and immediately walked into the room. Don't move yet, let me change your bandages, she said. After the bandages were removed, Su Feng's wounds had already healed, which surprised Tanya. She had never seen such an astonishing recovery ability. Where's my friend? Su Feng asked. She's in the next room, already awake, but her injuries are more serious and she needs to rest for a while, Tanya replied. Su Feng nodded. He went to Jiang Wanyue's room to check on her. Her breath was somewhat erratic, and her meridians were in disarray. Clearly, the explosion had caused her serious injuries. Under these circumstances, Jiang Wanyue would need at least 10 days of rest to regain her mobility. By the way, I'm planning to visit the Spirit Warriors Guild, Su Feng said as he found Tanya. It's time to see Mr. Tang, Tanya nodded. In fact, during the time Su Feng was away, Tang Chen had been quite concerned about him and had used his connections to provide him with considerable convenience in the capital. However, the main reason for this trip was that Su Feng had nearly 20 pieces of S-grade equipment that needed his help to handle. After all, according to market prices, these items could fetch millions. After visiting the guild, Su Feng hung all the equipment with Tang Chen. According to his estimates, these items would be sold in about 5 days. By then, even if Su Feng was not in Dongji City, he could still receive the payment through his bank card. When Su Feng returned to the villa, he found Tanya tinkering with potions in the laboratory. On a nearby table were various potions. Experience potion level, second tier effect, after use, gain a 20% experience boost for 5 hours, cooldown, 40 hours, strength potion level, second tier effect, after use, strength increases by 20% for 5 minutes, cooldown, 12 hours. Note, this potion will override the effects of other potions, recovery potion level, second tier effect, after use, maintain high energy and exceptional stamina for 12 hours. Note, there will be a very long fatigue period after use. At this moment, Su Feng noticed that Tanya had already advanced to the rank of martial master. He was somewhat surprised. He certainly knew that Tanya's martial spirit was quite special, having awakened as a rare alchemist. However, because it was a lifestyle profession, it inherently lacked combat ability, so practitioners often sought the protection of a powerful strength-type martial artist to help them grow. Yet, Tanya had been alone for over 20 years, which was why her level had been stuck at level 9. Su Feng found it hard to imagine how much willpower she had relied on to level up to martial master during the time he was away. By the way, these potions are all prepared for you. Remember to take them back to the imperial capital. You can use them for 3 months, and this way, you'll quickly catch up with the others in the inner courtyard, Tanya said. She had been considering Su Feng, worried that upon arriving at the inner courtyard, he might be suppressed by other students due to insufficient cultivation. As a lifestyle profession, she also felt guilty for not being able to fight alongside Su Feng. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly grabbed Tanya's hand and said in a serious tone, "Come on, I'll take you to level up." In fact, his original plan for this half-month summer vacation was to grind dungeons and see if he could take down a few bosses. He aimed to prepare more for breaking through to Grandmaster before school started. Moreover, when going into dungeons with a lifestyle profession, experience would not be split. Instead, lifestyle practitioners could gain 50% of the experience on their own. If Tanya broke through her realm, she would definitely be able to create higher-tier potions. No, Tanya shook her head vigorously. As a graduate of the East Extreme Academy, she knew that others worried about having a burden in their party while grinding dungeons, so lifestyle professions were often looked down upon. The long-term campus life had made her accustomed to a solitary personality. Although Su Feng did not disdain her like others, how could she drag him down? It doesn't matter. Su Feng's eyes flickered. While others worried about burdens in their parties, he could directly carry her. Dongyun Province. As the provincial capital, it was home to many grandmasters and naturally had numerous high-level dungeons. Level 55 Ghost Face Monster Leveling Ground. It had been 12 days since the last evolution of the 9 Nether Star Ring to a million years, and Su Feng had now accumulated another million evolution points. Let's evolve the Thunder Talisman to SS level first, Su Feng thought to himself, directly consuming 500,000 evolution points, and then he evolved the Strength Talisman as well. This way, before the 100 days to summon the mythical martial spirit, he still had 1 million evolution points available. Consume 500,000 evolution points, your Thunder Talisman evolves to SS level. Purple Extreme Divine Thunder Talisman can summon 999 Purple Extreme Divine Thunders every 10 minutes, each dealing random damage of 15 to 30 times. Each target can be hit a maximum of 3 times. Spirit Power plus 100,000. Consume 500,000 evolution points, your Strength Talisman evolves to Super S level. Divine Might Talisman, strength increase of 160%. Not bad. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. The SS level Divine Might Talisman. A direct 160% power increase. There probably isn't a second one across the entire continent. Ding! You have entered the instance, Ghost Face City. Maximum team limit for this instance, 8 people. Please select instance difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Su Feng directly chose the highest difficulty level. There are many nightmare instances in Dongyun province, enough for him to farm. At this moment, the scene in front of him changed, and strange creatures with ugly, masked faces appeared. Clearance objective, slay 100 ghost face monsters, rating A. Obtain exclusive A-level rewards for nightmare difficulty. Clearance objective, slay the final boss, rating S. Obtain exclusive S-level rewards for nightmare difficulty. Instance time limit, 10 hours. Tanya's hand was tightly held by Su Feng. She didn't know how dangerous the nightmare instance was, but she believed that with Su Feng around, she would be safe. With you in the same armor. Su Feng released the star technique, with you in the same armor. This was a common auxiliary star technique he purchased while visiting the Spirit Warrior Guild. The effect could be applied to teammates, creating a field that provided absolute immunity, and when the target was hit, 150% of the damage would be returned to the caster. Generally, this technique would be learned by those in the team who took on roles like tanking to protect healers and fragile mages. With this star technique for protection, Su Feng had no worries. Buzz, at this moment, a golden shield enveloped Tanya completely. She knelt within the golden shield, her body slowly rising, about a yard off the ground. Su Feng's gaze turned to the rapidly gathering ghost face monsters. Ghost face monster level, LV 55 1700 years health, 1-500-000 spirit power, 1-500-000 Su Feng thought to himself. He was now challenging a nightmare instance 12 levels above him, with health multiplied by 5, reaching a terrifying level. For this, Su Feng would not be reckless. He saw his eyes flash, and a giant ape phantom over 100 meters tall appeared behind him. At the same time, 2 star rings, one black and one gold, emerged behind him. With multiple enhancements, his power broke through 110,000 points. It is said that 100,000 divine power is comparable to the strength of a pure-blooded ferocious beast, and 10 tigers' strength can shatter mountains. Whoosh! Just then, the ghost face monsters surrounding them pounced. They were incredibly fast, reaching Tanya in the blink of an eye, brandishing daggers to stab at her. These ghost face monsters were not weak, each had strength equivalent to a 1-star Grandmaster level, but when they struck in front of Tanya, the golden shield around her shone brightly, blocking all attacks. Boom! At that moment, Su Feng made his move, and with a burst of flame, the ghost face monster was directly burned to ashes. Minus 2,337,583. Under all of Su Feng's means, the level 55 nightmare creature was as insignificant as an ant before him. Slayed a level 55 nightmare star beast ghost face monster. Experience plus 3,300. After using an experience potion, Su Feng's experience increased by 20% within 5 hours. Just then, more and more ghost face monsters gathered nearby, and in the blink of an eye, there were already over 100. Thunder Law Purple Extreme Divine Thunder. As Su Feng's voice fell, his eyes filled with purple lightning. At that moment, his hair stood on end, his body floated, and his palms and feet were wrapped in a sea of lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. In the sky, endless lightning flickered, forming a long river of lightning, descending to the ground like a thunder prison. Boom! The thunder roared above, and the ghost face monsters on the ground had never seen such a scene. They were scared and scattered like headless flies. In the next moment, the sea of lightning struck them, and the terrifying power of thunder instantly turned them to charcoal. 1955897-20643325. On the ground, hundreds of numbers danced together, and Su Feng's vision was completely covered by the damage numbers, rendering everything invisible. After a considerable amount of time, the lightning finally dissipated. At this moment, these ghost-faced monsters had been reduced to charred remains, with lightning occasionally wrapping around their bodies. Slayed 99 level 55 Nightmare Star Beasts, Ghost-Faced Monsters, experience plus 326,700. Such a massive amount of experience instantly leveled Su Feng up, reaching level 44. Buzz, at this moment, a dazzling light burst forth from Tanya. Even as a life profession, she could only gain 50% of the experience, but that was still over 100,000 experience points, allowing her to leap 12 levels in an instant, reaching level 23. Hiss! This leveling speed. Seeing the scene, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. If someone had flown him like this before he took the national exam, he might have been able to twist the examiner's head off. Hee. Seeing Su Feng's expression, Tanya couldn't help but laugh. Although there were no colorful auspicious clouds where the Rui Jingu bang, at this moment, Su Feng was the hero in her heart. Bang! Just then, a dull crashing sound echoed. In front of the street, a tall building suddenly took a heavy hit, instantly shattering and then collapsing to the side. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive figure over 5 meters tall slowly emerged from the ruins. It was a terrifying ghost-faced monster, covered in a layer of blood-red skin, as if it were burning with flames. Its eyes flickered with a scarlet glow, revealing a brutal expression, exuding endless ferocity and murderous intent. With each step the ghost-faced monster took, a dull sound echoed, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Ghost-Faced King, Nightmare Boss, Level, LV 55, 1700 years, Health, 250-0000, Spirit Power, 250-0000. The moment the Ghost-Faced King appeared, it charged towards Su Feng. A bit of strength, but not much. Su Feng shook his head. The strength of this ghost-faced king was comparable to a 2-star Grandmaster. If any other Grandmaster were here, they would likely be killed in an instant. But at this moment, Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he attached the 9 nether flame to the heavenly dragon staff, striking at the ghost-faced king with a single blow. 9 dragon staff technique. With a low shout from Su Feng, 9 golden dragons flew out from the heavenly dragon staff. They were massive and lifelike, each exuding endless majesty. The 9 golden dragons connected head to tail, forming a golden torrent that crashed towards the ghost-faced king. Boom! The terrifying shockwave of the explosion rippled out, and the 9 golden dragons roared like 9 giant dragons, crashing into the ghost-faced king, instantly penetrating its body. Minus 286,000. Minus 287,000. Minus 289,000. Minus 288,000. Minus 285,000. Minus 284,000. Minus 279,000. Minus 270,000. Minus 289,000. As 9 massive numbers appeared above the ghost-faced king's head, its body began to crack, emitting a blinding golden light. Boom! In the next moment, the ghost-faced king's entire body could not withstand such immense power and exploded. Its body shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. Slayed level 55 Nightmare Boss Ghost-Faced King, experience plus 660,000. A beam of light flashed, and Su Feng continued to level up, reaching level 45. Such strong defense, almost didn't take it down in one hit, Su Feng thought to himself. However, it was just a level 55 Nightmare Boss, yet it almost withstood a blow from his 9 nether flame. The boss's 2.5 million spirit power indicated that its defense was at least 40,000 points. Thinking of this, Su Feng gasped. Hit it yourself, and the power value will be halved. If it were a nightmare boss above level 60, I would probably struggle to break its defense. If others heard this, they would likely curse me out. Even among Grandmasters, there aren't many old monsters who can solo nightmare level dungeons. Thinking of soloing at over level 40, isn't that just asking for trouble? Ding! You have slain the nightmare level boss, Ghost-Face King. You have now completed the S-level challenge for nightmare difficulty and can claim the S-level reward. Would you like to claim it? Claim! Ding! You have received the Ghost-Face City exclusive S-level reward, Divine Relic Puzzle Piece 1. It's actually a puzzle. After receiving the puzzle piece, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. This puzzle piece was just a small fragment. It looked like he would need to collect quite a few more to complete it. Divine Relic, sounds a bit interesting. Su Feng's eyes flickered. There are a total of 8 nightmare dungeons for Grandmasters in Dongyun Province, and so far, no one has completed them all. In that case, let me create this miracle. If I complete them all, I should be able to reach 3-star Grandmaster. Su Feng thought to himself. After breaking through to 3-star Grandmaster, he would be one step closer to obtaining the 3rd-star ring and advancing to Grandmaster. After grinding through some other difficult dungeons nearby, once the 5-hour experience boost potion ran out, Su Feng was not far from reaching level 46. Let's go get something to eat and take a break, Tanya suggested. It was already noon, but they were quite far from Dongji City, so they could only have a hearty meal at a nearby restaurant. Since Tanya had already reached level 30, after resting, Su Feng planned to take her deep into the Dongyun Mountains to hunt for the second star ring. Dongyun Mountains. Boom! Lightning struck down in a dense array, and the 6,000-year-old nebula ferret fell to the ground with a crash. 6,000 years, already at the 3-star Grandmaster level. As a mental-type star beast, its star ring was perfect for Tanya. What skill did you gain? Su Feng asked curiously after Tanya finished merging. Tanya directly activated the second star ring skill, and in the next moment, a beam of mental light transmitted into Su Feng's mind. At that moment, everything within a 10-mile radius appeared in his vision. Mental sharing, Su Feng thought to himself. This was a great thing. As long as Tang is shared with him, everything nearby would be within his sight, making it significantly effective for finding bosses or guarding against ambushes. Just in time for my upgrade, I can make potions to replenish mental power, which can last for a week without needing rest, Tanya said. Additionally, I can now make experience potions that can boost the effect to 30%. Su Feng nodded, but the potion effect had already ended, and he would have to wait 2 days to use it again. Just then, his eyes suddenly flashed, and a pillar of flame shot towards a nearby tree trunk. Boom! In an instant, the entire tree was burned to ashes. At the same time, a shadow appeared and quickly fled the scene. Wangu? Su Feng recognized the shadow as Wangu. Since the national exam ended, he hadn't received any news about her. She hadn't enrolled in the provincial academy and had seemingly vanished without a trace. Now seeing her again, Su Feng was about to give chase when he noticed a black hexagram formation forming in the sky, exuding a sinister aura. At that moment, the sky darkened, and endless resentment surged from the formation. Cursed sorcerer? Seeing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. He had heard of a very mysterious organization on the continent called the Evil Spirit Cult. The people in this organization sacrificed their souls to evil gods to gain a special power that allowed them to summon various evil creatures. These creatures are known as evil spirits, possessing immense power and strange abilities that instill fear. Su Feng did not expect Wang Hui to join such an organization. It seems she truly has no way out. Back then, Wang Hui had awakened an A-level martial spirit and even received a special admission to the Provincial Academy, with a bright future ahead. But now, she has fallen to such a state, which is truly lamentable. Boom! At that moment, as black gas surged from the formation, a massive dark magic insect, entirely black and with 2 pairs of wings resembling those of a dragonfly, charged out. Its body exuded a strong aura of evil, causing fear at first glance. Dark magic insect, level, LV81, 6,000 years, health, 3,500,000, spirit power, 3,500,000. Is this the evil spirit that Wang Hui nurtured with her own blood? Su Feng frowned. Indeed, sacrificing to the evil god is the fastest way to grow. In just over a month, she could directly nurture an evil spirit at the 3-star Grandmaster level. If left unchecked for a while longer, this evil spirit could grow to the divine level. At this moment, a hint of killing intent appeared in Su Feng's eyes. This dark magic insect cannot be left alive. Whoosh! The dark magic insect quickly rushed to Su Feng's side and spat out a glob of slime at him. This slime was green and highly corrosive. Even with Su Feng's indestructible body, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be injured. Fortunately, his agility was now far beyond that of a Grandmaster, and after using the moonlight martial symbol, he easily dodged the slime with a quick movement. Whoosh! The dark magic insect attacked Su Feng again, but he had already summoned his martial spirit. As a 100-meter-tall giant ape appeared, Su Feng directly used the Nirvana Fire. At this moment, Su Feng pointed forward. Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Now that Su Feng's level had reached 45, the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger had 45 times the power, plus the enhancement of Nirvana Fire, making this strike nearly 100 times more powerful. Boom! With a loud bang, the dark magic insect's body was pierced by a single finger. Minus 3,245,396. With one blow, the dark magic insect was severely injured, nearly falling. At this moment, it flapped its wings and flew quickly into the forest. Trying to escape? Su Feng's gaze flickered, and he threw the heavenly dragon staff from a distance. It must be said that Su Feng, as the owner of the monkey martial spirit, had remarkable accuracy. With a bang, the dark magic insect's head was directly pierced by the staff, crashing to the ground. Slayed an 81 level star beast, dark magic insect, experience plus 800,000. A flash of light passed, and Su Feng leveled up twice, reaching level 47. Since evolving into the indestructible Great Sage level ape god, this was the first time a monster could withstand a hit from him and not die. After all, it was an 81 level star beast, nearly double his own level. Of course, even if it didn't die, it was left with only a sliver of health. After killing the dark magic insect, Su Feng approached to search its corpse. This kind of evil spirit, even if it can be summoned by someone, still belongs to the category of monsters. Killing it not only grants experience but usually drops items as well. Sure enough, Su Feng found a vial of wild black blood on its corpse. Dark magic insect blood, 4th tier blood, effect, blood of the ancient magic insect clan, containing powerful vitality, has body refining effects, increases strength by 1000 points when consumed. A free 1000 points of strength. Su Feng's eyes lit up, such a thing should not be wasted. Holding his nose, he downed the entire vial in one go, directly increasing his strength by 1000 points on the spot. Su Feng, 2-star master, martial spirit, immortal ape god of the great sage level, LV 47, experience, 50,000/4700000, star rings, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, million year 9 nether devouring sparrow. First star ring martial symbol, SS level purple extreme divine thunder symbol, super S level divine might symbol, moonlight. Second star ring martial symbol, super S level symbol, Hell's Gate, exotic treasure. Super S level Heavenly Dragon Staff, Star Techniques, S level Purple Extreme Demon Vine, S level Dark Knight Approaches, S level Hell's Eye, Super S level Shrink the Earth to an Inch, Equipment, S level Dark Knight Set, A level Silver Moon Guardian, S level Hell Summon, Super S level Heavenly Fire Ring, Strength, 26,000 Amplification, 41,600 Strength, Constitution, 14,000, Agility, 7,000 Amplification, 3,500 agility, spirit power value, 670,000 amplification spirit power value, 451,000. My strength has already surpassed 60,000 points. Now, with all my amplifications, I possess the strength of a tiger. Su Feng thought to himself, his eyes brightening. Deep in the Dongyun mountain range, the fleeing Wang Hui looked disheveled at this moment. Upon arriving at the prearranged teleportation array of the evil spirit sect, she realized that the dark magic insects she had sent to deal with Su Feng were dead, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. Soon, this shock turned into anger. At this moment, her hair was gray, her complexion extremely old, and her skin was so dry it was almost unrecognizable. It was hard to imagine that she had once been the class flower. Su Feng, all of this is thanks to you. Her face was filled with resentment. If it weren't for Su Feng, she would have had a bright future, but fate played tricks on her, and now she had become this wretched figure. In contrast, Su Feng, whom she had despised and ultimately abandoned, was now thriving, not only killing Qin Xuan with a strong stance but also stepping on his head to become the national champion. Furthermore, he continued to grow stronger, reaching the level of hunting 81 level star beasts in just a month. This terrifying growth rate made Wang Hui feel a chill of fear. She knew that if Su Feng continued to grow, she would eventually die at his hands. At this moment, she slowly extended her hand and took out a golden beetle. This beetle was greedily absorbing her essence blood along the veins of her wrist. It emitted a chilling aura. This was a royal offspring of the ancient demon insect clan. Even as a larva, it was not weaker than a human grandmaster. Wang Hui's eyes flickered. This was her greatest trump card, but unfortunately, it hadn't matured yet. Otherwise, Su Feng would undoubtedly die today. In 2 months, it will reach adulthood. Su Feng, by then, it will be your death day. Wang Hui's eyes sparkled with hatred. In the northern part of the Dongyun mountain range, after a brief rest, Su Feng continued to lead Tanya to conquer the next nightmare dungeon. In fact, when Wang Hui had just fled, he had intended to pursue her, but he didn't know what means she had used to conceal her presence, which led to the temporary delay in chasing Wang Hui after killing the dark magic insects. A cold light flickered in Su Feng's eyes. The grudge of seizing the foundation is irreconcilable. She and Qin Xuan had long been on his kill list. Now, she had actively attacked him. If she hadn't run fast, she would have died. In the following days, Su Feng was conquering nightmare dungeons on the mountain. Boom! Ding! Slayed the nightmare level boss Frost Demon of the Ice and Snow Illusion. Obtained the exclusive S-level reward of the Ice and Snow Illusion, Divine Ruins Puzzle Piece 2. As a burly snow demon fell to the ground, Su Feng obtained the second puzzle piece. Ding! Slayed the nightmare level boss Night Shadow Spider of the Dark Knight Maze. Obtained the exclusive S-level reward of the Dark Knight Maze, Divine Ruins Puzzle Piece 3. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Su Feng stood alone in a valley. Because the difficulty of the dungeon gradually increased, and Tanya had already been promoted to Grandmaster, the 3-tier potions she crafted were sufficient, so she decided to head home first. With only 4 days left in the summer vacation, Su Feng had already gathered 7 puzzle pieces. After clearing the next dungeon, he would be able to complete the final piece. It seemed he could unlock the ruins before school started. Ding! You have entered the dungeon, Thunder Canyon. The maximum team limit for this dungeon, 8 people. Clear goal, slay the boss, the Nether Thunder Dragon, with an S rating. Obtain the exclusive S-level reward for nightmare difficulty. Dungeon time limit, 10 hours. Su Feng stepped into the canyon, where there were no minor monsters, only in the center of the valley, where lightning surged in the sky, and thick pillars of lightning fell from above like water snakes. In the midst of the lightning, a thunder dragon over 30 meters long coiled in the air, devouring the thunderbolts. Roar! At that moment, it spotted Su Feng and let out a warning roar. Another Thunder Dragon Nightmare BOSS level, LV 60 1950 years health, 3-800-000 spirit power, 3-800-000. This is the Nether Thunder Dragon. Over the years, no one has ever cleared this dungeon at Nightmare level. Seeing the Thunder Dragon before him, Su Feng's eyes flickered. Fortunately, this Thunder Dragon had not yet broken through to the Grandmaster level, otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to kill it. Roar! The Nether Thunder Dragon let out an angry roar and directly spewed a pillar of lightning towards Su Feng. This pillar erupted with astonishing lightning, as if it intended to swallow him whole. Playing with thunder in front of me? Seeing this, Su Feng smirked, showing no intention of dodging. Just as the lightning pillar was about to strike him, he merely smiled lightly and activated the purple Extreme Thunder Talisman. Instantly, a vast expanse of lightning erupted from the talisman, surging like a tidal wave, quickly suppressing the lightning pillar to the point of immobility. Roar! The Nether Thunder Dragon, seeing this, let out a reluctant roar, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. It did not expect that Su Feng could also manipulate the power of lightning and easily counter its attack. However, the Nether Thunder Dragon did not give up. It flicked its tongue, its eyes flashing with lightning. Suddenly, its massive body shook violently, and countless lightning snakes appeared on the ground, rapidly charging towards Su Feng. There were hundreds of these lightning snakes, each exuding a heart-pounding aura. If hit, one would likely be electrocuted instantly. Facing such a dense attack, Su Feng appeared remarkably calm. His figure flickered like a ghost in the air, using the moon step to dodge and maneuver effortlessly, easily avoiding the lightning snake's attacks. Seeing this scene, the lightning snake's eyes flickered as they continued to be controlled. At this moment, the hundreds of lightning snakes behind Su Feng quickly coalesced, ultimately forming a lightning dragon over 10 meters long, charging towards him. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted, and terrifying lightning instantly exploded, engulfing Su Feng entirely in the lightning. The thunder roared, crashing down like a torrential rain, but all the lightning was absorbed by the talisman, causing Su Feng no harm whatsoever. Good spirit power, but unfortunately, your thunder is too weak. Su Feng spoke with indifference. The Nether Thunder Dragon was naturally adept at controlling thunder, but playing with lightning in front of him was indeed a bit of a misstep. His SS-level Purple Extreme Thunder completely countered its thunder, meaning its attacks were entirely ineffective against him. When the Nether Thunder Dragon saw Su Feng remain unscathed under its lightning attack, its eyes widened in shock and confusion. Let me show you what true mastery of lightning looks like. Su Feng's eyes sparkled, his entire body filled with powerful lightning. In an instant, a frenzied roar erupted between heaven and earth, and the entire sky quickly dimmed. Purple Extreme Divine Thunder Talisman. Accompanied by Su Feng's deep roar, clusters of purple lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! A total of 999 bolts of purple extreme divine thunder descended from the sky, like a pack of ferocious dragons, roaring as they charged towards the ground. Each bolt of purple extreme divine thunder carried immense energy and destructive power, the lightning connecting to form a sea of thunder, instantly covering the entire valley in a storm of lightning, as if the apocalypse had arrived. 1256857, minus 993,654, 1356785. Astonishing damage numbers continuously emerged, showcasing the formidable power of the purple extreme divine thunder. The life value of the Thunder Dragon plummeted rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was left with only a sliver of health. Panic flashed in its eyes as it sensed the threat of death and began to flee in a hurry. Trying to run? Su Feng casually waved a pillar of flame, the blazing fire instantly slicing through the sky, accurately hitting the Thunder Dragon, turning it to ashes and sending it to its final rest. Slayed the level 60 Nightmare Boss, Nether Thunder Dragon, experience plus 780,000. As the light passed, Su Feng's cultivation level had already risen to level 53. Buzz! At that moment, within the Thunder Dragon, a talisman entwined with lightning suddenly flew into the sky. Martial Talisman? Su Feng's gaze flickered, surprised to find that killing the Thunder Dragon had yielded a martial talisman. Gathering Thunder Talisman, Special Martial Talisman, ability, Gather Thunder, clears all cooldowns for lightning attribute skills when used, can be used once every hour. Spirit power, 0, it's actually a special martial talisman. Su Feng felt a surge of joy, not expecting such a windfall. Clearing cooldowns meant that every hour, he could use the same lightning skill twice in a row, effectively doubling the damage. His lightning talisman was still only SS level, but as it continued to evolve, the effect of refreshing cooldowns would gradually become more pronounced. Ding! Slayed the Nightmare level boss, Nether Thunder Dragon, received the exclusive S-level reward for the Night Mist City, Divine Relic Puzzle Piece 8. Finally complete. Looking at the 8 puzzle pieces in his hand, Su Feng's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. He had spent 10 days, nearly traversing half of the Dongyun mountain range, finally collecting all the puzzle pieces. As he pieced the fragments together, they suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Boom! The next moment, the ground began to shake violently, as if something was about to break through the surface. The star beasts around sensed the anomaly and scattered in all directions. Before long, a dazzling golden beam of light appeared before Su Feng. A teleportation portal? The golden beam that appeared was indeed a teleportation portal. Su Feng stared in astonishment at the golden beam, which was clearly a teleportation portal. At this moment, the portal was continuously enlarging, radiating brilliant golden light, with faint images of celestial palaces appearing within. Just then, the small gourd hanging from Su Feng's forehead spoke up. Interesting, you actually encountered a low-grade celestial palace relic. Kid, why aren't you hurrying inside? Even I can't help but feel envious at this kind of fortune. Celestial palace relic? Su Feng's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Seemingly sensing Su Feng's confusion, the small gourd feigned mystery and said, knowing this now won't do you any good, and it's not something your current realm can touch. Seeing its pretentious demeanor, Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This guy was really asking for a slap. Hurry up and go in. What are you waiting for? The small gourd urged, looking even more anxious than Su Feng. However, it found Su Feng standing still, not moving at all. To this, the little gourd tempted, little guy. As long as you enter the teleportation array, I can exchange it for a chance to strike. How about that? Su Feng shook his head and directly raised the price, 2 times. Alright, I agree. He thought he was asking for too much, but the little gourd agreed so readily that Su Feng suddenly realized he might have asked for too little. At this moment, the entrance to the ruins had opened, and Su Feng did not linger outside, immediately stepping into the teleportation entrance. Once he fully entered, the entrance quickly shrank and eventually disappeared. As he stepped in, the scene before Su Feng opened up, as if he had entered another world. At this moment, celestial energy swirled beneath his feet, and in front of him, a celestial palace towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist, dreamlike and ethereal. Did I accidentally stumble into the peach banquet? Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the scene before him. However, he soon discovered that the celestial palace was cleaved in half, with only half of it standing before him. Su Feng was secretly astonished, not knowing what kind of changes had occurred here. Perhaps there had once been a time of song and dance, but now it had become a desolate ruin. Kid, stop dawdling and hurry in to take a look. The little gourd urged anxiously. From its appearance, it seemed even more anxious than Su Feng, the main character. What on earth is here that makes you so restless? Seeing the little gourd's demeanor, Su Feng couldn't help but tease. At the same time, he was somewhat curious. Since he had seen this ruin, the little gourd's behavior had been somewhat unusual. Wait, I'll talk to you later. After saying this, the little gourd transformed into a streak of light and rushed into the hall. With it leading the way, Su Feng immediately followed without hesitation. Shortly after entering the palace, the little gourd stopped. Before it, a storage room was blocked by a barrier radiating golden light. Where is this? Looking at the storage room ahead, Su Feng wore a puzzled expression. With a barrier set up here, it seemed there must be good things inside. Su Feng activated his Hell Eye to investigate, and upon seeing the barrier's value, he gasped in shock. Jotian Star Array, low version, shield value, 999999999/99999999999 million? Su Feng estimated that with a defense array of this level, his attacks would most likely be unable to break through. Attacking for 1 point of damage each time, how long would it take to wear down 900 million health? Just as Su Feng furrowed his brows in thought, the little gourd spat out a stream of white gas. This white gas was incredibly dense, exuding pure energy. Bang! The moment the white gas touched the barrier, the Jotian star array exploded, turning into a sky full of stars. Seeing this scene, Su Feng was stunned. Goodness, this broken gourd is so powerful? He certainly knew the little gourd was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be even more extraordinary than he imagined. Whoosh, keek keek, stone brats, your gourd grandpa is here. After breaking the barrier, the little gourd let out an excited cry and then transformed into a streak of light, flying into the storage cave. Su Feng followed in, and before him, there was a pile of stones like a small mountain. At this moment, the little gourd was sitting above the stones, frantically absorbing them. Although he didn't know what these stones were, Su Feng could feel that after the little gourd absorbed them, its internal energy was replenishing at an astonishing speed. I really underestimated it, Su Feng thought to himself. The energy contained in so many stones was definitely more than enough for it to strike twice. Just then, Su Feng looked up and saw a treasure, resembling a jade seal, floating in the air, its entire body smooth and lustrous like jade, radiating dazzling brilliance. Kid, this is a replica of the Fan Tian seal, a semi-divine artifact. Do you want to consume a chance to summon and let me help you retrieve it? Little gourd tempted. Semi-divine artifact? Su Feng's eyes flickered. In the history of the Great Xia over the millennia, there has only been one semi-divine artifact, and that is the Xianyuan sword, known as the national treasure. Its power can instantly kill all grades of extraordinary treasures. He never expected to be so lucky as to find a second one in the Immortal Palace. If he could obtain this item, he would have another trump card up his sleeve. Su Feng did not respond to Little Gourd's suggestion. At this moment, he was studying this artifact. The semi-divine artifact had already developed a spirit, and if he acted against it, it was highly likely to provoke resistance. Therefore, subduing it would not be easy. Kid, I advise you to give up. This semi-divine artifact is beyond you, Little Gourd was saying when Su Feng summoned the phantom of the monkey god, and then, under the pressure of the great sage-level monkey god, he directly grabbed the Fan Tian seal in his hand. What the hell? How did you do that? Little Gourd's tone was filled with surprise. Clearly, the power of the martial spirit behind Su Feng was beyond its imagination. Fan Tian seal, replica, semi-divine artifact level 1 advancement consumption, 1 star iron, 10,000 enhancement stone strength, 5,000 constitution, 3,000 agility, 2,000 artifact talent. After equipping the Fan Tian seal, any skill type attack will have a 100% defense ignoring effect. Skill, Great Seal in the air, turning the world upside down? After casting, it deals 99,999,999 damage to all living beings within a 1 mile radius, ignoring defense. Cooldown, 30 days. Spirit power, 100,000,100 million. Seeing this number, Su Feng gasped. This damage could basically kill even a divine sect master in one hit. With this semi-divine artifact, he could walk sideways in the outside world. The only downside was that the skill of the Fan Tian seal could only be used once a month. This meant that after using it, there would be a 30-day vacuum period during which he would lose this trump card. However, Su Feng didn't mind too much. After all, he was just a small master. How many divine sect masters could target him? What Su Feng was most concerned about was that artifact talent, which meant that any skill he released would have an effect that ignored defense. It should be noted that previously, when he faced the Nightmare boss, its level was over 20 levels higher than his, effectively having his strength. If the level were even higher, it would be very difficult to break through its defenses. But now, he no longer needed to consider the monster's defense. As for the star iron needed for advancement, Su Feng had heard of it. This item was similar to the colorful stone and could evolve an SSS grade extraordinary treasure into SS grade. Incredibly precious. The only known way to obtain it was from hell level difficulty dungeons above level 60, so he needed to speed up his leveling. As for the enhancement stones, they were mined and could basically be bought from major trading companies, with a market price of 1,000 spirit coins each. 10,000 would be 10 million spirit coins. The equipment he had auctioned at Tang Chen's had already been sold, and the spirit coins had been transferred to him. Now he had 15 million in his account, so he was not lacking for the time being. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, Little Gourd had swallowed all the stones here. At this moment, it emitted a dazzling purple-gold light, like a brilliant star. Then, it began to uncontrollably grow larger. A powerful aura that was suffocating surged forth. Little Gourd's size increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire room. However, it showed no signs of stopping its growth and continued to expand. Boom! A loud noise came, and the entire palace trembled. The palace here was directly blasted open by it, and then it collapsed with a loud rumble. It only stopped when its entire body shot straight into the clouds. At this moment, the original palace had turned into a pile of ruins, crushed beneath the Little Gourd. Sorry, I ate too much and accidentally let one rip. In the next moment, the Little Gourd quickly shrank back to its original size and hung back on Su Feng's hairtip. The scene just now left Su Feng in shock, the feeling lingering for a long time. What exactly was this Little Gourd? Just as Su Feng was about to leave, he noticed a brilliant light flickering among the collapsed ruins. What is this? Su Feng's gaze flickered with curiosity as he immediately walked over to the ruins. Before him lay a broken alchemy furnace. Inside the furnace, there was a batch of semi-finished pills, radiating colorful light. Su Feng roughly counted, there were 5 colors: blue, white, red, black, and orange, totaling at least 400 pieces. Su Feng took out one of the blue pills. Jinglong pill incomplete strength plus 1000 level below 60, limit, 10 pieces level below 70, increase, 20 pieces, a pill that directly increases strength. Su Feng's eyes lit up. Taking one would increase his strength by 1,000 points. If he consumed them all, he could directly add 10,000 points to his attributes. Without any hesitation, Su Feng swallowed 10 Qinglong pills in one go, then looked at the remaining 4 pills. Baihu pill incomplete agility plus 200 Xuanwu pill incomplete constitution plus 500 Juchue pill incomplete strength plus 200, defense plus 100, agility plus 50. After swallowing the Baihu, Juke, and Xuanwu beast pills, Su Feng turned his attention to the last orange pill. Qilin pill incomplete all skill damage multiplier plus 1 same limit rules apply, all skills increase damage multiplier. Seeing the effect of the Qilin pill, Su Feng's eyes brightened. Although the damage multipliers are additive, he could consume 10 at his current level, meaning the multiplier would directly increase by 10. Originally, the damage multiplier for using Nirvana Fire plus Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger was 106 times. After taking the Qilin pill, it would be 116 times, which is quite considerable. And as his level increased, consuming more Qilin pills would continue to stack the effect. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Feng pulled up his panel. Su Feng 3-star Master Martial Spirit, Great Sage level Indestructible Monkey God level, LV 53 experience, 8000/530000 star ring, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, million year 9 nether devouring sparrow 1st star ring martial symbol, SS level purple extreme divine thunder symbol, Super S level divine might symbol, Moonlight 2nd star ring martial symbol, Super S level, Hell's Gate, gathering thunder symbol semi-divine artifact, Fan Tian seal, strength, 5,000, constitution, 3,000 agility, 2,000 exotic treasure, Super S level heavenly dragon staff star techniques, S level purple extreme demon vine, S level dark knight approaches, S level Hell's Eye, Super S level shrink the earth to an inch equipment, S level dark knight set, a level silver moon guardian, S level hell summon, Super S level heavenly fire ring strength, 60,000 amplification, 96,000 strength constitution, 30,000 agility, 15,000 amplification, 7,500 agility damage amplification, 10 times spiritual power value, 135,000 amplification spiritual power value, 1035000 230,000. Su Feng couldn't help but blink. It had been a long time since he checked his panel, and compared to before when he was a 2-star, his spiritual power value had directly doubled. Wang Hailong was a peak master at level 60, and if he remembered correctly, his spiritual power value was only 460,000. He was already 5 times that of him. In other words, even disregarding their own damage immunity, their attacks could not break through his defenses under the Grandmaster. Invincible, Su Feng thought to himself. The speed of his improvement was indeed a bit exaggerated. After leaving the ruins, Su Feng glanced at the time. There were only 2 days left until school started. It's time to say goodbye. In Dongji City, after bidding farewell to Tanya, Su Feng took the dozens of experience potions and strength potions she had prepared and got ready to return to the capital with Jiang Wanyu. After this period of recovery, Jiang Wanyu's injuries had healed. Wait, I developed a new type of potion these past few days, but unfortunately, the production speed is low, and I only have 3 bottles. Tanya took out 3 bottles of blue potion from the laboratory and handed them to Su Feng. Invisibility potion level, tier 3 effect, grants invisibility for 30 minutes after use, but the effect will be lost once spiritual power is used, can be used indefinitely. It can actually make you invisible. Su Feng's eyes lit up. As expected of a rare life profession, the alchemist's potions were indeed marvelous. If I could also combine it with a method to conceal my aura, I could be completely invisible at a critical moment. Such star techniques were available in the library and could be learned for free, aimed at enhancing students' practical abilities in the wild. After saying goodbye to Tanya, Su Feng boarded the aerial train back to the capital with Jiang Wanyu. In this world, besides martial spirits, technology was also highly developed. Humans had not only settled on the moon but also had many residents on Mars, with a second phase of construction underway. As for transportation, aerial trains had replaced subways, becoming the main choice for daily travel. At this moment, Su Feng and Jiang Wanyu were sitting side by side in the carriage. When they arrived at the next station, 2 men dressed in heavy clothing boarded the train. One wore a hat and a scarf, while the other had sunglasses and a mask, with long, wavy golden hair, making it impossible to see their faces. It was summer vacation, and such attire was indeed rare. The moment they boarded, Su Feng focused his attention on them. The man with the mask and long golden waves squatted down to open his suitcase after the train started, seemingly searching for something. When he revealed a blood-red tattoo on the back of his hand, Su Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. "Be careful," Su Feng warned. Suddenly, a small diamond-shaped object slipped from the man's hand and fell at Su Feng's feet. In an instant, Su Feng identified the object as a blade bomb, commonly used by assassin organizations, with terrifying lethality comparable to a small missile. Almost in a split second, Su Feng made a decision. He unhesitatingly tackled Jiang Wanyu to the ground, then used all his strength to smash the train's window, taking her with him as they fell from a height of 100 meters. Boom! Just as they left the carriage, a loud explosion erupted behind them, engulfing the entire carriage in a violent blast, transforming it into a brilliant fireball. Everything inside the carriage was shattered, metal fragments flying everywhere, and the surrounding air distorted and deformed from the shockwave. During the fall, Su Feng coldly glanced back. Above, the two men were flying towards him at an incredible speed. They exuded a powerful aura, clearly both Grandmaster-level experts. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Facing the rapidly descending duo, he directly condensed a scorching pillar of flame in his palm and shot it upwards. Boom! The flame pillar shot up like a fire dragon, leaving a dazzling trail of fire as it surged towards the two men. Oomph! The burly man with the scarf quickly pulled out a black umbrella from his coat. As the umbrella opened, a layer of mysterious forbidden power emerged. When the flame pillar touched the surface of the black umbrella, it was immediately blocked by a barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. Seeing this scene, the burly man's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. "You think this little trick can stop us? How naive." However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze instantly. With a loud boom, the umbrella in his hand shattered along with the barrier. Before he could react, a terrifying black flame surged like a tide, completely engulfing him. The expression on the burly man's face turned to one of extreme terror, but it was already too late. His body was instantly burned to ashes by the black flame, dissipating into the air. Everything happened so suddenly and swiftly that even the blonde man beside him was taken aback, his face showing a look of astonishment. Both of them were top-tier gold medal assassins in the organization, possessing the cultivation of a one-star Grandmaster, sent by the organization to assassinate Su Feng. According to the intelligence they had, Su Feng was merely a master at level 30, and although he had once successfully countered and killed a 2-star Grandmaster assassin from the organization, he was still just a master, with an insurmountable gap between him and a Grandmaster. But at this moment, Su Feng casually burned a Grandmaster to death, leaving him dumbfounded. "Is this really a master?" The blonde man's face turned grim. "Retreat!" he decisively commanded, his brows furrowing as he turned and flew upward on his sword without hesitation. He believed that with his Grandmaster cultivation, he could control the flying sword. As long as he wanted to leave, Su Feng would definitely be unable to stop him. Whoosh! His speed on the sword was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had flown far away. Feeling the fierce wind whistling past his ears, the blonde man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having flown this far, Su Feng surely couldn't catch up to him. However, when he looked up, he found an extraordinarily handsome figure appearing before him, one hand holding a beautiful woman and the other behind his back, stepping on the moonlight as if he were an immortal walking towards him. How is this possible? The blonde man's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Su Feng, merely a master, could walk in the air. No one would explain his confusion. Thunder Law! With a light shot from Su Feng, a thick pillar of lightning erupted from his hand, carrying the power to destroy everything as it struck fiercely at the blonde man. The terrifying force of the thunder instantly engulfed the blonde man, turning him into charred remains. After dealing with these two assassins, Su Feng descended below. Just moments ago, he had sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy from below. According to his guess, there was likely a boss lurking in this area. That was a wild boss, and its appearance could attract major forces from several nearby cities to hunt it down. If he could kill a boss in the wild, he would strike it rich. Where are we? Jiang Wanyu looked around at the towering mountain walls, her eyes filled with confusion. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Fallen God Mountain Range. Su Feng replied. The Fallen God Mountain Range was also located in the imperial capital, but unlike the Beast Mountain Range, which lay to the north with endless star beasts behind it, the Fallen God Mountain Range was to the south, bordering the southern demon kingdom. Deep within the Fallen God Mountain Range lived a large number of demon clans. Be careful, the star beasts in this area are all between levels 75 to 95. Su Feng warned. The Fallen God Mountain Range was rarely trodden upon because there was no outer area here. Even in the weakest regions of star beasts, they were all above level 70, at the Grandmaster level. To dare to step here, one must at least be a Grandmaster and should travel in pairs to have any chance of survival. Just then, Su Feng suddenly raised his gaze, as if he had noticed some movement. Without hesitation, he pulled Jiang Wanyu up and sprinted forward at an astonishing speed. Moments later, they arrived in a secluded valley. Upon reaching this place, Su Feng looked at the vast valley before him and couldn't help but frown, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Strange, just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed the presence of a star beast. However, when they arrived here, that aura seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even with the Hell Eye activated, he couldn't capture any movement from it. At that moment, the little gourd at his fingertips shook slightly, as if about to speak, but in the next instant, its glow quickly dimmed. It felt that some problems were better solved by Su Feng himself. Not right. Just then, Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he quickly turned around. At the same time, a ghostly figure appeared behind him in an instant, swinging its side-like arms fiercely towards him. Bang! Su Feng reacted extremely quickly, raising his palm sharply, and the heavenly dragon staff spiraled out like lightning, forcefully striking the figure's chest with immense power. Thud! In the next moment, the figure was sent flying by the tremendous impact, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. At this point, Su Feng finally saw the true form of the star beast. It was covered in a layer of hard shell, shimmering with an eerie light, with 2 curved antennae on its head, a mouth sharp as a knife, and 4 strong legs supporting its massive body. Its size was not large, about 3 meters long, covered in scales as black as ink, each scale glimmering with a cold light, as if capable of swallowing all light. Dark Scale Beast King, Normal Boss, Level, LV 95, 8,800 years, Health Points, 20 million, Spirit Power, 20 million, it's actually a Dark Scale Beast. Upon seeing the monster before him, Su Feng immediately recognized its identity. Dark Scale Beasts were extremely rare, scattered throughout the Fallen God Mountain, possessing the ability to manipulate shadows and move freely within them. Its scales were incredibly hard, able to withstand most physical attacks, and could reflect light to conceal itself, making it very easy to hide its form and aura in the shadows, making it difficult to detect. Moreover, this one was a Beast King, with an astonishing health of 20 million. Immortal Ape God. Su Feng's eyes flashed as he summoned his martial spirit. With the appearance of the 100-meter-tall giant ape, Su Feng's power value directly broke through 320,000. Immediately after, 2 star rings, 1 black and 1 gold, appeared, and with the enhancement of the star ring's power, Su Feng's strength continued to rise. Moments later, his power had surpassed 100,000, reaching 450,000 points. That was the strength of 4 tigers. Just then, a mysterious light shot out from the Fan Tian seal in Su Feng's hand, a light that seemed to possess endless power and majesty, instantly enveloping the entire space. Su Feng's heart stirred. He knew this was the artifact talent of the Fan Tian seal at work. With this talent's enhancement, all his skills would now ignore the enemy's defenses. Sensing a threat from Su Feng, the Dark Scale Beast King took the initiative to attack. The Dark Scale Beast King's body quickly merged into the surrounding shadows, as if becoming one with the darkness. However, this time Su Feng was already prepared. Thunder Law Purple Extreme Divine Thunder. Su Feng whispered, his eyes flashing with lightning. In the next moment, countless purple thunders descended from the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. These purple thunders, carrying immense might, struck fiercely against the Dark Scale Beast King. -12, 72 million, -11, 89 million, -11,920,000. 3 massive damage numbers appeared above the Dark Scale Beast King's head, and it didn't even have time to react before dying under this heavenly thunder. Ignoring defense feels great, Su Feng thought to himself, as the Dark Scale Beast King before him had already reached level 95. With a defense of at least over 100,000 points. If it weren't for the artifact talent of the Fan Tian seal that ignored defense, his damage would have been significantly reduced. Now, he only needed to use 1 skill to easily kill the Dark Scale Beast King. After all, this was a level 95 star beast, level 95. It was already very close to the peak Grandmaster level, just 1 step away from the Divine Sec level. Loot time. After the Dark Scale Beast King died, treasures exploded all over the ground. Additionally, there was a soul that was 8,000 years old. However, both Su Feng and Jiang Wanyu didn't need to fuse the star rings right now, and since they were deep in the Fallen God Mountain range, far from the imperial capital, it would probably be too late to bring it back for sale. Just as Su Feng was contemplating how to handle the Dark Scale Beast King's soul, the voice of the 9 nether-devouring Sky Sparrow came. Can I keep this soul for myself? I need a lot of energy to recover after my nirvana, and if I fuse this soul, I can use the power of the King Realm once. Su Feng nodded. Using the power of the King Realm once was crucial for him. After all, there were only a handful of King Realm experts in the entire Great Xia. As long as these King Realm experts didn't show up, he could almost walk through anything. I'm going to sleep now. When I wake up, I'll let you know. After obtaining the soul, the 9 nether-devouring Sky Sparrow immediately began to absorb it. Su Feng continued to check the boss drops. At this moment, he was holding a black pendant. Night Pendant Grade, Super S skill, Summoning undead creatures increases spiritual power by 50%. Super S grade, too bad it's only useful for summoning undead. Su Feng thought to himself, he could wear this pendant when summoning the two-headed hellhound, but for other times, he would continue to wear the guardian pendant. Besides the night pendant, there was also a cloak radiating dark golden light. Weakling cloak special accessory skill. When worn, it gives others a very weak aura, automatically reducing displayed level by 10 levels and spiritual power by 90%. Weakling cloak? What the hell? Hiding his aura could ensure that he wouldn't be able to be seen through in battle, making it easier to catch others off guard. After all, not only did he have the hell eye to probe others' panels, but others could also cultivate this type of star technique, so hiding his panel and not exposing his true values was very necessary. But what kind of name was that? Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he found the name a bit ridiculous, Su Feng still put on the blue cloak. After wearing this oversized cloak, he now looked like a mage. At this moment, his panel was also hidden. From others' perspective, Su Feng 2-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, level, LV43 Exotic Treasure, Star Technique, Equipment, Spiritual Power, 238, 238,000 points of spiritual power, at least double that of an ordinary level 43 Grandmaster, but appearing on a genius like Su Feng, it seemed quite normal and not overly eye-catching. Phew, it's good that I got this item, otherwise, if someone probed me, it would be hard to explain having 10 times the power of the same level, Su Feng thought to himself. Once everything was settled, Su Feng found Jiang Wanyu and prepared to return to the imperial capital. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the two had been walking for half a day. It must be said that after wearing the weakling cloak, it indeed had an effect. Originally, when Su Feng was walking in the valley, nearby star beasts sensed his aura and scattered far away. And now, as Su Feng's aura weakened, it was clear that he no longer possessed any deterrent power. One could say that even a dog, upon sensing his presence, couldn't help but come over and kick him. Of course, when these star beasts scampered up to Su Feng, ready for a feast, they were all directly roasted by a bolt of lightning from him. As Su Feng continued his slaughter, his experience points skyrocketed, and at this moment, he jumped 5 levels, reaching level 58. If I get another 10 5th-tier experience pills, I might not be far from level 60, Su Feng thought to himself. Unfortunately, there were too few monsters in the Fallen God mountain range. He was almost on the verge of exterminating them all in a single day. As for the prey over level 100 deeper in the mountains, Su Feng had no intention of provoking them for now. Sigh, it's still too slow. If I rely solely on grinding dungeons for the remaining 2 levels, it will take at least over 10 days to reach level 60. Su Feng shook his head. It seemed that for the last 2 levels, he could only rely on pills to level up. After all, a 5th-tier pill was worth 200,000 experience, and 10 would be 2 million, which was much more efficient than grinding monsters. If others knew that Su Feng thought it was slow to reach level 60 in 10 days, they would probably be infuriated. Take Wang Hailong, for instance. Not only did he have various resources from the Wang family to boost his experience, but after grinding day and night, it took him nearly half a year to go from a 3-star master to the peak of level 60. Time quietly passed, and before they knew it, the two had walked for a whole day. Now they had reached the outskirts, and the sky was beginning to darken. There's movement! Suddenly, Su Feng noticed the sounds of fighting ahead on the necessary path, accompanied by bright flames. Clearly, a team of spiritual martial artists had encountered star beasts in the wild. Unsure whether they were friend or foe, Su Feng decided to hide and observe from a distance. At this moment, Su Feng and Jiang Wanyu arrived at a hillside, overlooking the situation below. Soon, he saw 3 men and 1 woman, for spiritual martial artists, surrounding a level 75 rampaging giant lizard. Although the battle was somewhat strenuous, it was evident that they were coordinating well, and defeating this star beast was just a matter of time. At that moment, when Su Feng caught a glimpse of the woman's face, his gaze flickered. It's actually Senior Sister Yi. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. He had met her once when he showed his identity token at the library. She was the one who took him to the top floor. Su Feng had seen her duty certificate, and it seemed her name was Yi Ro. He just didn't expect to run into her here. However, Su Feng's expression remained calm, and he had no intention of stepping in to help. Moments later, as the giant lizard fell, the battle finally came to an end. One of the team members, a blonde man wielding a long knife, looked up and glanced at Su Feng on the hillside. Clearly, while he was observing the battle below, the other party had also noticed him. Who's peeking? If you don't reveal your identity, don't blame my long knife for being merciless. The blonde man snorted coldly. However, at that moment, Yiro stepped in to stop him. Don't act rashly, they are disciples from the outer courtyard. Then, Yiro asked, Junior brother Su, how did you end up in the Fallen God mountain range? There was confusion in her eyes. As far as she knew, Su Feng had only participated in the National College entrance examination just over a month ago, and at that time, his cultivation was only around level 30. To have the cultivation to step into the Fallen God mountain range was akin to seeking death. As for Su Feng's subsequent victory in the monthly examination and promotion to the inner courtyard, she was unaware since she hadn't been paying attention. After all, the competition for resources in the inner courtyard was much fiercer than in the outer courtyard, and basically, no one had the leisure to pay attention to the outer courtyard. Most people only knew of one expert from the outer courtyard, Wang Hailong, who likely dominated the monthly examination and entered the inner courtyard. We were originally planning to return to the imperial capital, but an accident occurred while passing through the Fallen God mountain range, and we accidentally fell here, Su Feng explained. Hearing this, Yiro immediately spoke up. Our team has been training here during the summer, and we are planning to return to the academy now. Since that's the case, I'll take you back with me. As she spoke, she summoned a large flying gourd. This gourd could accommodate 3 people, inviting Su Feng and Jian Wanyu to join her without any issue. Then I'll trouble you, senior sister. Although he had the moonlight talisman, it was still on foot, and flying with Jian Wanyu would be too slow. Now that a Grandmaster was actively offering to take him back with a flying treasure, it would undoubtedly save a lot of time. However, at that moment, the blonde man let out a cold snort, his tone laced with disdain. Outer Academy? Humph. Bringing such trash back with us will only lower our status. The man's voice was icy and ruthless, his gaze towards Su Feng filled with contempt and annoyance, as if his identity as an inner academy disciple gave him a complete sense of superiority. Especially after discovering that Su Feng's cultivation was only at level 48, his expression turned even more disdainful. Such trash, under normal circumstances, wouldn't even be worthy of his glance. How could he be fit to travel with him? Shut up! Su Feng's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of coldness. If he didn't want to carry him, he could have just said so, but instead, he chose to insult him directly. Su Feng was not someone to be bullied. His words were merely a reminder to the other party. If he continued to be disrespectful, Su Feng wouldn't mind taking action. Upon sensing the chill in Su Feng's eyes, the blonde man couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. That gaze was terrifying, like an awakened ancient beast, instilling fear. However, thinking of the difference in their cultivation levels, he regained his confidence. You, a level 40-something waste, dare to speak to me like that? Enough! Wang Lin apologized to Su Feng immediately. Yi Rou said angrily. After all, they were fellow disciples, and since it was her flying treasure, it didn't affect them at all. If they were unwilling, they could simply return on their own. There was no need to belittle the outer academy disciples just because of their status. Me? Fine. You'd rather favor a level 40 trash than stand by your own side, right? Apologize to him? He's not worthy. Wang Lin's eyes twitched, his face turning red, clearly agitated. Although he had insulted first, the other party was just a level 40 waste. He had insulted him, so what? He was a dignified 2-star Grandmaster. Did he really need to apologize to him? In this world, strength was paramount. How could a strong person apologize to a weak one? Alright, since you're so protective of him, then I'll leave. Wang Lin snorted coldly and walked away without looking back. Yi Rou, your actions are truly disappointing. Yi Rou, a good bird chooses its tree to perch on. Wang Shixiang is among the best of the Inner Academy's purple belt disciples, with hopes of advancing to the chief disciple in the future. His prospects are immeasurable, not something this kid can compare to. You will definitely regret the choice you made today. The remaining 2 men shook their heads and left without looking back. In fact, the reason they had joined Yi Rou's team was merely to curry favor with Wang Lin. Watching the 3 leave, Yi Rou couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Was her choice really wrong? I'm sorry, I've affected your team dynamics, Su Feng said apologetically. It's fine, I should thank you for showing me how unstable this team's relationships are. Yi Rou shook her head, not blaming Su Feng. Clearly, the team she had formed had developed into Wang Lin's one-man show. Even without Su Feng, if any disputes arose in the future, she could be isolated. Seeing this in advance was actually a good thing. At least it hadn't led to any consequences. After the 3 boarded the gourd, they flew towards the academy. Half an hour later, they arrived above the academy. Since the school has not officially started yet, Su Feng needs to stay in the outer courtyard for a day before reporting tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Yi Rou and Jian Wanyu, Su Feng returned to his residence. It has been 12 days since he returned to Dongji City, and he has accumulated over 1 million evolution points. I can evolve the purple extreme divine thunder talisman again. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. The current purple extreme divine thunder talisman is already his top killing move. Not only is the cooldown time short, but it can also summon 999 strikes at once, making it a powerful weapon for dealing with groups of monsters. He is looking forward to what kind of enhancement he will receive after this evolution. Consume 1 million evolution points. Your Thunder Talisman evolves into Super SS level. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman can summon 9,999 9 Heavens Divine Thunders every 5 minutes, each dealing 20 to 40 times random damage. Each target can be hit a maximum of 4 times. Spiritual power plus 300,000. Once every 5 minutes. With the effect of the Thunder Gathering Talisman refreshing the cooldown, I can release it twice in 5 minutes. Su Feng thought to himself, realizing he could use the Thunder Talisman as if it were free. The next morning. Today is the day the Inner Courtyard officially starts school, and it is also the day for new students to register. Inner Courtyard Dojo. At this moment, hundreds of disciples have gathered early, with Elder Ching-yi and Wang Xiu standing on the stone platforms on either side. At this time, Ching-yi spoke, "Welcome back, students. Today, 5 newcomers are joining our inner courtyard." As her voice echoed, 4 figures appeared in front. Su Feng stood in the center, looking at the other 4, and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He didn't expect them to be old acquaintances. Among these 4, besides Wang Hailong and Zhang Hong, who ranked 2nd and 3rd in the monthly exam, the other 2 were Su Feng's opponents from the national exam, Shin Hozi and Xiaolong Nu. One has divine blood, and the other is a daughter of the Dragon Clan. Both are born prodigies. During the summer vacation, their divine power awakened, not only breaking through to the 3-star warrior level but also evolving their martial spirits for a second time. Their strength now vastly improved, each having the record of defeating grandmasters. Among them, Shin Hozi went to the border with his father during the summer to fend off star beast attacks, defeating 3 grandmaster-level star beasts single-handedly. Meanwhile, Xiaolong Nu went to the Pai Xie Sword Manor, challenged a grandmaster-level protector, and defeated him. According to the rules of the inner courtyard, as long as one possesses grandmaster-level strength, they can directly enter the inner courtyard without participating in the monthly exam. It's him! Upon seeing Su Feng's figure ahead, Yi Ro's face immediately showed a look of astonishment. She didn't expect to see him in the inner courtyard. Didn't he just get admitted to the outer courtyard? How could he jump to the inner courtyard so quickly? The most shocked was Wang Lin. Upon seeing Su Feng, he was instantly filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Elder Ching-yi, are you mistaken? Wang Lin directly questioned. This was not because he looked down on Su Feng. It was because, under his detection, Su Feng was only at level 48, which is far too low. No student has ever entered the inner courtyard with a level below 3-star Grandmaster, which would break the Academy's history of thousands of years. Su Feng defeated all the students in the outer courtyard during the monthly exam and entered the inner courtyard. There is no problem with that. Xing-Yi's cold voice rang out. In fact, she also felt puzzled when she saw Su Feng's level. If she remembered correctly, during the monthly exam half a month ago, Su Feng was at level 43. Originally, before the summer vacation, she wanted to remind Su Feng that there was no need to rush in cultivation. It was more important to strengthen all aspects rather than just focusing on level improvement. But she didn't expect Su Feng to only rise 5 levels in half a month. That was too steady. Alright, your teams have been assigned. Now, follow the names I call to form your teams, Xing-Yi continued. The inner courtyard operates quite differently from the outer courtyard. In the inner courtyard, whether executing tasks or promoting disciple levels, it is done in teams. Even the National Spirit Warrior Competition of the Great Xia, held every 5 years, adopts a mixed format of individual and team matches. It is difficult to win the championship relying solely on individual combat. Therefore, as long as one is in the outer academy, they must be forced to join a team. Currently, there are only 2 teams in the inner academy that are short of members, Wang Lin's 3-person team and Yi Ro, who is a lone commander. Clearly, after the fallout, Wang Lin and the others left Yi Ro's team and formed a new one. Su Feng, you ranked first in the monthly exam with the best results. Join Wang Lin's team. Wang Lin is a purple belt disciple and has the cultivation of a 2-star Grandmaster. With his protection, you will have an extra layer of security when carrying out tasks in the future, Xing-Yi said. Wang Lin? Upon hearing this name, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. It truly is a case of enemies meeting. He still hadn't settled his grievances with Wang Lin, and now he was being assigned to his team. I refuse. At that moment, Wang Lin's voice suddenly rang out. He looked at Su Feng, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Our team does not accept weaklings, nor do we want dead weight. With his mere Grandmaster cultivation, he will only drag us down during missions. Wang Lin, we are all fellow disciples. Your words are a bit too harsh. Yi Ro couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up for Su Feng. Since you want him so badly, why not take him into your team? Wang Lin retorted. At this moment, Su Feng also spoke up. Elder Ching-Yi, I actually think Wang Lin and the others will hold me back. How about I go solo? His tone was calm, as if he were stating something he considered very ordinary. However, as soon as he said this, a chorus of boos erupted in the arena. Going solo? That's not how you want to die. You must understand that missions are not child's play. They often involve going to the border battlefield to fight terrifying star beasts or battling against cursed sorcerers. Regardless of which one, it is fraught with danger. Even a peak grandmaster wouldn't dare to say they could handle it alone. Ha, I bet he hasn't even seen a cursed sorcerer, which is why he dares to boast like this. Wang Lin couldn't help but sneer. Ha, isn't Brother Wang just exposing someone's old flaws? With his grandmaster cultivation, if he encounters a cursed sorcerer, wouldn't he just wet his pants in fear? Laughter erupted from the crowd. In their eyes, Su Feng was just being stubborn, trying to salvage some face. I have seen one. At that time, she seemed to summon a black bug over 10 meters long with wings, but unfortunately, I killed it in retaliation. Su Feng described very specifically, wanting to see their reactions. A black dark magic bug over 10 meters? That must be level 80 or above. And you say you killed it at level 40? Stop joking. Even if you say it had poor digestion and spat you out, I would believe that, but you killing it? Right, it was even chased by me for half a mile. Su Feng nodded seriously, as if he didn't notice the sarcasm in their tone. Don't be too ridiculous, brother. That's hilarious. You probably read some report and then claimed it for yourself. How shameless can you be? Do you think you're a divine phoenix? Come on. Killing a dark magic bug of level 80 at level 40, even if the divine phoenix is a reincarnated god, it wouldn't be possible. Brother, you are invincible. Su Feng. At that moment, Qing Yi couldn't help but interrupt Su Feng. She also believed that Su Feng was boasting and becoming increasingly absurd. This not only wouldn't help him regain face but would only make him more of a laughingstock. Su Feng, however, appeared indifferent. These people were truly frogs at the bottom of a well, short-sighted, and there was really no point in communicating with them. He brought up the dark magic bug incident just to test their reactions. They thought themselves clever, not realizing that they were the real fools. A person fighting alone is ultimately too dangerous. Xingyi pondered for a moment, then spoke. How about this, Shinhozi, little dragon girl, Su Feng, you three will join Yiro's team. Wang Hailong, you will join Wang Lin's team. Wang Hailong had fused the 3rd star ring after the monthly exam and had truly entered the Grandmaster realm, which met Wang Lin's requirements. Yes. Upon hearing that he would join Wang Lin's team, Wang Hailong's eyes lit up with joy. He had long known Wang Lin's strength, and now being able to join such a powerful team naturally made him very happy. Zhang Heng, your cultivation level is lower, so your main task now is to level up. You will not join a team for the time being. Yes. Zhang Heng nodded. Su Feng did not say anything about this arrangement. After all, Yiro had helped him several times, and refusing again would seem ungrateful. Moreover, apart from her team, there were no other options. After assigning the teams, Xingyi continued, everyone, besides the team assignments, there is another important matter to inform you. In 10 days, the inner courtyard will hold a ranking competition. I hope everyone will prepare actively. The top 50 will be promoted to black belt disciples and will receive contribution point rewards, which can be exchanged for necessary resources in the sex contribution hall. After saying this, the two elders left. Black belt disciples. Su Feng's eyes flickered. In the inner courtyard, disciple ranks are divided into white belt, purple belt, black belt, and the top 10 chief disciples. Depending on the rank, the contribution points distributed each month also vary. Higher-ranked disciples enjoy special privileges. For example, purple belt disciples can challenge other purple belt disciples to replace their purple belt status, and each quarter can enter the library for free to learn an S-level star technique. Black belt disciples, obtained from the top 50 in the ranking competition, can choose an ultra S-level star technique. As for the top 10 chiefs, their privileges are enviable, as they can gain a chance to enter the Academy's Ancestral land for cultivation once a year. As the first in the monthly exam, Su Feng directly received a purple belt upon entering the inner courtyard, temporarily on par with Wang Lin. Welcome everyone to my team. At this moment, Yiro walked over, but there was a hint of self-deprecation on her face. Although I am also a 2-star Grandmaster, my strength is slightly lower than Wang Lin's, so I hope you won't mind. This was her concern. Although she had been a captain, her average background and lack of equipment, star techniques, and exotic treasures meant her strength had always been mediocre in the inner courtyard, not as outstanding as Wang Lin. Su Feng and the others were undoubtedly top talents, ranking among the top 3 in this national exam. She worried that her presence would hinder their development. Senior Sister Yi, you are being too modest. You are the strongest among us. Su Feng shook his head. In fact, he didn't care about the cultivation levels of his teammates. What he needed were obedient teammates. In other words, it would be best if they could stay put in one place while he completed his tasks. Senior Brother Su. At this moment, a playful voice came. The little dragon girl, dressed in a hollow silver outfit, looked like fragments of the moon, shimmering with a soft glow that complemented the dragon horns on her head, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. Her skin appeared even fairer under the silver attire, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, shining alongside her silver outfit, resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting. Su Feng nodded gently. She truly was the daughter of the dragon clan, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. At this time, Wang Lin and his group walked over. Wang Lin, what do you want again? Seeing them, Yiro immediately put her hands on her hips, blocking Su Feng behind her, and glared at Wang Lin with anger. As the captain, it was naturally my duty to protect the others in the team. Heh, what are you in such a hurry for? I'm just here to check on your precious teammate. Wang Lin smirked, glancing at Su Feng, his eyes filled with mockery at that moment. After all, this one has slain the dark magic insect. Saying this, he turned to the passing students. Do you know the value of slaying a dark magic insect? Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted in the arena. Wang Lin, what exactly do you want? Yi Ro's gaze turned icy. Although her strength was inferior to Wang Lin's, she wouldn't choose to be weak and suffer if he continued to provoke her. Let's get straight to the point. Since you are dissatisfied with my refusal to let Su Feng join the team, why don't we settle it with strength? Whoever wins, the loser must apologize publicly. How about that? What do you want to compete in? Yi Ro asked. Let's compete in a dual team mission contest. Both our teams will accept a task at the same time and see who completes it first. Yi Ro began to ponder Wang Lin's proposal. Some special tasks required several teams to participate together. Depending on each team's contribution and performance, the merits would be divided into minor, major, and top merits. Generally speaking, as long as you participated, you would receive minor merit, while those who made significant contributions would earn major merit. As for top merit, unless you could single-handedly turn the tide, it was almost impossible to achieve. Different merits naturally had varying contribution points. Yiro frowned. This kind of competition was quite unfair. After all, Wang Lin's side had 4 grandmasters, giving them an inherent advantage. No way. Just then, Su Feng's resolute voice rang out. What, are you scared? Wang Lin sneered. The others couldn't help but shake their heads. They hadn't expected Su Feng to be so cowardly, boasting so boldly, only to wilt when it came to the competition, almost like a timid lizard. Su Feng shook his head. Apologizing is too easy. How about we change it to everyone in the team kneeling and crawling through each other's legs, and from then on, they must call me Grandpa whenever they see me. As soon as he said this, gasps of shock filled the arena. The inner courtyard students watching couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. This was indeed ruthless, leaving no way out for himself. However, they also couldn't understand what kind of ridiculous configuration Su Feng's team had. A Grandmaster leading 3 masters, wasn't that just asking for defeat? Good. I'm in. Wang Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, he looked at Su Feng as if he were a fool, such an obviously losing situation, and he still dared to play so big with him. It seemed that if he didn't crush him, it would be a disservice to him. Wait, I think that's not enough. Seeing Wang Lin had taken the bait, Su Feng suddenly changed his tone. What other demands do you have? Just say them all. Sure enough, Wang Lin's attitude became noticeably impatient and irritable. Add one more condition, the losing team must also compensate with an Ultra S-grade treasure. How about that? Su Feng said, pulling out the Heavenly Dragon Staff. Seeing the luster emanating from this treasure, several members of Wang Lin's team immediately brightened their eyes. This was an Ultra S-grade treasure, worth its weight in gold. Among the 4 grandmasters in Wang Lin's team, only he possessed an Ultra S-grade treasure. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but show a look of regret. Such a treasure in this kid's hands was truly a waste, but soon, it would fall into the hands of its rightful owner. Alright, I'm in. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he immediately agreed. Don't! Yi Ro quickly intervened. The Ultra S-grade treasure was far too precious, even she didn't have a treasure of that level. If they lost, she wouldn't be able to compensate Wang Lin at all. Until now, Yi Ro was still considering whether she had the ability to repay, and had never thought of letting her team bear the cost of losing. So many people were watching just now, it's too late to back out now, Wang Lin sneered. At this moment, others in the arena were also discussing, pointing at Yi Ro and the others. Yi Ro is really unlucky, being dragged down by this useless person. Is this Su Feng out of his mind? A 2-star master, daring to jump like this? Facing the pointing fingers of the onlookers, Su Feng seemed to not hear anything. At this moment, he looked at Yi Ro and said firmly, don't worry, we won't lose. Seeing Su Feng say this, Yi Ro nodded, choosing to believe him. Still getting emotional at this point, Wang Lin couldn't help but sneer at the scene. He slowly walked past Yi Ro, pausing slightly. Yi Ro, oh Yi Ro, I really want to see what you can do after leaving me, to make you realize how wrong and foolish your choice is." After saying this, he flicked his sleeve and strode away, heading towards the mission hall. Senior Brother Wang. As soon as Wang Lin stepped into the mission hall, the female disciple in charge of reception immediately bowed to him. "Are there any dual team missions recently?" Wang Lin went straight to the point. Dual team missions. The female disciple pondered for a moment. Dual team missions were always rare and had very high requirements for strength. Generally, such missions were few and far between. "I've remembered." At that moment, the female disciple seemed to recall something and quickly spoke up. "A few days ago, a mission just came in, a request for help from the Lin family of the evil god Ridge's exorcism sword manor. But what? This mission is of extremely high level, reaching S rank. S rank? The highest difficulty?" Hearing the female disciple's words, Wang Lin immediately frowned, his eyes showing hesitation. S rank missions were generally only undertaken by disciples of the core hall. What was he, a small character, to take on such a level of task? Even if there were core hall disciples leading the team, with his strength, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't encounter danger. "I will take it." Just then, Su Feng's voice came from outside the hall. Hearing his words, Wang Lin was instantly furious and shouted at him, "If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. If you're scared, you can just admit defeat directly, the outcome will be the same anyway, and it would save time," Su Feng said. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin clenched his fists tightly. In this situation, backing down would only make him a laughingstock, and he would never be able to hold his head high in the inner courtyard. Moreover, S-rank missions usually had core hall disciples leading the team. Unless the opponent was cold-blooded and indifferent to the inner courtyard disciples, the danger was generally not great. Furthermore, the rewards for S-rank missions were very generous. If they could achieve great merit, the contribution points awarded would be enough to directly exchange for a super S-rank treasure, or rare items like accessories or star techniques. "I will take it." Thinking of this, Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he chose to accept the mission. Even if things went poorly, they had 4 Grandmasters on their side. Anyway, they could never lose to Su Feng and his team. The mission location was in the core area of the Fallen God Mountain Range, at the Evil God Ridge. This place was close to the border of the Demon Kingdom, with almost no residents. Only the Lin family of the Exorcism Sword Manor was stationed here, acting as scouts for the border. It was said that this time the situation was quite serious. During a patrol, the Lin family discovered members of the evil spirit sect. To prove the authenticity, the Lin family even took a few long-distance photos, which clearly showed several black-robed curse masters setting up a hexagram barrier. It was obvious that the other parties seemed to be setting up some kind of horrific barrier. If successfully established, the nearby residents would likely suffer greatly. No way. Seeing this picture, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. He had personally seen the curse masters, and the barriers set up by these few were almost identical to Wang Hui's, but they lacked a certain malevolence. Could it be a forgery? Su Feng thought to himself. But if that were the case, what was their purpose? The next day, Su Feng, Yi Ro, and the others stood early at the mountain gate waiting, and soon, Wang Lin's team arrived at the location. Su Feng wondered who the leader from the core hall was. However, speaking of which, he had only just arrived at the academy and did not know any disciples from the core hall. At that moment, a silver sword light suddenly streaked across the distant sky. The next instant, a figure in a flowing white dress slowly descended. Lin Aoshue? Su Feng was slightly surprised when he recognized the woman. He did not expect that this disciple from the core hall would be Lin Aoshue. 2 months ago, she was still a peak master, but now the aura emanating from her had already reached the level of a 3-star Grandmaster. Such a speed of advancement was quite terrifying. How bold! Is Lin Shiji's name something you can call out directly? At this moment, Wang Lin's voice came. Naturally, he wanted to show off in front of the senior sister from the core hall. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, he would never have the chance to enter the core hall in his lifetime. If he could establish some connections, his status in the inner courtyard would rise significantly. Who would have thought that Lin Aoshue completely ignored him and instead looked at Su Feng as if reminiscing? What's so strange about it? Do you think I am unworthy of being a core disciple? Seeing Lin Aoshue pressing him for answers, Su Feng's face turned awkward. She was indeed still as proud as before, like a rose with thorns. At this moment, Yi Ro quietly explained in Su Feng's ear, Lin Shiji entered the core hall 2 years ago, becoming the old dean's closed-door disciple, and she is also the youngest disciple of the core hall. Moreover, she awakened the holy level bloodline of the immortal phoenix, and every so often, she undergoes a rebirth to strengthen her power. In fact, her original realm had already reached the divine master level. Of course, rebirth doesn't require leveling up by fighting monsters like us. she just needs to cultivate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to quickly restore her realm. Rebirth. Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This was indeed quite monstrous. No wonder it was a holy level bloodline. Of course, he had only awakened his system for a short time, and with his evolution to a divine level martial spirit in a month, his evolution point acquisition speed would increase tenfold. He would soon surpass these older generation geniuses. Lin Shiji, those curse masters have already set up barriers at the evil god ridge. How should we break them? On the way, Wang Lin couldn't help but ask. I brought the Academy's treasure, the Void Mirror, which can break the barriers. Upon hearing Lin Aoshua's words, Wang Lin immediately gasped. Goodness, she could bring out an SSS level treasure like the Void Mirror. No wonder she was the old dean's direct disciple. With their respective flying treasures, they soon arrived at the Fallen God mountain range. Once again at this place, Su Feng looked at the star beasts below and couldn't help but lick his lips. Last time, he had swept through the entire Fallen God mountain range while fishing for evidence, and he didn't expect these creatures to thrive so well, quickly giving birth to another batch. Strange, I remember there were many star beasts in the Fallen God mountain range. Why are there so few now? Lin Aoshue also noticed the star beasts below, but their numbers were clearly much reduced. Surely the star beasts didn't go on summer vacation too. This should be quite a few, right? Su Feng couldn't help but interject. After all, when he came out from the mountain range, the star beasts inside were almost wiped out. Hearing Su Feng's words, Wang Lin immediately showed a look of disdain. You, who need others to protect you just to leave the mountain range? Have you ever seen how many star beasts there are in the Fallen God mountain range? When we came here for training during the summer, there was almost one every 10 steps and a nest every 100 steps. Even we 4 grandmasters have to walk around the outskirts. Upon hearing this, Su Feng rubbed his nose. He had probably killed more star beasts than he had ever seen. However, Su Feng was too lazy to argue with him. If he wanted to be stubborn, so be it. After all, there would always be contrarians in life. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Evil God Ridge. The Evil God Ridge was located deep within the Fallen God mountain range, where the star beasts were extremely terrifying, most of them at level 100, peak Grandmaster level. Even the talented members of the Exorcism Sword Manor would not venture out easily without magical artifacts and the protection of a 4-star Grandmaster Elder. Not long after their arrival, members of the Lin family came to greet them. The cultivation method practiced by the Exorcism Sword Manor was sinister, so these few individuals carried a trace of dark energy. Among this group, Su Feng spotted an old acquaintance. Su Feng, it's you. The Lin family's young master, Lin Chongji, revealed a look of hatred on his pale face upon seeing Su Feng. He recalled the day of the national examination when he was about to hunt the rare boss, the Thunder Deer, only to have Su Feng intervene, causing him to lose both the boss and his ranking in the national examination, ending up with nothing. To be fair, Lin Chongji had it quite tough. After entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he had kept a low profile, avoiding trouble, only to encounter this unfortunate kid, Su Feng. In his eyes, he was the real victim, and Su Feng was utterly despicable. Now that they met again, he naturally felt a surge of resentment. Seeing the murderous glare from Lin Chongji, Su Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. He couldn't really blame himself. After all, the opportunities outside were unclaimed, and naturally, the capable would seize them. Moreover, if he hadn't made the first move, he wouldn't have ended up eliminated. Chongji, don't be foolish. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside Lin Chongji scolded him. This man was none other than the current head of the Lin family, Lin Jin. Due to the Lin family's unique cultivation method, every successor would undergo a freezing process at adulthood, so Lin Jin's voice carried a hint of softness. Hearing his father's words, Lin Chongji could only clench his fists tightly. It had to be said that Lin Chongji was indeed unfortunate. Not only had he lost the boss, but now he was also being reprimanded by his elder. At this moment, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for him. Moreover, he had heard that Lin Chongji's birth was extremely difficult. The Lin family had only one line of succession, and due to their unique cultivation method, Lin Chongji's mother had given birth to 9 daughters in a row before finally having him as the 10th child. Thus, Lin Chongji was treated as a treasure by the Lin family from a young age. Anything he wanted, they would do their utmost to provide, even if it meant reaching for the moon. However, misfortunes never come alone. When Lin Chongji was 10 years old, an accident occurred that allowed him to begin cultivating the Lin family's methods early, but this also meant that the Lin family's lineage had completely ended with him. This was also the reason for his twisted personality. Su Feng secretly thought about whether he should ask him about the truth of this rumor another day. Before long, they arrived at the Exorcism Sword Manor. Lin Jin was preparing to host a banquet for them but was stopped by Lin Aoshue. This is a serious matter. we should first go check the barrier. Alright, Lin Jin nodded, and as he turned around, an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. Soon, under Lin Jin's lead, they arrived deep within the evil god ridge. Before them lay a vast ancient city ruin, eroded by wind and frost. This ruin had long been buried under yellow sand, and inside the ancient city, numerous restrictions made it impossible to enter easily. In the evil god ridge, there is actually such an ancient city. Upon seeing the ruins before her, Lin Aoshua's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This ancient city was originally buried underground and only appeared recently, Lin Jin explained. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be an ancient ruin, and the purpose of the evil spirit sect is to come for it. Lin Aoshua analyzed. Ancient ruins. Upon hearing Lin Aoshua's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Especially on the side of the Star Academy, everyone was captivated by the three words ancient ruins. With such a complex barrier, it must be sealing some kind of extraordinary treasure. Who would have thought they would stumble upon such good fortune? Sister Lin, why don't we use the void mirror to break this barrier and explore inside first? Whatever opportunities we find, you can choose first. Wang Lin couldn't help but suggest. The temptation of the ancient ruins was too great. Aside from the little dragon girl, who seemed distracted, everyone else was already drawn in by the opportunities within the ruins. Strange, where did Brother Su go? The little dragon girl looked around. Since they arrived at the ruins, she had noticed that Su Feng had vanished into thin air. She certainly wasn't worried about Su Feng getting into trouble, but his sudden disappearance was likely for a reason. Lin Aoshua did not respond to Wang Lin's suggestion. At that moment, she continued to observe the surroundings and soon discovered traces of a residual formation on the ground. As expected, these residual formations indeed carried an eerie aura, but the formation was incomplete and could not break the barrier of the ruins. There are indeed traces left by a curse master, Lin Aoshua said. Lin Xianxue, can you break this ruins barrier to prevent the evil spirit sect from getting there first? The treasures inside will all be brought back to the academy by you, Lin Xianxue. It was only after Lin Aoshua confirmed the aura of the curse master that Lin Jin finally spoke up with a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshua hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I am doing this to prevent the ruins from falling into the hands of the evil spirit sect. The treasures inside will naturally be handed over to the academy without exception. Hearing Lin Aoshua's words, Lin Jin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If she wanted to keep it all for herself, she was just finding an excuse, pretending to be righteous by handing it over to the academy. Who would believe that? I will now use the void mirror. Using my Grandmaster level cultivation to activate this will consume 90% of my spiritual power, so you all protect me. After saying this, Lin Aoshua's feet flickered with flames, and a phoenix phantom appeared behind her. Then she soared into the air, rushing towards the heavens, with a colorful and exquisite mirror radiating dazzling light in front of her, resembling a rising sun. Boom! A powerful energy coalesced within the void mirror, like a roaring giant dragon, crashing against the barrier of the ancient ruins. In the next moment, the entire ruin shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Rumble, accompanied by the violent shaking of the ground, the yellow earth covering the ancient city began to fall away, and dust flew everywhere. At this moment, the ancient city underground slowly rose, as if a long-sleeping giant beast was awakening. In just a moment, a magnificent golden giant city appeared before everyone. This ancient city exuded an ancient and solemn aura, with towering city walls and tightly closed gates, giving a sense of mystery. Just then, Lin Aoshua suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Her spiritual power was instantly depleted, and her body lost support, falling from the sky. Sister Lin, the little dragon girl, seeing this, was anxious and leaped to catch Lin Aoshua, gently bringing her down. At this moment, she conveyed to Lin Aoshua the news of Su Feng's disappearance. However, whether it was due to excessive consumption or because she already knew this information, Lin Aoshua's expression remained calm, showing no signs of change. Just then, Lin Jin, who had been watching the show, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. This symbol ancestors' ruins ultimately belong to my Lin family. Accompanied by his laughter, dozens of blood swords suddenly rose from the ground, and beneath Lin Aoshua and the others' feet, it instantly turned into a sea of blood. At the same time, a powerful force of confinement surged in, and the few people in the formation suddenly felt their spiritual power sealed, unable to move. The exorcism sword formation? Seeing this scene, Wang Lin and the others' faces turned extremely grim. It was said that the complete exorcism sword formation could even imprison spiritual martial artists at the divine realm level. Now, trapped in this formation, they were completely unable to act. Even Lin Aoshui frowned. At this moment, her spiritual power had been exhausted, otherwise, she could have used the void mirror to attempt to break this formation. However, just then, a disciple of the Lin family rushed anxiously to Lin Jin's side and reported, "Report to the family head, there is still one person unaccounted for." At this moment, they had already discovered that Su Feng was missing. Humph, just a mere master realm brat, he can't stir up much trouble. Lin Jin waved his hand, not taking this matter to heart at all. Right now, all his thoughts were focused on this ancient relic. First, trap them, I'll deal with them once I come out. With that, Lin Jin directly stepped into the relic. Interesting. Su Feng sat on a mountain 10 miles away, watching this scene, feeling somewhat entertained. Shortly after Lin Jin entered, a gust of fresh wind suddenly blew from the entrance of the relic. What just happened? I felt like something passed right in front of me. At this moment, a few peak Grandmaster elders guarding outside the door showed a strange expression. It might have just been a gust of demonic wind. Even if something unexpected happened, with the family head's half-step divine realm cultivation, no one could possibly be his opponent. Just as they were conversing, Su Feng drank an invisibility potion and had already entered the relic. Lin Jin was not far away. He seemed very familiar with this place, making his way through the ancient city until he soon arrived at the center of the ancient city. Before him stood a massive altar. Gurgled black gas was continuously surging from beneath the altar. It's the power of the ancestral talisman. Feeling the power emanating from the black gas, Lin Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he immediately sat beside the altar and took out a circular object. This was a special treasure. As he cast a spell, a pulling force emanated from the ring, and the black gas continuously flowed into his body. Even if I can't obtain the ancestral talisman, with this power of the ancestral talisman, it is enough for me to achieve great success in my spiritual consciousness and advance to the divine realm. At that time, the Lin family will become the top force in the imperial capital, and no one will dare to look down on my Lin family again. While absorbing the power of the ancestral talisman, Lin Jin practiced. A golden light emanated from the center of his brow, revealing a shadow. The shadow became clearer and clearer, representing the spiritual consciousness that Lin Jin had condensed, its brilliance growing ever more dazzling, as if a golden sun hung above his brow. At this moment, the black gas surged into his spiritual consciousness like a tide. It's a pity I can't obtain the ancestral talisman, otherwise, directly using the ancestral talisman to condense my spiritual consciousness, I would surely have a place on the 9 provinces ranking. Lin Jin's gaze flickered, seemingly feeling regretful. However, he also knew that this ancestral talisman was not something he could retrieve. Even if a powerful being from the King realm came, they would not have the ability to extract it, and there would even be a risk of being suppressed. Is this the spiritual consciousness? Seeing that golden shadow, Su Feng couldn't help but blink. Once one's cultivation reached the peak Grandmaster level, they needed to continuously gather thought power as energy to fuse with the divine grade. When the thought power was sufficient, it was necessary to fuse with rare treasures or ancient relics as the divine grade to advance to the divine realm. The stronger the chosen object for the divine grade, the greater the power one would possess after stepping into the divine realm, far surpassing other cultivators of the same level. It was even said that thousands of years ago, an extraordinary genius found a fragment of a demigod's handbone and used it as a divine grade, allowing him to slay King Realm experts upon entering the divine realm. Lin Jin had clearly cultivated enough mental power, only needing to merge with the divine essence to officially step into the realm of the divine sect. This meant that his strength far surpassed that of other peak grandmasters, and he could be called a half-step divine sect. "Kid, how long are you planning to watch?" At that moment, the voice of the little gourd rang in Su Feng's ears. Su Feng had been watching for quite a while, and the invisibility potion was about to wear off. "Do you know what is in this altar?" Su Feng asked. "There is a martial talisman beneath the altar, and this black mist is the power emanating from that talisman," the little gourd explained. "What, do you need me to help you get that talisman?" "Oh, this talisman is not simple. It contains the power of the great Tao. I imagine its previous owner was also a significant figure. 2 chances to strike in exchange," Su Feng stated directly. "Deal." The little gourd immediately agreed. "Just to be clear, I'm only responsible for helping you retrieve the talisman. As for that quasi-divine sect, you handle it yourself." Su Feng nodded and took a step forward, instantly charging towards Lin Jin. At the same time, Lin Jin's information was also revealed to him. Lin Jin, for Star Grandmaster, Martial Spirit, S-Class Exorcising Sword, Level, LV 100, Spirit Power, 30 million, good heavens, 30 million Spirit Power. Upon seeing Lin Jin's attributes, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. Is this the suppression power of a quasi-divine sect? Seeking death. Just as Su Feng made his move, the invisibility potion on him instantly failed, and his figure was immediately exposed to Lin Jin's sight. Lin Jin also noticed Su Feng right away, but when he sensed that Su Feng's cultivation was merely that of a 2-star master, a hint of disdain appeared on his lips. A mere master dared to attack him. Was he tired of living? Kid, die. Lin Jin let out a cold snort, flicking his finger lightly, sending a sharp force shooting towards Su Feng. As a quasi-divine sect powerhouse, his strength possessed at least the power of 10 tigers. This strike was definitely not to be underestimated. However, Su Feng had no intention of confronting Lin Jin head-on. Facing such an opponent on the verge of entering the divine sect, if he were to clash directly, even if he could ultimately defeat him, he would undoubtedly pay a great price. Heavenly Seal, go! With a loud bang, Lin Jin's finger force struck the heavenly seal fiercely, but it vanished without a trace like a mud cow sinking into the sea, leaving only a cloud of white smoke slowly dispersing in the air. Immediately afterward, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a massive shadow gradually emerged. The great seal hovered in the air, flowing with mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Su Feng urged from below, and as he infused spirit power, the heavenly seal emitted a dazzling light, slowly rising into the air, transforming into a gigantic mountain that blocked out the sun, with the surrounding space seemingly distorting. Is this a half artifact? How is that possible? Upon seeing the heavenly seal above, Lin Jin's heart trembled violently, his face filled with shock. Go! Su Feng shouted softly, and as he turned his hand downwards, the heavenly seal slowly descended. Though its speed was slow, it carried an unmatched pressure. Lin Jin, terrified, tried to escape, but found himself bound in place, unable to move. Bang bang bang! At that moment, he summoned a circular treasure to defend, but in just a moment, the treasure shattered completely, crushed into pieces by the mountain formed from the heavenly seal. This is impossible, I am a half-step divine sect. Lin Jin howled to the sky, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He was about to condense his divine thought and step into the divine sect, but all of this was disrupted by Su Feng. Boom, the mountain-like heavenly seal pressed down, and a deafening roar echoed through the air. Lin was horrified as he watched the Fan Tian seal approach, helplessly witnessing his own demise as it engulfed him. Boom! The Fan Tian seal descended, shaking the earth, with dust swirling around, as if the entire world was trembling. Lin was smashed into the ground by the Fan Tian seal, crushed into a meat patty. At that moment, from the altar, under the influence of the small gourd's magic, a passionate dragon's roar echoed. In the next instant, a black dragon-shaped talisman flew into the air. With the help of the small gourd, Su Feng effortlessly subdued the Ancestral Talisman. Ancestral Talisman, Special Talisman, Level 1, Divine Talisman Points, 0/10,000, Ability 1, Talisman Drawing. As the Talisman Ancestor, you possess max-level talent, allowing you to refine talismans of all levels without regard to the Talisman Master's level, as long as you have seen the prototype. Ability 2, Talisman Ancestor, every talisman you refine will carry an amplification effect. Current level amplification, 100%. Ability 3, Divine Talisman, for every high-grade talisman you refine, you will gain Divine Talisman points. When the points are full, a method to refine a Divine Talisman will be unlocked. Spirit Power, 0, it's actually a Talisman Master's Talisman. Su Feng's eyes flickered. He recalled the magic talisman that sealed the two-headed hellhound back in the Falling Moon Valley. This world, like other high martial worlds, had blacksmiths for refining weapons, alchemists, and formation masters, and it also had talisman masters. However, compared to the other three popular professions, the number of talisman masters was extremely rare. With the existence of the Talisman Alliance in the Great Xia, it was said that there were only 300 registered talisman masters in total, and there were just over 100 in the Talisman Alliance. One could say that talisman masters were the most mysterious among all secondary professions. Yet, the talismans refined by talisman masters were not to be underestimated. A small talisman could often enhance combat power several times. After merging with the Ancestral Talisman, Su Feng decided to explore the ancient city further. As he ventured deeper, he soon arrived at a palace. The main hall had no doors or windows, making it very dim. The moment he stepped in, candles ignited on the surrounding walls, and with the dim light, Su Feng could finally see the stone walls clearly. At that moment, various bizarre talismans were carved into these stone walls. Could this be the sleeping chamber of the previous talisman ancestor? Su Feng thought to himself. Regardless, the talismans recorded by the talisman ancestor were certainly not simple. He began to mentally sketch them as he compared them to the wall patterns. As he sketched in his mind, information about the talismans surfaced in his consciousness. Divine Dragon Talisman, one of the 10 ancient talismans, specializes in attack capable of destroying anything in its path. possessing top-tier array-breaking ability. Each Divine Dragon Talisman can deal 9,999,999 damage, ignoring defenses. Refining materials: 10G Dragon Horn Powder, some Dragon Blood, Yellow Paper, Cinnabar. These records are actually of the 10 ancient talismans. Su Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. He had heard that the 10 ancient talismans were 10 types of talismans born from the natural world during ancient times, each incredibly mystical, and even a 9th-tier talisman master would find it difficult to refine such talismans. However, with the Ancestral Talisman, he only needed to remember them to refine them. The materials needed are Dragon Horn Powder and Dragon Blood. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Blood from Earth Dragons and Flood Dragons was not hard to find, as it could be exchanged in the Academy's contribution hall. But for the Dragon Horns, once evolved into Horned Dragons, each would at least be at the King Realm, which was not easy to obtain. The little dragon girl is a princess of the Dragon Clan, she should have a way, Su Feng thought to himself, realizing he would have to owe her a favor. However, that was no small favor. After all, it involved taking the horns from his own kin. He wasn't sure if she would agree. On the stone wall, there were a total of 3 talisman patterns, and Su Feng memorized them all. Ice Phoenix Talisman, one of the 10 ancient talismans, specializes in control, freezing everything in its path for thousands of miles, possessing top-tier freezing ability. Each Ice Phoenix Talisman can condense ice crystals with a freezing value of 9,999,999 and possesses permanent freezing ability. Materials for crafting: Millennium Cold Ice, Blood of the Phoenix Clan, Yellow Paper, Cinnabar. The bloodline of the Phoenix Clan. If I remember correctly, Lin Aoshua has the bloodline of the Immortal Phoenix. Given our relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to draw a few liters of blood from her, Su Feng thought to himself. Divine Turtle Talisman, one of the ancient 10 talismans, specializes in defense, capable of condensing a giant shield within a certain range, possessing defensive capabilities. Each Divine Turtle Talisman can condense a shield with a defense value of 9,999,999. Materials for crafting: 10G of turtle shell powder, some blood of the tortoise, yellow paper, cinnabar. Any one of these 3 talismans would be enough to cause a stir in the talisman master community. Su Feng thought to himself, amazed that he had obtained 3 such powerful talismans at once. After completing the copying, he began to prepare to leave the ruins. However, at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. The sound seemed to come from deep within the earth, and he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake violently, as if something was breaking through the soil. Boom! Accompanied by the tremors, the entire palace seemed to be affected, with the walls and ceiling starting to tremble slightly, producing creaking sounds. In the next moment, a massive black coffin rose from the ground, appearing before Su Feng. The coffin was enormous, pitch black, and exuded a mysterious and oppressive aura. Crack! The coffin lid moved aside with a sound, and Su Feng peered inside, discovering it was empty. An empty coffin? Su Feng thought. Just then, a dazzling golden light shot out from the coffin, flying outward at an astonishing speed, as if trying to escape. Su Feng reacted quickly, his figure flashing as he grabbed the object, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a completely golden talisman paper. This talisman paper radiated a strange glow, densely inscribed with 3,000 characters. These characters were exquisite and delicate, each stroke containing boundless power. Just a glance allowed him to feel a powerful aura emanating from the golden inscriptions. Hand over the Demon Emperor's scripture, and I will spare your life. A cold voice came from outside the hall as a woman in a fiery red gauze dress, wearing a phoenix crown, walked in gracefully. She was stunningly beautiful, with a pair of light red wings, bare feet, and her long thighs exposed to the air, a golden bell tied to her slender ankle with a red thread. As she walked, the bell chimed, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Upon seeing this woman, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. To have transformed so thoroughly at such a young age, it seemed her bloodline was extremely pure. Could this be the Demon Emperor's scripture she mentioned? Su Feng pondered, looking at the talisman paper in his hand. He had heard a bit about the Demon Emperor. It was said that in ancient times, a demon emperor named Yaoli had instigated chaos against the human race, only to be suppressed by the ancestors of humanity, and the scripture was subsequently lost. Yet no one expected that the scripture of Yaoli would appear here and become a burial item for the talisman ancestor. What are you looking at? If you don't hand over the scripture, I will personally send you on your way, the woman said coldly, a glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes, a strong pressure bearing down on Su Feng. At the same time, a green lotus rose from behind her, radiating dazzling light. As the green lotus emerged, a bright light appeared, and a rich imperial might surged for miles, shaking the space and causing countless roars. This imperial might felt like a mountain pressing down on Su Feng's heart. making it hard for him to breathe. This is my demon clan's quasi-divine artifact, Green Lotus Imperial Weapon. Hand over the scripture, and I will spare your life. Although Su Feng had already used the skills of the Fan Tian Seal against Lin Jin, he was now in a 30-day cooldown period. However, Su Feng's face remained fearless. At this moment, facing the Qinglian Imperial Weapon, he directly summoned the Fan Tian Seal and charged towards the Qinglian. Bang! The sound of two quasi-artifacts colliding erupted in a crisp noise. You actually have a half-artifact? A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the demon woman. She certainly knew that the human race also possessed a half-artifact, the Xianyuan sword. Yet, the one in Su Feng's hand clearly did not belong to the human race's ancestral artifacts. When did the human race acquire a second one? Su Feng did not waste words with her. He had already sensed that the demon woman before him was at the peak of the Grandmaster level, about to condense her divine consciousness and step into the divine sect realm. Coupled with her extraordinary bloodline and the enhancement of a half-artifact, defeating her would not be easy. If I evolved to the mythic level, I could easily defeat her without relying on artifacts, Su Feng thought to himself, but unfortunately, he was still a month away from evolving to the mythic level. Otherwise, once the mythic martial spirit emerged, she would kneel on the spot. Bang 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 bang! The two half-artifacts collided dozens of times, unleashing a terrifying pressure that cracked the air. At this moment, the battle had reached a critical point. Indestructible Ape God! Su Feng's eyes flashed as he summoned a giant ape over 100 meters tall. Following that, 2 star rings, one black and one gold, rose behind it. With the energy enhancement, his strength was now infinitely close to 10 tigers worth of power. Such a strong martial spirit aura, this man is quite extraordinary. Upon sensing the continuously growing aura from Su Feng, the demon woman's brows furrowed, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. This human youth, who was only at the master level, truly left her in disbelief. However, she had no intention of holding back. After witnessing Su Feng's powerful aura, she still made her move. She lightly raised her hand, and a phantom of a Qinglian appeared in the sky. Qinglian Transformation C Technique. With the woman's cold shout, the Qinglian phantom directly pressed down towards Su Feng. Thunder Law 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Su Feng's brows raised as he faced the incoming Qinglian, directly using the newly evolved 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman had now evolved to the Super SS level, not weaker than the Qinglian secret technique the woman was using. After all, the Demon Emperor's inheritance had been lost, and the demon race's top skills were only at the SS level. Boom boom boom! As Su Feng activated the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, countless bolts of lightning spreading like a spider web. Such powerful thunder law! The demon woman felt this overwhelming aura and a hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. Boom! In the next moment, 9,999 bolts of heavenly thunder descended simultaneously, and the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire palace, drowning the great hall in an endless sea of thunder, as if it were about to be refined. Crack crack! The terrifying power of thunder forced the demon woman to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, the phantom of divine consciousness at her brow appeared, and golden light tightly wrapped around her to resist the might of the thunder law. However, even so, after the thunder passed, she still involuntarily stumbled back several steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually managed to injure me? The demon woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. Following that, 2 figures were thrown directly into the hall. Both of them were humanoid, immensely large, and had wings, clearly identifiable as demon men. However, their transformations appeared incomplete. Either they were covered in scales, had horns on their heads, or were covered in fur. This indicated that their bloodlines were far less pure than that of the demon woman before them. Your Highness, someone has intruded. Several demon men lying on the ground spoke up. Without their reminder, Lin Aoshue had already appeared in the Great Hall. Demon Chan, instead of properly being the princess of your demon kingdom, you've come to our human borders to cause trouble. As soon as Lin Aoshue appeared, an overwhelming wave of the immortal phoenix's flames erupted from her. It's you! Upon seeing Lin Aoshue, Yaocan's pupils involuntarily constricted. Clearly, this was not their first encounter, and they had clashed more than once. Even though Lin Aoshue had just undergone a rebirth and her cultivation was far from its peak, the moment Yaocan sensed the immortal phoenix aura emanating from her, a look of wariness appeared on her face. Next time we meet, I will not let you go. Shooting a glare at Su Feng, Yaocan hesitated not at all, directly using her demonic power to summon her 2 subordinates and fled towards the demon kingdom. Su Feng, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. After all, this was the princess of the demon kingdom, and she must have some hidden cards up her sleeve. To force her to stay would likely require considerable effort. Given that Evil God Ridge was close to the border of the demon kingdom, unexpected changes could occur at any moment, so blocking her escape was not a wise choice. As for the threat she left behind, being able to withstand a blow from her was already the highlight of her life. She should cherish it. For the next time they meet, escaping would not be so simple. It was only after Yao Can had gone far that Lin Aoshue let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, she looked at Su Feng, her eyes still revealing a hint of fear. This guy was truly too bold. Lin Jin, a quasi-divine sect master, had indeed been killed by him. In fact, even before setting out, not only had Su Feng sensed something unusual, but Lin Aoshue had also felt something was off. When Su Feng transmitted his voice to her, explaining his plan, she was even more shocked. It turned out that all the actions in front of Lin Jin were a play they had jointly performed. However, when Su Feng transmitted his voice to her, revealing his plan, it was also because of this that Lin Aoshue cooperated with Su Feng to act in front of Lin Jin. But when Su Feng proposed to face Lin Jin alone, it still startled her, yet in the end, Lin Aoshue chose to trust Su Feng. Of course, she had also prepared a backup plan beforehand. However, what surprised her was that Su Feng had actually succeeded. "Let's leave here quickly," Lin Aoshue said. Su Feng nodded, putting away the golden talisman. He had examined this talisman. It contained only a few words, recording a piece of information. Demon Emperor's scripture, records top-tier body refining techniques and the Demon Emperor's law, requiring the fusion of Demon Emperor's blood to activate the scripture. Since Su Feng did not have any Demon Emperor's blood, he could only store this mysterious talisman away, unable to explore its function for the time being. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Aoshue suddenly felt her legs go weak, her body involuntarily leaning towards Su Feng. "Hurry!" Lin Aoshue urged weakly. Her face had turned as pale as paper. The 2 consecutive breaches of the formation had completely drained her spiritual power. The recent forced activation of the immortal Phoenix aura was merely a facade, and now she had clearly reached her limit. Without hesitation, Su Feng caught her in his arms and immediately flew towards the academy. Not long after they left, Yao Can, who was fleeing towards the border of the Demon Kingdom, suddenly stopped. A look of doubt crossed her face, and after a moment of thought, her expression changed drastically. She immediately changed direction and flew back towards the ancient city. But when she returned to the ancient city, there was no sign of Su Feng and the others in the Great Hall. "We've been tricked." Whoosh! It was now deep into the night, and Su Feng and the others were rapidly flying towards the academy. At that moment, in the distant sky, 10 black figures lined up in a row, resembling wild geese, blocking their path. "Who are they?" Upon seeing this group of shadows, Wang Lin immediately halted. Cold sweat broke out on his face. From these people, he sensed an astonishing aura, and he didn't even have the courage to look them in the eye. Divine Sect. When he saw the golden aura surrounding the middle-aged swordsman at the forefront, Wang Lin's heart sank. He was thoroughly frightened by the experience of this S-level mission. All he wanted now was to survive and return to the academy. As for achieving great merit or slapping Su Feng's face, he no longer cared. The Ghost Killing Group. Upon seeing the attire of this group, Su Feng's eyes flickered, filled with coldness. Ever since they issued the 100-day ghost killing order against him, these guys had truly become a lingering shadow. Be careful, the leader of that group is the Ghost Killing Group's commander, Gue, a 1-star Divine Sect strongman. Lin Aoshue reminded him. The appearance of a true Divine Sect powerhouse made everyone present feel a wave of pressure. Moreover, behind him stood 9 peak grandmasters. Since the issuance of the 100-day ghost killing order, 2 months had passed, and the assassins sent by the Ghost Killing Group had been continuously slain, while Su Feng was still alive and well, undoubtedly challenging their authority. This time, the Ghost Killing Group was pulling out all the stops to completely eliminate Su Feng. At that moment, Gue slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of gloom. "Rest assured, our Ghost Killing Group has no intention of becoming enemies with the Star Academy. Our only goal is to kill this child." As he spoke, he pointed at Su Feng. Hearing this, the 4 members of Wang Lin's team immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quickly distancing themselves from Su Feng, fearing they would be implicated. Only Yi Ro and the little dragon girl remained by Su Feng's side. The little dragon girl was naturally fearless. After all, with her background, if anyone dared to touch her, the Dragon King's wrath would turn the entire Great Xia upside down. However, Su Feng was surprised to see that the Divine Prince was also standing beside him. If he remembered correctly, the Divine Prince had always wanted to fight him, right? "I, the Divine Prince, will never abandon my companions." Seemingly sensing Su Feng's thoughts, the Divine Prince coldly stated, his tone quite unceremonious. Su Feng appeared indifferent. "You take Lin Aoshue away, leave the rest to me." Su Feng handed Lin Aoshue over to Yi Ro and then instructed them to leave. After all, although they claimed not to attack others, once a fight broke out, no one could predict if they would change their minds. At this moment, although Yi Ro and the others wanted to stay, they realized that with their strength, remaining here would only be a burden. so they took Lin Aoshui and left. Now, only Su Feng and the group of ghost-killing group assassins remained. Little Gourd, may I request an advance on your chance to attack? Su Feng tried to communicate with Little Gourd. Sigh. Just as Little Gourd sighed and was about to speak, a tremendous aura erupted from Su Feng's body. It's the Nine Nether Senior. Feeling this overwhelming aura, Su Feng's heart leaped with joy. At that moment, the Nine Nether Devouring Sparrow, which had been in slumber, awakened. I have enough energy now to unleash an attack at the king level. At this moment, the Nine Nether realized Su Feng's predicament and spoke to him. One king level attack. That will be enough. Su Feng replied. His eyes turned completely cold. At the same time, the heavenly dragon staff appeared in his palm. You lot, take him down. With a cold snort from Gue, the 9 figures behind him received the order and immediately charged towards Su Feng. Indestructible ape god, appear. Su Feng's eyes sparkled with golden light, and in the next moment, the figure of a giant ape manifested. Bang! He swung his staff, and with 3 times the enhancement of the heavenly dragon staff, the power of this strike reached a staggering 150,000 points. Boom! The heavenly dragon staff collided with the foremost person, sending him flying. Such powerful strength, this guy is definitely not an ordinary grandmaster. At that moment, someone reminded. Without needing to be reminded, everyone present could see that Su Feng's previous strike was completely on par with a peak grandmaster. Unless a divine sect powerhouse personally intervened, no one could guarantee they could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Attack together. With one person's reminder, the 9 peak grandmasters immediately launched an attack, surrounding Su Feng. Facing the combined assault, Su Feng's eyes flickered with golden light as he prepared to unleash his strongest strike. Great Wilderness, Prison Skyfinger. As his words fell, the heavens and the earth suddenly trembled violently. In the void, a golden finger, as large as a mountain, quickly coalesced, radiating endless pressure under the enhancement of the Nirvana fire. Boom! In an instant, this golden finger descended like a small mountain, striking down towards the 9 people below with the force of thunder. The faces of the 9 changed dramatically as they felt a threat of death. They frantically circulated their spiritual power, trying to withstand this blow. However, the speed of the golden finger was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right above their heads. With Su Feng's cultivation at level 58, this strike was amplified by a staggering 126 times. Coupled with his own strength, this blow equated to an explosive damage of 50 million, nearly enough to instantly kill a peak grandmaster. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, the ground shook violently, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, over several dozen meters in diameter, with the surrounding land shattered beyond recognition. Below, the 9 peak grandmasters lay on the ground, the 2 closest to the attack covered in blood, their breaths weak, clearly on the verge of death. The others were also severely injured, some with broken legs, others with broken arms, all crying out in agony. Dare to injure my people? You seek death. Seeing the scene before him, a glint of killing intent appeared in Gue's eyes. He had thought that dealing with a mere grandmaster would be easy with 9 peak grandmasters. After all, peak grandmasters were already on the threshold of the divine sect, their strength far beyond that of an ordinary 4-star grandmaster. But the scene before him had completely exceeded his control. Boom! At that moment, Gue struck. With a palm filled with rage, it resonated with the heavens and the earth, transforming into a vast expanse of black mist that obscured the sky and enveloped the entire area. This is the power of the divine sect. A look of astonishment flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Gue's figure was now entirely wrapped in brilliant golden light, and deep within his brow, a wisp of black mist stirred, gradually manifesting. Within that black mist lay a claw of a ferocious beast, the very essence of the divine thought he cultivated. As the divine thought was fully released, a massive shadow of a pitch-black beast emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. This shadow resembled a canine, covered in long fur, with strong limbs, akin to a bear but without sharp claws, its eyes deep yet seemingly blind and unfocused. It is indeed the finger of chaos. Su Feng gasped inwardly, not expecting Gue to use such a legendary chaotic beast's claw as the foundation of his divine form. This was one of the relics of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Even just a claw, now serving as a divine form, contained immense divine power. Die! Gue's deep voice echoed through the skies, and with this utterance, the enormous black hand in the heavens bore down on Su Feng with the force of thunder. In the sky, that massive black hand obscured the sun, continuously emitting black mist, pressing down towards Su Feng as if the apocalypse had arrived. His slender figure seemed insignificant before this giant hand, like a speck of dust in the vast sea of stars. Faced with such a terrifying palm, Su Feng's gaze turned cold, fiercely locking onto Gue above. In that moment, Gue was like a deity. Wherever his divine thought could reach, he could destroy everything at will. Boom! However, just as the palm was about to touch Su Feng, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared beneath the hand. With the emergence of this golden light, the giant hand could no longer move down an inch. This golden light radiated a gentle glow, and in the next moment, the black mist giant hand was actually lifted, slowly rising back to the heavens, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, the black mist in the sky gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. "Give me some face, let this matter end here. How about it?" At that moment, an old yet authoritative voice echoed from afar, resonating between heaven and earth. The sound seemed to come from thousands of miles away, yet at this moment, it exploded directly in Gue's mind. "Reversing heaven and earth, you are the King Realm." At this moment, Gue's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of fear. The King Realm. If the Grandmaster faced the Divine Sect, it was like a child with no power to resist. Then the gap between the Divine Sect and the King Realm was like a mortal facing a deity, utterly unbeatable. A strong person in the King Realm not only possesses the ability to change the world but can also cross mountains in an instant, ignoring the limitations of distance and space. Even if, at this moment, the opponent were to block his full force strike, they wouldn't even need to be present. They could strike directly from across mountains and seas. Faced with such a level of power, even if you had divine cultivation, you could not escape their grasp, no matter how far you fled. Gue trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he completely lost the courage to act. He had heard rumors that within the 9 provinces, in the territory of the Great Xia, besides the current emperor, there was another king. That was the emperor's master, the old dean of the Star Academy. Thinking of this, Gue adopted a submissive attitude and bowed towards the direction of the Star Academy, saying, "I, as a junior, have no intention of offending the senior, nor do I wish to be enemies with the Star Academy. As long as the senior does not pursue this matter, I will leave immediately, and this grudge will be written off. Su Feng, do you have any objections?" At this moment, the old dean's voice rang out again. "Written off?" Su Feng's eyes brimmed with anger. Damn! They had bullied him to this extent, and he was preparing to summon the 9 Nether to erase him, only to be told it would be written off? It was never his style to be slapped and not fight back. "I refuse," Su Feng said coldly. Su Feng's decision undoubtedly shocked everyone present. No one expected that even with the old dean personally pleading for him, this mere Grandmaster would still be so reckless as to continue challenging a divine sect powerhouse. At this moment, a dark aura emerged from Gue's eyes, his entire body filled with killing intent, his cold gaze fixed on Su Feng, his tone carrying a warning. "Do you believe that even if the King Realm intervenes, I can still take your life before his attack arrives?" He was not wrong. After all, the old dean was 1,000 miles away. Even if he was in the King Realm, striking from afar could not be faster than Gue acting up close. "Su Feng, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late. You are still young and need to temper yourself." Even the old dean spoke up to remind him, fearing Su Feng would react impulsively and meet an untimely end. After all, for the sake of his obedient disciple Lin Ashua, and for the future of the Star Academy and the Great Xia, he greatly admired this young man and did not wish to see him fall due to a moment of pride. Facing Gue's threat and the old dean's admonition, Su Feng revealed a cold smile, his eyes shining with determination, his gaze burning like flames, exuding a sense of fearlessness and resolve. He fixed his gaze on Gue, his voice booming like thunder. "Take my strike, and you may leave. Today, I, Su Feng, will let the whole world know that anyone who dares to disturb me will face my wrath. And one day I will personally step into your residence and annihilate your entire clan." This statement infused with spiritual power echoed throughout the heavens and earth, like a thunderclap that shook the surrounding air, his words filled with dominance and determination, causing hearts to tremble. As Su Feng's words fell, at that moment, it seemed countless powerful auras surged towards this place from all directions. It could even be said that since the moment the old dean transmitted his voice from 1,000 miles away, the strong figures of half the imperial capital had already focused their attention here. They were watching this unparalleled genius, who had slaughtered countless prodigies and confronted established clans since he became the top scholar of his nation, rise like the blazing sun, to see how he would react when faced with a veteran powerhouse of the divine sect. However, at that moment, when Su Feng spoke these words, almost all the powerful figures in the imperial capital couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, as if a storm had suddenly surged within them. With the cultivation of a master, he threatened all the divine sect experts of the Great Xia and the 1,000-year-old clans. What an arrogant kid! At the same time, they were all very curious about what gave Su Feng the confidence to say such things. "Humph, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." The mysterious figure, being a divine sect expert, naturally did not take Su Feng's words seriously. At this moment, he struck again, and a massive palm print pressed down towards Su Feng from the sky. Facing the giant palm once more, Su Feng closed his eyes. "Ka!" Accompanied by a crisp bird's cry, a giant bird suddenly appeared behind him. This giant bird spread its wings and soared high, exuding an overwhelming aura. How is this possible? Upon seeing the giant bird before him, the mysterious figure's eyes widened in shock. He immediately recognized that the giant bird was the sacred beast of the Great Xia, the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow. The nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow soared proudly in the nine heavens, surrounded by blazing black flames, as if it could devour all the light in the world. In that instant, the sky changed color, and the entire horizon was mercilessly engulfed by that unparalleled black flame. Caw! The nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow spread its wings in the night, and with its appearance, its wings nearly covered half of the imperial capital. The mysterious figure and his giant hand were now beneath the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow, and at this moment, in comparison, that hand that could block the sun looked like a mere larva, even smaller than the bird's claws. Boom! The sky echoed with a deafening roar. As the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow suddenly opened its mouth, a torrent of destructive black flames erupted from its beak, like the fires of hell, instantly enveloping the mysterious figure. Wherever the black flames passed, space twisted, and even the air seemed to ignite, becoming extremely hot. At this moment, the mysterious figure was caught within, his form twisting and struggling under the scorching black flames, emitting a mournful wail, as if it were the most desperate cry in the world, echoing across the boundless sky. As his voice gradually faded, his body turned to dust. All the powerful figures in the realm fell completely silent at that moment. Not bad, little guy, I really didn't misjudge you. At this moment, the little gourd broke the atmosphere with its voice. Even it hadn't expected that the divine sect expert opposite had already spared Su Feng, and with the crisis averted, he not only didn't flee but was willing to use all his trump cards to make the other party pay a price. However, the little gourd was not surprised at Su Feng's ruthless and decisive actions. After all, it had been following Su Feng from the very beginning and knew his character well. If the other party spared him, he would be grateful and serve them, which would not be Su Feng. Su Feng's expression remained calm. As a sacred beast, the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow had chosen to sacrifice itself that day in the demon suppression cave, which must have attracted countless covetous eyes in secret. After all, the soul of a sacred beast, if obtained, was invaluable. Yet no one knew the true situation of the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow after its sacrifice, so they dared not act rashly. After all, even if a king-level sacred beast's life or death was uncertain, it was enough to make everyone wary. Until today, when the mysterious figure acted, if he could retreat unscathed, it was easy to imagine that he would only face more pursuers afterward. Since that was the case, Su Feng directly summoned it, allowing everyone to witness the power of a king-level sacred beast. He certainly knew that he could only use the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow's king-level power once. Precisely because he could only use it once, it needed to be as intimidating as possible. He believed that with the power of the nine-nether-devouring sky sparrow to suppress the divine sect, it would be enough to shock a group of powerful figures for a short time, and with the old dean as his backing, anyone who dared to act against him in the future would have to think twice. Let's go. The old dean sighed. Uncertain whether it was meant for Su Feng or as a warning to the powerful figures of the imperial capital, as his voice echoed, the gathered auras in the area instantly vanished without a trace. He safely arrived at the Starry Academy. Early the next morning, Su Feng received a summons from the old dean. It was his first time at the Core Hall Heavenly God Academy. With excitement, he walked to the golden doors, gazing at the plaque above inscribed with the 4 characters Heavenly God Academy. This was the place where the core disciples of the Starry Academy cultivated. To enter the Heavenly God Academy, one must not only obtain the immortal seed but also undergo layers of trials. It was nearly impossible for anyone below the divine sect realm to have the opportunity to enter this place. Creak as the doors opened, an ancient aura rushed out from the palace. In the corridor of the Grand Hall, a man dressed in a black robe, wielding a rusty iron sword, passed by him. His eyes flickered with a blue light, and after casting a brief glance at Su Feng, he soared into the air, unleashing a terrifying aura. Divine Sect. Upon sensing the man's aura, Su Feng's expression changed instantly. As rumored, everyone in the Heavenly God Academy was indeed from the Divine Sect. At that moment, Lin Aoshue, dressed in a white gown, walked gracefully towards him. He is our third senior brother from the Core Hall, Qin Long, a 4-star Divine Sect powerhouse. That sword is named Dragon Capture, an Ultra SSS grade extraordinary treasure. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in a battle 1,000 years ago, losing its spiritual energy, and has now become a useless sword. Su Feng nodded at her words, secretly amazed. He looked to be just over 30, yet he was already a 4-star Divine Sect. The disciples of the Core Hall were truly extraordinary. Soon, Su Feng followed Lin Aoshue deeper into the academy. Are you feeling better? Su Feng had been observing Lin Aoshue. She had exhausted herself greatly yesterday, but today she seemed to have mostly recovered. Lin Aoshue nodded. I'm fine, just a bit of excessive spiritual energy consumption. I should be fully recovered within 10 days. Boom! As a stone door opened, the scene before Su Feng suddenly became clear. Behind the stone door was a paradise. They were currently at the peak of a great mountain, surrounded by swirling clouds, with white cranes occasionally flying through the mist. In front of a stone pavilion, an elderly figure with white hair was sipping tea. Upon seeing the old man, Su Feng immediately bowed. Disciple Su Feng pays respects to the old dean. Thank you for your assistance yesterday, senior. Seeing this, the old dean revealed a kind smile and nodded, saying, I summoned you today because I have a matter to request. Hearing his words, Su Feng's expression turned to one of confusion. What could a king-level powerhouse need his help with? This matter concerns our starry academy. Counting the days, there is less than a month until the once-in-a-decade ancient god battlefield. At that time, not only my 4 major academies but also the 4 great clans of the imperial capital, as well as the top talents from 50 provinces and countless top-tier forces, will send people to enter. It will be a true grand contest of the ages. Ancient god battlefield? Upon hearing the old dean's words, Su Feng's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard of this place. The ancient god battlefield was also located deep within the fallen god mountain range, opening once every 10 years. Anyone below the divine sect could enter, and it was rumored to be an ancient battlefield from the times of gods and foreign races. However, for now, it was also a land of opportunity. Within the ancient god battlefield, there was a vast amount of divine thought energy. If one could collect it, it would undoubtedly accelerate the condensation of divine thought and allow one to step into the divine sect realm sooner. Thus, such opportunities would not be missed by the top talents of various forces. In fact, every time the ancient god battlefield opened, there would be prodigies from decades ago emerging, all to seize the divine thought materials. After several accumulations, they would condense stronger divine thoughts and ultimately ascend to the divine sect realm in a transcendent manner. Due to their own divine thoughts being too powerful, they often could directly fight above their level upon entering the divine sect realm, easily slaying veteran divine sect powerhouses. At this moment, the old dean continued, the ancient god battlefield is not only a place for grandmasters to obtain divine consciousness energy, but our 4 major academies have also established that the results from the ancient god battlefield will determine the allocation of resources among the academies. Now, our academy has been at the bottom for 9 consecutive sessions. If we fail again this time, our academy's resource allocation will drop to 0%. At that point, we will be facing a life and death situation. 9 sessions. Hearing the old dean's words, Su Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that the Star Academy was so weak. 9 consecutive sessions, plus this one, amounts to 100 years of being at the bottom. Understood, I will definitely secure first place for the Star Academy, Su Feng said firmly. However, at this moment, the old dean changed his tone. Actually, whether we can secure first place is not that important. The most important thing is that there are ancestral legacies of our Star Academy left in the ancient god battlefield. I hope you and A.O. Shue can bring back the secret techniques of the legacy. Damn! Su Feng thought to himself. Just a moment ago, he was talking about closing down, and now he says it's not that important. If it's not important, why are you saying it here? Su Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. After finishing, the old dean handed Su Feng a map, which detailed the divisions of the ancient god battlefield and the approximate locations of the legacies he mentioned. Upon receiving the map, Su Feng felt much more at ease. At least he wouldn't be like a headless fly as he was during the national exam. In addition, because our Star Academy has been at the bottom for 9 consecutive times, there are only 11 spots left to enter the secret realm, one of which is reserved for Lin A.O. Shue, leaving 10 spots for the inner academy to compete for. At this point, the old dean changed his tone. In 7 days, it will be the day of our academy's ranking competition. I need you to enter the top 50, which means becoming a black belt disciple, to have the opportunity to compete for one of the top 10 spots. Su Feng nodded. He had heard of the ranking competition. Simply put, it was a ring competition system, where disciples would be promoted based on their rankings. He wasn't concerned about the rules. After all, it was just about who could defeat whom. There were still 7 days until the ranking competition. If all went well, Su Feng planned to take the lead this time and claim a reward of 200,000 contribution points. It was worth noting that even Lin A.O. Shue, who was leading the team, only received 20,000 contribution points. However, just as Su Feng was about to have Wang Lin fulfill their agreement, this guy claimed to be in seclusion and went into hiding. You have to show up for the ranking competition. I want to see how long you can hide, Su Feng thought. With the remaining time, he planned to visit the contribution hall first to exchange for items. 5th tier experience pills, 10,000 contributions each, I'll exchange for 10. After exchanging for the experience pills, Su Feng swallowed them all at once, immediately leveling up to level 60. Now he only needed to hunt for the 3rd star ring to promote himself to a Grandmaster. Jiao Dragon Blood, Dragon Turtle Blood, Earth Dragon Blood, a total of 500 milliliters, 50,000 contribution points. 1000-year Cold Ice, 500 G, 50,000 contribution points. After completing all the exchanges, he was only short of dragon horns and phoenix blood for refining the dragon symbol and ice phoenix symbol. Regarding the dragon horns, Su Feng had already asked the little dragon girl. As Su Feng's #1 fan, she had patted her chest and guaranteed that it would be taken care of, and it probably wouldn't be long before a clan member brought it to her. The most troublesome thing now was still the phoenix blood. Su Feng pondered how to obtain it from Lin Ao Shui. Should he sneak in and take some while she was asleep? No, that was too risky. After all, she had the background of a divine sect. If he accidentally hurt her and she woke up, Su Feng wasn't sure he could defeat her. Better to be cautious and discuss it with her, Su Feng thought. Given their relationship, she shouldn't refuse such a small matter, right? Before long, Su Feng spent a large sum of money to buy a lot of supplements and a piece of luxury jewelry, and he arrived at Lin Ao Shui's residence. Just thinking about how a necklace cost him 400,000 spirit coins made Su Feng feel a pang in his heart. What are you doing? As soon as the door was knocked, Lin Ao Shui came out wearing a fluffy nightgown. Upon seeing the box of supplements that Su Feng was carrying, Lin Ao Shui couldn't help but curl her lips and said, "At least you have a conscience. It wasn't in vain for me to expend my spiritual energy to help you break the barrier." Then, upon noticing the necklace, Lin Ao Shui's face lit up with surprise as she took it from him. "Isn't it beautiful?" Su Feng asked, taking the opportunity to inquire while she held it up to her chest. Lin Ao Shui nodded eagerly, surprised that this guy, who usually seemed as wooden as a block, could actually make a girl happy. Just then, Su Feng stammered, I have a small favor to ask." Lin Ao Shui nodded. For her, there was nothing she couldn't handle. "Could I borrow a bit of your blood? I'll make some talismans and send you a few." Bang! Unsurprisingly, the response was the sound of the door slamming shut. Su Feng awkwardly touched his nose outside, realizing it was a lost cause. Just as he turned to leave, the door suddenly opened. Lin Ao Shui, her face flushed, handed him a vial of blood, and through the glass, Su Feng could feel its warmth. Lin Ao Shui gritted her teeth and warned him, "Don't think about doing anything bad." Su Feng's mouth twitched at her words. Where was her mind going? He wasn't a pervert. Bang! The door was slammed shut again, and Lin Ao Shui's cold voice penetrated through the crack. "Get lost." After obtaining the materials he needed, Su Feng returned to his place, feeling a bit awkward, and then focused intently on taking out the talisman paper and brush, immersing himself in his research. Buzz, with a soft hum, he concentrated and summoned the Ancestral Talisman, a black martial talisman containing deep power materialized out of thin air, swirling around his chest, with strands of black energy slowly flowing out. These mysterious black energies seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, delicately gathering at the tip of the brush and onto the talisman paper. Following that, Su Feng dipped the smooth, mirror-like Millennium Ice shard into the precious phoenix blood, skillfully applying it to the talisman paper, his brush dancing like a dragon or snake, each stroke infused with endless rhythm and power. Soon, an exquisite talisman took shape, gently swaying as if it had a life of its own, surrounded by brilliant blue light, a chilling aura emanating from it. Successfully refined an Ice Phoenix Talisman, Divine Talisman points +10. Hiss, this chill really penetrates to the bone. Feeling the bone-chilling cold radiating from the talisman, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. He shivered involuntarily, secretly amazed. This talisman is indeed extraordinary. When fully activated, it can temporarily freeze a Divine Realm cultivator. However, permanently freezing them was unrealistic. After all, a level 1 Ancestral Talisman could amplify by 100%, but the control limit was only 20 million. With the power of a Divine Realm cultivator, it could break free in just a few moves. I wonder how much it would increase if multiple talismans were stacked together. Su Feng thought to himself, theoretically, multiple talismans could indeed be stacked. As his brush moved, in an instant, another talisman quietly formed at his fingertips. Then, he flashed and leaped onto the tranquil surface of the inner courtyard lake, simultaneously summoning 2 Ice Phoenix talismans, igniting their spiritual light in an instant. Buzz, a crisp sound sliced through the air as 2 illusory Ice Phoenixes soared high, crossing the lake and leaving behind brilliant ice blue trails. Immediately, an unprecedented cold wave surged forth, rapidly freezing the lake's surface. In just a few breaths, a water area hundreds of meters long was completely frozen, the ice surface crystal clear and covered with sharp ice shards. Freezing value, 399999996. Su Feng checked and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, secretly thinking, 40 million freezing value, just as I expected. the power of the two talismans can perfectly stack. After speaking, his eyes shone brightly, as if golden light was swirling within them, and immediately after, the phantom of the indomitable ape god descended with a thunderous roar. With the powerful enhancement of the martial spirit, Su Feng's strength surged instantly. At the same time, the seven-colored deer and the nine hell-swallowing sparrows circled around him like stars. Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. With a low shout from Su Feng, he gathered all his strength and pointed a finger. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and a tremendous pressure erupted from his fingertip, binding the surrounding space like a prison cage, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Boom, minus 51,730,000. Boom, the seemingly indestructible ice layer suffered a devastating blow in an instant, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web, and then the ice surface shattered with a loud crash, turning into countless small ice fragments that once again merged into the lake water. In the following days, Su Feng was in seclusion, carving talismans. Lin Aoshua's blood was just enough to create 50 talismans. After finishing all of them, he went to the Spirit Warrior Guild to buy some turtle shell powder and turtle blood, carving out over 100 divine turtle talismans. To Su Feng's surprise, 3 stacked divine turtle talismans could withstand a blow from his great wilderness prison Skyfinger. This meant that with more talismans stacked, he could potentially withstand attacks from the divine sovereign realm. However, after testing a few times, Su Feng found that the maximum number of talismans that could be stacked was 10, any more would lose their effectiveness. Nevertheless, a shield value of 2 billion from 10 talismans was already sufficient, and with his 80% damage immunity, he could retreat unscathed even when facing a divine sovereign expert. On the 5th day, as 2 dragon figures soared outside the courtyard, a pair of enormous dragon horns stood tall in Su Feng's bedroom. Staring at the dragon horns over 5 meters high, Su Feng was left speechless for a long time. Is this what dragon horns look like? They are incredibly large. So, how do you like my horns? The little dragon girl puffed out her chest, looking proud. Su Feng glanced at the dragon horns and then at her bamboo shoot-like chest, momentarily unsure of what she was referring to. After all, the answers to these 2 questions were worlds apart. After obtaining the dragon horns, Su Feng happily began to refine the divine dragon talismans. A pair of 5-meter-long dragon horns would last him for years, even if he worked day and night on talismans. On the 7th day, after receiving a message from Lin Aoshua, Su Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had found out who had been sent to kill him by bribing the ghost killing group. East Extreme City. Su Feng's gaze flickered as he looked eastward. It was almost exactly as he had guessed. It seemed he needed to make a trip to East Extreme City before the ranking matches began. At night, Su Feng finally arrived at East Extreme City. Returning to this familiar place, he first went to Tang's villa. Through the glass outside the door, Su Feng saw her busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Not wanting to disturb her, he left a stack of divine turtle and divine dragon talismans before immediately turning to leave. With these talismans, her safety during his absence was sufficiently protected. Just as Su Feng's figure vanished, Tanya reflexively looked out the window. However, there was not a single figure on the dark street. Could it be my imagination? East Extreme Academy. At this moment, Qin Chuan's father, Qin Shou, was anxiously pacing back and forth in the main hall. Beside him, 2 elderly men in Taoist robes were meditating with their eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Masters, when are we leaving? Qin Shou asked anxiously. Days ago, he had learned of the news that the leader of the ghost killing group had been slain, and he had been restless ever since. He knew that his hired killing would eventually be exposed, and when Su Feng came knocking, he would be no match for him. However, it wasn't long before 2 elders from the Heavenly Tao Academy approached him, saying they wanted to take him away. He had been overjoyed for several days, only to find out that these 2 had no intention of taking him away at all. Leave? Why leave? One person slightly opened his eyes, glancing at him with indifference, his voice cold and dismissive. Are you playing me? Qin Shou's anger surged instantly, his face turning ashen. Before he could finish speaking, another elder appeared before him like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed. Though both were at the Grandmaster level, these 2 were peak powerhouses, vastly superior to Qin Shou. The elder gently struck with his palm, as if wielding the force of thunder, landing heavily on Qin Shou's chest. Puff! Qin Shou's body shook violently, flying out like a kite with its string cut, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his collar. He crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his chest with both hands, his face filled with shock and unwillingness. If Qin Xuan were still alive, who would dare treat him this way? Shut up! Stay here obediently, we are also acting on orders, don't force us. One of the elders said coldly, a hint of threat in his tone. Don't forget, Qin Xuan is already dead. At that moment, another person added a cruel remark. "Chuaner, my Chuaner." As his words fell, Qin Shou recalled Qin Chuan, his face instantly filled with hatred. "As long as you two can help me eliminate Su Feng and avenge my Chuaner, I will cooperate fully, without any second thoughts." Witnessing Qin Shou's declaration, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the two. Just at this delicate moment, an anomaly appeared in the sky. Thunder rumbled, the two elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy changed color at the sound, quickly stepping out of the main hall to gaze at the chaotic sky. At that moment, a figure in black was walking on the moonlight above the hall, surrounded by swirling thunder, with eyes flashing golden light, exuding an extraordinary aura. "You are Su Feng?" The two elders, upon seeing that Su Feng was only at the master level, couldn't help but curl their lips into a sneer. It seemed the rumors were true. The reason he could destroy the ghost-killing group was entirely due to the 9 nether-devouring sparrow. Relying solely on his own strength, he would probably struggle against even an ordinary Grandmaster. "Let's go together." Last time he summoned the 9 nether-devouring sparrow, it must have consumed a lot of energy. He definitely can't summon it again. At this moment, the two exchanged glances, their figures flashing as they charged towards Su Feng. Seeking death. Su Feng instantly scanned the two's profiles. Shenhu 4-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, A-Class Half-Moon Curved Blade Level, LV 100 Spirit Power, 25 million. Zhongshan 4-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, A-Class Earth-Shattering Giant Bear Level, LV 100 Spirit Power, 30 million. Just right, I'll use you to test my skills. Looking at the two charging straight at him, Su Feng's lips curled slightly as he ignited 3 dragon talismans. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the 3 talismans instantly transformed into 3 dazzling beams of light, streaking across the sky like lightning. These 3 beams quickly took shape in the air, becoming 3 majestic golden dragons. The golden dragons were lifelike, their scales shimmering with a metallic luster, their whiskers flowing with the wind, and their eyes flashing with a regal light. They roared as they tore through the sky, carrying a destructive momentum, heading straight for the two at the Heavenly Tao Academy. Roar! The dragon's roar was deafening, as if it could tear through the air, creating an invisible pressure. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was violently stirred, forming powerful currents, making the entire scene extraordinarily spectacular, as if it would directly swallow the two. What kind of talisman is this, to have such power? Upon sensing the astonishing aura emanating from the dragon talismans, disbelief flickered in the eyes of the two. Immediately, they dared not show any slackness, each summoning their treasures, which shimmered with unusual colors, clearly of high grade, releasing waves of light in an attempt to resist the 3 roaring dragons. Boom! The divine dragon descended with the force of a mountain collapsing into the sea, its thunderous roar shaking the heavens and the earth. Each strike contained the power to tear apart the universe, directly impacting the two's extraordinary treasures. -29, 8 million, -30, 19 million. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, the brilliance of those treasures suddenly dimmed, and the terrifying force crushed the two into a pulp. "Ant-like juniors, you seek death." At this critical moment, a furious shout erupted from the horizon, its sound booming like thunder, trembling every inch of space, as if even the heavens were quaking, and all things lost their color. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling endlessly, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, resembling a doomsday scene that enveloped the entire world in oppression and fear. Just as this terrifying atmosphere reached its peak, a brilliant golden light split the sky, and a figure of immense authority, shining with golden light, slowly emerged from within. He stood upon the void, surrounded by a sacred and powerful aura, as if a deity descending from the heavens, overlooking all things in the world. The aura he emitted was unmistakably that of the divine sovereign realm. "The Heavenly Tao Academy is truly making a grand move to deal with me." Su Feng gazed at the dark shadow in the sky, his long staff pointing directly at the heavens, his expression resolute. "To meet a god and not bow, you have already chosen the path to death." As soon as his words fell, the sky changed abruptly, and a golden giant hand, shining with divine light, appeared out of thin air, stretching 50 meters long, its momentum overwhelming, directly crushing down towards Su Feng. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, a glint of determination flashed in Su Feng's eyes, and without hesitation, he activated 10 divine turtle talismans. In an instant, a deep black shield, as dark as night, erupted above his head, as if the heavens were inverted, protecting every inch of space around him. Shield strength, divine sovereign level, shield value, 999999990. With over 100 million shield value for protection, even an ordinary divine sovereign realm expert would find it hard to break through. Boom, -67. 63 million. The golden giant hand crashed down, and at the moment of collision with the black shield, the ground shook, and white smoke billowed, as if even the void was trembling. However, this attack, capable of changing the color of heaven and earth, merely left a few fine cracks on the indestructible shield before dissipating into nothingness. What a shocking attack, even more ferocious than my full-force Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Su Feng marveled inwardly, truly worthy of the divine sovereign realm. The one most shocked was undoubtedly the dark shadow in the sky. Seeing his attack blocked, he revealed a look of astonishment. After all, he was a divine sovereign, a proper divine sovereign. To the ants beneath the divine sovereign, he was like a god, capable of annihilating enemies with a mere thought. Yet at this moment, his attack was actually blocked by a mere master realm brat. This made his eyelids twitch, unable to believe what was happening before him. Now, it's my turn. Seeing this, Su Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, and the 10 divine dragon talismans in his hand suddenly converged, transforming into 10 dazzling golden dragons, roaring with earth-shattering might as they charged fiercely at the dark shadow. Such powerful momentum. The shadow felt the terrifying aura emanating from the golden dragons, his expression changing drastically, and he hurriedly summoned a treasure to defend himself. A black flag rapidly expanded in his hand, and in an instant, 8 pitch-black dragon serpents soared into the air, intertwining and battling with the golden dragons, the air resonating with the sounds of intense energy collisions. 8 serpent flag, the 9th core of the Heavenly Tao Academy, Chen Fay. A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Feng's eyes as he quickly recognized the identity of his opponent. In the clash between the two, although the 8 serpent flag displayed extraordinary power, after fending off 5 golden dragons, the remaining serpents began to collapse one by one, turning into nothingness. Puff! Chen Fay's body shook violently, flying out like a kite with a broken string, accompanied by a dull roar. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. After barely stabilizing himself, disbelief filled his eyes. He never expected to be injured by a young master. Chen Fay's expression darkened instantly, preparing to strike again, but at that moment, the sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolling like ink. Buzz! At this critical moment, with a booming sound, an ancient and rusted long sword sliced through the air, like a meteor falling from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming might, plunging into the ground. Its trajectory left a path of scorching magma, ruthlessly separating Su Feng and Chen Fay. Whoosh! A lithe figure in a black robe followed closely, leaping lightly and landing steadily beside the rusted sword, his eyes revealing undeniable coldness and authority, locking onto Chen Fay with a piercing gaze. Chen Long. Just 2 words, yet they thundered in Chen Fay's heart, his expression turning even uglier than before, fear evident on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly activated his movement technique, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he fled into the distance in panic. The gap between the divine sects was even more terrifying. As one of the 3 core members of the Heavenly Divine Academy, Chen Long was a freak, and Chen Fay didn't even have the courage to confront him. Stop! Did I let you go? At that moment, Chen Long's cold voice suddenly rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fay's body stiffened, not daring to move an inch. What do you want? He managed to squeeze out these words, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Cut off an arm, and you may leave, Chen Long stated, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if merely stating a fact. Chen Long, don't go too far. Chen Fay's anger surged at his words, his aura instantly condensing as if about to unleash a tremendous counterattack, but strangely, after a long pause, he showed no signs of making a move. Going too far? Humph. Then how should we account for the oppression of my junior brother by your Heavenly Tao Academy? Chen Long sneered, his gaze like a knife, piercing deep into Chen Fay's heart. Just as the atmosphere between the two reached a boiling point, as if about to explode, Su Feng's leisurely voice suddenly interjected, I think that 8 serpent flag is quite good. Upon hearing this, the corner of Chen Fay's eye twitched involuntarily, his expression turning extremely grim. Without further hesitation, he gritted his teeth and threw the 8 serpent flag fiercely. Here! After speaking, he flashed away, transforming into a shadow, quickly escaping from this place of trouble, leaving behind a hurried and disheveled figure. After obtaining the 8 serpent flag, Su Feng immediately presented it and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Please accept this trophy." Seeing this, Chen Long chuckled, "This item is of no use to me. Junior brother may take it. Then I shall not be polite." Su Feng licked his lips, his gaze sizing up the 8 serpent flag. This item was indeed extraordinary, engraved with 8 fierce serpents, exuding immense power, and its grade reached SS level. 8 serpent flag exotic treasure grade, SS spirit power value, 500000 ability. When used, accompanied by the roar of serpents, it can increase attack power by 5 times. Skill, 8 serpent soul devouring spell, a dark type skill that devours the enemy's soul power, causing 10 times damage. The struck target spirit will be weakened, and their power will decrease by 50%, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. The ranking competition is approaching. Junior brother, come back to the academy with me, Chen Long said. Morning, the day of the competition. In the solemn dojo of the inner courtyard, hundreds of disciples dressed in various attires stood in an orderly manner, quietly awaiting the upcoming drawing ceremony. On the high platform, the Grand Elder, dressed in a plain robe and holding an ancient dust brush, sat cross-legged with closed eyes, seemingly isolated from the world, yet subtly controlling the atmosphere of the entire venue. On either side of the Grand Elder, the two elders, Qingyi and Wang Xiu, sat apart. As time passed and the start time drew nearer, a hint of anxiety flickered in Qingyi's eyes. Her gaze swept over every corner of the crowd below, as if searching for something. However, as seconds ticked by, the figure she longed for remained absent. Elder Qingyi, it seems the disciple you hold in such high regard may not be coming, Wang Xiu remarked with a smirk, his words laced with provocation and smugness. Boom! At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from the sky. In the next instant, a figure clad in black, surrounded by blazing black flames, descended with the force of thunder, landing steadily in the center of the arena. It's Su Feng! As soon as Su Feng appeared, the crowd erupted in a stir. In recent days, Su Feng had been the center of attention. Even though he had only just entered the inner courtyard, his achievement of completing an S-level mission and his confrontation with the divine sect had made him a well-known figure. Wang Lin naturally spotted Su Feng as he approached, and a hint of panic involuntarily crossed his face as he tried to find a semblance of concealment in the bustling crowd. However, no matter how he hid, Su Feng stood right before him. So what? It's just good luck clinging to someone else's success, managing to take the lead, Wang Lin declared, trying to assert dominance. Clinging to success? Su Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What a ridiculous notion, hearing that a slacker could take the lead for the first time. At this moment, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and said, if you have the ability, let's have another match. This time, we'll rely on true skill and compare our rankings in the qualifying rounds. If you win, I'll give you 10 6th-tier experience pills. If I win, then you just need to fulfill the last bet. 10 6th-tier experience pills. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Wang Lin wanted to raise the stakes for another match. If he won, he could gain 2 additional bets. Even if he lost, he would only have to pay the previous wager. No matter how one looked at it, this deal was not a loss. Most importantly, 10 6th-tier experience pills were incredibly tempting. Even exchanging them at the contribution hall would require hundreds of thousands of contribution points, needing months of accumulation at the very least. I accept, Su Feng replied calmly. Humph, you'll regret it. Wang Lin's eyes glinted. He was confident that, with his 2-star Grandmaster cultivation, defeating Su Feng one-on-one would be more than enough. Alright, the drawing ceremony officially begins. Once everyone was present, the Grand Elder announced the start of the qualifying rounds. According to the rules, there would be a total of 10 arenas, and everyone would draw lots to determine their assigned arena. Next came the round-robin matches, where winning a match earned 2 points, losing deducted 1 point, and a draw earned 1 point. At the end of the matches, the top 5 in points from each arena would be promoted to black belt disciples, and the first place would directly advance to the finals. The champion would receive a complete Super S set and an SS star technique. The top 10 would be rewarded with a Super S level item and a Super S level star technique. I must have that black belt disciple title, Wang Lin's voice echoed from a distance. His eyes burned with fierce battle intent. He had prepared thoroughly for this fight and was determined to make a stunning impression on the arena. Soon, Su Feng completed his draw, receiving the 6th lot, indicating he would compete in arena number 6. Unfortunately, the Divine Prince and the little dragon girl were also placed in his group. Su Feng shook his head. It seemed he would have to deal with his own people again. However, the look in the Divine Prince's eyes when he glanced at Su Feng was filled with battle intent. He had long wanted to have a real match with Su Feng, and now it was finally happening. Wang Lin also opened the slip in his hand and, upon seeing it was number 9, couldn't help but snort coldly. Humph, consider yourself lucky. However, it was unfortunate that Yi Rou and Wang Lin were placed in the same group. Soon, the drawing was completed, and the Grand Elder spoke with a serious tone. Now, the competitions on each arena will officially begin. Su Feng was fortunate enough to be assigned to the first battle, the opening match. At this moment, he leaped onto the arena, his aura restrained, appearing harmless. Boom! Immediately after, a towering man, as massive as a mountain, descended with a thunderous crash. As his feet hit the ground, dust flew, and his imposing presence was astonishing. The man had a stern face, and the overwhelming pressure of a 2-star Grandmaster instantly enveloped the entire arena, causing hearts to race. Star ranking 55, surely. With this exclamation, the audience erupted in excitement. In the inner courtyard, those who could rank among the top 100 of the star ranking were all powerful figures, and although Shirley had not yet entered the black belt ranks, his reputation had long since spread far and wide, recognized as a formidable character. The first battle is against such a strong opponent, can Su Feng, with his master-level cultivation, be his match? The audience buzzed with discussion, most filled with doubt. It's tough, the gap is not trivial. Some even began to privately bet on how long Su Feng could last against Shirley. They had not witnessed Su Feng's ability to defeat 9 peak grandmasters with a single finger. Now, he was facing someone who had crossed an entire major realm, and no one believed he could be a match for Shirley. Su Feng's gaze flickered, and Shirley's profile appeared. Shirley, 2-star Grandmaster, Martial Spirit, A-Class Qianjun Hammer, Level, LV75, Spirit Power, 1,080,000, Su Feng thought to himself. 100,000 spirit power, the strength is quite decent. If it weren't for being placed in this devilish group, there would still be a good chance of advancing to black belt. Kid, I advise you to admit defeat directly, otherwise, if I make you cry later, we won't be responsible for helping you find your mother, Shirley said with a smirk, a hint of disdain in his eyes, his words dripping with arrogance. As soon as this was said, a wave of raucous laughter erupted from the audience. Facing Shirley's mockery, Su Feng remained indifferent. For him, there was no need to engage with such a character. Humph, arrogant. Seeing Su Feng's dismissive demeanor, Shirley's anger flared, and he suddenly leaped into action, like a furious beast, instantly summoning his A-Class Martial Spirit Qianjun Hammer. A giant hammer, 5 meters tall, crackling with lightning and exuding a terrifying aura, was firmly gripped in his hand. Buzz, at the same time, dazzling light burst forth from behind him, with 1 yellow and 2 purple, 3 brilliant star rings shining together, symbolizing his Grandmaster status. Boom! With a deafening roar, Shirley swung the Qianjun hammer, carrying the force of a landslide, and struck fiercely at Su Feng. Where the giant hammer passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of thunderous booms, shaking the entire space. However, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Su Feng stood firm like a rock, showing no signs of spirit power fluctuations around him, as if completely unaware of the impending attack. Have you seen Su Feng's martial spirit? I don't know, but I suppose it will be forced out soon? At this moment, the audience couldn't help but discuss. They were very curious about what grade of martial spirit Su Feng possessed, capable of sweeping through his peers to reach this point. Bang! Just as the Qianjun hammer approached with a world-destroying force, Su Feng slowly raised his hand. Yet at that moment, the entire venue seemed to have been pressed on pause, and everyone present held their breath, momentarily forgetting to breathe. They widened their eyes in astonishment, filled with disbelief. On the arena, Su Feng's slender figure stood with his hands behind his back, casually extending a finger towards the 5-meter-high giant hammer. At that moment, the giant hammer seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, abruptly frozen in mid-air, unable to advance even a fraction. This scene left everyone present in disbelief. How is this possible? Looking at his full-force strike being blocked by a mere finger, Shirley broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with incredulity. No matter how one looked at it, he was a 2-star Grandmaster. To effortlessly deflect his attack like that was something even a 4-star Grandmaster would find difficult to achieve. How could Su Feng be so strong? However, there was no time for him to ponder. At that moment, Su Feng gently exerted force with his finger, and in the next instant, Shirley's several hundred gene body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Wow! At that moment, an uproar erupted in the arena. No one expected that the first battle on Ring No. 6 would end in such a crushing manner. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Feng with eyes full of awe. This guy was truly terrifying. Having heard various rumors about him in the outer court, they had thought there might be some exaggeration. But now, witnessing it firsthand, they realized how formidable he was. What genius, what fighting beyond levels before him. It was all just a joke. Huff! At this moment, someone let out a long breath, deeply shaken by Su Feng. The pace on Ring No. 6 was swift. Next, the opponents of the little dragon girl and the divine prince quickly fell one after another. One was of divine bloodline, the other a daughter of the dragon clan. After awakening their divine powers, they had both rapidly reached the peak Grandmaster level, just a step away from becoming Grandmasters. After their second evolution, the divine prince's strength was no longer comparable, and fighting beyond levels posed no pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Su Feng, the divine prince, and the little dragon girl all stood at the top of Group 6 with perfect records. What remained was the battle among the three. Next match, Su Feng, Little Dragon Girl. At this moment, the elder in charge of Ring No. 6 announced the next battle. However, he quickly added, Little Dragon Girl forfeits, Su Feng wins. Next, Su Feng only needed to defeat the Divine Prince to secure a spot in the top 10. Next battle, Su Feng, Divine Prince. As the elder's voice fell, all eyes in the arena focused on Ring No. 6. In the previous battles, both Su Feng and the Divine Prince had performed admirably. The most exaggerated part was that both had defeated Grandmasters with their master-level skills, each a rare prodigy in a millennium. Many were filled with anticipation for their battle, curious about who would come out on top. For the Divine Prince, he had waited a long time for this moment. Although he had been slightly outscored by Su Feng on the day of the national exam, finishing second, he had not actually fought Su Feng to determine a winner. At this moment, he just wanted to have a good fight with Su Feng and understand the gap between them. You don't need to hold back. I will let you experience the power I gained after awakening my divine strength, the Divine Prince said earnestly. Su Feng nodded. He also wanted to feel just how far the Divine Prince had come after the second awakening of his martial spirit. Boom! As the Elder announced the start of the battle, the Divine Prince directly summoned his martial spirit. Behind him, a golden giant ape soared into the air, standing 50 meters tall, radiating a sacred aura. Oh my, it's the legendary SS-level martial spirit. At that moment, an uproar erupted in the arena. This was the first time the Divine Prince had used his martial spirit since returning to the academy. After his second evolution, his martial spirit had reached SS level, an SS level martial spirit. It hasn't appeared in the Great Xia for over 1,000 years, has it? That's right, the SS level martial spirit has always existed in legends. I never expected to see it with my own eyes. Upon seeing the SS level martial spirit of the God Prince, everyone immediately understood. After all, this was a legendary martial spirit, several tiers above the S level. It would be strange if he couldn't fight above his level. This Su Feng is dangerous. However, just as everyone was optimistic about the God Prince, a discordant voice came from the audience. At this moment, the little dragon girl shouted at the God Prince, "Little monkey, hurry down. Otherwise, if you lose to Brother Su later, you'll be embarrassed." Humph. In response, the God Prince snorted coldly and ignored her. Behind him, 2 black star rings appeared. The second one had even reached an astonishing 20,000 years. This was 20,000 years, equivalent to a 2-star divine sect, yet at this moment, it became the God Prince's star ring. Not bad. After silently waiting for the God Prince to use all his means, Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "God Prince 3-star Master Martial Spirit, SS level long-armed monkey? Level, LV60 Spirit Power, 1500000." Although the God Prince's cultivation was still at the Master Realm, at this moment, under the multiple enhancements of the Martial Spirit and Star Ring, his combat power had surpassed that of an ordinary 2-star Grandmaster. Whoosh! In an instant, a sound of breaking air rang out. The God Prince moved like lightning, his figure shooting forward, and in a moment, he was in front of Su Feng. Divine Monkey Fist, 3rd Realm. Accompanied by his deep and resolute voice, golden light flickered in the God Prince's eyes. The Divine Monkey Fist was his self-created fist technique, and now it had evolved to the 3rd Realm, its power far exceeding before. Boom! As he swung his fist with all his might, countless golden giant hands coalesced from the void, crashing down with a destructive force. Each punch shook the air, leaving behind imprints that lingered for a long time. What incredible strength! Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The power of the God Prince's punch was already infinitely close to that of a peak Grandmaster. Even he did not dare to underestimate it at this moment and directly summoned the indestructible Divine Ape. Boom! In the next moment, a 100-meter-tall giant ape rose from the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with the God Prince's long-armed monkey. In comparison, the God Prince's martial spirit looked like a child, even less than the thickness of the indestructible ape's thigh. What is going on? Why do I feel that Su Feng's martial spirit is even more powerful? Without comparison, one can't feel it, but now, in comparison, the monkey summoned by Su Feng is clearly stronger. What level is this guy's martial spirit? Has it surpassed SS? The audience was abuzz with discussion, various speculations arising. At this moment, both combatants were too focused to pay attention to the voices from the audience. The God Prince, like a madman, continued to throw punches, each one exerting his full strength, reaching the peak of his power. Su Feng's gaze flickered as he summoned the first star ring. In an instant, his defense skyrocketed to an astonishing 100,000 points, and with the enhancement of the 7-colored Deer Guardian field, the damage reduction effect soared to a shocking 80%. Under these circumstances, the God Prince could hardly break through his defense. Bang! The God Prince's full-force strike was like a storm, countless punch imprints densely and rapidly bombarding Su Feng. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a scorching white smoke, and wherever the eye could see, there was rolling smoke, completely obscuring Su Feng's figure, making it impossible to discern his condition. Just as everyone held their breath, speculating on the outcome, the thick white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. To everyone's shock, Su Feng was still standing firmly in place, his expression calm and composed, as if the fierce attack just now was merely a gentle breeze, not a speck of dust had touched him. Such an astonishing strike didn't break his defense? Incredible, what level has his physique reached? Has it really exceeded 50,000? That's just too exaggerated. Below the stage, a wave of astonishment erupted upon witnessing this. As expected, seeing this result, the Divine Marquis fell to his knees in despair. He had exerted all his strength, yet still couldn't shake Su Feng in the slightest. Su Feng could only respond with a helpless expression. There was nothing to be done, the Divine Marquis was already strong enough, but unfortunately, his damage immunity was too abnormal, almost approaching absolute immunity. Unless he broke through to the Divine Realm, it would be nearly impossible for him to inflict any injury on Su Feng. I have lost. The Divine Marquis shook his head. When even his full-force strike couldn't shake Su Feng's defense, he knew he was defeated. Continuing the fight was meaningless. In the final battle, the little dragon girl faces the Divine Marquis. At this moment, the elder in charge announced the next match. Due to the presence of 3 prodigies on the No. 6 stage, the battle efficiency was extremely high, while other stages were still only halfway through. Little monkey, do you need a break? The little dragon girl lightly tapped her bare feet, and droplets of water seemed to appear beneath her, her figure almost floating as she ascended to the stage. She curled her lips, her eyes sparkling with mockery and provocation. Humph, no need. The Divine Marquis leaped back onto the stage with a heavy thud. At this moment, he had emerged from the shadow of his battle with Su Feng. He summoned the long-armed monkey again and unleashed his strongest technique, Divine Monkey Fist. However, facing the Divine Marquis' storm-like onslaught, a crystal-clear water shield appeared before the little dragon girl, dissolving all the punches without leaving a trace. At this time, the little dragon girl moved lightly, retreating while fighting, effortlessly toying with the Divine Marquis' fierce attacks. Before long, the Divine Marquis was panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. He glared at the little dragon girl and shouted, "Dare you face me head-on?" Hearing this, the little dragon girl's lips curled into a playful smile as she lightly parted her red lips. Hee, sure. With that, she raised her delicate hand, her fingertips lightly tapping, and instantly, droplets of crystal-clear water condensed in the air, shining like stars, shooting towards the Divine Marquis. The Divine Marquis snorted coldly, disdainfully swinging his fist to meet them. Just a few water droplets. Do you think they can block my path? Watch me break them with one punch. However, just as his fist was about to touch the water droplets, they expanded at an astonishing speed, transforming into a curtain of water that instantly enveloped the Divine Marquis, lifting him into the air. Let me out! Gurgle! Let me out! The Divine Marquis shouted angrily while dog paddling in the water. Bang! The little dragon girl lightly tapped the water sphere, which instantly transformed into a surging flood, sweeping the Divine Marquis away like a raging river, unstoppable as it carried him towards the edge of the stage. The little dragon girl wins. The elder's voice rang out. So, little monkey, do you concede? The little dragon girl approached him, hands on her hips, a proud expression on her face. I concede your grandpa. The Divine Marquis replied, his face full of anger. You asked for it. Following this, the two began to playfully tussle off the stage. Rather than a tussle, it was more like a chase. The little dragon girl no longer held back, and the Divine Marquis was no match for her, only able to jump around as she pursued him. These little ones are truly astonishing. On the stage, the elder who had been meditating couldn't help but open his eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction. Now that the battles on the No. 6 stage had completely concluded, Su Feng went to the No. 9 stage where Yi Ro was to cheer for her. Coincidentally, it was Yi Ro's turn to fight at that moment. After kicking a 2-star Grandmaster flying, she secured her victory in this match. Yi Ro's record was 21 wins and 7 losses. If she won the last match, she would be promoted to black belt. Next match, Yi Ro vs Wang Lin. As the words fell, Wang Lin, standing nearby, wore a cold smile and leaped directly onto the stage. At this moment, he took out a blue curved blade from behind, exuding an astonishing aura. This curved blade was his Super S-Class treasure. Yi Ro, I will make you understand the price of betraying me, Wang Lin said coldly. At this time, Su Feng activated the Eye of Hell to probe the attributes of the two. Wang Lin 2-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, S-Class Nether Wolf level, LV 78 Spirit Power, 2 million. Yi Ro 2-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, S-Class Ice Rabbit level, LV 77 Spirit Power, 1.98 million. Although Yi Ro was slightly weaker, overall, their strengths were comparable. Wang Lin's aura. Something's not right, Su Feng frowned. For some reason, he always felt a strange aura emanating from Wang Lin. If you can't win later, admit defeat immediately, Su Feng shouted loudly to the stage. What's wrong? Are you already scared before the fight has even started? Wang Lin sneered. Humph, no matter what, I will defeat you with my own hands today, Yi Ro said, flipping her ponytail and drawing her long sword, ready to fight. Whoosh! Wang Lin struck first, his figure flashing like a ghost, appearing behind her, then with a strange slash, he aimed for her back. Sizzle, his speed was truly astonishing. Yiro completely missed his movement, and her back was slashed open, blood instantly soaking her clothes. Yi's sister! At that moment, the little dragon girl couldn't help but exclaim, "This Wang Lin is hiding his strength." Su Feng's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing the clue. Wang Lin must have practiced some secret technique to conceal his true combat power. This technique was similar to his own Cloak of the Weak, but it required spirit power to maintain. Humph! Wang Lin's expression turned cold, and his figure flickered again, transforming into a sharp gust of wind, his blade cutting through the air, ruthlessly striking Yiro's lower rib. With this blow, her clothes tore, flesh flew, and blood gushed. Sizzle! Before the crowd could recover from this shocking scene, Wang Lin's assault resumed, another slash accurately hitting Yiro's thigh. Thud! Accompanied by a heavy thud, she could no longer support herself, kneeling on one knee, barely holding herself up with her long sword. In her eyes, there was no sign of retreat, only a steadfast light flickering. "Yi's sister, please admit defeat." From below, the little dragon girl's voice was tinged with tears. She couldn't bear to witness this scene, urgently calling out. However, Yiro just gritted her teeth, sweat and blood mingling, swaying as she struggled to stand up. Everyone in her team was doing their best to uphold the team's dignity. No matter what, she would not admit defeat to Wang Lin. Excessive blood loss made her vision begin to blur, and her body felt like a candle in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. But at this life and death moment, she relied on her incredible willpower to shakily stand up again. Bang! At that moment, Wang Lin stepped forward with a cold smile, suddenly kicking her down like a giant rock crashing down. His eyes were sinister, and his tone carried a cruel delight. "Yiro, I want to see how long you can hold on." After saying this, he stomped heavily on the wound on Yiro's thigh, then twisted his foot, inflicting unspeakable torment. Crack! Each sound of bone breaking was accompanied by a gush of blood, dyeing her white clothes a glaring red. The intense pain surged like a tide. Yiro's forehead was covered in fine cold sweat, her face pale as paper, yet she still gritted her teeth, trying hard not to make a sound. Humph! While performing this cruel act, Wang Lin curled his lips into a cold smile, his sinister gaze provocatively looking at Su Feng below. At this moment, he still didn't realize how self-destructive his actions were. "Elder, please announce the results of the match." At this moment, the little dragon girl sought help from the elder steward. However, the elder steward merely shook his head. According to the rules, unless one verbally surrenders, the match cannot be stopped. Watching the scene on the stage, the God Marquis clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. "Enough! To hell with these damn rules." Su Feng's gaze flickered, and an immense aura erupted from him. Boom! He directly punched the competition platform, and in an instant, the platform, weighing millions of pounds, exploded, debris flying everywhere. Immediately after, he leaped into the air, his body suspended, one hand securely holding Yiro, who fainted completely upon seeing Su Feng. At this moment, Su Feng's other fist, carrying destructive power, shot towards Wang Lin with lightning speed. This speed was so extreme that even a grandmaster like Wang Lin could only catch a glimpse of a shadow, unable to react effectively. Bang! The next moment, Wang Lin's body was uncontrollably sent flying. With a loud crash, Wang Lin's body was like a kite with a broken string, violently thrown away by an irresistible force, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily in the distance. "Impudent! How dare you openly violate the rules of the arena? Kneel down and confess your crimes at once." At this moment, 6 of the 10 elder stewards, unable to contain their fury, unleashed their techniques, transforming into 6 streaks of light, carrying the terrifying fluctuations of 4-star Grandmaster level cultivation, rushing towards Su Feng. However, just as they were about to reach Su Feng, he swung his iron fist again, delivering a punch that seemed to tear the air apart. The 6 4-star Grandmaster elders were sent flying like marionettes with cut strings, spitting blood, their expressions horrified. At this moment, a brilliant golden light erupted behind Su Feng, dazzling and radiant, as the indomitable ape god rose from the ground, displaying its supreme majesty. The next moment, 2 star rings appeared simultaneously, with the golden 9 nether swallowing heaven sparrow's sacred beast star ring exuding an unsettling immortal aura, as if it could devour all things in heaven and earth. He coldly gazed at the group of elders, his voice dripping with chilling disdain. "What were you doing while Wang Lin cruelly tortured his fellow disciples? Ignoring the rules? All I see is you disregarding humanity. You are bold, disrespecting the elders and challenging the sect rules. I cannot let you go." At that moment, Wang Xiu's voice rang out. He surged forward, his eyes revealing a cold glint. Behind him, the peak Grandmaster's cultivation erupted, mixed with a hint of something strange. This aura was astonishingly similar to Wang Lin's. However, at that moment, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed, and he slowly spoke, "Stop." As his voice echoed, Wang Xiu had no choice but to halt his movement. Wang Lin's heavy-handedness against his fellow disciples will have consequences that he must bear. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. In fact, only he knew that the old dean had summoned Su Feng. Through some means, he had heard some rumors, coupled with the Divine Academy's assistance several times. Therefore, as long as Su Feng didn't go too far, he chose to turn a blind eye. Do you think I would be afraid of you? At that moment, Wang Lin rose from the ground, his disheveled long hair floating towards them in a strange and ethereal manner. A dark purple aura quietly spread around him, revealing an ominous and profound power. As this aura surged, Wang Lin's spiritual power surged like a raging torrent. Spiritual power, 2. 5 million. Spiritual power, 2. 8 million. Each pulse was accompanied by violent fluctuations of spiritual power in the world. Spiritual power, 3. 6 million. Until it climbed to 8 million, Wang Lin's aura finally stabilized. At this moment, the cultivation he unleashed was indeed that of a 4-star Grandmaster. Clearly, this was his true strength. I originally planned to hold back until the competition for the chief disciple, revealing all my power then. Wang Lin twisted his neck, producing a series of chilling cracks, his eyes flashing with a scorching white light that seemed almost tangible, a cold smile etched on his bloodshot face. But now, I will make you understand the cost of angering me. Whoosh! Before his words fell, Wang Lin's figure transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly slicing through the air with unparalleled might, charging straight at Su Feng. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Buzz, a low, urgent hum resonated in the air as Wang Lin swung the long knife in his hand like the Grim Reaper's scythe, striking out with lightning speed, aimed directly at Su Feng. Dark purple light surged from the blade, carrying the aura of destruction, as if it intended to cleave through all obstacles into nothingness. Boom! Facing this fierce strike, Su Feng remained unfazed. He lightly waved the 8 flood dragon flags in his hand, and this SS Grey treasure erupted with earth-shattering pressure, enveloping the entire space in a sense of oppression and tremor. On the flags, 8 illusory flood dragons writhed and roared, their forms merging with the banners, releasing world-destroying power. Roar! With a deafening dragon's roar, the 8 flood dragon flags, imbued with immense dragon power, crashed against Wang Lin's long knife like a colossal wave. The collision of the two forces triggered a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves that instantly tore the battlefield apart, creating a massive pit, with dust and debris filling the air. Wang Lin was violently thrown back, clearly unable to withstand this terrifying impact. He staggered a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, his expression was grim, his skin cracked in multiple places, blood oozing profusely, a sight that was shocking to behold. I'll let you have one move first, then come. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, suddenly standing up, gripping the long knife tightly once more, a more violent aura surging from within him. Netherworld slash! He roared, and the illusory figure of the Netherworld wolf martial spirit suddenly appeared behind him, merging with him, granting him even greater power. Then, he swung his knife in a slash, and it seemed as if the air was split open by a dark purple rift, a crescent moon formed from Netherworld power materializing in the sky, sweeping towards Su Feng with destructive force. At this moment, he had activated his 3rd star ring, delivering his strongest strike. Facing the dark purple crescent moon that was slashing towards him, Su Feng's expression remained calm. He then swung the 8 flood dragon flags with great force, and on the flags, the 8 illusory flood dragons roared as they converged into an unstoppable torrent, meeting the dark moon head-on. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted in the air, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. The dark moon, struck with all of Wang Lin's might, shattered like fragile glass under the impact of the 8 flood dragon flags, breaking into countless tiny fragments that scattered everywhere. This scene left everyone present in shock, staring in disbelief at Su Feng's composed figure. He easily shattered even a full-force strike from a 4-star Grandmaster. Just how strong is he? Whoosh! Su Feng's figure flickered, instantly leaping above Wang Lin's head, and then, with immense force, a punch like thunder struck Wang Lin's chest. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, Wang Lin's body was sent flying like a cannonball, his Super S-grade armor instantly shattering, the crisp sound of several ribs breaking mingling in the air, blood splattering, a horrifying sight. Thud! Wang Lin crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, shaking the entire arena. He struggled to stand, his face twisted, his gaze as venomous as a snake, fixated on Su Feng, his heart filled with immense shock. He had never anticipated that Su Feng's strength would be so terrifying. Even when he used his true cultivation, he was no match. Your strength indeed exceeds my imagination, but defeating me is still impossible. Boom! Wang Lin's figure surged, an astonishing wave of energy erupting from within him. The purple phantom of a venomous snake flickered in his eyes, and streams of chilling purple energy surged around him, enveloping him in a bizarre atmosphere. At the same time, his cultivation rapidly ascended once more before the eyes of the crowd, reaching the peak of a Grandmaster in an instant. I see, he has cultivated some secret method that can temporarily enhance his cultivation. At that moment, a gasp arose from the audience. His true cultivation should still be a 3-star Grandmaster, but this secret method allows him to elevate his strength by 2 minor realms. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized, never expecting that Wang Lin had actually practiced such a technique. Now that he could forcibly wield the power of a Grandmaster, who among the top could still be his opponent? But the problem is, this kind of secret technique is only in the core hall. How did he come into contact with it? Could it be? At this moment, the crowd had a vague suspicion. Feeling Wang Lin's aura continuously rising, Su Feng stood proudly, his expression still indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Now, I will let you know the gap between us. After stepping into the peak of a Grandmaster, Wang Lin was enveloped in a brilliant purple aura. He surged forward, a fist carrying the power of destruction, heading straight for Su Feng. At this moment, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth, confident that Su Feng would absolutely be unable to withstand this punch. Bang! However, just as his fist was about to touch Su Feng, a more powerful force suddenly erupted, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, tracing a breathtaking parabolic arc. Su Feng's figure appeared before Wang Lin like a ghost, his fist carrying the might of thunder, striking accurately at Wang Lin's face, accompanied by the heart-wrenching sound of bones shattering. Wang Lin's entire face twisted and deformed under this terrifying power, a sight too gruesome to behold. Su Feng's speed was simply too fast. In just a few breaths, he had left dozens of heavy punches on Wang Lin, each strike landing precisely on vital points, shattering his bones one by one, the speed and strength so overwhelming that it left everyone dumbfounded. Moreover, Su Feng skillfully controlled the force of each punch, ensuring that he didn't kill him with a single blow, yet continued to strike, forcing Wang Lin to emit cries of pain. At this moment, everyone present was stunned by the battle. Toying with him, this word flashed in their minds. No one expected that, facing Wang Lin, who had reached the peak of a Grandmaster, Su Feng could still toy with him so easily. The most exaggerated part was that throughout this entire process, Su Feng had been holding Yi Ro with one hand, meaning he was fighting with one hand the whole time. Puff! With a dull thud, Wang Lin was completely sent flying by Su Feng's final fierce punch, his body sliding across the ground, leaving a long trail of white smoke, utterly disheveled. Struggling to stand, Wang Lin's eyes were a mix of fear and anger. You forced me to do this. Wang Lin surged upward, shooting into the sky, surrounded by swirling purple energy, which finally coalesced into a heart-stopping vortex at his chest. At this moment, his aura had far surpassed that of a peak Grandmaster, even approaching the threshold of a half-step divine sect. What kind of star technique is this? As they noticed Wang Lin unleashing his star technique with all his might, gasps erupted in the arena, everyone shocked by the power Wang Lin was displaying. The level of this star technique had even surpassed his own star ring technique. Such a level of star technique was almost impossible to learn in the inner courtyard. As he unleashed it, a destructive aura filled his entire being. SS-level star technique, demon-piercing cannon. Wang Lin shouted, and a dark purple wave of light sliced through the sky, accompanied by a roar that tore through the air, rushing straight towards Su Feng. The power contained within this wave was enough to make everyone present feel their hearts race. Isn't this the signature move of the second disciple of the core hall, Chen Wuxuan, the demon-piercing cannon? At that moment, a stir erupted among the crowd. When did Wang Lin learn Chen Wuxuan's ultimate technique? Of course, as a core disciple, Chen Wuxuan practiced more than one SS-level star technique. In fact, the demon-piercing cannon was merely the most ordinary among them. Yet even so, it was still enough to sweep through the inner courtyard. Su Feng locked his cold gaze onto the rushing purple wave, and just as it was about to reach him, he decisively activated the 8 Flood Dragons banner, shouting, 8 Flood Dragons soul-devouring spell. In an instant, 8 pitch-black Flood Dragons seemed to break free from the abyss, soaring into the sky. They opened their massive mouths and, at the moment the demon-piercing cannon struck, completely devoured the wave of light that contained destructive power, leaving no trace behind, as if that terrifying attack had never existed. Seeing this scene, the corners of Wang Lin's eyes twitched violently, his face filled with disbelief. He could hardly imagine that the SS-level star technique he had exerted with all his might could be so easily neutralized. Boom! At that moment, the 8 Flood Dragons roared as they crashed into Wang Lin, directly hitting his soul. In that instant, Wang Lin felt his spirit weaken, and the scene before him became blurry. Thud! Wang Lin's body lost its balance and fell helplessly towards the ground. However, just as he was about to touch the ground, Su Feng's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, kicking out with such force that it sent Wang Lin flying into the air, tumbling like a kite with its string cut. Immediately after, a series of dense attacks poured down like a torrential storm, each strike precise and lethal, landing on Wang Lin's body. His face twisted in pain, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes widened, filled with despair and unwillingness. Every time he tried to plead for mercy, Su Feng would strike him in the face with lightning speed, preventing him from even uttering a cry for help. Thus, in endless pain and humiliation, Wang Lin was bombarded by Su Feng with hundreds of punches. His body was already a bloody mess, almost unrecognizable, and he could only helplessly endure it all until he finally lost consciousness. This scene made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. This Su Feng was simply a devil. Stop! At that moment, a voice of authority echoed through the heavens and earth, carrying an undeniable tone. Everyone was drawn to this voice and looked up. They saw a figure in flowing white robes gracefully stepping through the air, exuding elegance, with a handsome face, holding a delicate folding fan, resembling a scholar who couldn't harm a chicken. It's senior brother Chen Wuxuang. But as they recognized his true form, gasps erupted among the crowd. The man before them was indeed the second disciple of the core hall, Chen Wuxuang. Seeing Chen Wuxuang stand up for Wang Lin, all doubts vanished in an instant. Boom! Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Su Feng suddenly exerted force, sending Wang Lin, who was already at the limit of his endurance, flying dozens of meters away, blood tracing a shocking arc in the air. After all, they were in the academy. He couldn't really kill Wang Lin. Moreover, given Wang Lin's current condition with his bones shattered, living would be worse than dying. As a core disciple, why aren't you honestly staying at the Heavenly God Academy? What brings you to my inner courtyard? Su Feng turned around, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chen Wuxuang, coldly asking him. Chen Wuxuang smiled slightly, lightly shaking his folding fan, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Wang Lin is a key member of my Wuxuang alliance. You have injured him due to personal grievances, and as the leader, I naturally cannot stand by. At his words, an uproar erupted in the crowd. Only then did everyone realize that Wang Lin had already joined Chen Wuxuang and become a backbone of the Wuxuang alliance. This meant that Su Feng injuring Wang Lin had escalated into a struggle for power. Su Feng frowned. He knew that disciples from the core hall almost always formed factions within the academy, operating according to the sex model, gathering inner disciples to collect resources and wealth. By joining their factions, these inner disciples would not only receive protection but also gain access to superior star techniques and rare treasures, quickly elevating their ranks in the inner court, a win-win situation. For example, the War God Alliance created by Zhao Tianchen, the top disciple of the core hall, even had two key members who were core disciples. And Chen Wuxuang's Wuxuang Alliance was the second largest force in the inner court. Even among the chief disciples, he had his trusted aides. How about this? You join my Wuxuang Alliance, and this matter will be considered settled. How does that sound? At this moment, Chen Wuxuang said slowly, hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and cold, seemingly calm on the surface, yet subtly enveloped in immense pressure. As he spoke, everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. Recruitment. Clearly, Chen Wuxuang had set up such a grand scheme to recruit Su Feng. Su Feng frowned as well. It seemed he had been drawn into the struggle among core disciples due to his closer ties with some of them. In fact, he was not interested in these power struggles. But now that Chen Wuxuang had come to confront him, not retaliating was not in his character. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining someone else's faction, Su Feng decisively refused. At this, the onlookers were all astonished. They had not expected Su Feng to reject so outrightly. In their view, even if the second-ranked Wuxuang alliance was not enough to attract Su Feng, he should at least consider Chen Wuxuang's face. After all, he was a genuine 4-star divine sect powerhouse, and his wrath was not something mere inner court disciples could bear. At this moment, Su Feng changed his tone. However, I plan to establish my own faction. Why don't you disband your Wuxuang alliance and join mine? Insanity. At this, the crowd erupted in shock, everyone thinking Su Feng had gone mad. Chen Wuxuang's usually calm and steady face now showed a rare, barely concealed anger. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, everyone waiting for the storm that might erupt next. However, at that moment, Chen Wuxuang not only did not get angry but instead laughed heartily. Good one, Su Feng, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Chen Wuxuang said with a smile, establishing a faction in this inner court is not an easy task. Otherwise, why do you think there are only 3 major powers in the entire inner court? Well, soon there will be a 4th. Su Feng replied calmly. Chen Wuxuang snorted coldly. Su Feng's attitude was clear, and he was not prepared to linger any longer. But just then, Su Feng called out to him. Hey, since Wang Lin is your man, shouldn't you pay his bet? Hearing Su Feng's words, the corner of Chen Wuxuang's eye twitched involuntarily. This guy really doesn't take his status as a core disciple seriously? Considering you are a core disciple, I'll give you some face and waive the rest. but you must pay the stakes for the Super S-grade rare treasure and the 6th tier experience pill, right? Otherwise, others might think the Wuxuan Alliance is just blowing hot air, and that would negatively impact the faction's image. Chen Wuxuan let out a cold snort upon hearing this, casually pulling out an Ultra S-level Thunder Sword and 10 6th tier experience pills, then immediately leaping away. At this moment, he didn't want to waste another second entangled with the rogue Su Feng. With the Thunder Sword in hand, the Ultra S treasure was of no use to Su Feng anymore, so he left it for Yi Rou, which would just enhance the team's strength. As for the 6th tier experience pills, Su Feng planned to use them after breaking through to the Grandmaster level. With this farce coming to an end, everyone in the finals had lost their desire to fight. After discussions among the other 9 arenas, they unanimously decided to nominate Su Feng as the top contender. This guy was simply too ruthless. They all worried that offending him would lead to the same fate as Wang Lin. Thus, Su Feng smoothly obtained a full set of Ultra S level gear and a reward of his choice from SS level star techniques. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke. 3 days from now, the Academy will open the Flame Valley Trial, where all Black Belt disciples and the top 10 disciples from the last session will participate to compete for 10 spots in the Ancient God Battlefield. Battlefield spots. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes flashed. He was determined to secure a spot. The Flame Valley was not only a place of trials but also home to countless powerful star beasts and various opportunities. His original plan was to find a star beast in the Flame Valley to serve as his 3rd star ring to break through to Grandmaster. As long as he advanced to Grandmaster, he could also fight against cultivators of the Divine Sect. There are still 3 days left. Su Feng thought to himself, preparing to use this time to head to the Celestial Academy to select an Ultra S-level set in star techniques. Celestial Academy. In a certain magma area, an aura comparable to that of the Divine Sect erupted, instantly turning everything around it to ashes. At this time, in the Grand Hall of the Celestial Academy, report to the Dean, Lord Yin Jun has emerged from seclusion. Upon hearing this, the Dean of the Celestial Academy's eyes flashed. Hide him for now. When the Ancient God Battlefield opens, let him emerge as a trump card. Celestial Academy, Equipment Vault. In front of Su Feng, dozens of Ultra S-level sets were displayed on the cabinet. In the end, Su Feng chose a set with universal skills. Taishan set level, 6th tier Ultra S-level parts, Taishan gauntlets, Taishan armor, Taishan leggings, Taishan flying boots set attributes, strength plus 15,000, constitution plus 15,000, agility plus 5,000 set skill. Taishan Everlasting increases all attributes by 20%. Spirit Power plus 350000 in the Scripture Pavilion. Su Feng selected a combat type star technique. Dream Concealment Technique star technique grade, SS skill, body concealed in darkness, simultaneously creating a clone that gains 50% of the user's attributes, capable of coordinated attacks, duration, 20 minutes, cooldown time, 30 minutes. At this moment, Su Feng opened his panel. He had already reached the peak of the master level, just a step away from Grandmaster by merging the 3rd star ring. Su Feng, 3-star master, martial spirit, indestructible monkey god of the great sage level, LV 60, experience, 0/600000, star rings, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, million year 9 nether devouring bird, 1st star ring martial symbol, Ultra SS level 9 heavens divine thunder symbol, Ultra S level divine might symbol, moonlight. 2nd star ring martial symbol, Ultra S level symbol, Hell's Gate, gathering thunder symbol, ancestral symbol, semi-divine artifact, fan, Tian seal, strength, 5,000 constitution, 3,000 agility, 2,000, exotic treasure, SS level 8 serpent flag, star techniques, S level purple extreme demon vine, S level dark night approaches, S level hell's eye, Ultra S level shrink the earth to an inch, SS dream concealment technique, equipment, S level Taishan set, a level silver moon guardian, S level hell summon, Ultra S level Heavenly Fire Ring, strength, 90,000 amplified strength, 162,000, constitution, 50,000 amplified, constitution, 10,000, agility, 25,000 amplified agility, 17,500, damage amplification, 10 times, spirit power value, 195,000 amplified spirit power value, 189,500. Time passed, and the day of the opening of the Flame Valley drew nearer. On this day, an unexpected guest arrived at Su Feng's residence. "You are Su Feng? Senior brother Han asked me to deliver a message." "What is it?" Su Feng, with his eyes closed in meditation, showed no intention of coming out to meet him. Seeing Su Feng's arrogance, the messenger's expression turned somewhat cold. However, knowing Su Feng's ferocity, he did not want to provoke him and could only shout from outside, "Senior brother Han has issued a challenge to you. As long as you dare to show up at tomorrow's Flame Valley trial, he will personally cripple you to restore the honor of the Wuxuan Alliance." Su Feng did not respond. Another Wuxuan Alliance, It seemed this alliance was definitely not going to regain its face. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing Su Feng remain silent, the messenger couldn't help but sneer, thinking he was intimidated by Han Qingho's reputation. Go back and tell him to bring a coffin before entering the Flame Valley. I will personally take him down. Humph, you speak arrogantly. Do you know who senior brother Han is? He has been the first in the inner court for 3 consecutive sessions, has already condensed his divine personality, and is a powerful figure with 1 foot in the divine sect realm. He is not someone a mere master like you can compare to. However, Su Feng no longer paid him any attention, which infuriated the messenger. He decided that after returning, he would definitely embellish the story in front of Han Qingho, making sure that Han Qingho would thoroughly crush Su Feng. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Flame Valley's opening arrived. Su Feng arrived early among the crowd, waiting for the teleportation array to activate. At this moment, 10 beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, like meteors streaking across the sky, causing an uproar among the crowd. The top 10 leaders have arrived. Someone in the crowd shouted. Su Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw 10 agile figures descending like lightning to the center of the square, their momentum overwhelming. Among them, the figure in red was particularly eye-catching, carrying a massive black broadsword on his back, his hands casually hanging behind him, and a dark purple glimmer occasionally flashing in his deep eyes, instilling awe. Han Qingho. Su Feng's gaze sharpened as he recognized his identity. It was clear he had also practiced Chen Wushuang's secret techniques. Humph! A disdainful snort escaped Han Qingho's nose as he passed by Su Feng, his gaze carrying an unspoken provocation. The tense atmosphere between the two was evidently not lost on the onlookers. At this moment, among the top 10 leaders, a long-legged girl dressed in a tight black leather outfit and carrying a sharp scythe walked towards Su Feng. She presented herself with a clean and neat medium-short haircut, her figure and appearance both exceptional. When she stood before Su Feng, she reminded him in a tone that brooked no argument, "For Lin Aoshua's sake, let me kindly remind you, do not provoke Han Qingho." Su Feng recognized her, ranked 6th among the top 10 disciples, by Ying. Her tone was filled with seriousness, clearly aware of how terrifying Han Qingho could be. However, Su Feng still appeared indifferent. "Then thank you for your kind advice. For Lin Aoshua's sake, I'll let you take 2nd place." Bai Ying was utterly speechless. This man, would he die if he didn't act tough? Bai Ying felt he was beyond saving and decided to ignore him. After all, for Lin Aoshua's sake, she had already warned him, if he insisted on courting death by provoking Han Qingho, there was nothing she could do. Just then, 3 elders arrived together, activating the teleportation array of the Flame Valley. The light blazed, and the space trembled violently. Whoosh, the top 10 disciples took the lead, entering the teleportation array one after another. Su Feng followed suit, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in the scorching heart of the Flame Valley. Roar! As soon as he stepped into the valley filled with swirling flames, a ferocious fire cloud monkey, cloaked in flames, suddenly lunged at Su Feng. Fire Cloud Monkey level, LV 91 8000 years health points, 5000000 spirit points, 5000000 with 5 million health points. Even a peak Grandmaster would find it challenging. However, Su Feng didn't even glance at it, directly swinging the 8 dragon flags to strike the Fire Cloud Monkey. The 8 dragon flags, imbued with black flames, instantly engulfed the Fire Cloud Monkey. Minus 726,000 with a single blow. The Fire Cloud Monkey was instantly killed. The rules for competing for the top 10 disciples were different from any previous contests. Once inside the Flame Valley, the ranking was based on the duration of survival. The last 10 remaining would become the top 10 disciples. Moreover, each person had a positioning radar to locate other disciples. This meant that the entire trial was aimed at eliminating others and surviving until the end. Su Feng moved forward in the Flame Valley, searching for a suitable star beast to serve as the 3rd star ring. During this time, any disciples who encountered him quickly left. After all, the inner disciples had witnessed Su Feng's strength and were unwilling to provoke this formidable figure. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, Su Feng had been there for 10 days. During this time, he had indeed slain many powerful star beasts, but none were satisfactory enough to make Su Feng feel content. Just as he continued his search, a dazzling firelight suddenly erupted from the depths of the valley, shooting up into the sky as if igniting the heavens. "Look, the ancient site of the academy has appeared." Excited shouts echoed through the valley, startling the surroundings. At the same time, the top 10 disciples were also alerted and flew over on their swords. Meanwhile, other black belt disciples, after assessing their own strength, chose to stay away from this place of trouble. Ancient site. Su Feng's gaze flickered. The Flame Valley was originally the ancestral land of the academy, where ancestral inheritances would manifest every so often. Whenever the ancestral land appeared, it would attract the strongest among the inner disciples to compete for it. Whoosh! In the ancestral land of the Flame Valley, several figures appeared simultaneously. After their arrival, they began to investigate the situation of the ancestral land. At that moment, a figure in red suddenly descended, causing a stir in the area. Han Qingho. With Han Qingho's appearance, everyone present felt a surge of apprehension, their expressions changing dramatically. The top 10 disciples had seen changes every year. Only the first position remained unchanged, firmly held by Han Qingho, not for any other reason, but because he had already condensed his divine personality, and with just the accumulation of mental power, he could directly step into the realm of the divine sect. This is in stark contrast to Lin Jin, the head of the Lin family. Lin Jin possesses psychic power but has not attained divinity. Therefore, when it comes to comparison, Han Qingho, who possesses divinity, is even more terrifying than Lin Jin. Moreover, he has also cultivated the secret technique given to him by Qin Wuxuang to enhance his cultivation, which means that after his cultivation is elevated, he will be even closer to the realm of the divine sect. Thus, at this moment, seeing Han Qingho appear, everyone present retreated in fear. Even the other top 10 disciples dared not provoke him. Han Qingho's gaze was as cold as frost, ignoring everyone else. He stepped directly into the ancestral land to begin the inheritance assessment. Soon after, Su Feng also arrived at the ancestral land. Before him lay a vast and boundless magma abyss, resembling a purgatory of nature, exuding a heart-pounding high temperature. In this sea of fire, dozens of figures were currently summoning their martial spirits and brilliant star rings, surrounded by various treasures, desperately resisting the terrifying heat that seemed capable of melting everything, slowly advancing forward. The magma abyss here was wide enough to be 10 zhang across, and with every step forward, the temperature would double. Between each zhang, there was a lotus platform with dew on it, allowing those who sat upon it to recover their state. The vast majority of disciples lingered around 3 zhang, while only a few top disciples had already crossed 5 zhang. However, at this moment, they could only rest briefly on the lotus platforms before attempting to break through to the next distance. Among these figures, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly Han Qingho, who stood alone on the 7th zhang's lotus platform. Bang! Above the lava, someone could not withstand the fiery aura and was instantly engulfed. In the next moment, his protective treasure shattered, and he was sent flying back to the starting point. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The shattering of his protective treasure meant he could no longer set foot in this ancestral land. However, he was even more pained by the loss of his treasure, as the cost of an Ultra S-grade treasure was not small, and now he had gained nothing but lost a treasure. With this lesson learned, some disciples realized they had reached their limit and immediately chose to retreat, while the remaining ones became more cautious. Just then, the disciples who had returned to the starting point for a brief rest noticed Su Feng's arrival, and everyone's gaze converged on him. At this moment, they were all very curious about how far Su Feng could go. Looking at the terrifying temperature emanating from the magma ahead, Su Feng calmly stepped forward. In an instant, a wave of flames, powerful enough to rival a full-force strike from a 3-star Grandmaster, surged toward him, attempting to engulf him. However, to everyone's shock, this flame, capable of melting steel, vanished without a trace the moment it touched Su Feng's skin, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier, leaving no mark behind. Is he resisting the flames with his body? Seeing this scene, the onlookers were stunned. Su Feng not only did not use his martial spirit in Star Ring, but he didn't even summon any treasures, relying solely on his physical strength to block the power of the flames. Whoosh! Just as everyone was immersed in shock, Su Feng's figure transformed into a streak of light, directly strolling through the magma. In an instant, he had crossed 6 lotus platforms, keeping pace with Han Qingho. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the crowd, and Bai Yingying, who was still on the 5th lotus platform, also covered her mouth in surprise. She did not expect Su Feng's strength to be so formidable, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Han Qingho, even seemingly matching his pace. Han Qingho, seeing Su Feng beside him, also revealed a cold expression in his eyes. He had absolute arrogance and naturally could not accept a mere ant at the master level standing on equal footing with him. At this moment, Han Qingho moved again, stepping toward the 8th lotus platform. "Look!" the crowd exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, Han Qingho's aura swept through like a storm, and the molten lava beneath his feet seemed to respond to his call, churning violently, filled with rage. Immediately, a blazing fire dragon soared from the depths of the molten abyss, carrying a power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, charging straight at Han Qingho. This aura was already infinitely close to the realm of the divine ancestor. Boom! Han Qingho unleashed all his strength, and the phantom of a purple venomous snake appeared in his eyes. At that moment, his aura was on par with the divine ancestor. Facing the ferocious fire dragon, Han Qingho threw a punch, the wind from his fist sharp and unstoppable. Under this strike, the fire dragon instantly collapsed, transforming into a rain of fire that rejoined the boiling molten lava. It was not over. A terrifying aura erupted from within Han Qingho as he stepped onto the 8th Lotus platform and continued forward. This time, 2 fire dragons appeared before him, engaging him in battle. Moments later, after expending a great deal of energy, Han Qingho finally brought down the 2 fire dragons. The 9th stage. At this moment, everyone present showed expressions of astonishment. Han Qingho's strength has actually reached such a level. The crowd was filled with shock, even Bai Yingying's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Before coming here, Lin Aoshue had sought her out, hoping she could look after Su Feng during the trial. But now, seeing Han Qingho's strength, a complex expression appeared in her eyes. With such a powerful presence, would she and Su Feng even be his match? Bai Yingying shook her head. She could see no hope at this moment. As Han Qingho stepped onto the 9th Lotus platform, the stone door ahead reacted. With a violent tremor, accompanied by a deafening sound, a dazzling flame burst forth like a dragon soaring into the sky, slowly descending upon him. At this moment, Han Qingho was enveloped in flames, and a tremendous aura erupted from his body, soaring into the clouds. He actually obtained a legacy from the ancestral land. Seeing this, envy appeared in the eyes of the crowd. But they knew well the difficulty of reaching the 9th stage. Even with the temptation of a legacy, they could only awkwardly give up at this moment. At this moment, Su Feng moved. He slowly stepped forward, directly bypassing the 8th and 9th Lotus platforms, striding towards the shore. Boom! In the next moment, it was as if a giant beast awakened from the abyss, the lava rolling and shaking incessantly. Boom! In an instant, 9 enormous fire dragons soared into the sky, their bodies seemingly ablaze with destructive fire, releasing a terrifying heat capable of melting gold and stone, rushing violently towards Su Feng. The aura emitted by these 9 fire dragons had all reached the half-step divine ancestor level, seeking death. Seeing Su Feng dare to be so arrogant, Han Qingho couldn't help but snort coldly, as if looking at a dead man. Even he wouldn't dare to pass 3 Lotus platforms in a row. In his view, Su Feng's actions were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Boom! Facing the dire situation of 9 dragons attacking simultaneously, Su Feng remained calm and composed. He flicked his fingers, and 10 mysterious glowing turtle talismans instantly flew out, intertwining and merging in the air, transforming into 10 majestic turtle shell shields that tightly protected Su Feng within. The fire dragons roared, carrying destructive power as they struck the shields, instantly triggering a series of explosions, firelight splattering, and white smoke billowing, obscuring the sky. After a considerable amount of time, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd was astonished to find that Su Feng, who had been at the center of the explosion, was completely unharmed, while the shield in front of him had been completely shattered. Meanwhile, the 9 fire dragons had all plummeted into the molten rock below. He blocked it? The onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that Su Feng was about to cross the final stage and reach the other shore? Just as they were thinking this, the molten lava beneath Su Feng's feet began to boil again. However, just in that moment of shock and speculation, the magma beneath Su Feng's feet surged and boiled again, as if awakened by some mysterious force. Immediately, 9 fire dragons reformed and coalesced in the magma, merging into a gigantic fire dragon. This massive fire dragon was even more ferocious than before, erupting with an astonishing momentum. Looks like I need to get serious. Su Feng squinted at the roaring fire dragon. At this moment, the 9 fire dragons combined into one, their momentum even more impressive, with flames erupting that seemed almost tangible. Yet, instead of retreating, Su Feng stepped forward. At the same time, a flame talisman rose and hovered beside him, the flame-devouring talisman. With the appearance of the flame-devouring talisman, the gigantic fire dragon showed a look of terror, as if it were a mouse seeing a cat. In the next moment, it panicked and dove into the magma below. Splash! The enormous fire dragon instantly plunged into the magma, leaving Han Qingho and the other chief disciples watching nearby in a daze. They couldn't comprehend why the once arrogant fire dragon had suddenly cowered. However, no one expected Su Feng's reaction after the fire dragon fled. At this moment, he directly commanded the flame-devouring talisman, "Go! Devour it!" In the next moment, the flame-devouring talisman swiftly dove into the magma. Boom! Before long, the magma below began to tremble violently, a terrifying momentum erupting forth. At the same time, the entire magma abyss underwent a dramatic change, with countless fire pillars shooting up into the sky. In an instant, the abyss transformed into a purgatory, surrounded by terrifying lava that could collapse at any moment. Not good. Seeing this scene, the inner courtyard's powerful figures all changed their expressions, quickly fleeing the area. Even Han Qingho, who had already obtained an opportunity and was in the process of refining it, had to abandon this opportunity that he had not fully absorbed and leave. At this moment, only Su Feng remained standing in the air above the magma abyss. Around him, the surging magma flowed violently, and even the sky was filled with continuous red magma, obscuring the daylight. "Hurry up!" On the shore, Bai Yingying called out to Su Feng in desperation, her voice hoarse. But Su Feng's expression was exceptionally calm, showing no intention of retreating. As the ancestral land gradually revealed signs of collapse, everyone hurriedly evacuated this area that was about to become a sea of fire. In an instant, the entire ancestral land collapsed with a thunderous roar, completely swallowed by the rolling magma. Watching this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It seemed that Su Feng was undoubtedly doomed. In the magma abyss, at this moment, the flame-devouring talisman suddenly burst forth, and at the same time, the fire dragon was directly swallowed into its body. Immediately, an unprecedented overwhelming momentum surged from within the flame-devouring talisman, shaking the heavens and the earth. It evolved. Devoured SS-level fire essence, evolved into SS-level. Flame-devouring talisman innate spirit talisman level, SS ability, infinite devouring, can absorb and fuse with other. Skill 1, ultimate flame, increases all fire damage by 10 times. Skill 2, nirvana flame, using nirvana flame can attach to any attack, multiplying its total damage by 5. Cooldown, can be activated once a day. Spirit power plus 500000. Indeed, this magma is transformed from. Su Feng thought to himself, and as he devoured the magma in this place also vanished. As the magma gradually disappeared, an enraged roar came from below. Boom! A dragon, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, burst forth, its momentum unmatched, glaring angrily at Su Feng. Heavenly Fire Dragon. It's actually this rare species. Su Feng thought to himself that the dragon before him had already reached 9,999 years, just one step away from 10,000 years. It seemed that his third star ring was within reach. Whoosh! The massive body of the Heavenly Fire Dragon shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, engulfed in destructive flames, and suddenly lunged at Su Feng. In an instant, its fiery maw opened wide, and a terrifying tongue of fire erupted like a volcano, instantly swallowing the space where Su Feng stood into an endless sea of flames. Boom! Faced with this torrent of flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything, then in front of Su Feng suddenly erupted with an incredibly bright and intense light, forming an indestructible flame barrier that separated the surging flames from him. The collision of the two flames stirred up waves of heat, shocking to the core. 8 dragon flags, go! A glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he decisively activated the 8 dragon soul devouring spell. In the next moment, 8 dragons of various forms suddenly broke free from their restraints, their eyes gleaming with cold light as they pierced through the towering flame barrier, engaging in a fierce clash with the Heavenly Fire Dragon. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, and the shockwave generated by the collision of the two forces distorted the surrounding space. With a violent explosion, the Heavenly Fire Dragon fell to the ground, turning into a pile of burning ashes. At this moment, Su Feng's figure flickered and he landed steadily before the remains of the Heavenly Fire Dragon. A star ring emitting a deep black light lay quietly there, radiating an alluring wave of power. Su Feng directly initiated the fusion. 1 evolution point has been automatically consumed, evolving to 10,000 years. At the same time, a black star ring appeared behind Su Feng. Endless Fire Domain, after casting, summon the Endless Fire Domain, spreading from oneself as the center, dealing 10 times damage every 10 seconds within the range, with an unlimited duration, power plus 5,000, constitution plus 3,000, agility plus 2,000, spiritual power plus 100,000. Boom! An astonishing energy erupted from within Su Feng, marking the moment he officially stepped into the Grandmaster realm. After the breakthrough, Su Feng immediately consumed 20 of each 5 beast pills, causing his attributes to surge. Su Feng, 1-star Grandmaster, Martial Spirit, Great Saint level Indestructible Ape God, level, LV61, experience, 0/600000, star rings, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, million year 9 nether devouring sparrow, 10,000 year heavenly fire dragon, first star ring martial symbols, Super SS level 9 heavens divine thunder symbol, Super S level divine might symbol, moonlight, second star ring martial symbols, SS level, Hell's Gate, gathering thunder symbol, ancestral symbol, third star ring martial symbols, none, semi-divine artifact, Fan Tian seal of power, 5,000 constitution, 3,000 agility, 2,000 exotic treasure, SS level 8 dragon flags, star techniques, S level purple extreme demon vine, S level dark knight approaches, S level Hell's Eye, Super S level shrink the earth to an inch, SS dream concealment technique, equipment, S level Taishan set, a level silver moon guardian, S level hell summon, Super S level heavenly fire ring, power, 200,000, amplification, 360,000 power, constitution, 100,000 amplification, 20,000 Constitution, Agility, 50,000 Amplification, 35,000 Agility, Damage Amplification, 30 times, Spiritual Power, 370,000 Amplification of Spiritual Power, 460,000. The spiritual power is about to break 10 million. Su Feng thought to himself. His attributes in a normal state had already surpassed those of a peak Grandmaster. If he used the Great Saint level martial spirit, along with the amplification from the black and gold star rings, he could crush anyone below the divine sect realm. I've accumulated 420,000, just 10 days away from evolving to divine level. Su Feng glanced at the evolution points stored in the system. He was getting closer to awakening a mythical level martial spirit. Now that I've broken through to Grandmaster, I can challenge hell-level dungeons and obtain star iron. Su Feng's eyes flickered. The plan for the advancement of the divine artifact can begin. Each time the divine artifact advances, its attributes will experience a tremendous boost, so much so that leaps and bounds would not be an exaggeration. As Su Feng slayed the heavenly fire flood dragon, the ancestral land was completely reduced to ruins. Whoosh whoosh, behind Su Feng, several figures flew in on swords. The newcomers were the top 10 chief disciples, and during this time, they had eliminated all the remaining inner courtyard disciples on the field. At this moment, seeing a red dot still flashing on the radar in the ancestral land meant that Su Feng was still alive, prompting them to rush to this location. When they saw Su Feng standing here unscathed, shock immediately appeared in their eyes. Bai Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. You're still alive? Do you really want me dead? Su Feng joked. Han Xingho, upon seeing this, furrowed his brows tightly, his tone revealing an undeniable authority. What exactly did you obtain in that magma abyss? Faced with this straightforward question, Su Feng maintained a calm demeanor and replied lightly, Does it concern you? Boom! Just as the atmosphere between the two became tense, the ruins of the ancestral land suddenly trembled violently again, as if a slumbering giant beast had been awakened. With a deafening roar, a blazing white light tore through the sky like the dawn, shooting straight into the clouds and instantly turning the ruins below into nothingness. Immediately after, the tightly closed stone door, a portal bearing endless secrets and treasures, slowly opened, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire space. So this is the true ancestral land. What a powerful mental energy aura. It has actually gathered into a sea of mental energy. As the stone door opened, a pure and powerful divine thought aura surged out from within, causing everyone present to show expressions of shock. It's the aura of divine thought. Everyone, quickly absorb it. Such an opportunity is rare. A quick reacting chief disciple was the first to get excited, moving to fly towards the stone door. However, his actions angered Han Xingho. Seeking death. Han Xingho's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a punch like lightning, he instantly sent that chief disciple flying, turning him into a white light that was ruthlessly teleported out of the area. I want to see who dares to step in. Han Xingho's voice was as cold as ice, his expression dark enough to drip water. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze revealing an unyielding dominance and determination that made everyone feel a sense of fear, causing them to stop in their tracks, no one daring to easily attempt to step into that mysterious stone door. Han Xingho, there are many opportunities here that should be shared by all. Aren't you afraid of inciting public anger with such tyrannical behavior? Bai Ying gritted her teeth, expressing her dissatisfaction. They were all peak grandmasters, and breaking through to the divine realm required a large amount of mental energy. This place, rich in mental energy, was undoubtedly a deadly temptation for them. The mental energy here is enough for us to condense a divine thought light of over 3 inches. When the ancient god battlefield opens, we can enter and then advance to the divine realm. Since we will be eliminated sooner or later, we might as well fight him. Voices rose one after another. Due to the ancient god battlefield's restriction that only those in the divine realm could enter, many experts who had long been peak grandmasters, having already condensed divine thought light and divine status, had not made a breakthrough. They were waiting to break through to the divine realm directly after entering the ancient god battlefield, aiming to compete for opportunities with their strongest combat power. Let's go together. Someone took the lead, and the remaining 8 chief disciples responded, charging towards Han Xingho together. Seeking death. Faced with the combined assault of these 8 peak grandmasters, Han Xingho remained unfazed. Buzz, the purple light in his eyes surged, directly employing secret techniques. In the next moment, his aura continuously rose, reaching an extreme elevation, almost possessing the power of the divine realm. At this moment, the gap between him and the powerful figure of the divine sect lay only in the incomplete divine consciousness that had yet to coalesce. Han Xingho, for Star Grandmaster, Martial Spirit, S-Class Ghost Shadow Blade, Level, LV 100, Spirit Power, 58 million, half 100 million. Feeling Han Xingho's aura, Su Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Before using the secret technique, his spirit power was just over 30 million, but now, under the explosive surge, it rapidly increased, almost doubling. The threshold of 100 million spirit power, required to reach the divine sect realm, was already within reach. Bang! With a single punch, 8 chief disciples were sent flying. How can the gap be so vast? The 8 chief disciples simultaneously spat blood in midair, looking at Han Xingho with shock in their eyes. They had thought that being among the top 10 chiefs, even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too significant. Yet, they never expected that even when the 8 of them teamed up to attack, they were still repelled by Han Xingho's punch. Whoosh! In an instant, the wind howled as Han Xingho launched another assault, his fists flying with precision and lethality, eliminating the remaining chief disciples one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Yingying remained on the battlefield. Your turn. Han Xingho's gaze sharpened, his figure flickering like a ghost, carrying immense power as he hurled a punch at Bai Yingying. Watching Han Xingho rush towards her, Bai Yingying bit her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with determination, ready to fight to the death. However, just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking her in front, and launched a fierce punch towards Han Xingho. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated through the sky as two powerful forces collided, creating waves of energy that sent Han Xingho flying back. Looking at the towering figure of the giant ape, his gaze sharpened. I told you, I will make you take second place. At that moment, Su Feng's clear voice echoed in the void. With the combined eruption of the great sage-level martial spirit in 3 star rings, Su Feng's power had surpassed 1 million points, comparable to the strength of 100 tigers. With a single punch, Han Xingho was forcefully knocked back. I didn't expect you to have some strength left. Han Xingho's face turned ashen. Let you feel the power of the divine rank. As soon as Han Xingho's words fell, the space behind him twisted, revealing an illusion of thousands of eyes that slowly opened, each seemingly containing ancient and profound power, collectively releasing an aura that shook the heavens and the earth. As this power gathered, a massive illusion of the thousand-eyed demon spider soared into the sky, blocking out the sun, even forcing the clouds in the sky to scatter and retreat. This is the ancient great evil, the thousand-eyed demon spider. I fortuitously refined a piece of its shell, Han Xingho said slowly. Although the divine rank he had condensed did not reach the level of a fierce beast, it was still an ancient great evil, exuding astonishing might. With the appearance of the thousand-eyed demon spider's illusion, endless streams of air surged upwards, completely covering the sky with this figure. Thousand-eyed soul destruction formation. With a command from Han Xingho, countless beams of light erupted from the thousand eyes in the sky like the judgment of death, carrying world-destroying energy, charging straight at Su Feng. Whoosh! Facing this world-ending strike, Su Feng remained unperturbed, flicking his fingertips to activate a swallowing talisman imbued with the power of, transforming into a fire dragon soaring through the sky, surrounded by flames, exuding an imposing aura. After devouring the fire essence, the enhancement of the ultimate flames had reached tenfold, dark and profound, as if it could directly scorch the soul. 9 Nether Inferno. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, dark flames igniting within them. Then, he spread his form, and a pair of massive black flame wings suddenly sprouted from his back, like a phoenix reborn, soaring high into the clouds. Those wings not only blocked the sun but seemed intent on burning the entire sky to ashes. Immediately, the sky changed color as dark clouds gathered. Su Feng manipulated the boundless power of flames, condensing it into countless fiery meteors that tore through the sky, descending with devastating force like a rain of doom, triggering intense shockwaves. What a powerful aura! Feeling the dense fiery presence of the meteors, Han Xingho's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Su Feng, wielding the cultivation of a Grandmaster, unleashed the 9 Nether Inferno, its power rivaling that of a divine sect. The densely packed meteors collided with the beams of light shot by the thousand-eyed demon spider, releasing a violent explosion. As the scorching white smoke dissipated, Su Feng and Han Xingho stood suspended in midair, their attacks seemingly canceling each other out. I admit you have some skill, but this is where it ends. Han Xingho's gaze flickered as he drew a large broad sword from behind him, the blade engulfed in raging purple flames like a furious sea. SS-grade exotic treasure. Upon seeing the broad sword, Su Feng's eyes flashed. This guy truly deserved to be the champion for 3 consecutive terms, a figure who had condensed a divine persona. His foundation was indeed impressive. Xianming blade, slash. With a low grunt, Han Xingho swung the sword, the purple flames surging like a tide, forming a crescent moon shape that swept fiercely towards Su Feng. Seeing this, Su Feng quickly summoned the 8 serpent flags. It had been over half an hour since he had slain the heavenly fire serpent, and now he was using the 8 serpent soul-devouring spell again. In an instant, 8 deep black serpent shadows soared into the air, roaring as they rushed towards the eerie purple moon outlined by the Xianming blade with lightning speed. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and then Han Xingho was sent flying by the violent force, clearly suffering a heavy blow. Su Feng did not give him a chance to catch his breath. He flashed into the air, and the giant ape shadow behind him suddenly coalesced, massive as a mountain, its giant finger carrying world-destroying power, pointing directly at Han Chengho. Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Su Feng murmured, his voice seeming to shake the heavens. The destructive power gathered at his fingertip devoured all surrounding light like a black hole, then shot towards Han Chengho with unstoppable momentum. The finger light tore through the sky, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be ripped apart by its immense power, producing a series of piercing explosions. Han Chengho's gaze remained icy. He gripped the Shen Ning blade tightly, crossing it in front of his chest, exerting all his strength to resist this fatal blow. The collision between the two forces seemed to have a subtle balance. However, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Han Chengho, also executing the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. The two finger forces overlapped, their power multiplied, instantly breaking the original stalemate. What is this? Han Chengho was utterly astonished. As he turned around, he saw that the person behind him was identical to Su Feng, as if a mirror image had been copied, leaving him completely bewildered. Su Feng had used the dream concealment technique. This other Su Feng was naturally a manifestation of his clone, inheriting 50% of the main body's power, and at this moment, executing the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, its power doubled with the Nirvana fire entwined at the fingertip. Bang! The two attacks filled with destructive power struck Han Chengho simultaneously. In the next moment, he was directly blasted away by the terrifying finger force, his body flying sideways as he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Buzz! Immediately, his body transformed into white light and was teleported away. Meanwhile, only Su Feng and Bai Yingying remained in the entire valley. You! Looking at this scene, Bai Yingying's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with shock. Regarding Su Feng's earlier statement of "let her be second," she had initially dismissed it and even rolled her eyes. However, she never expected that Su Feng would actually follow through. Han Chengho, who had already condensed a divine persona and practiced special secret techniques, with such terrifying strength, was defeated? I apologize. At that moment, seeing Bai Yingying still in a daze, Su Feng did not hesitate and directly thrust a flag out, instantly transforming Bai Yingying into white light and sending her away. At this moment, Su Feng finally took a deep breath. He had almost reached his limit. After all, Han Chengho was a powerful figure at the threshold of the divine sect, having already condensed his divine essence. He was just a step away from cultivating the final divine thought light, which would allow him to merge into divine thought and break through to the divine sect. Such an existence was naturally not comparable to the previous opponents. The Ancestral Land. Su Feng looked down at the stone door below, feeling the abundant thought power within, and his expression brightened. With only himself here, he would not hold back. Outside, since the 8 chief disciples had been successively teleported out, the elders and inner courtyard disciples waiting outside all sensed that something had likely gone awry inside. It seems that Chengho has made his move and eliminated them all, Wang Xiu said with a smile, assuming that Han Chengho had eliminated the other disciples. If nothing unexpected happened, the next one should be Su Feng, right? Elder, the Ancestral Land has appeared. At this moment, an eliminated disciple urgently informed the Grand Elder. Oh, is it that magma abyss? How far did you all manage to step out? Chengho should be able to step out 8 Zhang, right? The Grand Elder's expression was relatively calm because every few years, that abyss would appear, but for countless years, no one had ever reached the other side to truly open the Ancestral Land, so he had long been indifferent to it. It's not the abyss, the stone door to the Ancestral Land has opened. Upon hearing this disciple's words, the 3 elders present immediately lost their composure. What? The Ancestral Land has been opened? Has Chengho become that strong already? Just as they were astonished, the teleportation array made another sound, and a white light appeared. Su Chen. Han Chengho was suddenly teleported to the outside, his face dark as if water could drip from it, his heart filled with an indescribable haze of shock and unwillingness. He could hardly believe that he, the esteemed Han Chengho, had actually been defeated by Su Feng. This was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for him. Is that Han Chengho? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into whispers, their gazes turning towards this prematurely eliminated powerhouse, filled with disbelief and astonishment. The opening of the Ancestral Land was an excellent opportunity for everyone to compete for supreme fortune, yet the strongest in the inner courtyard, Han Chengho, had been teleported out early. Could it be that senior brother Han gave the opportunity to his junior brother? At that moment, a voice filled with wisdom rang out. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their mouths. How could that be possible? Wasn't that foolish? Han Chengho stood among the crowd, his face ashen, filled with unwillingness and anger. This was the sea of thought power. It was enough to help him condense the 7-inch divine thought light, and he had missed such a great opportunity. There are 3 days left. The ancient god battlefield is about to open. Han Chengho clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with determination and ferocity. Han Qingho's gaze flickered. Once he broke through to the divine sect, he would let Su Feng know what it meant for a firefly to compete with the bright moon. At the same time, in the ancient god battlefield, isolated from the outside world, even if he killed him, it wouldn't be known. Qingho, who else is still inside? The Grand Elder asked at this moment. If he remembered correctly, Su Feng was still inside, right? Could it be that he had defeated Han Qingho? That was impossible. Although Su Feng's talent was astonishing, he had only just entered the inner courtyard for less than a month. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to progress so quickly and defeat Han Qingho in such a short time. It should be noted that Han Qingho was not just any peak grandmaster, he was a half-step divine sect powerhouse who had already awakened his divine essence, the greatest trump card of their academy in this ancient god battlefield. However, for the Grand Elder, he hoped that Su Feng would win. After all, this way, the Star Academy would have a bigger trump card, which was undoubtedly a good thing for the interests of the academy. But why hadn't Bai Yingying come out? Was this kid going to share the opportunity with a woman? The Grand Elder shook his head. It was indeed difficult to overcome emotional ties, still too young. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked across the sky again, and Bai Yingying appeared, dressed in tight leather, her chest rising and falling, pouting her lips, looking all puffed up. Although she knew that if it weren't for Su Feng's help, she would have been defeated by Han Qing, and besides, she had no intention of competing with Su Feng. Her dissatisfaction did not stem from a desire for opportunity, but from being annoyed by Su Feng's direct and rough approach. This guy really didn't understand how to cherish a lady. In the ancestral land, Su Feng had stepped through the stone door, and before him was a dazzling sight. Countless golden light points gathered into a sea, like lively little tadpoles, swimming joyfully around him. Su Feng knew that these golden light points were the power of divine consciousness. Looking at the vast ocean of divine consciousness power before him, Su Feng was completely stunned. The divine consciousness power of the ancestral land is probably comparable to a high-grade cave heaven in the ancient god battlefield. Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It should be noted that during the ancient times, the number of high-grade cave heavens formed from the fall of deities was not many. The foundation of the Star Academy was somewhat extraordinary. So much divine consciousness power cannot be wasted. Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he immediately sat down in the cave heaven to absorb it. As he absorbed, the divine consciousness light within him slowly condensed. Detected that the host is absorbing divine consciousness power, unlocking the divine rank summoning system. What is this? The sudden system prompt made Su Feng's eyes widen. Could it be that by condensing divine consciousness light, he could directly summon divine ranks? As long as the host condenses divine consciousness light, he can directly summon divine ranks. The higher the level of divine consciousness light, the stronger the divine ranks summoned when breaking through the divine sovereign realm, up to 33 inches of divine light, corresponding to the 33 heavens. Isn't the maximum 9 inches? 33 inches. Are you trying to tear my insides out? Hearing the system prompt, Su Feng felt a chill. Others could only see a maximum of 9 inches in their lifetime, while he was almost 4 times that. At this point, Su Feng had already condensed 1 inch of divine consciousness light. 1 inch of divine consciousness light required 10 points of mental power, 2 inches required 100 points, and so on. 8 inches of divine consciousness light would require 10 million mental power. It should be noted that even emptying a high-grade cave heaven would only yield a few million mental power. So generally speaking, 8 inches of divine consciousness light was almost the limit. Unless someone was a freak who could sweep through dozens of high-grade cave heavens in the ancient god battlefield. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Su Feng had been here for half a day, and he had absorbed a small portion of the mental power in this place. 6 inches of divine consciousness light, mental power, 9784111/10000000. I'm almost at 7 inches. Su Feng's eyes flickered. Was his progress too fast? He had just broken through to the Grandmaster level and was already condensing 7 inches of divine consciousness light. He didn't know how many people were stuck at the peak of level 100 Grandmaster, and to this day, their divine consciousness light was still less than 3 inches. Su Feng recalled that Lin Jin, the head of the Lin family, seemed to have only 3 inches of divine consciousness light. How pitiful, having never seen anything so large in his life. As Su Feng absorbed the divine consciousness power, the abundant energy also propelled his cultivation forward rapidly. In just half a day's time, he had already reached level 68, which was much more efficient than consuming experience pills. At this moment, Su Feng took out 10 6th-grade experience pills, each containing 300,000 experience points, and finishing them would easily allow him to break through to level 70. After some more time, the divine consciousness power of the ancestral land was almost completely absorbed. Behind Su Feng, nearly 8 inches of divine thought light released a brilliant glow. At this moment, with the enhancement of the divine thought light, all his attributes surged by 80%. 7-inch Divine Thought Light, Psychic Power, 58126577/10000000 Su Feng 2-star Grandmaster Martial Spirit, Great Sage level Indestructible Ape God level, LV71 Experience, 0/7000000 Star Rings, 10,000 Year 7 Colored Deer, Million Year 9 Underworld Devouring Sparrow, 10,000 Year Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon Half Artifact, Fan Tian Seal, Strength, 5,000 Constitution, 3,000 Agility, 2,000 Exotic Treasure, SS Level 8 Flood Dragon Flag Martial Talismans, Equipment, Star Techniques, Strength, 400,000 Amplified Strength, 720,000 Constitution, 200,000 Amplified Constitution, 40,000 Agility, 100,000 Amplified Agility, 70,000 Damage Amplification, 30 times Spiritual Power, 7 million Amplified Spiritual Power, 8 million, it's already 15 million, Su Feng thought to himself, but his attributes were mainly focused on strength. In a few days, when his martial spirit evolved to the mythic level, the Constitution and Agility talismans should also be prioritized. With the Ancestral land closing, Su Feng was also teleported to the outside world. After the trial ended, Su Feng went to the contribution hall to exchange for Constitution and Agility martial talismans. Although he hadn't evolved yet, the attribute increase was still considerable. According to his expectations, with the opening of the ancient god battlefield, it would basically be time for him to evolve into the Great Sage. In the blink of an eye, the day of the ancient godland's opening was drawing closer. On this day, in the inner courtyard dojo, a magnificent flying vessel cut through the sky and slowly descended before everyone. The Grand Elder standing on it instantly attracted the attention of Su Feng and the other inner courtyard disciples. The Grand Elder, unsteady on his feet, announced loudly, "Everyone, tomorrow is the day the ancient godland opens. Today, I will take you to the Fallen God mountain range first." Wang Wangshou and Qingyi followed closely behind and stepped onto the flying vessel. As early as several hundred years ago, the major forces had reached a consensus to ensure the safety of their core disciples, allowing each faction to send 2 guardians to accompany them into the battlefield. These guardians were all outstanding members of their respective forces, but in order to protect their young masters, they willingly sealed their own cultivation, waiting for the once-in-a-decade ancient god battlefield to open, and then break through to the divine sect realm after entering the battlefield. As Su Feng and the others boarded the flying vessel, they found Lin Aoshue had already been waiting there. She wore a white dress, exuding a cold and ethereal aura, like an iceberg radiating an intimidating chill, standing quietly without anyone daring to approach her. Su Feng boldly walked up, patted her shoulder, and asked, "You've run out of your blood essence last time, can you lend me some more?" Looking for death. As soon as Su Feng's words fell, a glint of cold light appeared in Lin Aoshue's eyes. She then struck out with a palm, the wind from her hand roaring, bursting forth with an astonishing momentum. Whoa! Fighting again over a disagreement. Truly a violent girl. With his attributes boosted, Su Feng's 170,000 agility was terrifying, and he dodged Lin Aoshue's attack in a flash. "Who are you calling a violent girl?" Lin Aoshue was quite angry, but she noticed that under her series of attacks, Su Feng was able to evade them all. Although she was just playing around and didn't use her full strength, it was worth noting that Su Feng had only been at the peak Grandmaster level a few days ago. Such a growth rate surprised Lin Aoshue. "You 2 little rascals, are you trying to tear down my flying vessel?" Seeing the 2 of them playfully fighting on the vessel, the Grand Elder could only shake his head with a wry smile. However, his words were mostly teasing. After all, with Lin Aoshue's status, even if she really did tear down the vessel, he wouldn't say anything. The flying vessel soon arrived at the Fallen God mountain range, now flying rapidly into the depths. At this moment, Su Feng truly realized how vast the Fallen God mountain range was, almost equivalent to the entire territory of the Great Xia. What he had previously traversed could only be considered a remote corner. As the Star Academy sent people to the ancient god battlefield, other forces also began to mobilize. The Great Xia royal family. The young Prince Lin Tian opened his eyes from his secluded meditation, then boarded a palanquin to head to the ancient god battlefield. The 4 major academies and the 4 great clans of the imperial capital also sent people at this moment. As for those from farther away, the prodigies from the 50 provinces had already set out several days in advance. Among all the talents, the destination they aimed for was precisely the ancient god battlefield, Heavenly Dao Academy. At this moment, a powerful aura of blazing flames suddenly erupted. Following that, a figure surrounded by raging flames stepped out slowly, exuding the majesty of the fire god, as if he could incinerate all things in the world. Lord Yanjun, Elder Chen Hai and the others have already led the disciples ahead. The disciple on duty saw this and quickly bowed in respect, his voice tinged with awe. Yanjun, with flames blazing all over him, resembled a walking fire deity, and he replied indifferently, "No worries, I can catch up to them immediately." His voice was cold, revealing an undeniable confidence and determination. At that moment, the space rippled slightly, and the figure of the president of Heavenly Tao Academy appeared out of thin air. He gazed deeply at Yen Jun and said solemnly, "The Master has bestowed upon you the SSS-level Solar Divine Body, with great expectations." He looked at Yen Jun and continued, "The Master has given you the SSS-level Solar Divine Body, filled with hope for you. Rest assured, I, Su Feng, will definitely bring his soul back." Yen Jun's voice was indifferent, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "To be on the safe side, take this item with you." The president of Heavenly Tao spoke gravely, handing Yen Jun an unremarkable pearl. Once activated, it will release a strand of the Master's vast divine power. Even a king-level expert would find it hard to escape. Yen Jun took the pearl without a word, instantly transforming into a brilliant flash of fire, cutting through the sky and disappearing at the horizon, leaving behind a whisper that echoed in the air. "Su Feng, your fate is already determined." On the human border, at the peak of the heavenly mountains, covered in white snow, a graceful man slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by an extraordinary aura, as if he were an immortal isolated from the world. "The power of the laws has been significantly supplemented. I am not far from stepping into the king realm." Tang murmured to himself, then raised his head to look into the distance, his deep eyes piercing through the clouds, locking onto the direction of the fallen god mountain range. Just moments ago, he had faintly sensed an inexplicable tremor coming from deep within the mountains. Could it be that the ancient god battlefield is about to open? Tang Yin frowned, then whistled. Shortly after, a swift shadow appeared before Tang Yin like a ghost, respectfully kneeling down. "Greetings, young master." Tang Yin's gaze flickered slightly, and he asked indifferently, "What movements has the person I asked you to keep an eye on made recently?" The shadow quickly replied, "I have been closely monitoring the actions of the Star Academy, and it has been confirmed that Su Feng has set out with the Academy's disciples towards the ancient god battlefield." Interesting. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of Tang Yin's mouth, his eyes glinting with an icy light. "In just a month, he has already grown wings." The shadow attempted to reassure him, "Young master need not worry, although he is exceptionally gifted, he is still young and lacks the tempering of time." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang Yin's cold gaze. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable power. 10 years ago, I was merely at the Grandmaster level." Upon hearing this, the shadow immediately fell silent. Indeed, in just a decade, Tang Yin had risen from obscurity to the pinnacle of the divine sovereign realm, even gaining the favor of that supreme existence. His achievements and speed were enough to make anyone feel utterly outclassed. Buzz, at that moment, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the void, and then a figure with dark skin, astonishingly similar to Tang Yin, appeared out of thin air. His face showed no hint of emotion, as if he were a puppet. Yet, he exuded a powerful divine consciousness, seemingly just a step away from entering the divine sovereign realm. "It's time for my divine consciousness avatar to take action and completely erase Su Feng from this world." A cold smile curled at the corners of Tang Yin's mouth, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light, revealing an undeniable determination and ferocity. Fallen God Mountain Range. Before long, Su Feng and his group were getting closer to the ancient god battlefield. At that moment, a magnificent warship suddenly appeared on the horizon, like a moving fortress, slowly approaching. The size of this warship stood in stark contrast to the flying vessel commanded by the Grand Elder of the Star Academy, the warship of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened, his brows furrowing as he instantly discerned the other party's intentions. On the warship, Chen Fay looked down from above, his face radiating an air of arrogance. He disdainfully swept his gaze over Su Feng and the others, finally fixing his eyes on the Grand Elder, a smirk playing on his lips. "It seems the disciples of the Star Academy aren't that impressive after all. They won't even manage to avoid coming in last 10 times, will they?" The rankings of the 4 major academies were determined by the number of high-level cave heavens each sect seized. However, if the number of high-level cave heavens was equal, they would compare the number of lower-level cave heavens. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "Humph. Whether we succeed or not will be proven on the battlefield. There's no need for you to spout nonsense here." His voice was firm and powerful, showing no signs of backing down. Chen Fay merely smiled indifferently, his smile hiding disdain and confidence towards the Star Academy. His gaze was piercing as it swept over the disciples of the Star Academy. Aside from Han Xing, who barely counted as a notable figure having reached the quasi-divine sovereign realm, the rest appeared mediocre, some even yet to condense their divine cores. Such strength, even if they entered the battlefield, would merely serve as sharpening stones for the talents of other races. At that moment, Chen Fay lightly coughed, and immediately, over a dozen figures emerged from the warship. These were young men and women, appearing to be in their early 20s, brimming with vitality. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's pupils involuntarily constricted, shock flooding his heart. The disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy, without exception, had condensed their divine cores, and some even radiated 3 inches of divine consciousness light. Such a lineup, even for someone as experienced as him, made him gasp in astonishment. The Heavenly Tao Academy had developed far too rapidly in recent years, gathering over a dozen such prodigies at once. In contrast, the Star Academy seemed rather desolate. Just then, the Grand Elder's heart suddenly tightened as he sensed a terrifying aura erupting from behind the 2 flying vessels, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, bringing with it a wave of destructive flames, rapidly closing in on them. The strength of this aura shook the hearts of everyone present, and they turned in unison, their gazes piercing through the clouds. They saw a dazzling firelight cutting through the sky, a figure enveloped in flames racing towards them at an incredible speed, almost rivaling that of a divine sovereign. As the Grand Elder and the disciples of the Star Academy were stunned by this sudden terrifying aura, the figure bathed in fire had already streaked across the sky like a meteor, arriving in an instant, towering over the 2 flying vessels, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. He crossed his arms over his chest, his expression stern, and his eyes sparkled with a disdainful light, as if the entire world was under his control. The younger generation of the Star Academy, feeling this aura, all showed expressions of shock, their hearts surging with unprecedented fear and reverence. Although they were all peak grandmasters, in front of this man named Yen Jun, they felt as small as ants, lacking even the courage to look him in the eye. This man was simply too strong, as if he was born for battle. Lord Yen Jun. The disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy, upon seeing this, all bowed in reverence, their posture as devout as if they were worshipping a supreme elder. Where is Su Feng? As soon as Yen Jun appeared, his target was clear, Su Feng. Seeing that he was directly named, Su Feng calmly replied, "It's me. What do you want?" Yen Jun, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a meaningful cold smile, his eyes filled with contempt. "A mere 2-star grandmaster, Chen Fay, you are becoming more and more useless. To deal with such ants, you actually trouble me to take action personally?" Chen Fay, hearing this, wore a bitter expression and quickly explained, "Lord Yen Jun, you may not know, although this person is a 2-star grandmaster, his strength should not be underestimated. Even a quasi-divine sect expert may not be able to secure victory." "Oh?" Yen Jun's eyes flared with fire, his fighting spirit soaring. "Interesting. Do you dare to accept a punch from me here?" "Not interested," Su Feng replied flatly, completely ignoring his intent. Faced with Su Feng's indifferent refusal, Yen Jun did not waste more words but instead erupted with a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. A 7-inch divine thought light burst forth from him, his aura unprecedentedly powerful. Boom! With a deafening roar, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a sea of flames surged forth. Within the flames, an enormous fiery hand suddenly took shape, carrying the terrifying might to incinerate all, and it slammed down towards the flying vessel of the Star Academy. Clearly, he intended to force Su Feng to take action in this manner. However, just as that fiery giant hand was about to engulf the vessel, Lin Aoshu as swiftly summoned a treasure, her jade pendant shining brilliantly, and collided with the fiery hand, causing it to dissipate in an instant. "I'll face you," Lin Aoshu had declared as she drew a 3-foot green blade, resolutely standing in front of Su Feng. Evidently, she was worried that Su Feng would suffer in the clash with Yen Jun, so she wanted to take action on his behalf. Buzz! At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the distant mountains, like a morning star piercing the sky. "The gate of the ancient god battlefield has appeared." Chen Fay's eyes shone brightly as he urgently said to Yen Jun, "Time is of the essence. We must go immediately." Yen Jun nodded slightly, his cold gaze shifting to Su Feng as he coldly remarked, "I'll let you go this time. Once we enter the battlefield, I will kill you." Having said that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly following the warship. "We need to speed up." The Grand Elder, seeing this, also urged the flying vessel with all his might, like an arrow leaving the bow, cutting through the sky, closely following Yen Jun and the others towards the mysterious ancient god battlefield. The ancient god battlefield. What is called a battlefield is better described as a shattered star. Su Feng stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing at the scene before him, his heart surging with indescribable shock. Before him was not a battlefield in the usual sense, but an expansive sea of stones, with rocks floating in the air, each as large as a palace, their hardness rivaling that of the star iron needed to forge divine artifacts, showcasing the ancient era's vicissitudes and might. It was hard to imagine what kind of power could shatter the small world into the countless chaotic stone sea before him. Could it be the power of shattered stars? The entire battlefield resembled a shattered pearl, with blurred boundaries and vast expanses, its internal magnetic field intricate and complex, the power of the storm raging as if it were the wildest symphony of nature. For mortals, without a precious treasure to protect them, stepping onto this battlefield could instantly result in being torn to shreds by that violent force. This meant that, in addition to guarding against other competitors, they also had to withstand the storm's power within. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, several figures descended, and soon, numerous flying vessels from various forces gathered outside the battlefield, where young talents from all sides began to exude strong auras and scrutinize one another. That one is Qin Shansheng, the top student of the Spirit Deer Academy. It is said he has condensed 5 inches of divine light, with a divine rank of Black Tengu. That one is Zhang Quang, the foremost of the Proud Sword Academy, who has also condensed 5 inches of divine light. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke, analyzing the strength of each opponent for everyone. Hearing his analysis, the chief disciples of the Star Academy all wore serious expressions. The prodigies sent by various forces were almost all as strong as Han Qingho. Elder, did the Academy send us here to deliver our heads to them? Someone could no longer hold back and asked. The opponent's strength was simply too formidable. As the top 10 disciples of the Inner Academy, they were all peak grandmasters. Within the Inner Academy, they had been full of pride, but upon coming out, they found themselves to be mere cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was momentarily speechless. In fact, their configuration this time could not be said to be weak, as there were 2 elders on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm leading them. Additionally, with the dean's personal disciple, Lin Aoshue, who had undergone a second rebirth and retained 8 inches of divine light, she was only a step away from reaching the required cultivation level, but with all her accumulated foundations, fighting above her level was not a problem at all. Han Qingho was also not weak. He could rank among the top 3 in any of the other 3 major academies, and there was also the variable of Su Feng. If one were to say they were weak, it could only be said that the strength of the mid-level disciples was somewhat lacking. After all, the Star Academy had been at the bottom for 9 consecutive sessions, and with scarce cultivation resources, it naturally could not attract any extraordinary talents. Over time, this had formed a relatively disadvantaged situation. Soon, several more figures appeared, representing the 4 great families, the Tang and Wang families. As soon as the Wang family disciples arrived, their eyes filled with hostility as they looked at Su Feng. Clearly, Su Feng's overwhelming defeat of Wang Haolong, a core disciple of the Wang family, had already affected the family's reputation. If looks could kill, Su Feng would have died hundreds of times by now. From the Tang family side, a figure dressed in a cloak, completely covered, caught Su Feng's attention. For some reason, he always felt a sense of familiarity from this person. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a dazzling golden streak of light descended from the sky, transforming into a grandiose chariot. In front of it, 2 imposing black dragons spiraled, as if dragons and snakes were dancing. The black dragons are pulling the chariot. It must be someone from the royal family. As the chariot doors opened slightly, a young man draped in a golden python robe, exuding an air of nobility, slowly stepped out, causing an uproar in the arena. It's the young Prince Lin Tian. It is rumored that he possesses an SS-level meteorite body and has been kept hidden and cultivated by the royal family. Who would have thought he would appear today? Lin Tian's appearance undoubtedly stirred up huge waves. The rarity of an SS-level physique was almost equivalent to that of a legendary SS-level martial spirit. Those with special physiques had a tremendous enhancement to their own strength and could even awaken innate abilities. Lin Tian stepped into the arena, hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings until it landed on Lin Aoshue, whose originally calm expression instantly turned tense. A flash of astonishment passed, quickly transforming into a face full of flattery as he hurriedly approached, awkwardly smiling. "Sister, what are you doing here?" "Sister?" Upon witnessing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. Lin Tian actually called Lin Aoshue's sister? Does that mean she is also of royal blood? Boom! The deafening roar echoed, as if the entrance to the ancient god battlefield, a slumbering giant beast, suddenly awakened, releasing a surge of energy fluctuations, signaling the opening of the portal. The time has come, everyone work together to break the barrier. The Grand Elder's voice boomed like a bell, his figure soaring into the air, spiritual power boiling around him, and he was the first to launch a fierce attack on the indestructible barrier. The elders of the 4 major academies also moved in response, unleashing their ultimate techniques, joining forces to assault the barrier. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed, and spiritual power surged. As time passed, the light of the barrier gradually dimmed, cracks spreading like a spider web, and finally, a gap large enough for a person to pass through appeared. One person near the barrier, seeing the gap, immediately rushed toward the entrance. "Don't go over!" the Grand Elder called urgently, but it was too late. The moment the person touched the edge of the barrier, a violent storm from within the battlefield surged out like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and irresistible suction suddenly erupted. Faced with the raging storm, terror instantly appeared on his face. In the next moment, he was completely sucked in, his body torn to pieces in the terrified gazes of onlookers. Seeing this scene, those who had been eager to move immediately stopped, their faces filled with shock. And from the direction of the 50 provinces, someone cried out in anguish. Clearly the person who had just perished was an outstanding genius from the 50 provinces. But at this moment, no one present felt any sympathy. They all realized the brutality of this battlefield. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. The storm inside is still unstable. Those with insufficient strength should wait outside. As the barrier was completely broken, the Grand Elder's voice resonated in the area. The young disciples, upon hearing this, immediately showed serious expressions. They had all witnessed the earlier scene. The external storm was at its strongest now, and recklessly charging in would only lead to being torn apart. After some thought, the vast majority chose to wait outside until the storm weakened before entering. You few, don't act rashly except for Lin Aoshua. The Grand Elder's words carried an undeniable warning. In his eyes, even Han Xingho, who had already condensed his divine personality, was not qualified to force his way in under the current intensity of the storm. Whoosh! At that moment, from the direction of the Tiandao Academy, a brilliant firelight shot through the sky like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, quickly rushing into the barrier. That figure was Yen Jun, a carefree smile on his lips, striding confidently into the entrance. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him, watching as the storm, like a furious beast, wildly tore at his body. However, astonishingly, when the raging storm touched Yen Jun's rock-solid physique, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, leaving no trace on him. Humph! Yen Jun scoffed disdainfully, then with an air of invincibility, swaggered deeper into the barrier until his figure completely disappeared from view. This scene immediately stirred those present into action. This is too easy. Has the storm weakened? In my opinion, that person just now was too weak. How dare a mere 4-star Grandmaster force his way in? If it were a peak Grandmaster, it would be a different story. Encouraged by others, a peak Grandmaster gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of light, flying into the entrance. However, in the next moment, amidst a painful scream, his flesh and blood were torn to pieces. The storm must have strengthened again. Someone spoke up, and before he could finish, Lin Tian calmly stepped in, then vanished from sight. At this moment, they finally realized that it wasn't the storm that was too strong, but rather that compared to the top talents from various prestigious academies, their own strength was too weak. Whoosh! At this moment, several figures were darting through the raging storm. They were the elite from the Spirit Deer Academy and the Proud Sword Academy, all having condensed divine light, dazzling and brilliant. These few prodigies stood side by side, jointly channeling the divine light within them, weaving it into an indestructible shield that kept the storm's fury at bay as they steadily stepped deeper into the battlefield. The most astonishing were the students from the Heavenly Path Academy. At this moment, Chen Fay snorted coldly, and behind him, more than 10 disciples erupted with divine light, stepping in together. Wow! This scene immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers. More than 10 of them, all condensed divine light? Damn! This time, the first place among the 4 major academies should undoubtedly belong to the Heavenly Path Academy. The worst off must be the Star Academy. Other academies have already had talented disciples enter the battlefield, but the Star Academy, it feels like apart from those 2 elder guardians, no one else qualifies to step in. That's just too miserable. In my opinion, the Star Academy should stop training prodigies and just focus on cultivating elders. None of their talents are worth seeing. Other factions pointed and commented, enjoying the spectacle since they didn't have the rule of distributing resources based on rankings. Hearing these discussions, the disciples of the Star Academy felt embarrassed, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, Elder Qingyi and Wang Xiu erupted with divine light together and stepped into the storm. Let's go in too. Lin Aoshue also moved at this moment, an 8-inch high divine light erupting from her, and at the same time, a phantom of an immortal phoenix appeared behind her. Wow, this scene directly drew gasps from the onlookers. 8 inches of divine light, this should be the top divine light currently. When did the Star Academy produce such a figure? She is the top scorer from 4 years ago, Lin Aoshue. At that moment, someone exclaimed. Although everyone here were older students, much older than Lin Aoshue, they had heard of that year's college entrance examination, which was somewhat legendary. It could be said that it was the most extraordinary year for the exam. It was said that a group of top experts had joined forces to try to eliminate Lin Aoshue. In the end, when these people were rescued, they were all covered in scars, their eyes filled with fear, and among them was an exceptionally brilliant genius who was sent straight to a mental hospital upon emerging. Su Feng nodded and stepped into the battlefield alongside Lin Aoshue. Who is this kid? The crowd below began to discuss. Looks, doesn't he resemble this year's top scorer? This year? How old is he? Just turned 18. Damn! They recalled that at 18, they were still masters, and this guy was already entering the ancient god battlefield? His cultivation, only level 61? Because Su Feng was wearing a weakling's cloak, his level appeared to be only 61 to the outside world. Level 61 dares to withstand the storm head-on, isn't that courting death? Wait, do you see the brilliance on him? Is that divine light? At this moment, 7 inches of divine light suddenly erupted around Su Feng, directly isolating the raging storm. Damn! Level 61? 7 inches of divine light? If he's human, I'll eat it. The onlookers from various factions were already stunned. He was only level 61 and had already condensed 7 inches of divine light? In contrast, these peak grandmasters hadn't even condensed an inch. Ignoring them, Su Feng and Lin Aoshue stepped into the battlefield together, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the scenery before Su Feng suddenly changed, placing him atop a towering hill. On the hill, the wind howled, coalescing into an unprecedentedly violent storm force, its intensity far stronger than what he had encountered before, mercilessly tearing at every inch of his skin. It seems that after entering the battlefield, I was randomly teleported. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he pondered silently. Inside the battlefield, there were also storms present. If luck was not on his side, he could be teleported to an even more storm-ravaged area. Su Feng's expression turned serious. This battlefield was indeed fraught with danger, and he needed to proceed with caution. He quickly took out the map he carried with him and carefully compared it. The place he was currently in was the outer region of the ancient god battlefield. The deeper he went, the denser the concentration of spiritual power would become, and the chances of encountering high-grade cave heavens would also increase. However, correspondingly, the power of the storms would become more violent, and without sufficient strength to support him, advancing recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. Whoosh! Just as Su Feng was deep in thought, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor, flashing past him and instantly capturing all his attention. Spiritual power. A spark of brilliance flashed in Su Feng's eyes. At that moment, countless golden particles were scattered in the surrounding air. Although they were relatively dispersed, their number was not insignificant. Su Feng decided to sit cross-legged in this stormy space and began to absorb the surrounding golden spiritual power. As he released a strong spiritual force to draw on the energy, his entire being transformed into a vortex of spiritual power, attracting the nearby spiritual energy. Psychic power +1, psychic power +1. Su Feng's system panel rapidly fluctuated, soaring from the original 5,812,657 points. After half a day's time, the spiritual power in this area had been mostly absorbed by Su Feng, with only scattered golden lights remaining in the air, no longer worth spending time on. At this moment, Su Feng glanced at his panel. 7-inch spiritual light, psychic power, 5,815, 686/10,000,000, only increased by over 3,000 points. Su Feng frowned. Spending half a day for just 3,000 points of psychic power felt somewhat unworthy. It might be due to the thinness of the spiritual power in the outer region. If others knew Su Feng's thoughts, they would probably curse him out. After all, 3,000 points of psychic power were already enough to condense a 3-inch spiritual light. The vast majority of people would choose to directly break through to the divine realm after condensing a 3-inch spiritual light. Su Feng did not linger any longer and continued deeper into the battlefield. Roar! Just as he had not walked far, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from afar, shaking Su Feng's eardrums and breaking the surrounding tranquility. Is it a star beast? Su Feng's brows furrowed. As far as he knew, the ancient god battlefield was a completely enclosed space, and there should not be any star beasts present. So what was that roar just now? Without hesitation, Su Feng's spiritual power surged within him, and his figure moved like an arrow released from a bow, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed toward the source of the roar. Little guy, there's an extraordinary aura here. We might be in for a stroke of luck. At that moment, the voice of the little gourd came through. A stroke of luck? Su Feng's eyes flickered. What could possibly excite this profit-driven creature so much? Su Feng couldn't help but think of the stones that the little gourd had devoured last time. As he moved forward, Su Feng got closer to the source of the roar. At this moment, he finally saw its appearance from a distance. Good heavens, a gigantic wolf king, formed from countless brilliant golden light points, was perched there, its size nearly comparable to a small hill. Such a large size, how much psychic power must it have? Su Feng marveled inwardly, estimating that its length must have reached 40 to 50 meters, and the sheer magnitude of the psychic power it contained was simply astonishing, beyond imagination. At this moment, the enormous Wolf King, composed of golden psychic power, suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura comparable to that of a quasi-divine realm being. Wolf King Divine Thought Mental Power Manifestation Level, LV 100 Health Points, 50 million Spirit Power, 50 million. That's already equivalent to the quasi-divine realm. Su Feng thought to himself. He wondered how much mental power he would gain after slaying it. Roar! The Wolf King's divine thought suddenly launched an attack, a dazzling golden beam of light slicing through the air, rushing towards Su Feng from 100 feet away. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Su Feng remained calm and instantly summoned the immortal ape god martial spirit, delivering a powerful punch to collide head-on with the golden beam. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, shaking the entire valley, the explosive shockwave causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. The golden beam shattered under Su Feng's forceful strike, transforming into countless golden specks. The intense explosion resonated, and at that moment, the whole valley trembled. The golden beam was instantly obliterated by Su Feng, and in the next moment, he had flashed behind the Wolf King, waving the 8 serpent flags in his hand. Go! With a sharp glint in his eyes, a thick cloud of black mist erupted from the 8 serpent flags, quickly coalescing into 8 ferocious black serpents that roared as they lunged at the Wolf King's divine thought. Boom! Under the combined force of the 8 black serpents, the Wolf King's divine thought instantly collapsed, turning into countless golden specks that dissipated in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Su Feng quickly gathered a vortex of spirit power, devouring all the scattered mental power. Time quietly passed, and after a full hour, the mental power in this area was completely absorbed by him, and at the same time, his mental power value surged by 900,000. 7-inch Divine Thought Light, mental power, 6705684/100000000. I'm not far from condensing the 8-inch Divine Thought Light, Su Feng thought to himself. As the Golden Wolf King completely dissipated, a page of golden talisman paper floated down. Low-grade Immortal Palace Relic Puzzle. One another puzzle? Su Feng thought to himself. Now he understood why the little gourd was so excited. It turned out there was an immortal palace here as well. Can you trace the whereabouts of other puzzles through the aura of this one? Su Feng asked. Yes, but the farther away it is, the longer the perception time required. The little gourd replied. Su Feng nodded. If that was the case, he could find other transformed divine thoughts on the battlefield, which would undoubtedly greatly improve the efficiency of collecting divine thoughts. At this moment, it began to sense carefully. Several hours slowly passed, and finally, the little gourd showed signs of activity. Whoosh! Suddenly, it transformed into a dazzling purple light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, rushing towards the deepest part of the battlefield. Su Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately followed it deeper into the battlefield. As time passed, Su Feng had traveled several hundred miles. The storm here grew increasingly fierce, like a raging beast, with turbulent air currents that easily lifted boulders weighing dozens of tons, sending them flying through the air. Su Feng's gaze flickered. This place was not yet the interior of the battlefield, but the power of the storm was enough to deter quasi-divine realm experts who had not condensed divine light. If he continued deeper, only those who had condensed divine light of 5 inches or more would be able to navigate freely through this chaos, while those below the divine realm would find it nearly impossible to move. At this moment, under Su Feng's full force, he finally broke free from the storm's pull, maintaining full speed as he flew deeper. Soon, he arrived at an ancient palace. After landing, Su Feng proceeded within the palace. The entire ancient hall was made of bronze, exuding an aura of antiquity. As he stepped inside, the candlelight around him seemed to have just been lit, indicating that someone else had also entered this place. The palace was magnificent, and he spent a whole incense stick's worth of time following the straight path before arriving at the center of the ancient hall. In the central area, towering bronze statues of heavenly soldiers stood majestically, each over 100 meters high. Their faces were stern and fierce, weapons raised as if they were in the midst of battle. Su Feng wove between these statues, continuing his exploration until a massive stone door, imposing and grand, suddenly appeared before him. Through the heavy cracks of the stone door, he keenly sensed 2 intense auras clashing, one of which was the aura of a manifested divine thought. Indeed, someone has gotten there first, Su Feng thought to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Those capable of dealing with manifested divine thoughts were unlikely to be from the Star Academy, which meant he had no need for concern. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Feng summoned 30% of his strength and struck the stone door with a powerful blow. However, to his surprise, even under such force, the stone door remained as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch, leaving only a dull echo reverberating in the empty palace. Who was outside? At that moment, a cold voice came from within the stone door, followed by another voice. The Wang family is conducting business here. Please leave quickly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. They were clearly focused on attacking the manifested divine thought inside and had no time to spare for Su Feng. Wang family. Su Feng's gaze flickered. It was indeed a narrow path for enemies. On the very first day of entering the battlefield, he encountered members of the Wang family. Without any hesitation, Su Feng exerted his strength again, this time using all his power, summoning his martial spirit, while 3 brilliant star rings surrounded him. Under the accumulation of multiple forces, he threw a punch, and the air seemed to tear apart, leaving several shocking cracks on the stone door. One more time, Su Feng's eyes flashed as he unleashed his third punch. Boom! This time, the stone door shattered, revealing the scene inside. There stood a massive golden lion, towering 100 feet high, its body formed entirely of dazzling golden light, fiercely clashing with three formidable opponents. These three had all condensed 5 inches of divine thought, clearly the elite of the younger generation of the Wang family. Su Feng, it's you. Humph. I was just wondering where to find you, and unexpectedly, you came right to my door. Upon seeing Su Feng, the 3 Wang family experts immediately showed displeasure. After all, Su Feng had previously defeated Wang Hailong, a core member of the Wang family, and had snatched away the position of the immortal seed he had plotted for, bringing shame to their entire family. Attacked together. The 3 exchanged glances, and the next moment, they simultaneously launched a fierce assault on Su Feng. They all summoned their martial spirits, and 3 brilliant blue lights appeared, revealing 3 imposing thunder lizards behind them. There might even more terrifying than what Wang Hailong had displayed. Thunder Tyrant Hammer. The 3 shouted in unison, as if the heavens responded to their will, thunder roaring through the skies, countless bolts of lightning intertwining and coiling, ultimately condensing into a massive hammer that blotted out the sun. Under the amplification of the 5-inch divine thought, its power was astonishing, as if it could shake the universe. Playing with thunder in front of me? Su Feng's gaze sharpened, the phantom of the indomitable ape god behind him suddenly expanded, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race, while the brilliance of the 7-inch divine light surged. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, activate. Rumble, with his low chant, the sky suddenly changed color, thunder and lightning flashing as if the apocalypse had arrived, lightning weaving into a net that filled the entire space. Immediately, 9,999 bolts of heavenly thunder struck simultaneously, like divine punishment descending upon the world, the terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the Great Hall, and the 3 members of the Wang family were instantly submerged in this boundless sea of thunder. Under the endless lightning's engulfment, even with divine light protecting them, the 3 felt unprecedented pressure. They sensed the threat of death looming from within the lightning. At this moment, they had a premonition that if they did not retreat soon, they might be struck dead by lightning. Shall we retreat? Let's pull back first and find third uncle before making any plans. The 3 nodded, and each summoned a scroll. In the next instant, an astonishing white light erupted, and they vanished without a trace. 1,000-mile teleportation map? Watching everyone disappear, Su Feng's gaze flickered. No, this was a much faster and location-specific 10,000-mile teleportation map. The Wang family really has deep pockets. Su Feng secretly clicked his tongue. A single 10,000-mile landscape map costs nearly 100 million, yet the Wang family prepared 3 for them in one go, clearly going to great lengths to protect the talented members of their clan. Roar! As the 3 from the Wang family fled, the Lion King's mental energy erupted with a terrifying roar, charging towards Su Feng. Lion King's mental energy manifestation of mental power level, LV 100 health points, 16,000/200 million spirit power, 200 million such powerful mental energy. Its spirit power has already surpassed 100 million. Su Feng's gaze flickered, but its health had already been reduced by a quarter, not at full capacity. Gather Thunder Talisman, activate. Su Feng decisively activated the Gather Thunder Talisman, instantly clearing the skill's cooldown. He then waved his hands, summoning endless thunder elements from the heavens and earth, condensing them into countless divine thunders that ruthlessly struck towards the Lion King's mental energy. Boom, -120 million, -130 million, -210 million. As 3 damage numbers appeared, they shattered the Lion King's mental energy into pieces, transforming it into scattered points of mental light that vanished into nothingness. Ignoring defenses feels a bit too exhilarating, Su Feng muttered to himself. With the immense power of the martial spirit and the stacking enhancement of 3 5-ring spirit artifacts, his power had astonishingly surged above 3 million, and with the additional 70% boost from the 7-inch divine light, it was almost nearing 6 million. Now, even a casually cast skill could easily break 100 million. Even a 1-star divine sect member, without any other means of survival, would not withstand a casual strike from him. A day later, Su Feng had absorbed all the golden light scattered in this area, and his mental energy light rapidly increased, surpassing 8 inches. 8-inch mental light, mental power, 10. 66 million/100 million over 300 million mental power, comparable to a mid-grade cave heaven. Su Feng secretly clicked his tongue, not expecting that this Lion King of mental energy had increased his power by so much. After condensing to 8 inches, his strength rose again. At the same time, his cultivation level rapidly increased to level 75, not far from becoming a 3-star Grandmaster. The second piece of the relic puzzle is in hand, Su Feng thought to himself, instructing the little gourd to search for the next puzzle piece. Moments later, Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he immediately flew towards a certain direction. Just now, the little gourd had pinpointed the location of the third puzzle piece, not far from here, at Dragon Transformation Mountain. At this moment, Bai Yingying was racing forward. Her body was covered in wounds, from her arms to her thighs, every injury clearly visible, with some deep enough to see bone. Behind her, 2 white figures followed closely, their speed unrelenting. They were disciples of the Tang family. The eyes of these two were filled with a sinister glint, and a 6-inch divine light rose behind them, clearly indicating they were the elite of the Tang family. After entering the battlefield, Bai Yingying had also gained some mental power, condensing it into 3 inches of divine light, but it was evident she was not a match for the two of them. However, these 2 Tang family disciples seemed in no hurry to kill her. Instead, they appeared to be toying with her, slowly trailing behind, each strike seemingly challenging her psychological limits, relishing this cruel game. Sister, I advise you to give up resisting. Hand over the dragon transformation order to my 2 brothers, and we will ensure your safety. Who knows, we might even give you some extra care. Tang Fei's words were laced with mockery, his gaze wandering between Bai Yingying's graceful figure and her delicate features. Although they were on the battlefield, Bai Yingying's figure and face were exceptional, making it difficult for him to suppress the wicked fire within. Tang Fei, you've had your fun, hurry up and take her down to avoid delaying important matters, his elder brother, Tang Wufeng, reminded him coldly. Brother, you're being a bit too timid. Both of us have cultivated 6 inches of divine light. How many people on this battlefield can withstand 3 moves from us together? Tang Fei sneered, a look of arrogance on his face. However, despite his words, he still heeded Tang Wufeng's warning, quietly gathering a vortex of spiritual power in his palm. Buzz, immediately, a sharp sword aura slashed toward her. Am I going to die here? Bai Yingying closed her eyes, revealing a look of despair. Yet, 10 breaths passed, and the imagined sword aura still had not struck. Bai Yingying opened her eyes in confusion, only to see a familiar figure standing in front of her, Su Feng. The previous sword aura was pinched in his palm, continuously compressed, and ultimately transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy that dissipated into the world. Su Feng, it's you! Tang Fei's expression darkened instantly. He was well aware of Su Feng's actions against the Black Dragon Gang and the disruption of the Tang family's plans. In this ancient divine battlefield, the Tang family had already devised a plan to deal with Su Feng. It was only because the second young master, Tang Yin, suddenly decided to take action himself that their plans had changed. Now, to actively come and ruin their good fortune was simply courting death. It's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy now, Tang Fei snorted coldly, his gaze toward Su Feng seemingly filled with pity. Beg for mercy? Faced with the mocking words, Su Feng's expression remained indifferent as he calmly extended a hand. Boom! In the next moment, a pillar of flame erupted, a scorching fire spewing forth like a towering column, instantly engulfing Tang Fei, turning him into ash without leaving even a hint of a painful groan. Now, it's your turn. Su Feng's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze locking onto the still-shocked Tang Wufeng. Run! Tang Wufeng's pupils constricted, and in his terror, without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a beam of sword light, desperately fleeing backward. Initially, under his investigation, Su Feng was only at level 65, a 1-star Grandmaster, which matched the intelligence he had received. Because of this, he had never taken Su Feng seriously. Yet unexpectedly, Tang Fei, who was of similar strength and had already condensed 6 inches of divine light, was effortlessly taken down. Run! Su Feng's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward. The light beneath his feet flowed, as if the space itself was compressed, and he appeared directly in front of Tang Fei, one hand behind his back as he walked toward him. Bang! Su Feng struck out with a palm, the blazing flames once again rampaging, tightly enveloping Tang Wufeng, whose screams tore through the air. You will regret this. Tang Yin will never spare you. Tang Wufeng howled in despair, but could only watch helplessly as he gradually turned to ash. Tang Yin? Su Feng's eyes flickered. Could it be that Tang Yin had also entered? This made him feel a bit strange. After all, Tang Yin had long since broken through to the divine sovereign realm. How could he enter this ancient divine battlefield? At this moment, a murderous intent flickered in Su Feng's eyes. In any case, as long as Tang Yin wanted to step into the battlefield, he would need to suppress his cultivation. If he wanted to kill him, it was the perfect opportunity to take him down. Seeing Su Feng kill the 2 members of the Tang family, Bai Yingying finally had a chance to catch her breath. She sat cross-legged nearby, taking healing medicine to recover. Su Feng was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for her to adjust. After a moment, Bai Yingying's strength gradually returned, and she struggled to stand up, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. From initially worrying that Su Feng would be no match for Han Xingho, to now witnessing him effortlessly slay 2 quasi-divine sect powerhouses with 6 inches of divine light condensed. The man before her had become increasingly inscrutable. "Why are they hunting you?" Su Feng furrowed his brow. Theoretically, the Star Academy and the Tang family had no grievances, so there was no need to waste time hunting down a disciple who had only condensed 3 inches of divine light. Because of this, Bai Yingying did not hesitate at all, taking out a token from her bosom and gently placing it in Su Feng's hand. The token was made of ancient blackwood, exuding a sense of the passage of time, with a vividly carved flying dragon that seemed ready to break free from its bindings and soar into the heavens. This is the Dragon Transformation Token, which can open the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm and activate the once-in-a-century Dragon Pool. This token was passed down from my ancestors, and according to the calendar, this is precisely the time for the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm to open, so my family asked me to bring it. The original intention was to enter the Secret Realm for the baptism, but unexpectedly, it was sensed by 2 members of the Tang family. Bai Yingying's expression was downcast. Even though such a treasure was passed down, she felt powerless to protect it. The Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Su Feng's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard about the baptism and the dragon pool on the forum. It was said that the baptism was conducted using the power of divine consciousness, and the more baptisms one received, the stronger their divine consciousness would become. With the Dragon Transformation Token, 2 people can enter the secret realm together, but there should be others who have also obtained this token, Bai Yingying explained to him. It seemed that many experts had already acquired the Dragon Transformation Token. Therefore, entering the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. The reason she reminded Su Feng was mainly out of concern that he might rashly enter the secret realm and become a stepping stone for various prodigies to test their swords. Where is the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm? Su Feng opened the map but found no markings for the secret realm. The existence of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm is quite secretive. I can take you there. Upon hearing this, Su Feng nodded. At that moment, he noticed that the location of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm was the same as the direction of the 3rd relic puzzle piece. This meant he could conveniently eliminate the 3rd transformed divine consciousness along the way. The 2 moved quickly, and after a stick of incense's time, Su Feng appeared above a mountain range filled with spiritual beauty. At that moment, before him, the mountain range was enveloped by a formation resembling a glass bowl, preventing any forceful intrusion. I didn't expect the location of the 3rd transformed divine consciousness to be within this Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, Su Feng thought to himself. However, the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm had not yet reached its opening time, and the Dragon Transformation Token could not be activated. It should be in the next couple of days, Su Feng mused. They were already within the battlefield, where numerous cave heavens existed. At this moment, he decided to first search for a nearby cave heaven to absorb divine consciousness power. He instructed Bai Yingying to wait in a safe area nearby for the secret realm to open and left a communication talisman, while Su Feng took the Dragon Transformation Token to search for cave heavens. Before long, Su Feng sensed a powerful wave of divine consciousness energy. As expected, it should be a mid-grade cave heaven. Whoosh, without any hesitation, he flashed and transformed into a streak of light, racing straight toward the source of that divine consciousness. After a stick of incense's time, Su Feng flew above the cave heaven. At that moment, before him, an ancient and mysterious cave entrance suddenly appeared, surrounded by an extremely rich divine consciousness energy. The barrier here has been broken, Su Feng's eyes flashed as he walked directly into the cave. A high-grade cave heaven had 5 levels, with the 5th level being the core area. The mid-grade cave heaven had 4 levels. At this moment, Su Feng was on the 1st level, where the divine consciousness power was extremely thin. He did not linger here for long and immediately flashed into the passage leading to the 2nd level. As he approached, a mass of black mist coiled around the passage, quickly forming 2 5-meter-tall, black, alien phantoms. Exotic giant troll level, LV 100 health points, 10 million spirit power, 10 million. Su Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, a wisp of black flame shot out like a ghost, instantly enveloping the 2 massive trolls, leaving only a wisp of green smoke and a faint burnt smell in the air, proving that they had once existed. He then stepped onto the 2nd level. The 2nd level was quite spacious, divided by countless secret chambers. Upon entering, one would be randomly assigned to one of these chambers, and only by absorbing a certain amount could one unlock the adjacent chambers. In the chamber where Su Feng currently found himself, more than 10 talented individuals from various factions were fiercely battling against opponents formed from mental energy. These individuals were quite powerful, able to slay a mental shadow in just a few exchanges. However, faced with what seemed like an endless tide of mental energy, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and confusion, unsure of when they would be able to completely escape this ceaseless battle. When Su Feng's figure appeared in the chamber, these talented individuals naturally took notice of him. However, all the talents here were from 50 provinces, and they had never heard of Su Feng. Upon discovering that he was only a one-star Grandmaster, they immediately lost interest and returned their focus to battling the mental shadows. Do I need to absorb a certain amount? Su Feng's eyes flickered. This approach was too slow. Third-star ring technique, endless fire domain. Boom! In an instant, a towering inferno erupted into the sky. Su Feng stepped forward slowly, and with each step he took, the raging flames surged forth like a tidal wave with a will of their own, mercilessly engulfing all forms condensed from mental energy in their path, transforming them into brilliant lights of mental energy that converged into his body. This scene left the surrounding talented individuals, who were struggling against the manifestations of mental energy, dumbfounded, their movements involuntarily pausing. They looked on in disbelief as the mental forms they were battling turned into light points and flowed into Su Feng's body. Boom! Accompanied by Su Feng's steady steps, the walls that separated them crumbled like fragile paper. Endless mental power transformed into light points, converging into Su Feng's body. Who is he? Shock and confusion intertwined in the hearts of the talented individuals, their fingers trembling as they pointed at Su Feng, trying to find answers in his identity. As far as they knew, someone with this level of power was at least on par with the top talents from the 3 major academies, and it was impossible for him to be unknown. He is Su Feng. Although he hasn't had any dazzling achievements in the past month, 3 months ago, he defeated the young Marquis Shenhozi, the Dragon Island Princess Little Long, and the one-armed sword immortals Heir Chen Zizai, among other top young talents, to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. A month ago, during the Lin family incident, he exterminated the Lin family head Lin Jin, single-handedly fought against the 9 peak grandmasters of the ghost-killing group, battled against the formidable beings of the divine sect, and retreated calmly. Someone recounted Su Feng's achievements as if they were familiar with them. Although his opponents were not as powerful as the quasi-divine sect individuals present, each name mentioned sent a shockwave through their hearts. It could be said that since Su Feng's debut, he had crushed countless talents along the way. And now, in just 3 months, he had already reached the same height as these seasoned talents. At this moment, they could only look up at this figure. Tap tap, Su Feng stepped steadily forward, making his way unobstructed to the entrance of the 3rd level. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Don't go up. The speaker was in the last stone chamber, his strength extremely formidable, having condensed 5 inches of divine light. But it seemed he had intentionally stayed here and had not stepped onto the 4th level. Su Feng's footsteps paused slightly. At this moment, this talented individual continued. The second genius of the Heavenly Dao Academy, Senior Brother Chen Yan, has issued an order. He is in seclusion on the 3rd level, and everyone is prohibited from entering. He knew Chen Yan's strength, so this was a kind reminder. Tian Dao Academy. Su Feng's eyes flickered. It truly was a narrow road for enemies. As for which day it was, he didn't care at all. At this moment, he stepped directly into the 3rd layer. Boom! The instant he set foot on the stairs, a brilliant golden sword energy slashed towards him from the air. It carried a residual divine aura, causing the surrounding air to tremble, as if even space itself was quaking and about to tear under this sword. This sword aimed to obliterate Su Feng's physical body. Poof! Su Feng's expression was cold. With a thought, a dazzling 8-inch divine thought light instantly coalesced around him, standing tall like a heavenly pillar, clashing head-on with the golden sword energy. The two collided, intertwining and exploding with a deafening roar, and then, that originally unstoppable golden sword energy seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, instantly collapsing and dissipating into nothingness. 8-inch divine thought light? Seeing the divine thought light that Su Feng had transformed into, the person who had previously tried to stop him was stunned. Even the second-ranked prodigy of Tian Dao Academy could only condense a 7-inch light. At this moment, Su Feng had stepped into the space of the 3rd layer, and what came into view was a solitary figure in black. This figure had its back to him. Beside it stood an ancient, pitch-black long sword, silently erect, its blade occasionally exuding a chilling sharpness that froze the surrounding air. Chen Yan sensed Su Feng's arrival but did not move, only a hint of indifference emanated from his back. You are strong. To have survived a sword strike from me and still come this far, but you can only stop here. You have 3 breaths to leave, or die. In his words, there was a certain acknowledgement of Su Feng's strength, but clearly, that innate pride and confidence made him not truly regard Su Feng as an opponent of the same level. In the entire ancient Godland, the number of opponents worthy of his attention could be counted on one hand. Clearly, Su Feng was not among them. 3, 2, 1. As Chen Yan's emotionless voice fell, the silent ancient sword suddenly seemed to awaken, its tip trembling slightly, and a dense black sword energy burst forth, instantly transforming in the air into a fierce shadow of a wraith, accompanied by chilling howls, pouncing towards Su Feng with lightning speed. Such a powerful aura. Just a wraith formed from sword energy, yet it possesses the strength of a quasi-divine sect. Su Feng thought to himself, the second of Tian Dao Academy was indeed not just a name. If compared to Han Xingho, his strength was at least equivalent to 300 Han Xinghaos. Buzz, at the moment the wraith attacked, Su Feng firmly grasped it in his palm. Ow! The wraith let out a piercing howl, its limbs thrashing, trying to break free from this sudden restraint, but Su Feng's palm ignited with black flames, like hellfire, instantly enveloping the wraith. In the next moment, the screams abruptly ceased, and the wraith transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into nothingness. You have successfully angered me. The man in black finally moved, slowly standing up, and his cold eyes burst forth with dazzling golden light. A 7-inch divine thought light enveloped him from behind. At the same time, a strange giant scorpion appeared, radiating black light. Soul-devouring scorpion. Seeing this black scorpion, Su Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seemed Chen Yan had already fused with divine aura, just one step away from entering the divine sect realm. Although the soul-devouring scorpion was not an ancient ferocious beast, it was extremely vicious, possessing the ability to devour souls. Die! Chen Yan snorted coldly, swinging the black sword towards Su Feng. At this moment, countless wraiths swirled around his black sword, unleashing an astonishing might. SS-level star technique, soul-devouring slash. A thick mass of black energy suddenly coalesced in Chen Yan's eyes. Accompanied by a low growl, the black sword in his hand, carrying the terrifying power to devour souls, slashed down towards Su Feng's crown. Faced with this deadly strike, a golden light surged in Su Feng's eyes as he shouted, "Indestructible Ape God!" In an instant, a massive phantom of the Ape God materialized around him, and at the same time, his protective domain erupted, raising his damage immunity to an astonishing 80%. Bang! Chen Yan's sword strike was directly caught by the Ape God Phantom with 2 fingers, unable to advance an inch. How is this possible? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Yan's eyes. At that moment, Su Feng pointed at him. Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. As his voice fell, a terrifying destructive force erupted from his fingertip, instantly filling the entire space of the third layer. In the next moment, before Chen Yan could make any sound, he was directly evaporated into white light. Bang! The SS-grade treasure, the black ancient sword, fell to the ground, and Su Feng unceremoniously took it. At the same time, the 7-inch divine light that Chen Yan had gathered had become substantial, and now, even after death, it had not completely dissipated, retaining half of its energy, which Su Feng directly absorbed. Looking at the vast golden sea of mental power in the third layer, Su Feng took a deep breath, slowly sat cross-legged, and began to close his eyes and concentrate, fully absorbing this mental power. An hour later, Su Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the mental power of the third layer had been completely absorbed by him. 8-inch divine thought light, mental power, 11. 74 million/100 million, the third layer has increased my mental power by 1,000,000. I wonder how much mental power exists in the fourth layer. Su Feng thought to himself as he stepped onto the fourth layer without obstruction. In the fourth layer, endless divine mental power coalesced into a Crimson Demon King. Divine Thought Demon King, level, LV 100, health points, 30 million, spirit power, 30 million, boom, a violent pillar of flame erupted, and the next moment, the Divine Thought Demon King was directly slain, transforming into countless divine thoughts that flowed into Su Feng's body. Half a day later, Su Feng absorbed all the divine thought power. 8-inch divine thought light, mental power, 13. 6 million/100 million, there was still a distance to break through the 9-inch barrier. At the same time, he received a transmission from Bai Yingying. There was finally movement from the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Moments later, Su Feng arrived above the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and Bai Yingying also emerged from her hiding place. At that moment, the formation in front of them indeed stirred, and a dazzling light burst forth. Su Feng directly used the Dragon Transformation token to open a gap in the barrier, and then he and Bai Yingying stepped in together. As they entered, the gap quickly closed, and the Dragon Transformation token erupted with a brilliant light, flying out of sight in the next moment. As Su Feng stepped into this place, a rich aura surged into his body. The concentration of spirit power here was even comparable to directly consuming a pill. The Dragon Transformation Secret Realm was equipped with a forbidden air formation, so upon entering, the two immediately landed on the flat ground below. In front of them, white jade bridges connected, stretching endlessly, and beneath the bridges was a sea of abundant mental power. Clearly, as long as one stepped onto a bridge, they could absorb the corresponding mental power. Let's go. Su Feng stepped onto the mental power jade bridge first, and immediately, a tremendous pressure surged towards him. This pressure could not be endured even by a peak grandmaster for a few seconds. However, for Su Feng, it seemed non-existent, as if only his sleeves fluttered. After 10 breaths, all the mental power from this jade bridge flowed into his body, and Su Feng was transported to the second mental power jade bridge. It seems that I only need to endure on each mental power jade bridge for a while to gain the corresponding mental power. Su Feng thought to himself. This place was essentially a test, and passing it would yield the corresponding mental power. The pressure on the second jade bridge had clearly increased significantly, but correspondingly, the amount of mental power also multiplied. At this moment, Bai Yingying also stepped onto the first jade bridge. Su Feng looked ahead, a total of 12 jade bridges, and in the next moment, he teleported to the third one, then the fourth. With each step onto the next jade bridge, the pressure he felt doubled. In the blink of an eye, as Su Feng stepped onto the 12th jade bridge, the pressure he was enduring had increased to 2,000 times that of the beginning. It was equivalent to the oppressive force of condensing 7 inches of divine light. But for Su Feng, it still felt as if it did not exist. At that moment, Bai Yingying also stepped onto the 10th jade bridge, and a terrifying pressure immediately bore down on her. However, even after absorbing the power of 9 telekinetic jade bridges, with her divine light reaching 5 inches, Bai Yingying still found it incredibly difficult to resist. Puff! Unable to withstand the pressure, Bai Yingying was instantly knocked away. At the same time, Su Feng leaped forward and caught her. At this moment, due to his forceful intervention, a terrifying pressure suddenly surged towards him. The level of this pressure directly surpassed Su Feng himself, reaching the level of 9 inches of divine light. Clearly, Su Feng's unauthorized interference violated the rules, triggering the punitive mechanism of this place. If he were to be knocked down, he would be unable to cross the 12 jade bridges to reach the other side. What of 9 inches of divine light? Step back! Su Feng's eyes flashed, and with a cold shout, he activated his protective domain, while a phantom of a monkey god emerged behind him, clashing with the 9 inches of divine light. With an 80% immunity, even the 9 inches of divine light could not harm him, and ultimately, after a stalemate lasting 10 breaths, it dissipated. At this moment, Su Feng and Bai Yingying arrived at the other side together. Before them stood a stone tablet, entirely made of white jade, towering into the clouds, with dragon and phoenix carvings inscribed with lines of names, seemingly left by predecessors. At this time, Bai Yingying began to explain. The Dragon Transformation Tablet. There are a total of 6 entrances to the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and there are 6 stone tablets, but each one is interconnected. As long as one can leave their name on the tablet for 10 zhang, they can receive the blessing of 7 inches of divine thought. Reaching 100 zhang grants 8 inches of divine thought, and if one can reach 1,000 zhang, they can directly receive 9 inches of divine light. After saying this, Bai Yingying stepped forward to the Dragon Transformation Tablet, and a gentle power enveloped her. As she summoned her A-grade martial spirit, the Tianshan Snow Fox, in the next moment, Bai Yingying's name lit up on the Dragon Transformation Tablet and shot upwards rapidly. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. Ultimately, the light stopped at 3 zhang. Bai Yingying gritted her teeth, and then 3 star rings of yellow, purple, and blue rose behind her. The light continued to rise, finally stopping at 6 zhang, still quite a distance from the minimum standard of 10 zhang. At this moment, Bai Yingying took a deep breath and continued to release her divine thought light. With the explosion of 6 inches of divine light, the light continued to rise, ultimately stopping at 9 zhang, unable to advance further. Is this the limit? Bai Yingying bit her lip, revealing a look of unwillingness. At this moment, she closed her eyes and performed a certain secret technique. In the next instant, a holy light emanated from her, and her aura rapidly ascended at that moment. Clearly, this was a secret method for temporarily enhancing her potential, specially prepared for this secret realm. Buzz! At this moment, the light finally stirred again, ultimately stopping at 10 zhang. In the next moment, a surge of abundant divine thought power descended, and endless light poured into Bai Yingying's body. After a moment, as the light dissipated, the divine light behind her had reached 7 inches. 7 inches of divine light. Bai Yingying's eyes sparkled, feeling as if everything was a dream. Originally, with her strength, she could at most condense 3 inches of divine light. But now, with Su Feng's help, she had actually condensed 7 inches of divine light. Once she returned to the academy and broke through to the divine sect, with the form of 7 inches of divine light, she would directly enter the core hall. This completely exceeded her expectations. After all, she believed that apart from Han Xinho, no other inner court disciples had any hope of entering the core hall. However, she also understood that her journey in the ancient divine battlefield had come to an end. Continuing to stay here was not only meaningless but also fraught with danger. "Thank you," Bai Yingying said. "It's nothing, you can leave on your own," Su Feng replied. At that moment, the dragon transformation steel suddenly stirred. Immediately, in a space of 100 zhang, a name appeared: Wang Lang. Is it him? The first of the Wang family's younger generation. Rumor has it that he is the one closest to the 8-inch divine light. He must have condensed the 8-inch divine light by now. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes flickered. The first prodigy of the Wang family. At this moment, Su Feng's steps were steady as he slowly approached the dragon transformation steel. Instantly, a warm and powerful energy gently enveloped him like a light veil. With my potential, how high can I reach? Su Feng pondered inwardly, his gaze shimmering with exploration and anticipation. He had already discerned the mystery of the dragon transformation steel. This was a divine artifact for measuring talent. The more exceptional the talent, the more prominent the position of the name engraved. A foundation of 10 zhang was required to leave a name. Above 100 zhang, it was already rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And from 100 zhang to a vast space of 1,000 zhang, there were only 3 prodigies who left their marks, which showed how difficult it was. As for the limit beyond 1,000 zhang, in 1,000 years, there had only been one person, Chen Fay, whose name was prominently engraved at the peak of 1,170 zhang. Looking down on all others, his achievements so brilliant that they were beyond reach. Moreover, the next highest person had only left their name at 400 zhang, a staggering gap. Buzz, at that moment, the power of divine thought within Su Feng erupted like a volcano, initially at 10 zhang, then 100 zhang, its brilliance rapidly climbing, and finally, that 8-inch divine thought light stabilized at the scale of 130 zhang. Following that, a golden light surged in his eyes, and an indescribable overwhelming power burst forth. Accompanied by this surge of power, a 100-meter-tall indestructible ape god suddenly took shape, its body towering as if it could support the heavens and touch the earth, exuding an imposing aura. At the same time, that light did not stop, continuing its ascent: 180 zhang, 350 zhang, 600 zhang. Each step was accompanied by earth-shattering momentum, until it finally stopped at the brilliant scale of 880 zhang, just one step away from the 1,000 zhang boundary. Even so, it had already surpassed the ancient prodigies, reaching the second position in the world. Above him, there was only the son of a deity, Chen Fay. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yingying below couldn't help but cover her mouth, her clear eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She had never expected that the potential Su Feng displayed was so astonishing, rivaling even that of a deity. Su Feng made another move, and the first star ring's 7-colored deer phantom appeared, accompanied by the dazzling brilliance of the 10,000-year star ring. The light on the dragon transformation steel rose again, reaching an astonishing height of 980 zhang. However, this was not the end. Su Feng continued to summon the third star ring, and the 10,000-year heavenly fire dragon soared into the sky, its flames powerful enough to burn the heavens and boil the seas. The light under its eruption became even more dazzling, finally stabilizing at the scale of 1,080 zhang, just a step away from the 9-inch divine light crown, his name only overshadowed by Chen Fay at 1,170 zhang. This is still not enough. A look of determination flashed in Su Feng's eyes, as if he could pierce through time and space. Without hesitation, he summoned the second star ring. Bai Yingying's heart nearly leaped out of her chest as she murmured, if his second star ring also reaches the legendary 10,000-year level, then he will not only surpass Chen Fay but will become the first person in history. Am I really going to witness this historic moment? Bai Yingying's eyes were filled with shock as she stared blankly at this scene. As Su Feng's second star ring appeared, it did not represent 10,000 years of black. As an incredibly dazzling golden star ring appeared, in the next moment, a black flame-wrapped 9 nether-devouring sky sparrow soared into the sky. This was a representation of 1,000,000 years of the sacred beast star ring. With the emergence of the 9 nether-devouring sky sparrow, the brilliance on the dragon transformation monument rapidly ascended, as if propelled by a rocket, swiftly surpassing the name of the divine Pingzi, and continued to ascend at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached 1,700 zhang. It was not over. In the next instant, this light had climbed to 2,333 zhang. Finally, it stabilized at 3,000 zhang. 3,000 represented 3,000 worlds. It was also the pinnacle of this dragon transformation monument. At this moment, Su Feng's name appeared at the very top of the dragon transformation monument, overshadowing countless generations of prodigies. Buzz, at this moment, an unparalleled brilliance instantly enveloped him. At the same time, Su Feng's aura surged, and the light behind him instantly surpassed 9 inches, reaching a height of 10 inches. Looking at this scene, Bai Yingying's beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with disbelief. 10 inches? This had never been recorded in ancient texts. When the divine thought light broke through 10 inches, the light column on the stone tablet slowly dissipated. At the same time, Su Feng's level also reached level 85, a 3-star Grandmaster, closer to the divine sect realm. Su Feng's eyes flickered as he checked the divine thought light. 10-inch divine thought light, thought power, 800,000/100 million. It seemed that after 9 inches, each increase required 100 million thought power. Su Feng, 3-star Grandmaster, 10-inch divine thought light, martial spirit, Great Say level Undying Ape God, level, LV85, experience, 0/850000, star rings, 10,000-year 7-colored deer, million-year 9 nether devouring sky sparrow, 10,000-year heavenly fire flood dragon, half artifact, Fan Tian seal power, 5,000 constitution, 3,000, agility, 2,000, exotic treasure, SS level 8 flood dragon flag, martial talismans, equipment, star techniques, power, 800,000 amplification, 1,480,000 power, constitution, 400,000 amplification, 80,000 constitution, agility, 200,000 amplification, 140,000 agility, damage amplification, 30 times, spirit power value, 14 million amplification spirit power value, 16 million, boom. After reaching 3,000 zhang, the stone tablet began to tremble violently. At the same time, all the stone tablets in the secret realm slowly descended. In the next moment, in the center of the secret realm, a gigantic dragon tortoise formed from thought power appeared. Divine Thought Dragon Tortoise, level, LV101, health value, 500 million, spirit power value, 500 million, a 500 million dragon tortoise, already breaking through the divine sect realm. Su Feng stared at the towering, 100 zhang giant tortoise before him, unable to help but gasp in shock, a surge of indescribable awe swelling in his heart. The aura of this giant tortoise had already touched the threshold of the divine sect realm, and its might was not something an ordinary person could easily shake. Just as Su Feng marveled inwardly, below the giant tortoise, several figures appeared simultaneously. Among them, the first was the Wang family's proud first prodigy Wang Lang, who stood tall and imposing, exuding an undeniable aura of a strong man. Following him was the first person of the Spirit Deer Academy, Chen Shuang, dressed in tight-fitting attire, cradling a spirit beast, appearing both mysterious and powerful, adding a touch of grace and resilience to the tense atmosphere. The top expert of the Proud Sword Academy, Zhang Han, radiated a sharp sword intent at this moment. Even without drawing his sword, one could already feel his overwhelming edge. These individuals were all top prodigies from various forces, and at this moment, they all erupted with dazzling 8-inch divine thought light, shining like stars. They naturally saw Su Feng, although his level was only 75. Those who could reach this point were certainly not ordinary. Let's all work together to kill the giant tortoise before us. How much we can absorb in the end depends on our strength. How about it? At this moment, Wang Lang slowly spoke. However, when he looked at Su Feng, a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. Bang! The dragon turtle's divine sense erupted with blinding red light from its eyes. Its body remained still, yet it suddenly swung its massive tail, as if a mountain were collapsing, instantly breaking several surrounding stone pillars. The onlookers were forced to retreat repeatedly by this sudden terrifying force. Wang Lang stood at the front of the formation, barehanded, but his hands had somehow been covered with black gold gauntlets that shimmered with a cold light. He took the initiative to strike first, delivering a powerful punch to the dragon turtle's hard shell. Accompanied by the rampant energy, the seemingly indestructible shell was actually dented with a shocking impression. What a force that can crush with ease! Everyone present marveled, even Chen Shuang from the Spirit Deer Academy and Zhang Han, the top expert from the Proud Sword Academy, showed astonishment. As a standout of the younger generation of the Wang family, Wang Lang's strength was indeed extraordinary, enough to look down upon his peers. Let's attack together. Chen Shuang and Zhang Han exchanged a resolute glance, then Chen Shuang's long whip moved like a dragon, slicing through the air, while Zhang Han pointed his sword at the sky, unleashing several sharp sword energies that tore through the air, engaging the dragon turtle in battle. The three of them simultaneously unleashed 8-inch divine light, dazzling and forcing the dragon turtle to retreat repeatedly, almost without the power to fight back. However, on the edge of this intense battle, Su Feng stood leisurely, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes showing no intention of joining the fight. Su Feng, are you planning to watch from the sidelines and enjoy the spoils? Wang Lang's voice carried a hint of displeasure as he coldly questioned. Su Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone calm yet undeniably resolute. If you all can truly slay this dragon turtle, I will naturally retreat and not interfere in the slightest. His response was both indifferent to the challenge and confident in his own strength, as if everything was under his control. What? Do you think the three of us, masters who have condensed 8-inch divine light, are no match for this turtle? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, even Zhang Han, who had no ties to him, raised his eyebrows, a cold glint in his eyes. However, Su Feng ignored him and leaped gracefully onto a distant high platform. His meaning was clear: if others could deal with the dragon turtle, he would naturally not intervene. If they could not, then he would seize this opportunity for himself. Let's attack together. At this moment, Zhang Han shouted, his sword energy becoming 3 times more fierce. As they joined forces, they quickly reduced the dragon turtle's health by 1/10. Humph. What a fool! Even when given the chance for an opportunity, he doesn't seize it. Seeing that they had gained the upper hand, Zhang Han's eyes were filled with a cold smile. Although Chen Shuang had remained silent, it was evident that she also felt Su Feng was a bit too arrogant. If the 3 of them couldn't take down this dragon turtle, did he really think he could do it alone? Su Feng's gaze remained indifferent. This dragon turtle had already entered the divine sect realm, and its strength was certainly not weak. It would not be easily slain. Rumbling, sure enough, just as the dragon turtle's health dropped to 70%, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from it, reaching the level of the divine sect. Bang! It struck out with a palm, and Zhang Han, who was facing it, was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His body traced a breathtaking arc in the air before crashing heavily into a solid stone pillar dozens of meters away, causing a thunderous roar. The Super S-class armor on Zhang Han's chest exploded under this terrifying force, shattering like paper, fragments flying everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, the towering stone pillar could not withstand the impact and collapsed with a loud crash, raising clouds of dust. After a good 10 breaths, Zhang Han's figure slowly emerged, tattered, covered in blood, and battered, looking exceptionally disheveled and weak. This scene caused the expressions of Wang Lang and Chen Shuang, who were nearby, to instantly become extremely grave. They never expected that the previously seemingly secure situation would suddenly take a turn for the worse due to the explosive counterattack from the dragon turtle, and that Zhang Han, who was of equal strength, would suffer a heavy blow in a single strike. What should we do? Chen Shuang's voice carried a hint of panic as she turned to Wang Lang, seeking a strategy. The dragon turtle's attacks grew increasingly fierce, clearly having entered a frenzied mode, with each strike capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Faced with such a powerful enemy, and with Zhang Han's exit, both Wang Lang and Chen Shuang began to feel overwhelmed, making defense increasingly difficult. Wang Lang's expression was serious, his brows revealing an unyielding determination. At that moment, Chen Shuang's gaze fell on Su Feng, who had remained motionless. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Taoist friend Su, the dragon turtle has been weakened to half health by our combined efforts. If you are willing to lend a hand, once we obtain the divine thought, we are willing to share this treasure with you. What do you say? Clearly, she still could not resist the temptation of the divine thought and chose to seek Su Feng's assistance. Su Feng, of course, would not allow himself to be used. His gaze was indifferent, showing no intention of responding. Run! Seeing the critical situation, Chen Shuang could no longer hold on under the unstoppable assault of the dragon turtle. She gritted her teeth, her delicate body suddenly expanding, transforming into a streak of light as she attempted to escape into the distance. However, at that life and death moment, the dragon turtle suddenly raised its head, and a blinding beam of light erupted from its mouth, accurately piercing through Chen Shuang's delicate body. Her body fell like a kite with a severed string, plummeting from the air, and in her dying eyes remained endless terror and unwillingness, as if still lamenting her greed. Wang Lang witnessed all of this. Though shocked, his instinct for survival took over. His eyes flashed as he caught the brief opening when the dragon turtle attacked Chen Shuang. He surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the edge of the barrier. Just as he was about to escape, he did not forget to deliver a final blow to the dragon turtle. Gathering all his strength in his fist, he struck out fiercely, sending a sharp punch directly at the dragon turtle's back. Roar! The dragon turtle let out a deafening roar, its crimson eyes burning with fury. Clearly, Wang Lang's parting strike had thoroughly enraged it. Su Feng, today is your day to die. Wang Lang's voice echoed in the air, carrying a hint of ruthlessness and determination, and then he stepped out of the secret realm, his figure quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. At this moment, the enraged dragon turtle had turned all its fury toward Su Feng. It let out a thunderous roar, its massive body crashing forward like a mountain, causing the stone pillars along its path to collapse, with debris flying everywhere, showcasing its unparalleled terrifying power. However, in the face of this overwhelming might, Su Feng remained unperturbed. His gaze was resolute, his hands tightly gripping the 8 serpent flags, and he shouted, "Go!" As his words fell, the 8 serpent flags seemed to come to life. On the flag surfaces, the totems of 8 serpents suddenly awakened, soaring into the air, transforming into 8 brilliant streaks of light, howling as they charged toward the dragon turtle. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth resonated with dragon roars and tiger howls, as 2 powerful forces collided fiercely in the air, bursting forth with dazzling light, illuminating the entire secret realm as if it were daytime. minus 35 million, minus 41 million, minus 36 million, minus 42 million, minus 35 million, minus 37 million, minus 40 million, minus 39 million. With the violent explosions of the 8 flags, the dragon turtle was instantly transformed into white light, and endless divine thought surged towards Su Feng. 11 inches of divine thought light, thought power, 800,000/100 million. Su Feng's level directly broke through to level 90. Directly obtained 100 million divine thought light. Su Feng's eyes flashed. This was exhilarating. After the dragon turtle exploded, a piece of a puzzle slowly fell into Su Feng's hand. At this moment, he quickly searched for the bodies of Chen Shuang and Zhang Han, and soon found the other 2 pieces of the puzzle. Clearly, they had also broken through the 8-inch divine consciousness by absorbing the transformation of divine thoughts. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be another piece with Wang Lang, Su Feng thought to himself. At this point, he already had 5 pieces in hand, just 3 short of unlocking the ruins of the Immortal Palace. Almost there. Su Feng looked up, realizing he had been on the battlefield for 6 days. Tomorrow would be the day of awakening for the mythical martial spirit. Whoosh! As soon as Su Feng broke through the air, a familiar figure stood before him outside the barrier. It was Wang Lang, his gaze as cold as ice, his words laced with an undeniable threat. "You really are tough to kill, managing to come out alive." A cold smile crept across his lips as he continued, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all the pieces of the puzzle in your possession, and I might show mercy and spare your life." Upon hearing this, Su Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing through them. Clearly, Wang Lang had sensed the aura of the puzzle pieces on him. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "I thought you would choose to flee, but I didn't expect you to come right to me." Before his words fell, Su Feng let out a light shout, and a towering figure suddenly emerged behind him, the immortal ape god, its overwhelming presence causing the surrounding air to tremble. At the same time, the aura around Su Feng surged like boiling water, rising steadily. Wang Lang snorted coldly at the sight, showing no fear. The void behind him shifted dramatically, and a massive phantom of a thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged, its might matching that of Su Feng's immortal ape god, filling the air with a tense atmosphere as if a storm was about to break. 4 star rings circled around him, 2 purple and 2 black, vibrant in color, releasing dazzling light. The 8-inch divine light behind him and the faintly emerging divine rank reflected each other, indicating that he had already stepped halfway into the realm of the divine sect, just a step away from complete transformation. "Now, do you feel fear?" Wang Lang stood in mid-air, bathed in divine light, resembling a descending deity, his tone filled with undeniable confidence and authority. However, Su Feng merely smiled indifferently. 3 star rings also appeared behind him, 2 black and 1 gold, brilliant and eye-catching. Even more astonishing was the phantom of a 9-nether devouring sky sparrow slowly unfolding behind him, a torrent of black flames surging forth, almost devouring the horizon, its might instilling awe. The 2 faced off, and it seemed as if only their auras clashed fiercely in the world. "Die!" Wang Lang shouted, his palm power surging, a giant hand hundreds of meters wide crashing down like a collapsing mountain, carrying a destructive force as it lunged toward Su Feng, the air along its path torn apart by its terrifying power, producing a series of explosive sounds. In the face of this thunderous strike, Su Feng's expression remained unchanged, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he shouted, "Thunder Law 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, activate." Before his words fell, an anomaly appeared in the sky, 9,999 bolts of lightning seeming to descend as divine punishment, instantly weaving into an impenetrable curtain of thunder, roaring toward Wang Lang. Boom! In the deafening explosion, Wang Lang's unstoppable giant hand was ruthlessly torn apart by the thunder curtain, and he himself was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, blood spurting from his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Cough cough. Wang Lang struggled to prop himself up, his eyes glaring at Su Feng with disbelief. How do you possess such strength? Clearly, you haven't forged a divine rank yet." Su Feng merely shot him a cold glance in response to his doubts, stepping forward with resolute strides, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. However, at that decisive moment, a look of determination flashed in Wang Lang's eyes. He suddenly soared into the air, the 8-inch divine light and divine rank behind him miraculously merging at that moment, an earth-shattering aura erupting from within him. "Ha! Today I will break through to the realm of the divine sect with my 8-inch divine light. What can you, a mere individual, do to me?" Wang Lang's voice was filled with arrogance and confidence. At this moment, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, enough to rival those powerful 4-star divine sect experts, far beyond the leader of the ghost-killing team who was slain by Su Feng before. Faced with Wang Lang's sudden surge of overwhelming momentum, Su Feng's expression remained as cold as ice. He lightly rotated his palm, and an ancient and mysterious treasure, the Fan Tian seal, suddenly appeared in his hand. "Suppress!" Su Feng shouted in a deep voice, and the Fan Tian seal responded, transforming into a streak of flowing light that shot into the sky, then came crashing down on Wang Lang like a mountain pressing down. Whoosh! The Fan Tian seal rapidly expanded in the air, its size instantly comparable to that of a towering mountain. The ancient runes swirling on it emitted dazzling light, releasing a heart-pounding pressure. Seeing this, Wang Lang's face changed dramatically, filled with disbelief and despair. He hoarsely shouted, "No!" However, all struggles seemed so pale and powerless. The Fan Tian seal fell like a judgment hammer, mercilessly crushing Wang Lang, who had just stepped into the threshold of the divine sect, into dust. Su Feng's figure flickered, instantly arriving beside Wang Lang's remains, quickly searching and retrieving 2 pieces of a relic puzzle. His gaze was deep as he murmured, "Just one more piece to go." At this moment, a voice from the small gourd urgently sounded, pointing out the location of the last puzzle piece, deep within the ancient god battlefield. Soon, Su Feng killed the last transformed divine thought. Meanwhile, he had already gathered 8 pieces of the puzzle in his hand. "Hurry!" The voice from the small gourd was filled with anticipation and urgency, urging Su Feng to complete this final step quickly. Su Feng took a deep breath, gently waved his hands, and the 8 puzzle pieces slowly rotated in the air, ultimately merging into one. Boom! The earth seemed to awaken from an invisible force, shaking violently. All around, the star beasts that had originally resided here were startled by this sudden change, letting out terrified howls and fleeing in all directions. Amidst this chaos, a dazzling golden beam suddenly cut through the sky, as if a divine hand had torn open a rift in space, directly reflecting into Su Feng's eyes. This beam was extraordinary, containing endless spatial power and mysterious celestial energy. It was clearly a teleportation portal, slowly revealing its full form. The golden beam grew increasingly brilliant, gradually expanding into a magnificent gateway, within which golden light sparkled like a gathering of stars, and ethereal images of celestial palaces flickered in the radiance, evoking endless imagination. Su Feng stepped directly into the entrance of the celestial palace. In the next moment, he found himself inside the celestial palace. Su Feng looked around and discovered he was in a grand hall. The hall was filled with celestial energy, resplendent with gold and jade, with countless precious treasures and spiritual herbs displayed within. At the center, on a throne, sat an elderly man with white hair, his gaze as deep as the vast stars. Upon seeing Su Feng enter the hall, a hint of approval flashed in the old man's eyes. He slowly stood up, and the celestial energy surrounding him seemed to ripple gently with his movements, dimming the brilliance of the entire palace slightly, just to highlight the presence of this immortal figure. "Young man, you have finally arrived." The old man's voice was deep and kind, like the ancient bell tolling, rippling layers of waves in Su Feng's heart lake. "I am the master of this celestial palace, the ancient sword immortal Yun. I fell in a great calamity 10,000 years ago, leaving this place of inheritance, waiting only for a fated person." It was indeed the inheritance of the sword immortal. Hearing this, an indescribable excitement and reverence surged in Su Feng's heart. He bowed and said, "I am Su Feng, who stumbled upon this opportunity and accidentally entered this place. I hope the elder will bestow guidance." Yun, the immortal, slightly nodded and smiled, saying, "No need for excessive courtesy. Since you can come here, it is destined. My time is running out. Within this celestial palace lies my knowledge of swordsmanship, as well as divine artifacts and powers. But true inheritance is not merely about these external objects, it lies in the tempering of one's heart and will." As he spoke, the celestial master Yun gently waved his hand, and a beam of light flew from his palm, transforming into an ancient martial talisman that hovered before Su Feng. "This is the celestial sword talisman, which embodies all my attainments in sword cultivation." Su Feng reached out to take the celestial sword talisman, nodding solemnly, "I will not disappoint your expectations, senior. I will diligently practice and carry on your legacy." Seeing this, celestial master Yun smiled slightly, and then his figure began to blur. "Time is short. I am about to dissipate into this world. Su Feng, the path ahead must be walked by you alone. Remember, no matter what difficulties and challenges you encounter, you must hold fast to your heart and forge ahead bravely." After he departed, Su Feng began to examine the Celestial Sword Talisman. Celestial Sword Talisman Special Martial Talisman Ability 1, Sword Immortal. When using a sword, all damage is increased tenfold. Ability 2, 10,000 swords return to origin. The sword in hand transforms into 10,000 swords, coordinating to attack the opponent. Su Feng fused the Celestial Sword Talisman into the 3rd star ring. Su Feng 3-star Grandmaster 11-inch Divine Mind Light Martial Spirit, Great Sage level Immortal Ape God level, LV 90 experience, 0/9000000 star rings, 10,000 year 7 colored deer, million year 9 nether devouring sky sparrow, 10,000 year heavenly fire flood dragon half divine artifact, Fan Tian seal of power, 5,000 constitution, 3,000 agility, 2,000 exotic treasure, SS Level 8 Flood Dragon Banner Martial Talismans, Equipment, Star Techniques, Power. 1. 2 million Amplification. 2. 22 million Power Constitution, 600,000 Amplification, 120,000 Constitution Agility, 300,000 Amplification, 210,000 Agility Damage Amplification, 30 times Spiritual Power Value, 21 million Amplification of Spiritual Power Value, 24 million. Come quickly, there's a treasure over here. At that moment, a voice came from afar, belonging to the little gourd. Su Feng rushed over and found the little gourd absorbing stones to restore energy. Where's the treasure? Su Feng frowned. Look ahead. Following the instruction, Su Feng gazed forward, his sight piercing through the scattered stones, finally fixing on the center of the stone pile a worn and ancient sword, slanted and embedded in the crevice of the stones, as if it were a relic of time, silently narrating the glories of the past. This ancient sword was covered in scars, each crack etched with the marks of time, appearing particularly weathered. What a broken tetanus blade! Su Feng's mouth twitched. However, despite its ruin, it still exuded an immortal aura that transcended time. He cautiously approached, extending his hand to slowly pull the ancient sword from the stones. The blade was covered in a thick layer of verdigris, as if time had draped it in a disguise. Just then, the little gourd flew over lightly, gently touching the sword's body, as if awakening some dormant power. Instantly, the rust fell away, and an invisible yet powerful energy burst forth from the sword, enveloping the surroundings, causing this seemingly ordinary ancient sword to instantly radiate vibrant life. Uni Celestial Sword Divine Artifact 1 ST Rank Advancement Cost, 1 Star Iron, 10,000 Strengthening Stones Power, 100,000 Constitution, 50,000 Agility, 20,000 Divine Artifact Talent. When using the Uni Celestial Sword, any attack carries an additional 1000% sword energy damage. Sword Flight speed increased tenfold. Skill, Sword Come, after casting, 10,000 swords soar into the sky, dealing 1 billion damage to all living beings within the attack range. Cooldown, no cooldown. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the little gourd completed the absorption of the strange stone, and the entire celestial palace ruin seemed unable to withstand this power, beginning to collapse with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Su Feng did not hesitate and quickly withdrew from the ruins that were about to become a wasteland. In the depths of the battlefield, Lin Aoshue stood tall, holding a 3-foot green blade, the tip of her sword lightly touching the ground, surrounded by an unyielding pride. Opposite her, Yan Jun resembled a fire god emerging from hell, his entire body engulfed in raging flames. The divine light coiling around him had expanded to 9 inches, showcasing his terrifying cultivation that had reached the realm of the divine sect. Lin Aoshue's long skirt was slightly disheveled from the fierce battle, a trace of dried blood at the corner of her mouth, yet it did not diminish her cold beauty and resilience. Since entering the battlefield, her cultivation had rapidly recovered to the peak of a 4-star Grandmaster, just a step away from her former divine sect realm. However, Yan Jun's prior breakthrough had severely tilted the balance of this confrontation. Even with her profound foundation from the divine sect period, it was difficult to bridge the vast gap in realms. Hand over Su Feng's whereabouts, or don't blame me for being ruthless, Yan Jun said, a wicked glint in his eyes. The strange light flickered in Yan Jun's eyes, his tone revealing an undeniable threat. After a long period of confrontation, he knew well that Lin Aoshue was at the end of her strength, her cultivation nearly exhausted, and defeat was inevitable. Give up! Lin Aoshue's gaze turned frosty, exuding an undeniable determination. She calculated in her heart that the only way to buy time was to wait for the ancient battlefield to close, thus giving Su Feng a glimmer of hope. Looking for death. Yan Jun's pupils suddenly constricted, killing intent spreading like a tangible force. He was tired of this cat-and-mouse game and was determined to end it all. However, at this critical moment, a flash of inspiration crossed Lin Aoshue's mind. She quickly took out 10 precious Ice Phoenix talismans from her sleeve, which Su Feng had meticulously refined with her blood, rumored to possess the divine effect of freezing all things. Lin Aoshue was skeptical. Although she did not believe that a few talismans could trap Yan Jun, she chose to take the risk. Boom! The 10 Ice Phoenix talismans ignited simultaneously, and in an instant, the temperature in the world plummeted. 10 towering ice pillars shot up from the ground, surrounding Yan Jun like a giant dragon, ultimately completely encasing him in ice. It really works. Lin Aoshue looked at the scene before her in disbelief, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She knew that opportunities must not be missed, and time was of the essence. She immediately soared into the air on her sword, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the distance. Boom! Moments later, when Yan Jun broke free from the ice prison that bound him, Lin Aoshue's figure had already vanished into the horizon. He looked in the direction she had gone, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with an even stronger chill. I want to see how far you can run. The next day, in the morning, the moment the evolution points reached 5 million, Su Feng immediately used the evolution points. Consume 5 million evolution points, your martial spirit evolves into a myth level, Great Sage equal to Heaven, Strength plus 1 million, Constitution plus 600,000, Agility plus 400,000, Spiritual Power plus 20 million. Gained Original Divine Ability. True Body of the Great Sage. Summon the True Body of the Great Sage equal to Heaven to descend, lasting 30 minutes. Gained Original Talent. Great Grade Celestial Technique, all attributes plus 1000%. Behind Su Feng, suddenly, a shocking phantom of the Great Sage equal to Heaven appeared. This phantom wore golden chainmail, a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, and held a golden staff radiating endless majesty, embodying the legendary figure of Sun Wukong, the Great Sage equal to Heaven. This phantom not only exuded a magnificent aura but also seemed to contain supreme divine power, evoking a sense of awe. With the appearance of this phantom, the surrounding space seemed to tremble, a vast battle intent and indomitable spirit spread out, giving a feeling of fearlessness even when facing the strongest of enemies. At this moment, Su Feng seemed to merge into one with the Great Sage equal to Heaven, his movements becoming swifter and his strength even more formidable. Acquired exclusive artifact Rui Golden Cudgel. Rui Golden Cudgel top tier artifact strength, 1000000 constitution, 500,000 agility, 200,000 artifact talent. Divine transformation can be large or small, capable of leveling mountains. Damage dealt when swinging the cudgel equals strength times current level /10, ignores defense skill, 1 stick to calm the sea, unleashing divine level power, can directly erase a small island, cooldown, 30 days. As the divine level evolution progressed, the 3-star rings on Su Feng also began to evolve, each directly evolving to 10 million years. Your first star ring evolved to 10 million years, 9-colored deer, immunity to damage and the protective field increased to 50%. Your second star ring evolved to 10 million years, 9 Nether Inferno's release range greatly increased, damage increased to 100 times, passive 9 Nether Flame damage increased to 50 times. Your third star ring evolved to 10 million years, summon Endless Fire Domain, spreading from oneself, dealing 100 times damage per second within the range, duration infinite. 3 gray star rings circled around him, and Su Feng's eyes emitted a grayish-white light, resembling a deity. Su Feng 3-star Grandmaster 11-inch Divine Light of Thought Martial Spirit, Mythical Great Sage equal to Heaven level, LV90 experience, 0/900,000 star rings, 10 million year 9-colored deer, 10 million year 9 Nether Devouring Sparrow, 10 million year Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon Artifact, Rui Golden Cudgel, Strength, 1 million, Constitution, 500,000. Agility, 200,000 Exotic Treasure, SS Level 8 Flood Dragon Banner Martial Talismans, Equipment, Star Techniques, Strength, 50 million Amplification, 92,500,000 Strength Constitution, 25 million Amplification, 2,500,000 Constitution Agility, 15 million Amplification, 10,500,000 Agility Damage Amplification, 30 times Spiritual Power Value, 900 million Amplified Spiritual Power Value, 1 billion Unlocked Black Myth Evolution Path, 0/100,000, obtained by slaying creatures, 2 billion, Su Feng's gaze flickered. It should be noted that cultivators in the Divine Sect realm generally have a spiritual power value around 100 million. Those who can reach 1 billion are top-tier powerhouses. And now, he could eliminate ordinary Divine Sect realm powerhouses with just a finger. At that moment, a deep and clear voice suddenly rang in Su Feng's ears, "Found you." He abruptly looked up and saw Yan Jun silently standing before him, his appearance so swift it was astonishing. Beside him, Lin Aoshua had been heavily struck, falling to the ground like a kite with its string cut. She was drenched in blood, yet her eyes still held an indomitable spirit and resilience. Yan Jun looked at Lin Aoshua on the ground, his tone as cold as iron, each word piercing. "I will make you witness how I end his life, and then I will finish you." As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly fierce flame erupted around Yan Jun, resembling a wrathful flame war god, charging towards Su Feng with destructive power. Yan Jun 1-star Divine Sect Martial Spirit, SSS Sun God Fire level, LV101 Spiritual Power Value, 500 million Sun God Fire, appear. Yan Jun shouted softly, and in an instant, the sky seemed to ignite, an immense and brilliant flame erupted above his head, dyeing the entire world a fiery red. That was the legendary Sun God Fire, originating from his awakened SSS-level Sun God body, naturally capable of wielding such world-destroying power. A cold smile hung on Yan Jun's lips as he steadily approached Su Feng. His hands waving lightly, the flames surged like a raging tide, quickly condensing into a majestic fire dragon, charging towards Su Feng with the momentum to incinerate all things. Golden Cudgel, Go, Su Feng whispered lowly, his expression unchanged, as a seemingly ordinary stick flew out from his sleeve. Initially no larger than a finger, it rapidly expanded in the air, transforming in an instant into a towering pillar, carrying an unmatched might as it slammed down fiercely towards Yen Jun. Upon seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Yen Jun's eyes, and he sneered, "A mere embroidery needle dares to shake me?" But before his words could finish, the stick descended like Mount Tai, its speed and power beyond imagination, enveloping him in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the skies as the golden staff fell heavily, raising clouds of dust that obscured the heavens and the earth. When the dust settled, Yen Jun's figure had vanished, leaving only his utterly crushed body and soul as witnesses to this earth-shattering battle. At this moment, Su Feng's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, piercing through layers of smoke, capturing a flicker of flame that was escaping into the sky at an astonishing speed. Trying to escape? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he unhesitatingly threw out the devouring talisman. The talisman seemed to have a spirit of its own. Upon seeing the flame, it rejoiced and transformed into a streak of light, rushing forward fiercely. Su Feng, if you dare to kill me, my master will not let you go. Yen Jun, transformed into his true form, exclaimed in terror, not forgetting to issue a threat. An SSS-level sun god fire, and you still have a master? Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but be secretly astonished. What kind of existence could possess such power? Humph, not only me, but let me tell you the truth. Qin Chuan is merely my master's lapdog. If it weren't for my master teaching the devouring technique, your martial spirit would not have been taken. But soon my master will emerge from seclusion. His power is beyond your imagination, and by then, you will not escape the fate of being devoured. Devour it. Su Feng raised his brow and directly commanded the devouring talisman to swallow Yen Jun. As for the master he spoke of, if he dared to come, Su Feng would surely kill him to avenge the theft of his martial spirit. Devouring SSS level, Sun God Fire, evolving into SS. Innate Spirit Talisman level, SS ability, Infinite Devouring, can absorb and fuse with other. Skill 1, Sun God Fire, the fire that burns all things, increases all fire damage by 50 times. Skill 2, Nirvana Fire, using Nirvana Fire can attach to any attack, multiplying its total damage by 5, cooldown, can be activated once a day. It seems this ultimate fire has entered a new realm. Su Feng thought to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. With a swift motion, he dove down like a falcon, instantly reaching Lin Aoshue's side. She lay there with her eyes tightly closed, her face pale, and her body covered in shocking wounds, clearly having gone through a life and death struggle. Su Feng gently picked her up without hesitation, transforming into a blur as he rushed towards the edge of the battlefield. The battlefield is about to come to an end. Staying here is of no use, he pondered, every moment feeling particularly precious. Just then, Lin Aoshue slowly opened her eyes, and the confusion of waking turned into astonishment upon seeing Su Feng's face. You actually defeated him? Her voice was soft, but it couldn't hide the shock in her heart. Su Feng gently shook his head, a reassuring smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He's right here. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, and a brilliant sun god fire appeared leisurely. Yen Jun had transformed and cultivated with the sun god fire, meaning his true form was the sun god fire itself, which had now been devoured and refined, with his intelligence vanished. Booming, at that moment, the sky changed abruptly, winds rose and clouds surged, thunder roared like drums, as if the deepest will of the heavens and earth was trembling in resonance. Following that, a tall figure with dark skin and a grand aura emerged from the heavy clouds, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through all illusions in the world, directly locking onto Su Feng and Lin Aoshue. He slowly brought his hands together in prayer, and an incredibly bright light erupted from his body, as if the blazing sun were overhead, making it impossible to look directly at him. As that face gradually became clearer, Su Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. Tang Yin? No, this is just his avatar. He quickly recognized that, although this avatar bore a striking resemblance to Tang Yin's true form, the unusual black skin and the slightly immature cultivation level of the divine realm were undoubtedly the key to distinguishing the two. Be careful, Lin Aoshue's voice sounded nearby, carrying a hint of seriousness. Tang Yin's true strength is on par with us at our peak, and he is proficient in the cultivation methods of main and secondary bodies. Since this avatar has already entered the divine realm, its strength should not be underestimated. Secondary body, huh? Su Feng muttered to himself, then raised his head, using his sharper perception to gauge the true strength of this Tang Yin avatar. Even as just an avatar, the power it displayed far exceeded that of Lord Yen, who possessed an SSS physique. This guy's foundation is truly astonishing. Tang Yin 1-star Divine Realm Martial Spirit, S-Class White-Clad Sword Immortal Level, LV 101 Spirit Power, 1 billion. The appearance of the Tangin avatar did not bring any verbal communication. He took direct action, extending an arm. Accompanied by a surge of divine power, that arm rapidly expanded, blocking out the sky and sun, as if it could devour everything, and in an instant, it firmly grasped Su Feng in its palm. Crack, crack, the sound of bones grinding echoed in the air. Tang Yin's palm suddenly tightened, and a tremendous force surged toward Su Feng like a tide, but unexpectedly, a dazzling divine light erupted from Su Feng's body. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it surpassed even Tang Yin, shining with countless times the radiance, causing Tang Yin's expression to change drastically as he exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? He clearly sensed that the power surging within Su Feng had reached a height he could hardly aspire to. At that moment, a massive figure clad in brilliant golden chainmail suddenly appeared, standing between heaven and earth, its shoulders seemingly piercing the clouds, exuding a grand and shocking aura. Monkey? Tang Yin's pupils constricted sharply. The indestructible divine ape Su Feng had summoned in his memory was completely different from this colossal being, both in size and aura. It far exceeded his understanding, and the martial spirit's phantom before him was even 100 times larger than the divine ape that had once stood a mere 100 meters tall. The appearance of the great sage equal to heaven seemed to infuse Su Feng with supreme divine power, instantly amplifying all his attributes by an astonishing 5 times. His power surged, nearing 700 million, and even more shocking was that this 5-fold increase directly affected Su Feng's spirit power, raising his total spirit power to a staggering 1 billion. 1 billion spirit power, a number capable of shocking the entire cultivation world, meant that Su Feng's current strength was sufficient to sweep through divine realm experts, and even face more powerful king realm masters with a fighting chance. Feeling the violent power emanating from Su Feng, Tang Yin was completely flustered. Even though he was currently grasping Su Feng, the words he spoke seemed to carry a hint of distortion. If you dare to harm my secondary body, once my true body breaks through to the king realm, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. If your true body dares to show itself, then I will strike it down as well. Su Feng replied coldly with a smile, and then an earth-shattering force erupted from within him, like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, instantly shattering Tang Yin's mountain-like palm into pieces. Following that, he expanded his form, and the shadow of his staff moved like a dragon, sweeping out with terrifying power that ignored defenses. -7 billion. This was not just a number, it was the most direct interpretation of power. With a single strike, the Tang Yin avatar had no room to resist, instantly transforming into countless specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. Black Myth unlocked. 2000/100,000 killing 2 divine realm experts had increased the evolution progress of Black Wukong by 2000. This matter is settled, Su Feng said. Now, only the breakthrough to the divine realm remained. With a snap of his fingers, he could annihilate the king realm, and the future world would be unobstructed. Buzz, however, just as he prepared to withdraw, the sky suddenly changed. A blood-red cloud layer rose abruptly, blocking the sun, followed by beams of blood-colored light that intertwined to form a massive barrier formation, enveloping the entire battlefield. What does this mean? What has happened? Within the battlefield, everyone was in a panic, scattering in all directions, trying to escape this sudden predicament. Outside the battlefield, the waiting elders of the 4 academies and the powerful figures from various factions looked at the blood-red barrier, their expressions changing drastically, filled with fear and deep unease. It's the formation of the evil spirit sect. This is bad. Damn the evil spirit sect. Are they crazy? Do they want to exterminate our human talents? In the midst of the battlefield, Su Feng's gaze pierced through the chaotic situation, reaching the vast and eerie blood-red formation in the sky. What a grand scheme! He thought in shock. Such a layout was clearly meant to capture all the talents in one net. It seems there are evil godmasters infiltrating, Lin Aoxue analyzed, frowning. Even though the entrance was heavily guarded, a force like the evil spirit sect always had its unknown infiltration methods. It was just unclear what their purpose was. Evil godmaster? Su Feng frowned slightly at the mention. He only knew of evil curse masters, but the term evil godmaster sounded even more sinister. At that moment, above the blood-red barrier, 2 figures stood quietly, like twin stars in the dark night. Wangu wore a black gauze dress, her graceful figure flickering in the breeze, exuding an indescribable allure in danger. Beside her stood a young man in red, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall, his gaze revealing a chilling ruthlessness. Wangu looked at him with a gaze full of reverence and expectation. Saintus, your contribution this time is indispensable. Once I successfully refine all the talents here and collect their souls into the soul banner, I will take you back to the holy sect and request a marriage from my father, he said. Thank you, your highness, Wangu replied, a hint of uncontainable surprise flashing in her eyes. Ever since Qin Xuan's fall, she had been seeking new protection. Until the ceremony at the holy sect, when the golden beetle she had nurtured unexpectedly flew out, and the Holy Sun recognized it as a member of the ancient demon insect royal family. He immediately requested the sect master, his father, to grant her the title of saintess. From then on, she had followed the Holy Sun like a shadow. At this moment, a trace of coldness appeared in Wang Hui's eyes. Standing behind the Holy Sun, her gaze flickered with complex emotions, both unwilling and resolute. She knew well that the Holy Sun's so-called affection for her was merely a covetousness for the bloodline of the ancient demon insect royal family. Since that ceremony, the Holy Sun had been feeding the demon insects with her blood, attempting to control this powerful force, and she was just a pawn on the Holy Sun's chessboard, waiting for the fate of being discarded once the demon insects matured. But what the Holy Sun did not know was that the ancient demon insect royal family possessed an unbreakable loyalty. Once they recognized their master, they would never betray. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hui's eyes. Suddenly, the dagger in her hand sliced through the air like lightning, piercing directly into the Holy Sun's heart from behind. Blood instantly stained the dagger, dripping slowly along the blade. "You!" The Holy Sun's expression changed drastically, disbelief mixed with coldness, and murderous intent radiated from him like a tangible force. "You seek death!" he roared, slamming his palm out. A powerful force erupted like a mountain flood, directly sending Wang Hui flying, crashing against the edge of the barrier, spitting blood and looking utterly disheveled. "I intended to take it step by step, but since you are so eager to seek death, I will kill you now and collect your magic insects." The saint's eyes glinted with cold light, and a surge of killing intent filled the air. But in that instant, his heart suddenly jolted, the world before him began to spin, and he lost control, falling backward as if an invisible force had drained him of life. No, the saint's hand reached out in vain, as if trying to grasp something, but in the next second, his body rapidly shriveled, blood being instantaneously drawn out by some force, and in the blink of an eye, he became a dry husk, lying quietly on the ground. At that moment, a dazzling golden light pierced through the air, and the ancient magic insect appeared leisurely, its tail needle slowly withdrawing from the saint's chest, still dripping with a few drops of fresh blood. After absorbing the saint's essence, it was enveloped in an even more brilliant golden light, its form rapidly expanding, transforming from a small beetle into a colossal creature hundreds of meters in size in just a few breaths. "Now, we can take our revenge." Wang Hui struggled to rise from the ground, her body trembling with excitement. The hatred and humiliation bestowed upon her by Su Feng burned like a raging flame in her heart, vowing to return all pain double. She fixed her gaze on the now fully grown ancient magic insect, her eyes sparkling with the light of vengeance. This ancient magic insect, empowered by royal blood, had strength comparable to a 4-star divine sect expert, enough to make her unstoppable on her path of revenge. "Su Feng, prepare to face the wrath from the abyss." Wang Hui held to the sky, her laughter filled with madness and determination. However, at that moment, a red light flickered in the eyes of the golden ancient magic insect. The next moment, its massive body spread its wings and lunged toward Wang Hui. What are you doing, beast? Ah! As Wang Hui's desperate scream echoed in the air, her body was mercilessly devoured by the ancient magic insect, shocking everyone present, as no one could have predicted that this once exalted saintess would meet her end in such a manner. After consuming Wang Hui's flesh and blood, the ancient magic insect seemed to be reborn. Although its size did not visibly increase, a more ancient and powerful force surged within its bloodline, its body covered in dazzling golden scales, resembling a golden war god. At this moment, its aura had risen to the peak of the divine sect realm, even faintly touching the threshold of half-step king realm, making it nearly invincible in this land of great Xia, except for those two legendary king realm experts. Kikek, the ancient magic insect, emitted a strange cry, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. It had been raised by Wang Hui since childhood, unconsciously inheriting her hatred and obsession. At this moment, that hatred surged like a tide toward Su Feng, instantly locking onto his aura. Su Feng furrowed his brows tightly, keenly sensing this familiar yet strange aura rapidly approaching. Buzz, with a sound that pierced the air, a golden figure charged into his line of sight with destructive power. It was the ancient magic insect that had transformed to half-step king realm. Su Feng's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he swung the golden rod in his hand, striking fiercely at the magic insect. Ancient magic insect level, LV 150 health points, 5 billion spirit power, 5 billion bang. Bang! A deafening roar erupted, as if the very space trembled. The golden rod collided with the body of the magic insect, unleashing astonishing power. The insect's head instantly caved in, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the surrounding space red. However, this fatal blow did not completely shatter it. The ancient magic insect struggled to rise in agony, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes, as it opened its massive mouth and spat a deadly venom towards Su Feng. It didn't die from that? Su Feng's brows knitted tightly, secretly amazed by the ancient magic insect's incredible vitality. 9 Nether Inferno, appear. Su Feng let out a low shout, instantly summoning the terrifying flames that originated from the realm of the underworld. Above the sky, countless meteors imbued with destructive power rained down like a meteor shower, each containing a damage multiplier of 150, striking directly at the ancient demon worm. Under the onslaught of this devastating force, the massive body of the ancient demon worm was instantly engulfed in flames, and in the next moment, only a void remained, not even ashes left behind, completely reduced to nothingness. Black Myth unlocked. 7000/100,000. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens, and the battlefield barrier was forcibly shattered by a powerful force, revealing the figures of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy and others before everyone's eyes. As soon as they appeared, they witnessed the shocking scene of Su Feng slaying the ancient demon worm, all displaying expressions of astonishment. "Where is the evil God Master? Have you eliminated him?" The Grand Elder's tone carried a hint of disbelief. However, amidst this moment of shock, Su Feng's keen perception caught a glimpse of an unusual fluctuation. He suddenly turned around and saw a figure attempting to escape from behind the Grand Elder and others amidst the chaos. "Chen Fay." Su Feng's gaze was like a torch, instantly recognizing the identity of the person. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved. A brilliant beam of light, like the wrath of a thunder god, instantly cut through the sky, accurately striking Chen Fay. Boom! With a loud crash, Chen Fay's body was instantly shattered under the impact of the light beam, his head rolling to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief and shock. Until the last moment of his life, he probably could not believe that he would fall at the hands of Su Feng, whom he once regarded as an ant. Black Myth unlocked. 8000/100,000. Su Feng. You dare! The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy did not expect Su Feng to be so arrogant as to kill an Elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy in front of him, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "What, do you want to accompany him on his journey?" Su Feng's cold gaze turned towards him. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy felt a chill run down his spine. Facing Su Feng's gaze was like being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast, making him dare not speak further. When I return to the Heavenly Tao Academy to report this matter, you will be punished." "What, on the battlefield? Has your Heavenly Tao Academy not laid hands on my students?" The Grand Elder snorted coldly, directly confronting the other party. Whoosh! A brilliant golden meteor streaked across the sky, and a dignified figure descended like a deity, landing steadily before everyone. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be shaken by an invisible force, and everyone's expressions changed dramatically as they bowed and saluted, collectively shouting, "We pay our respects to Lord God Marquis." Su Feng also raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dazzling golden light, trying to glimpse the true form of this legendary powerhouse. However, the golden light was too blinding to look at directly, let alone see his face clearly. Even so, just from the terrifying aura that permeated the air, Su Feng could sense that this Lord God Marquis' strength was far beyond that of the ancient demon worm he had just slain, unfathomable. Is he the father of the God Marquis? Su Feng pondered in his heart. But at this moment, he was even more curious as to why the Lord God Marquis, who should have been at the border resisting the invasion of foreign tribes, suddenly appeared here. "His Majesty has decreed," the God Marquis' calm and powerful voice echoed in the vast space like a thunderclap, instantly pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. "Recently, the foreign tribe's 10 Directions Divine Sun has emerged, rampaging through our borderlands. To demonstrate the might of our great Xia Kingdom, 5 days ago, I ordered all the God Realm cultivators from the 4 major academies to head to the border for support. Now that your trials have concluded, you should set off immediately to face the national crisis together." As the steady and imposing words of the God Marquis fell, everyone present felt a violent tremor in their hearts. The emergence of the alien prince was like a dark cloud pressing down, intertwining complex emotions within them. There was both trepidation and fear of the unknown challenge, as well as a fervent desire to prove themselves and defend their homeland. The alien race has truly emerged. Su Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing within. For him, this was not just a crisis, but also an opportunity. His evolution into the Black Wukong required the slaughter of a large number of divine sect powerhouses. However, within the Great Xia territory, there were clearly not enough divine sect cultivators to kill, so heading to the alien battlefield suited him perfectly. Su Feng. At that moment, the God Marquis' gaze fell upon Su Feng, filled with admiration and expectation. "You are young yet have displayed such bravery and talent. You are truly a rare talent. As a friend of the God Marquis' son, I shall escort you today." Upon hearing this, Su Feng did not hesitate at all. With a flash of his figure, he lightly landed in the broad palm of the God Marquis. With a low shout from the God Marquis, he shot through the air like lightning, instantly disappearing from the sight of the crowd, leaving only a deafening roar echoing between heaven and earth. As a half-step King Realm powerhouse, the God Marquis had already grasped some of the power of the laws, and his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled thousands of miles, bringing Su Feng to the border of the alien realm. Here lay a battlefield stretching 1,000 miles between the two races, ancient and weathered. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the human race had engaged in thrilling battles with alien powerhouses on this land, countless gods and demons falling here, their souls and blood forging this tragic defense line. Today, the battlefield remained, but it was no longer as it once was. The human race and the alien race had divided this vast land into numerous small battlefields, each filled with tension and confrontation. Standing beside the God Marquis, Su Feng gazed at this land filled with the smoke of war, a strong sense of battle rising within him. All right, I have tasks to attend to. You should find the Deputy City Lord here to assign you a task. With that, the God Marquis transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Su Feng's sight. Su Feng's gaze deepened, filled with contemplation, as he stepped into the city. At this moment, the council hall was tightly shut, clearly holding an important meeting. The two guards outside, seemingly having received a secret order from the God Marquis, nodded respectfully upon seeing Su Feng and said, "Please wait a moment. We will report your arrival to the Deputy City Lord immediately." Soon, one of the soldiers hurried out, his expression somewhat complicated. He explained to Su Feng, "The Deputy City Lord has issued an order. Given the current situation, the 108th Battalion is in need of someone to take charge of the logistics and care of the horses, and I have been tasked to lead you there." Horse caretaker? Su Feng's brow furrowed, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Clearly, they did not regard him as a person at all. If it weren't for the God Marquis' face, Su Feng would have charged in and killed him right then. At this moment, Su Feng did not voice any objections and followed the soldier directly to the 108th Battalion. This camp was located in a remote area, far from the core of the battlefield, and although it fell under logistics, it also bore an important strategic mission. The well-fed warhorses, sufficient supplies of grain, and timely replenishment of various rare treasures and elixirs all required careful planning from this place, making it an indispensable part of the military. "Captain, I have brought the person," the soldier called out as they arrived at the camp. Got it, you may leave," came a lazy and somewhat disdainful voice from within the hall, clearly uninterested in the incoming visitor. Soon after, the camp commander didn't even step out of the door, but coldly spoke, "Su Feng, right? Step back. Remember, the 100 horses in the camp must be fed on time for 2 meals a day without fail. If any of them grow thin or fall ill, it will be solely your responsibility." However, before he could finish, a large hand covered in golden light suddenly pierced through the wall of the great hall, shaking the entire space with an irresistible force. Bang! With a deafening explosion, bricks and stones flew from the hall, and the plump middle-aged commander with a handlebar mustache was pulled out of the rubble by Su Feng, his face filled with terror. You dare to be so disrespectful, defying authority. On the battlefield, this is a serious crime that could cost you your head. The middle-aged commander struggled desperately in Su Feng's golden giant hand, roaring in anger. Su Feng snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. "If all the officers in the human race are like you, then what if I destroy the human race first? You are so bold." The middle-aged commander was both shocked and angry, but found himself unable to break free from that immense power. Just as Su Feng was about to take action, a hurried shout came from a distance. "Stop!" Hearing this shout, the middle-aged commander seemed to grasp at a lifeline, desperately calling out towards the source of the voice, "Young Master Tang! Young Master Tang! Save me!" Seeing Tang Feng was like seeing a glimmer of hope. In his eyes, Tang Feng was the third young master of the Tang family, of noble status. With him speaking, Su Feng wouldn't dare to disobey. Tang Feng? Su Feng's gaze flickered, not expecting to reunite with an old acquaintance here. Back when he was still a master, they had come to the Star Academy for a spar, and he had beaten them to a pulp, but now he had also stepped into the realm of a Grandmaster. "Su Feng, this matter was indeed his rudeness first, but your strength clearly should not be buried in trivial matters like horsekeeping." Tang Feng spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of sincerity. "Why not give me a favor and let him go? At the same time, I will apply for you to be transferred to the combat camp. That is where your true stage lies. Young Master Tang, this brat." The commander showed an anxious expression upon hearing this, secretly muttering in confusion as to why Tang Feng was so biased towards the newcomer Su Feng. "Shut up!" Tang Feng turned his head, casting a cold glare at the commander. "If you insist on opposing him, I can't protect you either." Seeing this, the commander immediately shut his mouth. Su Feng pondered silently. He was unclear about the deeper meaning behind Tang Feng's actions, but the suggestion of the combat camp indeed aligned with his intentions. After all, beneath the realm of the king, he considered himself invincible. No schemes or tricks could harm him. "All right, I'll go with you." Su Feng nodded in agreement, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Seeing Su Feng take the bait, Tang Feng couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. His uncle was the commander of that combat camp, and it could be said that the Wang family had absolute power there. Once in the combat camp, how tasks were assigned would be up to him. In an instant, Su Feng had arrived at the heart of the frontline combat camp. Here, all the soldiers were grandmasters, each muscular and wielding weapons. Su Feng, in a flowing Taoist robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, stepped in like a refreshing breeze, instantly attracting everyone's attention. His figure appeared somewhat slender, the demeanor of a cultured scholar starkly contrasting with the smoke-filled battlefield, making him seem out of place. Before long, news of an alien siege reached the camp, and all soldiers quickly assembled, preparing to rush to aid. Su Feng, stand by with the team. At this moment, Tang Feng's voice came with undeniable authority. However, Su Feng seemed to have not heard. With a casual wave, he summoned the Yunyi sword and soared into the air, heading straight for the core of the battlefield. Understanding the movements of the aliens was the purpose of his journey. As for everything else, it was none of his concern. Seeing this, Tang Feng's expression darkened, and he said sternly, openly defying military orders, "Go and bring him back immediately." The command was as heavy as a mountain, and two peak grandmasters wielding steel hammers and iron chains responded immediately, their powerful aura shaking the heart as they pursued Su Feng. In the blink of an eye, Su Feng had flown dozens of miles away. Sensing the approaching pursuers, he leisurely halted in mid-air, his gaze calmly sweeping towards them. "Su Feng, you have ignored military regulations and acted on your own. We were sent by Tang Sanshao to capture you and bring you back to camp." After speaking, the two revealed their martial spirits, one coiled like a spirit snake, the other descended like a fierce tiger, their momentum overwhelming. "Capture me?" Su Feng's eyes lightly brushed over the two, the depth and coldness in his gaze causing the two peak grandmasters to tremble slightly, as if facing the stare of an ancient ferocious beast. However, when they confirmed that Su Feng was merely at the grandmaster level, their fear diminished somewhat, and courage surged back. "Humph, stop pretending to be profound, quickly come back with us to accept judgment," one of them shouted angrily, the chains dancing like a spirit snake emerging from its hole. The other swung the giant hammer, stirring up a fierce wind, as they charged at Su Feng, one in front and the other behind. "Go!" Su Feng shouted softly, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and the immortal sword beneath his feet responded, transforming into a silver streak of light that cut through the air. With a whoosh, the sharp sword energy accurately pierced through the knees of the two, instantly stripping them of their ability to fly, and they fell to the ground with a scream. Su Feng did not stop, pointing his sword towards the sky, and with a whoosh, he continued to soar forward on his sword, soon reaching the center of the battlefield. Looking down, he saw a dense mass of human warriors, some wielding weapons, others summoning brilliant martial spirit phantoms, bravely resisting. Opposing them were thousands of bizarre alien creatures, hairless and with long, powerful limbs, standing and walking steadily on their feet, appearing exceptionally ferocious. "So this is the alien race," Su Feng's eyes flickered as he assessed in his heart. Most of these alien beings were at the Grandmaster level, but their strength was clearly stronger than that of the human spiritual warriors, and they had already pushed the human army into retreat. Poof! Above the aliens, a swift figure darted like a shadow, charging directly at Su Feng. On the battlefield, those who could fight in the air were all leaders among the two armies. This alien leader wielded a giant staff radiating a dark golden sheen, his eyes red as torches, and a pair of strange antennae swayed gently on his forehead, exuding an extraordinary aura. As the distance between them rapidly closed, the alien leader suddenly swung the giant staff, creating a sound that pierced the air, aimed straight at Su Feng. However, there was no hint of panic in Su Feng's eyes. Instead, a glimmer of anticipation flashed across his face. "Finally, I've encountered a strong opponent at the Divine Sovereign level," he quickly assessed in his heart. Alien Ghost General 2-star Divine Sovereign level, LV 120 health points, 2 billion spirit power, 2 billion bang. With a resounding crash, Su Feng's Rui Jingu Bang appeared out of thin air, meeting the alien leader's attack with an indescribable speed and force. The two collided, erupting in a deafening roar, and the terrifying shockwave instantly sent the alien leader flying, his figure in disarray. Just as Su Feng prepared to pursue the victory, several powerful auras surged out from the alien ranks, each revealing their divine sovereign level of cultivation. Demon Lord, one of the 108 alien generals 4-star divine sovereign level, LV 140 health points, 4 billion spirit points, 4 billion Tai, one of the 108 alien generals 5-star divine sovereign level, LV 145 health points, 5 billion spirit points, 5 billion Mingfeng, one of the 108 alien generals 5-star divine sovereign level, LV 149 health points, 6 billion spirit points, 6 billion Ingshan, one of the 108 alien generals 5-star divine sovereign level, LV 143 health points, 5. 2 billion spirit points. 5. 2 billion. As soon as these alien powerhouses appeared, they immediately caught Su Feng's attention. A casual glance revealed that, aside from one 4-star Divine Sovereign who seemed slightly inferior, the rest were all 5-star Divine Sovereigns, their strength not to be underestimated. 3 5 stars, that's 15,000 points, plus 1 4-star and 1 2-star, a total of over 20,000 points of progress, Su Feng quickly calculated in his mind. You human brat, what are you calculating? At this moment, the Demon Lord, wielding a pair of demonic forks, spoke coldly. Calculating how much I can sell you after I take you down, Su Feng replied. Seeking death. The Demon Lord roared angrily, and before his voice faded, he had already swung his demonic forks, rushing towards Su Feng with a tearing sound that split the air. At the same time, on the other side, the Mingfeng Demon General, with demonic energy boiling all over, instantly darkened the sky, transforming into a massive black ghost, claws bared, its giant hands like mountains reaching for Su Feng. Golden cudgel, break! A resolute look flashed across Su Feng's stern face as he shouted, swinging the ruby golden cudgel with a force that could swallow mountains and rivers, striking heavily at the two demon generals. In an instant, the black ghost in the sky dissipated, and the two demonic shadows turned to nothingness under the shadow of the cudgel, the demon generals falling. The battle did not cease. Su Feng remained motionless yet had already unleashed his sword technique. Behind him, several sharp sword lights suddenly coalesced, like the scythe of death, swiftly sweeping past the 3 demon generals who had yet to escape. Where the sword light passed, the demon generals fell, none escaping. Black Myth unlocked, 28000/100,000. Witnessing the tragic fate of the demon generals above, the alien army below immediately lost morale, fear spreading like a plague, as they abandoned resistance and fled in all directions. However, a cold light flickered in Su Feng's eyes, not allowing any escape. Want to run? Looking at the retreating aliens below like a tide, a cold smile crept onto his lips. In his view, although these aliens had not reached the Divine Sovereign realm, each one was a valuable source of points. Even tiny ants could accumulate into a considerable harvest. 9th Heaven Divine Thunder, go! Su Feng murmured, his voice soft yet containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, dense thunderclouds rapidly gathering, as if the entire sky was under the control of an angry deity. With his command, 9,999 bolts of thunder descended like furious dragons emerging from the sea, carrying destructive power, enveloping the fleeing alien army below. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 aliens were reduced to ashes. Black Myth unlocked, 100,000/100,000. Unlocking talent ability. Battle Gold Body possesses powerful strength and defense, surrounding the body with golden light during battle, capable of resisting most attacks. Next stage, 0/200,000. At this moment, Su Feng's potential was fully unleashed. The Battle Gold Body was dramatically unlocked. He stood in mid-air, surrounded by dazzling golden light, like a descending deity, exuding an unapproachable majesty. After slaughtering numerous alien races, Su Feng's heart burned with an even fiercer battle intent. He chose not to return to the camp to claim credit but continued forward, flying towards the alien front lines. Having unlocked the first stage, he naturally intended to forge ahead while the iron was hot. Meanwhile, Tang Feng and his group arrived late at the battlefield. Faced with the devastated ruins and the scattered remains of the alien races, they couldn't help but show expressions of surprise and confusion, asking each other, "Where is Su Feng?" A soldier hurriedly reported, "Tang San Shao, he flew alone towards the alien stronghold." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Tang Feng's eyes, and a smirk appeared on his lips as he muttered, "Seeking death on his own, saves me the trouble." However, when his gaze fell upon the 5 massive corpses of the demon generals on the ground, his eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Slaying enemy generals was a feat sufficient to allow him to rise 3 ranks, at least promoting him to frontline commander, wielding power in his hands. "Quick, take these demon generals' corpses back to the camp. I want to personally report this achievement to the higher-ups." Tang Feng ordered eagerly, his heart racing at the thought of presenting this great gift to his superiors to solidify and elevate his status. At this moment, Su Feng was boldly traversing deep within the alien front lines. In the dark depths of the alien front, thick demonic energy loomed like dark clouds, blocking out the sun. Amidst this chaos, Su Feng's figure shone like the light of dawn, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding aliens. They flapped their wings and soared towards Su Feng. However, before their attacks could even touch him, thousands of dazzling golden hands automatically emerged around him, each containing the power to move mountains and drain seas, crashing forward. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, those aliens were instantly reduced to ashes under the impact of the golden palm prints, unable to show even a hint of resistance. At this moment, Su Feng was enveloped in a brilliant golden Buddhist light, resembling a compassionate yet majestic Buddha descending into the world, evoking awe in all who beheld him. Is this becoming a Buddha first, then turning to demons? Su Feng muttered to himself. As Su Feng advanced deeper, alarms blared throughout the alien camp, as if the entire camp trembled at his arrival. Soon, a massive demon lord with 3 heads and 6 arms, its skin glowing with a ghostly blue sheen, soared out from the depths of the camp, charging directly at Su Feng. The aura it emitted was unmistakably that of a king-level powerhouse, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Among the alien races, there are actually such strong beings, Su Feng thought to himself. He also realized that these demon lords seemed to usually remain in the rear, rarely venturing to the front lines, only revealing their true forms when external enemies penetrated deep into their territory. Kid, this is the forbidden area of the alien races. How dare you trespass? You have crossed the line. The blue-skinned demon lord's gaze was piercing as it coldly stared at Su Feng, its voice filled with undeniable authority and anger. Demon Lord, one of the 36 demon lords of the alien race's 1-star king realm level, LV 151 health points, 50 billion spirit power, 50 billion considering the face of the human race's respected ones behind you. Leave quickly, and I will pretend I did not witness your disrespect. The demon lord's voice rang out again, laced with disdain and coldness. Human race respected ones? Su Feng raised an eyebrow at this, ripples of thought stirring in his heart. Could it be that beyond the 2 king-level powerhouses known to the human race, there were even more unfathomable respected ones silently guarding this land? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Remembering the legends of the 10 kings of the alien races, each of whom surpassed the king realm yet had never crossed the abyss to invade human territory, he pondered, if not for the existence of even more powerful beings to maintain balance, how could the 2 king-level humans alone protect this peace? Su Feng seemed to glimpse a corner of the iceberg hidden behind this world. However, this did not shake his determination to move forward. What of the demon lord of the king realm? At this moment, Su Feng's heart was filled only with the boiling intent to fight, yearning for a thrilling showdown. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as this tense standoff unfolded, 3 figures pierced through the sky, belonging to the demon generals of the god-sovereign realm from the alien race. They were clearly drawn by the commotion here and rushed to provide support. Below, the alien army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, looked up in astonishment, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How dare a human step into their territory? It was utterly outrageous. Humph, I have already taken into account the feelings of your elders behind you and granted you a way out, yet you insist on seeking your own death. Then I shall fulfill your arrogance. The demon lord's words were laced with murderous intent as his enormous hands suddenly reached out, seemingly capable of blocking the sky and sun, crushing down towards Su Feng. Boom! As the demon lord's imposing hand shot out, the heavens and earth seemed to respond to his will, and suddenly the wind and clouds changed color. The clouds were ruthlessly torn apart like paper, transforming into countless fragments that surged towards Su Feng, their momentum overwhelming and displaying supreme power. As a king realm powerhouse, every move he made could provoke celestial phenomena. Such immense power was an insurmountable chasm for any being yet to step into the king realm, let alone resist it. Under the cold gaze of the demon lord, Su Feng seemed to have been sentenced to death, his life force about to extinguish, becoming nothing more than a speck of dust in history. Even the most dazzling of the 10 sons of the alien race, facing the chasm between grandmasters and the king realm, was powerless to turn the tide. Golden cudgel, go! A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Feng's eyes as he commanded the golden cudgel, which sliced through the air like a dragon playing in water, instantly piercing through the terrifying void created by the demon lord's hand formed of pure demonic energy. The ferocity of the strike quelled the celestial phenomena, as if everything had returned to tranquility. This is impossible. What kind of treasure is this? Could it be that the legendary divine artifact has appeared in the world? After his attack was thwarted, the demon lord's eyes revealed confusion, staring incredulously at the shimmering Rui golden cudgel in Su Feng's hand, a wave of doubt surging in his heart. Why would the human race value Su Feng so highly as to entrust such a significant weapon to him? Could it be that he truly was the unparalleled prodigy the human race had high hopes for? If that's the case, then I cannot let you live. A resolute killing intent flashed in the demon lord's eyes. Initially, he did not want to provoke the human elders, but since the human race valued Su Feng so much, even offering a divine artifact, then Su Feng's worth had far exceeded his expectations. Today, he must spare no effort to crush this potential threat in its cradle. All swords return to their origin, activate. Su Feng's eyes shone with brilliance as he decisively activated the hidden immortal sword Talisman. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by thousands of sword intents, and countless illusory sword shadows coalesced around him, the sound of swords ringing out, exuding an overwhelming aura. Swords, come! he shouted, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. In that moment, over 10,000 swords responded to the call, pouring down like a galaxy, wielding the power to destroy heaven and earth, all striking towards the Demon Lord. Minus 11 billion. The Demon Lord's massive body could not withstand the sharpness of this strike. A shocking blood hole appeared in his chest, demonic blood splattering and staining the surrounding air. Damn it! The Demon Lord roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with anger. How could he have anticipated that he, a prominent figure in the demon realm, would be injured at the hands of a Grandmaster? It was an utter humiliation. Buzz, as a surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted, the Demon Lord fully unleashed his power, his form rapidly expanding until he transformed into a towering figure, a 1,000-armed Demon Lord, reaching into the clouds, with 12 massive arms spreading like fans, blocking the sky and casting a terrifying presence. The 1,000-handed Demon Lord clan. Su Feng marveled inwardly. Even though this 1,000-handed Demon Lord had not fully awakened, just these 12 giant arms already showcased its terrifying strength, which could not be underestimated. After reverting to his true form, the Demon Lord's spiritual power surged dramatically. In an instant, it had already surpassed 100 billion. Demon Overlord, 1,000-handed Demon Lord form 1-star King Realm level, LV 151 health points, 89 billion/100 billion spiritual power, 100 billion. This power is truly astonishing. Su Feng felt a chill in his heart, yet there was no sign of retreat in his brow. Instead, his will to fight grew even stronger. He waved his hand again, unleashing a torrent of swords, transforming into a rain of blades that roared toward the Demon Overlord. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, and a quarter of the health points of the massive Demon Overlord were reduced in an instant. However, the Demon Overlord seemed unfazed by the injury, its eyes swirling with demonic energy, which restored the lost health points in the blink of an eye. Just at this critical moment, the 12 giant hands of the Demon Overlord moved in unison. A towering demonic pillar carrying earth-shattering might crashed toward Su Feng. Su Feng's figure flickered, executing the sword technique to its utmost, his speed skyrocketing more than tenfold, transforming into a streak of light, nimbly weaving around the massive and clumsy body of the Demon Overlord, evading this deadly strike. Though he stood 1,000 feet tall, reaching the heavens, his movements were thus limited, making it impossible to hit Su Feng. Battle Body of Gold, activate! Su Feng shouted, enveloped in a brilliant golden light, his power leaping to a qualitative level in an instant. Immediately, he summoned the martial spirit phantom of the great sage equal to heaven, merging the two, causing Su Feng's power to surge to an astonishing 1.5 billion. But that was not enough. Su Feng did not pause. He formed seals with his hands, and 3 ancient and mysterious star rings emerged from the void, each containing the power of stars accumulated over millions of years. A gray light enveloped Su Feng in layers, and at that moment, his power soared to an unprecedented 90 billion, as if the strength of the entire starry sky had coalesced upon him. 11-inch divine light, illuminate the heavens and earth. A tremendous divine light suddenly rose behind Su Feng, shining brilliantly, the 11-inch-long divine light dazzling and magnificent, making him appear as if a celestial being had descended, exuding an overwhelming aura, unmatched by anyone. At this moment, Su Feng's power had surged past the peak of 200 billion like a tidal wave, while his spiritual power had climbed to a terrifying realm, nearing 300 billion, completely overwhelming the revealed form of the Demon Lord before him. Boom! With a deafening roar, Su Feng wielded the divine artifact, striking heavily against the back of the Demon Lord with the force of thunder, instantly causing a terrifying tremor that changed the color of the heavens and earth. Minus 180 billion. A shocking damage number appeared, and then, the once invincible body of the Demon Lord burst apart like a bubble, ultimately dissipating into the vast sky, leaving only silence and dust. Witnessing this scene, the demon generals and soldiers were left speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. They were filled with confusion and horror, unable to imagine how Su Feng's strength could soar to such a terrifying level after summoning that mysterious martial spirit. The esteemed Demon Overlord, one of the 36 Demon Lords, was actually erased like this? Next stage, 100,000/200,000. Killing a Demon Lord directly increased the progress of the second stage by 100,000. At this moment, the demon generals and soldiers below were eager to escape amidst the chaos, but how could Su Feng let them leave? He let out a cold snort, once again channeling the immense spiritual power within him. With a casual gesture, he unleashed the technique. 10,000 swords returned to the sect, and in an instant, countless sword shadows coalesced, pouring down like a torrential rain. Under this rain of swords, tens of thousands of soldiers from the demon army had no chance to struggle and were completely devoured, turning into nothingness. The entire battlefield returned to silence in a moment, leaving only Su Feng standing proudly between heaven and earth, his aura like a rainbow, invincible. Black Myth unlocked. 200,000/200,000 Unlock Talent Divine Ability, Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud. The Somersault Cloud is the first flying technique in the world, allowing one to travel 108,000 miles with a single somersault, extremely fast, and a rare high-level escape technique in the celestial realm. Next stage, 0/500,000 with the Somersault Cloud. Even if I am only at the Grandmaster level, my flying speed can rival the power of the King Realm to communicate with heaven and earth, Su Feng thought to himself. He then left behind a silence at the sight of the Demon Lord's fall and quickly stepped onto the Somersault Cloud, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he rushed back to the camp. Inside the camp, the lights were bright, and the sounds of people were bustling. A grand celebration banquet was in full swing, celebrating the glorious achievement of recently slaying the 5 demon generals of the alien race. Congratulations, young Master Tang. This great achievement will surely help you soar to new heights, and the position of commander is just around the corner. Guests congratulated Tang Feng, whose cheeks flushed, his eyes filled with pride, as if he could already see the limitless brightness of his official career. As for Su Feng, in Tang Feng's heart, he was already a dead man. Even if he dared to return, Tang Feng had already laid out a net, ready to pin the crime of colluding with the alien race on him, ensuring his utter ruin. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. Report to young Master Tang. The higher-ups have received the 5 alien heads you presented and have sent a messenger to promote you. Upon hearing this, an indescribable ecstasy surged in Tang Feng's heart. He was already prepared for the transfer to commander. Before long, a luxurious carriage made of gold slowly entered the camp, with a dignified official in a red robe seated inside, exuding authority and solemnity. Messenger. Tang Feng wore a respectful expression, waiting to hear the announcement. In reality, this awarding ceremony was more of a mere formality. The reason Tang Feng could easily obtain such honors was that the head of the Tang family had already skillfully arranged matters behind the scenes, ensuring that his path to officialdom was smooth. He only needed to show a bit of brilliance, and his minor achievements would become the ladder for his rise. After all, the Tang family was a powerful entity with far-reaching influence, who would dare to easily overlook their existence. With such a strong backing, Tang Feng naturally felt elated, able to garner respect and praise wherever he went. Ahem, Tang Feng, indeed a young talent, extraordinary. Your slaying of the 5 great alien demon generals is a remarkable achievement, truly a blessing for our army and the nation. The messenger paused, then began to read the prepared words of commendation, each word revealing admiration and importance placed on Tang Feng. According to your merits, your rank is raised by 3 levels, appointed as commander. Now, please follow me to take office. The messenger finished in one breath. Good, haha. At this moment, Tang Feng was already quite tipsy, responding repeatedly, staggering towards the messenger as if even standing had become a luxury. Hey, young Master Tang, please be careful. The messenger saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to support him, but inevitably inhaled a pungent mix of alcohol and sweat, causing him to frown slightly. However, considering the generous rewards from the Tang family, he could only endure the discomfort, forcing a smile as he half-supported, half-carried Tang Feng onto the golden carriage. Truly, money is hard to earn, and history is hard to digest. The messenger sighed inwardly, just about to set off when he suddenly saw a streak of 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky, dazzling like a rainbow, cutting through the air at an incredible speed, and instantly descending upon the camp. No need to go. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice exploded in everyone's mind. Su Feng? The moment Tang Feng heard this voice, he awoke from his dream and instantly became alert. With his deep understanding of Su Feng, Tang Feng recognized that familiar tone almost the instant the voice sounded. He looked up at the horizon, where Su Feng stood leisurely, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his words dripping with sarcasm. You really dare to come back? Fleeing before battle, disregarding military discipline, and even daring to injure the inspecting army, this is simply adding crime upon crime. However, before Tang Feng could finish his sentence, he was abruptly cut off by Su Feng's gaze, which was as piercing as ice. That look was so cold it could freeze everything, causing Tang Feng to shiver involuntarily, swallowing back the accusations that were on the tip of his tongue. No, how could I fear him? I have the envoy by my side. Tang Feng reminded himself inwardly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. The envoy was a being of peak divine sect level, easily capable of dealing with a mere grandmaster like Su Feng. With this thought, Tang Feng mustered his courage, turning to the envoy beside him, his tone tinged with urgency and flattery. Envoy, this person is Su Feng. In the midst of battle, he actually infiltrated the enemy camp alone, and now he has returned unscathed. The oddity of this cannot help but raise suspicions of his collusion with the enemy, infiltrating the enemy camp. The envoy furrowed his brows at these words, his gaze deep as a pool. He knew well that within the enemy camp resided terrifying beings like the Demon Lord. Even a divine sect expert stepping in would face dire consequences, let alone a grandmaster like Su Feng. The only explanation was that the Demon Lord had intentionally let him go. Whatever reasons lay behind this, they were enough to seriously question Su Feng's loyalty and stance. Colluding with the enemy, betraying humanity, I will now eliminate you, the root of this calamity, on behalf of all humanity. The envoy's eyes flashed, his mustache twitching coldly. Ha ha ha. Su Feng laughed heartily, his voice chilling as he spoke. I collude with the enemy? I betray humanity? I am the root of calamity? Faced with Su Feng's 3 rapid-fire questions, the envoy closed his eyes and remained silent. Whether it was a frame-up or not, as long as Su Feng died here today, there would be no witnesses. As for his conscience, he didn't care at all. After all, the Tang family had given too much. No matter what, Su Feng had to die today. Dragon subduing staff, appear. The envoy's cold voice carried an undeniable authority, and with a low shout, a bronze-colored giant staff appeared in his palm, as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. This staff, called Dragon Subduing, weighs 18,000 pounds, and can only be wielded by someone with divine strength. The surface of the Dragon Subduing staff shimmered with dazzling brilliance, its might reaching the peak of SSS level, instilling fear in all who beheld it. To fall beneath this staff is also your honor. After the envoy spoke, his figure surged forward, the Dragon Subduing staff carrying the power to destroy the world, crashing towards Su Feng. Amidst the golden brilliance, several imposing figures of demon-subduing Buddhas appeared, their sacred sounds resonating, supreme divine power coalescing into a palm, pressing down to completely suppress Su Feng. 18,000 pounds? Su Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, a golden, shining Rui Jingu Bang soared into the air, its weight exceeding that of the Dragon Subduing staff by more than 10 times, 180,000 pounds. The golden staff instantly transformed into a towering mountain, exuding an unparalleled dominance, crashing towards the envoy. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, and after a deafening roar, the place where the envoy stood had turned into ruins, that terrifying weight crushing both the envoy and the staff into nothingness, leaving only a ground of dust. Envoy! A terrified cry erupted from the crowd, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Tang Feng's face turned an even deeper shade of anger, as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him, a wave of unprecedented fear and despair surging within him. Under the influence of alcohol, he pointed at Su Feng recklessly, his voice trembling yet filled with hysteria. You dare to openly kill your master. The messenger is the envoy of the emperor. Your actions are tantamount to treason. Su Feng, you are doomed. Who says he is doomed? At that moment, a clear and ethereal voice, like a celestial melody, rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The crowd turned to see a young girl in a light blue long dress standing beside the Lord of the Gods, her words having just echoed in the air. Lord of the Gods, please be sure to seek justice for us. Tang Feng, though shocked, seized the opportunity to feign a pitiful appearance, trying to garner sympathy. However, the Lord of the Gods did not spare him a glance, instead turning respectfully to Lin Aoshue beside him, asking earnestly, Your Highness, how do you think this matter should be handled? Your Highness? Tang Feng's expression changed drastically, as if struck by lightning. Although he had heard that Lin Aoshue often accompanied Su Feng, he had never associated her with royal lineage, let alone realized she was the princess of the Great Xia. The king of Xia had 3 sons but only 1 daughter, who had been cherished and doted upon since childhood. He understood well that this princess not only held a noble status but also possessed the authority of the emperor, capable of acting on behalf of the king's will, even if it meant executing first and reporting later. No one would dare to question her. To defy the princess was akin to directly challenging the authority of the king of Xia, and the consequences of such an act were self-evident. This is truly the end. Tang Feng felt darkness closing in around him. Not only was he finished, but the Tang family would also face ruin. Lin Aoshue did not respond but turned to Su Feng. Killing him would be too easy. I want him to witness the downfall of the Tang family. With that, Su Feng's eyes flashed, and 2 beams of sword light sliced through the air, causing Tang Feng to feel a chill beneath him. He immediately clutched his groin, his face contorted in agony. I am ruined. The sight was enough to make the soldiers nearby feel a chill as well. It was not over. Su Feng swung the golden rod and then struck down fiercely beneath Tang Feng. Bang! In the next moment, both of Tang Feng's legs were crushed into a pulp. The pain made his temples throb, and sweat drenched him instantly. Kill me, please, just kill me, Tang Feng pleaded in agony. His eyes were vacant, tears streaming down his face. He knew he was finished. His life was utterly over. However, Su Feng had no intention of killing him. Just as Su Feng had said, killing him like this would be too easy. He would make him witness the grand finale of the Tang family's 1,000-year glory. The entire Tang family would pay for their foolishness. Su Feng. The Lord of the Gods' gaze slowly fell upon Su Feng, his eyes filled with a complex mix of admiration and respect, devoid of any elder's authority, only the respect of peers. Is it true that you killed the demon lord before the army of the other races? The Lord of the Gods' voice was deep and powerful, each word revealing an undeniable shock. He, the greatest war god of the Great Xia, had experienced countless battles and knew well the strength of the demon lord, which was beyond his reach. Su Feng's actions were indeed astonishing. The demon lord has been eliminated, causing internal strife among the other races, and they have now retreated from the battlefield. In the short term, we will welcome a precious period of peace. The Lord of the Gods continued, his tone reflecting both an objective analysis of the situation and an affirmation of the profound impact of Su Feng's actions. Although this will inevitably provoke a strong backlash from the other races and may even alter the current power dynamics, it is still within the bounds of the rules. More importantly, it has greatly boosted the morale and confidence of the human race. Your Majesty has specially summoned you back to the capital to bestow upon you the rewards and honors you deserve. His main purpose for coming this time was for this matter. The foreign tribes have retreated. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes flickered. Good, but I need to return to the East Extreme. There, he had someone important to him. After emerging from the realm of gods and demons and awakening his mythical martial spirit, he had hurried to the battlefield to sweep away the foreign lands, unmatched in the world, with no rivals left in the entire Great Xia. It had been a long time since he last went back to take a look. East Extreme City. At this moment, the most luxurious 5-star hotel was hosting a grand wedding. Countless guests were present. Su Feng, let me show you how to break your heart. Tang, dressed in a suit, smirked coldly. Tanya, covered by a white veil, tightly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. As long as you can live well, I can do anything. In East Extreme City, amidst the dazzling lights, a grand wedding was about to begin. Welcome, esteemed guests, to witness the romantic union of the second young master of the Tang family, Tang, and Miss Tanya. The host's words were like a spring breeze, instantly igniting the enthusiastic atmosphere, with thunderous applause that lasted long. Mr. Tang, do you accept Miss Tanya as your lifelong partner in the name of love, to never part in both good times and bad? Tang Yin's gaze was sincere as he said, I do. However, this deep affection felt like icy coldness to Tanya, filling her with disgust. The Tang family had used Su Feng to threaten her, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Then, Miss Tanya, do you also wish to join hands with Mr. Tang Yin and step into the hall of marriage, to write the chapters of your future together? The host turned to Tanya, and all the guests' eyes focused on her. Tanya's eyes reddened, tears swirling in her eyes, her voice choked. Her hesitation and struggle appeared particularly glaring to everyone, with murmurs rising and the atmosphere becoming subtle and tense. At that moment, Tang Yin's expression changed drastically, a cold shadow creeping into his eyes. He leaned close to Tanya's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, if you dare to defy me, I will extract Su Feng's soul, leaving him in eternal unrest. This statement struck Tanya like a bolt from the blue, causing her to tremble all over. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, ready to submit to fate's arrangement, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the venue. Boom! In an instant, after a moment of silence, the magnificent roof of several thousand square meters was effortlessly lifted like a piece of paper by a single sword, revealing the vast blue sky, sunlight pouring down, illuminating this sudden turn of events. Following that, a figure in a black robe descended from the sky, each step accompanied by a sharp sword intent, surrounded by swirling sword light, as if he were the emperor of the sword path, unmatched by anyone. Quickly speak, Miss Tanya. The host, still in shock, mechanically repeated the unfinished ceremony. Bang! A dull and decisive sound echoed as a cold, gleaming celestial sword pierced through the air, accurately penetrating the host's chest, pinning him firmly against the wall behind, blood staining his collar and the pupils of everyone present. Su Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, his words devoid of any warmth. Today, all who are here must die. His tone held no emotion, but to the ears of those present, it sounded like a god of death. Who are you? This matter is your grudge with the Tang family, it has nothing to do with us. Kid, do you know who I am? My uncle is a 4th-rank official. If you dare to touch me, when the king is enraged, you and everyone around you will be exterminated along with your 9 clans. At this moment, facing Su Feng's undeniable threat, the more than 100 guests in attendance became restless. They were all prominent figures from various circles, who had never before faced such provocation from a young grandmaster. Tang Yin watched coldly from the side, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He never expected that he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, Su Feng had gotten himself into trouble all on his own. In his view, the power behind these guests was something even the Tang family had to treat with caution, and Su Feng, a grandmaster without a solid background, dared to be so arrogant, truly foolish, akin to digging his own grave. At that moment, Tanya could no longer contain her excitement. She suddenly lifted the heavy veil, her clear, water-like eyes sparkling with surprise and tears as she gazed up at the dazzling figure in the sky. Su Feng stood on a rainbow cloud, shouldering the Rui Jindu Bang, looking down at everyone from a high vantage point. Tears rolled down Tanya's cheeks. She never expected Su Feng would appear here. "Foolish woman," Su Feng's voice came through. "I'm here to take you home. Su Feng, you really dare to show yourself." Tang Yin's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He keenly sensed that Su Feng had not stepped into the divine realm, which greatly boosted his confidence, believing the time to kill Su Feng had come. His purpose for leaving the mountain was to eliminate Su Feng for the Tang family, completely eradicating this thorn in their side. "Whether I live or die is unimportant, but you will definitely die today," Su Feng said calmly. Then, Su Feng's steps were neither hurried nor slow, yet they carried an irresistible force as he steadily advanced toward Tang Yin. Seeing this, Tang Yin's killing intent surged. He suddenly pulled Tanya close, his fingers silently gripping her throat as a means of coercion. "If you dare take another step forward, I will send her to her death before you." Tang Yin's voice was cold and resolute, each word dripping with threat. But Su Feng paid no heed to Tang Yin's warning. His steps did not falter in the slightest. With a single stride, he appeared before Tang Yin like a ghost, his speed astonishing. "Seeking death!" Tang Yin roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to unleash his power, but he saw the Rui Jindu Bang, moving faster than the eye could see, pressing against his abdomen. An indescribable terrifying force erupted, and Tang Yin was sent flying as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing violently against the wall of the banquet hall. With a thunderous roar, the wall collapsed, dust flying everywhere, creating chaos. Meanwhile, Su Feng gently raised his hand, a soft yet powerful force emanating from his palm, securely lifting Tanya. In that moment, Su Feng once again employed the secret technique of sharing the same robe. Boom! Amidst the ruins, Tang Yin struggled to stand, his clothes tattered, hair disheveled, his eyes burning with a mad fury, a stark contrast to his previous calm demeanor. "Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant it to you." Tang Yin's voice was low and hoarse. Boom! Suddenly, the sky split open, lightning and thunder intertwining to form a shocking celestial curtain, an immense force of nature crashing down, as if time itself had frozen. Tang Yin floated in the void, his aura overwhelming, an unprecedented pressure of the King Realm erupting, instantly filling the entire space. King Realm? How? How is this possible? Tang Yin, he has actually crossed into the threshold of the King Realm, becoming the third king of the Great Xia dynasty. The guests were horrified, their incredulous gazes turning toward the figure suspended in the air, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Clearly, no one had anticipated that Tang Yin had reached this point, becoming the third King Realm powerhouse of the Great Xia. "Now, are you ready to welcome death?" Tang Yin's voice was cold and authoritative, as if he were the ruler of this realm, with all changes in the wind and clouds at his command. Tang Yin, 1-star King Realm, level, LV 151, health points, 45 billion, spirit power, 45 billion. In the face of Tang Yin's threat, Su Feng's expression remained calm, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "King Realm? Huh. Just not long ago, I killed one. Ha ha ha, what did you say?" Tang Yin was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into a deafening laugh, filled with mockery and contempt. He looked around, deliberately raising his voice. "Did you all hear that? He said he killed a King Realm." The guests exchanged glances and soon joined in the laughter, believing Su Feng's words were merely the struggles of a dying man, a display of ignorance and disdain for the power of a King Realm expert. However, Su Feng's gaze grew even more resolute. He knew his own strength and was fully aware that everything he said was the truth. In the face of Tang Yin's ridicule and provocation, he simply smiled faintly and said no more. "Foolish one, today I will show you what true King Realm power is." Tang Yin's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling killing intent. He suddenly waved his hand, and the world changed color as a massive mountain, formed from the power of heaven and earth, appeared in the sky, crashing down towards Su Feng with a devastating force. In an instant, the enormous mountain was thundering down upon Su Feng's head, but just at that critical moment, Su Feng shouted, "Rui Jindu Bang, go!" As his voice fell, a dazzling long staff soared into the air, like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly piercing through the seemingly indestructible mountain illusion, turning it into nothingness. "How is this possible?" Tang Yin stood in the void, his expression changing drastically, disbelief filling his eyes. He never expected that his strike as a King Realm expert could be so easily neutralized by Su Feng, prompting him to reassess Su Feng's strength. Su Feng, you have completely enraged me. Tang Yin's voice was low and dangerous, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent, as if flames were dancing within. As his words fell, a thick, scarlet malevolent aura surged from his body, enveloping him entirely, making him appear like a god of death emerging from hell, surrounded by a terrifying aura that sent chills down people's spines. Tang Yin, 1-star King Realm, level, LV 151, health points, 135 billion, spirit power, 135 billion, he's actually using the 6 paths demon technique. Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and fear. This demonic technique, said to be extremely sinister and powerful, could grant the practitioner strength beyond that of ordinary people, but the cost was the destruction of their humanity, becoming a despised existence. When they first heard that Tang Yin practiced such a technique, many felt envy, but upon learning of the terrifying price behind it, their gazes turned to sympathy and fear. Yet at this moment, Su Feng spoke in a mocking tone, I didn't expect the Tang family to produce such a eunuch. Seeking death. With his flaw exposed, Tang Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He roared in anger, his hands gathering power in the air, a palm containing endless might, slamming down towards Su Feng, intending to suppress him with absolute strength. However, Su Feng faced this overwhelming strike not with fear, but with a surge of golden light in his eyes as he shouted, Great Sage, appear! As his words fell, the sky seemed to tear apart, and a towering figure of the Great Sage manifested with a thunderous roar, spanning the heavens and earth, shouldering the sun, moon, and stars, exuding an immense aura. This was Su Feng's original divine ability, the true body of the Great Sage. The figure of the Great Sage gradually solidified in the air, ultimately taking on human size, standing firmly before Su Feng, holding a shimmering golden staff, as if it could stir the winds and clouds, overturning the universe. At this moment, under Su Feng's cultivation, the true form of the Great Sage revealed a terrifying power at the peak of the King Realm. With a swing of his staff, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed to shift in unison. Sand flew and stones scattered, and a fierce wind arose, showcasing unparalleled destructive force. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the terrifying strike accurately hit Tang Yin, the immense power instantly sending him flying, crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut, utterly devoid of any resistance. The gap in strength between the two was evident. Tang Yin appeared so insignificant before Su Feng, unable to contend at all. Su Feng, you can't kill me. I have already joined the Holy Temple and become an official disciple. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, you will be at odds with the entire Holy Temple. Tang Yin lay on the ground, his face ashen, yet he still attempted to threaten Su Feng with the name of the Holy Temple. However, upon hearing this, Su Feng merely frowned slightly. The name was quite unfamiliar to him. He asked lightly, Holy Temple? What is that? Humph. The so-called Great Xia is actually a realm constructed by the strongest of the human race to protect the foundation of humanity. The true powerhouses have long established 4 immortal forces outside the circle to resist the invasions of foreign races. Meanwhile, those weaker beings thrive on this protected land. Every 50 years, those giants from outside the circle descend upon Great Xia to select geniuses as disciples, taking them to a broader world. Tang Yin's words seemed to unveil a layer of mystery, enlightening Su Feng. He recalled the day he battled the Demon Lord. When the mention of the human race's venerables came up, it now appeared that those were the guardians standing at the pinnacle of humanity. But Tang Yin must die. After killing Tang Yin and wiping out all the guests at the banquet, Su Feng took Tanya back to their residence. Tanya stood on the nimbus cloud, her gaze towards Su Feng filled with tenderness. Everything that had happened today still felt like a dream to her. After setting Tanya down, Su Feng immediately flew to the Tang family in the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, at this moment, the king of Xia sat on the throne, with Lin Aoshua by his side. Below, a young man sat at the table, slowly drinking, appearing indifferent to his surroundings. He wore a white robe, had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a beautiful jade hung at his waist. Faced with this arrogant demeanor, the king of Xia was not angry. Instead, he appeared somewhat restrained. The reason was that this young man was from outside the circle. He was the descendant of an elder from the Holy Temple, Sun Wu, and the king of Xia, to put it bluntly, was merely a spokesperson supported by these forces within the circle. King of Xia, the Divine Sealing Conference is approaching. The Holy Temple has sent me to walk the world, hoping to scout a group of outstanding talents from you. Do you have any candidates? Upon hearing Sun Wu's words, the image of Su Feng immediately surfaced in the King of Xia's mind. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Sun Wu's communication jade slip fly out. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Then, with a cold gaze filled with killing intent, he looked at the King of Xia, Su Feng. Who is he? At the Tang family, the current head, Tang Tian, recently appeared restless for some unknown reason. Could something major have happened? Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. Not long ago, he heard that his third son, Tang Feng, had achieved great merit and was likely promoted to commander by now. His second son, Tang Yin, had also broken through to the king realm and caught the attention of the holy temple. Truly, heaven blesses my Tang family. Tang Tian smiled. He had already envisioned a future where the Tang family soared to great heights, and he would replace the king of Xia one day. Whoosh! Just then, a gust of wind swept through the sky. Could it be my son has arrived? Tang Tian immediately went out to greet him with excitement. Run! Outside the courtyard, a scream echoed. Soon, as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw that the Tang family had turned into a sea of flames. Many disciples of the Tang family perished there. He looked up and saw a figure standing in the sky, looking down upon the world. In his hand, he was holding Tang Feng. Tang Feng's lower body had completely vanished, his eyes vacant, and he appeared utterly lifeless. It's over. It's all over, Tang Feng murmured to himself. He had no hope that the Tang family would save him, because he knew the fate of the Tang family was already sealed. You wretched child, what have you done to my son? Seeing Tang Feng like this, Tang Tian's eyes were about to burst with rage. His most outstanding younger son had been ruined by a villain. It pained him deeply. But soon, Tang Tian thought of his even more exceptional son, Tang Yin. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he coldly snorted, Kid, I will now send a message to Tang Yin. He has ascended to the king realm, and when he arrives, you will surely die without a burial place. Tang Yin, Su Feng murmured softly. Then he picked up a severed head and threw it directly to the ground. Look, is this the person you were looking for? Tang Tian was momentarily stunned and hurried over to check. Upon seeing Tang Yin's face, his complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, powerless. You, who are you? Why did you kill my son? Su Feng replied. Hearing his name, Tang Tian trembled. So this was the person they had been searching for all along. Realizing this, Tang Tian simply closed his eyes. He knew that the Tang family was finished, completely brought to ruin by his own hands. And all of this was merely because he targeted Su Feng, leading to such an outcome. Bang! Su Feng flicked his fingers, shooting out a burst of energy. In the next moment, Tang Tian's body was pierced through, and he fell to the ground, powerless. He slowly closed his eyes, appearing relieved. Kill me, Tang Feng pleaded. With his brother dead and now watching his father die in battle, the Tang family destroyed, he was in unbearable pain. Don't worry, you won't die, Su Feng said. I promise you, you will live a long life. After saying this, he thrust his sword, directly blinding Tang Feng. He had seen what he needed to see. There was no need to keep his eyes anymore. Su Feng, you demon, may you die a horrible death. No one paid him any mind. Su Feng found 2 servants from the Tang family to take care of him, ensuring he wouldn't die, and then headed to the palace. He still remembered that the king of Xia had business to discuss with him. Meanwhile, inside the palace, upon hearing Sun Wu's questioning, the king of Xia's eyes flickered, and he spoke, a junior, Sun Xianzi, what business do you have with him? However, Sun Wu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly said, King of Xia, I am giving you face by calling you King of Xia, but don't forget your identity. In the eyes of our 4 major powers, you are merely a dog we keep, easily replaceable at any time. Hearing Sun Wu's words, the king of Xia's eyes instantly flared with anger. But just as he was about to explode with rage, 2 elders beside Sun Wu stood up. In an instant, 2 king-level auras erupted. 2 kings. Feeling their presence, the king of Xia's gaze sharpened. No. 3. Sun Wu, though appearing incredibly young, was also a king. Is that so? At that moment, a detached voice came from outside the hall. Now, the person you were looking for has arrived. Sun Wu's eyes glinted coldly, and upon seeing Su Feng's figure, he coldly said, You, who killed my subordinate? But soon, his expression shifted to one of chilling malice. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down now, submit to me, and follow me in the future, and I may spare your life. Facing Sun Wu's words, Su Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I'll give you a chance too. Kneel down, strip off your clothes, and become my mount, and I can also ensure you won't die. How about that? Seeking death. Arrogant. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, before the master could react, the 2 old men were instantly filled with rage, their figures flashing as they unleashed their king-level cultivation, charging towards Su Feng. Their speed was incredibly fast, like phantoms. In an instant, they approached Su Feng from both the front and back, attacking his sides simultaneously. Bang! Su Feng struck out with a palm. In the next moment, the 2 king-level elders were sent flying. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Sun Wu couldn't help but exclaim. He was puzzled as to why the two king-level cultivators were repelled by a mere grandmaster. It should be known that the cultivators from outside the realm were different from those of the great Xia's king level. They grew up in places with abundant spiritual energy, using countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, they were nurtured by supreme lineages, practicing various secret techniques, their strength far beyond that of ordinary king-level cultivators. Yet now, they had been defeated by Su Feng. It's simple, it shows that you outsiders are nothing but a bunch of wasteful resources, seeking death. The faces of the two old servants instantly darkened, their energy coiling as they prepared to launch another attack, but Sun Wu swiftly raised his hand to stop them, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. I originally wanted to leave you a glimmer of hope, but since you crave death so much, I shall show you mercy and send you on your way. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Sun Wu's mouth, and as his words fell, his aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, a terrifying pressure sweeping the surroundings, instantly crushing all nearby furniture to dust, the scene shocking to behold. 2-star king level. The king of Xia's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this, hurriedly activating his protective divine light, tightly shielding Lin Aoshua behind him to guard against any unforeseen events. Seeing this, Su Feng showed no fear, calmly stating, "If you want a fight, let's go outside and settle it." With that, he flashed and transformed into a brilliant streak of light, soaring into the sky, standing firmly atop the palace, his aura extraordinary. "Humph, as you wish." Sun Wu snorted coldly, following closely behind, also taking to the air, standing alongside Su Feng in the sky. Sun Wu 2-star king level, LV 170 health points, 35 billion spirit power, 35 billion as the undisputed prodigy within the Holy Hall. Sun Wu's attributes were vastly superior to Tang Yin's, the difference immeasurable. Battle body, activate. Su Feng murmured, instantly awakening the battle saint body within him, a tremendous force surging like a tide, enveloping him in an indestructible golden battle armor. Following this, with a thought, the martial spirit of the great sage equal to heaven proudly manifested, accompanied by 3 gray star rings that spanned millions of years, each ring exuding an ancient and powerful aura, as if capable of piercing through the void and shaking the heavens. But that was not all. A dazzling divine light suddenly erupted from behind Su Feng, like a deity awakening, the 11-inch-long radiance extraordinary, enveloping him in a sacred glow, the momentum so great it seemed capable of shaking the heavens and making all things bow down. At this moment, his power surged to an astonishing 30 billion, matching Sun Wu in strength, evenly matched. "This is somewhat interesting," Sun Wu observed, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, but then his tone shifted, revealing an undeniable arrogance. "However, the chasm between us cannot be crossed merely by higher attributes. Today, let me show you what the true legacy of the Holy Hall is." Before his words fell, Sun Wu had already gathered a destructive force, transforming it into a thunderous attack aimed directly at Su Feng. With a resounding boom, Su Feng's figure flickered like a ghost, narrowly evading this terrifying strike capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The attack ultimately struck a distant mountain, instantly flattening the entire peak, its power so great it was akin to a natural disaster, shocking to behold. "You dodged quickly." The corners of Sun Wu's mouth slowly curled up, forming a cold arc, like an icy blade in the cold night, heralding the storm's return. He flicked his fingertips, instantly condensing a dazzling sphere of light, like a falling star, once again roaring towards Su Feng. "Golden cudgel, come forth." Su Feng responded steadily, and with a low shout, the golden cudgel flew from his hand, rapidly expanding in the air, transforming into a towering pillar that carried the might of a mountain and a tsunami, colliding head-on with the incoming sphere of light. In an instant, it seemed as if the world was engulfed by endless flames and brilliance, the explosion deafening, with shockwaves radiating outward. However, this was merely the prologue. The golden cudgel did not pause, riding on the residual force of the explosion. It surged towards Sun Wu like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wu was violently sent flying, creating a deep pit in the ground, dust swirling, obscuring the sky. Yet, astonishingly, Sun Wu slowly rose from the dust, his clothes slightly disheveled but unharmed, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit. "Interesting, truly an unexpected treasure. But soon, it will belong to me." Sun Wu's words were laced with a hint of greed, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "In light of your generous offering of this treasure, I promise to leave you a sliver of life as a reward." His words carried an undeniable authority, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a long sword, entirely crimson and seemingly entwined with a true dragon, appeared out of thin air, its blade radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Indeed, the legendary ancient artifact, the Dragon Abyss Sword. "Don't think you're the only one with a divine weapon." The Dragon Abyss Sword spun lightly in his hand, releasing a powerful force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Sun Wu sneered repeatedly, his gaze piercing. With another wave of his hand, the sky suddenly changed, and a massive, emerald-green gourd, as large as a mountain, appeared, its surface shimmering with an ancient and mysterious luster, the legendary ancient artifact, the Jojo gourd. Such a display directly showcased the unfathomable depth of the Holy Temple. Even the vast Dasha Empire only possessed a Xianyuan sword as its national treasure, yet Sun Wu could easily summon 2 divine artifacts, the shock of which was unimaginable. The appearance of the Jojo gourd was of such high caliber that even Su Feng had to take it seriously. He secretly compared it, realizing that the gourd's power seemed to rival that of the uni-immortal sword in his hand. Just then, the seemingly inconspicuous small gourd above Su Feng's head suddenly swayed gently, emitting a faint glow. Seemingly taking a keen interest in the Jojo gourd, an inexplicable connection quietly established between the two. A proud voice emanated from within the small gourd. "Little guy, that gourd has quite a bit of merit. Go and bring it under your command." "Oh, does it make you feel threatened?" Su Feng smirked slightly, teasing. "Oomph, what a joke. Among all the gourds in the world, who dares to act arrogantly before me?" The presence within the small gourd was evidently full of confidence, beyond doubt. In the midst of this dialogue, Sun Wu could not afford to hesitate. He pointed his sword at the sky and slashed out a terrifying sword energy capable of tearing through the void, the sword light like a dragon, roaring towards Su Feng. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, its might so strong it was heart-stopping. Facing this thunderous strike, Su Feng's eyes instantly sharpened. He showed no intention of retreating, his spiritual power boiling like a surging sea. At the same time, he noticed that the small gourd above his head seemed to react subtly to the Jojo gourd, as if eager to try its hand. "Since you're so confident, let's see what you can do," Su Feng silently thought. Ever since absorbing the stone for evolution, the small gourd had hardly made a move. Su Feng was also curious about what kind of power it possessed now. Then let me show you right here." The small gourd above gently trembled, and then a green light shot out from its mouth, heading straight for the massive Jojo gourd. The light seemed gentle, yet it contained an incredibly pure spiritual power and mysterious force. It traced a brilliant arc in the air, instantly resonating with the Jojo gourd. The green light on the surface of the Jojo gourd dimmed slightly, as if resisting this sudden force, but then it seemed to be attracted, slowly moving towards Su Feng. Sun Wu's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected his Jojo gourd to be so easily influenced by someone. He immediately intensified his control over the Long Yuan sword, the sword energy becoming even more fierce, as if it were going to tear the void apart, intending to prevent the little gourd from getting closer. At that moment, the connection between the little gourd and the Jojo gourd reached its peak. The Jojo gourd suddenly trembled violently, then broke free from Sun Wu's control, transforming into a green light that flew directly above Su Feng's little gourd. This scene left everyone present, including Sun Wu, utterly astonished. "How is this possible?" Sun Wu looked at this scene in disbelief. He never imagined that his Jojo gourd could be so easily taken away by someone else. Su Feng smiled slightly, putting away the little gourd, and calmly looked at Sun Wu. "Though the artifact is powerful, if it cannot be used by its master, it is merely a decoration." Seeking death. Sun Wu's roar thundered like a storm, his eyes revealing a strong killing intent, as if he wanted to devour all enemies before him. At that moment, the power within him was completely unleashed, surrounding him with an indescribable majesty and oppressive force. He gripped the Long Yuan sword tightly. This legendary divine weapon seemed to come alive in his hands. With a thought, the sword tip trembled slightly, then swung out fiercely. A red sword energy, like a raging flame, tore through the sky, bearing destructive power, charging straight at Su Feng. Faced with this fierce attack, Su Feng did not flinch. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if everything was under his control. "Rui Jin Gu Bang, go!" He shouted lightly, and the golden hoop in his hand instantly flew out, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot into the sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the golden hoop expanded continuously in the air, instantly becoming as massive as a mountain, carrying overwhelming might as it crashed down towards Sun Wu's red sword energy. The two forces collided violently in the air, erupting with a deafening roar, causing the entire space to tremble at that moment. The clash between the red sword energy and the golden mountain filled the air with thick smoke and energy fluctuations, making it hard to breathe. The surrounding spectators widened their eyes, holding their breath as they stared at this thrilling battle. Boom! With a deafening explosion in the air, dust and smoke boiled like a turbulent sea of clouds, instantly obscuring the horizon, swallowing everything in sight. Everyone held their breath, their eyes piercing through the thick fog, eager to capture the final outcome of the battle. Lin Aoshue stood behind the Summer King, her gaze fixed tightly on the chaos, her heart anxious, her hands clenched into fists, silently praying, "You must be safe." Finally, when the last wisp of smoke dissipated with the wind, the sky revealed its blue once more, and Sun Wu's figure hovered proudly in midair, his face like frost, exuding an undeniable authority. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? He spoke coldly, his tone filled with the disdain of a victor and contempt for his opponent. Below, 2 old servants cheered, celebrating Sun Wu's victory. However, in Lin Aoshua's heart, there was only bitterness. Tears could no longer be suppressed, silently sliding down her cheeks. "Fool, you would never just leave us like this," she whispered, her eyes shimmering with determination and reluctance. At this moment, where despair and hope intertwined, a slightly lazy yet confident voice drifted down from the distant sky, as if it had crossed the boundaries of time and space, striking directly at the heart. "I've been waiting for you up here for so long, I thought you were dead." Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshua's heart trembled violently, and she quickly looked up towards the source of the voice. Sun Wu and his companions also showed confusion, raising their heads to gaze upward. There, high above in the sky, a figure appeared at ease, riding a colorful cloud, with a Rui golden staff slung over his shoulder. It was Su Feng, who had used the miraculous power of the cloud to teleport far away from the battlefield just before the explosion, avoiding the devastating blow. "Humph, what a cockroach that can't be killed." Sun Wu's eyes revealed determination and coldness, clearly infuriated by the opponent's tenacious vitality and continuous resistance. He decided to use his hidden secret technique to completely resolve this battle. As his deep and rhythmic chant began, the air seemed to freeze, and a cold, oppressive aura quietly spread. Sun Wu's hands quickly formed seals in the void, each gesture containing ancient spells and mysterious powers, as if communicating with the invisible underworld. As the incantation completed, the light in his hands grew increasingly brilliant, ultimately condensing into a complex and eerie talisman. This talisman emitted a faint black-purple glow, infused with a rich power of death that instilled an involuntary fear. "Go!" Sun Wu suddenly waved his hand, and the talisman shot towards his opponent like an arrow released from a bow, tearing through the air along its path, emitting piercing shrieks. Su Feng felt the terrifying power contained within the talisman, yet his expression remained calm, as if everything was under control. Just as the talisman was about to make contact, a vast and sacred aura suddenly descended, like a deity from the heavens, shaking the surroundings. "Great Sage's true form, awaken!" He shouted softly, and in an instant, the majestic phantom of the Great Sage slowly coalesced in the void, ultimately transforming into an imposing figure, standing tall and unassailable before Su Feng. With a swing of the Great Sage's staff, it seemed to stir the very laws of heaven and earth, dimming the sun, moon, and stars, as winds rose and clouds surged, showcasing a power that transcended the mundane and dominated all. Boom! In a deafening roar, the staff struck accurately against Sun Wu's body, the terrifying force erupting instantly, completely suppressing Sun Wu and ending his arrogant demeanor. You actually killed Sun Wu." Witnessing this scene, the 2 old servants below were shocked beyond measure, their voices trembling with disbelief. "You have committed a heinous crime. Sun Wu is the only son of the Grand Elder of the Holy Temple. Your actions are tantamount to declaring war on the entire Holy Temple. Not only you, but everyone related to you, including the entire Great Xia Kingdom, will face utter disaster." The old servants accused angrily, their words filled with threats and intimidation. However, in the face of such overwhelming accusations and threats, Su Feng's expression remained completely unmoved. They wanted to kill him. Did that mean he had to submit just because he came from outside their circle? Whoosh! Su Feng moved like a ghost, and the golden staff in his hand, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, easily crushed the life force of the 2 old servants. He then leaped into the air, standing high above in the sky, his voice cold as ice, echoing through the clouds. "Today, I, Su Feng, declare to the world, anyone who harms those around me, even if you come from outside the circle, I will pursue your descendants to the end. I will sever your lineage." A thunderous roar erupted, like a deafening clap of thunder. Once these words were spoken, they swept across the entire Great Xia Empire like a storm, causing endless ripples. In an instant, no matter where they were, everyone looked up in unison, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the sky, as if even the horizon had changed color. The name Su Feng softly fell into everyone's ears, initially feeling somewhat familiar, but soon stirred up waves of astonishment in the hearts of the powerful from the divine sect. They recalled the recent event when he had slain the leader of the ghost-killing group, shaking the world, and their hearts couldn't help but race violently. It was hard to believe that in just a month, this person had transformed to such an extraordinary level. The Summer King stood high above, witnessing this scene, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Finally, he sighed deeply and resolutely took out a precious talisman, intending to use it to contact the Supreme Academy. As an important figure of the Supreme Academy, he understood that only by calling upon such a colossal entity could he stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, after successfully suppressing the remnants of the Holy Temple, Su Feng did not stop but instead roamed the land, battling demon beasts to enhance his cultivation, eager to break through to the divine sect realm as soon as possible. He knew well that the threats from outside were like a sword hanging overhead, Even though he possessed the unparalleled divine weapon of the great sage equal to heaven and the golden cudgel as his backing, the golden cudgel's exclusive divine skill could only be used once a month. What delighted him even more was the jade gourd. After some clever development by the little gourd, the jade gourd revealed its hidden function. By infusing it with cultivation, it would produce a large amount of divine thought power every day. At the same time, on the vast and boundless sea of the east, the cherry blossom sword god, Suzuki Kojiro, sat leisurely on a light wooden raft, riding the wind and waves towards the distant shores of the Great Xia. In the same shipping lane, out of his sight, a magnificent giant ship was cutting through the waves, with several figures standing tall on it, their gazes also fixed on the direction of the Great Xia. They were the demon god legion from the cherry blossom country. Among them, the most striking was the unparalleled beauty Shoto Toji. She wore a flowing, radiant gown, neither silk nor satin, seemingly woven from the most brilliant starry rivers of the night sky. The intricate and mysterious totems embroidered on her robe resembled stars falling into the mortal realm under the night sky. With each graceful step, the edges of her robe danced like dark night orchids, exuding an irresistible charm and allure. Her visage was undoubtedly the most exquisite sculpting by the heavens, with an otherworldly beauty flowing between her brows, and her deep-set eyes seemed capable of seeing into the depths of the human heart. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few strands of enchanting purple shimmering, dancing in the wind, adding an indescribable mystery and wildness. Around her, there seemed to be an everlasting aura mixed with the fragrance of wine and flowers, intoxicating and unaware. Beside Shototoji were the elite figures of the cherry blossom demon realm, including Tengu, Tamamonome, Yukiana, and Kappa, each possessing unique skills, forming a powerful force for the cherry blossom country alongside Shototoji. Unlike the warriors in the Great Xia who were strengthened through the awakening of martial spirits, the beings of the cherry blossom country followed a different path, embodying divinity. The awakened transformed into monsters or deities, gaining immense power. Faintly, one could hear them whispering, "Great Xia, the divine sealing conference." In the moldy country, Poseidon, the ruler of the vast oceans, appeared on the land of Great Xia in the guise of a mortal. He wore a long robe interwoven with deep blue and silver, embroidered with surging waves and swimming sea beasts, symbolizing his absolute dominion over the vast ocean. The fabric of the robe seemed to sway gently with the sea breeze, resembling real waves, exuding an indescribable majesty and vitality. His handsome and resolute face bore deep-set eyes that seemed to contain endless wisdom and power, as unfathomable as the deep ocean itself. A head of long, jet-black hair casually draped over his shoulders, interspersed with a few droplets of water, adding a touch of oceanic freshness and wildness. In his hand, he held a trident intricately carved from precious coral, his signature weapon and a symbol of his dominion over the seas. In the north, Thor, the god of thunder, donned heavy armor forged from unknown metals, shimmering with a lightning-like brilliance, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. The armor was adorned with intricate runes and patterns. His tall and robust figure, muscles coiled like a mountain, was unshakable. His long hair billowed like dark clouds in a tempest, occasionally flashing with electric light, showcasing his identity as the god of thunder. Thor's face was resolute and majestic, his eyes like torches, seemingly able to perceive the essence of all things, exuding an undeniable aura of kingship. In his right hand, he tightly gripped a massive hammer named Mjolnir. This hammer was Thor's most powerful weapon, meticulously crafted by dwarves, with finely carved runes on its head, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds, yet easily wielded by Thor. The gods of the north also aimed directly at the Great Xia, vying for this grand opportunity to ascend to divinity. In the land of India, Brahma sat majestically on a lotus throne, as if slowly emerging from the endless void. His tall and solemn figure was surrounded by a soft and mysterious glow. Adorning his forehead was the third eye, symbolizing wisdom. This eye not only represented Brahma's profound understanding of the universe but also contained the delicate balance between destruction and rebirth, creation and annihilation. He wore a pristine white robe, embroidered with the stars and galaxies of the universe, as if he himself were a part of the cosmos, intimately connected with all things. In his hand, he held a string of prayer beads, each bead representing a secret of the universe. Outside, the leaders of the four great powers gathered. At this moment, they were filled with anxiety. Not long ago, they had received news of powerful figures from various nations arriving in the Great Xia. All were of royal status, and some even had revered elders in attendance. With so many powerful beings coming to the Great Xia, all vying for this opportunity to ascend to divinity, the conference of ascension is about to descend upon our Great Xia, yet many nations are eyeing us covetously. Even though our Great Xia is not lacking in talents, it is still far from enough. At this moment, from the temple, the elder Jiangping roared with anger. "I don't care about any conference of ascension. My grandson was brutally killed in the Great Xia. Why are you stopping me from taking action? Do you really think a bunch of ants are worth your attention? I have an idea. In the face of Jiang Ping's fury, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, slowly spoke, his voice calm yet undeniable. If he can achieve merit in battle, not only can he redeem his past sins, but he will also gain fame across the seas. Even if he unfortunately loses, it will clear the grudges, and we need not involve the innocent due to personal grievances. Isn't this plan a win-win strategy? Hearing this, Elder Jiang Ping's expression darkened further, and he coldly replied, Wachenzi, your words clearly favor that Su Feng. If he can truly defeat the foreign powerhouses and seize the power of ascension, then my grandson died in vain, and we would have handed him the opportunity for nothing? He knew well that the current king of Xia was a descendant of Wachenzi's lineage, and Wachenzi's proposal undoubtedly stemmed from his protection of Su Feng. However, Wachenzi earnestly explained, not so, Elder, you and I both know that the foreign gods are formidable. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to claim the throne from them, otherwise, you would not lack confidence in your temple's people. Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze flickered uncertainly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. As the leader of the Four Directions Alliance, Wachenzi's decision was nearly unshakable. Moreover, what he said was indeed true. Even if he did not take action, Su Feng would most likely perish at the hands of the foreign gods. Moreover, as long as others are outside the circle, even if they miraculously survive, they will never escape from his grasp. Thus, he gradually came to terms with it and accepted Wachenzi's arrangements. What I can do is limited to this. Whether Su Feng can survive amidst the turmoil depends entirely on his fortune. Wachenzi sighed lightly. As the leader of the human race, although he held great power, he found it difficult to sway the will of all factions and could only do his best within his capabilities. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days and nights had passed. In the ancestral land of the Daxia royal family, Su Feng slowly opened his eyes. During this time, he had been cultivating in the forbidden area while nurturing his divine consciousness. After this period, his divine consciousness light had gathered to 32 inches, and in just a few days, it would reach 33 inches, summoning the divine rank. At this moment, he was very much looking forward to what his divine rank would be. In 1 month, I have accumulated 30 million evolution points. Su Feng's eyes flashed. It was time to evolve. Consume 10 million evolution points. Your first star ring evolves to 1 billion years. 9-colored divine deer. Immunity to damage in the guardian domain increased to 80%. Strength plus 1 million. Constitution plus 500,000, Agility plus 200,000. Consume 10 million evolution points. Your second star ring evolves to 1 billion years. 9 Nether Inferno's release range greatly increased. Damage increased to 200 times. Passive 9 Nether Flame damage increased to 100 times. Strength plus 5 million. Constitution plus 2 million, Agility plus 1 million. Consume 10 million evolution points. Your third star ring evolves to 1 billion years. Summon the Endless Fire domain, spreading from yourself as the center, causing 200 times damage per second within the range. Duration infinite. Strength plus 2 million. Constitution plus 1 million, Agility plus 300,000. With the remaining million evolution points, Su Feng chose to evolve the Constitution symbol to match the Agility symbol. Consume 500,000 evolution points. Your Constitution symbol evolves to Super S-Class, Divine Might symbol, Constitution increase 160%. Consume 500,000 evolution points. Your Agility symbol evolves to Super S-Class, Divine Might symbol, Agility increase 160%. Su Feng, Peak Grandmaster, 32 inches of Divine Consciousness Light, Martial Spirit, Mythical Qitian Dashine, Level, LV100, Experience, 0/1 million, Star Rings, Billion-Year 7-Colored Deer, Billion-Year 9 Nether Devouring Sparrow, Billion-Year Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon, Artifact, Rui Golden Cudgel, Strength, 1 million Constitution, 500,000 Agility, 200,000, Martial Symbols, Equipment, Star Techniques, Strength, 150 million Increase, 280 million Strength, Constitution, 60 million Increase, 100 million Constitution, Agility, 30 million Increase, 69 million Agility, Damage Increase, 30 times, Spiritual Power Value, 2. 4 billion Increase Spiritual Power Value, 4. 5 billion, my strength has already exceeded 400 million. Su Feng thought to himself, his eyes revealing a look of shock. Now, if he activated the Battle Gold Body and summoned the Martial Spirit, his strength could directly increase to 4 billion. Coupled with the enhancement from the 3 billion-year star rings, it could reach 60 billion, equivalent to the power of 6 dragons. In comparison, that of the ancient giant dragons. This means that even if an ancient dragon from the past appeared before him, it would be obliterated with a single punch. If he further utilized the 32 inches of divine light for protection, it would reach an astonishing 38 dragon power. It should be noted that even at the peak of the King realm, strength barely reaches the power of one dragon, while he was equivalent to 38 peak kings. After the recent battles, the third stage of the Black Myth had also been unlocked. Monkey God Transformation can summon a giant divine marquee phantom, significantly enhancing one's combat power for a short time. Next stage, 0/1 million. Now, even if a powerful being from outside the circle descends, I can face it calmly and without fear. The light of determination and confidence flickered in Su Feng's eyes. He knew well that unless he encountered a supreme powerhouse of the venerable level, any challenge would merely serve as a stepping stone for him. Even if a venerable were to personally arrive, he was prepared to fight to the death. But to truly slay a venerable, he could only merge with the divine essence and step into the realm of the divine. This day will eventually come, and it won't be too far off, Su Feng silently promised himself. Just then, a dignified figure quietly descended. It was the ruler of the Great Xia, King Xia. Su Feng quickly bowed and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty, King Xia." As a 3-star king, King Xia had an exceptionally keen perception. Upon sensing Su Feng's aura, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He had not expected that in such a short time, Su Feng could achieve such astonishing progress. This potential and speed were truly breathtaking. The reason he was allowed into the ancestral land of Great Xia as a reward for his achievements on the battlefield was also due to his potential, a favor done in good faith. "Su Feng, an elder from the Supreme Academy has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Su Feng nodded, already having anticipated it. He knew well that the Supreme Academy had a deep connection with King Xia, serving as a solid backing for their faction. Soon, Su Feng entered the great hall and saw an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair, exuding an air of immortality, sitting there, his gaze gentle yet profound. The elder, upon seeing Su Feng, showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes and softly asked, "You are Su Feng?" "Indeed, I am Su Feng. I pay my respects to elder. If I have been disrespectful, please forgive me," Su Feng replied, his words filled with deep respect, hands clasped, bowing with humility and grace. "Ha, truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, heroes emerge in succession," the elder said with a kind smile, quickly returning the courtesy. He then slowly continued, "Young friend Su Feng, have you heard of the upcoming conference of deification?" Su Feng slightly nodded, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He knew that the elder's visit was undoubtedly related to this imminent grand event. In 10 days, the conference of deification will be unprecedented in scale. At that time, the talents of various nations, as well as demons and spirits from the 9 heavens, will gather in our Great Xia to share in the grand occasion. The elder's words carried a subtle weight that was not easily noticeable. Human elites, strange and eerie beings, and even the lofty deities would all descend upon Great Xia. What would happen then was beyond anyone's prediction. Although Great Xia is prosperous, facing such a multitude of forces, especially those transcending the mortal realm, if we were to forcibly maintain order, it would likely come at an immeasurable cost. The elder expressed deep concern for Great Xia's future. However, fortunately, their goal is clear, aimed directly at the conference of deification. As long as these powerful beings and anomalies can maintain restraint within the venue and avoid causing trouble, our Great Xia has no right to interfere and can only watch the changes unfold. Su Feng nodded again, pondering silently. This conference of deification was, in fact, a contract established a century ago among the powerful of various nations to compete for the greatest opportunity in the world, a fierce contest of strength, wisdom, and luck. Whether they were powerhouses of the divine realm or experts of the king realm, their path to breakthrough required vast divine power to support them, and the conference of deification was the source of this power. For those warriors eager to reach the pinnacle, its allure was as irresistible as a magnet to iron. It was not only a contest of strength but also a crucial step in determining whether they could step into the venerable realm in the future. The old man's words revealed a hint of worry. However, the invasion of foreign tribes continues unabated. To protect the peace of our human race, our Great Xia has been battling against them for years, with countless heroes falling. The scarcity of talent has reached an unprecedented level, and the task of guarding this divine power has become increasingly heavy and arduous. Upon hearing this, Su Feng felt a strong sense of mission stirring within him, and he responded without hesitation, "As a citizen of Great Xia, it is my unshakable duty to protect our homeland. In this battle, I, Su Feng, will not back down and vow to defend it with my life." "Good! What a commendable spirit!" the old man exclaimed repeatedly, his eyes filled with appreciation and satisfaction. Since their first meeting, Su Feng's resilience and courage had impressed the old man, and at this moment, it further solidified his determination to protect this seedling of limitless potential. "If you were to fall at the hands of Sun Ping, it would be an immeasurable loss for the human race," the old man thought to himself, then shifted his tone. "Come, let us now board this flying vessel and head to the outer circle. There lies your battlefield and the responsibilities you must bear." With that, the old man summoned a brilliantly radiant flying vessel. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he stepped onto the vessel without hesitation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the old man. As the old man softly recited a spell, the vessel suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, transforming into a streak of flowing light that pierced through clouds and shattered rocks, racing through the sky towards the unknown and mysterious outer world. Along the way, the old man seemed to sense Su Feng's curiosity and unease, and he slowly began to speak, narrating the various legends and secrets of the outer circle, as well as the challenges and opportunities they might face on their journey. Su Feng listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding and preparation for the world beyond. Meanwhile, on the eastern shore of Great Xia, an ancient wooden ship quietly docked. The cherry blossom sword god, Suzuki Kojiro, stepped down with an extraordinary demeanor, gazing deeply at this prosperous land, softly declaring, "The sword masters of Great Xia, Suzuki Kojiro has arrived." His journey was not for worldly gain, but to engage with various heroes, using the sword as a medium to refine his supreme swordsmanship. Following closely behind, a grand ship broke through the waves, from which a host of cherry blossom spirits, including the strange child Maru and Shoto, disembarked. I smell the scent of blood. The terrifying existence of the eight-headed, eight-tailed Yamata no Orochi cut through the air with its cold words, its massive body seeming capable of spanning 8 towering mountains and deep valleys, instilling awe. The snow woman furrowed her brows slightly, her lips parting gently, exuding a warmth that did not lack authority. "Be quiet, do not disturb Great Xia. Rest assured, all who see me will die," Yamata no Orochi said, transforming directly into a mass of black mist and flying towards Great Xia. Having held back for too long, it could hardly wait to devour its bloody feast. Among the many spirits of the cherry blossom realm, only Yamata no Orochi and the Kappa, due to their still shallow cultivation, had not fully mastered the secret art of transforming into human form. At this moment, the small and comically featured Kappa let out a series of strange laughs. "Gagaga, I can no longer contain myself. I wish to enjoy the thrill of slaughtering the talents of Great Xia at the upcoming grand event." The Kappa's large head was adorned with a flat mouth resembling that of a frog, and its long limbs were covered with webbing, making its appearance particularly odd and out of place among the others. Its laughter, though not pleasant to the ears, profoundly revealed the burning desire for battle and the ambition to conquer that raged within. Just then, the Tengu reminded in a steady tone, "Everyone must be cautious and not let their guard down. While the Divine Power Conference is indeed important, our more critical task on this journey is to secretly collaborate with other forces to conspire against the fate of Great Xia and divide it among ourselves." Understood. In the Great Xia, the once mighty dragon, though not to be underestimated, has long borne the weight of the heavens to protect humanity, and after enduring continuous battles with alien races, it has begun to show signs of fatigue and decline. With just a slight opportunity, we can completely crush it and share in the tempting fruits of victory. The scene shifts to the distant north, in the frozen world of the far north, where a magnificent giant ship slowly crushes the thick ice and finally comes to a steady stop at the edge of the continent, resembling a slumbering behemoth. A towering figure, muscular and robust like a mountain, slowly steps onto the continent. He wields a colossal hammer of thunder, his eyes shimmering with divine light, revealing astonishing power and majesty. Behind him, Loki, the evil dragon Nidhogg, and the goddess of death Hel follow closely. Loki's handsome face carries a hint of unruliness, his gaze flickering unpredictably, as if always hiding unknown secrets. His hair is a chaotic yet orderly dark red, or perhaps as deep as the night sky, just as elusive as his character. Beside him is the dragon Nidhogg. In Norse mythology, this evil dragon resides at the roots of the world tree, symbolizing destruction and decay. Its massive body is covered in pitch-black scales that shimmer with a cold glow in the dim light, like starlight in the abyss. Nidhogg's eyes burn like two flames, revealing endless greed and desire, as if capable of devouring all light and life. Its mouth is lined with sharp fangs, capable of tearing apart the hardest metals. The last of the trio is Hel, whose appearance is cold and majestic, clad in a black robe embroidered with silver skulls and vine patterns, symbolizing the cycle of death and life. Her face is pale yet beautiful, her eyes deep like the night sky, as if able to perceive the mysteries between life and death. Her long hair, as dark as the night, gently sways in the wind, exuding a faint chill. Hel wields a massive scythe, her tool for harvesting souls. Whenever she swings it, souls are drawn into the underworld. Around her, ghosts and spirits often linger, both in awe and submission to her. In the west, several monstrous figures emerge. What catches the eye is a gigantic sculpture stitched together from flesh and metal, its skin an unhealthy gray-white, covered in crisscrossing sutures. Some of these lines have healed, leaving faint scars, while others remain open, revealing dark muscle tissue and the occasional glint of metal. Its body is extraordinarily strong, with bulging muscles, but due to the patchwork of different body parts, it appears grotesquely distorted and uncoordinated. Its hands are enormous, with long, thick fingers, calloused fingertips that seem capable of tearing everything apart. It is none other than the scientific Dr. Frankenstein. Beside him stands an extremely handsome man, his eyes revealing an indescribable wild charm. The sharp fangs and crimson tongue he displays indicate that this man is clearly a werewolf. Vampires, the hundred-eyed giant Argus, Medusa, and various mythical monsters emerge one after another. At this moment, on the side of Great Xia, following the instructions of the four major forces outside the circle, the king of Xia orders the military to deploy awakened ones to remotely track these uninvited guests, avoiding any collisions. Su Feng boards a flying vessel, swiftly following the elder to the towering Taishang Academy. During this time, you should rest peacefully in your room. 3 days later, the four major sects will hold an intense preliminary competition for young talents, the elder says, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Given your connection with Sun Wu, the Holy Temple will certainly take action against you at the upcoming grand event, so be sure to respond cautiously, the elder advises earnestly. No worries, Su Feng replies with a faint smile, but in his heart, he is already plotting. Wanting to add a crime? Then let strength prove everything, turning the provocateurs to ashes. Su Feng never shrinks from any threat. The words show mercy do not exist in his dictionary. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Feng remained in his residence. As for the arrival of gods and monsters from various countries, Su Feng had heard a little. It was said that the eight-headed serpent from the land of cherry blossoms wreaked havoc on the borders of the Great Xia as soon as it landed, its brutality shocking, with tens of thousands of innocent lives devoured. Vampires and werewolves from other races were also stirring, with several cities turning into seas of blood, and thousands of lives ending in hatred. However, Su Feng felt no excessive worry, for he knew that his friends and family had safely relocated to the Star Academy, under the powerful protection of the old dean at the peak of the King Realm, making it utterly secure. The various forces outside the circle were also furious at the actions of these races, who disregarded life and trampled on civilians, and they sent strong individuals to confront them in a friendly discussion. Although it was unclear what transpired, the various forces unexpectedly restrained their harassment of civilians afterward. Clearly, the formidable reputation of the Great Xia strongmen instilled fear in them, making them hesitant to provoke again. Meanwhile, at the Taishang Academy's dojo, heroes gathered, strong individuals were like clouds, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. In this tense atmosphere, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. Su Feng, you dare to kill my grandson. Today I will take your life to appease his spirit. Su Feng's gaze was piercing as he looked in the direction of the voice, only to see the Grand Elder of the Holy Temple, Sun Ping, appearing like lightning, filled with overwhelming rage, instantly descending upon the dojo. His eyes were blood red, his face twisted in fury, clearly consumed by grief and anger. Faced with this sudden provocation, Su Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. If you truly wish to reunite with your grandson, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way. Although it was their first meeting, Su Feng had keenly discerned the other's identity. He was indeed the authoritative Grand Elder of the Holy Temple and also Sun Wu's grandfather, Sun Ping. Seeking death. Sun Ping, unable to contain his fury, his killing intent surging, leaped forward, a palm infused with world-destroying power aimed directly at Su Feng. This palm was clearly a long-planned strike, vowing to kill with one blow. Sun Ping, stop, do not be rude. At this critical moment, two elders from the Taishang Academy quickly reacted, intervening to stop him while sternly reprimanding. No one expected Sun Ping to act so unprincipled. He had previously promised not to strike at Su Feng, yet now, upon meeting, he directly aimed to kill. If this child cannot withstand even my palm, then even if he steps onto the God-sealing arena, he will only become a laughingstock. Sun Ping snorted coldly, his killing intent unabated, his words revealing extreme disdain and contempt for Su Feng. If this waste cannot withstand my palm, then even if he ascends to the God-sealing arena, it will be useless. Sun Ping scoffed, his killing intent palpable. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the sky darkened, turning day into night, as a massive, boundless hand descended from the heavens, blocking out the sun, carrying the force to destroy the world, like an ancient beast, fiercely pressing down on Su Feng. Sun Ping's four-star King Realm strength was fully revealed. His words were not empty. If Su Feng could not withstand this palm, then his fate on the God-sealing arena would likely be left to be slaughtered. Facing this blow capable of shaking mountains and rivers, Su Feng's eyes showed no fear. Instead, a cold light surged within them. He coldly spoke, "You are right, but what if you cannot withstand my palm? Go ahead and strike. I want to see where you get the audacity to say such big words." With that, his aura surged, and with a single palm strike, the heavens and earth changed color, fierce winds howled, and sand and stones flew, as if the entire world trembled at that moment. However, Su Feng also showed no signs of weakness. He was surrounded by a dazzling golden battle form, shining brightly like a war god descending to the world. Before he could summon his martial spirit and star ring, with just a casual wave of his hand, a massive golden palm print appeared in the air, its force so fierce that it seemed to chase after the colossal object in the sky, the two colliding with a thunderous crash. Boom! A sound that shook the heavens, as if the very space trembled. In the sky, Sun Ping's figure shook violently, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He never expected that as a dignified 4-star King Realm expert, he would be sent flying by a seemingly inconspicuous young man with a single palm strike. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Su Feng transformed into a shadow, pursuing relentlessly, vowing to kill Sun Ping on the spot. However, just at this life and death moment, an immense and boundless aura of a venerable being suddenly descended, like a chasm separating the two. In an instant, an indescribable invisible force surged quietly, effortlessly separating the two about to collide, as if time had frozen at that moment. Gentlemen, heed my words and cease this at once, how about it? As the words fell, the headmaster of the Supreme Academy and also the leader of the Four Directions Alliance, Wachenzi, slowly appeared, his figure ethereal and transcendent, like an immortal stepping out of a painting. Sun Ping's gaze was sinister, filled with unwillingness and resentment as he looked at Wachenzi. He never anticipated that as a senior elder of the Holy Temple, he would lose face in such a situation, injured by a junior. Thus, he attempted to use Wachenzi's status to regain his dignity. Wachenzi, this boy dares to attack an elder of the Holy Temple, which is a great disrespect and should be severely punished. As the leader, how can you stand by and do nothing? Su Feng, however, wore a cold expression, fully aware that with a venerable level expert intervening, today's battle could no longer continue. Yet, the killing intent in his heart burned like a wildfire, showing no signs of diminishing. He must die. However, Wachenzi's next words turned Sun Ping's face pale instantly. Elder son, if you still wish to continue this battle, I naturally will not interfere. With that, his gaze was profound, as if he could see into the hearts of men, causing Sun Ping to shiver involuntarily. Hearing this, Sun Ping's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He knew very well that Su Feng's strength was far beyond his own, and continuing to fight would be akin to seeking his own death. Thus, he could only suppress the anger and unwillingness in his heart and choose silence. This sudden conflict was thus temporarily brought to a halt by Wachenzi's intervention. Alright, everyone, before this selection conference, 9 spots have already been predetermined. Wachenzi began to speak slowly, introducing the various talents. The first to appear was the leader of the Supreme Academy, Yun Chewan. He wore an elegant blue robe, his long hair tied back with a warm jade hairpin, exuding an extraordinary scholarly aura, as if he had stepped out of a painting of ancient literary masters. Yun Chewan's martial spirit was an ancient secret tome, capable of conveying the Tao through writing, with endless power hidden within the words, condensing into sharp attacks, while also deeply understanding the mysteries of formations and mechanisms. From the Holy Temple, Shang Wanglia stood proudly. He wore a dazzling golden battle armor, his silver hair cascading like a galaxy, and his eyes sparkled with determination and purity, resembling a deity descending to the world. It is said that Shang Wanglia possessed an SSS-level holy light body, able to manipulate light elements at will, integrating offense and defense, and could unleash the surging holy power within him to release the purest divine light that purifies all evil in the world, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The original temple's prodigy, Lin Yishao, could summon giant beasts to fight for him, even transforming directly into a giant beast. The beauty of the Wind and Rain Pavilion, Yudai Wu, made a stunning entrance in a light blue form-fitting battle outfit. Her garments swayed gently with the wind, her long hair flowing like satin, simply tied back with a hairpin embedded with a droplet-shaped gem, a few strands dancing in the breeze, adding an air of unruliness and elegance. She is proficient in the elemental powers of wind and water, able to change in an instant, transforming into a ghost in the wind, dancing with the flow of water, controlling the currents at her fingertips, her strength unfathomable. After a detailed introduction, Li Shou gained a profound understanding of the lineup for this great Xia competition. Among the 10 participants, only 4 came from outside the circle, including himself. The remaining 5 were exceptional talents carefully selected by various factions from the Great Xia homeland, the northern border's snowy regions, and the peaks of Tian Shan, each possessing a kingly cultivation level that could astonish the world, their strength quite impressive. At this moment, Wachenzi surveyed the surroundings, his voice steady and powerful. Now, if anyone is willing, you may step forward to challenge Su Feng for the 10th spot in the competition. If no one steps up, then Su Feng will undoubtedly become the 10th participant. As his words fell, the entire venue seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, plunging into an unprecedented silence. Challenge Su Feng? It felt like a fantasy. The earlier scene was still fresh in their minds. The Grand Elder of the Sanctuary, Sun Ping, had nearly lost his life at his hands. Who would dare to speak of battle so lightly? Time seemed to freeze, each second passing without anyone stepping forward. Su Feng's position as the 10th participant had quietly solidified in everyone's hearts. Seeing this, Wachenzi slowly spoke, "Since no one is challenging, wait." Suddenly, a voice from above interrupted Wachenzi. Hearing this, everyone looked up. In the sky, a brilliant golden light, like the dawn's first light, suddenly tore through the clouds, slicing through the vast expanse, illuminating everything around it. Within the golden light, a figure draped in radiant light slowly emerged, descending from the clouds with an indescribable solemnity and sanctity. This figure was bathed in soft yet majestic golden light and a faint sacred glow, as if it had come from an ancient Buddhist Pure Land, each step resonating with the rhythm of Buddhist scriptures, exuding a calming and peaceful aura. Its form was both powerful and graceful. Although its wings were not fully spread, the slight tremor of its feathers allowed everyone to sense the immense power and infinite majesty contained within. Those deep, bright eyes seemed capable of seeing into the hearts of men, gazing into souls, evoking both shock and an involuntary sense of reverence. As this godlike figure approached step by step, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy and sacred. All things appeared to lose their original clamor and restlessness under this force, leaving only a tranquility and harmony that transcended the mundane. "Who is the newcomer?" someone asked. "He is Chen Fay." At this declaration, it was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that shook everyone present to their core, filled with astonishment. It was rumored that the consort of the Marquis conceived in a dream, and the child of the divine was the Shenpeng. 6 months ago, when Shenpengzi broke through to the divine sovereign realm and was about to step out of the circle, a self-proclaimed extraordinary king-level expert attempted to block his path as the gatekeeper. The outcome was evident. With just one strike. No! Not only did they not engage in a fierce battle, but Shenpengzi didn't even need to exert his full strength. With just a thought, he transformed into the legendary golden-winged Great Pine, flapping his wings and letting out a cry that resonated like thunder, striking at the hearts of all. In that moment of shock, the once invincible king-level expert bled from all 7 orifices, his expression one of horror, and from that day on, he became mentally deranged, still struggling in chaos to this day, unable to awaken. As the astonished gazes of the crowd converged, the golden light high in the sky gradually coalesced into form, revealing a breathtaking scene. Shenpengzi was handsome, his entire being enveloped in dazzling golden light. Interwoven within this golden light was a faint sacred glow, like the holy light carried by deities descending from the heavens, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. The most striking feature was its eyes, shimmering with a golden light. Those deep and bright eyes seemed capable of perceiving all the illusions and truths of the world, revealing a quality of transcendence, looking down upon all living beings. Under its gaze, everything seemed to lose its original color and luster, leaving only the purest essence and truth. As Shenpengzi slowly descended step by step, the surrounding space seemed to be shaken by its presence, even time appeared to slow down. Each step resonated with the rhythm and cadence of the universe, evoking a sense of inexplicable harmony and balance. Its arrival was not merely a visual feast but also a baptism and elevation of the soul. Although his cultivation was only at the 3-star divine sect level, in this region where strong warriors were abundant, even the lowest existence in the divine sect realm was at least 5-star or above. Yet at this moment, he made everyone present tremble. It seemed that in front of him, the gap in cultivation was insignificant. "Su Feng, do you have the courage to compete with me?" Shenpengzi's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Su Feng, his voice deep and powerful. "What fear is there in a battle?" Su Feng's figure shot up, soaring into the sky, confronting Shenpengzi in midair, his gaze fierce, the sparks between them ready to ignite. He quietly examined his opponent before him, whose figure resembled a deity descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of awe. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, Su Feng had always followed in his footsteps, walking the path he once tread. Today, the battle with Shenpengzi was something he had long anticipated. Shenpengzi was also carefully observing Su Feng. Once, this rising star had not garnered enough of his attention, simply because he had debuted too late and had not entered his field of vision in time. In his eyes, those who came later could never catch up to his pace. But the astonishing scene in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, his decade-old record being effortlessly broken by Su Feng, echoed in his heart like a warning bell, forcing him to confront this young master of the Grandmaster realm. However, his inner pride still kept him somewhat indifferent. Even if Su Feng displayed extraordinary strength, it merely broke his old record from 10 years ago. Now, after 10 years of arduous cultivation and transformation, he was no longer comparable to his former self. His strength had already ascended to another realm. It was only when Su Feng defeated Tang and killed Sunwu that he truly began to regard Su Feng, this young master of the Grandmaster realm. Grandmaster. God of War sect. At this moment, the many King Realm powerhouses standing below felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. What they marveled at was not merely the vast difference in realms between the two, but that these two young talents had not yet stepped into the King Realm. Yet the aura they each exuded made all the kings present feel fear. Su Feng, come to battle. Su Feng, come to battle. Shen Pengzi stepped forward slowly in the air, each step seemingly containing an invisible rhythm of the Tao, manifesting divine light continuously. His voice was passionate. It resonated deeply, causing everyone's heartbeat to synchronize with the pulse of the vast earth, the mountains and grass swaying under this overwhelming momentum. Su Feng, come to battle. Each call exploded like thunder, igniting the deepest blood and fighting spirit within people, adrenaline surging wildly at this moment. At this moment, it was no longer about victory or defeat, nor about rankings. It was merely a duel between the two most outstanding talents of the human race, nothing more. Come to battle. Su Feng responded unmoved, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the sky, soaring into the clouds. Behind him, the great sage equal to heaven's martial spirit manifested proudly, a majestic, towering divine monkey leaping into the world, standing atop an abyss, with stars and seas above its head, fully displaying the demeanor of a king, its might shocking the heavens, leaving people speechless. It turned out that the earlier battle between Su Feng and the Grand Elder of the Holy Temple had not even used his full strength. Boom! In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, and the divine Pingzi was not to be outdone. He transformed into a peerless powerhouse with a bird's head and a human body, his wings spread wide like clouds hanging low in the sky, radiating brilliant golden light that instantly enveloped the entire valley, turning it into a dazzling battlefield. Golden Wing Slash. The divine Pingzi swiftly waved his wings, generating a powerful wind blade attack that tore through the air, howling towards Su Feng. Whoosh! Su Feng's figure moved like lightning, soaring into the air, tightly gripping the Rui Jingu Bang, transforming into a streak of golden light that accurately clashed head-on with the wind blade that ripped through the air. Boom! At the moment of collision, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ancient and modern, with a momentum so grand that it seemed to tremble the mountains and rivers, causing the onlookers to be filled with fear, each summoning their own protective treasures and divine abilities to withstand the oncoming shockwave. The spectacle was so magnificent that everyone was left speechless, unable to believe that two powerful beings who had yet to step into the realm of kings could produce such a world-shaking duel, a rarity in a lifetime. Whoosh! Seeing this, the divine Pingzi's lips curled into a smile, his golden giant wings suddenly unfurling like two sails blocking the sun, soaring upward at an incredible speed, instantly flying out of everyone's sight. Cloud of transformation, rise! Su Feng, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, and beneath his feet, the cloud of transformation surged forth, instantly transforming into a colorful auspicious cloud, carrying him in a somersault across 180,000 miles, closely pursuing the divine Pingzi with astonishing speed. Heh, now that's interesting. The divine Pingzi glanced back at Su Feng, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He knew well that he bore the bloodline of the rock, invincible in land, air, and water battles, and particularly adept at speed. Yet Su Feng could keep up with him, which piqued his interest. Take this stick! The fiery battle intent burned in Su Feng's eyes as he suddenly accelerated, closely following the divine Pingzi, then swung his dazzling golden staff with tremendous force, aiming directly at the divine Pingzi. Golden Ripple Technique. The divine Pingzi reacted swiftly, murmuring softly, and a circle of brilliant golden ripples formed around him, like liquid gold dancing, firmly receiving Su Feng's powerful strike. As Su Feng's blow was firmly countered, the tense atmosphere in the air did not diminish but intensified. The exchange of glances between the two was like sparks flying, each gaze seeming to ignite fire. A fine golden ripple technique, but this is just the beginning, he roared, his figure leaping up like an arrow released from a bow, launching another fierce assault on the divine Pingzi. The golden staff in his hand seemed to transform into a swimming dragon, sometimes becoming countless points of golden light, overwhelming in its approach. At other times, it condensed into a streak of golden lightning, slicing through the sky, striking directly at the divine Pingzi's vital points. However, the divine Pingzi was no ordinary opponent. Facing Su Feng's storm-like onslaught, he remained calm and composed, fully utilizing the golden ripple technique. The golden shield seemed to possess a spirit of its own, constantly changing form in response to Su Feng's attacks, sometimes becoming a shield to withstand blows, and at other times transforming into a blade to counterattack, neutralizing Su Feng's offensive one by one. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, each clash shaking the void, as if even heaven and earth trembled for their fight. The onlookers held their breath, fearing they might miss any thrilling moment. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Su Feng suddenly paused, the golden staff halting in midair. He took a deep breath, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Divine Monkey Transformation. Su Feng's low shout echoed like thunder, as if an ancient and powerful force within him was awakened, his entire body enveloped in dazzling golden light, shining brilliantly. Behind him, a vivid phantom of a divine monkey slowly emerged. The monkey's eyes blazed like torches, its fur standing on end, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to look down upon the world. Its presence intertwined with Su Feng's aura, as if the two had become one. As the divine monkey unleashed its power, Su Feng's aura surged wildly, akin to a runaway wild horse, marking a qualitative leap in his strength at that moment. He gripped the golden staff tightly, feeling all his strength converge into it, his arm muscles bulging with power, as if they could shake mountains and rivers. The golden staff suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire sky. He then swung the staff fiercely, a dazzling golden light streaking across the sky like a meteor, carrying the force to annihilate everything, crashing towards Shenpingzi. Upon seeing this, Shenpingzi's expression turned grave. He knew this strike was formidable and that he must exert all his strength to withstand it. Thus, he activated the golden ripple technique once more, channeling all his power into the protective shield, preparing to face this decisive blow. The two powerful forces collided in the air, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. The entire battlefield trembled under this force, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. However, at this critical juncture, a blinding light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing through the golden shield, heading straight for Shenpingzi. Boom! The violent explosion echoed like thunder across the heavens, shaking the surrounding space. At the center of the explosion, thick white smoke billowed, obscuring the sky and sun, enveloping the entire battlefield in chaos. Shenpingzi's figure was completely swallowed by the smoke, leaving no trace behind, only golden ripples slowly spreading in the haze, proving his recent existence. Su Feng stood at the edge of the explosion, holding the golden staff, his gaze piercing, fixated on the swirling smoke. He knew that the battle was not over. As long as the smoke had not cleared, the outcome remained uncertain. At this moment, the gathered powerful beings below all focused their attention on the core of the explosion. In their eyes, Shenpingzi was undoubtedly doomed. After all, this strike was terrifying beyond measure, something no human could withstand. However, as the layers of smoke gradually dissipated, a shocking figure emerged. It was a giant rock with golden wings spread wide, its massive body towering like a majestic mountain, exuding an unparalleled majesty and power. The rock. Seeing the enormous golden-winged rock before them, the powerful beings were all astounded. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding. The legend of the golden-winged rock giving birth was indeed true, and Shenpingzi was truly the son of a deity. The rock's outstretched wings blocked out the sun, each feather shimmering with a metallic luster, revealing supreme authority and strength. Su Feng's eyes were fixed on Shenpingzi, his heart filled with both surprise and excitement. He could clearly sense that after transforming into its true form, Shenpingzi's strength had indeed multiplied countless times, a powerful force stemming from the depths of his bloodline that Su Feng could not ignore. To force out my true form, you have every right to be proud. Shenpingzi's voice echoed through the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority. He slowly flapped his wings, and instantly, a fierce wind arose, as if the surrounding air was stirred by his slightest movement, showcasing his extraordinary power as the son of a deity. Su Feng took a deep breath, but he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. He tightened his grip on the golden staff, his muscles tensed, ready to meet Shenpingzi's overwhelming attack. Come on, Shenpingzi, let's see whether your golden-winged rock is stronger or my golden staff is harder. Su Feng shouted, his voice brimming with confidence and boldness. He surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at Shenpingzi, the golden staff in his hand swinging with an impenetrable ferocity, creating a series of piercing sounds as it cut through the air, directly pressing towards Shenpingzi. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Shenpingzi's eyes. He knew that Su Feng was a worthy opponent. Thus, he no longer held back, soaring high into the sky, his wings transforming into two golden blades, slicing through the vast expanse, engaging in a fierce clash with Su Feng's golden staff. This battle was not merely a contest of strength and skill, but a collision of will and belief. I acknowledge your strength, but can you withstand this move? Shenpingzi shouted lowly, his eyes shimmering with golden light. He unleashed the golden wing slash of heaven strike. The entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped in golden brilliance. The golden wings behind him suddenly spread wide, their edges glinting with a chilling light, like countless sharp blades interwoven, slicing through the surrounding air and emitting a piercing whistle. Faced with this overwhelming strike, Su Feng chose not to evade but took a deep breath, his entire body surging with spiritual energy, as if countless star powers were converging within him. The true body of the great sage equal to heaven, descend. With his low shout, the true form of the great sage slowly descended, its massive body blocking out the sun, golden fur shining dazzlingly in the sunlight, and its eyes containing boundless majesty and wisdom. The true body of the great sage slowly opened its eyes, tightly gripping the Rui golden staff, surrounded by a rich wave of spiritual energy. Shinpingzi's golden wing slash of heaven's strike swept in like a golden storm. However, in the next moment, the true body of the great sage swung the Rui golden staff, meeting it with astonishing speed and power. The staff traced golden arcs in the air, continuously colliding with the sharp edges of the wings, erupting in bursts of brilliant sparks. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, each collision accompanied by a deafening roar. Golden light and shockwaves intertwined, painting the entire battlefield as if doomsday had arrived. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, and both Shinpingzi and Su Feng were knocked back simultaneously. At this moment, deep cracks appeared on Shinpingzi's golden wings, golden blood splattering into the air, appearing particularly striking. The true body of the great sage that Su Feng summoned dissipated, and blood also oozed from his eye sockets. Suddenly, the entire arena erupted in a thunderous uproar, surging like a tidal wave. Who could have predicted that two top-tier powerhouses, each exerting their utmost strength and showcasing their strongest techniques, would dramatically end in a draw? This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Shinpingzi had now returned to his human form, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, clearly having reached his physical limit from this duel. Although Su Feng still had the calm C1 strike technique yet to be unleashed, this battle was about the spirit of combat. From the very beginning, he had no intention of relying on external forces. Likewise, he understood that Shinpingzi, as a standout among his peers, must have hidden life-saving techniques, but in this contest, both chose the purest martial arts duel, refraining from using any trump cards. Su Feng, when you step into the divine sect, we must have a battle to determine our standings. Shinpingzi's gaze was piercing, his words revealing expectations and challenges for the future. It's a promise. When the time comes, we will fight until the heavens darken and the earth trembles, with unrestrained fervor. Su Feng responded, his eyes sparkling with the same fighting spirit and anticipation. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Wachenzi timely stepped into the arena, his gaze shifting between Su Feng and Shinpingzi. Shinpingzi, are you willing to fight on behalf of the great Xia and confront foreign powerhouses? The power they had just displayed was truly astonishing. If both were to join forces, this battle for divinity would almost be without suspense. However, Shinpingzi had no longing for the glorious stage of the Fengshan conference. He shook his head gently. My only opponent is Su Feng. With that, he flapped his wings and transformed into a streak of light, gracefully leaving this place of chaos, leaving behind an unruly yet resolute figure. Wachenzi watched the direction he departed, secretly admiring him. Such a person, unbound by the rules of heaven and earth, was indeed rare. With Shinpingzi's departure, the 10 spots for the Fengshan conference were finally filled. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by, with the entire continent seemingly gathering momentum for the upcoming grand event. Until one day, in the sky beyond the circle, an unprecedented wave of power suddenly erupted, as if ancient deities were awakening, shaking the hearts of everyone. The crowd understood without words that the legendary Fengshan arena was finally revealing itself to the world at this moment. At the Taishang Academy, Su Feng's eyes sparkled. Through relentless effort, he had condensed 33 inches of divine light. At this moment, he was surrounded by brilliant divine light, the 33 inches of radiance reflecting off one another, ultimately converging into a celestial-like figure, announcing that he was about to step into the realm of the divine. System prompt: the host has condensed 33 inches of divine light, corresponding to the supreme 33 heavens. The summoning of the divine status is about to begin. With a mysterious humming, the system's voice echoed in Su Feng's mind, followed by an ancient and sullen power surging forth, as if crossing the boundaries of time and space. Congratulations to the host, successfully summoned divine status urgent as the law commands. At the same time, an ordinary-looking yellow talisman quietly appeared in Su Feng's palm. This talisman had no extravagant decorations, only the 5 ancient characters urgent as the law commands prominently displayed, yet it contained a heart-pounding wave of power. Su Feng gazed at this talisman, a sense of inexplicable familiarity rising in his heart, secretly speculating, could this be the supreme treasure left behind by the legendary Taishang Laojun? Taking a deep breath, Su Feng prepared to merge this divine status with the divine light of thought. As Su Feng tightly grasped the talisman left by Taishang Laojun, silently reciting the ancient and majestic incantation urgent as the law commands, the entire space seemed to freeze. A solemn and mysterious aura filled the air, and the surrounding light began to slightly distort, as if some ancient and powerful force was being awakened. As the last syllable of the incantation fell, the talisman suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, like a star ignited, dazzling, and striking. This light was not blinding but carried a warm and pure power that inspired reverence. Within the light, countless runes seemed to swirl, ancient and complex, containing the ultimate principles and laws of the universe. Then, the talisman appeared to come alive, floating in the air and slowly rotating. As the rotation accelerated, visible waves of spiritual power began to emanate from the talisman, intertwining and colliding, forming brilliant rings of spiritual energy that adorned the entire space like a fairyland. At that moment, a clear and authoritative voice resonated in Su Feng's heart, the very voice of the law of urgent as the law commands. As this voice fell, the talisman suddenly transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the void at an uncatchable speed, heading straight for its target. Where this streak of light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind subtle spatial rifts, showcasing its unmatched power. At this moment, Su Feng could clearly feel the ancient power from Taishan Laojun surging within him, merging with his own spiritual power. He understood deeply that this was not merely an enhancement of power, but a deeper understanding and comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. As this force was fully unleashed, the entire environment seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, the air trembling in response, and even space itself seemed to hum, acknowledging the existence of this power. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. It was at this moment. He closed his eyes, attempting to merge the 33 inches of divine light with the divine essence. The sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolling as a dazzling light illuminated the world. This light was extraordinary. It was not only brilliant but also contained the purest and most magnificent power in the universe. Every inch of the light seemed to harbor an independent world, interwoven yet harmoniously coexisting, like the 33 layers of heaven, progressing layer by layer, directly pointing to the heavens. Just as this light reached its zenith, an ancient and solemn incantation echoed in the air. The supreme divine essence of the Taoist sect, urgent as the law commands, was summoned. As the incantation resonated, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force. Time slowed at that moment, and all things fell silent. Suddenly, a strange resonance occurred between the 33 inches of divine light and the divine essence urgent as the law commands. The light was no longer just light, it transformed into a slender beam, piercing through the clouds, directly pointing to the mortal realm below. The moment the beam touched the ground, the entire world seemed to tremble. At this moment, the forces from all directions, as well as the gods who had come from outside the circle, were drawn to this beam of light, gazing up at the sky. Werewolves, vampires, and Frankensteins all looked up in awe. The evil dragon Nidhogg, from Norse mythology, also sensed the extraordinary nature of this power, its massive body churning in the clouds, its enormous dragon eyes flashing with curiosity and caution. The cherry blossom monsters felt an unprecedented sense of oppression as this beam of light cut through the sky. Ultimately, the dazzling 33 inches of divine light perfectly merged with an ancient talisman, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Su Feng's body, like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, shaking the surroundings. Whoosh! Su Feng's figure expanded, resembling a celestial crane soaring into the clouds, shooting straight up into the sky. The talisman infused with divine light transformed into a stream of light, instantly entering deep within his brow, as if it were destined, granting him divine essence. A magnificent phantom of Laozi manifested behind him. In an instant, the aura emanating from him was like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings. The myriad beings outside the circle felt this power and involuntarily trembled, kneeling on the ground, expressing their deepest respect and submission. Even those proud beings from outside the circle could not help but widen their eyes, feeling an inexplicable fear. Divine Sect Realm. Su Feng's eyes flashed. At this moment, he officially stepped into the Divine Sect. Su Feng Divine Sect Mind, urgent as the law commands, 33 layers of heaven, mental power, 33 Zhang Martial Spirit, Mythical Great Sage equal to Heaven Level, LV 101 Experience, 0/1000000 Star Rings, Billion Year 7 Colored Deer, Billion Year 9 Hell Devouring Sparrow, Billion Year Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon Artifact, Rui Golden Cudgelled Power, 1 million Physique, 500,000 Agility, 200,000 Martial Talismans, Equipment, Star Techniques, Power, 1. 5 billion Amplification, 2. 8 billion Power Physique, 600 million Amplification, 1 billion Physique Agility, 300 million Amplification, 690 million Agility Damage Amplification, 30 times Spiritual Power Value, 24 billion Amplification Spiritual Power Value, 45 billion after the breakthrough. My mental power has directly increased to 33 Zhang. Su Feng thought to himself. After advancing to the Divine Sect, aside from leveling up, the main combat power was the solidity of mental power. The top experts of the Great Xia could reach 10 zhang of mental power. Even that required absorbing a large amount of mental power. And he, having just broken through, had directly reached 33 zhang. I don't know what abilities my divine consciousness possesses, Su Feng thought to himself, attempting to summon the command of urgency. As he called upon it, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Command of urgency. When activated, all laws are infused into oneself, increasing all attributes by 1000%, duration, 3 hours, usable once per day. A tenfold increase. Su Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. This ability seemed a bit too powerful. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door of Su Feng's courtyard, clearly indicating that someone had come to visit. Su Feng immediately withdrew his divine consciousness. Opening the door, he found Wachenzi standing before him, holding a feather duster in his arms. The look in Wachenzi's eyes as he gazed at Su Feng had clearly changed, as if he were facing a peer. Daoist friend Su, the God Sealing Conference is approaching, and coincidentally, you have stepped into the Divine Sect. If you win in the arena, you will gain a substantial amount of God Sealing power, which will greatly benefit the growth of your divine consciousness. Su Feng nodded. He had long been eager for the God Sealing Conference. However, it was not just for the God Sealing power, but also for the unlocking progress of the Black Myth, and he had long been displeased with those foreign fellows who called themselves gods. Before long, under Wachenzi's guidance, Su Feng entered the solemn and mysterious venue of the God Sealing Conference. This place was an ancient relic with a long history, time having etched mottled traces upon it. Each statue seemed to whisper, recounting the past glories and hardships. In the core area of the relic stood a magnificent arena built from massive stones. It was not only a stage for martial arts competition but also a sacred place that witnessed the birth of countless legends. The stones that made up the arena were extraordinary. They were of the same lineage as the stones from the ancient battlefield of the gods, meticulously carved from indestructible meteorites that would never decay. It was said that this arena was a precious heritage left behind from the fierce clashes between deities in ancient times, with every crack containing ancient and powerful energy. Standing before such an arena, Su Feng could clearly feel a majestic aura emanating from the ancient past. Opposite him, the Western gods had long been waiting. As Su Feng, the young swordsman, stepped into the venue, the werewolf's eyes were instantly filled with a bloodthirsty frenzy. He licked his lips, greedily gazing at Su Feng, as if he had already regarded him as his prey. "Everyone, this tender-skinned little brat, let the werewolf have him, shall we?" His voice was deep and full of provocation. "Don't worry, werewolf. I'm not interested in this seemingly powerless guy." The vampire sneered. The 100-eyed giant had his eyes fixed on a woman from the Great Xia, who held a broad knife. The God Sealing Conference had never been a competition based on fairness. It was a brutal stage where the strong were respected and the weak were preyed upon. At this moment, the foreign gods and monsters gathered here all harbored the same goal, to eliminate the participants from the Great Xia one by one. "Everyone, please listen." Wachenzi's voice rang out at the right moment as he gracefully descended to the center of the arena, like a falling leaf, silent and unobtrusive. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze revealing a transcendent tranquility. "I hereby officially announce that the God Sealing Conference is now commencing. Next, various factions will take turns selecting opponents, and the first to have the selection right is the Sakura faction." As Wachenzi's words fell, Suzuki Kojiro immediately became eager to try. His eyes were filled with determination, his long black hair casually tied back with a few strands fluttering in the wind. Looking around, Suzuki Kojiro's gaze finally focused on the woman standing in the Great Xia's ranks, Liu, who held a broad knife. "Since we are both companions of the blade, then it shall be you." His voice was calm yet undeniably firm. "Me?" Liu smiled faintly and confidently at his words, showing no sign of retreat in her eyes. She moved gracefully, like a swallow flying in the wind, leaping onto the stage. Her toes lightly touched the ground, stirring up a fine dust, reminiscent of the prelude to a battle. Wachenzi announced at the right moment, "The first duel, the Cherry Blossom Sword God Suzuki Kojiro, against the Great Xia Blade Saint Liu, begins now." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Suzuki Kojiro stood tall like a pine tree, unwavering in the wind, an extraordinary aura radiating from him. His facial features were sharp, with sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples, revealing an indescribable heroism and determination. His deep-set eyes seemed to penetrate the hearts of men, glinting with a sharpness like a sword. He gazed directly at Liu, his tone serious and resolute. "I, Suzuki Kojiro, will never show mercy to any opponent, even to you, a female swordsman. Feel free to strike. I have no good impression of you people from Yamato," Liu replied coolly, her expression carrying a hint of defiance. "Good." Suzuki Kojiro gripped the sword sheath with both hands, a powerful aura coalescing around him. At that moment, he exuded the presence of a Star King. One sword style, Heavenly Calamity Slash. "Is that the Heavenly Calamity Slash?" Someone gasped in astonishment. The Heavenly Calamity Slash was the most ferocious move in the swordsmanship of the Cherry Blossom country, known for its unmatched dominance and destructive power. The essence of this technique lay in determining victory with a single strike, severing the enemy's defenses, and even their life, with the fastest speed and the strongest force. As soon as the words left his mouth, Suzuki Kojiro had already unleashed his slash. Liu remained calm, holding her broad blade, her eyes flashing with an unyielding determination and composure. Faced with Suzuki Kojiro's terrifying strike carrying the weight of the heavenly calamity slash, she did not rush to evade but took a deep breath, her spiritual energy surging like a rushing river, gathering on her broad blade. Moonshadow flowing light slash. As Liu spoke, a cold moonlight seemed to coalesce from the void, wrapping around her broad blade, which was instantly covered in a faint silver glow, as if it could cut through all darkness in the world. She did not move her body but struck with her blade at an incredible angle, her speed and power rivaling Suzuki Kojiro's heavenly calamity slash, even adding a touch of grace and ethereality. The two powerful forces collided in the air, erupting in a deafening roar, as the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, dust and debris swirling into chaos. The light of the blades and the shadow of the swords intertwined, dazzling yet concealing deadly intent. Seeing this, Suzuki Kojiro's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly replaced by a stronger fighting spirit. He knew he had encountered a true opponent. Thus, his spiritual energy surged again, his sword intent intensifying, ready to meet Liu's next strike. Meanwhile, Liu, after that strike, gracefully retreated a few steps, adjusting her breath and spiritual energy, her gaze sharp as she focused intently on Suzuki Kojiro, secretly contemplating her next strategy. The surrounding audience was deeply shaken by this scene. They had never witnessed such an intense and evenly matched duel. Whether it was Suzuki Kojiro's heavenly calamity slash or Liu's moonshadow flowing light slash, both displayed extraordinary strength and skill, leaving the spectators in awe. "It seems today will be an unforgettable contest," someone in the crowd murmured. Meanwhile, more people held their breath, afraid to miss a single moment of what was to come. "Not bad. You were able to withstand my heavenly calamity slash." Suzuki Kojiro's expression turned serious. Clearly, Liu's displayed strength warranted his full attention. One sword style, wind sweeping the clouds. Suzuki Kojiro struck again with a swift force, like a raging wind sweeping through, instantly slashing towards Liu. Wind sweeping the clouds? What an unpredictable sword technique. Liu smiled faintly, yet there was no trace of fear in her eyes. She knew very well that facing such an opponent required her to give it her all, without the slightest hint of slackness. Liu's figure leaped lightly, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, instantly evading Suzuki Kojiro's storm-like onslaught. At the same time, the broad blade in her hand traced a perfect arc in the air, infused with spiritual power, the blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it could cut through anything that obstructed the wind. "Moon Shadow Annihilation slash," Liu whispered, using the momentum of her leap to gather all her strength and spiritual power onto the blade, suddenly cleaving down towards Suzuki Kojiro. This strike contained both the softness and clarity of moonlight, as well as an unyielding sharpness, precisely the blow she had meticulously prepared to counter Suzuki Kojiro's fierce attack. The two forces collided violently in the air once more, but this time, Liu's attack seemed even more agile and variable, making it difficult for Suzuki Kojiro's storm-like assault to fully unleash its power. Amidst the flashes of blades and swords, the two exchanged blows, the rapid transitions between offense and defense leaving spectators breathless. "Well done, Liu. Your strength is indeed not to be underestimated," Suzuki Kojiro praised as he fought, his gaze reflecting not only seriousness but also a hint of admiration and anticipation. He knew he had encountered a true rival, and this battle would be an unforgettable lesson in his swordsmanship career. As the fight deepened, both gradually entered their optimal states, every move filled with understanding and pursuit of the sword path. "Shadow Moon Void Slash," Liu suddenly murmured, her voice carrying an undeniable resolve. Before her words fell, her figure vanished from the sight of the crowd like a ghost. In the next instant, a cold light sliced through the air, and Liu had already risen above Suzuki Kojiro, the broad blade in her hand radiating a chilling killing intent, accurately striking towards his head. With a dull thud, Suzuki Kojiro's body fell to the ground before he could react, his head severed from his body, blood spraying out and staining a corner of the arena. Until the moment of his death, he never imagined that his first battle in the Great Xia, which he sought to lose, would turn out to be his last. Poof! Liu slowly sheathed her blade and left without looking back. She had never had a good impression of the cherry blossoms, and moreover, Suzuki Kojiro had come seeking death, so she had somewhat fulfilled his wish. "This Great Xia woman is formidable." At that moment, the giant with 100 eyes spoke in shock. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he felt a great interest. "First battle. Winner, Great Xia," Wu Chenzi declared. He then looked towards Great Xia. "The second match will be fought by Great Xia. I'll do it." The prodigy Ling Yishao from the primitive divine temple let out a beast-like roar. He then directly ascended the arena, pointing at the werewolf from the Moldy Country's monster camp and said, "Fight me." The werewolf, faced with this sudden challenge, curled his lips into a cold smile, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Arrogant human, your arrogance will only make you feel the fear of death more quickly. I will personally tear you to shreds. With that, the werewolf leaped onto the arena, his body surging with a violent power, red bloodlines writhing beneath his skin like living creatures, marking his berserk form. 2-star King Realm. Upon sensing the werewolf's aura, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the werewolf, who seemed the weakest, actually possessed the strength of the 2-star King Realm. This was already a top-tier combat power among the gods. Meanwhile, Lin Yizhao's aura clearly only reached the 1-star King Realm, similar to Suzuki Kojiro's earlier. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yizhao in confusion, unsure how he would contend with the werewolf. However, facing an opponent with such a disparity in strength, Lin Yizhao showed no signs of fear. He let out a cold grunt, and immediately it felt as if a certain power within him was awakened. A thick layer of brown fur covered his entire body, and in an instant, he transformed into a massive brown bear, roaring fiercely at the werewolf. Roar! The brown bear, transformed from Lin Yizhao, emitted a furious roar, its aura reaching the 2-star King Realm. Even in terms of bloodline, it subtly suppressed the werewolf. So that's it, the beast transformation technique of the primitive temple. Transforming, do you really think this will allow you to fight me? The werewolf sneered, then suddenly lunged forward, swinging its sharp claws at Lin Yizhao. Faced with the werewolf's fierce assault, the brown bear that Lin Yizhao had transformed into did not retreat. Instead, its eyes sparkled with the light of battle, and its massive body twisted agilely, easily dodging the werewolf's first strike. The ground trembled from this evasion, dust flying, showcasing Lin Yizhao's astonishing agility and strength in bear form. Roar! Lin Yizhao let out a deafening roar in response to the werewolf's provocation, while his sturdy limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, propelling his entire body like a cannonball towards the werewolf, stirring up a whirlwind. Seeing this, the werewolf smirked disdainfully, quickly retreating, as if blending into the night, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He knew well that Lin Yizhao's strength was formidable, but speed was not his strong suit, so he adopted a hit-and-run strategy, attempting to wear down Lin Yizhao's stamina. However, Lin Yizhao was not in a hurry to achieve victory. It seemed he could foresee the werewolf's movements, each attack perfectly blocking the werewolf's escape routes, forcing it to confront him head-on. After several probing exchanges, Lin Yizhao discovered that although the werewolf was fast, each change of direction came with a brief opening. Roar! Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Yizhao roared in anger, as if a certain power within him was completely awakened. His body instantly swelled, muscles containing explosive strength. As the werewolf attempted to dodge again, Lin Yizhao leaped up suddenly, his palms slicing through the air like two small mountains, crashing down hard. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the air itself was torn apart by this force. Although the werewolf quickly assumed a defensive posture, it was still shaken back repeatedly by this immense power, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of its mouth, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Mere transformation, how can it compare to the nobility in my bloodline? Although the werewolf's tone remained arrogant, a hint of wariness flashed in its eyes. It realized that the beast transformation technique mastered by Lin Yizhao was not merely a change in form but a comprehensive awakening of power and bloodline. The battle entered a heated phase, with every clash between Lin Yizhao and the werewolf shaking the hearts of the onlookers, who held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. At this moment, the werewolf was clearly at a disadvantage, its eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glint. Wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, it sneered, "I've played enough. It's time for you to see the real werewolf." As soon as the words left its mouth, it howled at the night sky. At that moment, its form underwent a tremendous change, rapidly expanding. In an instant, its suit was stretched to the limit. It didn't stop there, its body was growing at an astonishing rate, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of 5 meters. "Now, what will you do?" A bloodthirsty look appeared on the werewolf's face, its aura now reaching the 3-star King Realm. "I'll tear you apart." The werewolf grinned savagely, charging at Lin Yizhao once more. Faced with the werewolf's sudden transformation, the brown bear that Lin Yizhao had become showed no fear. Instead, its fighting spirit intensified. He knew well that the real battle was just beginning. What of the 3-star King Realm? How could I, Lin Yizhao, fear you? Lin Yizhao's voice echoed in his chest, transforming into a deep and powerful roar that resonated in the night sky. As the massive body of the werewolf approached, Lin Yizhao quickly adjusted his stance, dropping to all fours, his center of gravity lowered, like a mountain poised to erupt. He took a deep breath, feeling an ancient and powerful force surging within him, the bloodline power of the Brown Bear clan gradually awakening. Roar! Lin Yizhao let out a deafening roar once more, this time filled with defiance and fighting spirit. He leaped forward, his enormous body tracing a graceful arc in the air, directly meeting the werewolf's mountain-like giant claw. Bang! The two powerful forces collided in mid-air, erupting in dazzling light and a thunderous boom. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force, forming visible whirlwinds. Although the werewolf was massive and incredibly strong, Lin Yexiao, transformed into a brown bear, was no less formidable. Drawing on the resilience and strength of the brown bear clan, he withstood the werewolf's attack and gained the upper hand in the counterattack. It seems that your so-called true werewolf is nothing special, Lin Yexiao sneered, seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. He utilized the weight and strength advantage of the brown bear, continuously charging at the werewolf, each impact causing the ground to tremble. The werewolf's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Lin Yexiao to be so difficult to deal with, but as a strong member of the werewolf clan, he would not easily concede. With a furious roar, he tensed his muscles and unleashed an even greater power, engaging Lin Yexiao in a more intense clash. The battle raged on for a long time, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding. However, as time passed, Lin Yexiao, relying on his tenacious will and the bloodline power of the Brown Bear clan, gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, after a fierce collision, Lin Yexiao landed a heavy punch on the werewolf's vital spot, eliciting a painful howl as the massive body collapsed to the ground. Is this what you call a true werewolf? Lin Yexiao transformed back into human form, standing beside the werewolf, coldly stating. However, just as everyone thought Lin Yexiao was about to claim victory, the plot took an unexpected turn. The werewolf, seemingly devoid of combat power, suddenly erupted with astonishing vitality and potential the moment he fell. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blood-red, as if burning with fierce flames, embodying an unyielding madness from the abyss. Roar! The werewolf let out a deafening roar, filled with despair and anger, concealing an unknown secret power. His body swelled again with the roar, this time not just muscles growing, but a comprehensive enhancement of strength and speed. Lin Yexiao clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. He was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, preparing to face the enemy once more. However, the werewolf's attack struck like lightning, its sharp claws carving silver arcs in the air, targeting Lin Yexiao's vital points. Lin Yexiao exerted all his strength to defend, but this time, the werewolf's power seemed to exceed his imagination. After a series of exchanges, Lin Yexiao finally succumbed, struck in the chest by a heavy blow from the werewolf, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. No! Lin Yexiao struggled to rise, but the intense pain in his chest rendered him immobile. He looked at the advancing werewolf, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. This is your end. The werewolf coldly approached Lin Yexiao, preparing to deliver the final blow. The werewolf's attack was like the scythe of death, mercilessly severing the flame of his life. Lin Yexiao's eyes gradually lost their luster, his body slowly collapsing onto the cold ground. He's dead. Those witnessing this scene gasped in shock, their hearts stirred with an indescribable sense of awe and chill. The werewolf's ruthless decisiveness exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally, after Lin Yexiao showed mercy, people thought there would be some compassion, but unexpectedly, this became the root of Lin Yexiao's tragedy. The cruelty of the Fengshan arena was once again brutally displayed before everyone. Here, there is no mercy, no forgiveness, only life and death struggles, only the distinction between enemies and victors. Foolish people of the Great Xia, the werewolf sneered, his laughter filled with contempt for life and arrogance towards power. His actions further ignited the anger of the Great Xia spectators, with curses and reproaches rising and falling, yet seemingly unable to shake him in the slightest. The werewolf merely responded with cold laughter, as if enjoying the thrill brought by this provocation and anger, even tearing apart Lin Yexiao's corpse on the spot and chewing it with great bites, a scene that was appalling. Damn werewolf! I will tear him apart. The emotions of anger and grief intertwined among the crowd, each person wishing they could personally put the werewolf to death. However, the battle did not cease because of this. The competition on the stage turned like a revolving lantern, each moment filled with tension and excitement. The monsters from the moldy country were unwilling to show weakness and sent out the formidable Franken. However, as soon as he stepped onto the arena, he was pierced through the body by Xingguan Lai's spear, which struck like a dragon, showcasing a peak strength that made all the foreign powerhouses present change their expressions and secretly remain vigilant. The first warrior from the north did not send out the fearsome dragon Nidhogg as the finale, but chose the Hellhound Garm to fight. As soon as Garm took the stage, he unleashed a thunderous force, killing a strong warrior from the snowy northern border of the Great Xia in one bite, a scene that shocked the entire audience, causing everyone to feel a chill and gasp in horror, as the Great Xia had now lost 2 generals. Next, the challenger will be selected by Sakura. With Wachenzi's announcement, a new round of duels was about to begin. Sakura sent out a uniquely shaped kappa, which leaped onto the arena, its gaze wandering before finally settling on the Great Xia contestant Su Feng. Below the arena, the Great Xia camp fell into a sudden silence the moment the kappa chose Su Feng. The atmosphere so tense it felt as if water could drip from it. What does this mean? The kappa, seeing this, couldn't help but look confused, scratching its head and muttering to itself. It speculated that perhaps it had chosen a soft persimmon, and everyone was afraid he would die at its hands, so they were too scared to speak. Thinking this, a smug expression appeared on the kappa's face, and it provocatively challenged, "It's you, kid. Hurry up and come up. Let this Lord Kappa send you on your way." However, in the face of the kappa's arrogant taunts, the Great Xia's powerful warriors looked at it as if it were a dead man, filled with pity. In their eyes, Su Feng was never an easy opponent. His style was always decisive and ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. "Are you saying you want to take my life?" Su Feng's steps were steady and calm as he walked towards the center of the arena. As soon as he spoke, an immense aura swept across the entire venue like a tide, instantly enveloping every inch of space. In an instant, a strong killing intent permeated the air, making everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. The various monsters from the Moldy Country, the Nordic death goddess Hel, the legendary dragon Nidhogg, and even the many strange beings from Sakura Country all collectively gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. And the kappa, directly locked onto by this killing intent, felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave, its throat seemingly gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making even breathing extraordinarily difficult. "It is. I concede." The kappa's face turned red, terror filling its eyes as it tried to plead for mercy, but before it could finish speaking, its body seemed to encounter an irresistible force, exploding with a thunderous roar, transforming into a rain of blood that fell upon the arena. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, with only the faint sound of blood dripping echoing in everyone's ears. Silence. The foreign powerhouses were all dumbfounded, their shock evident. No one expected that a one-star King Kappa would be slain without Su Feng even lifting a finger. It was merely a breath that had killed it. This person's strength is likely already close to a 3-star king. After a long moment of astonishment, someone offered their judgment. After killing the Kappa, a golden divine sealing power descended, and Su Feng's divine consciousness surged to 34 Zhang. His level also rose to level 105. Is this what they call opportunity? A thoughtful light flickered in Su Feng's eyes. To stop war with war, slaying the enemy to gain divine sealing power, such rules were indeed straightforward and enticing. You little brat, a mere worthless life from the Great Xia, dare to kill my cherry blossom Kappa? You have already chosen the path to death. Just as Su Feng was about to leave the arena, a deafening roar from the 8-headed serpent suddenly echoed from above, shaking the heavens. "Kid, just wait. I will tear you to pieces to appease the spirit of the Kappa." The 8-headed serpent's threat followed closely, but Su Feng paid it little mind, instead turning his gaze to Wachenzi beside him. "If my memory serves me right, it should be our turn to choose opponents next, right?" Su Feng's tone was calm, yet it revealed an undeniable determination. Wachenzi nodded slightly, a complex look flashing in his eyes, then asked, "Do you intend to fight continuously?" This move, while brave, is also extremely dangerous. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Feng's mouth as he lightly waved his finger, pointing directly at the 8-headed serpent on the stage. "Hungry in my belly, tonight, let this 8-headed serpent become a delicious snake soup." His words displayed his extraordinary ambition and bold spirit. "You little brat, you dare to provoke me, seeking death." Since entering the Great Xia, the 8-headed serpent had been rampaging, killing at will, and no one had ever dared to challenge its authority like this. In its eyes, the people of the Great Xia were nothing but humble ants, sacrificial offerings to be slaughtered at will. Now, a presumptuous Great Xia person dared to speak disrespectfully to it, which undoubtedly touched its reverse scale. In its fury, the massive body of the 8-headed serpent moved like a mountain, instantly descending upon the arena, all 8 of its ferocious heads turning towards Su Feng, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. "Kid, your arrogance will bring you endless pain and regret." Before the words fell, the 8-headed serpent had already opened its massive mouth, spewing forth corrosive mists and flames that could burn the heavens, vowing to devour Su Feng entirely. However, facing this overwhelming assault, Su Feng appeared remarkably calm. He did not move, yet it seemed as if a spiritual light flowed around him, a perfect fusion of his inner spiritual power and indomitable will, forming an indestructible barrier that isolated all threats. "A mere beast dares to be reckless here." Su Feng's voice, though light, resonated like thunder, revealing undeniable authority and confidence. He flickered, darting like a ghost between the poisonous mist and flames, each movement precise, easily evading the 8-headed serpent's deadly strikes. Just as the 8-headed serpent's attack was about to miss, Su Feng suddenly summoned a thunder talisman, and the sky lit up with flashes of lightning. Thunder Talisman, 9 heavens, divine thunder, shake the heavens. As Su Feng chanted in a deep and powerful voice, the sky seemed to respond to his will, the clouds surging and rolling, the sound of thunder rumbling. In an instant, countless brilliant lights erupted from Su Feng's body, like falling stars, converging into an unprecedented force. 9,999 bolts of heavenly thunder seemed to descend from the 9 heavens, intertwining and wrapping around each other, ultimately forming a gigantic thunder sword that shook the earth and sky. The tip of the sword gleamed with a chilling light, pointing directly at the 8-headed serpent, its momentum unstoppable, shaking the surroundings. Slay all demons and evils, uphold justice, it is today. Su Feng erupted with a roar that shook the heavens, the thunder sword carrying the power to destroy the world, breaking through the boundaries of the sky with an unstoppable force, aiming straight for the vital point of the 8-headed serpent. Faced with this world-shattering strike, the 8-headed serpent, though shocked, did not lose its composure. All 8 massive heads simultaneously let out deafening roars, each spewing torrents of colorful elemental energy, attempting to construct an indestructible defense. However, Su Feng's thunder sword seemed to transcend the constraints of reason, ignoring the barriers of time and space, easily tearing through all defenses and accurately piercing the core of the 8-headed serpent's heart. With a thunderous boom that echoed through the clouds, the enormous body of the 8-headed serpent suddenly trembled, as if struck by a giant hammer. The light on the 8 heads quickly dimmed, ultimately drooping weakly, and the massive body crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence, and everyone's gaze was filled with disbelief and shock. The 8-headed serpent, a terrifying beast that had once rampaged across the land of the Great Xia, was slain today by a young cultivator. Su Feng slowly sheathed his sword, his gaze calmly sweeping over the stunned crowd, and he spoke softly, "Evil beings should not exist in this world. Today's act is solely to protect the peace of our Great Xia." Having said that, he resolutely turned away, leaving behind a solitary and determined figure, gradually fading into the distance. Clatter almost at the same moment, deafening cheers and applause erupted from the direction of Great Xia, echoing through the skies. Su Feng's 2 astonishing battles not only left the enemies of the cherry blossoms humiliated but also greatly boosted the morale and dignity of Great Xia. You indeed possess extraordinary abilities. As Su Feng stepped onto the observation platform, the sword saint of Great Xia, Liu, cast a look of approval, her eyes filled with admiration and affirmation. However, the good times were short-lived as the sky suddenly changed. With a rumble, dark clouds gathered, pressing down on the city, and an ominous aura quietly spread. This scene not only made the strong of Great Xia solemn, but even the international powerhouses who had come from afar felt a sense of fear upon sensing the violent fluctuations of this power, and the atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Everyone, how could such a grand event be without my share of excitement? At that moment, a clear and long voice pierced the sky, carrying a hint of playfulness and provocation. Then, a mysterious man dressed in a dark robe, adorned with hues of deep blue and silver, slowly descended. His long hair flowed like the deepest ink in the night, seemingly containing a mysterious purple glow, casually draped over his shoulders, with a few strands brushing against his cool, ethereal face, adding to his extraordinary aura. "Who are you?" "The 9 divine sons of the other races, Yu Huan." The other party replied coldly. "The 10 divine sons of the other races." This title struck like thunder, causing the strong of Great Xia to hold their breath in shock, more so in disbelief. How could a divine son of another race dare to be so arrogant, openly stepping into the territory of Great Xia? This act was undoubtedly a provocation to the dignity of the human race. "Humph, you, a lowly being of another race, dare to invade our human borders. Do you really think you can leave unscathed? Today, we will join forces to ensure you have no way back." Wachenzi's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light, revealing undeniable killing intent. Join forces? Ridiculous. I see this place filled with divine and demon races, and you human beings are merely in it for your own interests. How can you be of one heart and one mind? The 9 divine sons sneered repeatedly, his words dripping with divisive intent. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of Great Xia turned pale, secretly cursing his cunning. Clearly, the 9 divine child was trying to exploit the rift between races to weaken the united strength of the Great Xia. 9 divine child, your words are misguided. Wachenzi stepped forward, his tone resolute. Our Great Xia people have upheld the path of peaceful coexistence since ancient times. Even if we are not of the same kin, we can still coexist and prosper together. Today, I swear in the name of Great Xia, as long as we can unite against external enemies and drive out foreign races, Great Xia will not recklessly wield weapons and harm the innocent. However, the 9 divine child's provocation did not dissipate. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Oaths are as light as feathers. How can they be easily believed? Everyone present is an elite from various races, and each has a clear mirror in their hearts. there is no need for others to say much. Under this statement, the strong from other races showed complex expressions, some remained silent, while others cast scrutinizing glances. Clearly, Wuchenzi's oath did not immediately dispel their doubts. Wuchenzi understood at once that the Nine Divine Child's appearance was certainly backed by secret alliances with various races. The Divine Sealing Conference is a grand event for all races of the Blue Star. I firmly believe that every life should have the right to participate. The Nine Divine Child spoke at the right moment, his words laden with meaning, attempting to further infiltrate his intentions under the guise of fairness. This is indeed true. The Great Xia human race and the werewolf clan have no significant ties. Why doesn't the Nine Divine Child fight alongside my Mia kingdom to achieve great things? The leader of the werewolf clan eagerly responded, even going so far as to extend an olive branch, intending to draw the Nine Divine Child into their camp to jointly resist Great Xia. Among the various monsters, some actively responded, while others chose to remain silent, but no one openly rejected the Nine Divine Child's proposal, making the atmosphere in the venue increasingly subtle, with undercurrents swirling. Since no one opposes, then I shall respectfully comply. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the Nine Divine Child's mouth, and with a flash of his figure, he stood proudly within the waiting area of the gods, fully displaying his extraordinary presence. Brother Yu, come here. The werewolf waved to greet him. However, the Nine Divine Child's eyes glinted with cold light. What are you, to be worthy of calling me brother? Bang! Before the words fell, an invisible and immense pressure suddenly descended, like a mountain collapsing, directly pinning the werewolf to the ground, unable to move. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, dripping to the ground with a faint sound, reflecting his current embarrassment and humiliation. Wow, this scene left all beings present shocked and pale. It should be noted that the werewolf had previously displayed the powerful strength of a 3-star king realm, dominating a region. But at this moment, before the Nine Divine Child, he appeared as insignificant as an ant, reduced to the status of a dog with just a glance. It was reminiscent of when Su Feng had used his momentum to crush the Kappa, though the Kappa was only of 1-star king realm, clearly of lower value. The werewolf lay on the ground, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, secretly noting this humiliation and unwillingness in his heart. In the next battle, just as Wuchenzi was about to speak, the Nine Divine Child directly interrupted. In the next battle, it shall be my turn. After saying this, the Nine Divine Child directly stepped onto the arena, then turned his body slightly to look at the Great Xia camp, his voice cold. Who dares to fight me? So arrogant. This action immediately ignited the anger of many Great Xia powerhouses. I will fight him. From the peak of Tianshan, a robust man dressed in a sheepskin coat, wielding a steel knife, stepped onto the arena. In the next match, it will be Qin Hao against the Nine Divine Child. With Wuchenzi's announcement, the atmosphere around the arena suddenly became tense, and the audience's eyes focused on the two powerful figures about to clash. The Nine Divine Child, dressed in luxurious brocade robes, exuded an aura of regal authority without anger, gently waving the folding fan in his hand, as if the impending battle was merely a trivial game to him. Looking back at Qin Hao, he was dressed in a rugged sheepskin coat, gripping a steel knife tightly, his eyes shining with a determined light. Every muscle in his body was tense, revealing his seriousness and anticipation for this battle. However, facing the seemingly casual demeanor of Jiao Shensi, a hint of unease crept into Qin Hao's heart. Humph, a mere mountain dweller dares to challenge this divine son? Jiao Shensi chuckled lightly, his tone laced with disdain. In the next moment, his figure flickered and, like a ghost, he appeared instantly at Qin Hao's left side, lightly waving his folding fan, creating a gust of wind aimed directly at Qin Hao's shoulder. Qin Hao reacted swiftly, his steel knife blocking the strike in an instant, but he was secretly astonished by Jiao Shensi's speed. He understood that if he followed conventional tactics, victory would be difficult. He had to find a flaw and win by surprise. Just as Qin Hao was pondering his strategy, Jiao Shensi changed his position again. This time, he did not attack directly but moved rapidly around Qin Hao, sometimes accelerating, sometimes stopping abruptly. The folding fan in his hand seemed to come alive, creating afterimages that dazzled the eyes. Qin Hao felt a sense of crisis all around him, yet he could not capture Jiao Shensi's true form, forced into passive defense and exhausted from the effort. Ha, is this your strength? Truly disappointing, Jiao Shensi taunted while toying with Qin Hao. Sweat beads had already formed on Qin Hao's forehead, but he did not give up. He knew he could not allow himself to be toyed with like this. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He took a deep breath, as if some power within him had been awakened. His figure surged in an instant, greatly enhancing his strength and speed. He let out a roar, swinging the steel knife fiercely, transforming it into a brilliant beam of light that charged towards Jiao Shensi. Seeing this, Jiao Shensi finally showed a hint of seriousness on his face. He quickly retracted his folding fan, pushing both palms forward, and a vast amount of spiritual power coalesced into a shield, blocking Chen Hao's lethal strike. However, Chen Hao did not relent. Using the momentum from the strike, he pounced towards Jiu Shensi like a leopard, and the two instantly became embroiled in a fierce close-quarters battle. On the arena, dust flew as their figures flickered and intertwined, each collision stirring up waves of energy. A playful smile curled at the corner of Jiu Shensi's mouth, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He understood that continuing to toy with Chen Hao was meaningless. It was time to reveal his true strength and give this mountain dweller who dared to challenge him an unforgettable lesson. "I've played enough, it's time to end this boring game," Jiu Shensi murmured. Though his voice was soft, it carried an irresistible power, causing the entire arena to fall silent. Suddenly, Jiu Shensi's figure halted, and spiritual power surged wildly around him, forming a dazzling halo that enveloped him entirely. His gaze became exceptionally sharp, as if he could see into the hearts of men, piercing deep into Chen Hao's soul. "To kill you in an instant is as easy as flipping my hand." Jiu Shensi's words were like icy daggers, sending chills down one's spine. He swung his hand fiercely, and a powerful force erupted from his palm, transforming into a brilliant beam of spiritual energy that shot straight at Chen Hao. The speed of this beam was so fast that it almost exceeded the limits of human vision. Chen Hao felt a blur before his eyes, and a breath of death rushed towards him. He tried with all his might to evade, but his body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. At this critical moment, an unprecedented stubbornness and resilience surged within Chen Hao's heart. He roared, and a mysterious power deep within him seemed to awaken completely, merging with the steel knife in his hand, erupting in a dazzling light. "I, Chen Hao, am not someone you can easily kill," he shouted, swinging the steel knife, and miraculously cleaved through the seemingly indestructible beam of spiritual energy. Although his arm trembled violently as a result, that unwavering will prevented him from retreating even a bit. The ninth prince frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Chen Hao to make such an astonishing counterattack. However, he was, after all, the ninth prince, with extraordinary strength and status. He snorted coldly, gathering his spiritual power once more, this time even more violently and fiercely, as if he intended to drown the entire arena. Ultimately, it coalesced into a massive spiritual power sword, its blade flickering with lightning, exuding an imposing aura. His gaze was like a torch, locking onto Chen Hao's figure. Without a hint of hesitation, he swung the sword, aiming directly for Chen Hao's vital points with a destructive force. Chen Hao felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He knew he had nowhere to retreat. But that unwavering will and thirst for victory unleashed an unprecedented power within him. He roared, his muscles tensed, concentrating all his strength into the steel knife in his hand. The steel knife met the spiritual power sword in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. Light splattered everywhere, and the air in the arena seemed to be torn apart. Although Chen Hao exerted all his strength, he ultimately found it difficult to withstand the ninth prince's powerful strike. The spiritual power sword pierced through his defenses like a bamboo, striking him hard. Blood stained Chen Hao's collar, and a flicker of unwillingness and regret flashed in his eyes, but more was a sense of relief and no regrets. He knew that although he had lost, he had at least proven that he was not a weakling who could be easily defeated. The ninth prince looked at the fallen Chen Hao and coldly said, "In this world, the strong are respected. You are brave, but ultimately too weak." As the ninth prince's words fell, the entire arena fell into a dead silence once more. The audience exchanged glances, all shocked by this thrilling battle. "Is there anyone else?" A cold smile appeared on the ninth prince's face as he pointed towards the Great Xia camp. Clearly, he was not satisfied with just that kill. According to the rules, it is now the turn of the Moldy Country camp. At that moment, Wu Chenzi slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince sneered, "Then let you live a little longer." Leaving behind this arrogant remark, he strode away. In the Moldy Country camp, the werewolf initially intended to fight, but ultimately sent out the 100-eyed giant Argos. "Woman, I will tear you into pieces and savor your taste." As soon as the 100-eyed giant appeared, he pointed at the Great Xia's sword saint, Li Yue. Li Yue, as the sword saint of Great Xia, faced the 100-eyed giant's chilling provocation without a hint of fear. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She leaped onto the arena like a breeze brushing through willows, her long knife shimmering with a cold light, as if it could split the void. "100-eyed giant, your words are but a flickering candle in the wind, fleeting and ephemeral. Today, let me show you what true sword intent is." Li Yue's voice was crisp and firm, each word seemingly containing immense power, echoing around the arena. The 100-eyed giant, upon hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry. His massive body was surrounded by a strange black mist, and hundreds of eyes opened simultaneously, flashing with a ghostly green light, as if they could see through all the world's illusions. He swung the giant hammer in his hand, each step causing the arena to tremble slightly, pressing closer to Li Yue. "Humph, just a mere woman dares to speak so boldly before me. Once I tear you to shreds, let's see how arrogant you can be." The 100-eyed giant roared, swinging the giant hammer down with a force that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth, directly targeting Li Yue. However, Li Yue seemed to have foreseen this, her figure flashing as she gracefully dodged this deadly strike. Her movements were as swift as a ghost, each shift perfectly avoiding the hundred-eyed giant's attacks, while the long knife in her hand continuously struck out, the blade light weaving like fabric, each slash precisely targeting the giant's vital points. But how could the hundred-eyed giant be so easily dealt with? The black mist surrounding him seemed to have a life of its own, constantly twisting and changing, resisting Li Yue's attacks. At the same time, his many eyes appeared to foresee Li Yue's movements, causing her assaults to repeatedly miss their mark. However, Li Yue did not become discouraged. She knew that to defeat this powerful opponent, she had to unleash all her strength. So, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt herself merge into the world of blades. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with clarity and determination. The long knife in her hand seemed to resonate with her will, becoming even more responsive as she wielded it. In a flash, a sharp blade aura surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping towards the hundred-eyed giant, dispersing the black mist in its path, as if even space itself were being torn apart. The hundred-eyed giant was taken aback. He had not expected Li Yue's strength to be so formidable. He hurriedly swung his massive hammer to defend, but it was already too late. With a thunderous crash, the hammer was struck by the blade aura and shattered into countless fragments. Li Yue's figure had already appeared before him like a specter, her long knife raised high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Li Yue was about to strike the hundred-eyed giant, the situation suddenly took a shocking turn. This seemingly cornered powerhouse revealed his true terror at that moment. He let out a fierce roar, and the black mist around him thickened instantly, as if it sought to devour all light. From his hundreds of eyes, beams of light ceased to shoot forth. Instead, they began to swirl, releasing an ancient and malevolent power. His body underwent a strange transformation at that moment, muscles bulging, bones cracking, as if some force was awakening within him. Li Yue felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. She tried to break free from the web of light, only to find her strength insignificant against this evil power. She could only watch helplessly as the hundred-eyed giant advanced step by step, her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. "Woman, you are indeed strong, but unfortunately, you have encountered me," the hundred-eyed giant sneered, his voice like that from the depths of hell. He leaped forward, bare-handed, lunging at Li Yue with a speed that almost surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Li Yue exerted all her strength to resist, but her attacks were like eggs striking against stone before the giant's steel-like body. The hundred-eyed giant easily seized Li Yue's long knife, twisting it forcefully until it broke into two pieces. Immediately after, he extended his other hand, clamping down on Li Yue's neck like an iron claw. Li Yue felt a powerful force surging through her, nearly twisting her neck off. She struggled, her breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and the world before her began to blur. "Now, let me show you what true despair is." The hundred-eyed giant laughed maniacally, starting to tear Li Yue's body apart. His strength was so great that he truly ripped Li Yue into pieces, blood splattering and staining the entire arena red. This scene left everyone present in shock, speechless. They had never witnessed such a cruel and terrifying way of fighting. And Li Yue, once hailed as the Blade Saint of Daxia, was thus torn to shreds by the hundred-eyed giant before the eyes of all. On the arena, the hundred-eyed giant's sinister grin was particularly glaring on his twisted face, while the scattered flesh and blood of Li Yue around him pierced the hearts of every Daxia person. Below the stage, the gazes of the Daxia warriors burned with anger, their fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding. Among them were Li Yue's fellow disciples, her friends, and many martial artists who admired her due to her reputation. At this moment, the anger in their hearts was about to erupt like a volcano. "Damn foreign freak, cunning and despicable," someone shouted, their voice filled with resentment and fury. Others echoed in agreement, the sound rising like a tide, making the air around the arena tremble. The warriors of Daxia understood that although the battle had ended with Li Yue's tragic death, the fight was not truly over. They knew they bore the heavy responsibility of avenging Li Yue and restoring Daxia's honor. In everyone's eyes shone determination and resolve. They vowed to make the foreign freak pay for his cruel actions in their own way. Roar! At this moment, the werewolf howled in celebration. Then, with an excited expression, he patted the shoulder of the hundred-eyed giant. "Well done. Let's tear the Daxia people apart together." Due to the rules of the Divine Selection Conference, each person could only be challenged once per match. Following a few rounds, Daxia sent out the Holy Light Flame and the head of the Taishang Academy, Yun Chewon, to battle. The three-headed dog from the Nordic side was shot through the head by the Holy Light Flame, ending the fight decisively. Meanwhile, on the Sakura side, they sent out the monster child Maru, who was killed on the spot by the iron barrel formation created by the military book, without even letting Yun Chaewon see him. The terrifying strength of the two immediately raised the wariness of other powerful figures. Clearly, the threat posed by these two was no less than that of Su Feng. The ninth prince, however, wore a greedy expression. Killing Daxia's genius would be interesting. In the next battle, it's Daxia's turn to send forth a brave warrior. The host's loud voice echoed throughout the venue. I'll go. A short-haired, tough-looking man in a military coat stepped forward from the Daxia camp, his voice firm and powerful. Daxia had already lost 3 generals, and at this moment, he became the focus of everyone's attention. He waved his hands and shouted, "Nether Dragon, appear!" In an instant, a Nether Dragon martial spirit, radiating a cold green light, soared into the air, exerting pressure in all directions. The man's gaze was like a torch, directly pointing at the 100-eyed giant standing on the other side of the arena, his provocation evident. "Come on, let's settle this in one battle." The 100-eyed giant, who had just brutally killed Daxia's sword Saint Liyue, had a fearsome reputation, but at this moment, facing the challenge from the short-haired man, he merely sneered and responded indifferently, "Humph, a mere ant. Since you seek death, I shall send you on your way." With that, he strode onto the arena, and a thrilling showdown was about to unfold. The atmosphere on the stage suddenly tightened, as if even the dust in the air had stopped breathing. The short-haired man from Daxia had a resolute expression, surrounded by an indomitable fighting spirit, as the Nether Dragon martial spirit slowly took shape behind him. It was a giant dragon, entirely black, with eyes flickering with ghostly green light. It opened its massive mouth, emitting a series of chilling low roars, as if it could swallow all darkness and fear. "Nether Dragon, today let you witness what it means to have the pride of a Daxia man." The man shouted, then his figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at the 100-eyed giant. The Nether Dragon followed closely behind, its massive body weaving through the air with agility, each swing of its tail distorting the surrounding space and releasing waves of cold air. The 100-eyed giant showed no fear in the face of this sudden assault. Instead, he laughed heartily, all of his hundreds of eyes flashing with a strange light, as if they could see through all the world's illusions. "A mere martial spirit thinks it can contend with my immortal 100-eyed giant? What a joke!" Before his words fell, the 100-eyed giant waved his hands, and dozens of beams of light shot from his eyes, transforming into sharp energy arrows that sliced through the air, heading straight for the short-haired man. Seeing this, the Nether Dragon let out an angry roar, its massive body suddenly twisting, using its indestructible dragon scales to block most of the attacks for the man, but a few stray arrows still grazed the man's clothing, leaving behind charred marks. Such strong offensive power. The short-haired man felt a chill in his heart, but he did not retreat. Instead, it ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within him. He swiftly retreated, forming a tacit cooperation with the Nether Dragon, one agilely dodging in front while the beast waited for an opportunity behind. It was as if there was some mysterious connection between them, making their assault even more elusive. Nether Dragon roar. The short-haired man shouted softly, and the Nether Dragon opened its massive mouth, gathering a deep, dark energy within. It then transformed into a thunderous dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a deafening rumble, as a devastating shockwave surged toward the 100-eyed giant. The 100-eyed giant's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this seemingly ordinary martial spirit to unleash such powerful force. However, as a seasoned veteran on the battlefield, he quickly adjusted his stance. Hundreds of eyes closed simultaneously, then suddenly opened, releasing a dazzling light that formed a massive light screen, forcefully blocking the shockwave. "Not bad, quite interesting." The 100-eyed giant licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with even more excitement. But the game has just begun. With that, he launched another attack. This time, he no longer simply shot energy arrows. Instead, he moved, transforming into an afterimage, charging directly at the short-haired man with astonishing speed. As the 100-eyed giant charged violently, a look of determination flashed in the short-haired man's eyes. He knew that a head-on clash was not wise, so he quickly communicated mentally with the Nether Dragon, their tacit understanding reaching an unprecedented height. "Nether Shadow Escape," the short-haired man murmured, and his figure instantly became blurry, as if merging into the surrounding darkness. This was his unique body technique, allowing him to evade all physical attacks for a short time and use the Nether Dragon's power for instantaneous spatial transfer. The 100-eyed giant's strike missed, and he let out an enraged roar, his massive body trembling with fury. Yet, he did not lose his composure. Instead, he became even more vigilant, scanning his surroundings to capture the hidden presence in the darkness. At that moment, the Nether Dragon seized the opportunity to strike. It suddenly burst forth from the shadows, opening its massive mouth and biting down hard on one of the 100-eyed giant's thick arms. With a sharp tearing sound, that arm was bitten off, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Below the arena, the audience gasped in disbelief at what was unfolding before them. Just as the Nether Dragon achieved this glorious victory, an unprecedented light erupted from the countless remaining eyes of the 100-eyed giant, a power interwoven with anger and despair. He let out a deafening roar, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. With this roar, an unprecedented wave of energy erupted from his body, causing the entire arena to shake violently. Seeing this, the short-haired man's face changed dramatically. He knew that this was the Hundred-Eyed Giant's counterattack before death, and its power was not to be underestimated. He tried to summon the Nether Dragon to retreat, but it was too late. Although the Nether Dragon was fierce, it had to temporarily release the severed arm from its mouth to protect itself from the impact of such powerful energy. At this critical moment, all the remaining eyes of the Hundred-Eyed Giant opened simultaneously, releasing a barrage of energy arrows. These arrows converged into a torrent, carrying destructive power, sweeping toward the short-haired man and the Nether Dragon. The short-haired man exerted all his strength to evade this lethal attack, but his body was already exhausted from the continuous battles, and his speed was greatly diminished. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the torrent of energy engulfed him, his body blown to pieces, heavily injured and defeated. Seeing this, the Nether Dragon let out a series of mournful cries. It tried to approach the short-haired man but was also pushed back repeatedly by the residual shockwaves, unable to get close. In the end, it could only helplessly guard its master's body, its eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. On the arena, only the incomplete form of the Hundred-Eyed Giant remained, surrounded by a scene of devastation. The Great Xia had already lost 4 people. Only Su Feng, the War Saint Yun Chewan from the Supreme Academy, the War God of the Holy Temple, Holy Light Lai, and the beauty from the Wind and Rain Pavilion, Yu Dai Wu, remained. There was also one more, a man in a black robe from Great Xia, exuding an aura of malevolence that made one reluctant to engage him in battle. In this battle, the Hundred-Eyed Giant wins, announced Wu Chenzi as he stepped onto the stage. Before his words faded, the cheers from the Moldy Country camp surged like a tide, overflowing with joy and pride in victory. In stark contrast was the silence of the Great Xia camp, the air thick with an indescribable oppression and heaviness. Faced with the rampage of the monster camp and the joint siege of the gods, Great Xia seemed to be at the center of a storm, isolated and helpless, unable to support itself. Is it true that the glory of Great Xia is about to dim at this moment? Such thoughts quietly took root in the hearts of many, like dark clouds looming overhead, hard to disperse. Argos, your battle is over. Now, it's my turn. The werewolf's wild and challenging voice broke the silence as he strode onto the arena, his sharp gaze locking directly onto Su Feng. Kid, do you know that I have long regarded you as my prey? Your delicate skin is undoubtedly a delicacy in my eyes. The werewolf's tone was filled with provocation and greed, as if he had already foreseen the fruits of victory. However, Su Feng merely responded with a disdainful snort. He slowly rose, his steps firm and composed, making his way onto the arena. With a low growl from the werewolf, transform. His muscles instantly swelled, his skin turning blood red, and his eyes blazing like torches, exuding a chilling aura of ferocity. The entire arena seemed to be enveloped in a thick scent of blood, pushing the audience's emotions to a climax. Seeing this, Su Feng's gaze sharpened slightly, but there was no fear on his face. He stepped forward, his stride steady and powerful. Just a transformation trick, Su Feng scoffed coldly, his tone revealing disdain for the werewolf's abilities. True strength does not lie in the change of appearance, but in the steadfastness of the heart and the accumulation of power. The werewolf, hearing this, laughed in anger. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Then let me show you how my serious state of power can tear you to shreds. With that, the werewolf suddenly leaped, transforming into a blood-red afterimage, charging straight at Su Feng. His speed was so fast that it was almost blinding, his sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming directly for Su Feng's vital points. However, Su Feng seemed to have already anticipated the werewolf's attack. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the assault, and kicked out, striking the werewolf's side with precision. The force of this kick sent the werewolf flying, crashing heavily against the arena's railing with a loud bang. A flicker of astonishment crossed the werewolf's eyes, clearly unable to believe the power Su Feng had displayed. He had not expected that Su Feng could easily send his massive body flying several meters away without the aid of spiritual power, relying solely on his terrifying strength. Could it be? You are the ancient martial artist from the legends of Great Xia? The werewolf's tone was filled with confusion and speculation, involuntarily comparing Su Feng to those ancient martial artists who had honed their physical bodies to perfection. In response to the werewolf's question, Su Feng curled his lips into a faint smile but offered no explanation. The reason he refrained from using his cultivation was that killing him in one blow would be too merciful. The opponent had repeatedly provoked him and humiliated Great Xia, so he naturally could not let him die too easily. Interesting. Since that's the case, let me show you what a real werewolf is. The werewolf roared, his voice laced with unwillingness and anger, as his body underwent a shocking transformation once again. His muscles swelled rapidly as if inflated, ultimately morphing into a terrifying monster 5 meters tall, surrounded by a blood-red glow, charging fiercely at Su Feng once more. The crimson figure left behind a series of heart-stopping afterimages on the arena, attempting to crush Su Feng with absolute speed and power. However, Su Feng seemed to anticipate all of the werewolf's movements. As the beast lunged, he seized its arm and delivered a heavy punch. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and the werewolf's right arm snapped in response, the excruciating pain eliciting a chilling howl from him. But Su Feng did not relent. He flickered and reappeared at the werewolf's left side, kicking towards its left leg. Bang! Another loud crash resounded, and the werewolf's left leg was also broken by Su Feng's kick, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Yet Su Feng's assault was not over. He stepped forward, his hands gripping the werewolf's right arm and right leg like iron pincers, pulling with all his might. The werewolf let out an even more agonizing scream as his right arm and right leg were completely torn apart under Su Feng's violent tugging, blood gushing forth and staining the arena red. At this moment, the werewolf had completely become a defeated combatant, lying helplessly on the ground, his eyes filled with fear of death and endless despair. Su Feng stood before him, his expression cold, devoid of any pity or sympathy, only a calm acceptance of the battle's outcome. In the audience, the once boisterous clamor seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, falling into a profound silence, with only the sound of breath held in shock remaining. The werewolf's evil deeds had finally met their retribution. Having repeatedly extended his poisonous hands towards the strong of the Great Xia, he now faced such an end, leaving people sighing in regret. Your path of sin ends here. Su Feng gazed at the werewolf, who was barely clinging to life, his voice icy, ready to end it all. Just at that critical moment, the hundred-eyed giant roared, "Stop!" His voice thundered, shaking the very air. You arrogant brat, if you dare to harm the werewolf in the slightest, I will ensure you both descend into the underworld. However, facing the giant's overwhelming threat, Su Feng's gaze remained as steadfast as iron, showing no signs of wavering. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and then he flipped his palm, unleashing a jet-black flame that surged forth like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly engulfing the werewolf. The werewolf's wails were abruptly silenced in the flames, his body rapidly shrinking in the roaring black fire, ultimately turning to ashes, scattering in the wind, as if he had never existed in this world. Su Feng's action was not only a punishment for the werewolf but also a powerful deterrent to all who dared to provoke the Great Xia. Buzz, in the next moment, the power of divinity descended, and his divine light instantly expanded to 35 zhang. At the same time, his level jumped to 110. Su Feng 1-star divine sect divine thought, urgent as the law, 33 heavens, telekinesis, 33 zhang martial spirit, mythical great sage equal to heaven level, LV 110 experience, 0/1, 100 000 star ring, billion year 7 colored deer, billion year 9 hell devouring sparrow, billion year heavenly fire flood dragon artifact, Rui golden cudgel strength, 1 million constitution, 500,000 agility, 200,000 martial talismans, equipment, star techniques, strength, 2 billion amplification, 8 billion strength constitution, 900 million amplification, 5 billion constitution agility, 400 million amplification, 920 million agility damage amplification, 30 times spiritual power, 33 billion amplified spiritual power, 63 billion kid, do you dare to let me choose to go on stage? The hundred-eyed giant roared, his provocation evident in his words. At this moment, it was the turn of the Great Xia to select their opponent in the predetermined order. He deliberately provoked with words, attempting to lure Su Feng into choosing him as an enemy to vent his personal grievances. However, the Great Xia camp had already made their choice, ignoring his arrogant demeanor. A man, hidden in the corner with eyes as deep as cold stars, slowly stepped into the center of the arena. His gaze was sharp, like a venomous snake lurking in the forest, waiting for its prey. I choose you. His words were concise and powerful, yet his finger pointed directly to the back of the Sakura camp, where stood a man radiating dominance and supreme authority. This man had eyes as deep as the sea, silver hair flowing like a waterfall, shimmering with the light of the moon. He was tall and robust, clad in black battle armor embedded with ancient runes, each inch exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. The massive sword he held was cold and gleaming, as if it could sever all things in the world, sending chills down one's spine. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with gasps of surprise rising and falling among the spectators. For the chosen man was none other than the infamous god of destruction, Susanoo, the revered ancestor of both Tengu and Tenkyo, a true deity in every sense. This choice undoubtedly pushed the battle to an unprecedented climax, with everyone eagerly anticipating this astonishing confrontation between god and man. Are they out of their minds? This person actually dares to challenge a deity. It should be noted that at this grand event, all nations had sent their best, dispatching numerous deities who had one foot in the realm of the revered, wielding domain powers. They shone like stars, each possessing the power to shake the heavens and the earth. The next duel will be between Jiang Beiyin of Great Xia and the god of destruction, Susanoo of Sakura. Wachenzi's voice was calm and steady, yet it resonated throughout the arena like thunder. Before his words faded, a strange smile appeared on Jiang Beiyin's face, and behind him, a colossal creature suddenly emerged, its size seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Is that the sky-devouring python? Gasps erupted from the audience of Great Xia, their shock evident. Many turned their gazes toward Su Feng at the edge of the arena, recalling the fierce competition between Qin Chuan and Su Feng over the 9-nether sky-devouring sparrow in the past. The sky-devouring python. Su Feng's pupils constricted sharply, an indescribable sense of familiarity surging within him. But this aura did not come from Qin Chuan. Could it be that he is the mysterious master mentioned by Lord Yin? Su Feng speculated inwardly, his thoughts surging like a tide. Regardless of the truth, there would be a fated battle between them, unavoidable. Whoosh! Susanoo swept across like a shadow, instantly appearing on the arena, his speed astonishing. A mere human dares to provoke the majesty of a deity. Today, let you experience what it means to be as insignificant as an ant. His words carried undeniable arrogance and authority. However, in the face of this shocking provocation, Jiang Beiyin merely curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, a smile that held both fearlessness toward the challenge and indifference toward the term deity. Deity? To me, Jiang Beiyin, they are merely stronger opponents, nothing more. His words were calm and resolute, as if stating an exceedingly simple fact. As his voice fell, the phantom of the sky-devouring python behind him suddenly expanded, its massive body blocking out the sun, its scales shimmering with a cold light, as if it could devour all light and life. An ancient and powerful pressure emanated from that phantom, causing the entire arena to tremble. Even the air seemed to freeze. Humph! A mere martial spirit dares to be arrogant before me. Susanoo snorted coldly, golden waves of divine power swirling around him, the power belonging to a deity, pure and strong, forming a stark contrast to Jiang Beiyin's martial spirit power. However, Jiang Beiyin did not back down. He formed seals with both hands and chanted an ancient incantation under his breath. The phantom of the devouring python seemed to respond to his call, opening its massive blood-red mouth, and a force of devouring power surged forth from it, rushing towards Susanoo. A mere devouring force thinks it can harm me? Susanoo scoffed, his figure flickering as he easily dodged the seemingly fierce devouring power. At the same time, the divine artifact in his hand, a long sword shimmering with lightning, was suddenly swung, and a brilliant bolt of lightning tore through the air, aiming directly for Jiang Beiyin's vital points. But Jiang Beiyin was not so easily hit. His figure moved like a ghost, each evasion perfectly timed, as if he could foresee Susanoo's attack trajectory. Meanwhile, the phantom of the devouring python behind him continuously changed its attack methods, sometimes coiling, sometimes biting, engaging in a fierce clash with Susanoo. On the arena, the two figures exchanged blows at a speed that was breathtaking. Each collision was accompanied by deafening roars and surging energy waves, shaking the entire venue. In the audience, whether it was the people of the Great Xia or representatives from other countries, they held their breath, watching this unprecedented duel. They knew this was not just a simple contest of martial skills, but a clash and confrontation of two worlds, two powers. Humph! A mere ant dares to contend with a deity? Susanoo's words carried an undeniable authority as his figure shifted again, seemingly merging into the void, leaving behind trails of lightning that sketched out breathtaking patterns in the air. With each of his movements, the air seemed to be torn apart by the lightning, releasing destructive power. Faced with this overwhelming tide of attacks, Jiang Beiyin's gaze grew even more resolute. He took a deep breath, and the phantom of the devouring python behind him suddenly expanded, its scales shimmering with a dark glow, as if it had truly transformed into an ancient divine beast, devouring everything around it. He formed seals with both hands, chanting an ancient incantation, and the phantom of the devouring python transformed into an invisible force, wrapping around the lightning that was about to strike him, devouring it completely. A mere thunder, how can it harm my power of devouring all things? Jiang Beiyin's voice was cold and confident. He no longer passively defended but took the initiative to attack. His figure darted like a ghost among the lightning, each attack precise and deadly, aimed directly at Susanoo's vital points. Seeing this, Susanoo frowned slightly, clearly not expecting his opponent to possess such a powerful countermeasure. He no longer held back, his entire body bursting with lightning, and the divine sword in his hand gathered a storm of lightning powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. He roared and swung his sword down. The lightning storm instantly transformed into a thick pillar of lightning, crashing towards Jiang Beiyin. Divine punishment. This strike gathered all of Susanoo's strength and will, vowing to clear away any obstacles in his path. However, Jiang Beiyin did not retreat. His eyes widened, and the devouring power within him reached its peak at that moment. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, and the phantom of the devouring python behind him merged with his body, transforming into a massive black hole that swallowed the lightning pillar whole. What? This is impossible! Susanoo exclaimed in disbelief. He had never seen such a strange and powerful ability. Yet, the battle was not over. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Beiyin counterattacked, his figure flashing to Susanoo's front, and he struck out with a palm, containing the terrifying power of devouring all things. In a rush, Susanoo could only raise his divine sword to block, and the two forces collided violently in the air, erupting in dazzling light and deafening roars. On the arena, the two figures were locked in a relentless struggle, each clash shaking the hearts of the spectators. As the battle continued, the entire arena seemed to be torn into countless fragments by the power of the two, only to quickly reassemble amidst the powerful energy fluctuations. The air was thick with the smell of charred flesh and electric sparks, each attack and defense testing the limits of both combatants. Susanoo felt an unprecedented pressure. He realized that the opponent before him was no ordinary foe. He took a deep breath, summoning all the remaining divine power within him, his eyes shining brightly as if he could see through all things in the world. The wrath of Amaterasu! He roared, his entire body enveloped in dazzling golden light, his divine sword transforming into the radiance of the sun, converging into a blinding sword light aimed directly at Jiang Beiyin's heart. This strike was the ultimate secret technique of his divinity, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and swallow rivers. However, Jiang Beiyin showed no sign of fear. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. Faced with this potentially lethal blow, he not only did not evade but opened his arms wide, the phantom of the devouring serpent behind him reaching its peak, as if it intended to swallow the entire world. Devour all laws, only I reign supreme, he bellowed, his entire body seeming to transform into an infinite abyss. As the brilliant sword light approached him, it began to be devoured bit by bit, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In the audience, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and powerful ability, as if it had transcended the boundaries between humans and gods. Susanoo's expression grew serious. He realized he had encountered a true rival. He no longer held back any power, his divine energy surging like boiling magma, ready for the final strike. Just as Susanoo prepared to unleash his full strength in a blow that could turn the tide, a cold smile flickered across Jiang Beiyin's face. He did not confront Susanoo's full force attack directly. Instead, he shifted his form and, with incredible speed, circled behind Susanoo. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Beiyin quietly drew a slender poison needle from his sleeve, the needle entirely black, emanating a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly thrust the poison needle into Susanoo's unguarded back. You! Susanoo turned in disbelief, only to catch a glimpse of Jiang Beiyin's cold, merciless smile. The poison needle quickly sank into his body, an indescribable agony sweeping over him in an instant, his divine power beginning to dissipate, his strength retreating like a receding tide. Is this your method? Susanoo managed to speak, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. He had never imagined he would be defeated in such a manner, nor could he accept that his opponent would resort to such despicable means to achieve victory. In the Cherry Blossom audience, an uproar erupted. They could not accept the reality that the god who protected them had been defeated in such a vile manner before their very eyes. Anger, disappointment, shock, a myriad of emotions intertwined, making the entire venue extraordinarily noisy. Jiang Beiyin looked at the fallen Susanoo, a cold smile on his face. You are despicable. The crowd of Yukai on the Cherry Blossom platform glared angrily at Jiang Beiyin. If it were a direct confrontation, they certainly did not believe Susanoo would fall to Jiang Beiyin. However, faced with the wrath of the cherry blossoms, Jiang Beiyin remained indifferent. Is it possible that being despicable is also a form of strength? Jiang Beiyin sneered as he stepped down from the stage. He paid no mind to the anger of the cherry blossoms. Only the weak would seek various excuses to cover up their own inadequacies. At this moment, the Yukai of the cherry blossoms glared at Jiang Beiyin with fury, having already placed him on their kill list. Next match. Wu Qinzi was about to speak. It's my turn now. At that moment, Jiao Shensi leaped onto the stage. He then flashed his gaze and pointed directly at Xingguan Lai. Kid, come up and give it a try. Choosing me is like picking the king of hell. Xingguan Lai snorted coldly, not taking him seriously at all. A mere foreign race, to be suppressed. Xingguan Lai stepped into the void, each step seemingly creating golden ripples that dyed the surrounding space with an inviolable sacred brilliance. The spear in his hand, named Holy Judgment's Edge, glimmered with a cold light at its tip, as if it could pierce through all illusions and darkness in the world. In response to Jiao Shensi's provocation, Xingguan Lai did not rush to attack but slowly raised his spear, his eyes slightly closed, as if communicating with the holy light of heaven and earth, drawing an endless pure energy. The spectators around felt a solemn and grave atmosphere, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. What of the foreign race? Under my holy light, all evil will have nowhere to hide. Xingguanlai finally spoke, his voice not loud but clearly resonating throughout the arena, carrying an undeniable firmness and confidence. Seeing this, Jiao Shenxi's lips curled into a playful smile. As a standout among the foreign races, he naturally possessed extraordinary strength and means. Suddenly, his figure flickered, transforming into several afterimages, like a ghost rushing towards Xingguanlai, the speed astonishing. However, Xingguanlai seemed to have already anticipated this. He did not move, merely spinning the Holy Judgment's edge in his hand, and a brilliant golden beam erupted from the tip of his spear, sweeping out like a solid force, shattering those afterimages one by one. Humph, mere tricks. Xingguanlai snorted coldly, his figure leaping up, actively launching an attack on Jiao Shenxi. The Holy Judgment's edge in his hand danced with impenetrable precision, each strike containing the power to destroy heaven and earth, yet avoiding all possible counterattacks from Jiao Shenxi. Jiao Shenxi's expression turned serious. He knew he was facing a true opponent. But as Jiao Shenxi, would he easily admit defeat? He unleashed an even more dazzling light from within, a unique power of the foreign race, dark and destructive, entirely different from the holy light. On the stage, golden light and dark energy intertwined. The battle between Xingguanlai and Jiao Shenxi grew increasingly intense, each clash shaking the space and eliciting gasps from the surrounding audience. Yet in this fierce battle, Xingguanlai maintained his steadfastness and purity, each of his attacks filled with a dedication to justice and a purification of evil. Ultimately, with a deafening roar, Xingguanlai pierced through Jiao Shenxi's defenses, sending him flying. He stood on the stage, spear in hand, his gaze like a torch, as if he truly were a deity descending to protect this land from the encroachment of evil. Even the foreign race can have a heart for good, but in today's battle, I will undoubtedly win. Xingguanlai's voice echoed across the arena, declaring the end of the battle and showcasing his supreme authority as an SSS-level holy light body. Just when everyone thought the battle would conclude with Xingguanlai's victory, Jiao Shenxi suddenly erupted with an unprecedented force. His previously sent flying figure stabilized in mid-air, surrounded by a dense dark energy that seemed to possess the power to devour all light. Humph, a mere holy light, daring to suppress me? Jiao Shenxi sneered, his gaze turning exceptionally cold, as if he had completely abandoned his previous playfulness and disdain. At that moment, he revealed the true strength of a top-tier foreign powerhouse. With a low shout, the dark energy surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire arena. The energy not only devoured the surrounding light but also carried a heart-pounding aura of destruction, as if it aimed to consume everything entirely. Xingguanlai's expression was grave. He felt the immense and terrifying power of the Nine Divine Suns strike. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he pushed the power of holy light within him to its limits, the golden light flourishing, forming a stark contrast against the surrounding darkness. The holy light is eternal, justice will prevail. Xingguanlai roared, as the blade of holy judgment in his hand transformed into a dazzling golden beam, slicing through the darkness, aimed directly at the Nine Divine Sun. This strike condensed all his strength and belief, vowing to defend light and justice. However, the Nine Divine Sun chose not to confront him head-on. With a flash, he skillfully evaded Xingguanlai's lethal blow and, using the cover of dark energy, quietly approached Xingguanlai. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he suddenly struck out with a palm, containing a terrifying power capable of subduing gods and demons. Dark Abyss Soul-Subduing Palm. With the Nine Divine Suns shout, a pitch-black palm print surged towards Xingguanlai like an abyss. This palm not only contained extreme destructive power but also bore a pressure that made souls tremble. Although Xingguanlai reacted swiftly, he ultimately underestimated the Nine Divine Suns' strength. The dark palm print followed him like a parasite, finally slamming hard against his back. Puff! Xingguanlai felt an irresistible force surge into his body, as if his internal organs were about to shatter. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and cracks appeared on his golden armor, its brilliance dimming significantly. Xingguanlai! Gasps erupted from the audience. They could hardly believe what was unfolding before them. The Nine Divine Suns stood coldly to the side, his eyes devoid of hesitation or pity, only a thirst for victory and indifference towards his enemy. However, just when everyone thought Xingguanlai was about to fall, he suddenly let out a long howl towards the sky, and golden light erupted from within him once more, even more dazzling than before. He forcibly steadied himself. Though gravely injured, his determination and holiness remained undiminished. The holy light is eternal, my heart endures. Xingguanlai's voice resonated through the heavens as he raised the blade of holy judgment again, preparing for the final showdown with the Nine Divine Sun. Despite Xingguanlai's astonishing willpower and indomitable spirit, the Nine Divine Sun clearly had no intention of letting him go. A fierce glint flashed in the Nine Divine Sun's eyes. he knew that in battles of this level, even the slightest mercy could become a fatal weakness. Xingguan Lai, I admire your will, but unfortunately, it's time to end this. The Nine Divine Sun whispered, and then the dark energy around him surged, forming a massive dark vortex that completely enveloped him and Xingguan Lai. In this dark world, Xingguan Lai's golden light appeared so weak, as if it could be devoured at any moment. He struggled desperately, trying to break through the encirclement with the power of holy light, but the Nine Divine Sun's strength was too overwhelming. Every act of resistance was futile. The Nine Divine Sun coldly watched Xingguan Lai's struggles, his face showing no signs of fluctuation. Die! The Nine Divine Sun said softly, then he formed seals with his hands, and an unprecedented terrifying power surged from the dark vortex, directly crashing towards Xingguan Lai. This strike was the Nine Divine Sun's full power, his ultimate killing technique. Although Xingguan Lai exerted all his strength to resist, he ultimately could not withstand this destructive force. His body was torn apart by the dark energy, his golden armor shattered, and the sacred light gradually extinguished. No! The audience in Daxia erupted in cries of shock and mourning. They could not accept that this powerful warrior would fall like this. However, the reality was cruel. Xingguan Lai had already collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to rise again. With Xingguan Lai's fall, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. People were either shocked, saddened, or angry, but no matter what, they could not change this cruel fact. And the Nine God's Son proved his strength and ruthlessness in this brutal battle, becoming a new legend. Next match, Poseidon of the Mysterious Nation, against Yun Chaewon of the Great Xia. This brief announcement was like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly creating ripples that pushed the atmosphere to a boiling point. The cheers and discussions of the audience intertwined, forming an indescribable fervor, as if the air itself was filled with a longing for the upcoming spectacular duel. The name Poseidon was not just a code for everyone present, it represented the brightest star among the young generation of the Mysterious Nation, the embodiment of oceanic power, hailed as the sovereign of the blue domain. According to legend, he could manipulate endless seawater and even summon deep-sea monsters to aid him in battle, his strength unfathomable. Therefore, when this name was mentioned, even the powerful figures of the Great Xia, known for their might, could not help but restrain their usual arrogance, exchanging serious glances and secretly calculating the possible outcomes of this battle. Yun Chaewon of the Great Xia was a rising star on this ancient land. With his extraordinary mastery of formations and unfathomable cultivation, he stood out among the younger generation, becoming an idol and role model for countless people. Facing a powerhouse like Poseidon, Yun Chaewon showed no signs of fear, but in his deep-set eyes flickered an unprecedented fighting spirit and determination. Su Feng quietly stood on the observation platform, watching the two about to engage in battle below, pondering in his heart. He knew well that as the competition deepened, more and more top-tier powerhouses would take the stage, and the curtain of the War of the Gods had quietly been drawn back. This battle was not only a contest for personal glory between Yun Chaewon and Poseidon but also a clash of power and wisdom between two great forces, the outcome of which would directly influence the direction of future events. It seems that the gods will soon make their moves, Su Feng sighed inwardly. With a command from Wachenzi, the battle officially commenced. Yun Chaewon moved, not rushing to attack, but lightly leaped to the center of the arena, quickly forming seals with his hands, and the runes beneath his feet flickered as an ancient and mysterious power surged from within him. Heavenly Gang Beidou Formation, activate! Yun Chaewon shouted, and the surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand. Gradually, 7 brilliant lights rose from the ground, corresponding to the positions of the Big Dipper, forming a massive formation that enveloped both Yun Chaewon and Poseidon. In the audience, everyone gasped. The intricacy of this formation far exceeded their imagination. Even those well-versed in battle could not help but show surprise. Poseidon frowned slightly, clearly encountering such a unique opponent and fighting style for the first time. A mere formation thinks it can trap me, Poseidon? Poseidon snorted coldly, his blue light surging, as seawater seemed to respond to his call, coalescing from the void into massive water dragons that roared towards Yun Chaewon. However, when these water dragons touched the boundary of the Heavenly Gang Beidou Formation, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch, and instead, under the guidance of the formation, gradually lost their original power and direction. Yun Chaewon stood within the formation, his expression calm. He flicked his fingers, and the stars within the formation rotated. Each star seemed to contain endless power, countering the oceanic force released by Poseidon, even subtly suppressing it. He knew well that relying solely on the formation could not completely defeat a powerhouse like Poseidon, but as long as he could gain the upper hand within this formation, he could create more opportunities for himself. Poseidon, your power is indeed formidable, but beneath this starry sky, your oceanic strength will have nowhere to hide. Yun Chaewon's voice was calm and resolute as he flashed forward, using the power of the formation to appear beside Poseidon. With a swing of his sword, the blade's light sliced through the air like a ribbon, aiming directly for Poseidon's vital points. Poseidon reacted swiftly, sidestepping effortlessly to avoid the strike, but the shock in his heart was hard to conceal. He never expected that within this formation, Yun Chewen's strength could be enhanced to such a remarkable degree, putting pressure on him. Well done, Yun Chewen. Today, let me witness the true power of your formation. Poseidon roared, his entire body glowing blue as oceanic power coalesced into a massive vortex, attempting to forcibly break through the formation's constraints. Yun Chewen, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, formed seals with his hands, and the stars within the formation flickered. He knew well that this moment was crucial for determining victory or defeat, and he had to give it his all. Heavenly Gang Beidou, reverse the universe. Yun Chewen shouted softly, pushing his hands forward with force. The entire formation seemed to come alive, the speed of the stars swirling accelerating instantly, radiating dazzling light that completely enveloped Poseidon's ocean vortex. As the formation reversed, the ocean vortex, which should have complied with Poseidon's power, began to backfire against its master. The seawater within the vortex became wild and restless, as if losing control, transforming into countless sharp ice blades that violently attacked Poseidon himself. Poseidon was taken aback. He never imagined that his attack would not only fail to break the formation but would instead turn into a force that backfired against him. He hurriedly summoned all his oceanic power, trying to stabilize the vortex, but it was too late. The formation's power had already locked him in place, leaving him unable to escape. No, this is impossible. Poseidon roared, but his voice was soon drowned out by the rumbling of the formation and the slicing sound of the ice blades. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Poseidon's figure was gradually consumed by the raging oceanic power, ultimately transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, dissipating between heaven and earth. Yun Chewen stood at the center of the formation, holding his long sword, his robes billowing, as if he had just completed a solemn ritual. He slowly sheathed his sword, gazing at the now calm arena, a faint sadness flashing in his eyes. Although he had defeated a powerful opponent, this battle had deeply impressed upon him the cruelty and helplessness of this war of deification. Poseidon, may you rest in another world, Yun Chewen said softly, then turned and left the arena, leaving behind a crowd of astonished and admiring spectators. After this battle, Yun Chewen's name resounded throughout the land, having defeated Poseidon, known as the sovereign of the blue domain, with the might of his formation. The next battle, a highly anticipated showdown, was about to unfold in the ever-changing battlefield, one side being the fearsome dark dragon from Norse mythology, Nidhogg, whose figure was as deep as the night, its scales shimmering with ominous light, each breath seemingly capable of swallowing the light of the world. The other side was a mysterious figure from the Great Xia Kingdom, Zhang Beiyin, clad in a black robe, resembling a messenger emerging from the underworld, his expression stern, his gaze revealing an undeniable resolve and coldness. As Wachenzi's authoritative and resonant voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing the official commencement of this century's battle, Zhang Beiyin moved, leaping onto the stage like a ghost, his black robe billowing in the wind, enveloped in an indescribable eerie aura. A cold smile crept at the corner of his mouth, a smile that not only held a desire for victory but also concealed excitement and disdain for the unknown challenges ahead. At the moment he slowly stepped onto the battlefield, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted behind him. A colossal figure, the phantom of the devouring sky python, suddenly appeared. The giant python's body twisted and coiled, surrounded by lightning and flames, its eyes like two brilliant stars, flashing with destructive light. This was not merely a display of martial spirit, it was a symbol of Zhang Beiyin's strength and will, heralding that in this battle, he would, like the devouring sky python, consume all obstacles and aim straight for victory. Nidhogg, today let me, Zhang Beiyin, experience your dragon might. Zhang Beiyin's voice was deep and powerful, cutting through the clamor of the crowd, striking at the hearts of everyone present. As his words fell, the atmosphere on the arena suddenly tensed to the extreme, the breaths of the surrounding audience seemingly suspended. Nidhogg, the dark dragon from Norse mythology, let out a deafening roar that shook the very space. Its massive body slowly ascended, great wings unfurling to cover half the sky, its dragon eyes glinting with coldness and cruelty. Zhang Beiyin stood still, yet his aura continued to rise, the phantom of the devouring sky python coiling around him, the two seemingly merging into one, releasing an astonishing pressure. He slowly raised his hands, and within his palms, spiritual energy surged like a raging river, forming intricate runes, his long-prepared ultimate technique. Come on, Nidhogg, let me see what this Norse evil dragon is truly capable of. Zhang Beiyin's voice was firm and resolute. He knew that when facing such a formidable foe, there could be no hint of retreat. Nidhogg was clearly stirred by the challenge. It suddenly flapped its wings, diving towards Zhang Beiyin with a howling wind, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light, as if capable of tearing everything apart. However, Zhang Beiyin did not evade. his figure moved like a ghost, skillfully dodging Nidhogg's attack and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Zhang Bein's form expanded, and the phantom of the devouring sky python erupted with dazzling light, its massive maw opening wide to devour Nidhogg. It seemed as if the python's mouth contained endless spatial power, attempting to swallow Nidhogg whole. Seeing this, Nidhogg roared in anger, a layer of black light shimmering on its scales, a manifestation of its defensive power. It swung its sharp claws, engaging in a fierce clash with the python's phantom. The collision erupted with deafening booms, spiritual energy swirling, enveloping the entire arena in chaos. The battle raged on for a long time, both sides displaying astonishing strength and skill. Zhang Bein, with his exquisite control over the devouring sky python's martial spirit, continuously troubled Nidhogg. Meanwhile, Nidhogg relied on its immense physical strength and the innate abilities of its dragon lineage to escape danger time and again. However, just as the battle seemed to reach a stalemate, Zhang Bein suddenly made an unexpected move. He abruptly closed his eyes, as if his spiritual energy peaked at that moment. When he opened his eyes again, the previous coldness and resolve were replaced by an indescribable peace and determination. Break! With a light shout, the phantom of the devouring sky python erupted with unprecedented brilliance, transforming into a dazzling torrent of spiritual energy that directly struck Nidhogg's defenses. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all eyes focused on this point. Finally, with a deafening roar, Nidhogg's defenses were completely shattered. Its massive body rolled in the air a few times before crashing heavily onto the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Bein remained standing in place, although his face appeared slightly pale. His eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Swallowing Heaven Python, go and swallow him. As Zhang Bein's cold voice fell, the Swallowing Heaven Python immediately rose from the ground and lunged toward the evil dragon on the ground. A wave of astonishment erupted in the crowd. No one expected him to publicly devour the Nordic evil dragon. Giant Python, swallowing the dragon. Su Feng's gaze was fixed fiercely on Zhang Bein, his eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. As Zhang Bein's cold and resolute command echoed, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then a breathtaking natural spectacle slowly unfolded before everyone. The Swallowing Heaven Python, a colossal beast unmatched in size, its scales shimmering with a cold luster, seemed like a messenger of ancient deities, suddenly leaping from the shadows, its momentum like a bamboo being split, directly approaching the struggling Nordic evil dragon. The evil dragon, a fierce existence in Norse mythology, appeared exceptionally helpless at this moment. Its eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and fear, its massive body seeming so small before the Swallowing Heaven Python. Flames and lightning swirled around it, attempting a final struggle, but in the face of such absolute power, it was merely a futile effort. The Swallowing Heaven Python opened its enormous mouth, capable of devouring all, its interior a dark void, as if it could swallow even light, releasing a chilling aura that made one's heart race. As its body slowly moved, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn in, forming a visible vortex. The evil dragon let out a final deafening roar in despair, but was immediately enveloped entirely by the Swallowing Heaven Python's merciless jaws. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. One could see the Swallowing Heaven Python's body slowly writhing, its massive abdomen gradually swelling, as if silently proclaiming the victory of this battle. The sounds of the evil dragon's struggles gradually weakened until they completely vanished, leaving behind a profound silence and shock. The audience was left dumbfounded, and amidst their astonishment, there was a deep reverence for Zhang Bein and the mysterious Swallowing Heaven Python. They had never witnessed such a breathtaking scene. A giant python could so easily devour a Nordic evil dragon, surpassing all their imaginations and understandings. And Zhang Bein remained standing in place, his face pale, but the cold light in his eyes sparkled with the glow of victory. It seemed he had long anticipated all of this, and his calm demeanor made everything around him appear so small and insignificant. In that moment, he seemed to become the ruler of this realm, controlling life and death, determining fate. Buzz, as the excitement on Zhang Bein's face became more apparent, the Swallowing Heaven Python's martial spirit twisted in the air, its surrounding aura fluctuations growing stronger, far surpassing the SSS level, as if touching upon another more mysterious realm. This power not only shocked everyone present, but even the elements of heaven and earth stirred restlessly, the winds and clouds changing, heralding the arrival of extraordinary events. A layer of old scales began to slowly shed from the surface of the Swallowing Heaven Python's body, each scale shedding accompanied by ripples of subtle energy, a sign of the rebirth of its internal power. During this molting process, the Swallowing Heaven Python's body seemed to become longer and more powerful, every inch of its skin containing purer and stronger energy. The most striking change occurred at its head. Atop its originally smooth crown, a pair of crystal-clear dragon horns slowly emerged. Initially small, they gradually grew robust and majestic over time, radiating a faint golden glow. The appearance of these dragon horns not only marked the complete awakening of the dragon lineage within the swallowing heaven python's bloodline but also signified its impending transcendence across racial boundaries, completing the transformation from python to dragon. Transform into a dragon. This thought echoed in everyone's hearts. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Since ancient times, transforming into a dragon had been the dream of countless beings, representing the pinnacle of power and the sublimation of life. Now, this scene unexpectedly unfolds before the eyes of the crowd. How can it not be shocking? With the completion of the molting, the body of the devouring python has completely transformed. It is no longer an ordinary giant python, but a divine dragon adorned with golden scales, with dragon horns on its head and eyes like torches. It spreads its wings and soars into the sky, each flap accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if it could tear apart the void. The aura of a saint radiates from it, a majesty and power that transcends the mundane and approaches the heavenly path. Everyone present can feel the oppressive force. They know that from this moment on, the names of Jiang Beiyin and the devouring python will be forever etched in the legends of the continent, becoming a legend for future generations to admire. Even the gods of various nations and half-step venerables show a serious expression in the face of Jiang Beiyin's saintly pressure. Clearly, Jiang Beiyin has already qualified to stand on equal footing with them. Su Feng, fight me. Jiang Beiyin stands on the platform, directly challenging Su Feng. Upon hearing this, everyone on the platform is stunned. What's going on? Are allies fighting each other? Moreover, according to the rules, it should be Sakura's turn to battle now. However, Su Feng shows no surprise at all. With a push of his foot, he steps onto the platform, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Beiyin. There must be a battle between them. Jiang Beiyin's identity, the origins of the sinister technique, the devouring art, and his arrangements for Qin Chuan and Yan Jun to attack him and those around him, there are too many things that need to be unraveled. Even if Jiang Beiyin does not speak, Su Feng will take action against him. I admire your courage, but unfortunately, in the end, your martial spirit will also be devoured by me. Seeing Su Feng take the initiative to step onto the platform, Jiang Beiyin's eyes flash, and a triumphant smile appears on his face. He knows that Su Feng's martial spirit has definitely reached the saint level. If he devours him, perhaps his own martial spirit can evolve towards the divine level. Where is Qin Chuan? As soon as he steps onto the platform, Su Feng speaks directly. He is already dead, Jiang Beiyin sneers. You're lying, you carry his aura. Su Feng shakes his head and then says, you have fused with his soul. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beiyin's eyes flash, and he laughs. You are not wrong, I am now both Jiang Beiyin and Qin Chuan. I do not know who I am. By the end, Jiang Beiyin's gaze seems to gradually go mad, and an endless black mist surges forth. Su Feng's eyes narrow. His guess was correct. Jiang Beiyin's behavior is too similar to Qin Chuan. It seems he is fused with Qin Chuan's soul, and even his personality has been indirectly influenced by it. Whoosh, I'm coming. Before the words fall, Jiang Beiyin's figure has instantly moved beside Su Feng like a ghost, his sharp claws aimed directly at his chest. Bang! Su Feng reacts swiftly, a golden light erupting around him, his battle gold body activating autonomously, as if a golden dome is tightly guarding him. Then, he unleashes a golden palm strike imbued with immense power, crashing against Jiang Beiyin's attack, forcing him to stagger back, his steps unsteady. You do have some skill. Jiang Beiyin is pushed back several steps, his gaze growing more sinister, and suddenly, a giant dragon entwined in black mist rises behind him, a dark dragon, its form terrifying, exactly what Su Feng had lost in the past. Witnessing this, a resolute killing intent flashes in Su Feng's eyes. This is not just anger towards an enemy, but a reckoning of the past. Using your own things against you will surely be interesting. A cruel smile curls at the corner of Jiang Beiyin's mouth, seemingly looking forward to the scene about to unfold. Seeking death. Su Feng roars, his aura surging violently, the monkey god transformation instantly activated, revealing a towering phantom of a divine general behind him, with golden fur and fiery eyes, grand in presence, merging with Su Feng. As the monkey god transformation is unleashed, Su Feng's aura instantly skyrockets, an ancient and mysterious power surging within him, as if the bloodline of an ancient divine monkey is awakening. Behind him, the enormous shadow of the divine marquis loomed, its golden fur and fiery eyes exuding an air of unparalleled majesty, contrasting sharply with the dark dragon lurking behind Jiang Beiyin. A mere imitating monkey thinks it can contend with my true dark dragon? Jiang Beiyin sneered coldly, forming seals with his hands. The dark dragon immediately roared and charged at Su Feng, its massive body carrying a destructive momentum, as if it aimed to devour all light. Su Feng showed no fear, his figure moved like a ghost across the battlefield, simultaneously pushing his combat golden body and monkey god transformation to their limits. The golden palm prince and the shimmering golden staff intertwined, each attack precise and powerful, with every clash against the dark dragon erupting in thunderous roars, as if the very space was being torn apart. Since you want to witness it, let me show you what true power is. Su Feng intoned deeply, followed by a resounding roar as the martial spirit, the great sage equal to heaven, descended. Its towering form blocked out the sky, and in an instant, Su Feng's power surged like a tidal wave, incomparable to before. Almost simultaneously, 3 star rings, carrying the weight of 1 billion years, were slowly summoned by Su Feng. They surrounded him in a grayish-white mysterious glow, slowly rotating and enveloping him, a heart-stirring, overwhelming aura instantly spreading, shaking the entire battlefield and causing the space to tremble. Humph! A cold smile crept onto Zhang Beiyin's lips. At this moment, he held nothing back. His entire cultivation erupted like a volcano, a powerful aura comparable to that of a venerable being surged from his body, shooting up into the sky. This aura is truly terrifying. The astonishing energies released by the two made the powerful spectators on the platform feel a chill. Su Feng, you are indeed extraordinary, but today, I will let you know what true limits are. Zhang Beiyin's voice carried an undeniable resolve. His figure trembled, and the air around him seemed to ignite, forming visible ripples, a perfect combination of his immense spiritual power and fighting will. He formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, then suddenly shouted, "Netherworld Rending Claw." In an instant, his figure transformed into a stream of pitch-black light, carrying a terrifying force that could tear through space, rushing towards Su Feng. The massive claw, condensed from the netherworld energy, seemed capable of piercing everything, distorting the space it passed through. Facing this lethal strike, Su Feng's expression grew serious, but his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. He let out a soft shout, and the martial spirit of the great sage seemed to resonate with his will, erupting in a deafening roar. He had unknowingly gripped a gleaming golden staff. "Take this stick, great sage's might." Su Feng leaped up, the golden staff tracing a brilliant golden arc in the air, colliding violently with the netherworld rending claw. The two forces met with a thunderous explosion, as if the heavens and earth trembled at that moment. Golden light and black mist intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle on the battlefield. With the Rui golden staff in hand, the staff's shadow moved like the wind, each strike carrying the might of heaven and earth, engaging in fierce combat with the dark dragon. Although Zhang Beiyin possessed the powerful dark dragon as his martial spirit, he appeared somewhat overwhelmed under Su Feng's fierce assault. Impossible! How can this be? Zhang Beiyin's face turned ashen. He could not accept that he was being suppressed by Su Feng. However, the reality was evident. Su Feng not only stood firm against the dark dragon but also leveraged the advantages of the monkey god transformation, gradually pushing the battle in his favor. "Let it end!" Su Feng shouted fiercely, swinging the staff with unmatched power, crashing it against the dark dragon's head. With a thunderous roar, the dark dragon let out a mournful howl, its massive body shattered by the blow, dissipating into countless wisps of black mist in the air. Zhang Beiyin's face was pale. He never expected that the dark dragon he took pride in would be so easily defeated. Su Feng seized the opportunity, striking again with a golden palm imprint, sending Zhang Beiyin flying and completely ending the battle. Puff! Zhang Beiyin lay on the ground, his cold gaze fixed on Su Feng. He couldn't believe he had been defeated by Su Feng. This person, left unchecked, had grown at an alarming rate. "Your martial spirit has ultimately returned to me," Su Feng said, looking at the fallen Zhang Beiyin in the distance, his tone indifferent. "Ha!" Zhang Beiyin sneered. Even severely injured, he showed no sign of fear. Su Feng's eyes were icy, without a hint of hesitation, as he struck down with a staff, turning Zhang Beiyin into a pulp. "It's over." Su Feng's gaze was calm. With the one behind him slain, everything had come to an end. Buzz, after killing Zhang Beiyin, the power of divinity belonging to him descended. In an instant, Su Feng underwent a dual baptism of divine power, his divine light growing to 38 Zhang. Additionally, his level skyrocketed to 120. Su Feng 2-star divine sect divine thought, urgent as the law, 33 heavens, telekinesis, 38 Zhang martial spirit, mythical chi tian de shang level, LV 120 experience, 0/1 100 000 star rings, billion year 7 colored deer, billion year 9 hell devouring sparrow, billion year heavenly fire flood dragon artifact, Rui golden cudgel, strength, 1 million. Constitution, 500,000 agility, 200,000 martial talismans, equipment, star techniques, strength, 3 billion amplification, 5, 7 billion strength constitution, 1, 5 billion amplification, 2, 25 billion constitution agility, 600 million amplification, 1, 38 billion agility damage amplification, 30 times spiritual power, 50 billion amplification of spiritual power, 95 billion now. Who else wants to fight? Come up all at once. As soon as these words were spoken, the arena erupted in an uproar. It was chaos. Complete chaos. Su Feng actually wanted to break the rules and challenge the gods with his own strength. However, at this moment, no one stepped forward. After all, this battle only allowed participants below the venerable level, and clearly, Su Feng now possessed the strength to slay a venerable. Interesting. At that moment, Zhou Shensi let out a light laugh and stepped onto the stage. You are the strongest human I have ever seen, and I will personally slay you, crushing the hope of your great Xia. Zhou Shensi sneered, his aura erupting with the pressure of a quasi-venerable. Quasi-venerable. Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Su Feng stood on the arena, facing the quasi-venerable pressure released by Zhou Shensi. He not only showed no signs of retreat but instead his eyes sparkled with an even hotter light. His body remained still, yet a faint golden light flowed around him, resonating with the spiritual power and bloodline power within him, as if he was about to break free from his cocoon and embrace a more powerful challenge. What if you're a quasi-venerable? The hope of great Xia cannot be crushed by you alone. Su Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the venue, carrying an undeniable firmness and confidence. He slowly raised both hands, and in his palms, spiritual power gathered into two brilliant beams of light, like stars descending to the mortal realm, dazzling and eye-catching. Seeing this, Zhou Shensi curled his lips in disdain. Humph, a mere human dares to speak of challenging the majesty of the divine race? Today, let me show you what the true power gap is. As he spoke, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning towards Su Feng, condensing a long spear made of spiritual power in his hand. The spear tip aimed directly at Su Feng's heart, the power of the quasi-venerable unleashed to its fullest. However, facing this seemingly unbeatable strike, Su Feng remained calm and composed. He moved slightly, his steps mysterious, effortlessly evading the sharp point of the long spear. Facing the overwhelming assault of the 9 divine sons, Su Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile, as an unprecedented wave of power surged within him, as if something was awakening. At this critical moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and amidst the chaos, a gigantic eye abruptly opened, revealing endless majesty and power. Ha! Su Feng let out a low shout, his entire body surging with spiritual energy, an ancient and powerful aura erupting from him, soaring into the sky. As his thoughts stirred, a thunderous roar seemed to resonate through the world, a golden light slicing through the chaos, the great sage equal to heaven's martial spirit, suddenly appearing before everyone. True form of the great sage. Su Feng's eyes flashed as he directly summoned the true form of the great sage. Sun Wukong, clad in golden armor, wearing a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown, and wielding the legendary Rui Jingdu Bang, which could change size and weighed 13,500 pounds, stood beside Su Feng, his eyes like lightning, scanning the surroundings with an imposing presence. Humph, mere divine clan, dare to be arrogant before the human race. Sun Wukong's voice echoed in the venue, carrying an undeniable dominance. He flashed forward, arriving before the 9 divine sons, swinging the golden staff, instantly summoning winds and thunder, as if the air itself was torn apart by the strike. Feeling the terrifying aura of the great sage, the 9 divine sons' expression changed drastically, and with a roar, he exerted all his strength to resist the attack. However, in the face of the great sage's absolute power, the 9 divine sons' resistance seemed so powerless. Each swing of the golden staff was accompanied by deafening booms, causing the 9 divine sons to stagger back repeatedly, his quasi-respected aura beginning to become chaotic. A mere ant dares to provoke the great sage's majesty. Sun Wukong coldly shouted, the golden staff suddenly accelerating, transforming into a golden streak of light, heading straight for the 9 divine sons' face. At that moment, the entire venue seemed to freeze, all eyes focused on that strike. With a thunderous roar, the 9 divine sons was directly sent flying, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, spitting blood, his face as pale as paper. The great sage Sun Wukong stood proudly on the arena, lightly waving the golden staff, retracting it into his body, as if everything that had just happened was merely a casual act. Hee, congratulations, you have thoroughly angered me. Just then, the 9 divine sons' expression changed drastically, his aura surging violently, clearly undergoing some peculiar transformation. Demon God Transformation. With a low roar from the 9 divine sons, his voice echoed in the venue, carrying an indescribable strangeness and power. As the words Demon God Transformation fell, his aura surged like boiling magma, overwhelming and powerful, dark and evil forces erupting from within him, enveloping his entire body. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. His originally handsome face twisted and contorted, black lines seemingly crawling beneath his skin, his eyes turning blood red, radiating a bloodthirsty light. The 9 divine sons' body expanded, muscles bulging, an overwhelming sense of power radiating from him, surrounded by thick demonic energy, forming swirling black vortices, as if to devour everything around him. This is a forbidden technique of the alien race, Demon God Transformation? Someone exclaimed, their tone filled with disbelief. The battle between the two was terrifying, almost comparable to a respected level fight. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene they would create if they stepped into the respected level with their talents. Su Feng also frowned slightly, sensing the terror and danger contained within this power. But he did not retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit even more. The great sage's martial spirit flickered beside him, seemingly preparing for the impending battle. Do you think this will turn the tide? Su Feng let out a cold laugh, the spiritual power within him surging once more, resonating more closely with the martial spirit of the great sage equal to heaven. Holding the illusory Rui Jingu Bang, he stepped into the void, advancing step by step towards the Nine Divine Child. Come on, let me see what your demon god transformation is truly capable of. Su Feng's voice was firm and powerful, filled with a thirst for victory. Seeing this, the Nine Divine Child's lips curled into a cruel smile, his figure suddenly leaping up like a rampaging beast, pouncing towards Su Feng. His fists were tightly clenched, each punch carrying the power to destroy mountains, engaging in a fierce clash with Su Feng. The battle between the two escalated to a fever pitch in an instant, the golden staff and demonic fists colliding continuously, producing deafening roars. The entire venue was enveloped by this powerful wave of energy, causing the audience to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. However, in this seemingly evenly matched battle, Su Feng gradually gained the upper hand. With a profound understanding and application of the martial spirit of the great sage equal to heaven, along with precise control over his own power, he pushed the Nine Divine Child back step by step. Break for me! After a fierce exchange, Su Feng suddenly shouted, the golden staff transforming into a streak of golden lightning, piercing through the Nine Divine Child's defenses with lightning speed, striking heavily against his chest. With a piercing scream, the Nine Divine Child was sent flying, crashing heavily outside the arena, his demonic energy dissipating, revealing a face of disbelief. His demon god transformation ultimately failed to turn the tide. You can die now, Su Feng's indifferent voice slowly rang out. Continuing to write would indeed be dragging it out unnecessarily. I won't write about the starry sky anymore. Let's conclude with the Fengshen Conference, aiming for a perfect ending for everyone. Thank you all. Su Feng gazed at the barely breathing Nine Divine Child on the ground, his eyes revealing an undeniable coldness and determination. You can't kill me. The Nine Divine Child, facing the advancing Su Feng, suddenly changed color, his voice laced with a hint of chill and threat. My father, the demon god, is about to break free from his slumbering shackles. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, the entire human race will face annihilation. These words struck like thunder, causing the powerful figures of the Great Xia to change their expressions dramatically, even the likes of Wachenzi showing a flicker of concern in their eyes. According to incomplete information, there were as many as 6 powerful protectors of the demon god in the alien stronghold, while in contrast, Great Xia had only 3 beings at the revered level, including Wachenzi. The disparity in strength was chilling, not to mention the soon-to-awaken demon god, an existence surpassing the revered level and stepping into the divine realm. Once awakened, the safety of Great Xia would hang by a thread. However, in the face of the Nine Divine Child's intimidation, Su Feng's expression remained unfazed, as if the impending disaster had nothing to do with him. Bang! With a crisp explosion, Su Feng swung the long staff, like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, striking heavily against the Nine Divine Child. Instantly, a pungent white smoke filled the air, and the Nine Divine Child's figure, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, instantly turned to nothingness, completely dissipating from the world. Until the last moment of his life, the Nine Divine Child's eyes were still filled with disbelief. He never expected that Su Feng would be so resolute, disregarding the might of the demon god, and decisively strike him down. You dare to kill the Nine Divine Child? Several highly respected old monsters in the arena jumped up as if electrocuted, trembling fingers pointing at Su Feng, their faces filled with shock and anger. You are declaring war on the demon god. Once he is enraged, we will all face disaster and accompany you to the underworld. Their voices were filled with fear and despair. A bunch of stubborn old fools, Su Feng coldly retorted, his tone revealing extreme disdain for the naive thoughts of this group. Do you really think that begging for mercy from the demon god will save the human race? It's simply a delusion. Since that's the case, we shall join forces to subdue this child, and then plead for forgiveness from the demon god. Perhaps we can turn danger into safety, or even earn merit. One of the elders could no longer contain himself, taking the lead to attack, his figure suddenly leaping towards Su Feng. This scene instantly ignited the entire venue, leaving everyone shocked and buzzing with discussion. Who could have predicted that Su Feng, who had just defeated the 9 divine sons, would now face an assault from the Great Xia elders? The power of the elders could intimidate the entire realm. Even if Su Feng could defeat the 9 divine sons, it seemed he could hardly escape calamity when facing a true elder. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes, his killing intent fully revealed. Just as he was about to unleash his methods, he suddenly heard a melodious and solemn whisper from the sky, accompanied by a brilliant holy light descending. Above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am supreme. In the sky, a towering figure surrounded by dazzling light, impossible to discern its true form, descended. The intensity of the light made everything else pale in comparison, yet the overwhelming aura it exuded pierced through the brilliance, shaking the hearts of all. What? Who is this divine being? Could it be that the guardian deity of our great Xia has descended? The guardian deity has arrived. At this moment, everyone present looked up at the figure in the sky with fear, their minds racing to guess just how mighty the guardian deity of great Xia truly was. At that moment, Su Feng's gaze flickered, and he flew directly into the sky, playing tricks. In the next instant, he reached into the holy light and pulled out the being hidden within. Woof! Woof! At that moment, the guardian deity was being held upside down by the human boy, immediately letting out a dissatisfied bark. What? The guardian deity is actually a dog? The protector we have revered for generations turns out to be just a little country dog? Instantly, the entire scene shifted from solemn and sacred to absurd and ridiculous. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, as no one could have anticipated that such a grand entrance concealed such an unexpected truth. Su Feng also wore a helpless expression, his mouth twitching as he said, "So it's just a big yellow dog?" The humiliated big yellow dog was even more furious, baring its teeth and growling, "You little brat, show some respect. You should call me dog brother, do you understand?" This remark made the atmosphere even more awkward and amusing. However, at this delicate moment, a human elder hurriedly stepped forward, his expression grave. He bowed before the big yellow dog, his voice filled with undeniable reverence. "Guardian deity, the death of the 9 divine sons was all due to this child. To quell the anger of the demon god, we must hand him over. We implore you to lend us your strength." Oh! Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog instinctively curled up, its dog eyes meeting Su Feng's cold gaze that seemed to see through everything, and it couldn't help but wail inwardly, "This killing god is not something I can easily provoke." Absurd! The big yellow dog forced itself to remain calm, barking sternly, "Do not speak nonsense here, disrupting the unity and harmony of the human race." After saying this, it added with feigned authority, "As for the demon god, it's a trivial matter. This deity has its own clever plans to deal with it, and you need not worry. Since the meeting has concluded, I ask all friends who have come from afar to disperse and return to your places." The big yellow dog waved its paw, urging everyone to leave, trying to quell the uproar. The various forces from the United States and Northern Europe exchanged meaningful glances, secretly calculating, the situation is unclear now, and rashly taking sides may not be wise. It would be better to observe the changes first. Just as everyone was preparing to withdraw, Sun Ping also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but unexpectedly, Su Feng's gaze sharpened, and he coldly shouted, "Trying to escape?" Before the words fell, he had already leaped into action, swinging his staff with the force of thunder, directly shattering Sun Ping, leaving even his soul unable to escape, completely obliterated in the void. As the last onlooker departed, the place returned to tranquility, leaving only Su Feng and the big yellow dog gazing at each other, the atmosphere subtle and complex. "Humph, kid, do you know why I am hailed as the guardian deity of the great Xia?" The big yellow dog stood proudly after breaking free from its restraints, hands on its hips, speaking with a solemn expression. "Speak," Su Feng replied indifferently, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. 10,000 years ago, my master Xian Yuan left behind a stunning prophecy, which mentioned that in the future, the world would undergo tremendous changes, and a hero capable of saving the people from calamity, whose name would be etched in the annals of Great Xia, would be born. The big yellow dog recounted slowly, its voice filled with the weight of history. "At first, I mistakenly thought that person was Shen Pengzi. Though he was not human, everything he recorded was nothing short of shocking throughout the ages. However, until your appearance, my understanding was completely overturned. You not only erased all of Shen Pengzi's glory but also, in that confrontation, with the cultivation of a grandmaster, overwhelmed the crowd and drove him back. More crucially, you even killed the fearsome Jiang Beiyin." The big yellow dog's gaze became exceptionally serious when mentioning Jiang Beiyin. "Jiang Beiyin?" Su Feng furrowed his brow at the name, which seemed to have countless connections to him, something he had not anticipated. "This person is no ordinary foe. Do you know his true identity?" The big yellow dog continued as it noticed Su Feng's look of confusion. "Tell me," Su Feng replied in a deep voice, secretly on guard, sensing that the secret behind Jiang Beiyin was anything but simple. "Jiang Beiyin is, in fact, the agent of the demon god in the mortal realm, his embodiment walking among the dust of the world. Because of this, he can wield dark martial spirits, devouring all things, with boundless power." A hint of trepidation seeped into the big yellow dog's words. Now, the demon god has absorbed enough energy, and the shackles of his slumber are about to shatter. He will descend upon this world once more. The big yellow dog's voice lowered, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. So, my true opponent is that legendary demon god? Su Feng murmured, a trace of worry appearing between his brows. He knew well that although he was a 4-star divine sect member, compared to that lofty deity, he was still as insignificant as an ant. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Su Feng felt no confidence. Do not worry, my master has long made extensive preparations. I will now lead you to that mysterious place of inheritance. The big yellow dog said confidently, guiding Su Feng through the void, and in an instant, they arrived at a hidden small world suspended in the vast sea of stars. This small world seemed like a forgotten place in the universe, surrounded by boundless darkness, with dark creatures lurking in the void, their presence making this space feel even more profound and dangerous. As Su Feng stepped into this realm, those creatures hidden in the darkness seemed to sense the scent of prey, becoming restless and surging towards him like a tide. Kid, this is your trial ground for growth. The day of the demon god's return is only 10 days away, and I look forward to you shining with remarkable brilliance here, giving me a great surprise. The big yellow dog's voice carried both expectation and a sense of challenge. 10 days. Su Feng gazed at the seemingly endless tide of dark creatures before him, a flash of determination and resolve crossing his eyes. He understood that these creatures had all reached the king realm, making them excellent opponents for cultivation. In this limited time, he must give his all to unlock the legendary power of the black myth, increasing his odds for himself and for the future of Great Xia. Enough, Su Feng murmured to himself, his words revealing an undeniable determination and confidence. Immediately, he expanded his form, charging into the darkness like a cheetah, engaging in fierce combat with those powerful beings. Time quietly passed, and before he knew it, 9 days had gone by. With countless experiences accumulated, he had now broken through to the peak of the king realm, just one step away from the venerable realm. The black myth is complete. Black myth final unlock completed. Final form unlocked, Black Wukong. Black Wukong form. Attributes increase 5-fold every 5 minutes during battle, lasting for 15 minutes. Great havoc in heaven, transforms into thousands, simultaneously unleashing a full-force strike with the Rui Jingu Bang. Black Wukong stood amidst the vast night, like a war god emerging from the abyss. He wore a long robe as black as ink, its hem gently swaying in the wind, seemingly capable of swallowing all surrounding light, enveloping him in a faint shadow. The robe was embroidered with intricate and mysterious dark golden patterns, resembling the trajectories of the most distant stars in the night sky, both ancient and profound. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day arrived. At this moment, Su Feng had officially stepped into the venerable realm. Su Feng venerable realm divine thought, urgent as a command, 33 heavens, mental power, 9981 Zhang martial spirit, mythical level Qi Tian de Shang form, Black Wukong level, LV 300 star rings, Billionaire 7 colored deer, Billionaire 9 hell devouring sparrow, Billionaire heavenly fire flood dragon, divine level slaying immortal flying knife, divine level manifesting heavenly eye divine artifact, Rui Jingu Bang strength, divine level, physique, divine level agility, divine level spiritual power value, divine level. Now, I am no different from a god, Su Feng thought to himself. Although he had not yet officially ascended to godhood, his attributes were already enough to rival the divine. How is it? The spatial passage opened, and the big yellow dog slowly paddled through the void to Su Feng's front. What's the situation outside now? Su Feng asked. After a slight hesitation, the big yellow dog said, everything is fine, the demon god is about to be born. I must personally investigate the truth. Su Feng keenly caught a fleeting look of evasion in the big yellow dog's eyes, sensing something was amiss. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, forcefully breaking through the boundaries and returning to the outside world. However, the scene before him plunged him into despair. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid earth, but an endless void, as if the entire world had ceased to exist. What is going on? Su Feng's eyes widened, his pupils swirling with anger and despair, hatred erupting like a volcano, nearly consuming him. The big yellow dog's voice carried a weight of helplessness. This special space was originally created to protect the last spark, to evade the endless pursuit of the demon god. Here, the flow of time is drastically different from the outside. 1 day inside equals 10,000 years outside. But now, the energy of this space is nearly depleted. Are you saying that since I entered this space, a full 100,000 years have passed outside? Su Feng's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth, filled with disbelief and despair. He understood that such a long time could bring about earth-shattering changes in the world. If the demon god had already emerged, Blue Star had likely long since become a wasteland, perhaps even without a trace left. And his friends, the people of the Great Xia, and even their souls might have vanished without a trace in this endless passage of time. No! Su Feng howled to the heavens, his voice filled with endless sorrow and unwillingness. He could not accept such a reality, could not accept that he had exerted all his effort, only to be unable to protect even his closest ones. With a wild howl, Su Feng's body seemed to be filled with a powerful force, and blood-red patterns gradually emerged on the surface of his skin, spreading like ancient totems across his flesh. His long hair turned snow-white in an instant, moving without wind, dancing in the air like silver threads, revealing a kind of ethereal beauty and determination. "Humph, kid, you have ultimately stepped into this battlefield." The voice of the demon god suddenly echoed in the chaotic void, carrying endless vicissitudes and majesty. "I have awaited you here for 100,000 years. As he spoke, a massive figure slowly materialized, and just a single blood red eye seemed to swallow all surrounding light like an abyss, causing the entire void to tremble. "Today, I will let you personally experience what true divine power is." The demon god's words revealed an undeniable dominance, and then, gripping the dark divine spear that exuded a deathly aura, he swung it, as if tearing the void apart, bringing forth a destructive force that rushed towards Su Feng. Faced with this devastating blow, the potential within Su Feng was completely unleashed. He transformed into the Black Wukong, surrounded by black mist, resembling a demon god emerging from the underworld, matching the imposing presence of the demon god before him. "Hee, it seems you still couldn't escape the shackles of fate, ultimately stepping into the path of demons." The demon god's voice carried a hint of amusement, seemingly quite pleased with Su Feng's transformation. At this moment, Su Feng's rationality had vanished, his eyes burning red like fire, resembling two blazing flames, exuding an aura of madness and ferocity. He tightly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang and engaged in a fierce clash with the demon god, each collision shaking the void, as if even heaven and earth would change color. "Indeed, your power exceeds my imagination, but unfortunately, mortals ultimately cannot cross that divine realm." The demon god sneered, his words filled with disdain and confidence. Then, he no longer held back, striking out with one palm, as if the entire void was covered by this blow, countless laws and divine powers converging to form a gigantic hand, resembling the legendary five-finger mountain, pressing down towards Su Feng with the might to suppress all worlds. At this moment, the air was thick with despair and oppression, as if the entire world trembled at this strike. However, in this life-and-death moment, a flash of determination and defiance suddenly crossed Su Feng's eyes. Urgent as the law commands. Just at the critical moment, a golden talisman appeared in the sky, drifting down leisurely, its runes swirling, golden light shining brightly, illuminating the entire void as if it were daytime. "Seal." An ancient and majestic voice transcended the shackles of time and space, echoing with an irresistible force of law. With a thunderous sound, that terrifying power seemed to cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to sink, instantly locking the massive body of the demon god in place, rendering him unable to move even a fraction. How is this possible?" The demon god's face showed horror, his blood-red eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that he, who prided himself on being a god, would be so easily bound by a mere mortal. "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be." The demon god's voice was laced with fear and unwillingness as he looked at Su Feng, who was already on the brink of madness, a hint of unprecedented panic flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Su Feng's face was twisted and ferocious, as if consumed by endless hatred and anger. "Since you have destroyed all my beauty, then you shall vanish into thin air." He howled to the sky, his voice filled with determination and madness. With that, an unprecedented power erupted from within Su Feng. He expanded his form, transforming into countless mythical shadows, like the great sage equal to heaven causing chaos in the heavenly palace, exuding overwhelming might. "One stick to calm the sea, all demons bow down." With a furious shout, the Rui Jingu Bang, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, tore through the sky and struck at the demon god's vital point. Boom! With a roar, Su Feng swung his staff down, causing the entire void to tremble. After a brilliant flash of light, everything finally returned to calm. The end of the book. The perfect conclusion will be updated in the extras, expected during the National Day holiday. Chapter 000 Extra 1 Divine Realm. In that vast and boundless void, an astonishing battle had just come to a close. The demon god, the tyrant who had once made countless beings tremble, was now obliterated into nothingness, his massive body collapsing like a weathered sandcastle in the endless void, transforming into countless dazzling points of light that drifted away like stars, ultimately merging into Su Feng's seemingly ordinary yet profoundly mysterious body. What kind of power is this? Su Feng gazed at the surging brilliance within him, his expression filled with an indescribable confusion and curiosity. This power was both strange and familiar, as if resonating with a certain desire deep within his heart. Could it be that this is the legendary divine power, the supreme force that allows one to transcend the mundane and grasp the laws of the universe? As the points of light continued to merge, Su Feng's body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. His aura gradually became comparable to that of the demon god, even hinting at the potential to surpass it, a majesty and power that transcended the mortal realm. His eyes sparkled with golden light, like two brilliant stars shining in the darkness. His entire being was enveloped in a faint celestial aura, resembling an extraordinary immortal, isolated from the world, standing apart from it. Time flew by, and he did not know how long had passed. The demon god's endless body was finally completely absorbed by Su Feng, becoming a part of him, adding boundless strength and wisdom. When he slowly opened his eyes again, the golden light within them surged, as if the sun, moon, and stars were swirling within. His aura became deep and mysterious, elusive and unfathomable, as if he was no longer the mortal he once was, but a true deity. You have already become a god? At that moment, a large yellow dog suddenly sprang out from who knows where, bouncing to Su Feng's side, its face brimming with unmistakable joy. It seemed to sense the earth-shattering changes within Su Feng. However, Su Feng's expression remained as calm as water, as if the joys and sorrows of the world had nothing to do with him. He stood there quietly, like an immovable mountain. Perhaps this was the realm of the divine, requiring the severance of all mundane thoughts to truly transcend the secular world. He closed his eyes again, as if merely blinking, he had passed through endless years. Yet, for him, who had already reached the divine realm, time had long lost its meaning. He simply stood there quietly, feeling the pulse of the universe, listening to the voices of all things. Seeing this, the yellow dog softly said, "Actually, you need not be so pessimistic. There must be a way to restore this starry sky. After all, this is just a small world within the vast universe. As long as you can reach the eternal realm, mountains, rivers, and all things in the world will be under your control. You will become the true master of the universe." Small world? Su Feng's brows furrowed slightly, curiosity appearing on his face. He had never considered that there were other worlds beyond this one. This universe was far broader and more mysterious than he had imagined. The yellow dog nodded and continued, "That's right, my master and I originally came from the divine realm. The talisman in your hand inscribed with urgent as the law commands also comes from there. And the owner of that talisman is the great being who once created the divine realm. Unfortunately, he has long since disappeared. But in any case, you have gained the opportunity and power to enter the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's gaze became resolute and flickering. He took a deep breath, then slowly spoke, his voice filled with undeniable determination. "Let's go to the divine realm." Extra story to be continued. Extra story, The Supreme Divine Kingdom Blue Star. The streets were bustling with traffic. Everything seemed to settle into tranquility. The awakening ceremony at Daxia University had just concluded. On the school road, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappled on the shoulders of passers-by. At that moment, a strikingly handsome boy forcefully pushed the girl beside him, dressed in a pristine white shirt and with a delicate porcelain doll-like appearance, gently against the wall. He then tossed his slightly messy bangs with a self-assured flair, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Jiang Wanyin, be my girlfriend." However, the girl merely shot him a glance, then pushed him away and walked towards her home. "Hey, why won't you agree?" The boy, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted after Jiang Wanyin's receding figure, his voice tinged with confusion and urgency. Jiang Wanyin stopped, turned around, her eyes glinting mischievously, and then deliberately elongated her tone, saying, "Because I like fierce martial spirits that can give me a sense of security, and yours is too small. Like fierce ones?" The boy was taken aback, instinctively looking down at his martial spirit, a small golden loach happily swimming in the water, showing no signs of fierceness. But his father had told him that this little gold was no ordinary creature, but a dragon with limitless potential. The boy, not willing to give up, called out to Jiang Wanyin again, Hey, my dad is." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Wanyin's figure growing more distant. Helpless, he could only watch as the girl slowly disappeared around the corner. "Humph, what a fool," Jiang Wanyin, hiding around the corner, thought to herself, lightly stomping her foot, a hint of disappointment and pride flashing across her face. Just then, a gentle and familiar voice came from afar, "Xiao Fan, come home for dinner." Su Fan turned his head at the sound and saw a woman in a purple dress, with an exquisitely perfect figure, smiling and waving at him. She smiled gently, her eyes filled with a warm glow, as if she could melt all the ice in the world. Her appearance made the surrounding scenery pale in comparison. Even Jiang Wanyin, hiding behind the wall, couldn't help but widen her mouth in astonishment, a surge of indescribable admiration welling up in her heart. "Mom!" Su Fan immediately ran excitedly towards the woman in the purple dress. However, just as he was about to leap into his mother's embrace, a figure dressed in white suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. The man stood proudly, as if he were independent of the world, his demeanor cold and aloof, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. With his arrival, the entire world seemed to freeze, even time itself paused at that moment. For some reason, everyone present found their gazes drawn to him, but as they looked, the glaring sunlight shone directly at them, obscuring his features, leaving only a mysterious and lofty silhouette. "Let's go back," the woman in the purple dress said, linking arms with the suddenly appearing man. Her voice remained as gentle as ever, and then she nestled against him, as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. Su Feng slowly nodded, softly saying, "Let's go." In the next moment, he lightly tapped his fingertips, and a brilliant light flashed, directly carving out an independent space, leading the mother and daughter into another world, the Supreme Divine Kingdom. In a realm resembling a fairyland, Su Feng reclined on a golden dragon chair, savoring the rare moments of leisure. Tang Yaja gently massaged his feet, her face radiating a blissful smile. At that moment, Su Feng looked out the window and saw a graceful figure in white, her slightly rounded belly gently swaying as she walked over the lotus pond. "Second mom," Su Fan called out, then, like a little bird, she flung herself into her embrace. Epilogue complete.